That'll definitely work. The peddler smiled. If you buy it, our shop will even throw in some incense for free. Good thing I wore a mask. Chun-Lin silently turned his head away and waved his hand. Hey, no need, no need. I'll go take a look elsewhere. With that, he took the door god portrait and walked out of the shop. Take care, customer. The peddler put away the copper coins and sighed with emotion. Finally managed to sell one of these door gods. Good thing I didn't buy too many back then. He adjusted the mask on his own face, watching Chun-Lin's hunched back as he walked away, and shook his head with a laugh. I really don't get it. Why worship the old gods when there's an undefeated immortal right in front of us? No idea what he's thinking. What a weirdo. Speaking of which, why does that back look so familiar? Could I have seen him somewhere before? He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't recall. Finally, he shook his head dismissively. Forget it, I won't think about it. It's no big deal anyway. The peddler carefully held the portrait with both hands and put it back in its original place. Then he smiled and greeted the next customer who walked in. After leaving the shop, Chun-Li quietly stored the portrait in his inventory. I've bought everything I need. Time to head to the ranch and hand out the enchanted looting swords. Chun-Li looked in the direction of a sudden noise. Through the gaps in the crowd, the big guy Lu Ping was having his mouth covered by his second brother, Lu Qi. Beside them, Wang Baoxi was glaring angrily at the outspoken Lu Ping. Sure enough, everyone from Lu village can recognize me. Just as Chun-Li was about to head over, the bustling crowd made it a bit difficult to pass through. Ultimately, he just gave them a nod of acknowledgement and continued toward the ranch. Wang Baoxi breathed a sigh of relief, then jumped up in frustration and smacked Lu Ping hard. Dad, what did you hit me for again? Lu Ping winced, clutching the back of his head. Hitting you is letting you off easy. Can't you learn from your second brother and use your brain for once? Wang Baoxi cursed. But Dad, didn't you say that if I saw young Master Chan, I should go over and greet him? Lu Ping shrank his neck and asked in confusion. Wang Baoxi let out a heavy sigh. Touch the mask on your face. Let me ask you, why did immortal Lord Chun make everyone wear these? Just to look good? Lu Ping thought for a moment and gave his answer. What was I thinking? Trying to talk to you in circles. Wang Baoxi almost choked on his own breath. He glared at Lu Ping and turned to walk away. Second brother, what does Dad mean by that? Lu Ping scratched his head, completely lost. If you had shouted out like that, everyone around here would know that immortal Lord Chun is right here. Then a whole crowd in this market would definitely drop to their knees. Lu Qi smiled and patiently explained. Immortal Lord Chen's actions show that he doesn't want others to recognize his identity. Lu Ping suddenly realized. Oh, I get it now. I understand. Let's go. Let's head inside and buy what we need for the new year. Lu Qi said slowly. Shopkeeper, give me 2 portraits of the divine general. He arrived at the ranch. In the distance, on a patch of grassland, large herds of cows, sheep, chickens, and horses were enclosed by fences. From just 2 originally, up until now, in the span of a year, their numbers had grown to the hundreds and thousands. Looking from afar, the flock of sheep was a sea of white, while the cows were a mix of black and gray. Their common trait, their eyes revealed a profound wisdom. And among the flock of chickens, besides the massive number of white chickens, there were densely packed eggs that hadn't been collected yet. Normally, there were dedicated villagers responsible for collecting eggs every day. But Minecraft eggs can never be fully collected, especially now, with the number of chickens exceeding 1,000. The moment you pick one up, another chicken lays an egg right next to you. Therefore, during the New Year period, Chun-Li specifically ordered that these villagers take a holiday to celebrate the new year. As for the horse ranch, it was quite special. It was divided into left and right halves. Although Minecraft horses have infinite stamina, they couldn't cross the boundary. So the horses from reality also had to be fed normally. The number of Minecraft horses on the left, compared to the cows and sheep, was considered very small. They were all descendants of Black Whirlwind and Wuchio, the 2 fast horses. The breeding of super horses was still ongoing. Breeding them, aside from using potions of swiftness, could also be done using tipped arrows. But that would have to wait until Chun-Lin spawned a master-level weaponsmith. That would have to be arranged after the school was built. Now that the children no longer had to go hungry, and their bodies had mostly recovered, it couldn't be delayed any longer. I really have a lot on my plate. Chun-Li shook off his thoughts as a squad of butchers approached. Half of them were bending over to collect eggs, while the other half was on patrol. They immediately spotted Chun-Li walking over. At this moment, Chun-Li had switched back to his ancient-style skin and taken off his mask. The butcher squad hurriedly ran over. Greetings, young Master Chun. They bowed with cupped hands. Chun-Li instructed. Bring 2 cows over. Li Yi, you go. The lead butcher captain commanded. Soon, 2 cows were brought over. Walking over to a wild crafting table, Chun-Li crafted some fences and penned the cows in the middle. Use this to slaughter one of them. Chun-Li took out an iron sword enchanted with looting 3. He said aloud, it's a pity the strength I bonus isn't enough. If a villager picked up a diamond sword, I can only enchant iron swords for now. Otherwise, he would have much preferred to enchant a diamond sword. After all, different materials have completely different durability. Diamond, in particular, was a qualitative leap. Li Yi took the iron sword and stabbed the cow without hesitation. 4 strikes later, the cow fell to the ground. What dropped were 4 pieces of leather and 5 pieces of raw beef. Not bad luck. The enchantment worked even in the hands of a villager. Under normal circumstances, leather would only drop 0 to 2 pieces, and raw beef would be 1 to 3 pieces. Looting broke through the drop limit. Now the production speed of leather armor can be sped up again. The militia is still lacking some leather helmets and leather boots. Take these iron swords. Chun-Li took out all the enchanted, looting 3 iron swords from his inventory, and instructed, from now on, all livestock must be slaughtered using these swords. Understood. Now we definitely won't be short on meat either. After so many days of conditioning, the militia's bodies should have mostly recovered. Then their training should officially begin. A soldier who can't solo 5 events isn't a good soldier. The last day of the 7th year of Tianqi. In an isolated town, inside a small room. Early in the morning, Miao Jiming was writing in a book. Weisher burst in. Jiming, you're still writing? Weisher curiously craned his neck to peek. Let me take a look. I cannot. I promised immortal Lord Shun that I must show it to him first before anyone else can see it. Miao Jiming snapped the book shut, exhaled, and said, besides, you ran away pretty fast last time, didn't you? Miao Jiming said with a half-smile. Last time? You mean the incident with the divine statue? You really hold a grudge. You still haven't forgotten about that? Weisher smiled awkwardly and helplessly. Jiming, that was so long ago. You're still holding on to that. Didn't immortal Lord Chun let it slide too? Anyway, more importantly, Weisher took out some peach with charms. And a Fu character. He said loudly, let's go. Let's go outside and put up the peach with charms. If I put them up crooked by myself, there won't be time to buy a second pair. This is the first good new year we're having since leaving the Miao family. We can't just casually pass it by like before. Weisher said sincerely. Miao Jiming stared blankly ahead, his expression turning sorrowful, as he fell into memories. Yes, the Miao family. How about we talk to immortal Lord Chun? Immortal Lord Chun will definitely help us. Weisher asked. Those blind fools. They absolutely never imagined that after kicking you out, young Master Miao, you would stumble upon such a massive opportunity. We are people of an immortal now. Thinking of this, a hint of smugness appeared on his face. No need. Let the past remain in the past. Why bother immortal Lord Chun? Miao Jiming said. Aren't we doing so much better now than before? No need for schemes and backstabbing. And we can actually do meaningful things. True. I always knew your talents would find a place to shine. It's just a pity. Weisher smacked his lips with a look of regret. He said earnestly, I really want to see his reaction. It would definitely make that bastard turn green with regret. Weisher smiled, so widely his eyes squinted. But sooner or later, we'll be able to. Even if we don't see it now, without bothering the immortal Lord, we'll be able to go back in a few years at most. With success and fame. How could we not return home in glory? Let's not talk about this. Weren't we going to put up the peach with charms? Let's go. Miao Jiming stood up and smiled. Guess we're moving past the divine statue incident. Weisher said, all right. The two walked outside. Weisher held up the peach with charm, pressing it next to the mushroom door. How's this? Miao Jiming directed. A little more to the left on top. Now, a bit more left. Perfect. Don't move. Miao Jiming picked up the paste on the ground. This paste was very simple to make. It only required mixing flour and water, and heating it until it became thick and sticky. It was a type of adhesive. He applied the paste to the back of the peach with charm. Miao Jiming then pressed it down, sticking it firmly in place. It was perfectly straight. Following the same method, the two put up the iron golem door gods and the Fu character. Weisher, did you buy food? Miao Jiming suddenly asked. It's New Year's Eve. We need to have a reunion dinner. Of course, we have to cook it ourselves. Weisher paused after saying that. Wait, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Jiming, you can't go into the kitchen. Who told you that? Miao Jiming shook his head and sighed. A gentleman's attitude towards animals is this. Having seen them alive, he cannot bear to see them die. Having heard their cries, he cannot bear to eat their flesh. Therefore, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Miao Jiming explained helplessly. It means a gentleman harbors a compassionate heart and cannot bear to witness the act of killing. Thus, he stays away from the kitchen. It doesn't mean a gentleman absolutely cannot enter a kitchen, or that he disdains cooking. I just wanted to say, are you sure we should cook it ourselves? Miao Jiming hesitated. During our time wandering in exile, we could stomach even the most disgusting slop. After all, hunger is the best seasoning. But now, I'm afraid whatever we make will be completely inedible. Wei chagrined and said, let's try. It won't kill us anyway. Worst case, we can just go find Senior G and drink a bucket of fresh milk. Miao Jiming understood his meaning perfectly and beamed with joy. A day passed. As night fell, the festive atmosphere of the new year grew even stronger. Everyone wore new clothes, their faces brimming with smiles as they stepped out of their homes. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air, making the scene incredibly lively. Red lanterns were lit on both sides of the street, emitting a soft, warm glow that illuminated the entire alleyway. The door gods pasted on every household's door. As far as the eye could see, they were all Taishan. Did you hear? Once midnight strikes, there'll be fireworks to watch. Hee hee. I never thought we'd get to see such a rare sight one day. Following immortal Lord Chun, life is truly comfortable. Yeah. We can eat our fill, drink clean water, and have a place to live. All of this feels like a dream. The pedestrians discussed excitedly, looking up at the sky with anticipation. Fireworks. How long has it been since we last saw them? Wei Shi couldn't help but say. Miao Jiming said solemnly. The origin of these fireworks is not simple. They are refined from the souls of wicked men, turned into gunpowder. Senior Song told him this. It can't be fake. It's the new year. Why think so much about it? Wei Shi said with a smile. As the night curtain fell, amidst the lights of thousands of homes, Chun-Li's small house stood quietly. The red lanterns swayed in the night breeze, their light appearing exceptionally faint in the darkness. The shadows cast on the wall gently danced. The couplets on the door were pasted a bit crookedly, and the door gods hanging on the door were the traditional ones. Chun-Li held Meng in his arms, sitting on a chair in front of the door, a lonely stranger in a strange land. I miss my family all the more on this festive day. Chun-Li muttered to himself. I used to think about moving far away from home after graduation. I didn't expect to end up so far away that I'm in a completely different timeline. He took out some milk and chugged it down in a few gulps. Not satisfying. I can't believe this doesn't count as a negative status effect. Tell me, why can't you turn into a cat girl? Chun-Li held up Meng and sighed. You still can't talk. So silly. Once today passes, next year will be the Chongjin era. If I remember correctly, Wei Zhongxian should have already kicked the bucket. Now it's time for the other officials to get ruined. A familiar tremor rang out. Chun-Li looked up. It was Taishan. Why did you come over? Chun-Li chuckled helplessly. Taishan couldn't speak. He just pointed to the side, at the town, then pointed at Chun-Li's small house, and then patted Chun-Li's head. I see. Chun-Li softly thanked Taishan. Taishan quietly walked over and sat down next to Chun-Li. Stars dotted the sky, and the moonlight spilled down like splashed ink. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves swayed softly to the melody of the night. Taishan, you should go to school, Chun-Li said with a smile. Taishan was confused. He tilted his head and looked at Chun-Li. Taishan, the villagers aren't as harmonious as you think. There are conflicts between them too, and someone needs to mediate. But that often leads to favoritism. Chun-Li patted Taishan's shoulder and said, but if it's you, or rather, you guys, then the final result will be fair. Although iron golems are a bit clumsy, they have a lot of time. Chun-Li wanted to try and see if he could train them to be judges, or perhaps other professions. Even if it was just teaching them how to think, that would be fine. Besides, this is also a way for you to communicate with the villagers. Once you learn how to write, you'll be able to express your thoughts to them. Chun-Li sighed emotionally. More importantly, iron golems are ultimately too pure. They unconditionally trust the villagers and protect them. If they don't have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, I'm afraid they'll be used in the future. Taishan nodded. Oh, right here. This is your New Year's money, Chun-Li said, taking out a bag of silver. If you want something, just use this to trade for it. After all, Taishan was barely a year old at most. Giving him New Year's money was perfectly reasonable. Putting away the chair, he lay down on the grass. Chun-Li stretched his body out completely, spreading his limbs wide like a starfish. Meng curled up on his chest. Taishan also mimicked Chun-Li's actions and lay down. I really never thought that one day I'd be spending the new year with an iron golem. Chun-Li glanced at Taishan and muttered, It's a pity I won't get to see people making dumplings on the Spring Festival Gala this year. Boss. Goshing ran over, panting. Goshing, why are you here too? Chun-Li propped his head up. Goshing hesitated for a moment. I figured you were all alone here, boss. If you needed anything done, you'd need someone to run errands, right? I'm your underling, boss. Goshing raised his chin proudly. Anyway, my dad didn't say anything, so I just came over. Also, Brother Jiming asked me to give this to you. Goshing unfolded the red cloth he was clutching and handed it to Chun-Li. What is it? Chun-Li sat up and picked up the item inside the red cloth. Opening it up, it was actually a long robe made of silk. The texture was fine, and it felt smooth to the touch. Even someone like Chun-Li, who usually just grabbed whatever from his closet and threw it on, could tell that this was definitely made of top-quality silk. The patterns on it were embroidered with gold and silver threads. The lines were smooth, the designs intricate, and the details were countless. Brother Jiming said, "This silk is the best that can be bought in Chongqing. It took until just now to finish making it." Goshing said with a sincere face. "Although it can't compare to the one you're wearing, boss. You can at least change into it for a bit." Jiming really thought of everything. Chun-Li chuckled softly. "New clothes for the new year. Perfect, I'll wear it tomorrow." Storing it in his inventory, Chun-Li noticed Goshing was still holding something else. He joked, "What? Don't tell me you have something for me too?" "Yeah." Goshing reached out and handed the item over. "Oh, you actually do?" A wooden figure. By the light of the red lanterns, Chun-Lin recognized it at a glance. The figure carved was none other than Goshing himself. The person who carved it clearly lacked skill. The proportions were off. The knife marks were uneven, and the lines were clumsy. The face was relatively detailed, but still looked a bit stiff. "Did you carve this yourself?" Chun-Li asked curiously. "Yeah." Goshing looked at Chun-Li expectantly. "How is it, boss? Does it look like me?" "Not bad. It's definitely worth keeping as a collectible." Chun-Li nodded in approval. Although the carving wasn't great, and the eyes were crooked, it was obvious Goshing had never learned how to carve before. To make it look like this, he must have spent a lot of time on it. "Take this." Chun-Li took out an enchanted bow and arrow from his inventory. This was something he had specifically taken out of his chest to carry around during the new year. "Boss, how can I just take this enchanted power?" "Ah, this infinity bow is yours now. Take good care of it," he said with a smile. From the moment the infinity enchantment dropped, in Chun-Li's mind, this enchantment already had an owner. He didn't know how to shoot an arrow anyway, so giving it to Goshing was perfect. He had thought so before, and he felt even more so now. When you hold this bow, the power enchantment will increase your strength immensely, and infinity lets you shoot arrows out of thin air, as long as you have one arrow on you. Chun-Li explained, taking an arrow out of his inventory and handing it to Goshing. "Keep this on you. Give it a try. Shoot it anywhere." Goshing took the enchanted bow and the arrow. He pulled back the empty bowstring. An arrow materialized out of thin air. He let go, and the arrow shot out with a swish. "So cool." Goshing's mouth fell open in awe. He stroked the bow, unable to put it down. "Thank you, boss. I'll definitely treasure it. As long as you like it," Chun-Li said. A loud boom shattered the silence. A firework rocket shot into the sky. Their eyes were drawn to it. The two humans and one iron golem followed its ascending trajectory with their gazes. It drew a line of light across the night sky. The firework rocket reached its peak. As they held their breath and watched, it burst into brilliant red and blue lights, scattering across the sky and rapidly expanding outward. "Happy New Year, Immortal Lord Chun. Thank you for your grace, Immortal Lord. Thank you for your protection, Great Immortal Lord Chun." Cheers echoed one after another throughout Li City, kicking off a grand carnival. The hardships of the old year vanished like smoke, and the new year would be filled with hope. Everything had changed because of one person. Chun-Li grinned and said, "Goshing. Taishan, Happy New Year." "Boss, Lord Divine General. Happy New Year." Goshing replied. The last firework rocket bloomed in the sky, leaving behind its fleeting afterglow. The night sky returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the faint smell of gunpowder. The carnival gradually came to an end. The people of Li City let out low, satisfied sighs. They slowly dispersed from the gathering places. The echoes of the fireworks faded from the night sky, replaced by the stillness of the night. It was getting late. After sending the sleepy Goshing home, Taishan and Chun-Li went back inside. Pushing open the door, he entered that familiar, minimalist space. Everything here was built by his own hands. The four walls were silent. There was no background noise of Spring Festival gala skits, no chatter of family members, and certainly no little demon of a sister waving red socks. In front of his face, everything seemed so peaceful and tidy. Wait here while I put Ming down. Holding a torch, Chun-Li opened the hidden torch door and went down the wooden ladder into the basement. A basement, the standard feature of every base. Following the torchlit path, Chun-Li reached a small room at the end. Inside were a crafting table, a furnace, a campfire, and 5 armor stands placed nearby. Iron armor, chainmail armor, diamond armor. The remaining 2 were for gold, and netherite armor. At the end of the room was a 2 by 2 meter painting. Without stopping, he walked straight through it. Chun-Li passed right through the painting into a hidden room. By placing 2 signs where the door should be, and putting a painting on the wall over them, the secret entrance was complete. This place was even more bare. There was only a small bed and a torch. This was Chun-Li's secret base. The surrounding walls were covered in item frames. Only one of them held an item. It was the flower wreath Taishan had given Chun-Li. Or maybe it was a funeral wreath. Chun-Li took out Goshing's wooden figure and placed it in an item frame. He stared at it for a long time. Then, he walked out of the basement and brought Ming back to his room. Tomorrow would be the first time he didn't have to wake up early. The sound of firecrackers faded away, and the lanterns were quietly taken down. The people of Lee City returned to their daily hustle and bustle. Phew, this winter is surprisingly mild. The stonemason, Shihishua, adjusted his felt hat and breathed out a puff of white mist. You can say that again. The other stonemasons chimed in. Back then, for people like us, just getting enough to eat was a problem, let alone wearing felt clothes in winter. After all, those sheep that grow wool just by eating grass really made it so we don't have to worry about freezing to death in winter. And for the new year, Immortal Lord Chun even let us eat meat every day. Man, I've even put on some fat. Not just for the new year. From now on, meat is going to be as cheap as flour. Shihishua interrupted, saying mysteriously, guess why that is? What's going on? Brother Shi, tell us. Yeah, don't keep us in suspense. Spit it out. The others asked eagerly. Hee, you guys know. The cows and sheep in the Immortal Lord's domain are already magical. They breed easily and grow incredibly fast. Now that their numbers have gone up, Shihishua paused and continued, over at the butcher's side. Immortal Lord Chun bestowed swords blessed with immortal magic. With just a few slashes. Guess what happened? 1 chicken instantly turned into 3. Shihishua held up his fingers to gesture, his eyes sparkling. 3 whole chickens. The same goes for the cows and sheep. Any livestock killed with those swords yields double the meat. Immortal Lord Chun truly has vast magical powers. So that means we'll be able to eat as much meat as we want from now on. Shihishua laughed foolishly. Yeah, even beef. We'll be able to buy it and take it home to eat. Hee. The stonemasons all joined in the foolish laughter. We've finally made it through the hard times. Every day brings more hope. Immortals are just amazing. And Immortal Lord Chun is the best of the best. So powerful. So awesome. Those people who laughed at us before, when we left the city, if they saw how we're living now, they'd probably turn green with regret. Ha. Yeah. The bold gorge themselves, while the timid starve. But I reckon it won't be long now. I heard them say, Immortal Lord Chin's immortal domain is about to spread all the way to Changchun. Shihishua couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of Changchun, I really want Immortal Lord Chun to throw those corrupt merchants straight into hell. You said it. They stuff their faces with greasy food, while we're left to drink the cold wind. Speaking of which, did you guys know? Our Immortal Lord Chun, didn't he send people to sell flour in Changchun? Shihishua lowered his voice. Those corrupt merchants actually thought about hoarding it. However much flour we brought over, they bought it all. Who knows how many warehouses they've filled up by now. So stupid. How could they possibly buy it all? Did a donkey kick them in the head? Sigh. Just like how we didn't believe Immortal Lord Chun descended at first. They don't know either. If we hadn't seen the process of growing wheat in the farmyard with our own eyes, who would have thought it could grow so fast? Ha, true. How could they possibly buy it all? They're going to take a massive loss. Oh, it's best if they buy more. Immortal Lord Chun definitely knows too. They'll definitely be taking a trip to hell when the time comes. Thinking about that, I just feel one word, satisfying. All right, we're about to see the Immortal Lord. Let's stop talking, Shihishua said solemnly. Everyone quickly shut their mouths and silently quickened their pace. Soon, they saw Immortal Lord Chun. Sigh, who knows how long the little ice age will last. Chun-Li muttered, it doesn't even rain, let alone snow. It hasn't snowed a single bit up until now. How am I supposed to make snow golems? Snow golems. The Grand Army plan will have to be put on hold for now. Young Master Chun. The stonemasons bowed and greeted in unison. You're here. Chun-Li took out an iron pickaxe enchanted with silk touch and handed it to Shihishua. Try and see if you can mine this ice. Not far away was a 1-meter-wide frozen river. Both sides were lined with a layer of cobblestone slabs. Beneath the slabs was half a meter of water. Both ends had an empty block. An infinite water source requires at least 3 blocks. And to prevent water from freezing into ice, besides placing leaves in it, you could also place slabs. But if you use leaves, the water won't flow. Shihishua took the iron pickaxe. Soon, the ice was mined. The water from the slabs on both sides flowed towards the middle, filling the gap. The ice floated on the surface of the water, flowing towards the 2 ends. Using the buoyancy, the stonemasons managed to push it ashore. Chun-Li tried breaking the ice with the enchanted iron pickaxe. It turned into a block-sized item and went into his inventory. It works. I should collect more ice while it's winter. When the time comes for the express railway, I definitely won't have too much of this stuff. I'll only have too little. Once this water freezes, you guys are responsible for mining the ice. Chun-Li said, pointing at the iron pickaxe. The person mining must use this iron pickaxe. Also, after mining, bring the ice up here. If the pickaxe breaks, just grab a new one from the chest. Oh right, there are also a few sets of spare clothes in there. Chun-Li instructed seriously. If you accidentally fall into the water, you can get them from the chest. If you feel unwell, go see a doctor immediately. Don't delay, understand? Chun-Li had noticed before that when some villagers felt unwell, the first thing they thought of wasn't getting medicine, but toughing it out. Even if it was a problem that drinking milk could solve, they still refused to see a doctor. They would drag it out until it was unbearable before going. A minor illness would turn into a major one, and a major illness into a terminal one. Good thing I kidnapped 2 doctors early on. I have to say, the legacy left by our ancestors is truly amazing. With the traditional Chinese medicine practices of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, they could generally deduce if something was wrong with the body. Yes, young Master Chun. The stonemasons replied with heartfelt admiration. Look at that. The immortal Lord even cares about our health. Before, in Changcheng, doing a lot of work was one thing, but we also had to suffer indignities. The stonemasons began mining the ice blocks. Just then, Miao Jiming ran over, holding a cement brick. Young Master Chun. Miao Jiming held up the cement brick and said, Senior Song has successfully produced cement. Chun-Li couldn't help but smile. Excellent. Then we can start building roads over in Changcheng. Work relief. This was the reason Chun-Li had Song Ingxing produce cement. As quickly as possible. I'll arrange for someone right away to give the cement formula to Shirlai. Miao Jiming said. Chun-Li asked in confusion. Who is Shirlai? Didn't you say before that there were 2 people who were quite a match? Miao Jiming explained. He's the man. I found him to be very reliable, so I put him in charge of things over in Changcheng. Oh right, young Master Chun. The wealthy merchants in Changcheng are starting to weaken. They're getting a bit scared to buy our flour. Miao Jiming's eyes flickered. Is that so? Chun-Li grinned. Jiming, tell me. Our flour should be running out soon, right? Yes, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming chuckled knowingly. Then let's limit purchases. Understood. Miao Jiming left to arrange for someone to take the message to Changcheng. With the ice mining arranged, Chun-Li went to the farmland again. It was already planted with countless stalks of wheat. The farmers held bone meal and hoes and wheat seeds. They fertilized and ripened the crops on one side, while harvesting on the other. In just a short moment, the harvested wheat had already piled up into several 3 to 4 meter high mounds. And this was with the farmers not even farming at full capacity. The productivity of Minecraft, even compared to modern times, was completely unmatched. Like I said, ripening in 7 days. Wheat that doesn't deplete soil fertility, what can compare to that? As long as Chun-Lin gave the order, this output could instantly multiply several times over. But there was no need for that. Don't look at how busy he seemed every day. To him, building itself was a joy. What he gained from it was a sense of achievement and happiness. He was just thinking about having fun all day. So why make them rush so much? Seeing the genuine smiles of the villagers, Chun-Li was also very happy. Society should be like this. Perhaps this was the meaning of him coming to this era. Besides, Changcheng was already saturated. They had no capacity left to keep buying. The power of those wealthy merchants and squires was nothing more than this. They were completely crushed. Aside from daily use, the wheat simply couldn't be bought out. The shepherds could use shears to shear wool, and at the same time, they could shear leaves. Some of these leaves were put into composters to produce bone meal, while the rest were placed into chests. Now, With the increase in the number of people changing professions, various basic blocks were collected and put into chests. Chun-Li no longer had to worry about obtaining certain materials. He just needed to take them out of the chests and peacefully build the wonders he liked. Among the farmers bending over to fertilize, Chun-Li suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Lu Wusan, come here for a second. Chun-Li smiled. Lu Wusan hurriedly rushed over, bowed, and asked, young Master Chun, what can I do for you? Distribute these leaves. Chun-Li piled 3 stacks of leaves on the ground and explained, put these leaves into the water, and it will prevent it from freezing. That was just how the mechanics worked. Anyway, if you add them, it won't freeze. Water wasn't a strict requirement for wheat to grow, only without a light source would wheat stop growing, but with a water source, the wheat would grow faster. Understood, young Master Chun. Although he didn't know why adding leaves would stop it from freezing. If young Master Chun said it worked, then it worked. They didn't need to understand. What is common sense? Whatever young Master Chun said, that was common sense. Lu Wusan called over the other farmers to transport the leaves to the water sources in the wheat fields. And Chun-Li also saw an old acquaintance. The first farmer. The big, goofy Lu Ping. Why didn't this guy go feed the animals? Training is still ongoing. In this weather, Chun-Li stared at Lu Ping, who was harvesting wheat, with a look of confusion, perhaps sensing the gaze. Lu Ping looked up, seeing it was Chun-Li. His eyes lit up. Chun-Li waved at him, signaling him to come over. Lu Ping carefully placed his hoe on the ground like a treasure, afraid of chipping it, then sprinted over at full speed. He came to a screeching halt, stood up straight, scratched his head at Chun-Li. Young Master Chun, what do you need me for? Why are you farming here? Didn't you go feed the animals? What about training? Chun-Li asked in confusion. I'm a farmer, ain't I? Lu Ping pointed at his straw hat and said cheerfully, I finished my training, so I figured I'd come over and dig some dirt. Otherwise, I just feel like something's missing. Plus, when the others finish training, they also help pick up grass and leaves to put in the magic barrels. So that means the militia hasn't completely detached from production yet. A year had passed. Even the latest arrivals had had a few months of rest. There was no shortage of eggs, and meat could be eaten freely. By now, their bodies should be mostly recovered. Physical training should be ready to commence. Lu Ping, come with me. We're going to the barracks. Chun-Lin said slowly, a flash of excitement in his eyes. 300 soldiers in leather chest plates. 100 crossbowmen. His very first army. Meanwhile, someone else was not in a good mood. The smile on Fan Yong'an's face had vanished. He kept a straight face, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, muttering, this shouldn't be. This isn't right either. How is that flower still not sold out? From time to time, he would look up, staring gloomily at the flower that filled half his courtyard, and sigh repeatedly. Too much. It's really too much. Where did they get so much flour? You have to understand. He wasn't the only one buying flour in Chongqing. The other families were buying even more aggressively. How many months has it been? And it's still not sold out. The Fan family's silver was almost depleted. And that little shop is still selling it, isn't it? It can't be that those cultists' flour just blew in on the wind, right? Fan Yong'an muttered. Husband, rest assured. Madame Wang comforted him from the side. It's impossible for them to have any more flour. They might just be putting up a front right now. Fan Yong'an sighed and said in frustration, but how long has it been? Our courtyard is almost completely full. Things will take a turn for the better. Besides, it's not like we won't be able to sell this flour. Madame Wang smiled charmingly, leaned in close, and pressed against Fan Yong'an. She took his hand, gently stroking it, and whispered, I recently learned a new dance. Saying this, she lightly bit Fan Yong'an's earlobe and blew a breath of air. Husband, how about we go back to our room? Fan Yong'an's breathing grew heavy. He stared at Madame Wang, a flash of lust in his eyes. Dad, Dad! A loud shout rang out. Damn it! Fan Yong'an was startled, his good time being interrupted. His anger instantly flared up. He quickly walked over and delivered 2 hard slaps. He roared like thunder, yelling and screaming like that. Where are your manners? His face burning with pain. The servant didn't dare say a word, nor did he dare cover his face. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. His forehead turned red. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled. Dad, please spare me this once. First, tell me what happened. Fan Yong'an asked coldly. If it's some trivial matter, don't expect me to go easy on you. The servant said, trembling. Dad, that shop is almost out of flour. Which shop? Fan Yong'an froze, asking in disbelief. The servant stammered. It's the one you told me to keep an eye on. Good. Great. Fan Yong'an felt instantly refreshed. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the servant in front of him, who had ruined his good time, suddenly looked much more pleasing to the eye. Very good. Get up. You did well. The servant was overjoyed. He kowtowed a few more times, thanking Fan Yong'an for his magnanimity, even though from the very beginning, it was Fan Yong'an who told him to report immediately if anything happened. But what could he do? He was just a servant. See, I told you so, Madame Wang said softly. Madam, rest for a moment. I'll be right back. Fan Yong'an nodded and rushed out of the courtyard, staring at his back. The smile on Madame Wang's face instantly froze, turning expressionless. She turned around lazily and went back into the room. Young Master Chun, Immortal Lord Chun, Madame Wang muttered under her breath, a flash of contempt and disdain in her eyes. I wonder if the message has been sent out yet. She took out a box from a hidden spot, opened it, and took out a talisman. Straightening her back, she crossed her arms over her chest, closed her eyes, and prayed devoutly. The talisman had 8 characters written on it. Unborn Venerable Mother. True Void Native Land. In front of the nameless little shop, the people of Chungchung who had heard the rumors gathered in the alley. The flour is really running out. I knew it. Selling it so cheap. It was bound to sell out. Sooner or later. What do we do? With the work I've done these past few days, I barely managed to buy a few pounds of flour. It'll last a month at most. How are we supposed to live after that? The commoners stood in a long line, stomping their feet to keep warm, sighing and groaning. Among them were the old and the young. Some were dressed in rags, while others looked slightly more presentable. But without exception, everyone's attention was focused on the front. Their eyes revealed the worry they felt towards the little shop. The flour was running out. Their lifeline was coming to an end. Everyone knew this day would come eventually. In fact, the fact that this shop had lasted this long was already an unexpected blessing. But when this day truly arrived, they began to panic. I said it a long time ago. They shouldn't have sold it so cheap. They should have limited purchases. But why didn't they listen? Those damn merchants. They've been hoarding the grain. An old man leaning on a cane muttered to himself. Beside him, Wei Laosi had a miserable look on his face, shaking his head repeatedly. Sigh. He had told the shopkeeper early on to set the price a bit higher. But the shopkeeper said the price would never change, and that they would always stay open in Chongqing, even when they first recruited people to build roads. Wei Laosi was the first to run and sign up. He had prepared himself for hard labor. He didn't expect the work to be lighter than usual, and the wages to be several times higher than before. Relying on these wages, Wei Laosi couldn't bear to spend it on anything else, and used it all to buy flour to store at home. This flour was his life, and it wasn't that he wanted to hoard grain, but those damn wealthy merchants. They were buying it by the handful, moving all that flour into their warehouses. He had to buy more before they bought it all up. But now, they had started limiting purchases. The flour was clearly running out. It had all gone into the warehouses of those wealthy merchants. I need to buy more flour while I still can. If I eat sparingly, it should last until next year. Wei Laosi pulled his felt coat tighter around himself, exhaled a breath of cold air, and smiled bitterly. The wool used for this coat was also bought from this shop. This winter, which was countless times colder than previous years, was surprisingly much easier to get through than before. Days like these felt like a dream. He was almost starting to truly believe that an immortal had descended to take care of them. That good days were really coming. But just now, the news of the purchase limit struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering his fantasy and dragging him back to reality. Looking at it now, it was all just his own wishful thinking. Wei Laosi sighed and said, yeah, how could it be possible to truly have an endless supply of grain? The line slowly inched forward. Wei Laosi once again saw Shirlai's sign. It was still 10 copper coins per pound, but there was a new purchase limit sign next to it. What do you need, customer? Seeing it was Wei Laosi, Shirlai walked up and asked with a smile. Wei Laosi took out his copper coins and said softly, please weigh out 2 pounds of flour for me, shopkeeper. All right. Shirlai took the copper coins and handed over the already packaged flour. Wei Laosi looked utterly dejected. He hesitated for a long time. Shopkeeper, are you really out of flour? We have some, Shirlai said firmly. He smiled and said, don't worry, customer. Even if this whole city was filled with flour, it still might not be enough to hold all of ours. Haha, you're joking, shopkeeper. Wei Laosi forced a smile. He took the flour and set it aside. He looked at the divine statue and asked, can I pray to Immortal Lord Qin? It won't take long. It was the first time Shirlai had heard such a request, and he was taken aback. He stared at Wei Laosi in surprise, stepped aside, and said gently, of course you can. Wei Laosi devoutly finished his prayer. After nodding to Shirlai, he silently prepared to leave. He wasn't putting on a show, hoping to use this to buy a few more pounds of flour. It came from the bottom of his heart. Customer. Wei Laosi turned around. He saw that Shulker, who had been smiling, now had a serious expression. He walked up to him, stared at him intently, and whispered meaningfully, Customer, where do you think our flour comes from? We will never run out of flour. Rest assured. Just go on home. Where does it come from? The question lingered in Wei Laosi's mind. He didn't know how he walked out of the shop. Not long after he came out, a commotion arose from the back of the line. People craned their necks to look. Wei Laosi also looked over. It's the county magistrate, Wei Laosi exclaimed, and hurriedly bowed with cupped hands. Meng Yongyan frowned, and quickly walked into the shop. After the magistrate went inside, Wei Laosi took his flour and walked out of the alley. Hold on, we'll take your flour. Meng Yongyan looked around, not seeing Miao Jiming anywhere. He said in a deep voice, Who's in charge here? Shulker stepped forward, bowed and said, Commoner Shulker greets the county magistrate. Meng Yongyan stared at one of the people, his brows tightly furrowed. Seeing this situation, how could the others in the shop not tell that there was serious business to discuss? They ushered the commoners buying flour out of the shop for the time being. Is your flour really gone? Meng Yongyan asked, cutting straight to the chase. Shulker nodded and replied, Magistrate, it's almost gone. There's only a little bit left. Phew, just as I thought. Meng Yongyan lowered his voice. The remaining flour. How about you let me sell it on your behalf? Only in this way can this flour truly end up in the hands of the common people, instead of being bought up by those wealthy merchants at high prices and hoarded in the city. Shulker refused without hesitation. There's no need to trouble the magistrate with this. We have our own plans. Are you worried that I will line my own pockets? Meng Yongyan's face was expressionless as he said sternly, Do you know who those people in the shop just now were? Shulker said calmly, They were the servants of the wealthy merchants in the city. Magistrate, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Meng Yongyan's imposing aura faltered, and he looked very surprised. He stared at Shulker with a complex expression and asked speechlessly, If you knew, then why did you still sell to them? Didn't you say you were out of flour? We are out. That's why we're limiting purchases. Shulker said softly, Don't play dumb with me. Miao Jiming wouldn't put an idiot in charge. Meng Yongyan said in annoyance, You should know very well. Most of that flour has fallen into the hands of the squires and merchants in the city. They're just waiting for your flour to sell out, so they can sell it at a high price in Changqing. Well, they'll have to wait until we sell out before they can sell theirs, won't they? Shulker said matter-of-factly. Meng Yongyan said in exasperation, Didn't you just say your flour is almost gone? Can you still sell? Yes, we can sell, but only a little bit. Shulker was unhurried and calm. So, he truly didn't understand what these cultists were thinking. Realizing that this group was completely stubborn and wouldn't listen to reason, Meng Yongyan could only flick his sleeves and leave in frustration. In the corner of the alley, Fan Yonggan, who had been keeping an eye on the shop, breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Haha, looks like our magistrate Meng Yongyan made a wasted trip. These bandits are still as stubborn as ever. Now he could rest easy. Returning to the Fan residence, Fan Yonggan shouted, Someone come. A trusted aide hurried over. Fan Yonggan said without hesitation, The price of flour might double. If it doesn't exceed 3 times the price, buy it all. We'll make a profit in the end anyway. Master, the aide said with a hint of hesitation, There isn't much silver left in the treasury. Only about 1,000 taels. Should we still continue? How can there be so little? The hand Fan Yonggan used to turn his prayer beads paused, his face filled with shock. The aide didn't say much, just slightly raised his head and glanced at the flour filling the courtyard. Fan Yonggan muttered, True, that flour. Let's hold off on buying flour for now. Go on, let me think. As soon as the aide left, Fan Yonggan shouted towards the room, Madam, I'm back. Hearing the noise, Madame Wang hurriedly put the talisman away in the box. The slight panic on her face was replaced by a smile. Her expression instantly turned charming. She pushed open the door and walked out gracefully. Her green dress swayed gently with her steps, like a soft spring breeze as she embraced Fan Yonggan. Husband, looking at you. It seems things went well. Yes, those cultists are at the end of their rope. Fan Yonggan stroked Madame Wang's hand and said smugly, Soon, we'll be able to slowly sell off this hoarded flour. Hearing the word cultists, Madame Wang looked away unnaturally for a moment. Madam, there's one more thing. We don't have much silver left. How about we transport some out of the city and sell some flour? Fan Yonggan suggested cautiously. Sell it? Where would we sell it? Madame Wang shook her head, walked over to the rockery, traced its outline, and said unhurriedly, Inspector Wu suddenly grew a conscience and goes out to hunt bandits every day. Even so, the bandits just keep popping up one after another. Even the nearest county town is a several days' journey away. If we bring too little flour, it won't even cover the travel expenses. If we bring too much, Madame Wang paused and said faintly, I'm afraid we wouldn't make it a few steps out of the city before the flour gets robbed. Husband, how did that previous matter go? Madame Wang's eyes flickered. No progress. Every family has their own calculations. Fan Yong'an shook his head. They never even considered asking Inspector Wu for an escort. Bandits are running rampant right now. How far can they get relying just on their household guards and hired thugs? Madame Wang sneered. Not to mention, they're a bunch of believers who worship some unknown minor immortal. Their combat power. Madame Wang knew it all too well. Either they die, or we die. Those are the only two outcomes. Only Wu Zhen can suppress them. He had thought about pooling the wealth of several families to hire Inspector Wu for an escort. Even if he couldn't leave his jurisdiction, with enough bribes along the way, everyone would turn a blind eye. That way, after one trip, split evenly among the families, they would only make slightly less profit. Unfortunately, some people don't believe it. They just have to try it themselves. Recalling the intelligence he had just received, Madame Wang chuckled. The Ding family, the Jia family, the Yu family. They couldn't hold back today and secretly transported grain out of the city. I feel that. In just a few days, news of them being robbed will come back. How did you know, madam? Fan Yong'an looked at Madame Wang, frowning slightly, and asked in confusion. Madame Wang froze for a moment, then burst into a giggle. Covering her mouth, she hugged Fan Yong'an, blinked innocently, and said weakly, I stay in the courtyard all day, and you never come to see me. You're busy all day long. I had nothing to do, and wanted to share your burden, so I just had the servants keep an eye out. Fan Yong'an tapped Madame Wang's nose, scooped her up in his arms, and smiled wickedly. Madam, you should have told me you were bored earlier. Let's go back to the room. We're not finished with what we started. Oh, you. Extending north from Chongqing, on the official road towards Yan'an Prefecture, the earth was covered in yellow soil. Ravines and hillsides could be seen everywhere. The journey was dominated by the color of yellow earth, occasionally dotted with green. It was incredibly desolate. Occasionally, a few traveling merchants could be seen on the official road. Years of famine. Bandits rising up everywhere. A life where one didn't know if they'd see tomorrow. Now, it was even worse. Eating one meal and starving for two. On a hillside, a group of bandits was sitting on the ground. A few were left standing, looking around, scouting the situation. Boss wants some. Shinminger held steamed buns in both hands, with one stuffed in his mouth, mumbling incoherently. Perhaps he ate too fast, because he accidentally choked, and started pounding his chest hard. Ganhongi withdrew his gaze from the distance, looked at Shinminger's state, and said in exasperation, Look at you. I haven't seen your mouth stop moving this whole trip, and you're eating so fast. Hee, boss, you don't understand. Shinminger recovered, grinned, and said, I just love the feeling of choking. Saying that, he stretched lazily in satisfaction, and muttered, I could never get tired of days like this. Never enough. Even though we took a trip to hell at the very beginning, the immortal Lord is merciful, as long as we stayed in the room. Shinminger laughed loudly. I really hope those merchants come here to redeem themselves. Yeah. When we go back, we'll even get to eat meat. Those merchants better hurry up and come. We're still waiting to open for business. Sitting here every day, just eating immortal Lord Chen's food, makes me feel uneasy. Robbing merchants? I'm more than happy to do that. The bandits laughed cheerfully, raising their wooden swords in agreement. Ganhongi shook his head helplessly, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. These bandits, although they couldn't join the militia, and still had to undergo labor reform, compared to before, when they looted everywhere and still couldn't fill their bellies. This was so much better. Rubbing his tired eyes, he continued to look in the direction of Chongqing. Every official road leading out of Chongqing, even the small paths, was guarded by bandits. And once those merchants from Chongqing came out, someone would ride a fast horse to deliver the news. It was impossible for even one to escape to another county town. Robbing merchant caravans. This was what they were best at. Moreover, they were wearing leather boots, equipped with wooden swords, and were bandits under the protection of immortal Lord Chun. They even carried cookies with them. The immortal Lord had just handed them out, saying they were easy to carry. But the most important thing was that this stuff, just like the immortal fish, could heal injuries. So even if the enemy outnumbered them 3 or 4 to 1, they wouldn't be afraid. It was just a pity that they had been staking out for so many days, and not a single caravan had shown up. Wait, someone's coming. Ganhongi narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. The person was riding a horse, getting closer and closer. Ganhongi finally got a clear look at the person on horseback. They were wearing a full set of leather armor. This meant a caravan might be passing through this official road. Brothers, get up. We've got work to do, Ganhongi said excitedly. After a bout of passion, Fan Yonggan felt hungry. He changed into a luxurious robe, walked out of the Fan family courtyard, and arrived at the Wuwei restaurant. Customer, please come inside. Fan Yonggan was led to a private booth. The restaurant's manager came personally to serve him. Master Fan, what would you like to eat today? The manager asked with a bow. I don't have much silver left. I'll just have something simple. I'll order less. Fan Yonggan pondered for a moment and said casually, bring me a pound of spiced beef, a pan-fried chicken, a plate of fermented glutinous rice, a bowl of white rice, and a pot of huaiyao wine. Right away, just as the food was served, and before Fan Yonggan could even take a few sips, the sound of a bowl shattering came from nearby. This was immediately followed by the sound of hurried footsteps rushing downstairs. The heads of the three families who had transported grain out of the city were rushing downstairs with anxious expressions. Without exception, it was obvious that all three families' grain had been robbed by bandits. Just as my wife predicted. Fan Yonggan shook his head casually, a gloating expression on his face. There are bandits everywhere outside Chongqing. How could they possibly transport it out? Good thing I didn't try to transport mine out. While feeling relieved, Fan Yonggan's heart also sank. These three families had tested the waters for them. It was truly impossible to leave Chongqing now. It seemed that at this point, if they wanted to get out, they could only rely on Wuzhan. Fan Yonggan took a sip of huaiyao wine, his eyes flickering. I'll wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, the Li City militia, led by Wei Shi, was conducting their daily drills. Chun-Li looked at the militia training before him, stroking his chin in thought. Up until now, there were about 1,000 people in Li City, including the surrounding villages that had been incorporated into their territory. There were only about 2,000 people in total. Ever since they started transporting grain to Chongqing, the population growth had almost stagnated, and the militia in front of him, aside from the previous 300 or so men, we've only added another 100 people, bringing the total to 400. Thanks to Minecraft's nearly invincible productivity. Forget just 400 men. Even 500 men could support an army of 1,000, with plenty to spare. Among the 400 men, squads of 10 will have a corporal, and companies of 100 will have a centurion. The basic requirement for selecting these leaders is that they must all be villagers with professions. Of the 4 centurions, besides Lu Ping, Chun-Li didn't really know the other 3. He was also the only centurion who wore a straw hat. The rest were butchers. It was quite jarring. On the other hand, there were more familiar faces among the corporals. The selection for the militia was strict, and bandits were not allowed to join. So the new recruits were all villagers from the newly incorporated villages. It seemed like only 100 men were added, but with the increase in the number of cows, plus the enchanted swords we seized, there was no longer a shortage of leather. These 400 men now, aside from leather chest plates, were all fully equipped with leather caps, pants, and boots, coupled with an unlimited supply of eggs and meat. They were a far cry from the scrawny figures Chun-Li saw when he first arrived. Minecraft food could restore stamina and heal injuries. This meant that weapons practice, formation drills, and physical training could be conducted repeatedly. Now, every one of them was strong and healthy, with well-developed muscles. The only fatigue they felt each day was mental, but that could be recovered with a full day's sleep. I was planning to increase the training intensity, but it looks like it's even more than I expected. Chun-Li muttered to himself. If they keep training like this, 100 of them chasing down 1,000 will be no problem at all. Young Master Chun, Jia Yuan's Wozi pulled a horse-drawn cart with a chest on it, running over in a hurry. Here are the things you asked for. I've brought them all. Jia Yuan's Wozi possessed a full set of Enchanted, master-level armor traded for with diamond shields. As for that chest, it was naturally filled with emeralds. It's time to upgrade their equipment. Thinking this, Chun-Li walked towards Wei Shi. On my command, Wei Shi's voice was loud and clear. He shouted, all units, assemble in your formations immediately. Thump, thump, thump. The training militiamen instantly stopped all their actions and assembled at top speed, awaiting young Master Chen's orders. Wei Shi knelt on one knee. In a booming voice, he commanded, and all the militiamen knelt on one knee. The sound of weapons hitting the ground rang out, converging into a heavy echo. Their faces were resolute, their eyes firm, as they looked at Chun-Li with fervent gazes. Damn, I finally. Get why the principal always gave such long speeches. Even I feel like saying a few words right now. Their synchronized movements. Their determined gazes. Chun-Li even felt an impulse to draw his diamond sword and lead this army into a charge. I'm not the principal, Chun-Li repeated silently in his mind. He took a deep breath and announced loudly, all villagers with professions, step forward and remove your armor. Yes, sir. The soldiers who stepped forward unhesitatingly took off their leather armor sets and stood their ground. The hidden equipment slot conflicts with equipped gear. Once you equip something on your body, you can't equip anything in the hidden slot. Chun-Li had specifically tested this before. It's a shame they don't stack. Otherwise, a hidden enchanted diamond set with projectile protection and an equipped leather set with blast protection. Wouldn't that be invincible? You come over here too. Chun-Li turned and instructed. Bring the chest over as well. He began trading for diamond sets and walked over to the soldiers, handing them the new gear to put on. At first, Chun-Li had considered whether he should have them upgrade from chainmail all the way to diamond sets, but he later abandoned that idea. It was unnecessary. It's best to avoid death if possible. But since they could equip diamond sets, why bother with anything else? When it was Lu Ping's turn, he took the armor with a goofy grin. He chuckled and said, Hee hee. Thank you, young Master Chun. I'll definitely go back and bash a few more bandits. Chun-Li joked back. You're a great general now. Bashing bandits is beneath you. How about you bring me back a few enemy generals sometime? Oh, I see. Lu Ping nodded with a serious expression. He had clearly taken it to heart. He smiled honestly. I understand. I'll go back and bash a few generals then, and bring them back for young Master Chun. All right, it's a deal. Chun-Li grinned. Heh. After outfitting all the villagers with professions, the ground was covered in discarded leather armor sets. Shield bearers, step forward. 5 emeralds for 1 shield. With this, the army's strength rose another significant notch. In formation, the shield wall would block ranged arrows, while the bamboo-tipped spears would handle mid-range combat. The spear formation would push forward on the front lines and counter cavalry. The equipped wooden swords were for close-quarters combat. Combined with their high-intensity training and high morale, an enemy force of 1,000 would be no cause for concern. They could even hold off 10,000 until their enchanted sets broke, giving me time to arrive and save the day. Take the leather sets back. That's all for today. Dismissed, Chun-Li said with a slight smile. Wei Shi, you stay for a moment. Zuiji, you can head back too. Chun-Li continued. Zuiji clasped his hands. Very well, young Master Chun. I'll take my leave. Only Chun-Li and Wei Shi remained. Double their salary this month, Wei Shi. Use the silver from my chest. Consider it a bonus from me. Chun-Li said calmly. Actions are always more persuasive than words. They've earned this. A few weeks later, the school was finally completed, as expected of the immortal Lord's creation. Truly a work of divine craftsmanship. Jia Tun, the academy teacher, gazed at the school from a distance, stroking his beard in admiration. The walls were made entirely of quartz blocks, which the master stonemason had acquired by trading emeralds. Each floor was 4 meters high, and there were 4 floors in total. Wooden fences lined the corridors. The school was built exactly like a modern high school. The only difference was that each floor had a water elevator on the side, made of soul sand, magma, signs, and glass. Soul sand, when placed underwater, can generate an upward column of bubbles. The resulting thrust can send things to the top of the water column. Magma does the opposite of soul sand, creating a downward water column. By utilizing the properties of these 2 blocks, one can create a water elevator, and signs can block the water from flowing out. After it was built, Chun-Li discovered that only he could use it. You can't get soaked every time you go upstairs, so he had stairs built as well. Jia Tun arrived very early. As soon as the rooster crowed, he got up and went to the school. However, to his surprise, someone had arrived even earlier than him. A whole bunch of them, in fact. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, teacher. The children all had excited looks on their faces, sporting dark circles under their eyes. They had been waiting at the entrance since early morning. Although none of them spoke, the excitement in their eyes was impossible to hide. From the looks of it, they probably hadn't slept all night. It made sense. In previous years, even getting enough to eat was a problem, let alone getting an education. Jia Tun asked with confusion. Since you're here, why don't you go inside? Dad said I have to wait for the teacher to arrive before I can go in. A child stammered in reply. My mom said the same thing. You can all go in now, Jia Tun said. The classroom he was in charge of was on the first floor, at the very end. Inside each room, glowstone was suspended from the ceiling, serving as a light source. The desks and chairs were made by the carpenter. Next to the teacher's podium was a stack of books. The 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, 1,000-character classic, and the wise man's anthology. They were all elementary reading materials. As for the standards for being a good pupil, Chun-Li had asked Miao Jiming, but he didn't have it. That book was likely a product of the Qing dynasty. He could only give up on it. Ink, brushes, and paper had to be provided by the students themselves. But for the people of Li City, and even the villagers from the surrounding areas, this was not a major burden. On the contrary, this small expense was nothing compared to the opportunity for their children to study. Furthermore, this was a decree from the immortal Lord. Every child had to be educated. So, even if they were reluctant to spend the money, some villagers only hesitated for a moment before sending their children over. The moment Jia Tun entered, the children couldn't hold back any longer and rushed wildly into the classroom. Seeing this, Jia Tun frowned slightly, but his expression relaxed a moment later. Without learning etiquette, one cannot establish oneself. But their excitement is understandable. I just don't know if these children will be able to absorb what they learn. However, there were 2 who were different. Thinking this, Jia Tun glanced imperceptibly at the doorway. Those 2 stood quietly at the entrance, waiting for the other children to squeeze through. One of the last 2 was a strange one. Jia Tun was all too familiar with him. In fact, everyone in Li City was familiar with him. It was none other than Immortal Lord Chen's attendant, Goshing. I never would have thought. Goshing, who serves Immortal Lord Chun, is destined for godhood in the future. And as his first teacher, at the very least, I'll be able to leave my mark in the history books. At this thought, Jia Tun's calm face flashed with a hint of excitement. As for the other one, it was a girl. Although he had never seen her before, she wore a pink flower in her hair. Both boys and girls could attend the school. It was a bit hard to accept, but who could argue? It was Immortal Lord Chen's decree. Jia Tun would naturally treat them all equally. The seats were almost full, except for one very strange empty spot. It was in the last row. The chair and desk were both oversized. Perhaps they were placed there by mistake. Seeing that there was still some time, Jia Tun decided to lead the children in a morning reading session. He had them take out the 100 family surnames. Its content was relatively simple, mainly for character recognition. Before long, the sound of cheerful reading filled the classroom. Rumble. A slight tremor came from the ground. Jia Tun signaled for the children to stop. Is the earth dragon turning over? Coincidentally, as the reading stopped, a crisp sound was heard from outside the door. It sounded like the clang of metal, and the tremor stopped. Light footsteps approached the door, followed by a knock. Jia Tun frowned slightly, a look of displeasure on his face. Why is someone arriving so late? Not even cherishing the opportunity to study. They'll never amount to anything. Come in, Jia Tun said, shaking his head. All right. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Wait, it's Immortal Lord Chun. Jia Tun shot to his feet, staring in disbelief at the person who had arrived. Good morning, young Master Chun. Mr. Jia, I'm here to bring Taishan to school, Chun-Li said, then called out behind him. Hurry up and come over. Taishan, on second thought, you should probably walk a little slower and be quieter. After Taishan bent down to enter the door, Chun-Li said, Mr. Jia, I'll be leaving my Taishan in your care. Chun-Li added, no trouble at all. Jia Tun waved his hands repeatedly. He said, no wonder. That seat was reserved for the Divine General. My goodness, Taishan. I'm also the first teacher to the Divine General. How could such a wonderful thing happen in this world? Jia Tun was overjoyed. After dropping Taishan off at school, Chun-Li slowly walked out, listening to the familiar sounds of morning reading. A smile appeared on his face. Food is the first necessity of the people. Now that there's no shortage of food, the next priorities are medicine and education. These two are fundamental. For medicine, we have traditional Chinese medicine as a supplement, with milk as the primary solution. There's no illness it can't cure. At least, so far. Milk has never failed. As for education, a person's values and character can be shaped with the help of people like Jiming, Wei Shi, and Song Yingxing. And with the manifestations, the school in the Nether is also built. I still haven't finished exploring the area. It's time to go to the Nether to look for the little blackies and their ender pearls. As for Chung, before I'm exposed, I should go take a look. Chun-Li muttered to himself. According to Jiming, it's not yet time for Chung. Incorporating it into my domain will require a catalyst, but that's not something I should be worrying about. Chun-Li shrugged nonchalantly. He was just an ordinary person. He didn't have the brains for it. Why waste effort thinking about catalysts? Finding more people to work for him was the real priority. He knew the stories of Xiang Yu and Lu Bang. After all, Time to go to the Nether and find the little blackies. In a hidden farmhouse, the lamps were brightly lit. Wang Er of Baishui and Zheng Yanfu were secretly plotting their next move. Zhong Guangdao stood quietly to the side, listening. Our men have been assembled, Wang Er of Baishui said in a low voice. But we have a problem now. We need to decide which county town to attack. Zheng Yanfu unfolded a crude map, pointing to the locations of several county towns on it. After a long period of contemplation, he spoke. Brother Wang Er, considering the number of defenders, geographical location, and the amount of grain in the towns, these few are the most suitable. Wang Er of Baishui stared at the map, his brow furrowed. They all seem decent. But we can't act rashly. We need to determine the most suitable one. Brother Zhong, what do you think? The two of them turned their gazes to Zhong Guangdao. Among the three, he was the only one with some education, and he was their current strategist. Brother Zhong, ever since we left Changcheng, you've been in this state, all restless and distracted. Is something on your mind? Zheng Yanfu asked. It's nothing. It's probably because I've left my hometown. I'm just not used to it. Zhong Guangdao glanced at Wang Er and said nonchalantly, Let me see. He stared at the map, his gaze finally settling on the location of Yijuan County. How about Yijuan County? It may not be the best, but its geographical location is advantageous for us, and the city has ample grain supplies. The county magistrate there is another fool like Zhang Yaokai. If we can take it, it will be a great boost to morale in our subsequent actions. Moreover, after taking this county town, we can continue north to Luochuan County and Baishui. After hearing this, Wang Er lightly tapped his fist on the table, pondering the proposal. Yijuan County. All right, let's go with that one. But how should we attack it? A direct assault would likely result in heavy losses. Zhong Guangdao smiled faintly, as if he had already prepared for this. We can first send people to infiltrate the city, find out their real strength, and launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. As long as we can quickly secure the city gates, we can coordinate from the inside and outside, and greatly reduce our casualties. All right, Brother Zhong, we'll do as you say. We'll attack Yiju County immediately. Wang Er made up his mind. After discussing their next move, the three of them relaxed. Zheng Yanfu remembered something, and said with a smile, Right. Speaking of Chongqing, I heard that after we left, that idiot Wu Zhen suddenly found his conscience, and has been wiping out bandits every day. Good thing we left early. As if Wu Zhen actually found his conscience. Zhong Guangdao looked up, hesitating to speak. He glanced at Wang Er. Wang Er was looking at him with a half-smile. Helpless, Zhong Guangdao could only swallow his words. Sigh. Meanwhile, in the Nether, Chun-Li held a warped fungus on a stick, sitting on a strider, wandering across the lava sea. Of course, he didn't have one originally, and could only walk slowly through the Nether on foot. But as luck would have it, a strider jockey spawned nearby. Striders are a type of friendly, rideable mob in the Nether. They are immune to fire damage and magma blocks, and can walk on lava without getting hurt. A strider jockey is a zombified Piglin riding on top of a strider. These striders come with a saddle equipped. Seeing Chun-Li walking on foot in the Nether, that zombified Piglin felt very sympathetic, so it gifted the strider to him. On top of that, knowing Chun-Li was short on gold, it generously gave him 2 gold nuggets. There really are a lot of good people out there, he thought. Striders can be bred by feeding them warped fungus, which means they can also be guided by it. Holding the warped fungus on a stick, Chun-Li steered the strider's direction. He muttered to himself, Why is there no sign of a warped forest? Of the 5 biomes in the Nether, Nether Wastes, Soul Sand Valley, and Crimson Forest were all within his range. Currently, only the warped forest and basalt deltas were nowhere to be seen. And the warped forest is exactly where Endermen naturally spawn. To find this warped forest, Chun-Li even went outside his territory's range. He had tested it before. The time limit had already reached 1 day. However, he didn't dare to go too far, and just wandered around the edge of his range. Forget it, looks like I won't find it. Chun-Li sighed helplessly. Getting ender pearls from Endermen was a dead end. I'll just trade with the piglins. Although the drop rate is a bit low, at least he could barter for them. In that case, he probably didn't have enough gold ingots. I'll go ashore and farm some gold nuggets first. Chun-Li stared at the Nether Wastes, which were swarming with zombified piglins. Deep in thought, steering the strider, he reached the shore. Chun-Li placed blocks around it to prevent it from running away. Then he walked over, placed a crafting table, and made a furnace. He casually grabbed a bucket of lava for fuel, and threw all the Nether gold, or he had mined along the way, into it. Then he ran toward the zombified piglins. The piglins he encountered along the way glanced at him, then walked away, uninterested. Piglins are hostile by default, but if you equip any piece of gold armor, they won't attack you. Right now, he was outside his territory, and Chun-Li had used the gold he mined earlier to craft golden boots and put them on. Crafting golden boots cost less gold, and his other armor slots were filled with diamond armor. Swapping those for gold armor would be a huge loss. He walked to the center of the zombified Piglin gathering. Chun-Li built a 3-meter-high pillar of blocks and walled himself in with cobblestone, leaving only a single opening. This was to prevent a ghast from knocking him down. Falling into a pile of zombified piglins would be certain death. It was always better to be safe than sorry. After confirming his preparations were complete, Chun-Li took out his bow and arrow. He fired 3 arrows at the nearest zombified piglin. The first 2 missed. The last one finally hit. Thanks to his previous target practice with ghasts, his accuracy had improved. At least now he wouldn't miss every shot after firing for a long time. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction. The moment that zombified piglin was hit, all the zombified piglins in the surrounding area swarmed over, crowding around the base of his pillar. Zombified piglins are neutral by default, but once one is attacked, all zombified piglins within a certain range will become hostile towards the attacker. Looking at the dozen or so of them crowded below, Chun-Li wasn't flustered in the slightest. He took out his diamond sword, enchanted with looting and smite, and began hacking away at the crowd below. Thanks to the villager trading system, even though Chun-Li hadn't seen a single diamond yet, he already possessed a full set of enchanted diamond armor and diamond tools. The extra damage from smite allowed Chun-Li to clear out all the zombified piglins. In a short amount of time, the looting enchantment greatly increased the amount of gold dropped. The ground was littered with gold nuggets and rotten flesh. There were also a few gold ingots scattered about, and some golden swords. Too easy. Even if another 10,000 came, it would be a piece of cake. Chun-Li twirled his sword with a flourish and picked up all the gold nuggets on the ground. 37 gold nuggets, 1 gold ingot, and 2 golden swords. 9 gold nuggets make 1 gold ingot. This one run yielded almost 5 gold ingots. Looks like being a miner has no future. Grinding mobs with the looting enchantment is the way to go. Isn't this so much better than mining? Chun-Li sighed with heartfelt emotion. Song Yingxing is truly my lucky star. Once he's done with the basic equipment, like paper making, brewing, and so on, he can also go teach and develop technology. If only I could split him into multiple people. Of course, that was just a thought. Pushing the idea out of his mind, Chun-Li used the same method to kill several more groups of zombified piglins, gathering a full stack of gold ingots. A stack is 64. That should be enough. I refuse to believe that a full stack won't get me a single ender pearl. Chun-Li dug a pit, planning to lure the piglins into it. Pushing piglins is a hassle. One wrong move, and they'll run several meters away. But that's in the game. Chun-Li picked up a piglin, letting its legs flail in the air, and simply tossed it in. You like to move, huh? After getting about 4 of them in there, Chun-Li threw all the gold ingots from his inventory into the pit. A piglin picks up a gold ingot. The piglin begins to examine it. The piglins would only pick up 1 gold ingot at a time, and would stare at it for a while. This was why Chun-Li had trapped several of them. When the piglins stopped picking up gold ingots, Chun-Li jumped into the pit and collected all the traded items into his inventory. 2 stacks and 8 gravel, 35 iron ingots, 9 string, 9 obsidian, 15 blackstone, 8 nether quartz, 19 nether bricks, 26 soul sand, 30 glowstone dust, 3 fire charges, 17 leather, 1 potion of fire resistance, 1 splash potion of fire resistance, 8 crying obsidian. And as for the ender pearls that Chun-Li had been longing for, he only got 2. Just 2. A whole stack of gold ingots. The probability is low, but it shouldn't be this bad. What kind of rotten luck do I have? Fishing only gets me junk, that's one thing. But even trading with piglins is like this? This is unscientific. Chun-Li felt a knot in his chest. 2 ender pearls for him and Goshing. 1 for each to get to Chongqing. It's just enough for Chongqing. But what about getting back? I'd better not let these ender pearls leave my domain. If something goes wrong outside, that would be a huge problem. I have to farm a few more. Chun-Li returned to the crafting table, planning to make a chest first, to store the things he was carrying, to make room for all this junk. Chun-Li had even thrown away some boats. He opened the crafting table. In the crafting recipe list on the left, an item that looked very similar to a composter, but was entirely purple, caught Chun-Li's attention. He focused his gaze on it. The name of the block appeared. Shulker box. The garrison soldiers escorted the bandits deeper into the territory. The bandits' clothes were tattered, clearly the result of a fierce battle. The leader, Gao Feiguang, said to the bandits, "Once we get there, behave yourselves. You'll suffer less that way." Understood. Most of the bandits lowered their heads in silence. Only a few troublemakers cursed loudly, their foul language covering generations of ancestors. Since the grain distribution began, the local bandits had basically disappeared. After all, they rebelled just to get a meal. But while the local bandits were gone, bandits from other regions would occasionally flee here. The outside world was chaotic these days anyway. Only Chengsheng could be considered peaceful. But that was because Wu Zhen was out catching bandits every day. His reputation was so great that the major players didn't dare to come. Only these small fries who didn't know any better dared to run towards Chengsheng. Just then, the cursing suddenly stopped. Gao Feiguang knew they had arrived. A wall so high it couldn't have been built by human hands. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels as illusory and unreal as a dream. He thought to himself, and began to talk with the soldier guarding the gate in the high wall. "Huh? Why don't I see Inspector Wu?" the soldier asked with confusion. Gao Feiguang replied, "These days, the number of bandits has increased. Lord Wu is still out there fighting them. He was the only one who had returned to the garrison because of his younger brother. After that experiment by immortal Lord Chun, they were comrades in misery." Gao Feiguang naturally became Wu Zhen's confidant. That experiment had left his face scarred. Even now, he was reluctant to think back on it. But Gao Feiguang didn't hate immortal Lord Chun. Quite the opposite. He deeply respected him. His younger brother had food to eat and could eat his fill. He also had food to eat. It was that simple. After a few simple questions, the militia guards let Gao Feiguang in. Why aren't they even wearing leather armor anymore? Looking at the normally dressed gate guards, Gao Feiguang was a little curious. But in the end, he didn't ask. Once inside the walls, the bandits fell silent. Gao Feiguang was happy for the peace and quiet. He escorted the bandits to the entrance of the primitive prison. That guy's nickname is King Bilong. He's their leader, the most ruthless one of the bunch. He cut down several of our brothers. Gao Feiguang pointed them out one by one. "These guys." The soldier in front of the prison gate nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, Gao Feiguang left. His only responsibility was to deliver the people to the prison. The rest was not his concern. King Bilong and the others were escorted into the prison. As soon as they entered, King Bilong was a bit stunned. This prison was very strange. The prisoners weren't locked in individual iron cells, but were all in one large room. And surprisingly, there were very few people inside. "Go find out what the hell is going on in this place," King Bilong ordered his subordinate. The subordinate acknowledged the order. Before long, they had a rough idea of what was going on. The other people in the prison had all gone to do labor reform. More importantly, they knew that the place they were about to go to was the Nether. "I don't want to go to the Nether." "Me neither," the bandits chattered amongst themselves. King Bilong didn't want to go either. His eyes flickered. He sent away the men who followed him, leaving only a few trusted confidants. He glanced left and right a few times, and after confirming no one was nearby, he finally spoke. "I'm planning a prison break." King Bilong was concise. He continued, "You all saw it on the way here. This Nether is most likely real. I don't want to suffer that fate. But can we really escape?" King Bilong whispered, "We have to try. I've looked at that wall. Although we can't climb over it, I figured out how to open the iron gate. And even though that leather armor is said to be protective, for some reason, the guards at the gate weren't wearing it. This is our chance. When the time comes, we'll..." Before they could finish their discussion, the iron gate suddenly opened. It startled King Bilong. He turned his head to look at the doorway. The soldier who had brought them in earlier walked over to King Bilong with a blank expression, grabbed him by both arms, and let him out. "Where are you taking me?" King Bilong was terrified. He shouted, but the guard said, "Be quiet. You'll know when you get there." The remaining men were at a loss. TCH, what an unlucky bastard. It's his first day here, and he's already been picked. His luck is really something else. A bandit from the previous batch said, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" King Bilong's underling quickly asked. "Under normal circumstances, the procedure is to first enter the Nether. Then, those who have committed lesser evils will undergo labor reform. If you've committed serious crimes, you might be taken away like this." The man continued. "Taken away to be killed? He won't come back. He won't lose a single hair. But it's worse than death. You'll see when he comes back." Hearing this, they couldn't help but start to worry. They waited anxiously. Half a day passed. Finally, the door opened again. King Bilong was brought back in, looking as if his soul had left his body. He was brought back in. Boss. His underlings rushed over to him. Boss, what happened to you? No matter how they asked. King Bilong just shook his head, not saying a word. So, boss, are we still breaking out or not? No. No more breaking out. Hearing this, King Bilong shuddered, shaking his head like a drum. You guys stay away from me for a bit. Let me be alone. King Bilong said wearily. His underlings looked at each other, nodded, and tactfully walked away. King Bilong found a spot and squatted down, hugging his knees, and buried his head. He kept muttering to himself. 4 times, a full 4 times. Fan family residence. Fan Yongan paced around anxiously. What's the situation? Is the official still holding out? His confidant said cautiously. Fan Yongan cursed. Damn it. How long has it been? Isn't he almost out? The confidant shut his mouth, lowering his head, not daring to look at the fuming Fan Yongan. Just then, another person entered. A house servant whispered, Master. The steward from the Ding family has sent a message. He says that Master Ding would like to invite you, Master, to the Ding residence tomorrow for a gathering, to discuss the matter of Inspector Wu. The Ding family. Fan Yongan muttered. Finally can't wait any longer. They should have invited Inspector Wu long ago. Why did they have to drag it out until now? 3 days later, Wu Zhen, who had been out suppressing bandits, returned to the inspectorate office. He took off his armor and collapsed into a chair. Someone, bring me wine. A servant brought over a jug of rice wine and a small bowl, placing them respectfully on the table. He opened the lid of the jug. Why would Wu Zhen need a bowl? He held the jug by the opening and poured it straight into his mouth. The overflowing wine trickled down his neck and onto his chest. In a matter of moments, the entire jug of wine was in his stomach. Huh, refreshing. Wu Zhen casually wiped his mouth and flicked his hand to the side. He glanced at the standing Gao Feiguang and grinned. What are you standing there for? Sit. Have a few drinks with me. As you command. Gao Feiguang cupped his hands and sat down beside Wu Zhen. Pour it yourself. I don't have a free hand. Wu Zhen grabbed a new jug of wine and began to drink, glug, glug. Drink. They drank in silence. Everything was understood without words. After drinking a lot, both of their faces turned red. Wu Zhen held the jug, swaying it. He stared at the sloshing wine inside, muttering, King Bilong, Little Red Wolf, Flying Mountain Tiger. He listed over a dozen nicknames. Finally, he sighed. These days, the bandits are getting more numerous by the day. Yes, there are uprisings everywhere. They can't be suppressed at all. And that governor whose brain was kicked by a donkey, he still thinks that after the autumn harvest, these rebellious peasants will disband and go home. Gao Feiguang sneered. How is that possible? They've already become bandits. How can they go back? They're just letting it be, letting those bandits plunder as they please. That so-called one-word heavenly king. He's become a real force now. Under him, Zhuijin Liang, Buzhanni, Hun, Tianwang. He has dozens of minor leaders. His numbers have grown to 3,000, or even more. Wu Zhen said in a muffled voice. Fortunately, none of them have come to Chengcheng. Perhaps they're afraid of your reputation, my lord. Gao Feiguang couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knows now that Chengcheng has a Lord Wu. None of those bandits dare to come. I know what kind of person I am. I'm crystal clear about it. I'm just basking in immortal Lord Chen's glory. He was afraid of death, especially after learning that the Nether really existed. He became even more afraid. Immortal Lord Chen wasn't joking with him. If he said he'd become an animal, he'd really become an animal. If it weren't for the fact that suppressing bandits was also a good deed, and it was his duty, so he had to go, he would rather hide in the city and slowly accumulate good karma. Wu Zhen laughed self-deprecatingly, then added, but even if they dare to come, they won't be able to return. No matter how many of them there are. I can't beat them myself, but I can run away and then ask for help. With the immortal Lord, even if you have 100,000 men, they'll all be wiped out. What about Wang Er? Any news on his whereabouts? He then asked. Still no news of Wang Er and his men. They might be dead for all we know. Gao Feiguang shook his head. He frowned and said, My lord, why are you so concerned about Wang Er? Hasn't the imperial court stopped asking about it? We're fine this time. But whether there will be a next time, no one can say for sure. Wu Zhen said thoughtfully. Wang Er's rebellion in Chengcheng is always a thorn in our side. Who knows when he'll strike again? But everything else is fine. Fortunately, I'm in Chengcheng. Wu Zhen smiled in relief and said slowly, even if the sky falls in other places, it won't fall here. Lord Inspector, a shout came from the door, interrupted while drinking. Wu Zhen frowned. He was already a bit tipsy, and his anger flared up instantly. He glared fiercely at the clerk, just as he was about to throw his wine jug at him and curse him out. Gao Feiguang quickly spoke up to stop him. My lord. Oh crap. Wu Zhen sobered up instantly. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and hurriedly put down the wine jug. He let out a long sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. His previous efforts were almost wasted. He glanced at Gao Feiguang gratefully and nodded in thanks. Speak. What happened? Wu Zhen forced a smile and asked. Witnessing Wu Zhen's face change faster than a Sichuan opera performer, the clerk said tremblingly. Fan Yong'an from the Fan family. Says he has urgent business with you, my lord. Fan Yong'an. Wu Zhen muttered. What does he want with me? Whatever, he's a dead man walking. Fighting against immortal Lord Chun? What an idiot. He didn't want to spend any time with this guy. If immortal Lord Chun misunderstood and thought they were together, that would be a huge disaster. He waved his hand and said, I'm not seeing him. Tell him to get lost. Tell him to go cool off somewhere else. The clerk was a bit at a loss. He stood there, gathering his courage, and said, My lord, what if it's something important? I think maybe you should see him. Wu Zhen gave a half-smile. What? Did you take his money? I didn't. The clerk hurriedly said. If you took it, you took it. You still want to lie to me? Wu Zhen snorted coldly, his eyes flashing. Do you think my temper has gotten better? So you can just manipulate me now? Who gave you the nerve to give me suggestions? The clerk's face turned pale. He hurriedly knelt down and apologized profusely. Forget it, let him in. Wu Zhen said in a deep voice. Go get your punishment later. Remember, some money you can take. But some money you absolutely cannot. Especially money from these merchants. Yes. The clerk felt relieved and hurriedly fled the room. He brought Fan Yong'an in. Greetings, Lord Inspector. Fan Yong'an cupped his hands. If you have something to say, spit it out. If you have to fart, let it rip. Can't you see I'm drinking? Wu Zhen gave him a side-eye, glancing at Fan Yong'an, and said grumpily. Fan Yong'an's expression didn't change. He said slowly, It's not very peaceful outside the city. Our families would like to ask the Lord Inspector to escort us out of the city. Ask me? Wu Zhen choked on his wine, looking at Fan Yong'an in astonishment. Naturally, we won't let you do it for free. Our families have prepared 500 taels of silver. Fan Yong'an looked sincere, as he said, As long as you give the word, my lord. All this silver is yours. And this is just the deposit. Once the job is done, we will gift you another 1,000 taels of silver. 500 taels of silver for free. There's such a good deal. Let me think about it. Wu Zhen raised his chin, looking hesitant. You also know there are a lot of bandits these days. If I don't go out to wipe out bandits for a few days, the commoners outside the city will suffer. I can't bear to see that happen. You'll have to add more. Inspector General, your concern for the people is admirable. Fan Yong'an had expected this. He smiled broadly and said, We will give another 100 taels of silver. To you, my lord. To be used for comforting the people. Well, you know, my soldiers have just returned from fighting bandits. They haven't had a good rest yet. To ask them to help with the escort, I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate. 100 taels of silver. And also, Inspector General. Fan Yong'an quickly interrupted. He said with a serious expression, Fine. Can't squeeze out any more. All right, let's do it then. Wu Zhen said breezily, 700 taels of silver for one trip isn't bad. Do you have a specific plan? Wu Zhen asked with a smile. I need to know the details so I can cooperate, right? Well, Fan Yong'an's face showed hesitation. What? You don't want to tell me? Afraid I'll leak the secret? Since you don't trust me, then why the hell should I escort you? Wu Zhen sneered. He frowned and said, Are you asking me for a favor? Or am I asking you? Stop dawdling. If you're not going to talk, then get the hell out of here. Hurry up and get lost. You crude man. So much trouble just to take some silver. Fan Yong'an felt a tightness in his chest. He even wanted to turn around and leave. But unfortunately, this was something only Wu Zhen could do. It's not worth arguing with a crude warrior like him. His expression remained unchanged. He quickly bowed and said, Of course we trust you, Inspector General. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to you. It's just. Fan Yong'an looked towards Gao Feiguang. It's fine as long as I trust him. Don't you worry about it, Wu Zhen said. All right. Fan Yong'an reluctantly revealed the entire plan. Tomorrow, at Shulker, please dispatch 3 teams of men, Inspector General. The first team will escort a merchant caravan out of the north gate. Half an incense sticks time later. The second team will exit from the west gate. Inspector General, you will personally lead the charge, escorting another group out of the south gate. The last team will exit from the east gate at the same time. Wu Zhen asked in detail. So you want to use 3 merchant caravans as bait to deceive everyone, when in fact, they're escorting nothing at all. After luring the Liu family's bandits over, you'll then leave with the real goods. What a brilliant plan. Wu Zhen pretended to praise him. Testing the waters. If I'm not mistaken, the real grain is with the other two teams, right? The one I'm escorting is also a fake. Fan Yong'an heard Wu Zhen trying to get information out of him, but he didn't care. He said calmly, Inspector General, you've guessed wrong. The one you're escorting is fully loaded. Only when you personally transport it. Can we rest assured? Good. If it's with me, I can rest assured too. But splitting into 3 teams. I'm afraid we might not have enough men. Wu Zhen added. Fan Yong'an's eyes flickered. He said, Inspector General, you don't need to worry. We will hire some mercenaries. To make it look real. They won't be able to tell the difference. Good, good. It seems you've thought of everything. Wu Zhen chuckled. Don't worry. This grain, I will make sure it arrives unscathed. At its intended destination. I accept this task. Thank you, Inspector General. Fan Yong'an's face lit up with a smile. He said, My lord, if this grain is sold, aside from the initial silver, we will give you 10% of the profits, my lord. 10% of the profits. If it weren't to ensure Wu Zhen took this seriously, and didn't just take the silver and do nothing, he really wouldn't have wanted to offer it. It pained Fan Yong'an's heart to part with it. He secretly glanced at Wu Zhen, but found that he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. There was no reaction at all. He's just a crude man, after all. He probably doesn't know how much 10% of the profit is. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back. Wu Zhen said without hesitation. Come back here tomorrow to find me. Yes, this humble servant will take his leave. The silver will be sent to you shortly, my lord. Fan Yong'an said respectfully, then retreated to the door and left. Finally, I can get rid of all that hoarded grain. Ha! After Fan Yong'an was out of sight, Wu Zhen's eyes crinkled with laughter. He tapped his fingers on the table. Behind him, Gao Feiguang was also grinning from ear to ear. I really don't know what they were thinking. Actually asking us to escort it. Isn't that like feeding a meat bun to a dog? There are so many bandits. The people in the city don't dare to leave. And no one who went to Li City has come back. The news is blocked. They have no source of information, so of course they wouldn't know. Wu Zhen laughed heartily. You remember everything I just said, right? Gao Feiguang said as if it were a matter of course. I remember it all. Send someone to Li City with a message. I'll transport that grain to Li City myself. Wu Zhen continued. 10% interest? Are they trying to bribe a beggar? We'll take 100%. Didn't they ask us to escort it? We'll personally deliver this grain to immortal Lord Chun. Won't we be exposed then? Gao Feiguang asked with a sigh. Exposed is exposed. It's time to pick a side. We need to let those sons of bitches know that I, Wu Zhen, am immortal Lord Chen's loyal dog. Besides, with this grain being robbed, we'd be suspected sooner or later anyway. Wu Zhen said decisively. And everything immortal Lord Chen has been doing in Changxing. Isn't it just to piss off these Shangxi merchants? We'll just add more fuel to the fire. Those treacherous merchants will be furious. Gao Feiguang said with a smile. Wu Zhen smacked his lips with satisfaction. Tisk, tsk, tsk. If it were me, I'd be so angry I'd cough up blood. It would be best if these treacherous merchants were angered to death. Then I'd have done a good deed. And helped immortal Lord Chun. Right, and I got 700 taels of silver for free. This is a win-win-win situation. Right, that's 700 taels of silver. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment. A flash of pain in his eyes. He closed his eyes and said word by word, Isn't the garrison's salary still in arrears? When that silver is delivered, take it all and pay them. Don't let me see it. It'll just be an eyesore. Yes, my lord. A few days later, Fan family residence. Fan Yong'an drank his tea restlessly, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand from time to time. It's been days. Why is there still no news? Wu Zhen hasn't come back either. Could it be that even Wu Zhen couldn't handle them? Maybe they were delayed on the road. Fan Yong'an had a vague, uneasy feeling. My lord, the confidant in charge of delivering the grain rushed in. His clothes were a mess, covered in scratches. Fan Yong'an sat up straight, stopping his hand that was fiddling with the prayer beads. He stared intently at his confidant, took a deep breath, and said with a blank expression, Speak. What happened? It was all robbed. The confidant said with a mournful face. He said in a low voice, How is that possible? Fan Yong'an's face instantly turned pale. His eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. He muttered to himself, Impossible. That shipment was escorted by Wu Zhen. How could something have gone wrong? It shouldn't have. My lord, that Wu Zhen is in league with that group of bandits. The confidant said in a shrill voice. That grain was escorted all the way by Wu Zhen. right into the hands of the bandits. Boom. It felt like his brain was struck by lightning. Fan Yong'an's mind buzzed. How could this be? His hand trembled as he pointed at Qingxin, his lips quivering. Then how did you get back? Wu Zhen let us go. Qingxin stammered. He said he wanted me to bring you a message, master. What message? Tell me. Fan Yong'an's body swayed slightly. Qingxin hesitated, afraid to speak. Fan Yong'an squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. He said, 10% is too little. He wants it all. Qingxin said with a miserable face. He also said thank you for the gift you prepared for him, master. Fan Yong'an's breathing grew heavy, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. His face twisted in agony. Father, this is bad. Master Ding is here. A servant ran in hurriedly from the door, shouting in a panic. The masters of the Gu and Yu families are here too. Fan Yong'an, get your ass out here. Listening to the shouts of the other families outside the courtyard, Fan Yong'an felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body began to sway. He tried hard to steady himself, but the successive shocks made him feel waves of dizziness. The world began to spin, and the voices became distant and blurry. He couldn't hold on any longer. His hands dropped weakly. His knees gave out, and he fainted from sheer anger. His prayer beads fell to the ground, the string snapping, and the beads scattering everywhere. Somebody, quick, get a doctor. The master has fainted. Husband, what's wrong? Quick, get a doctor. In his lingering consciousness, Fan Yong'an heard the anxious shouts around him. His last remaining thought left him with only one obsession. Wu Zhen, I will kill him. At all costs. In the large courtyard, Fan Yong'an sat amidst a mountain of silver. The silver bars collapsed with his movements, making a pleasant clinking sound. Silver. My silver. Fan Yong'an held the shiny silver bars in his hands. With every piece he counted, joy and satisfaction surged in his heart. Give it here. Wu Zhen suddenly appeared with a hideous smile and snatched the silver from Fan Yong'an's hands. Then, with a swift kick, he kicked Fan Yong'an off the mountain of silver. Bullshit, it's yours. It's all fucking mine. No. Fan Yong'an suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up like a spring, panting heavily. Husband, you're awake. Lady Wang, who had accidentally fallen asleep by the bed, was startled awake. A flash of joy appeared in her eyes. She quickly sat up straight. Husband, wait a moment. I'll get your medicine right away. The awakened Fan Yong'an felt a splitting headache. He looked around and found himself lying in bed. Sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. His memory was shrouded in fog, with only scattered fragments surfacing. But as time passed, Fan Yong'an completely sobered up. The painful memories flooded back into his mind like a tidal wave. His face instantly turned ashen. He clenched his hands into fists, his nails almost digging into the flesh of his palms. Gone. It's all gone. Wu Zhen. Fan Yong'an closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, his gaze having regained some of its sharp calmness. Lady Wang carried the medicine and walked in carefully. She helped Fan Yong'an lean against the headboard, scooped up a spoonful of medicine, and blew on it. She fed it to Fan Yong'an. Husband, this medicine was prescribed by Dr. Wang. He said you were overcome by anger and your qi and blood were in turmoil. A few days of recuperation and you'll be fine. How long was I asleep? Fan Yong'an opened his mouth and drank the medicine. His eyes flickered as he asked. Lady Wang said, 1 day. It's about Shulker now. What about those old fools? If I remember correctly, they should have all come, right? What did they say? Fan Yong'an asked with a blank expression. They said this idea was our proposal. Now that something has gone wrong, we naturally have to bear the responsibility. They want us to compensate them for their losses. Lady Wang replied. Then she lowered her eyes and shed tears. She blamed herself. Husband, it's all my fault. Who would have thought that Wu Zhen, who was clearly suppressing bandits, was secretly in cahoots with them? Fan Yong'an frowned, his gaze cold. He hesitated for a moment and said, yes. Who would have thought? Wu Zhen, giving up his good official position to get involved with bandits. It's clearly a losing proposition. What was Wu Zhen thinking? How could he do such a thing? I don't know what he's after. This group of bandits is just a grasshopper in autumn. They won't be around for long. Could it be that he thinks that old, muddle-headed governor can suppress things forever? Fan Yong'an said with a blank expression. Once the court's people arrive, his official career will be over. Wouldn't it be better to just enjoy his ill-gotten gains? Perhaps this Wu Zhen also believes in that so-called young Master Chun. Lady Wang muttered. Otherwise, his personality wouldn't have changed so drastically. Could it be? Fan Yong'an said. Perhaps, my lady. Fan Yong'an turned his head. He said seriously, I know you like to go to the city god temple, to burn incense and pray to the Buddha. But you must never get involved with these cults. Their followers are all insane. I understand, husband, Lady Wong said with a smile. Fan Yong'an nodded and frowned. He finished the medicine. So bitter. My lady, bring me something sweet. There's no more sugar in the house. Lady Wong hesitated and said with a bitter smile. And we're almost out of silver. So I didn't have the servants buy any. How is that possible? All the silver is gone just like that. Fan Yong'an's heart sank. He looked up sharply, seeing that Lady Wong wasn't joking. His mouth hung half open. The words were frozen in his throat. Wait, let me think. The flower was robbed, and I gave the robbers a sum of silver. To rob me. It's all gone. Even though Fan Yong'an was usually calm and composed, at this moment, he felt a little breathless. Just as he was forcing himself to calm down from the shock and trying to sort out his thoughts, Fan Yong'an's confidant walked quickly into the room. As soon as the confidant entered, he felt the heavy atmosphere in the room, seeing the lingering pallor on the merchant's face and the anxiety in his eyes. The confidant cupped his hands and glanced at Fan Yong'an with some hesitation. His voice carried a hint of concern. My lord, are you all right? Fan Yong'an took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound firm. I'm fine. You're looking for me for something important. My lord, after you passed out. This humble servant immediately went outside the city to gather information. The confidant nodded in agreement. His face was serious. About those bandits. I know very little. They're tight-lipped. Even those they hired to build roads know nothing. As for Wu Zhan, I heard that after Wang Er's rebellion, Wu Zhan went to arrest him. A few days later, the garrison soldiers who returned all said that Wu Zhan was killed by a white monster. Unexpectedly, not long after, that Wu Zhan returned, and the matter was dropped. The confidant said cautiously. It seems that after that incident, this Wu Zhan's personality changed. He started suppressing bandits every day. A white monster? Could it be that so-called young Master Chen's white tiger? Fan Yong'an thought. My lord, do you remember Wang Er of Baishui? The confidant asked tentatively. Fan Yong'an nodded. The confidant lowered his voice and said, Yijuan County was breached by Wang Er of Baishui and his men a month ago. The magistrate of Yijuan was killed. Wang Er and his men released the prisoners and then went north to Mount Huanglong. Fan Yong'an was stunned. Then it dawned on him. A smile appeared on his tense face. His eyes flickered. He muttered to himself. The Wang Er that Wu Zhan let escape not only broke through Changqing and killed Zhang Yaokai, but also breached Yijuan County, killed the magistrate there, and released the prisoners. The heavens are helping me, Fan Yong'an said impatiently. Tianyin, prepare the brush and ink for me. Husband, what are you going to do? Lady Wang asked quickly. That governor, Hu Yinyin, has forbidden all prefectures and counties from reporting rebellions. But with bandits rising up everywhere, he must be holding in a lot of anger. He's just looking for a place to vent it. Fan Yong'an's eyes stared sharply ahead, as if he could see his plan succeeding. This Wu Zhan and the Changqing magistrate are on good terms. I can't do anything to them. But the governor, that's a different story. But husband, if Wu Zhan is gone from Changqing, it won't be as peaceful as it is now. And we don't have enough silver. Lady Wang tried to dissuade him. Let's wait a little longer. The court will eventually take care of it. No, by the time the court discovers the situation in Shaanxi, who knows how long it will take? It's too long, Fan Yong'an said with red eyes. If Wu Zhan is gone, there will naturally be a new inspector. If we don't have enough silver, we can sell the silverware in the house. The other families were also tricked by that Wu Zhan. And didn't that Fan Wensher ask us to smash the god statues? We can get some from him too. Husband, didn't you say that we shouldn't get too involved with these cultists? Lady Wang said cautiously. Fan Yong'an didn't say much, just shook his head. As long as it's not exposed, they won't know we did it. Wu Zhan must be eliminated. Seeing that Fan Yong'an's mind was made up, Lady Wang knew that nothing she said now would make a difference. The winds of change are coming to Changqing. 2 months passed in a flash. It was only the beginning of March, but the originally cool weather suddenly turned hot. Wei Shi, Miao Jiming, and Song Yingxing followed behind Goxing, walking towards the Nether. Could it be that immortal Lord Chun has something he needs us for? The restless Wei Shi asked curiously. Why did he ask us to meet him at the Nether portal? Wei Shi walked up. He asked, Goxing, you're close to immortal Lord Chen. Do you know anything? I'm not sure. I've been studying at the school these days. Goxing shook his head, looking bewildered. But these past few days, The boss seems to have been going to the Nether every day. Is that so? Weisher stroked his beard. But no bandits have been sent to the Nether these past few days. Could it be that we're going to take a trip to the Nether? Well, it can't be anything bad. Immortal Lord Chun wouldn't harm us. Miao Jiming said leisurely. Oh, is that so? Weisher looked at Miao Jiming. He muttered, I remember. I wonder who it was that entered the Nether portal before and sneaked up right behind Immortal Lord Chun. Miao Jiming didn't even look at Weisher and said expressionlessly, Heh, that's still better than a certain someone who was terrified of being discovered by Immortal Lord Chun. Secretly invited a divine statue. Thought he was caught when called out, and then ran away like a coward. As the two bantered, Weisher turned to look at Song Yingxing and asked, Mr. Song, is that wine ready yet? It still needs some time. After all, building the loom is the most pressing matter right now, Song Yingxing said with a smile. But once the wine is ready, I'll call you over to taste it right away. Weisher said seriously, Thank you, Mr. Song. No wonder young Master Chen sent people to find you. You truly are a great talent. I wouldn't call myself a great talent. Song Yingxing shook his head and murmured, It's just some trivial crafts. Weisher said sincerely, Immortal Lord Chen doesn't think so. If it were really just trivial crafts, the 13 courtyards wouldn't be half filled with paste-related things. Exactly, Miao Jiming chimed in. Senior Song, you might not know this, but Immortal Lord Chen highly respects these skills. Perhaps it has something to do with the future? Song Yingxing thought to himself. He remembered that in the future, someone would appear who would ensure that no rooster would ever crow in hunger again. Maybe that was the reason Immortal Lord Chun revered this path. Soon enough, they saw Immortal Lord Chun standing in front of the Nether portal. Young Master Chun. Boss. Everyone's here, Chun-Li said. I'm taking you somewhere. Goshing, you're not old enough yet, so just wait outside for now. Saying that, he glanced at Miao Jiming, remembering how he had tried to force his way into the Nether before, and instructed Goshing, no matter what happens, do not come in. Goshing hadn't changed classes yet, so he couldn't let him mess around. The environment of the Nether for someone who hasn't changed classes is no joke. You guys enter the Nether first, Chun-Li said. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yingxing took the lead and walked straight into the Nether. We're really going into hell. Miao Jiming and Weisher exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, gritted their teeth, and followed him in. Chun-Li entered last. Are you guys all right? Looking at the two pale-faced men, Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. I just need a moment to catch my breath. Miao Jiming panted, clutching his chest. Me too, Weisher echoed. He was slightly better off, but his legs were still trembling. All right, let's rest here for a bit. Chun-Li nodded and said, It's not that urgent anyway. Even knowing they wouldn't be harmed, entering the Nether for the first time would inevitably cause some fear. This was the intimidating power of hell. Weisher and Miao Jiming's current state was actually pretty good. It was a normal reaction for a regular person entering the Nether for the first time. Chun-Li thought to himself, glancing at Song Yingxing, who was only on his second visit, yet looked completely calm. This guy is not normal. After a few minutes, once Miao Jiming and Weisher had recovered, Chun-Li had them look through the crack in the door at the scenery outside the cobblestone house, so they could slowly adapt to it step by step. This was a process they had to go through sooner or later. After all, the Nether Highway would be built in the future. Once they were mostly adapted, Chun-Li led the three of them behind the cobblestone house, following a hidden passage in the netherrack. They went all the way down to a basement. The surroundings there were paved with wooden planks, and the only other blocks present were 4 mysterious, intricately designed special blocks. They had a unique dark purple hue, constantly radiating a soft glow. Above them was a swirling vortex similar to a nether portal, and the glowstone in the center of the 4 sides kept flashing. One for each of you. Don't mix them up, Chun-Li said with a serious face. See the bright second one in the middle? Put your hand on it, and silently say use in your mind. Weisher placed his hand on it. After silently saying use, he felt as if something from his body flowed through his hand and into the strange block. The sensation was very peculiar. After all 3 of them had done it, Chun-Li took out some signs, wrote their names on them, and attached them to the corresponding respawn anchors. Those piglins are very stingy. They only gave a few crying obsidians. I've only made 4 respawn anchors for now. There's 1 left for Goshing. Just keeping it ready for him. We'll wait until he changes classes. All done, let's head back. Chun-Li clapped his hands and said. The 3 of them were completely baffled as they followed Chun-Li back to the overworld. Chun-Li said, all right, you guys can head back now. Young Master Chun, could you tell me what that was? Song Yingxing asked curiously. He felt that if he didn't ask, He probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Wei Shi and Miao Jiming also looked curious, but they didn't dare to ask. A respawn anchor, Chun-Li said. Respawn? Song Yingxing hesitated for a moment and asked in shock. Young Master Chun, could it be? That's right. It means exactly what you think it means. Chun-Li grinned and said, it's like filing a report with the King of Hell. So I can fish you back up. A respawn anchor is made of 6 crying obsidians and 3 glowstones. It can be recharged with glowstone and can hold up to 4 charges. Its effect is simple. Consume a charge, reconstruct the physical body, and bring the dead back to life. It reverses the very laws of life and death, as expected of a mighty being who descended to the mortal realm. Who knows what kind of status immortal Lord Chun holds in heaven to possess such power? Even bringing someone back to life is so effortless for him. In Song Yingxing's eyes, there was a trace of unconcealable awe. I have to drag my older brother here too. Wei Shi's thoughts were much simpler. His name was already registered with the King of Hell, which meant that to immortal Lord Chun, he and Jiming were probably considered trusted confidants. Thinking of this, the corners of Wei Shi's mouth curled up high, unable to suppress his smile. So, young Master Chun, your recent trips to hell were all for this? Miao Jiming said thoughtfully. Chun-Li nodded and said slowly, you could say that. Farming zombified piglins in the Nether gets me gold nuggets, which I craft into gold ingots to trade with the piglins. The 2 main products are crying obsidian and ender pearls. Among the byproducts, the potion of fire resistance is quite useful. As for the respawn anchor, according to previous tests, even if someone dies outside the territory, it will consume 1 charge and resurrect them nearby. Distance outside the boundary doesn't affect it. Ever since Jiming was brought back from Iron Mountain, he's been working tirelessly for leeching every day. Planning is handled by Miao Jiming as the civil official, and Wei Shi trains the militia as the military official. Not to mention Song Yingxing, our future chief scientist. And ever since that trip to the Nether, Chun-Li finally understood what it meant to have top-tier civil, military, and scientific talents. If anything happened to any of these 3, Chun-Li wouldn't even be in the mood to go fishing. Otherwise, if one of you accidentally kicks the bucket, who's going to work for me? Chun-Li joked with a smile. None of you are allowed to die. You all have to be exploited by me until you're old. I obey your command. My body has long been dedicated to you, young Master Chun. To be driven by you is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Although the 3 had different thoughts, they were all deeply moved at this moment, their voices trembling. Of course, there's also you. Goshing. Chun-Li patted Goshing's shoulder. He said matter-of-factly, fetching water, running errands, and taking the blame. You're indispensable for all of that. You got it. Goshing said seriously. Boss, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. All right. Everyone get back to work. Chun-Li waved his hand. Yes. Wei Shi, Song Yingxing, and Goshing respectfully took their leave. Miao Jiming, however, stayed where he was. Miao Jiming cupped his hands and said, young Master Chun, I have something to report. All right, speak. Chun-Li said. Over in Chongqing, Wu Zhen has been arrested and imprisoned by the imperial court. Miao Jiming said slowly, according to Shulai. Wang Heir of Baishui breached Yizhu County. Governor Hu Tingyan held him accountable and pinned the blame on Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen got arrested? Chun-Li was slightly taken aback. He thought for a moment and said, was it the doing of those local gentry and wealthy merchants in Chongqing? Exactly. Miao Jiming's eyes flashed. Young Master Chun, you probably remember. Wu Zhen previously took the grain from those noble families and delivered it straight to us. That was a massive slap in their faces. No one expected that Wu Zhen would screw them over like that. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Miao Jiming grinned. Chun-Li asked curiously, what's your plan? Let's hear it. Wu Zhen is a military officer of the imperial court who strictly performs his duties, going out every day to wipe out bandits and keeping Chongqing safe. Yet the imperial court didn't even investigate and just threw him into prison. What will the commoners of Chongqing think? Miao Jiming continued, allowing bandits to pillage. And now even a good general who fights bandits is thrown behind bars. This will definitely stir up public resentment. So this is the opportunity you mentioned? Chun-Li asked tentatively. Not exactly. It's just the icing on the cake. Miao Jiming explained patiently. But don't worry, young Master Chun. The real opportunity isn't far off. A governor. That's a high-ranking official. Chun-Li muttered. In the future, the bandit issue won't be suppressed. It will only get worse. And this governor who's playing ostrich will definitely be under a mountain of pressure. Right now, Wu Zhen is just a convenient scapegoat. After all, since Wang Heir of Baishui rebelled, Rebellions have been breaking out all over Shaanxi. If left alone, Wu Zhen is probably doomed. Jiming, what do you think of Wu Zhen as a person? Chun-Li asked thoughtfully. I believe. After Wu Zhen went back, he followed your orders, young Master Chun. Doing good deeds, accumulating virtue, and wiping out bandits. He is indeed sincerely doing good deeds, and trying hard to make up for his past mistakes. Miao Jiming paused, then continued. Moreover, the reason the local gentry and wealthy merchants targeted Wu Zhen is because he stood on our side, and they happened to catch him slipping. I think Wu Zhen is worth using. My original plan was to find a way to help Wu Zhen fake his death and escape. Fake his death? Chun-Li muttered. It's about time I made a trip to Chongqing. Goshing, go back and put on your leather armor. Get everything ready for a trip to Chongqing, and meet me at my door. Chun-Li ordered. To Chongqing? Goshing said hastily. All right, I'll go prepare right away. After saying that, he dashed off and disappeared in a flash. Jiming, come with me. Chun-Li said. The two walked to the vicinity of Chun-Li's house. Chun-Li took out ender pearls and soul sand from the storage, and crafted 2 wooden trapdoors and 2 wooden doors on the crafting table. Finding a good spot, Chun-Li dug down 7 blocks. At the very bottom, he placed the soul sand. Then he took out water, and placed a water source block on every level. He surrounded it with wooden planks, placed the wooden doors, and finally placed the trapdoors above the water source. Let's test it first. Taking out an ender pearl, Chun-Li aimed at the center of the water source, and threw it down. An ender pearl, when used, teleports the user to its landing spot. The bubbles generated by the soul sand kept the ender pearl suspended on the water's surface. The simple return machine was complete. As for decorations, he would do that when he got back. Jiming closed the trapdoor, and then stepped back immediately. After Chun-Li retreated to a certain distance, he said to Miao Jiming. Miao Jiming nodded in agreement. With a flash, Chun-Li was standing on the trapdoor. At the same time, his health dropped by 2.5 hearts. It works. Reopening the trapdoor, he placed another ender pearl. Chun-Li then built an identical device not far away. Jiming, the people in Chongqing shouldn't know what I look like yet, right? He asked tentatively. Miao Jiming nodded and said, naturally. I specifically instructed them not to. That's good. Chun-Li paused and said, Jiming, I'll be heading to Chongqing next, to handle some important matters. Tomorrow at noon, arrange for 2 people to come here, and close the 2 trapdoors. I will return then. Of course, if anything happens in the territory, or if there's an emergency in Liqing, close them immediately. Yes, I understand. Miao Jiming nodded in compliance. Goshing, holding a wooden sword, and wearing leather armor, hurried over. Throw this into the center of the water. Chun-Li said, holding an ender pearl. To Goshing, it'll make coming back faster. After everything was done, Goshing said, I'm done. Boss, are we leaving now? We're not walking. That would be too slow. Stand back a bit. Chun-Li took out an ender pearl with a wide smile. Jiming, Chongqing, is in that direction, right? Miao Jiming nodded. All right. Chun-Li gripped the ender pearl, wound up his arm, and hurled it with all his might. The ender pearl made a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the air, rapidly disappearing from sight. Now we just need to wait a moment. Chun-Li added. While waiting, Miao Jiming called out in a low voice. Goshing. Goshing turned his head, only to see Miao Jiming looking at him with a solemn expression. Yeah, I know. Goshing also nodded gravely, tightening his grip on his wooden sword. It's about time. Chun-Li grabbed Goshing by the collar. Jiming, we're off. Have a safe trip, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming said. A moment later, the two vanished from the spot. The air was thick with the smell of dust. The mountains had lost their lushness due to the lack of water, looking gray and barren. The fields were covered in cracks as dense as spiderwebs. The earth was parched, and dry bones littered the wilderness. The leaves were withered and yellow. The branches shriveled. Everywhere he looked, there was only yellow earth. This was the outside world. This was Chun-Li's first impression of Shaanxi during the Chongqing era. Phew, I really can't imagine how Goshing and the others, and those villagers, managed to survive this. Goshing, how far is this place from Chongqing? Chun-Li, holding an ender pearl, looked down and asked. Goshing's arms hung naturally, swinging back and forth, letting Chun-Li carry him by the waist. Hearing the question, he looked up, glanced around, and replied, Boss, we're about a mile or 2 away. If we walk a bit further, we should be able to see the official road. I see. Then get down. Chun-Li said, putting Goshing down, and put away the ender pearl, seeing that his health was no longer regenerating and his saturation had dropped by 1 point. He took out a golden carrot to restore his saturation. Golden carrots are the food with the highest saturation. One can keep you full for half a day. Saturation is a hidden food variable. The value consumed before the hunger bar starts dropping. For the rest of the way, we'll walk, Chun-Li said softly. Understood. Goshing nodded seriously, pulling out the iron knife from his waist and warily scanning the surroundings. The wilderness in ancient times was not safe. Holding an iron knife was to fend off wild beasts, and more importantly, to deter people. No one would be afraid of a wooden sword. The road was full of potholes. The two walked until they reached the official road. The road was slightly smoother here, but there were still small potholes visible. This official road isn't even as good as the dirt paths back in my hometown, but it's definitely a novel experience. Clop, clop, clop. The faint sound of hooves reached their ears, coming closer from a distance. Chun-Li looked toward the source of the sound. Boss, Goshing asked in confusion. Chun-Li said, someone's coming. Goshing immediately went on high alert. He tensed his body and stared in the direction Chun-Li was looking. Dust billowed in the air as a merchant caravan approached from the other end of the official road. Mules and horses carried goods, plodding along. The people in the caravan wore leg wrappings and wide-brimmed hats to shield themselves from the scorching sun. Their faces were covered in dust, clearly having traveled a long distance. The leader of the caravan was a burly man riding a horse, tightly gripping the reins. Behind him followed several large men armed with swords, warily looking around to ensure the caravan's safety. The burly man clearly spotted Chun-Li. The two sides were visibly taken aback. Chun-Li clearly saw the burly man lean down and whisper a few words to the person next to him, occasionally looking up to glance at Chun-Li. Then, the burly man rode his horse and approached Chun-Li's direction. Seeing this, Goshing swiftly raised his iron knife and stood protectively in front of Chun-Li with a vigilant look. When he was a few steps away, the caravan stopped approaching. The burly man even dismounted, stood in place, cupped his hands, and greeted them. You two don't need to be nervous. We mean no harm. After all, if he really wanted to rob these two, with the men he had, it would be effortless. He secretly glanced at the short knife in Goshing's hand, the wooden sword on his back, and the seemingly defenseless young master of a noble family. But for some reason, rather than causing trouble, it was better to do them a favor. It was just a matter of convenience anyway. Most importantly, the aura of the young master in front of him was definitely not that of an ordinary person. The burly man said straightforwardly, bandits are running rampant these days. If you two travel alone, I'm afraid it might be a bit dangerous. I see that you have an extraordinary bearing, young master, and I'd like to make a good connection. May I ask where you are heading? I'd be willing to escort you part of the way. We plan to head to Chungcheong. I wonder if you gentlemen are going the same way. Chun-Li said loudly. Chungcheong. The burly man laughed heartily. What a coincidence. My destination for this trip is exactly Chungcheong. Would you like to travel together, young master? Then I thank you all very much. Chun-Li said with a smile. Do you know how to ride a horse, young master? The burly man asked. Chun-Li nodded. The burly man called out loudly. Old Ford, dismount. Hearing this, another man beside him immediately got off his horse. Please, young master, the burly man said respectfully. Since he was doing a favor, he might as well go all the way. As for the one following, who was obviously this young master's servant, there was no need to ask. Chun-Li got on the horse and reached out to Goshing. Goshing, get on. Goshing shook his head and smiled slightly. You ride, young master. I'll just walk alongside. The burly man introduced himself. I am Li Xingye. May I ask how to address you, young master? I am Chun-Li. Chun-Li replied. The two chatted along the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally saw some people. Although cooking smoke was still sparse, there were at least villages and households on both sides of the road. However, the houses along the way were dilapidated. The thatched roofs were sparse. The mud on the walls was peeling off, and one could even see a few sword marks. But the people coming and going, although dressed simply, were not in rags, and their clothes were clearly new. After all, there were no patches on them. Although their faces were still sallow, and even a bit dark and grimy, it was obvious they had enough to eat. They even had smiles on their faces. This is truly bizarre. All the commoners I've seen along the way were dressed in rags, emaciated and starving. Nothing like the people here, who look like they've had full meals. This trip was definitely worth it. I didn't expect that group of wandering merchants didn't lie to me. This place really isn't short of food, Li Xingye said excitedly. During their earlier conversation, Chun-Li had learned that Li Xingye was from Heian County, a county near Chungcheong. His trip this time was to buy some grain to take back. The wandering merchants he mentioned were Yang Heyu's group, which was the first wandering merchant Chun-Li had met. The people in the caravan suddenly slowed their pace, gripping their weapons with cautious expressions. Young Master Chun, see? I wasn't wrong, was I? Li Xingye suddenly pointed to a slope and said, "There's a group of bandits right there." Chun-Li looked in the direction Li Xingye was pointing. He indeed saw a few heads bobbing around, but they were all familiar faces. The bandits Chun-Li had sent out specifically to rob the merchants in Chongqing, and occasionally other bandits. Obviously, they also spotted Chun-Li, who was out and about. They looked completely dumbfounded. Then, realizing Chun-Li was looking at them, they started panicking, their faces turning pale. Not knowing what to do, Chun-Li discreetly made a gesture for them to leave. The bandits finally felt relieved and fled as if running for their lives. Phew, please forgive me, young master. After all, us traveling merchants can't afford to be careless. Li Xingye said apologetically, seeing the bandits leave. He spoke with an apologetic face. I also heard that Chongqing had Inspector Wu Zhan, who strictly performed his duties and wiped out all the bandits near Chongqing. That's why I dare to make a trip to Chongqing. Li Xingye muttered. But looking at it now, it seems it was just a rumor. Not exactly. Wu Zhan was thrown into prison, which is why the bandits around Chongqing have increased. Chun-Li said. What? Wu Zhan was thrown into prison? Li Xingye was shocked. He sighed. What on earth is the imperial court thinking? They don't get rid of the corrupt officials, but instead, it's these good officials who serve the people that get completely wiped out by them. I don't know when His Majesty will ever cast a glance at our region. Otherwise, even traveling merchants can't have peace. Li Xingye muttered a few more words, then looked at Chun-Li. Young Master Chun, with Wu Zhan in prison, I don't feel at ease. We'd better spur our horses and get into the city as early as possible. Chun-Li nodded and said, agreed. The group quickened their pace and hurried toward Chongqing. By the time they could see the city walls, the number of people on both sides of the road had also increased. Everyone had a clear division of labor, using cement to pave the road along the official highway. Hey, why are all those people looking at us? The man next to Li Xingye frowned in confusion. Li Xingye subtly glanced over from the corner of his eye, and sure enough, he saw several people who looked like overseers, secretly staring at their caravan. Some even dropped their tools and ran toward Chongqing. Yeah, why is it so weird? Li Xingye's eyes flickered. Those people don't look like they're starving and want to rob my goods. 1 or 2 would be fine, but why are they all staring at us? He secretly peeked at Chun-Li, who was riding beside him. Chun-Li looked completely normal and played dumb. Maybe because of the bandits, Chongqing hasn't had a merchant caravan visit in a long time. Maybe. This city wall really exudes weirdness everywhere. Paving roads? Where did they get the food to squander like this? Li Xingye grew even more puzzled. So this is what a city wall looks like. Chun-Li examined the city wall in front of him and sighed with emotion. What was peculiar was that the side facing Chun-Li, from a distance, had 2 corners. He guessed that the city must be octagonal in shape. The city wall was about 4 or 5 meters high, with several battlements wrapped in brick, and watchtowers standing at the 4 corners. Arrow towers loomed over the wall. Outside was a ring of deep trenches, which should have been a moat. But now the river inside had completely dried up. Above the city gate was a huge stone plaque, engraved with 2 large characters, Chongqing. This is really strange. With such sturdy city walls, how on earth did Wang Er manage to breach the city? Chun-Li muttered to himself in a low voice, looking up at the guards at the city gate. The guards wore iron armor and held long spears, their vigilant eyes staring at everyone entering and exiting the gate. Li Xingye stepped forward and showed his travel permit to the guards. As for Chun-Li, for some reason, the guard didn't ask him for a travel permit. He just glanced at Goshing and Chun-Li and waved them through. Passing through the gate tunnel, Chun-Li entered the city. He looked around curiously along the way. Connected to the city wall was a gatehouse. At the bottom of the walls on both sides, Chun-Li even saw a few small holes, hidden troop tunnels. Once the enemy approached the wall, soldiers could launch a surprise attack through these tunnels, dealing an unexpected blow to the enemy. I'll be staying in the city for a few days. If you need anything, young Master Chun, you can come find me. I'll take my leave first. After exiting the gate tunnel, Li Xingye bid farewell to Chun-Li. After entering the city, Chun-Li curiously observed the city's streets. The roads were paved with bluestone, and the distance between the 2 sides wasn't exactly spacious. The houses on both sides were closely connected, mostly 2-story or single-story brick and tile buildings. Before Chun-Li could curiously look at the ground floor shops, a gust of wind blew past, and a foul, rotting stench instantly filled his nose. Why does it stink so much? Chun-Li covered his nose, frowning. Only then did he notice that along the narrow street, garbage was piled up in several places, and he could even see human waste. Without the historical filter, the illusion instantly shattered. Goshing, go ask for directions to the prison. We'll find Wuzhen first, and then continue exploring. Chun-Li instructed. Asking around along the way, the two found their way to the outside of the prison. Before they could even get close, they were stopped by the guards on duty. This is a restricted prison area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The guard warily sized up Chun-Li. Without an official document from the government, and without permission, no one is allowed to visit. My good friend is in prison. Chun-Li took out a gold nugget, discreetly slipped it to the guard, and asked with a smile, I wonder if you could make an exception? Just a moment of your time is all I need. Gold nuggets are much more persuasive than silver. More importantly, gold nuggets could be farmed from zombified piglins. So Chun-Li really didn't feel any heartache spending gold. Being so generous. Could it be fake? The guard's eyes widened. He took the gold and bit it gently, leaving a clear bite mark on it. Mother of God. It's real. I hit the jackpot. He exchanged a glance with the other guard, and seeing him nod as well, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a bright smile. May I ask who your friend is, my lord? So I can arrange it for you. Wuzhen, Chun-Li said word by word. Are you talking about Inspector Wu? The guard was suddenly stunned, asking in confusion. Chun-Li nodded and said, naturally. Hearing this, the guard touched the gold nugget he had just put into his waist pouch, thought for a long time, and said cautiously, my lord, could you come back at this time tomorrow? Tomorrow? He had to go back tomorrow. Chun-Li shook his head. Please take this gold back, my lord. The guard took out the gold nugget with a pained expression and said helplessly, the county magistrate is currently in the prison discussing matters with Inspector Wu. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Seeing that getting in directly was hopeless, Chun-Li pretended to leave. He glanced at the iron bars and took out an ender pearl. Looks like I'll have to use unconventional methods. Goshing, in a moment. Go distract those two guards. Chun-Li said. Goshing nodded and went up to strike up a conversation. While both of their attention was on Goshing, Chun-Li threw the ender pearl in his hand and instantly teleported inside the prison. In the claustrophobic environment, Chun-Li heard faint voices talking inside the prison. One of the voices belonged to Wuzhen. Wuzhen, it's been days. Just leave. I heard the governor doesn't plan on letting you off easily, Meng Yongyan advised. Inside the cell, Wuzhen's hands and feet were bound. He sat on a straw mat and muttered, only when they come will I know whether I should escape or stay in prison. Right at that moment, hearing a noise, he looked up, and an unexpected figure silently appeared in the prison. Immortal, young Master Chun. Wuzhen turned pale with fright. He scrambled to stand up, but his hands and feet wouldn't cooperate. He slipped, and the iron chains clanked a few times in the cell before he finally managed to stand straight. Why did Immortal Lord Chen come personally? That familiar and terrifying face made Wuzhen recall his painful memories from his time in Lu family village. He stood stiffly, then dropped to one knee, and said loudly, Guilty General Wuzhen greets young Master Chun. Who? Seeing Wuzhen's actions, Meng Yongyan abruptly turned his head and saw Chun-Li walking over from a short distance away. How did this person get in? Just as he was about to scold him, he suddenly remembered what Wuzhen had just said. Young Master Chin? Could this person be the immortal those bandits worship? If that was true, then not only did Immortal Lord Chen appear out of nowhere, but he was actually being impersonated by this living person right in front of him. You have to know, from ancient times to the present, whether it was rebellions using ghosts and demons, or the establishment of evil cults, they only dared to call themselves sons of God. Very few dared to claim they were actual immortals. Even so, even Brother Wu was fooled. It seems this person's deception skills are extraordinary. Meng Yongyan stepped aside, his eyes turning sharp, trying to see through Chun-Li's disguise. Chun-Li glanced at Meng Yongyan, seeing his dark expression and the unfriendly way he was looking at him. Chun-Li decided not to bother trying to strike up a conversation. He walked forward, ignoring Meng Yongyan, and said to Wuzhen, Get up. Yes. Wuzhen sat up straight, keeping his head down, not daring to look at Chun-Li. What right did he have for Immortal Lord Chun to personally come looking for him? Chun-Li looked at Wuzhen, who was trembling all over, and couldn't help but say, Actually, you don't need to be so afraid. It's not like that time you charged at Lu family village. I have no reason to attack you again. I don't understand it either, but I just can't help it. Wuzhen thought with a miserable face. The truth was, as soon as he saw Chun-Li, His mind couldn't help but flash back to the fragments of those days he spent studying in Lu family village. Lord Meng. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment and said, "Could you leave for a moment? You don't need to mind me. Just pretend I don't exist." Meng Yongyan took a few steps back into the shadows. If he left, Brother Wu would probably get scammed again. And why was Brother Wu's reaction so strange? When he saw this so-called young Master Chun, shouldn't he be happy? Why did he look so terrified instead? Seeing that Meng Yongyan was dead set on not leaving, Wu Zhen looked troubled. "Young Master Chun, look?" he asked cautiously. "It's fine. It's not a secret anyway. If he wants to listen, let him." Chun-Li shrugged indifferently. "Then I'll get straight to the point." He dropped his smile. He looked at Wu Zhen with a serious expression and asked, "Wu Zhen, are you afraid of death?" Wu Zhen answered bluntly, "I am." If he wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have, in the very beginning, when he thought Lu Ping wanted to kill him, tried to buy his life with women and silver. Not to mention, after learning from immortal Lord Chun that in his next life, he would become livestock. He was even more terrified of dying. Good that you're afraid. That makes things much easier. Then, Wu Zhen, I'll give you two choices. Chun-Li held up one finger and said seriously, "1, I take you to escape to leeching. But after that, you can no longer command troops. You can only be a commoner in leeching and continue to atone for your sins. 2, Chun-Li's gaze was like a torch, his eyes making Wu Zhen involuntarily feel a strong sense of oppression. "Wu Zhen, you must die to pay for your past sins. Then, you will personally go deep into the underworld and face the judgment of the King of Hell. Let him decide if your sins have been washed clean. If the King of Hell determines your sins remain, in consideration of your past merits, I promise you will walk the mortal realm again in your next life." Chun-Li's words were like the verdict of fate, revealing an unstoppable power. "If your sins have been cleared," he spoke slowly, his voice carrying an unquestionable majesty, "then I will personally forge a brand new physical body for you and lead you back to the world of the living. You need not worry about the King of Hell." Chun-Li continued, the dominance in his voice becoming even more apparent. "I will cut down all obstacles myself and ensure you have nothing to fear." Just as Miao Jiming had said, Chun-Li himself also believed that Wu Zhen was still useful. But just like those bandits, Chun-Li could accept them, because in this chaotic world, their actions were understandable. But if you did something wrong, you had to accept the punishment, just as the bandits had to enter hell and couldn't join the militia, among other things. And Wu Zhen's initial intention to kill Liang Maogong was still vivid in Chun-Li's mind. He had to atone for his sins with his own life. This was Chun-Li's test. Between life and death, if Wu Zhen chose correctly, then the respawn anchor in the Nether would naturally have a place for him. He would definitely be reborn. Hearing these words, Wu Zhen's lips trembled involuntarily. His face turned pale, and his eyes revealed unease and fear. See the King of Hell?" He breathed heavily, his brain turning to mush. All of this was so sudden, being summoned before the King of Hell. This news was no different from a bolt out of the blue, leaving Wu Zhen completely at a loss. Impossible. Before Wu Zhen could finish, Meng Yongyan, who had been listening from the side, could no longer stand it. He glared angrily at Chun-Li and shouted, "Matters of immortals and gods are not something we mortals can pry into. The King of Hell is the Lord of the underworld. How could he easily involve himself in mortal affairs? Such absurd lies are not even worth considering." Meng Yongyan was furious and laughed in anger. "As for the grain, although I don't know how you got it, but Brother Wu helped you snatch the grain back from the noble families. That's why he's imprisoned and suffering today. It's one thing to deceive Brother Wu, but now you actually plan to make him seek death? What kind of evil intentions do you harbor? Look at what this guy is saying. Lead Brother Wu to the underworld and even bring him back to the world of the living? Do you really think you're an immortal? I bet after Brother Wu dies, you'll just say his sins weren't cleared and he wanted to be reincarnated." Meng Yongyan, "Shut up." Wu Zhen was horrified. He stared in terror outside the iron bars at Meng Yongyan, who was cursing loudly. He wished he could bend the iron bars in front of him, rush out, and cover his mouth. The person in front of them was a true immortal descended to the mortal realm. Even knowing that Meng Yongyan was thinking of his best interests, Wu Zhen was extremely anxious right now. He really wanted to curse out loud, but he held it in. "Young Master Chun," not caring about his own situation, Wu Zhen hurriedly said with a trembling voice, "Meng Yongyan doesn't know your identity. That's why he spoke such arrogant words. He is a good official. He is penniless, and his yamen is completely bare. Wu, you brute. Has your brain been washed clean? There's no need to tell him all this. Meng Yongyan turned around, pointing at Wu Zhan, trying to scold him awake. Meng Yongyan, I swear. Wu Zhan gritted his teeth. He carefully stared at Chun-Li. Young Master Chun, he really is a good official. I know, no need to shout. Chun-Li rubbed his temples and said softly, I'll give you 1 day for this matter. I will come back tomorrow to find you. Give me your answer then. I'm leaving. Chun-Li turned and walked back the way he came. Farewell, young Master Chun, Wu Zhan said with a trembling voice. Turning a corner, Chun-Li's figure disappeared from their sight. Seeing Wu Zhan's serious, thoughtful expression, Meng Yongyan looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you really believe his nonsense? That he can build you a new body after you die? Young Master Chun has no reason to lie to me, Wu Zhan said in a deep voice. He looked at Meng Yongyan with frustration and sighed. Do you know what you just did? Sooner or later, you'll realize. What a stupid thing you did today. What? Do you think I'll regret it? Meng Yongyan frowned. I only feel that I didn't scold him harshly enough. You idiot, you brute brainwashed by an evil cult, Meng Yongyan said in confusion. By the way, are you really planning to just wait to be beheaded? What kind of spell did that guy named Chin cast on you? You seem pretty terrified of him. When the time comes, you'll know. Even if I tell you now, you won't believe it. As for being beheaded, fear flashed in Wu Zhan's eyes. Let me think about it some more. In the Chongqing market, after handling Wu Zhan's matter and giving him time to think, Chun-Li used an ender pearl to get out of the prison and met up with Goxing. They started strolling around the city. Entering the city for the first time, Chun-Li curiously looked left and right. He found everything around him incredibly novel. He actually noticed quite a few details. Even inside the city, the roads were still dirt paths. Most pedestrians were dressed simply, with yellow and green being the predominant colors. Those doing manual labor wore short jackets, while those in the shops wore loose robes with long sleeves. But the common feature was that the overlapping collars all folded to the right. Men wore their hair tied up, wearing square scarves or square hats. No one walked around with their hair down. Those who looked like they had some education wore dompa hats. The occasional children he saw mostly wore red. Although most people were men, there were also quite a few groups of women. In the crowd, jugglers and performers were twirling fire forks, smashing rocks on their chests, and lying on beds of nails. Male and female spectators stood separately, which was quite different from Chun-Li's assumption that women never left their homes. It seemed their movements weren't heavily restricted. It wasn't an era of extreme gender segregation. Chun-Li and Goxing squeezed into the crowd without much effort. Seeing Chun-Li's appearance and attire, the people around them quickly stepped aside, clearing a space around the two of them. Chun-Li watched with great interest. When a round finished, one of the performers walked around with a bowl. Fellow townsfolk, I am new here, just trying to earn a meal. If you have money, please support us financially. A few people took out copper coins and tossed them into the bowl, prompting the performer to thank them profusely. Most people, however, after watching the show, quickly slipped away. Early stunt streamers and freeriders, Chun-Li summarized. When the man with the bowl was about to reach Chun-Li, he cautiously looked up slightly, carefully glanced at Chun-Li, then quickly lowered his gaze. His pace also slowed down imperceptibly. Goxing, tip him, Chun-Li said softly. When he watched videos, he always liked, coined, and favored it. Freeloading was unacceptable. Not to mention, he really did enjoy the show. Boss, we don't seem to have any copper coins. Goxing rummaged through his bag for a long time, but couldn't find any copper coins. He asked carefully, give him broken silver. Oh, Goxing took the smallest piece of silver and placed it in the bowl. Thank you for your generous reward, young master. The performer's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed, chanting, may the young master be blessed with great fortune. Wealth rolling in. A house full of gold and jade. Wealth and good health. Longevity as high as the southern mountains. Blessings as deep as the eastern sea. Peace year after year. The 5 blessings descending upon your home. Lucky stars shining bright and rising higher with every step. And those who were still performing started working even harder. I didn't expect I'd ever be the top donator, he thought. After watching for a while longer, Chun-Li finally stepped away and continued strolling through the city. Wooden signs and cloth banners hung outside the shops. The signs mostly had vertical writing. Many of the characters on them were traditional, which Chun-Li really had trouble recognizing. However, based on the context, he could figure out their meanings. Grocery store, cloth store, top quality materials, various fragrances, gold-painted porcelain, court shoes, pharmacy, porcelain, jade carving, silk spinning, golden boots, reliable service. And the salt shop had official salt written on it. All these shops hung signs with the 4 characters, Fair Trade, written from right to left. The door frames had upper and lower grooves, and the doors were made of long, movable wooden planks. They were inserted one by one to form the door. What was peculiar was that Chun-Li actually saw a woman sitting by the street breastfeeding her child. Her feet, however, were strictly covered, not showing the slightest bit. The people around didn't seem to mind, obviously accustomed to it. Chun-Li accidentally caught a glimpse, then quickly turned his head away. See no evil. Peddlers carried their goods on shoulder poles. Old men pushed carts. People coming and going. Jishin Hall. Suddenly, Chun-Li stopped in his tracks. He looked at the shop in front of him, muttering to himself. This shop hung a cloth banner that said bookstore. Next to it hung a wooden sign, which read, Anthologies and Poetry of Ancient and Modern Masters. Chun-Li read those words out loud, his gaze fixed on the large characters carved on the wooden sign. An indescribable emotion welled up within him. That feeling of ancient and modern intersecting. A bizarre sense of traveling through time and space appeared right before his eyes. To him, this was ancient times. He subconsciously walked into the shop, looking at these ancient books before him. They lay quietly on the wooden bookshelves. The Book of Changes, Book of Documents, Classic of Poetry, Records of the Grand Historian, Book of Han, Book of Later Han. All familiar faces. Anthologies of Poetry by Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, Xian Shiji, and others. Calligraphy, paintings, and stone rubbings. Chun-Li even saw Water Margin and Journey to the West. On a whim, he flipped through a few pages, then put them back in their original places. There were so many traditional characters inside that it made Chun-Li's head hurt just looking at them. Goshing, let's go. Chun-Li walked out of the bookstore and said to Goshing, Candied Hawthorn, by Dolly Crescent Flatbreads. Piping Hot Crescent Flatbreads, by Zhongluo White Flour Steamed Buns. By this one, the taste is just average, tastes like a plain bun, but it's much more expensive than the others. Before walking much further, Chun-Li had already eaten quite a few snacks. He had a big appetite and could finish the food in his hands in just a few bites. As for Goshing, who was following him, every time Chun-Li had him by 2 portions, he still had a lot of food left in his hands. Why are there so many people over there? Chun-Li tapped the folding fan in his hand, looking curious. Maybe there's a show to watch. Let's go take a look. He had just bought that fan when passing by a fan shop, for no other reason than it matched his image as a gentle young master. It suited him well. They walked toward the place where people were lining up. Halfway there, they saw someone patrolling next to the line. Seeing that familiar leather armor, Chun-Li had a guess. This was where they transported and sold grain in Chongqing. The shops in this area were much livelier than anywhere else. The nameless little shop had already become the lifeline of Chongqing. The person patrolling naturally saw him too. He was stunned for a moment. Then, after reacting, gave a slight bow with cupped hands, and didn't look again. As early as half an incense stick of time ago, someone stationed outside the city had hurried over to inform them that immortal Lord Chun had entered the city and told them not to disturb him. After knowing what was at the end of the line, Chun-Li didn't plan to look any further. He found a restaurant to eat at, named Wuweizhai. He ordered braised beef and flatbread. In the past, when he watched My Own Swordsman and Water Margin, he was always super curious about what these 2 things tasted like. Taking a bite of the crispy flatbread, it was soft and delicious. Paired with a slice of tender braised beef, the meat was fresh and tender, smooth and palatable, complementing each other perfectly. It leaves a lasting impression. After eating and drinking their fill, they paid the bill. Chun-Li said to Gosheng, It's getting late. Let's make one last stop at the city god temple to take a look. Then we'll find a place to stay for the night. We definitely have to see the city god temple. I suppose it could be considered a tomb chamber. The ground was paved with bluestone slabs. On either side of the city god temple's main entrance, stone lions sat majestically. The stone pedestals held a female on the left and a male on the right. Between the stone lions, a plaque inscribed with the words, City God, hung high above the 4-pillared, 3-gated red gate. The wooden pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes. On the crossbeams, layered brackets supported the upturned eaves. The cliff-like cornices were carved with auspicious clouds and divine beasts. Above the lintel, the flying eaves of the memorial archway resembled a great bird spreading its wings. Bronze bells under the eaves chimed with the wind, their sound reaching the heavens. In front of the gate, Chun-Li stared at the empty central doorway, the largest of the 3 gates, lost in thought. Gosheng, what do you think? What if we build the Hell Gate right on this gate? How about it? Chun-Li asked, his arms crossed. Huh. Hearing this, Gosheng stared blankly at Chun-Li. Boss, you want to build a Hell Gate here? That's right. Chun-Li nodded. The Hell Gate is going to be built, that's for sure. And as for a suitable place to put it in the city, from the looks of it now, the city god temple is an excellent choice. After all, the city god's duty is to oversee good and evil, and to judge the souls of the dead. It's perfectly reasonable for the path to hell to be in front of the city god temple, isn't it? Then, will we be able to see the city god? Gosheng asked hesitantly. Of course not. But maybe, Chun-Li joked. Then, without lingering any longer, he waved for Gosheng to follow. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as they entered the city god temple, they smelled incense. The temple's interior was simple and archaic, with carved beams and painted rafters. Some worshippers moved their lips slightly, softly chanting prayers. Others stood still, lightly holding prayer beads and slowly turning them. Still others presented offerings and prayed silently with their palms together. Bai Zhengxing was dressed in a simple long robe, wearing a Taoist cap and cloth shoes. Although his face was still youthful, it exuded a composure that belied his age. He stood beside the incense table, his gaze focused on the worshippers who came to pray. Though young and only an acolyte, he was still a Taoist of the temple. Today, he was responsible for guiding the worshippers. Fellow devotees, please follow me to offer incense to the city god. Bai Zhengxing's voice was clear and bright. The worshippers obediently formed a line, following his guidance. Young master, young master. Just as it was almost Chun-Li's turn, an elderly voice came from in front of him. Yes, madam. What is it? Bai Zhengxing asked humbly. When exactly will Immortal Chen's statue be brought into the temple? The old woman was leaning on a cane, with someone supporting her. She continued. It's been so long since the county magistrate put up the notice. Why haven't we seen Immortal Chen's statue yet? That's right. Weren't they supposed to invite Immortal Chen? Why isn't he in the city god temple yet? Could something have gone wrong? Yeah. And that shop owner won't let us see it either. My kid asks me every day what Immortal Chen looks like. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, a murmur of discussion rose from the worshippers behind her. I'm not sure either. Bai Zhengxing shook his head, offering a youthful reassurance. But please, everyone, rest assured. Since the county magistrate has already posted the notice, Immortal Chen's statue will be brought into the temple sooner or later. We just need to wait patiently. Sigh, I wonder if I, in my remaining years, will ever get to see what Immortal Chen looks like. The old woman muttered. Just then, she felt a gaze fall upon her. Chun-Li turned his head. Sure enough, he saw Gosheng staring intently at him. Chun-Li lowered his voice. He feigned nonchalance. What are you looking at me for? He whispered. They're looking for Immortal Chen. What's that got to do with me, Chun-Li? Gosheng pouted. What a shame. The immortal they want to see is right in front of them. But they don't know, and I can't tell them. After offering the incense, Chun-Li asked Bai Zhengxing, Young master, may I ask if there is a Taoist master in the temple who is skilled in alchemy? Alchemy? My master is quite proficient. He is the most skilled in external alchemy in the entire temple. Are you seeking a pill, sir? Bai Zhengxing was puzzled. He said cautiously, Master says it must be supplemented by internal cultivation. The internal and external must be one, complementing each other. Otherwise, the depletion of essence, qi, and spirit can be fixed by drinking some medicine. Then which Taoist master is the most proficient in Taoist magic in the temple? Chun-Li asked next. Bai Zhengxing smiled proudly. That would also be my master, he said with pride. Chun-Li cupped his hands. May I see your esteemed master? I'm afraid that's not possible. Bai Zhengxing hesitated for a moment. Master, he has gone out on business. I'm afraid it will be several days before he returns. Looks like I came at the wrong time. Chun-Li was helpless. He then asked, Then what is your master's title? Taoist Yin of Yinqing. Bai Zhengxing replied calmly. From Yinqing, huh? He muttered to himself. Chun-Li looked at Gosheng. Let's go. Gosheng suddenly asked Bai Zhengxing, Where do you plan to put the statue? He pointed to an empty spot behind the city god. In the main hall. That's right, Bai Zhengxing nodded. Why not put it? Let's go, Gosheng. Chun-Li patted his shoulder, shaking his head. Hearing this, Gosheng understood Chun-Li's meaning and shut his mouth. Thank you, young master. I have no more questions. Chun-Li cupped his hands in thanks. Although Bai Zhengxing was a bit confused, he didn't dwell on it. Very well. After leaving the city god temple, Gosheng was filled with indignation. At the very least, he should be placed next to the city god. How can they put him behind? Boss's position in the heavens is definitely much higher than the city god's. Doesn't this make it look like the boss is serving the city god? Behind is behind. It's not a big deal anyway, Chun-Li said nonchalantly. It's just a statue. Don't overthink it. Instead of worrying about this, why don't you think about whether we can find an inn to rest it sooner? He pointed to the yellowing sky. It's getting dark, he said. You're not going to make me sleep on the streets, are you? At an inn, Li Xingye handed the horses' reins to the stable boy who came to greet them. He gave a slight nod, and immediately, several guards from the merchant caravan began to unload the goods, preparing to store them in the designated warehouse. Boss, we're really lucky. The shops in Changcheng didn't even have a purchase limit for us. Their granaries are so full they're overflowing, and they were even willing to provide an escort. A guard said sincerely. Their only condition was that the grain we transport out can't be sold for too high a price. But at this cheap price, no matter how we sell it, we're going to make a huge profit on this trip. And when they heard we were from another county, they were even willing to give us a divine statue. They said it would ensure our safety. But it's wrapped in red cloth, and we can only open it after we leave Changcheng. This immortal Chun is really mysterious, the guard said with a smiling guess. Do you think it might be that young master's guardian deity? Maybe that's why the shop owner was willing to sell us so much grain. When we get back, we should try to sell it a bit cheaper. As long as we make some profit, it's fine, Li Xingye said with a serious expression. Something's not right with this city. We should leave early. We shouldn't stay long. More than half the people in this city actually believe in an immortal. Are they doing this for fame or to start a rebellion? The next day, after leaving the inn, they lingered in the city for a few more hours. By noon, Chun-Li snapped the fan in his hand shut. The two characters for Chun-Li on either side of the fan vanished in an instant. He had written them himself with a brush. He put it away in his backpack. It's about time. I should be transported back within this period. Unfortunately, the sundial is ultimately not precise enough. It doesn't have the concept of minutes and seconds. It's a real hassle, but it's coming soon. The things I asked Song Yixing to prepare will be ready in a few more days. Time to go see Wu Zhen and find out his choice. He glanced sideways at the various snacks Go Sheng was holding. He held out his hand, and Go Sheng, understanding immediately, gave Chun-Li the snacks he hadn't eaten yet. Crunch, crunch. After finishing, he held out his hand again. The food in Go Sheng's hands disappeared at a visible rate. Seeing this, he also began to eat noticeably faster. But he still wasn't as fast as Chun-Li. Done. Chun-Li, still wanting more, licked his lips. As expected, food from someone else's hands tastes better. Boss, I only had a few bites. Go Sheng sighed. He pouted. What's with that look? I saw you were taking forever to finish. So I was helping you out. You make it sound like I'm stealing your food. Besides, you need to save room for this. Chun-Li smiled and took a golden carrot from his backpack, handing it to Go Sheng. Eat this. Eat as much as you can. Although an Ender Pearl allows the user to teleport, it has a fatal flaw. It causes fall damage equivalent to 2.5 hearts. Chun-Li himself doesn't feel pain, but it's a different story for others. So, he had to prepare for health regeneration in advance. Once they reached the outside of the prison, he had Go Sheng find a secluded spot to hide. Chun-Li used an Ender Pearl again to enter the prison. Although this time there were no magistrate's guards to stop him, his trip might very well involve a jailbreak. Following the path from before, he walked all the way to the iron bars of Wu Zhen's cell. Wu Zhen, have you made up your mind? Chun-Li said softly. Young Master Chun. Wu Zhen looked up. His face was weary, his expression dazed. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had dark circles under them. He was about to stand up and bow. It looked like he hadn't slept all night. After thinking for so long, he should have made a decision. Don't bother, you can stay seated. Chun-Li waved his hand. He looked seriously at Wu Zhen before him. Have you decided? Will you stay here? Or will you go? Although he didn't have high hopes. In the previous experiment, the others had clamored about wanting to die. Only Wu Zhen was determined to live. Wu Zhen. He didn't know if he could truly atone for his past. But it was precisely because of this that the past events could be truly offset. In the end, Wu Zhen was not his subordinate, but someone who had originally intended to attack the village, failed, and was later allowed to redeem himself. Wu Zhen, tell me your answer. Wu Zhen took a deep breath. He stood up anyway, staring at Chun-Li with some fear. He bowed. Young Master Chun, of the two choices you gave me back then, I want to choose the second one. Are you sure? Chun-Li was a bit surprised. His eyes flickered. Once you fail to pass King Yama's judgment, you'll at best be reincarnated. You won't have any memories of this life. If you choose the first option, you can live to old age in Li City, no matter what. This is a serious matter. Are you sure you've thought this through? I've thought it through. Wu Zhen no longer hesitated. With bloodshot eyes, he said. Chun-Li asked, "You're not going to change your mind?" "I won't," Wu Jun replied. "I'm ready." "Good. In that case, I'll give you this chance." Chun-Li grinned. Holding an ender pearl, he teleported into Wu Jun's cell. He took out a diamond axe and shattered the chains on Wu Jun's hands and feet in 2 strikes. "But before that, you have to come back to Li City with me." When Wu Jun saw Chun-Li enter, even though he kept telling himself he didn't need to be afraid anymore, he still instinctively tried to shrink into the corner. "Go to Li City? What?" His burly frame cowered. He kept his head down, seeing Chun-Li smiling. He seemed to be in a good mood. Wu Jun mustered his courage but couldn't squeeze out a single word for a long time. He still didn't dare to stand up. Chun-Li stepped out of the portal, setting Wu Jun down. Miao Jiming stood at the door, smiling. "You're back. Lord Chun, Immortal Chun has returned. How could I miss it? I had to come and greet you personally. You're just in time. I brought you a little something from my trip," Chun-Li said, pulling another fan from his inventory. "Open it. See what you think." Hearing this, Miao Jiming shot straight up. His hands trembled slightly. As he took the fan, he opened it and saw a pristine white surface. On both sides, the 2 characters, Jiming, were written in ink. Though the characters were neat, written stroke by stroke, they lacked a certain artistic flair. But the person who wrote them was no ordinary man, which added a sense of authenticity. Miao Jiming gently caressed the characters, then carefully closed the fan. A light gleamed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up unconsciously. "Thank you, Lord Chun. I will treasure this. I'm glad you like it," Chun-Li said slowly. Goshing emerged from another portal, his face calm. This pain was less than half of what he endured during training. He could handle it completely. "You 2 head back first. I'm taking him on a trip to hell," Chun-Li said gravely. What? Hell? Wu Jun, who had been looking around curiously, instantly turned pale. "Don't I have to die first before I go there?" he cried out. "Why do I have to go now?" The moment he thought of the rumors about hell, a chill shot up from the soles of his feet, seeping deep into his bones. Wu Jun broke out in a cold sweat. "Lord Chun, I thought I wouldn't see King Yama until after I died. Why do I have to go now?" Wu Jun's voice trembled with nervousness. "Don't worry. It's a good thing," Chun-Li said. "So he's going directly to that place? To see King Yama?" Miao Jiming stared intently at the still confused man. Then it dawned on Wu Jun. "I see. A true death to escape his fate. And along the way, to be judged by King Yama, to erase his karmic debt. With Immortal Chen's protection, he will surely return to the mortal world. He's truly fortunate." At the Chongqing County Yamen, "Your Excellency, our tax revenue and the grain reserves in the city have now all been fully replenished." The advisor pointed at the ledgers, his face beaming with joy. "Now, if the higher-ups come to investigate, we have nothing to worry about. Even the taxes we were short on before, we can make up for them this year." But Meng Yongyan didn't look the least bit happy. He said casually, "It's good that they're replenished. So, when are we to hand over these taxes?" "Just replenish them," Meng Yongyan said with a frown. "Go back and write a report. Just say that Changsheng is unable to collect taxes. Keep stalling." The advisor asked cautiously, "Your Excellency means to say Shangxi is in a great drought. We're not the only city that can't pay its taxes. If we pay up now, what about later? What will the higher-ups think? They'll think the people of Shangxi are unwilling to pay taxes, not that they are unable to. And for the next tax collection, the burden from the rest of Shangxi will be pushed onto Chongqing." Meng Yongyan sighed. "Let's just stall. Perhaps the emperor will even forgive the taxes we owe from before. You never know. That would lighten the people's burden, wouldn't it? As for what we've collected, when the city runs out of food, this will help us last a little longer. In the end, by the time these taxes reach the capital, how much will be left? No one can say for sure. The capital isn't short on this bit of grain. But for the people of Chongqing, this is life-saving food." "Your Excellency, it's terrible," an officer burst in panicked. "Inspector Wu, he's escaped from prison." "Escaped?" Meng Yongyan heard this, and great joy filled his heart as a smile spread across his face. He escaped. Finally, some good news. Escaping is good. Brother Wu still has a brain, after all. He didn't listen to that cult and stay here to die. Meng Yongyan was all smiles. He said to his advisor, "Quick, prepare a brush and ink. I must write a formal apology. Also, bring me the silver I brought with me." But his happiness didn't last long. He had barely written a few words when another Yamen runner came in, reporting with a frown, "Your Excellency, Inspector Wu has returned from outside the city. He is now back in his cell. Meng Yongyan froze. When he came to his senses, he was filled with rage. He threw down his brush and tore the document to shreds. That damn fool. On a wide, open grassy field, a strange-looking wooden frame was being pushed by Taishan. It stood 8 meters tall, with a triangular structure. The wooden frame had an upper and lower section, spaced 4 meters apart. Suspended between them were 2 large, identically shaped, gear-like wooden logs. Song Yingxing and the other artisans knew what gears were, and had long been able to make them. Chun-Li and Song Yingxing walked ahead, followed quietly by several artisans. Put it right here, Chun-Li said. Taishan heard him, and lifted the wooden frame off its wheels, placing it in the center. The artisans stepped forward, and adjusted a red line painted with cinnabar on the gear, until it was perpendicular to the ground. They used wooden planks to build a platform for themselves, then placed water blocks along the frame. The water flowed downwards, passing over the gear-like logs and causing them to rotate. When the rotational speeds of the 2 logs balanced out, the relative positions of the 2 cinnabar lines became fixed. Their relative positions no longer changed. Then, Chun-Li removed the water blocks. The logs eventually stopped, and the cinnabar lines came to a halt in the same position. Just as I thought, even at different heights. The force they experience is the same, Chun-Li said thoughtfully. Song Yingxing frowned, pondering for a moment. He couldn't figure out the purpose of this experiment. He asked, puzzled, Lord Chun, what exactly is the purpose of doing this? According to the rules of this world, the speed at which water falls is 4 meters per second, and it doesn't change over time. Chun-Li explained. As for the meaning of second and meter, that is the very reason I brought you all here. Compared to the traditional units of measurement like chi and cun and shurchen, Chun-Li preferred the system of measurement he had learned. First, he could easily obtain it with his current resources. Every block Chun-Li placed had a constant length of 1 meter. No more, no less. By using an iron block, he could derive millimeters, centimeters, and decimeters, with only minor errors. As for time, it could be measured with the device before them. Most importantly, the physics he had learned was all based on these results. If the units of measurement changed, physics would too. Chun-Li explained his thoughts one by one. Song Yingxing immediately understood. As for the speed that Immortal Chen mentioned, although he didn't explain it, he could roughly guess what it meant. Time, needless to say, if it could be subdivided, would allow for more precise planning and coordination, and avoid misunderstandings. As for changing the system of measurement, Immortal Chen naturally had his reasons. That physics must be different from what I know. It must be a profound field of study. A second is a subdivision of time. But how can it be obtained? Song Yingxing muttered, staring at the device. If you could figure it out that easily, then all my brainstorming would have been for nothing. Chun-Li smiled smugly. He then had Taishan install 2 smaller gears, next to the 2 large ones. Before Chun-Li could even place the water blocks again, Song Yingxing's furrowed brow relaxed. He murmured, I understand. Huh? You already get it. Chun-Li was stunned. He collected himself, placed the water, and jumped down from the blocks. He walked over to Song Yingxing. Tell me, he said slowly. What is it you understand? Lord Chun, since the speed of the water flow is constant, that means these 2 cinnabar lines correspond to a specific amount of time. Song Yingxing pointed to the 2 small gears that had begun to spin. The cinnabar marks on them. He said, if this gear makes exactly 1 extra rotation, that should be 1 second. Chun-Li grinned. Mr. Song, you truly are brilliant. When he had this sudden idea, it took him a long time to sort it out. But Song Yingxing understood it with just a glance, and without any prior knowledge of physics. If he were sent to the modern world to study for a few years, he would surely be countless times better than me. Once the speed of the small gears stabilized, Chun-Li glanced at the distance between the cinnabar marks. A little too fast. We'll just have to make some smaller ones. Your next task is to reduce the size of the gears. Try to make the gear placed here synchronize, after making exactly 1 extra rotation. After that, add 3 more gears. The first 2 will make 1 rotation for every 60 rotations of the previous one. The last one will make 1 rotation for every 24. 60 seconds make 1 minute. 60 minutes make 1 hour. And 24 hours make 1 day. Song Yingxing guessed. Exactly, Chun-Li said. Good. I'll tell the others when I get back. From now on, I'll use that meter as well. The artisans all chimed in their agreement. Mr. Song, once the textile machine is done, I'll have to trouble you with the water-powered trip hammer as well. Use the crankshaft design I showed you. Song Yingxing replied. Seeing Chun-Li looking thoughtful, he considered for a moment and asked, Lord Chun, are you thinking about Wu Zhen's situation? Song Ingxing said gravely, according to Ming law, it has to go through layers of approval and ultimately be decided by His Majesty the Emperor. No matter how powerful those noble families are, they can't possibly bribe the Directorate of Ceremonial to put his name at the top of the list, can they? I imagine it will be a long time from now. Chun-Li shook his head. They may not have those means, but I'm afraid Wu Zhen's case won't be delayed for long. If it were an ordinary emperor, perhaps. But the Tianqi era is over. The current emperor is Chongzhen, a complete and utter workaholic. Even if most of what he does is wrong. In the Forbidden City, the capital, the Chongzhen emperor, dressed in his dragon robe, sat in the palace of heavenly purity. On his desk, a pile of memorials from various regions was already stacked high. With each memorial Chongzhen picked up, he read it carefully, occasionally making notes on the paper. The contents of the memorials were varied, from the appointment and dismissal of local officials to border conflicts, or matters concerning the people's hardships, things of that nature. There were many memorials, but Chongzhen was full of energy. It had been 4 months since he had gotten rid of Wei Zhongxian. It had taken a full 4 months of effort, but he had finally purged all the eunuch faction members. The Ministry of War's tallies have been issued. The harm of the post stations is as severe as tigers. They have been abused multiple times. The power of the runners is like that of a tiger, while the lives of the common people are like grass. Chongzhen glanced at the memorial. The author was Censor Mao Yujian. Every 10 li, there is a post station. Each station has a station master. Every 60 li, there is a relay station. Each relay station has a station chief. The post stations deliver official documents, while the relay stations provide officials with boats, carts, and horses, as well as laborers and other means of transport, in addition to lodging and meals. According to regulations, the use of relay stations must be for official business, and one must present a tally, which is a letter of introduction. Otherwise, they cannot be used. The tallies are distributed but not collected, and are borrowed amongst themselves. They have been abused many times. Chongzhen murmured to himself. The harm of the relay stations, is it? I need to look into the specifics. At tomorrow's morning court, I'll hear what the Minister of War has to say. I'll make a decision then. He made a note and moved on to the next memorial. Time flew by. The day passed quickly. After nightfall, Chongzhen was still sitting at his desk, though he was clearly growing tired. He stopped writing, put down the memorial, and picked up the list of condemned prisoners, prepared by the officials from the Ministry of Justice. In one go, he checked off all the names on the list. Then he picked up the next sheet. As he continued checking off names, Wu Zhen's flashed by. 1 month later, noon in Chongqing. The common people stood on both sides of the road, lining the path to the execution ground. Their faces were filled with sorrow and reluctance. After the news of Wu Zhen's impending execution spread, the villagers from outside the city who had been helped by him traveled overnight from their villages to Chongqing. The execution ground was already crowded with people. Their expressions were solemn, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Their livelihoods, homes, and families had all been protected by this military officer. What kind of person was Wu Zhen? They knew very well. But now, Lord Wu had worked so hard, reforming himself, clearing out bandits and thieves in Chongqing, so that they could have the peaceful days they had now. And now he was to suffer such a fate. This was something they could not accept. Injustice and grief filled their chests. But what could they do? They were just common people. They had no power to interfere with the court's decision. The only thing they could do, the only thing possible, was to see Inspector Wu off on his final journey. In the crowd, an old woman, bent with age, clasped her hands together, murmuring in a low voice, Immortal Chun, please protect him. Bodhisattva, please protect him. Inspector Wu served the country and its people. Please, show your mercy, and let him be reborn into a good life. A few small children clung tightly to their mother's clothes, looking on with confusion, not understanding why everyone around them was crying. Those who should be killed are not killed, while a great many who shouldn't be are. Your Majesty, you are muddle-headed, so muddle-headed. An old man's hands trembled. As he sighed repeatedly, he angrily struck the ground with his cane, but it seemed so powerless. The sun beat down mercilessly. A foul air hung over the crowd, the stench of sweat thick in the air. Despite the scorching heat, a gloomy haze shrouded their hearts. The sorrowful atmosphere solidified, pressing down on everyone present, making it hard to breathe. Suppressed sobs and prayers filled the air. The hot wind blew heavily through the crowd. but it could not carry away the suffocating grief. They're here. Clang, clang. The cart carrying Wu Zhen rolled forward. A squad of soldiers marched slowly, their steps heavy. Each step seemed to tread on the hearts of the people. The other prisoners being escorted to the execution ground were exceptionally panicked. Their faces were twisted, their eyes filled with terror. After today, their heads would roll. How could they not be terrified? How could they not be panicked? Some stumbled, looking as if they might fall at any moment. Some had trembling lips, muttering prayers for forgiveness. But the people's gazes were not on these prisoners. The terror of these criminals did not arouse their sympathy. Their attention was completely consumed by Wu Zhen's misfortune. Lord Wu. Oh, Lord Wu. Wu Zhen's hair was disheveled, and he wore a prisoner's uniform. His head was bowed, his body bound by ropes. A placard was stuck in his back. The character "For Behead" circled in red cinnabar, making it stand out starkly. As he was led towards the execution ground, the cries and shouts grew more piercing. From time to time, people pushed to the front of the procession, reaching out with trembling hands, wanting to touch Wu Zhen, but they were held back by the soldiers. Ha, to think I'd see a day like this. Wu Zhen, his head still bowed, revealed a smug smile. Through his hanging hair, his eyes darted around, peeking at the people who had come to see him off. The people he had once protected were now sending him off in their own way. They're even sadder than I am. I guess that's some consolation. It wasn't all for nothing. But still, damn it. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. His smile vanished. Wu Zhen's face was filled with terror, and he muttered under his breath. The closer he got to the execution ground, the more erratically his heart pounded. Calm down, calm down. It's just dying once, right? Just losing my head. What's the big deal? It'll only hurt for a second. It's fine. It definitely won't hurt as much as that time with Immortal Chun. It's fine, it's fine. He constantly licked his dry, cracked lips. Wu Zhen unconsciously clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and with every nervous blink, it trickled down his cheeks. Even in this state, I can't lose face. When the cart came to a stop, Wu Zhen's heart skipped a beat. Lord Wu, let's go. The escorting soldier's face showed a hint of pity. He said softly. Wu Zhen swallowed hard, and managed to squeeze out a single word. Okay. Hearing his reply, the soldier gently helped Wu Zhen up, and led him slowly towards the execution platform. Wu Zhen saw more familiar faces standing by the platform. His trusted subordinate, Gao Feiguang, and Qingqing's magistrate, Meng Yongyan. Meng Yongyan, dressed in his official robes, stood among the crowd, his emotions complex. When the people saw the magistrate, a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. They surged towards him, crying and pleading. A strong man knelt before the magistrate, his voice choked with emotion. Your Excellency, please show mercy. My lord, Inspector Wu is innocent. He was framed. An old man, his face streaked with tears, spoke with a trembling voice. A villager sobbed uncontrollably. Please, my lord, reconsider. Inspector Wu has done so much for us. We can't let him die unjustly like this. Meng Yongyan stood there, facing the people's pleas and desperate eyes. His own heart was in turmoil. He didn't want to see Wu Zhen beheaded either. But this fool, who had trained his muscles but not his brain, refused to run. Ask him, and he'd say he was atoning for his sins. Tell him, and he'd say he wouldn't leave. I was one step away from begging him on my knees. He had already escaped, and I had almost finished writing the letter of apology. But then he came skipping back. What could I do? The Yamen runners repeatedly shouted for silence, and only with great difficulty did they manage to quiet the crowd. As he was pushed onto the execution platform, Wu Zhen's placard fell to the ground. Lord Wu, there's not much I can do. I spent a long time sharpening this blade yesterday. I can promise you a quick end. This is all I can do. The executioner, holding his executioner's blade, approached Wu Zhen and spoke softly. He didn't mention that servants from several families had come to him with silver yesterday. Beheading was a skill, after all. How many strikes it took for the head to fall depended on the executioner. But he hadn't stooped that low. There was some money he didn't want to take, and didn't dare to take. Once your heart is numb, it becomes chaotic. Thank you, Wu Zhen nodded solemnly. He forced a smile. Try to make it as clean as possible. I'm still afraid of pain. All right. Having received a definite answer, Wu Zhen felt half relieved. Then, his head was pressed against the wooden block. He had thought he was ready, but it wasn't until this moment, as death loomed over him, that he realized he wasn't prepared at all. Then again, between life and death, who could possibly face it with composure? Will getting my head chopped off hurt a lot? What if I don't really pass the test? Will immortal Chun let me be a human again? After all, at the beginning, I wanted to attack immortal Chun's village. And after I die, will I still be conscious? With his head turned to the side, he saw the people from those families. The masterminds were watching him with smiles on their faces. Among them was Fan Yongan. Their eyebrows were slightly raised. Their lips curled in a contemptuous smirk. Their posture was relaxed and arrogant. In their hands, they held expensive canes or folding fans, tapping or waving them gently, casually and calmly. They were undoubtedly looking down from on high, watching a theatrical performance, not the end of a life, of a person of flesh and blood. Wu Jun had backed the wrong side, and the price was his life. The so-called immortal couldn't protect him at all. In the end, they were the winners. That's what these people must be thinking, right? For some reason, after looking at this group of clueless people, even though he was about to be beheaded, Wu Jun felt an unprecedented sense of calm. Ha ha, Wu will be back. Wu Jun burst out laughing. He shot a contemptuous glance at the group of gentry and wealthy merchants. If he passed King Yama's judgment and returned right under their noses, what would their expressions be like? I'm really looking forward to it. Ding ding. The bell rang. Terror spread. Wu Jun's pupils dilated. Noon has arrived. The execution was as swift as lightning. Before Wu Jun could even react, the executioner's blade swished down towards his neck. Just as the executioner had said, the blade was fast. With a dull thud of the blade falling, his vision began to tumble. A fog clouded his sight. Lord Wu, Inspector. Before the pain could even register, his consciousness began to blur. The sounds around him became indistinct, growing more and more distant. Fear, pain, hope, prayers, anger, injustice, enemies, friends. At this moment, all vanished like smoke. Wu Jun's body went limp. Blood spurted from his severed neck, staining the ground around the wooden block red. The watching crowd fell silent. The shouting had stopped for some reason. An indescribable chill filled the air. Shock, sorrow, anger, and even helpless despair were submerged in silent tears. Only the leaves rustled gently, making a soft, whispering sound. Meng Yongyan stood quietly, his eyes filled with grief. His fingertips were white from clenching his fists too hard. His simple official robe, usually neat, was now somewhat disheveled. Staring at the lifeless body, the expression on his face was complex and hard to read. It was the sorrow of losing a friend, and also the indignation at the injustice of this world. Power struggles, conspiracies. No peace to be found anywhere. This is the imperial court now. It's sick, and not just a little. A man's illness can be treated by a doctor, but when the court is sick, how can it be cured? A kindred spirit is hard to find, and my heart is broken. Only the clouds and the king's tears stain my robes. His lips trembled slightly. He closed his eyes. It's over. It's over. He's finally dead. In the distance, the gentry and wealthy merchants curled their lips into a cold smile, their eyes cunning and sinister. Humph, that military officer. In the end, he couldn't escape our grasp. What a pity. If he hadn't opposed us, Wu Jun wouldn't have ended up like this. Some shook their heads and sighed mournfully, putting on a show of grief. As for Wu Jun's last words, they paid them no mind. What a joke. The man is dead. How could he come back? He's not going to turn into a ghost and haunt us, is he? If that were the case, they would have died countless times already. Fan Yongan maintained an appropriate expression of sorrow, but the light in his eyes betrayed the excitement in his heart. It's over. In the crowd, Shulker and the others quietly departed. Immortal Chun had already visited Chongqing. Wu Jun was dead. It was time to take down that red cloth. As his consciousness faded, Wu Jun felt like he was in a very long dream. In the dream, he crawled forward helplessly. There was no sound, no touch. All around him was darkness, a complete void. All his senses were lost in a barren wasteland. His very existence began to blur. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his dream, bringing with it a bright light. The person reached out a finger towards him, guiding him into the light. Wu Jun slowly opened his eyes, looking around in a daze. His voice was hoarse and weak, as if he hadn't used his vocal cords in a very long time. Where am I? I think I was beheaded. Does that mean this is the underworld? Am I going to meet King Yama? At first, his gaze was vacant, trying to make out the blurry world around him. As his consciousness gradually returned, his pupils began to focus. What came into view was a sealed stone room, and standing right in front of him was Immortal Chun. Wu Jun jolted, instantly snapping back to his senses. The world came into sharp focus. Wu Jun said, stunned, I am Immortal Chun. Lord Chun. Chun-Li frowned, averting his gaze. He took a set of clothes from his inventory and tossed them to Wu Zhan. Hurry up and put these on. Don't tell me you're too weak just because you died. No strength? I'll come in a bit. Don't make me see something I shouldn't, or I'll beat the hell out of you. Seeing Wu Zhan's confused look, Chun-Li sighed. He turned and walked out of the room. Forget it. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Let me know when you're done. Take your time. No need to rush. But you have to get dressed. Understand? I understand. Wu Zhan said cautiously. This doesn't seem right. He looked around. The sealed room he was in. It was unfamiliar, yet extremely familiar. Wait, I remember now. He had been in this place a month ago. Thinking this, Wu Zhan turned his head. Sure enough, behind him, his name was affixed to a mysterious, purple, swirling block. Could it be that I've already met King Yama? It's just that I have no memory of it. Although he was very confused, Wu Zhan knew one thing for sure. He was truly alive again. Wu Zhan slowly raised his arm. With trembling fingers, he gently touched his own cheek, trying to confirm if all of this was real. Smack! A red handprint appeared on Wu Zhan's face. His cheek stung with a fiery pain. But Wu Zhan was certain. He had been given a second chance at life. I need to get dressed. Immortal Chun is still waiting outside. Wu Zhan hastily threw on the clothes. After straightening them out, he said nervously, Lord Chun, I'm ready. All right. That was pretty quick. Chun-Li walked back in, looking at Wu Zhan with some surprise. I thought you'd need more time to recover. But this is good too. The sooner you go back, the sooner you can get a good night's sleep, right? Let's go. He waved his hand. Lord Chun, he said casually. Are we going to see King Yama now? Wu Zhan's heart pounded. No need. You've already passed. Chun-Li shook his head and patted Wu Zhan's shoulder approvingly. Right now, we're sending you back to the world of the living. Back to the living? I can really go back. Pulsating red liquid. Monstrous creatures everywhere. And eternal flames. Wu Zhan followed Chun-Li in a daze, walking through the Nether portal as if in a dream. After a flash of light, he slowly opened his eyes. The sun. I'm back. The long mist sunlight gently fell upon his body. Wu Zhan knelt on the ground, burying his head in the grass. He took a deep breath. The scent of fresh grass filled his senses. His face beamed with a radiance he had never shown before. It was a vitality that had been lost for a long time. He had crossed the boundary between life and death, and witnessed a miracle unheard of in the mortal world. He would once again walk under the sun, experiencing the profound lessons of life and death, and the supreme joy of being reborn. See? What did I tell you? I said I'd pull you back up. Chun-Li turned around, smiling at Wu Zhan. He extended a hand to help him up. Welcome back to the world of the living. At that moment, Wu Zhan felt as if his heart had been seized. He stared blankly at Immortal Chun, who had turned back to him. This was the light that had granted him a second life, a supreme being in the mortal world. This scene before him was deeply etched into Wu Zhan's mind. So this is what it feels like to be truly alive. My body feels so warm. Immortal, my faith. Tears streamed down his face, but he was completely unaware. In his eyes, as he stared at Chun-Li, a flash of undeniable fanaticism appeared. He slowly reached out his hand. The meaning of my existence. Got him. Wu Zhan's expression. Chun-Li naturally saw it all. This should take care of any potential problems. Though, I might have laid it on a bit thick, but it probably won't cause any major issues. Most people in Lee City look at me like that anyway. I'm used to it. Put this on. You should know how to use it. It's just like the rebirth fur. Taking out the diamond armor set he had prepared earlier, Chun-Li handed it to Wu Zhan piece by piece. The diamond armor was too heavy. He couldn't even hold it all, if it weren't for the hidden equipment slots. Then besides Chun-Li, no one would really be able to equip it. Yes, Lord Chun. After acknowledging, Wu Zhan bowed slightly, accepting it respectfully with both hands. Once Wu Zhan had equipped the diamond armor, Chun-Li then took out a leather set and a wooden sword. Take these as well. Wear this set when you leave the domain. Remember, if you're going out, take off the diamond armor beforehand. You can't take it with you, since he was one of his own now. The matching weapons and armor had naturally been prepared long ago. And this. After Wu Zhan freed up a hand, Chun-Li tossed him something else. A honey bottle. Ever since he had acquired those 3 bees, he had been breeding them with flowers until now. The number of bees had reached a decent scale. The only problem was that acquiring honeycombs was too slow at the beginning. Making beehives required honeycombs, and honeycombs could only be obtained with shears. After a beehive was full of honey, the so-called expand and reproduce principle, he had always adhered to this philosophy. It was true for raising cattle and chickens. And it was true for bees as well. Once the numbers were up, besides honeycombs, honey could also be produced. A bee nest full of honey, or a beehive, could be used with a glass bottle to obtain it. Honey bottles, besides being a food source, could not only be used to craft sugar, but also had a special function, removing poison effects. Compared to milk, the most important thing was its portability. He had prepared quite a few in Chongqing. If you ever think you've been poisoned, don't hesitate, don't overthink it. Just drink this. The poison will be cured. Chun-Li said. Yes. Wu Zhen clutched it tightly in his hand. He glanced at his inventory, and after confirming he had given him everything, Chun-Li waved his hand. All right, he said with a smile. I've given you everything you need. You probably haven't had a good night's sleep these past few days. Go find Jiming. He'll arrange a place for you to stay. We can talk about things tomorrow. By the way, do you have any questions? Chun-Li asked softly. I figure, if I don't ask, you probably won't speak up. After all, there was a reason Wu Zhen was afraid of him. Lord Chun. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment. He asked cautiously, do I need to cover my face? After all, the imperial court. No need. Chun-Li shook his head. Just be yourself. You've already died once. You don't owe anyone anything. You're under my protection now. They can't touch you. He looked at Wu Zhen seriously and said jokingly, of course, don't go charging in and making trouble like a fool, like you did before. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as dying once. Of course, Lord Chun. I wouldn't dare trouble you to teach me a lesson again. Wu Zhen grinned. Not afraid of me anymore? Chun-Li asked with a smile. I'm still afraid. Wu Zhen straightened his back. He said without hesitation. But after dying once, I figured some things out. Perhaps, I now know what I really want to do. All right then, Chun-Li nodded. But stop with the I and my lord stuff. And calling yourself this lowly one. It sounds awkward. I really made the right choice. When I stood against Immortal Chun, I couldn't eat or sleep. I even had nightmares when I did sleep. It was the same even after I returned to Chongqing. But now, I have 2 sets of immortal armor. And an immortal weapon. You have to know, when I was released before, I didn't even have a pair of leather boots. More importantly, I have the immortal's protection. Wu Zhen subconsciously touched his neck. There was no trace of a healed wound. He then looked at his arm. The white scars from before were also gone. Wu Zhen suddenly asked, Lord Chun, is this still my original body? Of course, Chun-Li said. He was certain that Wu Zhen could be successfully resurrected, because before this, he had tested it on someone else. After all, although the rebirth fur could be used outside of the Nether, you could never be too sure. He tested it 4 times. In the Nether, outside the Nether's range, in the overworld, and outside the overworld's range. All were successful. The body would not remain. Meng Yongnian returned to the Yamen with a heavy heart. Advisor, you may leave. Let me be alone for a while, he said to his accompanying advisor. Yes, Your Excellency. The advisor bowed respectfully, exited the room, and gently closed the door. Meng Yongnian walked to his desk. His gaze fell upon the document on it. It was the one he had rewritten. In the end, he hadn't been able to use it. A trace of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Immortal Chun. Immortal Chun. He sighed deeply. Meng Yongnian's fingers tapped lightly on the desktop. Why did you save Brother Wu, only to let him come back? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Didn't I say to leave me alone for a while? Meng Yongnian was somewhat displeased, but he quickly composed himself. He swiftly reined in his emotions, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. Come in. A Yamen runner pushed the door open and entered, his face tense. What is it? Meng Yongnian's voice was calm, but he couldn't hide a hint of anger. It's terrible, Your Excellency. Something strange has happened, the Yamen runner said, out of breath. Lord Wu's body. It's disappeared. What? Meng Yongnian's eyes sharpened. What did you say about Brother Wu's body? It's gone, the Yamen runner stammered. Could it be that those noble families took it? Damn it, the man is already dead, and they still won't let him rest in peace. Meng Yongnian roared with anger. How on earth were you guarding it? No, Your Excellency, the Yamen runner said with a mournful face. Lord Wu's body was on the execution platform, and in front of all of us. It just vanished. My lord, please don't disbelieve me. It wasn't just us. There were still some townspeople who hadn't left. Some of them are still there, kneeling. Is that true? Meng Yongnian said with great solemnity. He quickly stood up, not caring about anything else, and rushed towards the execution platform. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that although most of the townspeople on the platform had left, some still remained. They were kneeling on the ground, muttering to themselves. Immortal Chun has shown his power, This is wonderful. It must have been Immortal Chun who took Lord Wu away. See? Immortal Chun has been watching over us all along. My lord, look. The Yamen runner who had followed him pointed. Meng Yongyan walked over. On the blood-stained execution platform, only a set of prisoners' clothes remained. He could tell at a glance that it was definitely the set Wu Zhen had been wearing. Could it really be? Meng Yongyan looked around at the townspeople who seemed to believe it, and at the dumbfounded Yamen runners. But how is that possible? Master Fan, you're in for a treat today. We've just gotten in some top-quality Shifeng wine. Would you like to try some? The owner of the Wuwei restaurant asked with a smile. Ah, that? I went to see a physician a few days ago. He said I shouldn't drink any alcohol for a while. Fan Yong'an's eyes darted around. He cleared his throat. His gaze was hesitant. It seems I'm not so fortunate. Tell me, what good dishes do you have? The owner smiled faintly and rattled off a long list of dishes. Today, just bring me a plate of that steamed chicken with white jade paste and 2 bowls of plain rice. Fan Yong'an's fingers tapped lightly on the table. He tried to sound as composed as possible. The physician told me to eat less lately and to stick to lighter foods, to recuperate. Hearing this, the owner's eyes flashed with understanding. The white jade paste was actually just diced tofu. Perhaps the rumors were true. That shipment of goods was robbed by bandits. It was robbed. Inspector Wu, who was in charge of the transport, was implicated and ultimately lost his life. Sai, he sighed almost imperceptibly. Then he resumed his usual smile. He replied in a respectful tone. Master Fan truly understands the art of healthy living. These dishes are light and delicious, perfect for recuperation. Rest assured, today's ingredients are especially fresh. You will certainly be satisfied. I'll have someone prepare the best rice for you right away. With that, the owner turned and went downstairs. As soon as he went down, a rich voice echoed from the floor below. Esteemed guests, today I will be telling the strange tale of an immortal. The voice was neither high nor low, but it had a magnetic quality that made one want to listen. The noisy chatter gradually died down. The gazes of everyone in the restaurant focused on the source of the voice. Among them was Fan Yong'an, a man dressed in a long blue robe, wearing a dompa-style cap, and holding a folding fan, walked to a small stage in the center of the restaurant. He was a storyteller. He gently waved the fan in his hand. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he smiled faintly and began his performance. As you all know, the celestial realm is home to many gods and immortals who govern the workings of the universe and the fate of the mortal world. And in the celestial realm, there are heavenly laws. The power of immortals is too great. If they were to interfere in mortal affairs at will, it could disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Among the heavenly laws, the most important one is the prohibition of immortals from descending to the mortal world at will. However, the central plains, especially our Shangxi, has suffered from years of drought. The people are living in misery. An immortal, as handsome as Erling Shun, and possessing heaven-shaking powers, could not bear to see the suffering of mortal beings. He decided to defy the heavenly laws and descend into the mortal world. His words were filled with mystery, as if the immortal were standing right before them. The immortal transformed into an ordinary scholar and came to the mortal world. But even when an immortal chooses to descend, he must abide by the heavenly laws. The immortal's movements were restricted, and upon entering the mortal world, he lost all his immortal power. He was even nearly attacked by a pack of wolves. At that very moment, a hunter saved the immortal from the wolves' jaws, and thus passed his test. The storyteller's pace quickened, and his expression became more vivid. Divine generals, demonic beasts protecting their master. Immortal chi, high-grade immortal jade, immortal veins, and even hell. The storyteller's words gradually unfolded, like a mythical tale woven from brocade, slowly spreading throughout the restaurant. Indescribable, mythical-sounding words tumbled from the storyteller's mouth. It all seemed so fantastical, so unreal. Fan Yong'an had been listening with curiosity at first, but when he heard the mention of immortal veins, his fist clenched tightly. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He thought he knew who this immortal was. This has to be a joke, right? His face turned pale. These myths and legends were so obviously fake, so unbelievable, but they matched the current situation perfectly. Fan Yong'an lowered his head, a flicker of terror in his eyes. That flower, if it were obtained by robbery, there's no way they could have such a large reserve. Unless it was really grown. If all of this wasn't just a fabricated legend, then he had angered a real, existing deity. And his followers? Master Fan, What's wrong with you? The owner, followed by a waiter carrying food, came up to the second floor of the restaurant. He asked anxiously, Quick, go call a physician. No need. I'm fine. Fan Yongan raised a trembling hand and waved it dismissively. Seeing Fan Yongan's firm refusal, the owner said no more. He signaled the waiter to bring the dishes over. Master Fan, he said, your steamed chicken and rice. Fan Yongan looked up, stunned for a moment. He pointed at the small pot of wine. I don't think I ordered any wine, he said, somewhat annoyed. Master Fan, you misunderstand. The owner smiled and waved his hand. He said unhurriedly, this is our own newly brewed medicinal wine. We usually keep it for ourselves. We don't sell it. Coincidentally, this wine is also good for one's health. So I thought I'd bring some for you to try. Then I have misunderstood you, shopkeeper. Fan Yongan's heart stirred. He replied softly. Then many thanks. The owner said. Not at all. Master Fan, you give us so much business. We should be the ones thanking you. What's the deal with that storyteller? Fan Yongan asked casually. He just came by a few days ago. He's telling the story of the household immortal of the family that sells flour. Immortal Chun, that is. The owner stared at Fan Yongan thoughtfully, his eyes glinting. Master, have you heard about what happened to Inspector Wu? What about it? Fan Yongan grunted coldly. Of course he knew. After all, he was partly responsible for Wu Zhen's death. I heard that after Inspector Wu was beheaded, not long after, his body just vanished. Many people saw it at the time. According to them, Inspector Wu was taken away and resurrected by that immortal Chun. Now, many people believe that immortal Chun has truly descended to the mortal world. The owner pointed downstairs to the packed tables. All these people were drawn here by that story. He said with sincere emotion. What a pity. I left too early that day. I didn't get to see it. I wonder if it's true. Shopkeeper, that immortal Chun even came to our restaurant to eat. The waiter chimed in from the side. The owner asked in surprise. Oh, really? Didn't that shop take down its red cloth? I saw it, I'm absolutely sure. His face? You'd remember it after just one look. He looked exactly the same. The waiter nodded and said, it was just a few days ago. The day before Inspector Wu was executed. Is that so? If that's true, then we might as well change the name of this restaurant to Immortals Pavilion. The owner said jokingly. Just then, the owner looked at Fan Yongan. He saw him clutching his collar tightly, his breathing ragged. His face was even paler than before. Wu Zhen's smile before his execution. His words echoed in Fan Yongan's mind. The gates of hell will be back. Resurrection. Fan Yongan was drenched in sweat. He slowly stood up. His movements were clumsy. He walked weakly out of the restaurant. Sir, you haven't eaten your food yet. I'm not eating. The bill. In a classroom in Li City, Jia Tun held a ruler, standing on the platform and lecturing. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. A slight commotion stirred among the students below. They stared intently at the door, eagerly waiting for class to be over so they could go to the cafeteria to eat. Humph. They're all just children, after all. It's normal for them to be restless. Tap, tap, tap. Jia Tun tapped the desk with his ruler. Quiet, he called out. Wait until I'm finished. The commotion below subsided. Jia Tun nodded with satisfaction. He continued his lecture. After about 4 or 5 minutes, he finally stopped. All right, he said softly. Class dismissed. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. The students below shouted in unison. Then, they eagerly swarmed out of the classroom. Eating is a matter of utmost importance. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat now. A girl with a flower in her hair said with a bow. Go on. Go on. Jia Tun looked at the girl before him. His eyes filled with a smile. His most prized student. What a pity she was a girl. Go Shang. Have you memorized all the characters we learned today? Jia Tun stroked his beard, walking over to Go Shang, who was packing up. He asked with a smile, replying to teacher. I've forgotten a few. Hearing this, Go Shang couldn't help but lower his head. Speaking cautiously, Jia Tun nodded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I see. Then you must remember to review when you get back. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. Go Shang quickly bowed in response. When I get back, I will definitely review today's lesson. Good. You may go, Jia Tun said, watching Go Shang's silent, departing figure. Jia Tun couldn't help but sigh. He is a farmer's child, after all. His foundation is too weak, and he's a bit too old. Fortunately, he's diligent enough, but it's still not enough. This child is so close to the immortal Lord. The expectations placed upon him are far, far too great. It's truly difficult to become a sage's teacher. After questioning Go Shang, There was still one heavyweight left. Jia Tun took a deep breath and walked towards the back of the classroom. He looked at the vacant-eyed Taishan, who was still sitting frozen in his seat even after class was dismissed. Noticing someone approaching, Taishan sluggishly turned his head to look at Jia Tun. Lord Divine General, do you remember any of the characters learned in this class? He looked at Taishan at eye level, asking tentatively. Taishan stared blankly for a long moment, then slowly nodded. With his large hand, he wrote 2 large, crooked characters on the paper on his desk. Che. Jia Tun barely managed to recognize the 2 characters. He muttered to himself, it should be Taishan, right? I knew it. Lord Divine General, these 2 characters should be written like this. Jia Tun sighed in resignation. He corrected the stroke order next to the characters. Lord Divine General, do you remember now? Taishan nodded and wrote it again. Surely he didn't learn only this much. Jia Tun, not giving up, continued to ask, is there anything else? Taishan nodded slightly and began to write on the paper again. Jia Tun stood by and watched. When Taishan finished writing, he softly read the 2 characters aloud. Chun-Li, Lu, you wrote them all correctly. Jia Tun nodded, musing thoughtfully. Chun is immortal Lord Chen's surname. Lu is for Lu family village. Plus, the strokes are simple. As for Li, it's for Li City. Taishan slowly shook his head. No, Jia Tun asked, puzzled. Is the character Chun wrong? Taishan shook his head again. Then it must be leaked. Jia Tun stared at the crooked characters, somewhat confused. The divine General Taishan can't even write his own name correctly. So how did he manage to write these 2 characters without a single mistake? Taishan stared intently at the door. Jia Tun followed his gaze. He turned his head and saw Immortal Chun standing at the door. Jia Tun jolted. He quickly turned around, cupped his hands, and said, Lord Chun, you've come. You could have just called for me. I wouldn't want to delay you. Greetings, Teacher Jia. Chun-Li returned the gesture and entered the classroom. I came to find Taishan. I saw you were still tutoring him. So I couldn't interrupt, could I? Chun-Li asked curiously. By the way, teacher, how has my Taishan been doing in his studies lately? Well, Jia Tun stammered. He said, the Divine General is diligent and eager to learn. In terms of writing, his brushwork is gradually becoming steadier. But he still needs practice. The standard answer. Got it. Chun-Li glanced at the simple-minded Taishan, muttering to himself. He inadvertently caught sight of the paper on the desk. He paused, then walked over. Did you write this? He pointed at the crooked characters, Chun-Li. He asked with a smile. Taishan nodded. Then he wrote it 2 or 3 more times on the paper. Actually, at the beginning, the Divine General couldn't even write his own name correctly. But he has never made a mistake with these 2 characters. Seeing the broad smile on Immortal Chen's face, Jia Tun seemed to understand something. He added from the side. Is that so? Chun-Li said. He's a bit slow. Can't even write his own name right. But he remembers mine so clearly. What a blockhead. Looking at the innocent-faced Taishan, the smile in his eyes deepened. Teacher, how is Goshing? Chun-Li asked next. Jia Tun said with sincere emotion. He learns very quickly, and he's very diligent. He works harder than any of the other children. Chun-Li nodded. And Meng Zhuyu? Although she is a young girl, she is exceptionally talented. She has a photographic memory. Now, she even feels that the others are too slow. Jia Tun hesitated for a moment before saying, Meng Zhuyu. Chun-Li murmured the name. She's the girl you gave the flower to, Immortal. Jia Tun reminded him. Pink, gave a flower. Chun-Li thought back. He suddenly remembered. He had indeed given a flower away. To a little girl. Meng Zhuyu was it? Heh. Although my luck is a bit off in other areas. When it comes to spotting talent, I've never missed. Chun-Li smugly took out his fan and held it behind his back, tapping his back with the fan's ribs. Of course he remembered. The dirty little girl who had walked out from among the refugees that day. She was a bit young, but that also meant she had a lot of room to grow. Who knows? She might grow up to be a great talent. Time. That's a small problem. He could definitely afford to wait. My 9 years of compulsory education can finally be put to use. Now I just need to wait for Song Yingxing to free up his hands, and then education can be put on the agenda. Chun-Li muttered to himself. When I get back, I'll see how much more I can pull out of my inventory. Every little bit helps. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Jia. Chun-Li said. Not at all. Not at all. Jia Tun was all smiles. It is my duty. This is all part of my job. After leading Taishan out of the school, the man and the golem walked side by side. Chun-Li glanced at the tall Taishan. He patted his arm. Taishan, give me a ride, will you? I'm too lazy to walk. Taishan stopped. He slowly squatted down, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Chun-Li was very familiar with that posture. That was how Taishan had carried Jiming back. Yeah, let's skip that. Chun, still had some face to save. He grabbed Taishan's iron arm. Chun-Li leaped up, landing directly on Taishan's shoulder. He sat down and patted him, smiling. Okay, we're good. Let's go, old friend. Set sail. That way. He pointed in a certain direction. Taishan nodded slightly, sitting on Taishan's shoulder. Chun-Li stared thoughtfully at Taishan's blocky head. After some hesitation, he said softly, Taishan, if you really don't want to study, we don't have to go. Taishan shook his head. He took out a pen and paper and stopped walking. The tip of the pen touched the paper. He tilted his head, thinking, then wrote a word. Then he pointed to himself, and then to the villagers in the distance. To communicate? That makes sense. Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh. Then you'll have to work hard. Try to learn as soon as possible. All right, enough about that. Taishan, can you run a little faster? Don't worry. I may not be as big as you, but when it comes to strength, I'm much stronger. You won't shake me off. Taishan no longer hesitated and started to run. The ground shook with every step, reminding Chun-Li of the days he used to ride a tractor. They passed the small houses and pastures and continued forward. A huge blue building appeared in their view. A large-scale ice factory. It was a building specifically constructed to obtain a sufficient amount of ice. Its exterior was encased in glass, and inside was a 1-meter-thick layer of packed ice. Packed ice is made from 9 blocks of ice. Its properties are similar to ice, but the difference is that it has the same properties as blue ice. It can be placed in the Nether and will not melt. It's even better than the cold jade bed from ancient tombs. Chun-Li had tested it himself. In short, this also meant that packed ice, like campfires and torches, was also a product of the world's rules. Its function was to continuously absorb heat. Therefore, the temperature inside the factory was much lower than outside. The properties of an infinite water source. A 2x2 area with water blocks placed at the top. Stone steps were used to prevent the ice from melting, and the other 2 spots were used to generate ice blocks. Collection was done by stonemasons holding iron pickaxes with silk touch. The entire process was completely natural and pollution-free. It didn't even consume anything. At most, it required some manpower. Generating things out of thin air is normal. Opening a path to the Nether requires a large amount of ice. You can never have too much. Once I have more packed ice, I'll build another ice factory. The more packed ice invested, the greater the return. It's that same principle again. Expand and reproduce. I can also sell the ice. It's summer, after all, perfect for cooling down. Chun-Li calculated in his head. The price should be lower. Otherwise, if the gentry can't afford it, or don't dare to buy it, how am I supposed to get back the money I've paid out? If I remember correctly, in ancient times, ice was something only high officials and nobles had. As expected, being one of my villagers, life is pretty comfortable. Chun-Li couldn't help but straighten his back. His eyes filled with a smile. Good thing I came here before graduating. I would never have met a boss as good as me. Of course, this wasn't their final destination. It was another special structure, the beehive cluster. It was a building made of countless stacked beehives, shaped like an inverted pyramid on the outside. Each level was hollowed out, with glowing campfires extending inward. There were also several passages leading to the interior. For 100 meters in every direction, the ground was covered in flowers. Colorful blossoms bloomed in competition, dotting the grassland like a vibrant sea of color. The structure before them made one want to stop and gaze. Then the creatures and flowers swarming around it, and the dense swarms of bees on the ground would make one's heart pound with fear. Their legs would tremble, and they'd wish for 2 extra legs to run for their lives. Although the bees in the game were cute, but before them were hundreds of giant bees, each half a meter long. That wasn't so cute anymore. The numbers are really dense, huh? Chun-Li jumped off Taishan's shoulder. He instructed, Taishan, go and lure a few bees over. Just use that little flower of yours. I'll go inside and get the honeycombs from the past few days, and all the honey, and bring it back. Don't lure too many. About 10 or so will be enough. Lead them to the wheat field. Wait for me there, understand? You can't lure the bees too quickly, or they'll get lost. Seeing Taishan take the flower to lure the bees as instructed, Chun-Li followed the path of the extending pyramid. He carried a wooden cart with a chest on his back. He went to the hives on each level, and from inside, he took out the collected and yet to be collected bottles of honey, as well as the honeycombs. The current number of bees was almost sufficient, so he didn't need many more beehives. Thus, 80% of the hives were filled with honey bottles and maturing honeycombs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along the way, the sky-covering buzzing of the bees never ceased. They flew in swarms, almost blocking out the sunlight outside the structure. Even as Chun-Li was packing the supplies, bees would often dart back and forth behind him. Some would even stop in front of Chun-Li, observing him curiously. At these times, he wouldn't be shy. He'd reach out and pet their blocky heads. He wasn't worried that these actions would provoke the bees' hostility and lead to his demise. Chun-Li knew that even if he took out a diamond axe right now and struck one of these bees, even if he killed it outright, he wouldn't be attacked at all. But for others, it was a different story. If they dared to attack, they would be stung by red-eyed bees. Although he hadn't yet encountered any other aggressive MC creatures, Chun-Li had a feeling that they would behave the same way. Chun-Li stroked the cute bee in front of him, lost in thought. It's not like survival mode. But in peaceful mode, mobs wouldn't spawn in the Nether either. The current situation was as if the entire world was bending to his will. On the outskirts of the wheat field, Miao Jiming, Wei Shi, Lu Wusan, and a group of other farmers stood waiting. Hey Jiming, what do you think Immortal Chun called us over for this time? Wei Shi nudged Miao Jiming with his elbow, asking curiously, do you really think I know everything? Miao Jiming fanned himself lightly. I don't know, he said with a straight face. I have no idea. Wei Shi glanced at the fan in Miao Jiming's hand. He snorted, showing off. Miao Jiming snapped his fan shut. He smiled with a sincere expression. You don't have one, but I do. Wei Shi said, unconvinced. Fine, fine. You'll have one. When the time comes, you can borrow my chest to carry the things you're given, so you don't lose them. Miao Jiming said leisurely. By the way, my chest was also a gift from Immortal Chun. It can hold 100 items. Now Wei Shi was completely speechless. Wei Shi looked quickly. What is that? Miao Jiming suddenly said. His voice was filled with delight. What? Wei Shi turned his head at the sound. His face changed instantly. Behind Immortal Chun was the divine General Taishan, holding a red flower, leading a dozen terrifying bees towards them. Why did Immortal Chun suddenly bring these demonic bees here? Wei Shi's voice suddenly jumped an octave. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had completely lost his usual composure. Filled with panic and terror, his body instinctively retreated. But he knew he couldn't. So his steps became chaotic, and he nearly tripped over his own feet. Huh. Seeing Wei Shi's reaction, Miao Jiming couldn't help but laugh. Wei Shi, you're still afraid of bees, just like before. You've grown so big for nothing. No one would have guessed that the broad-shouldered, powerfully built, pot-bellied, and bushy-bearded, imposing Wei Shi would be afraid of bees. This guy, Wei Shi, was even afraid of the small ones, let alone these giant bees before them. After laughing, Miao Jiming took a deep breath and braced himself to go forward. He stood in front of Wei Shi. Young Master Chun, you've arrived. Noticing Wei Shi's obviously strange demeanor, Chun-Li asked with confusion. What's wrong with Wei Shi? Wei Shi was stung by hornets before, and he nearly lost his life. Miao Jiming said, feigning composure. Once bitten by a snake. 10 years afraid of a rope. Ever since then, he's been afraid of all kinds of bees. I see. Chun-Li hesitated for a moment. In that case, Wei Shi, don't force yourself. You can go back first. Thank you, young Master Chun. Wei Shi thanked him from a distance. I'm leaving now. Chun-Li waved his hand. Only then did he flee as if escaping for his life. It seems that from now on, Wei Shi will probably never be able to get close to this wheat field again. One by one. Go and touch those bees. Chun-Li stepped aside. Don't worry, he said slowly. They won't hurt you. I'm here. First, desensitize them with a few bees. Bees, as a low-cost version of bone meal, would definitely need to be introduced to the fields in large numbers in the future to accelerate the growth rate of crops. The key was that Chun-Li didn't feel bad about using them. They don't get tired. Why not? So the farmers would definitely have to interact with these half-meter-long bees. The other villagers, too. His standing here served as a reassurance. At least they wouldn't be so afraid. Who's first? Chun-Li asked. Lu Wusan said in a booming voice. I'll go. He gently walked among the swarm of bees. Looked back at Chun-Li, and only then, reassured, did he firmly extend his hand to stroke a bee. These demonic bees look scary, but they're quite docile. His courage grew a little. Seeing this, the others also came forward to touch them curiously. The first step was a success. Next was to craft beehives and install them in the wheat fields. Another big project. Right, I need to tell Jiming about the bamboo forest. Chun-Li called out to Miao Jiming, who was about to step forward. However, Miao Jiming clearly misunderstood why Chun-Li had called him over. Rest assured, young Master Chun. The news has already been spread. I believe it won't be long before your immortal domain can be expanded. To Chungchung, Miao Jiming bowed, his eyes gleaming. I have faith in your work. Jiming, I've told you. I trust you. Naturally, I won't ask too many questions. Chun-Li shook his head, unable to help but chuckle. But it's not about that. Besides, he had already guessed Jiming's plan. I want to talk about something else. Chun-Li said calmly. Take some villagers and the bamboo by the water source and plant it along the dried-up riverbed outside the domain. Assign someone specifically to be in charge. You must make sure it survives. The single bamboo stalk he had fished out of the water in the beginning had now grown to a considerable size. Plus, it grew very fast and was very useful. Some of it was used for traditional papermaking, some as firewood, or made into bamboo products. However, the pandas Chun-Li had been longing for had never spawned. It was obvious that the bamboo forest he had planted himself was not being recognized as a biome. He could only try planting it before the domain expanded. Maybe it would work. It should be soon. Huanglong Mountain is located in Yan'an, Qingyang. Due to its complex terrain, which is easy to defend and hard to attack, it has become a natural fortress for numerous roving bandits. Furthermore, the Patrol and Inspection Office has clear jurisdictions. Except in special circumstances, they only perform their duties within their own jurisdiction, conducting patrols and joint inspections. Only under specific circumstances would cross-jurisdictional deployments occur. So, if a rich merchant was robbed in Luochuan today, and the bandits fled to Yichuan, there was nothing that could be done. After hearing that Wang Jiayin had also risen in rebellion, Wang Er and his men broke through Yijuan County, then headed north into Huanglong Mountain to join forces with Wang Jiayin. The camp within the mountain was teeming with people. Today, we have another hero on Huanglong Mountain, Wang Jiayin announced. This is Wang Er of Baishui. His reputation precedes him, and his name is renowned. From today onwards, he will be one of us. It's Wang Er of Baishui. Excellent. Our ranks have grown stronger. The bandits waved their weapons, letting out cheers. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Everyone knows. Those rich merchants in the cities have plenty of grain, but they just won't sell it to us. They watch us starve to death for nothing. We are here, not to become the thieves the court sees us as, but for the sake of the suffering common people. We have chosen to resist because of injustice. Wang Er took over, his voice firm and powerful. We will let everyone know that the brothers of Huanglong Mountain are not cowards who cling to life. We are men of courage and integrity. As Wang Er's voice fell, the atmosphere on Huanglong Mountain reached a boiling point. The bandits' emotions were completely ignited. They shouted slogans, cheering wildly. After a round of morale boosting, the bandit leaders gathered together to discuss which city to target next. The heaven-shaking king, Yang Lu. The doesn't-stick-to-mud king, Wang Zhuigui. The lamplighter, the heaven-equaling king, the pillar that charges the heavens, Yu Lihua. Let's go to Shangxi. Shangxi has a lot of grain. That's right. And I heard the people there have had enough of the government's oppression. They need someone to stand up and lead them in resistance. The discussion was lively, with everyone expressing their opinions. But they couldn't reach a consensus. How about Chongqing? Upon hearing this, the discussion instantly ceased. All eyes turned to the speaker. Yang Lu said in a deep voice, the news from there is, the magistrate of Chongqing has enough surplus grain to have the commoners build roads. And it said that the grain in the city is countless. They're hauling it in by the cartload. If we... Before Yang Lu could finish, Wang Er interrupted without hesitation. Let's discuss other places, he said coldly. Chongqing is off limits. Humph. Being interrupted by Wang Er, Yang Lu was displeased. He said in a low voice, fine. You have to give a reason. Wang Er's eyes flickered. He hesitated to speak. Are you afraid of that? Wu Zhan, the one who drove you out of Chongqing. Yang Lu chuckled. Don't worry. After you broke through Yijuan County, that guy's luck ran out. He was held accountable by the court. I reckon he's already been beheaded, he said, scanning the crowd. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors, he said calmly. All that grain, and Wu Zhan is dead too. Why don't we take our chance before the new patrol inspector can get friendly with those soldiers? We still have a shot. No, it's for other reasons. Wang Er said with a blank expression. Yang Lu said, are you afraid of robbing your own people? We'll only rob Chongqing. We won't touch the villages. Wang Er still shook his head. TCH. Coward. Who's with me? Yang Lu stopped asking Wang Er. He turned to the others. He received no reply for a long time. If you're not going, fine. I'll go by myself. When the time comes, don't blame me, your brother, for not sharing the grain I seize. I won't show any mercy, Yang Lu said with a straight face. Wait. The heaven-equaling king's eyes flickered. I'll take my men and go with you, he said. Yulihua said. I'll go too. Good. Yang Lu nodded with satisfaction. 3 of us should be enough, he replied. No matter how much grain is in the city, it's not enough to be split among too many people. Wang Er said no more. He gave them a cold look and returned to his own camp. He recounted what had just happened to Zhong Guangdao and Zheng Yinfu in full detail. That is to say, they want to attack Chengcheng? Zheng Yinfu said, his voice strained. Big brother, why don't we go with them? What if they succeed? What will happen to us? They won't succeed. Wang Er glanced at the silent Zhong Guangdao. He glanced once, then said calmly, I have my own plans. Late at night, Zhong Guangdao looked hesitant. Finally, he lit a lamp. He took out a brush and paper and began to write on the sheet. After finishing, he folded it neatly. Then, he summoned someone. He brought in a man. This man had seen that high wall with him before. Tomorrow morning, find an opportunity. Take this letter to that place. Zhong Guangdao handed over the written letter. His eyes flickered. If life over there is good, don't come back. Understood. Watching the man leave the tent, Zhong Guangdao let out a sigh of relief. Big brother Wang Er isn't too deep. Hopefully, this can secure a way out for them. In the darkness, a shadow flashed by. Big brother Wang Er. He really went to tip them off. Should we kill that man? No need. You may leave. In the shadows, Wang Er's gaze was distant. At dawn, the rooster crowed, waking the villagers of Lu family village. Go Sheng's eyes shot open. He struggled out of bed, fetched water, and washed his face. After waking up a bit, he picked up the wooden sword leaning against the wall and began his morning practice. His muscles tensed. The wooden sword danced in his hand. The tip of the sword cut through the air, making a whooshing sound. On Go Sheng's forehead, sweat trickled down from his brow, splattering on the ground. As time went on, his body began to tremble. His legs grew weak, and his breathing became more and more rapid. The wooden sword in his hand felt as heavy as steel. He continued until the last ounce of his strength was squeezed out, the ringing in his ears sharp, his heart feeling like it would leap out of his chest. The wooden sword fell from his grasp. Go Sheng collapsed to the ground. Only then did his movements cease. Squatting nearby, Lu Yi, who had been watching Go Sheng practice, quickly stood up. Second brother, let me help you inside. In the room, Wang Daniu sat at the table. On the table was today's breakfast. A large bowl full of cooked eggs, hot congee, and various kinds of meat. In fact, there was more meat than wild vegetables. Allowing himself to be helped to a chair, Go Sheng looked at the little pipsqueak before him. He smiled and raised a trembling hand to pat his head. Thanks, third brother. You're a great help. Hee. Lu Yi grinned foolishly. Second brother, I'll peel an egg for you. He didn't even wait for the egg to cool down before he started peeling. Ouch, hot. After peeling it and blowing on it to cool it down, he held the egg to Go Sheng's lips. Second brother, open your mouth. Hurry, eat it all. Go Sheng chewed a few times and swallowed it down. Last, this one. Lu Yi took a large piece of fish from the bowl. Second brother, eat the fish. A feeling of fullness appeared, and the soreness and swelling in his body rapidly disappeared. Strength surged through him. Go Sheng loosely clenched his fist, feeling that he had grown stronger again. Lu Yi skipped and jumped into the kitchen and brought out another bowl of noodles, placing it on the table. He pushed it towards Go Sheng. Second brother, eat the noodles. Longevity noodles. Today he turned 16. Go Sheng slurped the noodles, his mind drifting to the past. He used to look forward to this day the most, because if he was lucky, he might get to eat an egg. He peeled 2 eggs for himself. Lu Yi popped them into his mouth. This is great. Lu Yi sat on the chair, swinging his legs leisurely. He nibbled on the egg. His eyes curved into crescents. We get to eat eggs every day, he said with a silly grin. Eggs are so delicious. Wang Daniu remained silent, lifting his cup and taking a small sip of congee. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. This house needs some repairs. Looking at the new clothes on the 2 boys, he peeled an egg, his eyes revealing a deep sense of satisfaction. Yilan came out of the kitchen, placing the prepared food into a bamboo basket. Her complexion was now like that of a normal person, showing no signs of her previous severe illness. Go Sheng, after you finish eating, take this to Immortal Chun. Don't dawdle on the way. It won't be good if it gets cold. Yilan reminded him, just as she did every day. This was a very important matter. Chun-Li's wake-up time was fixed. Sheng was always responsible for delivering his meals. Okay, I will. Sheng nodded in agreement. After finishing his noodles, Sheng picked up the bamboo basket and had just stepped out the door when he ran right into Chun-Li. Boss, what are you doing here? Sheng asked, confused. Normally, the boss should still be in bed at this time. Huh. Today is an important day. I didn't forget. So I didn't sleep on the wool bed. Chun-Li said with a smile. Let's go. First, we'll get you your class change. This is the most important step. Class change. Sheng was instantly energized, his eyes shining with excitement. I can do it now. You're the right age. Chun-Li nodded. That's great. Sheng clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. Chun-Li waved his hand. Let's go. Fletcher. Hunters or blacksmiths who can make crossbows, bows, and arrows can change to this class. The class changed shrine. It looked like a giant sword hilt sculpture, perfectly circular and clearly layered. The color faded gradually from the center outwards. It was stuck with various colored tipped arrows. The result, naturally, was a complete success. Sheng successfully changed his class to Fletcher. He took Sheng all the way to the Nether. On the newly added register of all beings, a new name had appeared. Then, he had Sheng put on the diamond armor set and stuffed a few bottles of honey into his inventory. There, now you're completely unkillable. Chun-Li grinned. Chun-Li looked at Sheng before him, recalling the first time they met. He only now realized how much Sheng had changed. He had grown much taller. He held his hands flat against his chest. Chun-Li fell into deep thought. He murmured, when I first met you last year, you were so short and scrawny, like a skinny monkey. Now you're already up to my shoulder. Chun-Li continued. Your voice has changed too. Isn't this all thanks to you, boss? Back then, in our village, forget about eating meat. Just having enough to eat every day was a blessing. People would still starve to death. Sheng said seriously upon hearing this. After the boss came. Now we can eat our fill of meat at every meal. Of course I grow fast. You've definitely gotten stronger too. I train with Big Brother Wei every day. It's been over a year. Of course I'm stronger. Sheng said, rolling up his sleeve. He flexed his arm, showing off his muscles. He said proudly, Big Brother Wei taught me a lot. He said what I've learned is enough to protect you, boss. Chun-Li smiled at his words. He subconsciously wanted to pat Sheng's head, but found that with Sheng's current height, it wasn't so easy anymore. You've grown up. Chun-Li's hand paused slightly, changing to a pat on Sheng's shoulder instead. He took out a cake and placed it on a wooden plank. Cake, 3 milk, 2 sugar, 1 egg, and 3 wheat. Crafted. Chun-Li, his face full of smiles, then took out a minecart and placed a chest in it. The things inside are my birthday gift to you. However, you probably can't wield the enchanted diamond sword just yet. You'll have to wait until a higher level strength enchantment appears. Then you'll be able to lift it. Happy birthday. Sheng. Chun-Li continued. Wait a bit longer. Jiming and the others will be here soon. We'll eat the cake together then. Ever since I could craft it, I haven't even tried this thing myself. After waiting for a moment, Miao Jiming arrived. Strangely, he was accompanied by someone Chun-Li had never seen before. This person was the bandit sent by Zhong Guangdao. Young Master Chun, Miao Jiming bowed. Chun-Li asked, what is it? Miao Jiming gestured to the bandit with his eyes. The man quickly said, I am a subordinate of Zhong Guangdao. A few days ago, we arrived at Huanglong Mountain. The heroes there. Oh no, the bandits. Their next target is Changqing. Chun-Li instantly understood. He looked at Miao Jiming, his eyes flashing. The time has come. Yes, Miao Jiming nodded. Young Master Chun, he said leisurely. The people of Changqing need you. Since Wu Zhen's death, Meng Yongnian had become somewhat despondent. His once well-groomed beard now looked disheveled. He sat at his desk, handling the affairs of Changqing. His advisor waited by his side. Those gentry and squires. What's their situation now? Meng Yongnian held a brush, writing on a piece of paper. He replied without looking up. They've all gone quiet now. They no longer dare to go to that shop to buy grain. They don't even dare to step out of their courtyards. Clearly, they've been scared off by the rumors in the city. The advisor quickly replied. Meng Yongnian nodded. He paused, then asked, has the provincial governor reported to the court about the matter of the roving bandits in Shaanxi? Replying to you, sir, no he has not. The provincial governor is still suppressing the matter. The advisor said with a bitter smile. Qingjin County, Hancheng, Sanyuan, Luochuan, Shirquan, Tongguan. With each county name he uttered, Meng Yongnian's expression grew uglier. Even though he had anticipated it, he still found it somewhat hard to believe. All these counties had been ravaged by bandits. That governor, does he intend to wait until every county in Shaanxi has been plundered, until it can no longer be suppressed, before letting His Majesty know about this group of corrupt officials living off the state's coffers? How has the court become like this? Meng Yongyan was furious. Even the brush he held began to tremble slightly. Veins popped out on his hand. The advisor lowered his head, not daring to speak. When will the new patrol inspector arrive? Meng Yongyan took a deep breath. Calming his anger, he asked, have any of the villages near Chengcheng been plundered? The advisor said, the new patrol inspector will need some more time. As for the villages, none have been plundered. Although Patrol Inspector Wu is dead, his men are still on patrol. Meng Yongyan grunted softly in acknowledgement, not asking any more questions. After waiting for a long time without Meng Yongyan asking anything further, the advisor considered his words, weighed the options, and finally, gritting his teeth, he asked cautiously, Your Excellency, the matter of that family immortal, are we really going to do nothing about it? After a moment's pause, Meng Yongyan asked, do something? How should we do something? And why should we? But we can't just watch them rebel, can we? The advisor turned his head and glanced outside the door, ensuring there were no eavesdroppers. He leaned in, his face crestfallen, and whispered. The tip of Meng Yongyan's brush paused, leaving a blot of ink on the paper. What the advisor was talking about was, of course, that family immortal. Ever since the execution that day, many commoners had witnessed with their own eyes the body of Wu Zhen disappearing from the execution platform, coupled with the grain price that was practically a handout, and the wages provided for road construction. The number of people in Chengcheng who worshipped young Master Chun now surpassed even those who worshipped the city god and the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Furthermore, after that, that group of people, for some unknown reason, took down the red cloth, and stories about the new immortal's deeds began to multiply in Chengcheng, and they had finally decided on a time to move the divine statue into the city god temple. Now, the hearts of the people were not with him, the magistrate, but with those people. They couldn't be doing all this just for fame, could they? The most likely possibility was rebellion, or something similar. But this speculation of rebellion was based on the assumption that the person in the statue was a fictional deity, reconstructing a physical body. Meng Yongyan muttered under his breath. The scene that had unfolded in the dungeon that day, as the sole witness, he still couldn't forget it. If he had previously thought it was just a lie, then from the moment Wu Zhen's remains disappeared, even he began to waver. Early on, that group of people had seemed off. Shaanxi was clearly suffering from famine everywhere, yet they were somehow able to produce large quantities of golden grain. When there are too many coincidences, it's no longer a coincidence, no matter how outrageous. All of this pointed to that absurd and bizarre answer. There really was an immortal trapped in that place. Don't worry, I have my own judgment. He sighed, rolled up his sleeves, to avoid staining them with ink, and dipped the tip of his brush on the inkstone. When Wu Zhen's men return, have them escort us there. Once we see Li City, the truth will naturally come to light. Seeing is believing. If it's really as the rumors say, then even if I can't get in, just seeing that high wall will naturally give me a sense of what to do. An official came in from outside to report, Your Excellency, a soldier from the garrison requests an audience. His name is Gao Feiguang. He says he has an urgent matter to report. Gao Feiguang, this person, if I remember correctly, is Brother Wu's trusted family servant. What a coincidence. Now I don't have to go looking for him. Let him in. Meng Yongyan was overjoyed. He said quickly, as soon as Gao Feiguang entered the room. Before Meng Yongyan could speak, he said with a grave expression, Your Excellency, a large group of bandits, numbering around 4,000, are heading towards Chengcheng. 4,000. Meng Yongyan's expression became solemn. Is this information reliable? Although their movements are very secretive, our scouts saw them with their own eyes, coming out of the mountains and heading this way. Gao Feiguang nodded. It's very clear they're coming for Chengcheng, he said seriously. And 4,000 is a conservative estimate. Damn it. How can there be so many? How could he even think about leaving the city now? Meng Yongyan's mind raced. He began to issue orders. Send people to get the commoners who are still building the road, and have them all return to the city, and bring those refugees into the city as well. Otherwise, if those refugees are coerced by the bandits, whether they leave or attack the city, it will be a problem. Notify the people in the nearby villages to come to the city for refuge. Have the artisans prepare rolling logs and stones, and arrows. There must be no delay. Several days passed. That group of bandits finally appeared within the territory of Chongqing. Scouts had been monitoring the bandits' movements all along. Fortunately, those bandits did not choose to attack Chongqing immediately. Instead, they roamed the nearby villages. But the villagers from the surrounding countryside had mostly already taken refuge in Chongqing, bringing with them the grain and vegetables from their villages. The cement road at the city gate had also been halted. The city walls were being fortified, a guard post every 100 steps, with shifts rotating day and night. The county seat was packed with people. The atmosphere was somber. Everyone's face was etched with panic. Fortunately, there would be no shortage of food. Meng Yongyan instructed Shulker, who had been placed in Chongqing by Miao Jiming, to distribute food. With food to eat, the refugees calmed down and sat against the walls. Compared to sleeping on the streets, they were more afraid of the bandits from outside. Some might have been forced to rebel and wouldn't rob villages. But there would be no shortage of those who would take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. They wouldn't care about being from the same region. Those gentry and wealthy merchants voluntarily went to the county yamen to find Meng Yongyan. The scars from when Chongqing was breached by Wang Er before were still etched into their courtyards. No matter how much it pained them to part with their silver, they no longer dared to hide it. These people who were coming in were really going to rob them of everything. There would be no room for negotiation. Of course, Fan Yong'an and his group were still not among them. They were still cowering in their own courtyards like turtles in their shells. The result of the negotiations was naturally that the treasury had over 1,000 more taels of silver. Everyone, please go back and reassure the people. Don't cause a panic. Meng Yongyan saw them to the door, speaking calmly. Your Excellency, the matter of the divine statue. Have you heard about it? The leading gentleman suddenly asked. Meng Yongyan understood. Of course, he said slowly. I know what you want to ask. The time for the divine statue to enter the city god temple has already been set. I cannot change it. Can it be delayed for a few days? The gentleman asked cautiously. It's not that we intend to make things difficult. It's just that the bandit attack is imminent. And it's scheduled for tomorrow, of all days. After the bandits leave, it won't be too late for the statue. That's right, Your Excellency. Postpone it for a few days. The people will understand your situation. When the time comes, our families can pool our resources to cast a golden body for the statue. That's not out of the question. This is a matter of great importance. It's better to focus all our energy on the bandits. The wealthy households all tried to persuade him. No, this matter is settled. Meng Yongyan shook his head without hesitation, his face expressionless. I have my own plans. Meng Yongyan's decisive attitude stunned the gentry. They looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Helpless, they could only take their leave. The recruited local militia numbered about 800 men. Even with the soldiers from the garrison, it was only just over 1,000. The key was that this militia was completely thrown together at the last minute. A ragtag bunch. They were just there to make up the numbers. Standing on the city wall, only the garrison soldiers had any real fighting capability. For 1,000 men. Sir, do you think those rumors are true or false? The advisor's eyes flickered as he spoke. What rumors? Meng Yongyan asked, puzzled. The advisor asked tentatively. When the immortal's domain expands to Chongqing, the people will not worry about food or drink, and heavenly soldiers will descend from the 9 heavens, protecting Chongqing from raging flames. Meng Yongyan's eyes flickered. Who said that? I don't know where it came from. Perhaps it was spread by word of mouth. The advisor said. If it were 2 months ago, Meng Yongyan could have confidently said that this was superstitious nonsense, and not to be taken seriously. But now, he himself didn't know if it was true or false. How is the situation in the city? Meng Yongyan changed the subject. The advisor, taking the hint, replied. The swords and sabers gathered from the armory have all been distributed to the militia, and the blacksmiths in the city have already forged dozens of new iron spearheads. However, Meng Yongyan said in a low voice. The advisor, nervous, said, none of the blacksmiths and artisans in the county seat are missing. But according to the roster of rotating artisans, at least 30% are gone. Good. I understand. Meng Yongyan nodded with a blank expression. He had a vague idea of where these artisans had gone. What about the statue that's to be placed in the city god temple? Meng Yongyan suddenly asked. What do they say? They said there's no need to trouble your excellency to assign men. They will have their own people stand guard. The advisor said. They don't trust me? Meng Yongyan pondered for a moment. Let's go get some kanji. I'm hungry. Although the morale in Chongqing was relatively stable, as the magistrate, he should make a statement. To be with the people and calm their hearts. Late at night, in a house in Chongqing, A human statue was placed in the center of the room. Inside the door, 2 militiamen in leather armor stood guard. The others on their shift were sleeping in a room separated by a wall. Yawn. Juzi couldn't help but yawn. It was already the 3rd watch of the night. At this time, they should be sound asleep. Coupled with the prolonged period of high concentration, it was natural to feel a bit tired. Splash some cold water on your face. It'll wake you up a bit. The taller man tossed a water-filled gourd over. If anything goes wrong, he said in a low voice. I know. If something really happens, I won't even forgive myself. It's just that it's so late, my head's a bit fuzzy. Juzi grinned, his eyes twinkling. Besides, who would be crazy enough to come here and cause trouble? Hey, how about we make a bet? Juzi suddenly leaned in, unable to resist. You still want to bet? Last time you swore away your own wife. And you still want to bet now? The tall man laughed. He teased, that was an accident. Juzi's face turned bright red. He scratched the back of his head. Didn't Immortal Chun say it? He let me go after I went there. So I actually won. Fine. The tall man's eyes flickered. Go on, what's the bet? Let's bet on whether anyone will come tonight. Juzi said slowly. I bet no one will come. With that bet, I'm bound to lose. No bet. The tall man shook his head without hesitation. Hey, let me finish. How about this? If you win, I'll treat you to 2 good meals at the restaurant. All the good wine you can drink. Juzi said with a smile. If I win, you know a lot of people, right? So, introduce me to a girl. Whether it works out in the end or not, you don't have to worry about it. How about it? Ha ha ha, still thinking about a wife, are you? The tall man let out a hearty laugh. All right, you're on. Hee hee, with an introduction. Can a wife be far behind? It's as good as done. My own child. What should I name him? Juzi daydreamed. So happy that he even felt a little dizzy. His arms and legs felt a bit weak. Juzi, do you feel a little dizzy? The tall man suddenly asked. Not good. Someone's here. Juzi was stunned. While he still had some strength, he took out the honey bottle tied to his waist. He hissed, quick, drink the honey. Stay here. Don't go out. The poison effect was cleared. After regaining his strength, Juzi immediately grabbed his wooden sword and kicked the door open. Sure enough, 2 men in black were crouching outside the door, staring in astonishment at the vigorous Juzi. How can he still move? Damn it, there goes my wife again. Juzi was furious. He roared, you bastards. How dare you? Juzi glared fiercely, staring at the men in black. His eyes were filled with rage, not just because his future wife was gone, but more importantly, the purpose of these 2 men being here. If he hadn't noticed and woke up, death would be a small matter. But if anything happened to the statue, he tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Juzi lunged, stabbing towards the lower body of one of the men. Although his wife was gone again, and although he was usually a fool, in his rage, he still retained a sliver of clarity. These 2 men could not die yet. He had to find out who sent them. First, cripple this man's leg, to prevent him from escaping. He saw the man in black he was facing holding a dagger, also charging towards him. He showed no intention of defending himself. The other one was the same. A cold smile appeared on Juzi's face. A wooden sword was better than an iron one. This was one of the reasons. Because according to common sense, there was no need to defend against a wooden sword. But unfortunately for them, common sense had been rewritten. Juzi completely abandoned all defense, because the leather armor on his body would naturally defend him from all harm. Even, he deliberately exposed his heart and throat, revealing all the weak points on his body, ignoring the daggers in their hands. Juzi had only one thing on his mind. At all costs, strike one of their legs, and make sure he couldn't escape. This life-or-death fighting style brought extreme combat power. The distance of a few meters was covered in an instant. The dagger of one of the men, just as Juzi had expected, slashed towards his throat. Good, just like that. Just as the wooden sword in his hand was about to pierce the tall man's thigh. Unexpectedly, the tall man in black actually used his dagger to block. The wooden sword and the iron dagger clashed, producing a dull thud. He knows he can't block it. It's useless. Seeing the other man's dagger already before his eyes, Juzi ignored it and put more force into his strike. Endless training, plentiful meat, and a faith that defied death. After blocking for only a moment, the wooden sword, with the force of splitting bamboo, sent the dagger flying to the ground. The blade left a long gash on the man's thigh. The tall man in black cried out in pain, letting out a muffled groan. His hidden left hand squeezed a handful of lime powder, and he threw it towards Juzi's eyes. The other, shorter man in black, swung his dagger viciously at Juzi's exposed neck. Clang! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh did not occur. Instead, there was a clanging sound, as if hitting a solid iron plate. How can this be? The shorter man in black couldn't help but exclaim. The lime powder in his eyes caused Juzi some discomfort. He forced his eyes open, grabbed the shorter man in black, and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. He taunted. So I ask again, how did you dare? Suddenly, a familiar stench came from the dagger. Juzi understood instantly. This was another enchanted weapon. I'd bet. This thing has been soaked for no less than 10 days. Why does it stink so much? He frowned and pinched his nose, his expression growing even darker. Son of a bitch. The last time I smelled this, I was almost robbed by bandits. He let go of his wooden sword, his face dark. He clenched his fist and delivered a hard, straight punch to the man's abdomen. He should be down now, right? But unexpectedly, the shorter man was very tough. After taking the hit, he mustered his strength and jabbed his right hand viciously towards Juzi's eyes. Juzi stood his ground, watching calmly. If it were an iron weapon, he might have considered dodging a little. But fingers? Crack. The sound of breaking bones was so crisp in the night. The two fingers that touched Juzi's eyeballs simply bent backward. In any case, it wouldn't be him who got hurt. However, even after suffering such an injury, the two men did not curl up on the ground and wail. Instead, they tried to quickly create distance. But how could Juzi let them have their way? He delivered 2 kicks to their thighs. As long as it wasn't life-threatening, these injuries could be completely healed. He himself had suffered much worse. At the same time, he held the honey bottle, ready at any moment to prevent these men from committing suicide by poison. Just then, hearing the commotion, dozens of men rushed out from the other rooms. Honey smeared on the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with rage. One group came towards Juzi, while the others rushed towards the direction of the statue. Seeing this, Juzi also breathed a sigh of relief. He squatted down and roared. Who are you people? Who sent you here to die? You coward. You dare. Damn you. Go on, hit me. I won't fight back. Don't touch the statue. Before he could finish, a roar came from behind him. Juzi hurriedly turned his head. He saw that in the room behind him, another man in black had appeared out of nowhere. He swung the hammer and smashed it toward the statue. And those people were still some distance away from the room. They really are coming for the statue. Juzi's mind went completely blank. His ears were ringing. He couldn't even speak. Before he could even react, his body moved in a grotesque, swollen manner, stumbling and crawling over with uncoordinated limbs. It's too late. He squeezed out every last ounce of his strength. He had never run so fast in his entire life. In the nick of time, the tall man in the room suddenly leaped forward, blocking the statue. He used his own body to block the hammer. Damn it! Seeing the statue almost get smashed, the tall man's anger could not be quelled. He gathered all his strength and punched right at the man's heart. The man let out a muffled groan, his head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing. I'm fine, don't worry about me, the tall man said in a deep voice. The people around hurried to check if the statue had been scratched anywhere. Thank goodness he didn't let him leave the room in the first place. Juzi was terrified in hindsight, his legs trembling. Thank goodness it's fine. That was too close, too close. He swallowed hard, his heart still pounding. He muttered as his nerves finally relaxed. His legs gave out, and he hurriedly leaned against the wall, walking over to the tall man. Thank you, Juzi said earnestly. Good thing you blocked that hit. Otherwise, I'd never be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Although it was hard to say, he was, after all, one of the veterans who had followed Immortal Lord Chun all the way here. Although Juzi knew clearly that Immortal Lord Chun didn't want to admit he was an immortal from the very beginning. And all these things they did were on their own initiative, with Immortal Lord Chun just letting them fool around. Immortal Lord Chun naturally wouldn't mind. But if he messed things up, then back at Liujia village, he really wouldn't be able to hold his head up high. Isn't everything fine? Don't mention it. It's what I should do. Although the tall man was also scared in hindsight, he still forced a smile to comfort him. Juzi said solemnly, those 2 meals. I'll definitely let you eat your fill. Where did those guys come from? The tall man gritted his teeth and said, it's those noble families. Juzi sneered, we haven't asked yet. But they're still alive. Sooner or later, we'll find out who did this. But I feel like they're somewhat similar to us. They're not afraid of death. The tall man chimed in. You mean they're death-sworn raised by some family? Juzi murmured. It doesn't feel like it either. We'll know once we ask. The remaining 2 were very tight-lipped. They couldn't pry anything out of them for a long time. So they assigned a few people to take the 2 away, guarding them heavily, to prevent them from committing suicide. They had to find out who was behind this. The rest of the men braced themselves, on guard in case anyone else came. A night passed. No one else came after that. After daybreak, the citizens of Licheng began to gather early outside the door. Today was a special day. Immortal Lord Qin's statue would be moved into the city god temple. Once the auspicious hour arrived, the statue was draped in red silk. Escorted by the leather-clad villagers led by Shulker, it was slowly moved out of the room. They marched along the city's main road toward the city god temple. Gongs and drums blared, with dragon and lion dances. The people of Licheng crowded the intersections leading to the city god temple. Both sides were packed. They craned their necks desperately, squinting toward the end of the road, pushing and shoving to get closer. When is it coming? Wait, it's almost here. Ouch. Stop pushing, stop pushing. You guys squeezed my straw sandals off. This is great. We can finally go to the city god temple to worship Immortal Lord Chun. If it weren't for Immortal Lord Chun, my whole family would have been dead long ago. Isn't that the truth? Thanks to Immortal Lord Chun, we have the life we do now. Most of the people excitedly chatted with the strangers around them, even if they didn't know each other at all before. On the outskirts of the crowd, up in a tavern, a very small number of scholars dressed in long gowns and wearing dompa hats sat by the window with solemn expressions, worry hanging on their brows. Brother Zheng, what do you think? A message in a fish's belly. A fox's cry by the bonfire. The azure sky is dead. The yellow sky shall rise. Brother Zheng shook his head and took a sip of his wine. It has been so since ancient times. Why even ask? However, he looked up toward the county magistrate's office, his eyes full of disappointment. It's one thing for ignorant peasants to believe in ghosts and gods, but why doesn't the magistrate stop them? And at a time like this, no less. Exactly. At first, I thought our Licheng had finally met a good official. The scholar who asked the question was filled with righteous indignation. He downed the wine in his hand, his face flushed, and scolded, reading the books of the sages, yet believing in ghosts and gods. The wisdom of the sages is clearly casting pearls before swine. We are but mere scholars. Saying more is useless. It only adds to our vexation. Let's just watch. Besides, maybe the magistrate has some unspeakable difficulties listening to his classmates' complaints. After Brother Zheng said this, he spoke no more. He looked down at the fanatical citizens, gazing toward the city gates, speculating in his heart, Lord Ming, what exactly do you know? The deity-inviting ceremony was in full swing, bustling with noise and excitement. But atop the city gates of Licheng, it was dead silent. The atmosphere was oppressive. The local militia and yamen runners conscripted in Licheng, as well as the guards from the military post, held scrap metal from the armory. Occasionally, one or two were distributed some defensive gear, barely covering a few vital spots. Even worse, to maintain order in the city. While short-handed, Meng Yongyan had even dispatched some of them away. Licheng, which was already preparing for war, needed to defend all 4 city walls. Now, manpower was even more scarce. Meng Yongyan stood atop the high wall, facing the inside of the city, watching the procession marching within. Deep in thought, and not far from him, stood several reputable local gentry. They had studied some military books, and figured that if the city gates were breached, they wouldn't have peace either. So they simply followed him up to the city wall. Lord Ming, with just this handful of men, if the bandits really come to attack the city, based on our current defenses, plus the lack of help from the commoners, Licheng will surely fall. One of the gentry, whose beard was already turning white, said anxiously. Meng Yongyan said without even turning his head, then do you think I could call those commoners to defend the city gates at a time like this? The gentry hesitated for a moment, then said word by word, Lord Ming, do you know of the events in Shandong during the 2nd year of Tianqi? Are you trying to mention Su Hongru? Meng Yongyan said unhurriedly. He had heard about it from his other classmates. That incident in the 2nd year of Tianqi. That year, Su Hongru led the White Lotus followers in an uprising in Shandong. The local peasants took fathers and sons hostage, led oxen and drove carts, packed rations and carried food, and marched upon the borders of Tsiufu, believing they were ascending to the Western Paradise. The old gentry said, it was exactly those White Lotus followers who conquered Yunqing, Zhou County, Tung County, Yishan, and other county towns, before finally being annihilated by the imperial court. Although this cult is not controlled by the White Lotus, it is even worse. Lord Ming, you cannot just let them be. You and I both know. The governor can suppress it for a while, but not forever. When the imperial court holds us accountable, even if this cult has no intention of rebelling. Your Excellency, you won't be able to escape implication. The old gentry bitterly admonished him. Your Excellency, you cannot be foolish at a time like this. I know. Meng Yongyan nodded. Seeing that Meng Yongyan was resolute, the old gentry sighed helplessly and stepped back. Magistrate, this lowly one makes bold to ask. The advisor following beside Meng Yongyan also asked cautiously, why not discuss it with those people? And change the time? What? You're also asking me why? Meng Yongyan glanced at the advisor, pondered for a moment, and finally let it go. He laughed freely. Ha! Perhaps. I also hope that those rumors are all true. Magistrate, you will see. Gao Feiguang, guarding beside Meng Yongyan, said with absolute certainty. When the time comes, you will know that everything you've done is worth it. Because he knew, as did those cowering soldiers, that the immortal was right there. He had already cast his gaze upon Liching. They were only one final step away. And today, the people of Liching would fall under his protection. Just 4,000 bandits. What is there to fear? Is that so? Meng Yongyan smiled faintly. When you read a lot of books, you gain a lot of knowledge. Tales of gods and ghosts. He used to scoff at them. But now he really wasn't sure. After all, it was too real. If it truly was as the rumors said, then what was wrong with Liching accepting young Master Chen's protection? Why not? Meng Yongyan muttered to himself. To be honest, ever since he took office as the magistrate of Liching, he hadn't had a single day of leisure. A pile of messes was waiting for him to clean up. He was under a lot of pressure. After all, he himself wasn't sure whether the decisions he made along the way were right or wrong. Better leave it to the history books. Future generations will judge. What I've done can be considered for the sake of the people. It shouldn't go down in infamy for 10,000 years, right? Meng Yongyan's eyes were hollow as he gazed into the distance at that faint touch of red. Once it entered the city god temple, the answer would naturally be revealed. Brother Wu. In his mind, the scene in the prison surfaced once again. Report. A soldier's urgent and panicked voice suddenly interrupted Meng Yongyan's thoughts. Magistrate, most of the scouts have returned. Hearing this, Meng Yongyan hurriedly turned and walked briskly, leaning over the battlements to look outside. Down below were indeed the scouts he had sent out. Quick, lower the willow baskets and pull them up. Meng Yongyan hurriedly ordered. The scouts returning to the city meant that the bandits had actually come at this exact time. Once the scouts were pulled up, Meng Yongyan immediately asked, where is that band of bandits now? And magistrate, the scout panted, his face serious. That band of bandits was originally circling the countryside, but for some reason, they suddenly headed straight for Liching. They should be arriving soon. Meng Yongyan said sternly. Gao Feiguang, light the wolf smoke. Understood. People began rushing about on the city walls. Half an hour later, in the wilderness outside Liching, large dark shadows appeared in the distance. The bandit army was advancing toward Liching. You two brothers. I wasn't wrong, was I? At this time, Liching's defenses are absolutely at their weakest. Yang Lu's eyes flickered as he spoke. Wang Er wasn't willing to come along, but his subordinates were a different story. They were originally villagers from around Liching, and with Meng Yongyan taking in refugees, sneaking in was relatively easy. After scouting for several days, they got the news. According to those spies, just the fine grain hoarded by a few wealthy families filled several warehouses. They wanted a dozen or so coins for it, but couldn't even sell it. Just like the rumors said, Liching was filthy rich, but the difficulty of a siege had drastically increased. After all, when people had full stomachs, who would still collude with them from the inside, kill the rich and distribute the grain? Originally, they just wanted to borrow some grain from a few villages and leave. Who would have thought they'd actually wait out an opportunity? The people in the city would, for days later, which was today, worship an immortal. The city's defenses would be greatly weakened. This was their chance. They whittled wood to make battering rams and siege ladders. Relying on the borrowed grain, they managed a rare half-full meal to rest and build up their strength. They had finally waited for this moment. Now, if no one has any objections, then let's do as we discussed. 3 units will attack the city simultaneously. Once it's done, regardless of casualties, the provisions inside will be split equally. Yang Lu grinned and said, good. Gazing at the sparse guards on the city wall from afar, greed flashed in the eyes of the fierce-looking heavenly King Qi. He nodded without hesitation. The short, pockmarked Yulihua, however, didn't reply. He began to wonder why Wang Er was so scared that he ran from Liching to Mount Huanglong to join them. Now, Yulihua, are you scared too? Yang Lu said unhurriedly. Hearing this, Yu Lihua waved his arms and bluffed. Who's scared? Who's scared? If I were scared, would I be here? That's perfect, Yang Lu said in a deep voice. He took a deep breath, walked into his own ranks, and shouted, Brothers! Inside Liqing. Those wealthy families. The grain they're hiding right now fills several huge warehouses. As he spoke, he pointed at Meng Yongyan standing on the high platform, and those Yamen runners, saying with righteous indignation, those imperial running dogs up there. Every single one of them is eating until their faces are greasy. Where did that grain come from? They snatched it from our hands. And us? We clearly just wanted a bite to eat. We have wives and kids at home. Who wants to do this life-risking business? But they won't give it to us. Our wives got sick and died. Our kids were sold off. And our land was seized by those rich bastards. We can't even afford to eat. And that's not enough. They still want our lives. On what grounds? Just because they think we don't dare to fight back. They can shit and piss on our heads. We're not even as good as the damn dogs those bastards raise. We just want to live. What's wrong with that? Yang Lu began to roar. The bandits around him suppressed their anger, the killing intent on their faces growing heavier. They gripped the sickles and hoes they used as weapons tightly, or their shovels. They think we don't dare to fight back, that they can just steal our grain as they please. Then what the hell should we do? Damn it, snatch it back. Chop those rich bastards into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Charge into the city and take back the grain that belongs to us. Beast-like roars squeezed out of their throats. Influenced by the atmosphere, the bandits' faces flushed red, their eyes bloodshot. Did it work? A sliver of clarity flashed through Yang Lu's furious eyes. He seized the opportunity and drew his saber. Glaring, he roared, Brothers! This city before us has enough grain to bury us all. Think of all that white rice. That fragrant white flour. Yang Lu shouted. As long as we take this city, all that grain will be ours. Charge. Kill. Fear vanished from their eyes. Only the thirst for victory remained. The bandits' faces twisted into bloodthirsty expressions. Shoulder to shoulder, foot to foot, like ignited gunpowder. They erupted in an instant. With a sky-shaking roar, the distant mountains echoed with their cries. The sounds of battle cries rose from below the high walls. As far as Meng Yongyan could see, there was a surging sea of people. 4,000 bandits, like a plague of locusts after autumn, covered the yellow earth in a dense, dark mass. In that moment, the bailiffs and village braves on the wall shrank back in fear. They were completely overwhelmed. Your Honor, what do we do? The well-read gentry, who thought they could command the city's defense, had never seen such a sight. They panicked instantly, at a complete loss. One asked, trembling, there's no way we can hold them back. If they get in, the people of the city will suffer. Meng Yongyan paid him no mind. He walked to the edge of the wall and called out in a clear voice. Hold. I know you have all been forced into this by the times. The city has plenty of grain. We are willing to open our granaries and distribute it. If you just lay down your arms, I guarantee you will be fed and clothed. He signaled for the soldiers beside him to bring grain. Holding it high, he continued to persuade them. This is a show of good faith. If you are willing to stop your assault, all this grain is yours. Your Honor, look out. Gao Feiguang cried out. He tackled Meng Yongyan to the ground. An arrow grazed past where his head had been. Did it fail? Thank you. Meng Yongyan quickly got to his feet. Without time to dust off his official robes, he immediately issued commands. Archers, prepare. Target the center of the enemy horde. Fire at will. Gao Feiguang, take your men and be ready to plug any breach at a moment's notice. The rest of you, prepare boiling oil, stones, and rolling logs. Wait for my signal. Yes, sir. I just have to hold out until that moment comes. Good news travels slowly, but bad news travels fast. News of the bandit attacks spread through the crowd in an instant. After the city fell last time, the tragic state of Chungcheong was still fresh in their minds. Even on this joyous day, they panicked instantly, falling into a state of tension and fear. It's over, it's over. The bandits are attacking again. Why now of all times? Oh no, all the city's manpower is here maintaining order. I'm afraid the walls won't hold. The sound of panicked footsteps and anxious chatter rose and fell. Some people on the street even returned to their homes, bolting their doors. Others rushed towards the city walls. A tide of fear, helplessness, and unease surged through them. But there was still a group of believers who devoutly escorted the procession all the way to the city god temple. They were the ones who had personally witnessed The disappearance of Wu Zhan's remains from the execution platform. Shulker and his men carried the divine sedan chair, heading straight for the city god temple without looking away. The panic in Chongqing. This was precisely the scene they wanted, or rather, needed to see. The method for the divine general's descent. The conditions had been met. First, the city god temple, inside and out, had been swept spotlessly clean. Every stone slab, every statue, had been polished until it shone like new. An altar had been set up in front of the temple. It was adorned with incense burners, candlesticks, and various offerings. The man from Yinqing wore ceremonial robes, a Taoist crown on his head, and held a ritual instrument. He waited with a solemn expression. He looked into the distance, at the people who were beginning to flee in panic. The battle cries coming from the direction of the city walls made him uneasy. He truly wanted to take off these robes, grab a sword, and rush to the walls to stop the bandits from entering. Not stand here waiting at a time like this, especially for some unknown, possibly fabricated immortal. The Taoist acolyte by Zhangqing, waiting by his side, was full of anxiety. He whispered urgently, Master, Master, it looks like the bandits are breaking in. Should we still continue? Continue. The man from Yinqing hesitated for a moment, then said with a frown, if it were any other time, he would be quite willing. After all, the people of Chongqing City were truly saved and sustained by this person. If not for that grain and wool, who knows how many in the city would have starved or frozen to death. His merits alone were enough to warrant a place in the temple. But the imperial court would certainly hold someone accountable. It was just a matter of who was willing to take the blame. And right now, it was Chongqing's magistrate, Meng Yongyan, who was shouldering it all. So we have to proceed with the plan no matter what? The man from Yinqing recalled, sighed, and muttered under his breath. But why did it have to be at this time? Shulker and his men carried the divine statue, finally arriving before the city god temple. Following them were two distinctly different groups of people. One group had solemn expressions, their gazes fixed on the statue. The other group huddled together, craning their necks, constantly glancing towards the city walls. With looks of terror, Taoist Yin, we'll leave the rest to you. Shulker stepped forward, his face serious. All right. The man from Yinqing's eyes flickered. Are you worried about what's happening outside the city, Taoist? Don't worry. They're just a bunch of bandits. Once the statue is seated on the divine altar, they won't be able to cause any more trouble. Shulker said decisively. Zhangsheng, the man from Yinqing nodded, and called out, seeing no reaction, as the boy kept staring at the statue. He frowned and raised his voice. Zhangsheng, he called again. Bai Zhangsheng snapped back to his senses. He pointed at the statue, his face filled with anger. Master, he said indignantly. That's a person. I've seen him at the city god temple before. A person. The man from Yinqing frowned. He couldn't help but ask. It's true, Master. That man came to the temple, looking for a Taoist who knew alchemy. I told him about you. And then he said he wanted to find you. Bai Zhangsheng said with conviction. He looked at the man from Yinqing, hesitated, and said, Master. The man from Yinqing naturally understood his disciple's meaning. After all, how could a mortal receive incense and worship? The man from Yinqing was in a difficult position. He pondered, his heart wavering. Forget it. Even the magistrate is willing to risk his life. How can I, a humble Taoist, go back on my word now? Zhangsheng, go ring the bell. Why yes, Master. Bai Zhangsheng nodded upon hearing the command. He then ran over, stopping beside the bell. He took 2 steps back, holding the bell striker. Ripples spread across the bronze surface. The bell's chime reverberated, a clear echo rising. The ceremony began. The man from Yinqing walked steadily towards the altar, the ritual tablet in his hand swaying. The statue was placed on the divine altar, to the left and behind the city god. Red ropes were used to secure the statue. Then, the man from Yinqing stepped forward and lit 3 sticks of incense, placing them in the burner. Incense smoke curled into the air. He then began to chant scriptures, his voice low and deep, echoing in every corner of the temple. After chanting for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart, as if the world had changed in an instant. Master, Bai Zhangqing exclaimed in shock. A flash of pure white appeared in the corner of the man from Yinqing's eye. Hearing the cry, he whipped his head around. It was the divine general from the legends. A giant of white iron stood before the statue, having appeared out of thin air. We respectfully welcome the divine general's descent to the mortal realm. Shulker and his men immediately dropped to one knee, shouting at the top of their lungs. The townspeople who heard the commotion looked up, their expressions shifting. They quickly raised their heads and saw the iron golem standing before the statue. The crowd erupted instantly. Men and women, young and old, all stared with wide eyes. Some gaped in astonishment, while others clasped their hands together in excitement, muttering to themselves. Children craned their necks curiously, their small hands pointing at the immense, reassuring figure. The elderly, witnessing a miracle seen once in 1,000 years, prostrated themselves on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. It's the Divine General. The Divine General has descended. He's manifested. It's the Divine General. It really is the Divine General. Immortal Chun has descended. Chung is saved. The iron golem glanced at them, then dashed towards the city walls. The people cheered excitedly, their fanatical gazes following the iron golem as it ran towards the city walls. Taoist, the Divine General has descended. Shulker showed a faint smile. He cupped his hands and said, "From this moment on, Chung will be under the protection of Immortal Chun. The ceremony is complete. We will not linger here. We shall take our leave." After speaking, Shulker led his men and followed the iron golem to the high walls. Bai Zhengcheng rubbed his eyes hard until they were red. The white giant was still heading towards the city walls. "It's real, Master. Master." He excitedly grabbed the man from Yinqing's long sleeve, shaking it back and forth. "Look, quick, look. It's real. It's really real. There really are immortals. Wow, we really saw an immortal. Oh, mother, father, attain the utmost emptiness, hold fast to tranquility. The heavy is the root of the light. The still is the master of the restless." The man from Yinqing let his sleeve be pulled, softly reciting from his mouth, beneath his long sleeve. His arm trembled slightly. "Master, your hand is shaking." "Humph, it'd be strange if it wasn't." The man from Yinqing forced himself to compose himself, glancing at his disciple. "This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this," he admitted frankly. "Truly, even your grandmaster never saw such a thing. So you tell me if I'm shaken or not." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something important. "Disciple, did you just say that person?" The man from Yinqing grabbed Bai Zhengcheng abruptly, his expression agitated. He tilted his head slightly towards the high altar. "Came looking for me?" Bai Zhengcheng clearly hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He answered subconsciously, his mouth agape. "Ah, at that time, Master, you were busy. You had just stepped out, so you didn't see him. Is that so?" The man from Yinqing's brow furrowed, a visible look of regret in his eyes. He shook his head gently. "It is a matter of timing and fate. It was heaven's will. Ultimately, the time was not yet right." He slowly rose to his feet, but an unexpected smile appeared on his face. He wiped away the lingering thoughts from his mind and re-entered the main hall. He bowed, bent his knees, and knelt. He placed his right palm on the prayer cushion. His left palm drew an arc to the left and down, crossing over the back of his right hand to form a cross. He inserted his left thumb into the palm of his right hand. His right knee rested on the outside of the cushion. He slowly lowered his head towards the higu point between his hands. 3 times he did this, for 3 kowtows. He released his left hand, returning it to his middle dantian. He pushed off the cushion with his right hand and slowly rose. He gathered his chi in his middle dantian. He cupped his hands in a salute. He repeated this 3 times. This is known as the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, the highest form of respect for a deity, even though he had never heard of this immortal. The ritual complete, the man from Yinqing stood up. He clasped his hands, performing a Taoist salute. He gazed at the statue with a devout look. Then he turned to face the left side of the temple and struck the bronze bell. The ceremony was over, but this time was completely different from all the others. A true immortal had responded. He stood up, picked up his horsetail whisk, held it at his arm, and walked outside. Bai Zhengcheng asked, "Master, where are you going?" "Back to seclusion." The man from Yinqing said, "I must go back and search the ancient texts thoroughly. Perhaps I can find the name of this immortal Chun." "Oh," Bai Zhengcheng said excitedly. "But there are bandits attacking the city. Aren't we going to watch? That Divine General is made of iron. Even if it's ordinary iron, an ordinary person would have trouble scratching it. How could the bandits outside possibly break into the city?" The man from Yinqing grinned. "If there's nothing else, do not disturb me for the next few days. Just leave my meals at the door." "What if that person comes looking for you, Master?" Bai Zhengcheng asked hesitantly. The man from Yinqing said with a serious face, "Then, even if I'm dreaming, you must wake me. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. The next best is to disrupt their alliances. The worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. Attacking a city is a matter of trading lives for ground. Grappling hooks and siege ladders were thrown onto the city walls. The bandits swarmed forward like a pack of wolves, wielding various farm tools and weapons. Their eyes glinted with greed and ferocity. As they climbed upwards, smoke signals rose from the city walls. Arrows and stones flew through the air, trying to halt the bandits' advance. Bandits constantly fell from the ladders, wailing on the ground below. However, this did not stop their attack. Instead, it fueled an even more frenzied desire to attack. They ignored their wailing comrades and continued to charge the city walls. Normally, they wouldn't dare to directly attack Changchun. They would have hesitated and faltered at the first sign of casualties. But with the precedent of King Baishui II taking Yijuan County, and the fact that Changchun had been breached by him before, and more unusually, the defenders on the wall were sparse, to say the least. As long as we get into the city, the grain and women of those rich merchants will all be ours. Kill. Charge. The cries of battle rose and fell. From time to time, a bandit's head would appear over the wall, only to be cut down by the garrison soldiers. On the city wall, Meng Yongyan stood 2 meters away from the crenellations, changing his position from time to time to scout the bandits' locations below. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. Among the bandits below, someone was aiming at him with a bow and arrow. All 4 gates needed to be guarded. Adding in the bailiffs assigned to prevent trouble within the city, the men were spread thin, with less than 100 per location, and the only truly effective ones were the garrison soldiers, those who had followed Wu Zhen out of the city daily to eliminate bandits. The bandits, who killed, burned, and pillaged, who had blood on their hands, were no match for the bailiffs who usually handled trivial matters, or the village braves who had at most killed a few chickens. Besides, there was something off about this group of bandits. Your Honor, please be careful. Gao Feiguang stood guard by his side, his eyes flickering. Among these bandits, some of them aren't farmers at all. If I'm not mistaken, they're border troops. Border troops too? Meng Yongyan started to speak, but held his tongue. He looked at Gao Feiguang and said gravely, Gao Feiguang, tell me the truth. How much back pay does the garrison owe? Excluding the silver Lord Wu took from those rich merchants. We haven't seen our pay for almost 4 months. Gao Feiguang answered truthfully. Meng Yongyan nodded slightly. If it's like this for the garrison, he said, his face expressionless, what more for the border troops? Even his official requests for reinforcements had vanished without a trace. With no reply, it was only natural that some border troops would desert. Sigh. I hope the deserters are only a minority. If even the border troops start fleeing en masse like these commoners, a large-scale exodus. He was lost in thought for only a few seconds. Meng Yongyan personally rolled up his sleeves and helped move stones. He was, after all, a civil official. He only knew how to defend a city and would only get in the way of fighting. What he should do now, what he could do, was lead by example to boost morale. If this continued, Chongqing might really be breached. The old gentleman's tongue was tied. He stammered. We've only held on this long, all thanks to the garrison soldiers. But their strength will run out eventually. Those bailiffs and village braves are at most helping too. Below, faces were twisted, bodies contorted. They were drenched in sweat. The fire of fear flickered in their eyes. Their weapons trembled. Their hearts pounded like thunder. At this moment, the defenders on the wall were beginning to tire. Bandits were scrambling over the wall from time to time. It probably wouldn't be long before the defenses were broken. Sigh, I said we shouldn't have done it at this time. Any other time would have been fine. Oh, Meng Yongyan. Meng Yongyan, you are truly a fool. The old gentleman's lips were pressed into a thin line, his voice hoarse. On the trembling city wall, archers fired at the enemy, ignoring their exhaustion. The defenders ran and shouted, their cries piercing through the chaos. He turned his head to look at the distant city god temple, at the believers still kneeling in worship. The cries and prayers of women and children echoed within the city. Outside, bandits rampaged. Inside, women and children wailed and fled. And in the city center, people were calmly praying to gods and Buddhas. Witnessing this scene, the old gentleman couldn't help but frown deeply, a worried look on his face. He sighed. How ironic. Clang, clang, the sound of a bell rang out from within the city. Suddenly, the city fell silent. Then, an uproar erupted, so loud that it momentarily drowned out the battle cries from outside. The old gentleman was puzzled. He looked up and stared intently. From 3 directions in the city and from the city god temple, a white giant was running. All the people were prostrated on the ground, their hands clasped in worship. In that instant, the earth dragon turned over. The old gentleman staggered. nearly falling to the ground. He looked towards the source of the tremor. He felt his blood surge. His worldview shattered. A body of pure iron. A drooping nose, 9 feet tall. A divine general. In the distance, 3 bandit leaders were watching the city with smiles on their faces. At the high walls, the defenders were starting to falter. They believed it wouldn't be long before the city gates were breached. Yang Lu breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. King Qitian didn't respond, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. The city gates would be breached, but this assault had cost so many of their brothers' lives. Yeah, this force we worked so hard to build. Nearly half of them are gone just like that. Yulihua chimed in, feeling the pain of the loss. Let's just hope there's enough grain in the city. Yang Lu said with a blank face. Don't worry, Chungchung is about to fall. The amount of grain inside won't disappoint you. Once we have the grain, our forces will grow several times larger than they are now. And when word gets out that we've taken a city, our reputation will grow. Plenty of people will flock to join us. Taking a city isn't so hard after all. Good thing this magistrate of Chungchung is just like that Zhang Yaokai. Another idiot. Wait, something's happening. King Qitian said gravely. Yang Lu snapped back to attention. He looked towards the high walls. The men who were still climbing suddenly showed fear on their faces for some reason and began to retreat downwards, shouting something unintelligible. Their recently boosted morale collapsed in an instant. What confused them even more were the men who had already made it onto the wall. As if struck by something, they were sent spinning and flying into the air. Run! There's a monster! There's a monster up there! It's an immortal. The city's immortal is going to punish us. The 3 leaders were baffled, unable to understand what was happening. But in the next moment, a white figure leaped down from the high wall. The ground shook. The white creature raised its hands and struck a man. He was instantly sent flying into the sky. The surrounding bandits were cleared out by more than half in an instant. What completely destroyed their will to fight was that more white creatures were continuously jumping down from the high wall. By now, there were no less than 3 of these monsters sweeping through the crowd. Damn it! If they had this monster, why didn't they bring it out sooner? Damn you, Wang Air! Yang Lu cursed loudly. He finally understood why Wang Air didn't dare to come. Damn it all. No wonder he could take Yijuan County, but didn't dare to return to Chungcheng. How are we supposed to fight this? You should have said so earlier. How was I supposed to know if you didn't tell me? The 3 exchanged a look, horror in their eyes. Split up and run. The 4,000 bandits, their bloodthirsty gazes instantly clearing, were terrified by the 3 or 4 iron golems and retreated again and again. The bandits stared at the iron golems, rampaging through the crowd, their hearts trembling. This strange creature before them, even when struck by swords and spears, it was completely unharmed. Their weapons, instead, were sent flying or shattered. If you were unlucky enough to be in its way, your entire body would be smashed to pieces. And if you didn't fight back, you'd just be sent flying a little higher. But if you did fight, you'd be turned into a firework. How could they fight this? What good were numbers? They couldn't even break its defense. Run! I don't want to die. Before the 3 leaders could even give the order, seeing these divine soldiers descend, the bandits were scared out of their wits. When one enemy dropped his weapon, like a domino, a chain reaction occurred. The bandits threw down their weapons and armor, scattering like birds and beasts. They didn't need to be the fastest. They just needed to be faster than everyone else. They trampled over each other, fleeing in a panic. It was utter chaos. Dust filled the air. Their retreating figures were a picture of desperation. Cries of terror and wails of agony echoed continuously. Among the 3 leaders, King Qitian was a deserter from the border troops. He managed to rally about half of his men, but Yulihua and Yang Lu had lost most of theirs. Don't run blindly. Come back. Come back. Yulihua cried in panic. No use shouting. An army in retreat is like a landslide. Their courage is broken. They won't listen to you. King Qitian said, his voice trembling. Forget them. Even the border troops. If they encountered this thing, their morale would collapse. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have deserted. I'd rather be guarding those damn slaves. Yang Lu nodded. After we get back to Huanglong Mountain, whoever of us makes it back must bring news of this back. After speaking, he exchanged a look with King Qitian, nodded, and with his personal guards, spurred his horse to flee in the opposite direction. Ack, my men, what a huge loss. Seeing this, Yulihua couldn't afford to feel heartbroken. He fled in a panic. But before they had gone more than a few meters, they were forced to stop. Even the 3 leaders on horseback reined in their mounts. The horses frowned, looking in the direction of their escape. At some point, a group wearing strange, full-body leather suits and holding wooden swords, a force of about 400 men, had formed up. They blocked their path. It was clear this group had arrived on the battlefield long ago. If anything happened to Chungchung, they would provide support immediately. Strange. Too strange. Yang Lu felt a sense of unease. He felt like a puppet in a shadow play, strung up by a few wooden sticks, manipulated at will. Reinforcements from the court? King Qitian frowned. He scanned the imposing general on horseback at the head of the group. Then he glanced back at the iron golems wreaking havoc. This group is clearly not right. But compared to the monsters behind us, they are still flesh and blood, and we can't delay any longer. He scanned their formation and found a very obvious opening. The gap was just sitting there, wide open, waiting for them to break through. They must have left it intentionally, afraid we'd fight to the death. King Qitian understood. But right now, it was the only way out. He raised his long spear and shouted, "Brother Yang, brother Yu, lead your men and charge through there. We'll split up after that." "All right," Yang Lu nodded. Yu Lihua hesitated, unable to make a decision. "Carve a path for me." King Qitian delayed no longer and spurred his horse, his eyes blazing with fury. Yang Lu and his men also charged in that direction. Seeing the two of them ride off, Yu Lihua gritted his teeth and was about to lead his men to follow. Wu Zhan. It's Wu Zhan. What's he doing here? Amid the wails and battle cries, a few sudden, terrified screams could be faintly heard. Yu Lihua's breath caught. He looked towards the source of the sound. A few bandits, pale with fright and trembling all over, were staring in terror at the general on the black horse. The bandits pointed at the general with trembling fingers, muttering or crying out in despair, falling to their knees in the dust, wailing to the heavens. "He came back from the dead. It's over. It's a true immortal. I've done so many wrong things. I'm done for. I'm done for." Those few men were the ones who had come with them, followers of King Baishuayer. The surrounding bandits looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. Their fear was palpable. Damn it. How the hell are we supposed to run now? The bandits who remained knelt and begged for mercy, or were too stunned to move. The only thing they had in common was their complete lack of morale and their utter helplessness. If the appearance of the white monsters had destroyed the bandits' will to fight, then Wu Zhan's appearance had completely crushed any thought of escape. Impossible. He's not. Seeing a whole swath of men fall to their knees, Yu Lihua was dumbfounded, utterly horrified. A trick by the court? Deliberately spreading false news? But those monsters already proved there's a true immortal in that city. Then Wu Zhan's resurrection isn't impossible either. If that's really the case, Yu Lihua's legs gave out. He fell from his horse, landing on the ground. His face was ashen. He muttered with a trembling voice, "Then what's the point of going back to Huanglong Mountain? We might as well wait to die. Wang Er, oh Wang Er, you've caused me so much suffering, you bastard. If I ever get my hands on you, I'll beat the shit out of you." Seeing the iron golems rushing towards them, Yu Lihua lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and waited for death. Immortal, just give me a quick end. However, after the earth-shaking tremors passed, he was completely unharmed. He opened his eyes. The iron golems had passed by him and his men, chasing straight after Yang Lu and the others. Ha! He gave a mirthless laugh, watching Yang Lu and King Qitian charge towards Wu Zhan. "I'm alive. But so what? This is hell," Yu Lihua muttered under his breath. Wu Zhan never thought he would return to the old town in this capacity, riding Black Whirlwind. He stroked the leather suit he was wearing, a long spear in his hand. He smiled. "To think I'd have a day where I'd wear this immortal armor. A diamond suit. It would be too late to bring it over after Immortal Chin's domain expands." Although the 3,000 bandits had been routed and 1,000 had surrendered, the remaining fleeing crowd still made the ground tremble slightly. And the 400 men behind Wu Zhan, their line was so thin, it could be easily broken from any angle. Standing together, they were like isolated soldiers, incredibly vulnerable. They looked exceptionally lonely on the vast battlefield. The surging tide of 3,000 men looked like it could easily wash away their sandcastle by the sea. For 1,000 men, actually, it should be less than 4,000 now. This is the first time I've captured so many bandits. He turned to look at the 100-odd men behind him. He mused, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Lord Wu, you must be joking. We people from Liqing don't know the meaning of fear. Even Instructor Wei alone is scarier than this. Back then, with just leather boots, we could keep up. Not to mention now. Forget 1,000 men. Even if it were 10,000. We would not be afraid. They're just some bandits. What's there to fear? Just some bandits. What's to fear? Lord Wu, give the order. Lord Wu, give the order. I still have to capture a bandit leader. For Immortal Chun, I need to bring back a bandit leader. Not a single person showed any fear. The fire of battle burned in their eyes. Their faces were resolute. They looked at Wu Jin calmly, completely unafraid of the surging crowd. Truly fearsome. An army like this. Wu Jin's lips curled up. Good thing I'm on their side now. Wu Jin commanded. Kill. Kill. Their spears glinted coldly. Where the two armies clashed, it was like a stream meeting a river. In squads of 10, there were 40 small squads. The 4 large companies formed a net, supporting each other from a distance, enveloping the thousands of men. But the net was so thin. It seemed a single poke could break it. Driven by the white monsters from behind, the bandits' eyes were bloodshot. They stared viciously at the group blocking their path. This group before them was like a newborn calf, full of openings, raising their sabers and swords. The bandits slashed. They stabbed at their exposed, undefended hearts and necks. Even so, their attacks were not parried. But contrary to all logic, no blood was drawn. No screams were heard. All there was the clanking sound from their sharp swords, and the wooden swords in the hands of the soldiers they struck. Can't cut them. They're not human. It's the leather armor. The leather armor is protecting them. Watch out for those wooden swords. Those aren't ordinary wooden swords. Run. Ignore them. We can't beat them. Run. After a few exchanges, the bandits instantly understood the situation. Their iron blades couldn't cut the enemy's skin. The enemy's wooden swords could easily block their iron weapons. Against an absolute defense, numbers were of little use. They couldn't even trade blows. They couldn't break through their defense at all. Some bandits started to flee. Some knelt and begged for mercy. They had completely lost the will to fight this group. Numbers still had some advantage, though. At least when you ran, some unlucky soul would be left behind. Some people could still escape, with their trusted men holding the line. Yang Lu and King Qitian mixed into the crowd. With great effort, they managed to escape the encirclement. We're out. We're out, Yang Lu said, his voice trembling. Before they could celebrate for long, they saw that the vast expanse of yellow earth had been replaced by a strange sight. In the distance, a green line spread towards them like a living thing. It rapidly covered the once dusty land. What is that thing? I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask me. It's a monster. A monster is eating the land. It's coming to eat us too. The bandits, witnessing this sudden miracle, stopped their panicked flight one by one, terrified. They scrambled backwards, afraid of being devoured by this thing. Grass. It's grass. The grassland has come to life. A sharp-eyed bandit cried in terror. How can it be? How can grass grow so fast? The green line spread rapidly, submerging the yellow earth beneath their feet. Many bandits tripped and fell in fear. The lawn was dotted with wildflowers, swaying in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance. No one could have imagined that just a second ago, this place was a stretch of yellow earth. The sudden change left the bandits stunned, seeing that they were unharmed. Their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Some even fell to their knees, touching the soft, rapidly growing blades of grass, unable to believe their eyes. Some even plucked a few stalks and chewed them. After swallowing, an incredulous expression appeared on their faces. They murmured, "It's real. It's really grass." Such a rapid natural change had never been seen before. It was far beyond their comprehension. The world itself was being forcibly changed at this moment. The laws of nature were being rewritten. The faint sound of grass and trees growing echoed in their ears. The vitality of flowers and grass, the fragrance of the earth, filled the air. The once dead land was now vibrant with life. But Yang Lu and the other bandits only felt an invisible pressure, a huge, unseen force, pressing in on them from all sides, suffocating them. The only one who could do this, Yang Lu, whipped his head around to look back at Changqing. He finally understood why the magistrate dared to summon a god with such fanfare. Even knowing that they were attacking the city, I really picked a great day for this. Damn it all. Changing heaven and earth. Impervious to weapons. Raising the dead. You people of Chongqing have summoned a true immortal. King Baishui Heir. You deserve to die. The sound of weapons clattering to the ground came from all around. The bandits who had desperately fled were trembling, their lips quivering as they muttered. They prostrated themselves on the ground, not to escape, but as an instinctive show of submission. Their defiance, in the face of this power, seemed so insignificant. Their armor was as laughable as a toy before this great force. Big brother, are we still running? A trusted subordinate asked, his face filled with terror. He clutched his weapon tightly, as if seeking some small comfort. He asked blankly. Yang Lu was also at a loss. He turned to look at King Qitian. King Qitian took a deep breath. Run, he said hoarsely. His voice trembled, heavy with dread. Ignore them. We're going back to Huanglong Mountain. We have to go back and tell them. Huanglong Mountain is no longer safe. All right, let's split up. King Qitian, take care. With that, Yang Lu's expression hardened. He spurred his horse and galloped away. Take care, King Qitian said, watching the two leaders flee in separate directions. Lu Ping, holding 10 arrows, sat on his horse. He scratched the back of his head and said with a simple smile, Lord Wu, let me go have a word with them. I haven't gotten a general yet, so I'll just grab a bandit leader to make up the numbers for now. He had grown so big even during the famine years with nothing to eat. Now, with no shortage of meat, and as one of the first to follow Chun-Lin, after more than a year, Lu Ping's size and strength had doubled again. Even Wu Zhen wasn't confident he could fight Lu Ping to a draw. All right, you take that one. Take 5 or 6 men with you, Wu Zhen said, pointing at the fleeing King Qitian. Among them, only about 10 were on horseback. Lu Ping laughed heartily, pointed to 5 men, and gave chase on horseback. All right, I'll be right back. Wu Zhen then turned to Wei Shi and said, Instructor Wei, you, me, and the rest of the men. Let's chase the one in that direction. How about it? Of course, Wei Shi replied heartily to Wu Zhen. He nodded. Before leaving, he glanced at a person on the city wall, then quickly looked away, and spurred his horse to leave. On the city wall, Meng Yongnian stared at the vast expanse of green, unable to recover for a long time. The bailiffs and village braves on the wall had long since fallen to their knees. Like spectators, they watched the white giants leap from the walls, witnessed 400 men charge into thousands, saw hundreds capture thousands, and witnessed the world itself change. The entire county was pulled back from the brink of despair in an instant. The bandits' ferocious aura had vanished completely, leaving only a mess and panic in its wake. An absurd escape drama was playing out beyond the city walls. Your Honor, you knew all along, didn't you? The old gentryman approached and asked cautiously, did you know that person was truly willing to protect Chengqing? Meng Yongnian shook his head blankly. I did not know. It was only now that he completely believed that villain. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of that group is Wu Zhen. Inspector Wu? The old gentryman swallowed hard. He remembered Wu Zhen's face, he said with a trembling voice. But he still didn't dare to be certain. After all, coming back from the dead was too absurd. But everything that had happened today was just as absurd. It is him. Meng Yongnian nodded, his eyes flickering. What that person said in the prison was all true. Congratulations, Your Honor. The old gentryman composed himself slightly. Then, with a smile, he offered his congratulations. Congratulate me for what? Meng Yongnian asked. Because your actions today will surely be recorded in the annals of history. Yang Lu and his men hadn't ridden far when a person appeared directly in front of them on the grassland. Damn it, don't tell me there's another ambush. Yang Lu's heart sank. He took a closer look and breathed a sigh of relief. He saw clearly that the person wasn't wearing that strange leather armor. He looked like a young nobleman and didn't seem to be with that group of terrifying, unkillable, uncuttable madmen. Besides, he was skinny and didn't look like a fighter. He was holding a strange pearl, making a throwing motion, and chewing on something. When he saw them, he looked thoughtful and then lowered his hand. The person looked as if he had stumbled in here by accident, watching them with a calm expression. Which noble family's young master is this? Daring to run around outside at a time like this? Not good, big brother. The people behind us are about to catch up, his trusted subordinate shouted urgently. Hearing this, Yang Lu turned his head to look. The people chasing them were agitated for some reason, their eyes bloodshot. They were whipping their horses furiously, shouting nonstop, but the distance was too great, and he couldn't hear clearly. Vaguely, aside from some curses, he seemed to hear something about immortal lord. Ignore that person. Charge straight through. If he dies in these chaotic times, he can only blame his own bad luck. Seeing the distance closing, going around this person would clearly be a waste of time. Yang Lu couldn't be bothered. His eyes were sinister. He led his men and charged straight ahead on horseback. If you don't want to die, get out of my way, he roared. Mining quartz is still the fastest way to get experience. Looks like I was a step too late. The battle is already over, and they're wrapping up. Even with ender pearls to rush here from the Nether, it was still too tight. Chun-Li gazed at the dozen or so mounted bandits, and muttered wistfully, "It really has to be cavalry. They can fight and they can run. Now I have 2 generals. Perfect for 1 infantry and 1 cavalry. I'm not too short on gold right now. And I have plenty of carrots. Wuchio and Black Whirlwind have already bred no less than 200 MC offspring. Once Chungchung is incorporated, I won't have to worry about loyalty. I can use them directly. Then I won't have to worry about not having enough men. If you won't move, then die." Yang Lu, furious, glared when he saw Chun-Li ignoring their presence. Lost in thought, he was enraged. He led his cavalry and charged towards Chun-Li. The sound of iron hooves grew closer, just as they were about to crash into him. Chun-Li unhurriedly took out some cobblestone and placed a row of it in front of himself. The bandits reacted instantly, pulling hard on their reins. Their fine horses threw their heads back, their forehooves digging into the ground, trying to jump over the cobblestone blocks. But it was too late. The horses' legs slammed into the blocks. The bandits on their backs were thrown off, landing on the ground and skidding to a bloody halt. They barely stopped. The area was instantly filled with howls of pain. Only Yang Lu, on his good horse, managed to stop in front of the cobblestone without being thrown off. Using blocks directly is still the most effective way. You can throw them from afar or smash with them up close. Chun-Li switched to his bow and arrow, calmly watching Yang Lu. "Let's make a deal. You get down now, and I won't bother shooting you. I can even save a few arrows." "What the hell? What kind of monster is this now? A stone spirit? And where did that bow and arrow come from? What the hell have I seen today?" Yang Lu's pupils contracted sharply. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He panted heavily, whistled, and guided his mount to turn around and gallop away. Seeing this, Chun-Li confidently drew his bow and fired a few arrows at Yang Lu. With Yang Lu's serpentine movements, all 4 arrows missed. The bow isn't working. He took out a cobblestone block and threw it casually, like a cannonball. The cobblestone landed and directly blocked Yang Lu's path. Yang Lu turned back, seeing the cobblestone block in Chun-Li's hand. His mouth twitched. Then, as if accepting his fate, he dismounted and walked back. "Not running anymore?" Chun-Li asked with a smile. Yang Lu dismounted, bowed with his hands clasped, his voice trembling slightly. "This lowly one wouldn't dare." Lord Chun, Lord Chun." Wei Shi galloped over. Before his horse had even stopped, he leaped off its back, seized Yang Lu, and then hurriedly asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" "Of course not," Chun-Li said, shaking his head. "That's good. If he lost a single hair, he would have skinned me alive." Wei Shi, his face beaming with joy, relaxed. He glared at Yang Lu. "Huh," he said, surprised. "Is he about to faint?" Yang Lu's eyes were rolling back, his mouth slightly open. "Lord Chun, I didn't run into a stone spirit, but an immortal." The breath was squeezed out of him as if by the weight of a stone. Yang Lu couldn't catch his breath. Just as he was about to pass out, Wei Shi freed a hand, pinched Yang Lu's philtrum, and slapped him awake. "You little punk, daring to charge at immortal Chun. You've got a death wish. You think I'd let you pass out peacefully? No such luck." Before he could finish his plea for mercy, Yang Lu's mouth was covered. Wei Shi glanced at Chun-Li. Seeing no sign of displeasure, he relaxed and began to order the soldiers to apprehend the other bandits. "Lord Chun." Wu Zhan was about to dismount, but Chun-Li stopped him. "No need to get down. Just stay seated. We still have to go to Chungchung later. Wei Shi, bring Wuchio over." Chun-Li gestured. He mounted Wuchio. Chun-Li patted the horse's back. "Wei Shi, have your men feed the horses and treat their injured legs." Meanwhile, Wu Zhan and Chun-Li rode ahead, heading towards Chungchung. "How did it feel?" Chun-Li asked. Hearing this, Wu Zhan recalled the Licheng army fearlessly charging against an enemy 10 times their number. He nodded gravely. "Very strong. Even the court's regular army, without the suppression of cannons, would find it difficult to match them. And if they were within Immortal Chen's domain, wearing diamond armor, then I'm afraid even the Hongi cannons might not be able to harm them in the slightest." Chun-Li replied. He said no more, thinking about all the things he had to do. After incorporating Chungchung into his territory, he needed to go over it all again, to make sure he didn't miss anything. The 2 horses rode side by side. Wu Zhan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Lord Chun, may I ask a question? What do you plan for me to do next?" Ever since he had been resurrected, he had been given a place to live by Immortal Chun, and had been waiting for Immortal Chen's people, until a few days ago, when news of the bandits came. He was arranged to take Wei Shi's place, commanding the Licheng army, to support Chungchung. But after taking over, he was still completely in the dark about what he was supposed to do. The horse farm in Licheng. Wu Zhen, you should have seen it. Chun-Li said softly. You know how to train cavalry, right? Wei Shi is mainly in charge of the infantry. As for the cavalry, I plan to put you in charge. Wu Zhen instantly understood. He straightened his back and said with conviction, Thank you, Lord Chun. I will not disappoint your high hopes. Chun-Li smiled faintly. As for your salary and such, you will naturally not be shortchanged. If I remember correctly, you like gold, don't you? No need. To serve Lord Chun is my good fortune. As for the salary, Wu Zhen paused slightly, then gritted his teeth. I don't need it. Don't worry. What's yours is yours. Just as I said before, you've already passed the test. Chun-Li chuckled. I'm not some saint, he said. I'm not going to make you work for free. Thank you, Lord Chun. Wu Zhen said with a sincere expression. If it were before, he really wouldn't have dared to accept. But after spending these days in Licheng, he had come to understand Immortal Chen's character. Tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. He treated his subordinates extremely well. Oh right, Lord Chun. Those soldiers from the garrison. I think with a few days of training, they can still be of use. Wu Zhen said. Then your cavalry, Chun-Li said. You can select them from among those men. It'll be easier for you to command them. As you command. Riding his horse, Chun-Li rushed to the vicinity of Changcheng. Looking from afar, he saw that the high walls were filled with the people of Changcheng, gazing at the expanse of green outside the city. Changcheng's original landscape was mainly yellow lush plateau, coupled with years of drought. The land outside the city had long been barren and dry, with sparse vegetation. Not like now, where as far as the eye could see, aside from the official road and the adjacent concrete road, it was all green grass. Lord Chun. Greetings, Lord Chun. The militiamen saw Chun-Li on his horse from a distance, their eyes following him, until he drew near. They quickly bowed. Chun-Li nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Chun. He looked towards the sound of the voice. He saw Lu Ping shouting from a distance. Lu Ping returned on horseback, dragging King Qitian off his horse. He announced proudly, I caught him. Look, this is the leader of those bandits. I haven't seen a general yet. Otherwise I would have just brought back a general. Good job. Chun-Li glanced at the sweating Lu Ping and took a watermelon from his bag. Eat this to cool down. Hee. Thank you, Lord Chun. Lu Ping straightforwardly took the watermelon and ate it all, rind and all. Chun-Li scanned the area. 1,000 bandits were being held by 100 men. He nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the soldiers I've raised. They're amazing. Seeing all the militiamen looking at him, he smiled. You all did well this time. When we get back to Changcheng, I'll give you an extra reward. Thank you, Lord Chun. Hearing this, joyous smiles immediately appeared on their faces. They looked at each other. They shouted, Lord Chen's rewards. They're all good things. All immortal items. You few come over here. Chun-Li waved his hand, gesturing to the newly spawned iron golems. Good luck. There are actually 5 of them. Just right, 1 for each of the 4 city gates, and 1 extra to rotate shifts. But calling them Iron 1, Iron 2, I can't just go up to Iron several hundred later on. I need to change their surname. I've got it. Then you'll be called Chung-E. You're Chung-Er. You two are Chung-San and Chung-Si. He named them in the order they arrived. I'm a naming genius. Problem perfectly solved. Chun-Li thought proudly. The iron golems looked at each other happily, clearly very satisfied with their names. The hinges creaked heavily. The city gates slowly opened. The people of the city, supporting the old and leading the young, poured out. The 2 figures of Wu Zhen and Chun-Li, riding towards them, were seen by all the people of Changcheng. The red cloth had long been removed. Chun-Li's appearance was naturally known to the people of Changcheng. Before them was the living immortal who had changed heaven and earth. The Magistrate of Changcheng. Greetings, Lord Chun. Meng Yongnian was the first to bow with his hands clasped. However, even though Meng Yongnian had set an example, the rest of the people knelt down. We pay our respects to Immortal Chun. An old man in coarse cloth robes said in a hoarse voice. An old gentryman in silk robes with a jade pendant at his waist said respectfully. The steward of the Wu family of Changcheng pays respects to Immortal Chun. Outside Changcheng, the crowd was in an uproar. Whether common people, high-ranking officials, or scholars who didn't speak of ghosts and gods, all fell to their knees, their heads slightly bowed. Seeing this, the few iron golems exchanged glances. After a silent conversation, they also mimicked them and knelt. Looking around, Chun-Li looked at the simple faces, the pure faith in their eyes. All right, he responded. All of you rise. Yes. The people of Chungcheong rose without hesitation. Food, work, external enemies. Step by step, Chun-Li had now completely won the hearts of the people of Chungcheong. Although it wasn't yet on the level of leeching, it wasn't far off. At this moment, facing the countless people looking up to him, Chun-Li took a deep breath. His gaze swept over the crowd. You no longer need to worry about hunger, he said softly. You no longer need to tremble from the cold. You no longer need to fear disease. From this day forward, Chungcheong will be under my protection. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of Chungcheong were overcome with excitement. The crowd surged. They knew that immortal Chun was real. The flower was real. Then what the storyteller said would also be true. The Nether portal, the divine medicine that cures all illnesses. The immortal powder that can ripen crops. All of this would come with immortal Chen's arrival and be brought to them, to Chungcheong. May immortal Chen's blessings be as vast as the heavens. Immortal Chun, we are willing to follow you forever. Tears glistened in the people's eyes as they shouted. After this moment, Chun-Li's will would rule Chungcheong. Not even an order from the imperial court could change that now. Of course, the joys and sorrows of humans are not shared. The captured bandits wore masks of pain, their heads bowed in despair. They only found the crowd noisy. How they wished they had never left Huanglong Mountain. Perhaps they would still be patrolling the mountains and robbing merchants without a care in the world. After calming the people of Chungcheong, Chun-Li took Meng Yongyan to the county yamen to discuss important matters. So, Chun-Li let out a breath, found a chair, and sat down. Your Honor, he said leisurely. Didn't I bring Wu Jin back for you? Lord Chun. The situation back then was truly unbelievable for me. Wouldn't you agree? Meng Yongyan said with a smile, personally brewing tea and bringing it to Chun-Li. Come, he said unhurriedly. Lord Chun, have some tea. This tea of yours is really bitter. Jiming's is much worse. After taking a sip, Chun-Li frowned deeply. He glanced at the decor of the county yamen. There was nothing but bookshelves. There were even sword marks on the walls. You live so frugally, he said sincerely. You don't seem like an official at all. Material possessions. As long as I have books, that is enough. Meng Yongyan said with an indifferent smile. I'll take that as a compliment from you, my lord. Chun-Li silently finished the tea. Another cup. While Meng Yongyan was pouring the water, he took a stack of paper from his backpack and handed it to Meng Yongyan. Take a look at this. See if there are any problems. Meng Yongyan took the papers and scanned them quickly. The further he read, the more horrified he became. Universal education, ideological transformation, land reform. Meng Yongyan instantly understood everything Chun-Li had been doing for the past year. Before, trying to implement these things would have been almost a fantasy. But if the current Chungcheong wanted to change, although there would be opposition, it could be completely ignored. Meng Yongyan nodded gravely. Then let's do it this way. Oh right, there's one more thing. Chun-Li listed a bunch of professions, his eyes flickering. 7 days from now, bring the people who are proficient in these positions to Liching. That is, Lu Family Village. And you have to go in person too. I understand. Meng Yongyan bowed. Very well. I'll leave it to you. I have to go check on that fan family. Chun-Li's eyes flickered. My flower isn't so easy to take. After seeing Chun-Li off, Meng Yongyan held the stack of papers, sat by his desk, and thought for a moment. He picked up his brush but couldn't bring himself to write. Your Majesty, he sighed. In the end, he put down his brush. Forget it. An official serves the people, not the emperor. Inside the fan family courtyard, piles of bamboo baskets and wooden barrels were stacked in the corner. A rich aroma filled the air. Every breeze carried countless fine particles. What on earth is going on? Why isn't anyone coming back? Fan Yong'an, with his large belly, sweat dripping from his head, paced back and forth in the courtyard. Ever since he went out to listen to the storyteller, he had been uneasy, especially after the god-summoning ceremony began today. He had stayed indoors all day. Even when he learned of the bandit attack, he was surprisingly relieved. He even secretly hoped the bandits would break in. He had exchanged his valuables for flour, then set a trap to get rid of Wu Zhan. He had spent almost everything, but he still had a little left. As long as he hid it in the cellar, once the city fell, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Until just now, there was a sudden uproar outside the courtyard. He sent someone out to investigate, but that person never returned. He sent out another, and another, but none came back. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Useless fools who just eat for free. Fan Yong'an frowned. His eyes filled with anger. He picked up the money pouch at his waist and tapped it gently, making a crisp metallic sound, trying to ease the unease in his heart. However, this usually foolproof trick Lost its effect today, Fan Yong'an panted, waving his arms, and kicking over a nearby bag of flour. Fine. None of you are coming back. Then don't expect this month's wages. Wife, wife, he called out towards the house. There was no response. Fan Yong'an's eyes turned bloodshot. He burst into his wife's room. It was empty. The calligraphy and paintings on the wall were all gone. He silently rummaged through the cabinets. Jewelry, grain coupons, cosmetics, clothes, even her dowry. But, it was all here this morning. When did this happen? How did I not know anything? It was the same before. How did he know? That the managers of those families wanted to transport grain? The string, stretched taut, suddenly snapped. Slowly, he collapsed. Fan Yong'an stood motionless, like a soulless shell. He sat quietly in a corner, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Someone, anyone, Fan Yong'an suddenly shouted. I'll give you an extra month's wages. Dead silence. The courtyard was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of Fan Yong'an's breathing remained. A nearly insane smile appeared on his face. His eyes were vacant, yet they held an eerie calm. Is that how it is? Fan Yong'an leaned against the wall, straightening himself up. He walked into his own room and purposefully took out a long robe made of silk. Looking at the robe, he stared blankly. Usually, he was served while dressing, or perhaps it was intentional. But Fan Yong'an dressed very slowly. After a long while, Fan Yong'an took out a dagger and gestured with it twice towards his chest. Then he took a rope from the room, tied a knot, threw it over a beam, and brought over a stool. He stood on it, but couldn't bring himself to kick it away. Kick the stool. He had no choice but to take the dagger and stumble to the courtyard gate. Compared to the sounds coming from beyond the other walls, the area outside the courtyard was eerily quiet. He straightened the hem of his robe and pushed the gate open. He's out. He's out. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the gate, curiously sizing up Fan Yong'an. It made him feel like a monkey trainer. No, the monkey on the leash. Even though Fan Yong'an had mentally prepared himself, believing he could face whatever came next with composure, when he saw the person at the very front of the crowd, he realized he was wrong. Wu Zhen. His heart leaped into his throat. Fan Yong'an's pupils dilated. His breath caught in his chest. He tremblingly pointed a finger. How is this possible? Is this a hallucination? Ha! Master Fan. It's been a while. Did you miss me? Wu Zhen laughed freely. Seeing Fan Yong'an's expression, he strode in front of him and pressed his chest against the man's fingertip. You're not seeing things, master. This isn't some cheap trick. I, Wu, have returned. I just came up from below and rushed right over to find you. Wu Zhen's eyes glinted as he spoke. Was the flower delivered to the right place? When will you pay the silver you owe? Or how about this, master? Try and have me killed again. Fan Yong'an stared at the unbelievable sight, his mouth slightly agape, unable to speak. Surrounding him were several bandits in leather armor. Or perhaps they should be called immortal servants. He stared at Wu Zhen, who was right in front of him, and pulled out his dagger, stabbing it fiercely towards the man's heart. Clang, your little knife is no good, master. Maybe you should take it back and sharpen it. Wu Zhen grinned. Fan Yong'an said coldly, why don't you fight back? I was the one who had you killed. Don't you want revenge? I wouldn't dare. Wu Zhen laughed heartily. Since you've come out, just wait obediently. Take deep breaths while you still can. You won't have the chance later. Wait for who? What are you talking about? Master Fan, don't tell me. You've been stealing refined grain all this time, and you don't even know from whom. Wu Zhen said with a half-smile. Fan Yong'an gasped. It's him. He really exists. Otherwise, how could I have come back up? Wu Zhen said unhurriedly. Did you think I clawed my way up myself? On what grounds? On what grounds are you arresting me? Fan Yong'an completely lost his mind. He screamed frantically. I bought that grain with my own money. I didn't steal it. On what grounds? Can the immortals in the heavens just... He suddenly stopped, because someone had appeared before him. It's the immortal Lord Chun. The people around them knelt. Greetings, young Master Chun. Chun-Li teleported over. Fan Yong'an slowly asked, why? Go on. I'm listening. The Jade Emperor is watching from the celestial court. How can you arbitrarily interfere with the laws of the mortal realm? His anger deflated, but he still shouted. Before he could finish, Chun-Li frowned. Wu Zhen, cover his mouth. You got it. Wu Zhen immediately covered his mouth. Fan Yong'an was reduced to muffled squeals. I thought he was going to say something profound. Celestial laws, the Jade Emperor. I'm not even a real immortal. Where would all that come from? Feudal superstitions. Chun-Li walked past Fan Yong'an and into the courtyard. Seeing the courtyard piled high with flour, his eyes glinted. Buying this much flour? Can you even eat it all? I can't be bothered to reason with you. You're not worthy of hearing it anyway. On what grounds, you ask? You should be strung up on a lamppost. Wu Zhen. Arrange for some people to take this flower to the shop. We can continue selling it. Saves us a trip. Chun-Li said expressionlessly. Have the people from the other families been caught? He asked. Young Master Chun, they've all been apprehended. Not a single one is missing. Wu Zhen said. All right. Take them to the city god temple. Chun-Li ordered. He looked at the militiamen beside him. You guys go and inform everyone. Bring everyone to the city god temple. What a coincidence. I just happen to have some obsidian in my inventory. And I also happen to have some leather armor enchanted with fire protection. And very coincidentally, I brought some pickaxes. Green grass grew along the narrow alley, pressing against old bricks. Dilapidated houses built from scrap wood. Their exteriors mottled, plaster peeling off, to reveal the red bricks beneath. Old Wei the Fourth panted heavily, an irrepressible smile on his face, as he sprinted all the way back to his home. The door was pieced together from thin wooden planks, with cracks and signs of repair. There was no bronze ring, only a coarse rope to open and close it. He pushed the door open, and it creaked loudly. Without pausing, he excitedly pushed open the inner room's door. Wife, he said hastily. Wife, pack up our things. We're going to the city god temple. Immortal Lord Chun has arrived. If we're late, we'll miss it. The interior of the house was small, and the light was dim. The furniture was extremely simple. A wobbly, worn-out table, old stools. On the bedside table was a bamboo slip, with the work number for repairing the cement road written on it. The small corners were stacked with bamboo baskets and bags, with something white faintly visible inside. His several children were cowering fearfully in their mother's arms, leaning against the bamboo baskets. Hearing the noise, they turned to look at the door. Dad's back. The hair around his head was shaved, leaving a small top knot. The youngest, Wu-er, was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Awakened by the noise, he rolled over and rubbed his eyes. Seeing it was Old Wei the Fourth, Wu-er did a somersault out of bed, and, grinning foolishly, threw himself at his father with open arms. Daddy, Daddy's back. Old Wei the Fourth stretched out his rough, calloused hands, and hugged Wu-er, picking up the clothes scattered on the bed and putting them on him. His face was flushed red, and he spoke incoherently. Wife, go get some copper coins. We have to go quickly. Immortal Lord Chun is. Although she had countless questions, his wife didn't ask. She nodded, stood up, and went to get the coins. What about the bandits? The eldest daughter asked, confused. Old Wei the Fourth laughed heartily. They were driven away by the immortal. Immortal Lord Chun is at the city god temple right now. We have to hurry. You kids, go change into new clothes. The ones we bought before the new year. He turned his head to look at his fourth daughter, who was wearing her older sister's hand-me-downs. He lowered his voice and said, You too, Sime. Immortal Lord Chun is the god who gave us food to eat. The god who gave us new clothes to wear. The god who let me stay. Sime's eyes sparkled. She jumped up and down impatiently. That's great. We finally don't have to worship at home anymore. I'll go right now. I want to go burn incense and worship Immortal Lord Chun's statue. No, Immortal Lord Chun has descended to the mortal world. We're going to see a real immortal. Old Wei the Fourth said with a trembling voice. His wife, who had finished getting ready, cried out. Descended? He has. Hurry, if we're late, we'll miss it. Let's go quickly. The family got ready, changed into new clothes, and rushed straight to the city god temple. The crowd gathered like a tide in front of the city god temple. It was so packed people were shoulder to shoulder. Everyone's personal space was compressed to the extreme. Even the second-floor tavern next door was packed with scholars. So many people. Everyone in the city. It seems like the entire city is here. Not only has a true immortal descended, but it's at this specific time. There are also people from several of Zhou-Lin's villages. Brother Zheng had a solemn expression, staring in the direction of the city god temple. I knew it. I knew the county magistrate had his reasons. So this is what was going on. Brother Zheng, I sigh. Do you think what I said before was heard by that person? Confucius himself only avoided speaking of spirits and gods. You, on the other hand, were practically accusing him outright. Was it heard? How would I know? I'm just a scholar, not an immortal. But you'd better stay away from me. Didn't you see when you came over? Everyone else moved away from you. And you're still trying to get closer. How was I supposed to know it was real? Brother Zheng shook his head, muttering, The more one talks, the sooner one's wits are exhausted. It is better to hold to the mean. The sounds of conversation and laughter rose and fell. Even though everyone spoke softly, the The combined noise was quite clamorous. Daddy, look, there's some over here. And grass is growing over there. And flowers. They're so pretty. Wooer laughed, sitting astride Old Way the Fourth's shoulders, his face beaming with innocence. Swaying, Old Way the Fourth held his other children by the hand, moving with the flow of the crowd. At some point, the once bustling county town fell terrifyingly silent. It was so quiet you could hear people breathing. Everyone craned their necks, staring at the city god temple. Old Way the Fourth squinted, and he could finally see clearly the figure that had suddenly appeared on the temple's platform, dressed in a magnificent immortal robe. His posture was graceful, his face handsome and approachable. In his hand, he held a mysterious gem that emitted a deep purple light. With a flick of his sleeve, young Master Chun made the gem disappear. Then, with his back to the crowd, he took out a square, deep purple stone block. In the blink of an eye, the block enlarged, forming a doorway in the empty space before the temple. He stood atop the city god temple, looking down on the bustling crowd. His gaze pierced through the mortal world's prosperity and clamor, like a lone peak rising above a vast sea of clouds, looking down upon all other mountains, mysterious and unapproachable. Daddy, is that an immortal from the heavens? Sime, held aloft, stared blankly. It was like a stormy sea, a vast, dark ocean. A bright lamp appeared on an anchored wooden boat. The dark clouds that had been pressing down on the sea, under the light of the flame, were revealed to be far in the distance. The lamp illuminated the path ahead. Under his guidance, the boat would no longer lose its way. It knew where to go. He dispelled the surrounding darkness, letting people see the dawn of hope. For some reason, just looking at that figure made Old Way the Fourth's nose tingle, and his eyes well up with tears. His throat trembled slightly as he squeezed out a murmur. Yes, that is heaven. Daddy, what's wrong? Am I too heavy? Am I hurting you? His son's voice was filled with worry and self-blame. Old Way the Fourth comforted him softly. His tone revealed a sense of relief and ease. No, my son, you're very light. It's just that the heavy sky has finally lifted. Look, it's Lord Wu. I told you Lord Wu was a good man. Immortal Lord Chun wouldn't let him die just like that. He brought him back to life. So powerful. Do you think Immortal Lord Chun knows King Yama? Of course he does. Immortal Lord Chin's powers are vast. We should tell the county magistrate to have the city god move aside. How can Immortal Lord Chun be on the left? Suddenly, the people around Old Way the Fourth, who had been overjoyed, became filled with extreme anger. They cursed under their breath, their eyes wide, glaring fiercely in the same direction. And those damn merchants. Damn them. People like that should be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Die a painful death. Bastards. Old Way the Fourth snapped back to reality and looked over. He saw that on the path that had been cleared, Wu Zhan and his men were escorting Fan Yong'an over. That master Fan. Old Way the Fourth certainly recognized him. He had docked some of his wages before, and he had bought flour from him. Although he was somewhat detestable, before he might have been very angry, but now it felt a bit excessive. Death by 1,000 cuts? Surely not. What's wrong with those people? They don't have to curse him so harshly. Someone heard the curses and said, puzzled, you don't know? This morning, I heard that Immortal Lord Chen's statue was almost smashed, and I heard it was this group of guys who did it. Son of AB asterisk TCH. Mother asterisk Kerr. The man froze. What the hell? Hearing this, Old Way the Fourth felt a wave of fear. If they had really smashed the Immortal Lord's statue, the shoe didn't land on him. Wife, hold me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He bent down, took off his straw sandal, and threw it hard. You bastard who deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. My God, there are so many people. The whole way was a sea of people. So Chun-Li just used ender pearls all the way, traveling to the top of the city god temple. As soon as he arrived on the temple's stone steps, an invisible force cut through the surrounding clamor. The once bustling temple. Then he felt thousands of gazes fixed upon him. Chun-Li glanced down a few times, then turned to build the Nether portal. Without a microphone, they wouldn't hear him even if he spoke. Besides, sometimes, silence is more effective. He looked around, and finally found a Taoist acolyte hiding in a corner. It was a familiar face. He waved from a distance, gesturing for him to come over. Little master, we meet again. Chun-Li greeted him with a smile. Greetings, immortal. The Taoist acolyte, Bai Zhengsheng, placed the thumbs of his left and right hands on the Z and Wu positions of his opposite hands, forming a yin-yang taiji gesture. His right hand embraced his left, forming the Ziwu Ju, and he performed a fist and palm salute. Chun-Li asked. No need for such formalities. If I remember correctly, your master is called Yinqingren. The one in charge of the city god temple is also your master. I don't see him. Young Master Chun, please wait. I'll go get my master. Bai Zhengchang said hurriedly. Seeing his nervous expression, Chun-Li immediately asked, is something wrong? Bai Zhengchang's eyes flickered. He didn't dare to lie, and had to answer truthfully. My master has gone into seclusion. Anyway, right now, I don't have any blaze rods yet. I'll deal with it then. Chun-Li thought for a moment, and sighed. Seclusion, huh? Then never mind. Sigh Master. You missed it again. Young Master Chun, if there's anything you want to do, just do it. Those were his exact words. Bai Zhengchang said. All right. Chun-Li nodded. Holding the obsidian, he leaned against the pillars in the empty space and built the portal frame. Now, all he needed was a flick of the flint and steel. All done. Now just waiting for the main characters. Chun-Li looked towards the cleared path and saw the few disheveled people being held there. Fan Yong'an was in the worst state. Behind him was a path paved with shoes and fans. He was covered in shoe prints. People were spitting at him from the side. I don't see any rotten eggs, though. Not even a sign of rotten vegetables. He watched as the few of them were escorted up. What on earth did these people do in Chongqing? Especially this fan guy. How did he attract so much hatred? Chun-Li looked at Juzi, who was leading them. After being asked, Juzi recounted everything that happened that morning. He was no longer joking around. His tone uncharacteristically serious. Those two are tight-lipped. They won't say anything. But this Fan Yong'an, he said furiously, someone in his courtyard, heard that early this morning. They were plotting to come and smash the statue. And the evidence is conclusive. This man is still trying to argue. Oh, smash my statue. Chun-Li felt not a ripple of emotion. He looked at Fan Yong'an with a complicated expression. No wonder. I was wondering why it was like he'd broken a celestial law. You really are. I've never seen someone so determined to die. Young Master Chun. It really wasn't me. I was just talking. I never intended to do it. Fan Yong'an struggled forward, saying excitedly, how could I? Bring those two men here. Let me identify them. Or maybe it was my godson. There's no way I know them. Juzi roared, nonsense. Your godson said it himself. He saw you write a letter to Fan Wensher with his own eyes. You even got a reward after taking credit for it. Who else could it be but you? Young Master Chun, I swear. I bet it was definitely this Fan Yong'an who did it. Juzi cupped his hands, his face serious, and spoke with conviction. To be honest, I don't really care about this. Chun-Li shook his head slightly, glancing at the commoners below the stage. Almost all of them were restless, like a volcano on the verge of erupting, impossible to contain. Their brows were furrowed, their eyes sharp, staring at these few men. Everyone silently conveyed the same message, anger. Clearly, the others didn't feel the same way. They weren't as indifferent as I am. But this guy's expression doesn't look like an act. His face is pale. His eyes show a sense of injustice. His lips are trembling, and his nails are digging into his palms. It doesn't seem fake. Maybe it's about the same for this person. Anyway, the final result would be the same as it is now. The atmosphere has already reached this point. Forget it. This matter hasn't been confirmed yet. We'll talk about it later. I'll make a decision after a clear investigation. We'll get the truth out of those two sooner or later. Chun-Li turned his head, no longer looking at Fan Yong'an. Crimes can be investigated deeply, but blame cannot be assigned arbitrarily. Young Master Chun, you see the truth. Fan Yong'an shouted. Juzi, shout a few things for me. Chun-Li walked up to Juzi and whispered a few words. The matter of the statue has not yet been concluded. It is not yet clear if they are responsible. There is no need for everyone to be so angry. However, I will get to the bottom of this later and find the mastermind. Before Fan Yong'an and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, Juzi continued to shout. But even so, Fan Yong'an, Gusu, and these others have arbitrarily seized land at low prices and docked wages. Their final punishment is exile to the Nether. The Nether. The commoners began to stir. They wanted to cry out in shock. But with those people on the stage, they didn't dare say much. They all held their breath, staring intently at the Nether portal. No, I don't want to. I don't want to go to the Nether. Kill me. Just kill me. Juzi curled his lip. You idiot. Even if you die, you'll still go to the Nether. They couldn't live. And those merchants. Their guts were green with regret. Their faces were filled with remorse and fear. They had once been insatiably greedy, stopping at nothing for wealth. Now, they faced the dangers of the Nether. They wept bitterly, tears mixing with snot, dripping onto the ground, forming small puddles. Their lips trembled as they muttered words of repentance, hoping to receive Chun-Li's forgiveness. But it was too late. Chun-Li's heart was like stone towards those who weren't his own people. From his inventory, he took out leather caps enchanted with fire protection 2 and distributed them. Fire protection 2 could only make these unspecialized people a little less uncomfortable and live a little longer. It's a shame about the respawn anchor. Villagers can't use it. Otherwise, I could really create the 18 levels of hell. Take this. I see you all quite like gold. The Nether happens to have some. Since you'll have nothing to do, why not go digging to pass the time? Chun-Li said with a smile. Don't lose the hats. And it's best not to take them off. Trust me, you won't regret it. The group disappeared into the purple ripples. The sounds of pleading vanished instantly. Little master. Chun-Li turned to the stunned Bai Zhengqing. Immortal. Immortal. What are your orders? Bai Zhengqing quickly responded. I'll have to trouble you. Guard this place. It's no joke once you go inside. Chun-Li said. Yes. Bai Zhengqing swallowed hard. He forced a smile. Master, why did you have to go into seclusion? The Nether portal. A Nether portal has been opened in the city god temple. Immortal Lord Chun is truly terrifying to outsiders. Shulai thought to himself. Your name is Shulai, right? Chun-Li asked. Yes, young Master Chun. Shulai jumped and quickly replied. Have you two made any progress? Chun-Li grinned and raised his eyebrows. Shulai was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. He chuckled foolishly. Well, Chun-Li sighed. Stop beating around the bush. Did she agree? Shulai said. She agreed. All right. Chun-Li snapped his fingers. Go back and tell them directly. Tell them to pick a good day. And get it done quickly. They have my blessing. I'm waiting for the wedding feast. Yes. Shulai was stunned. Then overjoyed. I'm going to the Nether for a bit. Tell them to disperse. After speaking, Chun-Li disappeared into the Nether portal. Instantly, the commoners erupted. Their faces were filled with a mix of emotions. For a time, outside the city god temple, people were discussing animatedly, arguing endlessly. It's true. Even Lord Wu could be brought back. The Nether exists. So that black gate is the legendary Nether portal. The Nether, which level does it lead to? The merchant's miserable screams, cries, and confessions, an interwoven, tragic scene, still lingered in the minds of Qingqing's citizens. Fear and remorse reminded everyone. The gate to the Nether was open. Only by having a kind heart, performing good deeds, and accumulating merit could one stay away from that door to darkness. The heavens have opened their eyes. Several days later, in the early morning in Changcheng, the gentry gathered in the county Yaman's reception hall. They sat upright, hands on their thighs, backs ramrod straight. Meng Yongyan glanced at the heavily worn booklet in his hand. He spoke unhurriedly. I have invited you all here today to discuss the matter of the farmlands. Yes, Your Honor. No problem. Here is the deed. This is mine. The gentry hurriedly nodded in agreement. Land annexation. A large amount of land was in the hands of these gentry. What Meng Yongyan was doing now was using a price far below the normal rate to reclaim those lands. The matter proceeded smoothly, as expected. Of course, this wasn't because Meng Yongyan was particularly capable. Meng Yongyan carefully flipped through the pages. After comparing and confirming that all the land had been reclaimed, he said slowly, Young Master Chun, it is all done. Chun-Li leaned back in the grand chair, his fingers tapping lightly, making a soft tap sound. The sound stopped. In the hall, do any of you have any objections? He asked softly. None at all. We will listen to young Master Chun. We were possessed by greed before. That's why we made such a huge mistake. That's right. Young Master Chun giving us a chance to atone for our mistakes is our honor. We should be thanking young Master Chun. The gentry all shook their heads. Speaking in unison, almost every one of them had a look of relief, even gratitude, as they stared at Chun-Li. They had seized less land, so Immortal Lord Chun was willing to give them a chance. As for those who had seized a lot of land, the Nether portal was right there. Their thoughts were crystal clear to Chun-Li. Now that they knew of the Nether's existence and what they had done before, others might not know, but they knew in their hearts. So now, let alone selling the land at a low price. Even if they had to give it away for free, they would do it, no matter how much it pained them. And in the end, they still have to thank us. Chun-Li waved his hand casually. All right, there's nothing else for you here. Go back. You all know what to do from now on, right? Yes. When I return, I will definitely do good deeds and accumulate merit. Me too. The gentry fled as if their lives depended on it. If they didn't leave now, They were afraid immortal Lord Chun might get upset and settle accounts with them too. Meng Yongnian watched them leave, feeling both elated and filled with emotion. These bloodsuckers, in the past, when taxes couldn't be collected, asking them for money was like asking for their lives. He never thought reclaiming the land would be so easy. All done, Chun-Li stood up and looked at Meng Yongnian. Take these lands for now. Distribute them to the commoners according to the register. But the land is only for their use. Don't give them the deeds. Young Master Chun means for these lands to be used as official lands. Meng Yongnian came back to his senses. After a moment of thought, he asked, puzzled, no? It's different from official land. It's for them to use free of charge and for an indefinite period. But the land is still mine, no? Li cities. Chun-Li said, this is a perfect opportunity. While a large amount of land is in the hands of the gentry, it would be much harder to do this later. This subordinate understands. Meng Yongnian said respectfully. Yes, in the past, he would have found this tricky. But now, within Chungcheong, as long as it was something the person before him said, when it was implemented, no one would dare to obstruct it. Young Master Chun, the people are here. Li Yuan said. I've stayed in Chungcheong long enough. It's time to go back. Chun-Li turned his head and ordered. Right? Don't forget to bring the people over then. This subordinate understands. Meng Yongnian escorted Chun-Li out of the county yamen. Outside the gate was a long line of people. Young Master Chun, those people are all here to turn themselves in. Ever since that day, the line hasn't stopped for days. Meng Yongnian explained from the side. After that day, the work at the county yamen increased. The bailiffs were responsible for questioning. If it was a trivial matter, like stealing an egg 10 years ago, or accidentally knocking out a neighbor a few years ago, they were told to leave. If they had committed a major crime, they were taken to the magistrate's assistant. Unless it was murder, or another serious crime, only then would they be brought to Meng Yongnian. Greetings, young Master Chun. The people in line lowered their heads, not daring to look at Chun-Li, and greeted him with cupped hands in fear. Chun-Li took an ender pearl from his inventory, aimed at the city wall, and threw it. The sound of something cutting through the air was heard again. Ender pearls. Although they were still a rarity for him now, soon he wouldn't have to be so frugal. The range is sufficient, and the time should be enough to support him being away for a long time. Once everything is arranged, I'll have to take a long trip. Good luck. It landed right on top of the wall. Well, I'm leaving. I'm entrusting Chungcheong to you. Lord Ming. He watched the ender pearl land, right on top of the city wall. Farewell, young Master Chun. Meng Yongnian said seriously. This subordinate will not disappoint your high hopes. With a flash, Chun-Li arrived at his destination. So powerful it's like flying. Ender pearls are much better than in the game. He glanced back one last time at Chungcheong behind him, and saw what happened next. Ouch! An old man tripped and fell. Several ruffian-looking thugs heard the sound and ran over. Their fierce faces forced into benevolent smiles. Old sir, did you fall? Let me help you up. No, let me. They gently and carefully helped the old man up, then began to wander the streets again, looking around to see if anyone needed help. The others around them looked on calmly, clearly accustomed to it. Chungcheong. Similar things were happening in other places. Chun-Li leaned against the wall, a smile on his lips. The effect is not bad. A few days ago, after he had enclosed the Nether portal in the Nether, he also placed a lodestone. He didn't rush back to Li City, but stayed in Chungcheong to handle the aftermath, seizing land from landlords, dismantling brothels, setting up education, and observing in secret. The effect was very obvious. The bad people started doing good deeds. The good people had nothing to worry about. The security in Chungcheong visibly improved. With their livelihoods secured, the commoners were more energetic and vibrant than when he had secretly visited before. Outside the county town, 3 empty plots were enclosed with wooden fences to be used for raising livestock. They respectively housed the 3 MC giants, cows, sheep, and chickens. There were hundreds of them. A butcher, holding an iron sword with looting 3, slaughtered an animal, obtaining a corresponding amount of meat. A long line formed outside the cow pen, all of them people with serious illnesses, chronic diseases, or terminal conditions. Their faces were pale, their eyes dim, their bodies emaciated. An iron golem continuously fetched buckets of milk for treatment. 1 bucket down, and the illness was cured. The person was healed. Not far from the wooden fence were several rows of composters, used to obtain bone meal. Farmers in straw hats either tilled the land with hoes, planted wheat seeds, or used bone meal to speed up growth and harvest, placing the harvest in chests. At the same time, next to the 3-block infinite water source Chun-Li had set up, Farmers from Chungcheong dug the ground with shovels. Several iron golems from Chungcheong held iron buckets and poured water, then carried the dirt blocks to the man-made lake. Before long, the lake would be built, and Lee City would continue to send out fishermen with fishing rods provided by Chun-Li to fish from the fishless lake. This was the epitome of an immortal's paradise. The myths and legends told by storytellers had become reality. It's worth mentioning that, on the morning of the second day after Chun-Li arrived in Chungcheong, the city god was moved by the people of Chungcheong. To the left of Chun-Li's statue, now, sitting in the center of the city god temple's main hall, was immortal Lord Chun. Construction on the cement road had resumed. On the official road nearby, militiamen guarded 1,000 bandits, waiting quietly. Chun-Li took out a water bucket and jumped directly from the city wall. Water landing. Young Master Chun, the horse. Wei Shi, who had been waiting, walked over with Wu Qiu. At this time, Wei Shi had taken off his leather armor, wearing only a short shirt. Chun-Li gently stroked the horse's mane, then put his foot in the stirrup. With a strong push, his body leaped up. His right hand grabbed the pommel of the saddle, and his left hand held the reins. He sat firmly on the horse's back. MC horses aren't a priority right now. They're not Pegasi. I don't need to tame them. One is enough. Wei Shi, first, take the able-bodied young men among the bandits, the most restless ones, and arrange them at the back of the line. Send the militiamen who aren't wearing leather armor over to test them. Chun-Li said. Those bandits didn't know the purpose of this trip. If they dared to make a move, the seemingly unprepared militiamen would show them what invincibility was. Hidden enchantments. Diamond armor, he continued. Don't worry about me. I'll come over myself. Yes. Wei Shi nodded and ran over. Ching-Yi, come here. He then shouted. There was no other way. They all looked the same. Chun-Li couldn't tell them apart. Chung-Yi ran over from the lake digging team. Chung-Yi, you'll follow me in a bit. We're going out for a bit. Chun-Li awkwardly patted the horse's neck, signaling it to start walking. After all, he had only ridden a few times. It was normal to be a bit rusty. Chung-Yi silently walked forward and helped lead the horse. Their personalities are all different, huh? Thanks. The militiamen split into several teams, inserting themselves into the group of bandits, and walked out of the city. It was fine at first, walking on the cement road, but once they finished the repaired section, they had to take the official road. This arrangement proved useful. Unlike the current road, even on the official road, the surface was very narrow. The group was forced into a long line, especially after leaving the official road for a smaller path. The road conditions became even more severe. After walking for about 2 hours, they reached a place where yellow and green met. The group stopped. Chun-Li ordered, Wei Shi, have your men find a flat area. Everyone spread out, carefully searching for a suitable spot. In a short while, they found a good place. This area was flat, with no obvious obstacles. The soldiers herded the bandits to one spot. Not a single one dared to escape, not even those at the very back of the line. All right, this is the place. Let's begin. Chun-Li gestured. Lee City had reached its capacity. It couldn't accommodate any more people, so he decided to just build a small town. A farmer in a straw hat walked out, took out a shovel, and dug up some dirt. Chung-Yi promptly came forward and carried the dirt block away. He dug down 2 more blocks. The farmer, holding a hoe, jumped into the hole. The hoe was enough to completely block the sunlight. A red mushroom was successfully planted in the complete darkness. He climbed out, took out bone meal, and used it to mature the mushroom cap. He dug a hole and walked out. He repeated the process 1 block away. One side of the 2 red mushrooms overlapped. After repeating this process with several red mushrooms, he dug away the overlapping caps and the mushroom stems. A multi-person red mushroom house was complete. Besides the 2 chickens, 2 cows, and 2 sheep, Chun-Li had also brought 2 chests on separate wooden carts. One of them contained a stack of wheat seeds. A stack is 64 items. The rest was all wheat, and the other one was filled with various iron farming tools traded from the toolsmith. A chest can hold 27 stacks of items. If 2 chests are placed side by side, they can become a large chest, holding 54 stacks of items. Chun-Li dismounted and walked towards the group of bandits. Under their expectant gazes, Chun-Li said, from now on, this place will be your village. Thank you, young Master Chun. Young Master Chen's great kindness. We will never forget. The bandits were overjoyed, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly in thanks. In the end, if they weren't struggling to survive, who would want to be a bandit? The truly vicious ones among them had already been captured and thrown into prison. The rest were just famine refugees. starving soldiers with their families, both old and young. All right, get up, Chun-Li said unhurriedly. You can live in these red houses for now. You won't be short of food, meat, or water. But, in return, for 1 year. He held up one finger. He said gravely, within this year, you cannot change your profession. The village cannot be named. And except for the old and the young, everyone else must participate in labor. But you will only receive food. There will be no wages. Understand? This is a necessary punishment. The bandits looked at each other. Their worried expressions, now replaced with pure ecstasy. Food and shelter were provided. They could eat their fill. Most importantly, there was meat. Even before the drought, they might not have eaten a single shred of meat in a year, or even tasted it. Just labor. And no wages. Even if they had to work from morning to night, they were willing. This is great. We have a place to go again. This is our village. Tears streamed down their faces. They knelt down again. Alas, better to be a dog in times of peace than a man in times of chaos. This is truly a man-eat-man era. Chun-Li sighed inwardly. He took out the 2 blocks of water he carried with him and made an infinite water source. He then took out oak saplings and planted them around the area. Let them grow slowly. Chun-Li said in a low voice to Xiang Xiao. You will still be in charge of these people. Don't let anything go wrong. Understood? Yes, King Qitian, Xiang Xiao said with a solemn voice. After leaving a portion of the militiamen to stay behind, Chun-Li departed. This village was placed on the border. One reason was to spawn iron golems. This place was very close to other county towns. If other bandits attacked, it might trigger the spawning of iron golems. And the other reason, the most crucial one, was to serve as a supply station for soldiers on expeditions. The next time he could change his soldiers' professions, their numbers would at least double. Then he could reorganize them, with veterans leading the new recruits. With Wei Shi's training, they would be ready for use in a month or so. Within his own territory, protected by iron golems. The safety of the villages was not a major concern. But iron golems couldn't leave the county. Soldiers, however, could be sent out to establish trade caravans and transport grain. Chengcheng, as his first county town in this era, should start radiating its influence to the surrounding areas. The drought wasn't just affecting Chengcheng, but the entire Shanxi province, leaving behind a few dozen militiamen. Chun-Li deliberately took a detour from the original path to the place where he had planted bamboo before. The towering bamboo forest and the podzol on the ground were enough to show that the area before him had been designated as a bamboo forest biome. It wasn't easy. Finally, I'm seeing some progress. Excellent. Getting a panda is just a matter of time. Wait here, Chun-Li said, dismounting and taking out fences. He enclosed the entire bamboo forest to prevent any pandas that spawned from running away. He turned his head and randomly picked a few militiamen. He ordered, you guys stay guard around here. If an iron-eating beast appears, notify me immediately. Upon returning to Li City, Chun-Li took Wei Shi to the cartographers. He used the emeralds in his inventory to trade for an empty map. In his workshop at home, he used the cartography table to zoom it out to the maximum level. At the door, just like before, Chun-Li said slowly, map out the surrounding area. Most importantly, Wei Shi, you must remember, if you encounter a bandit hideout, or bandits who have set up camp, do not engage in conflict. Mark their location on the map, and come back and tell me immediately. Could it be that my performance when supporting Chengcheng was too poor? Is immortal Lord Chen worried? Young Master Chun, with the immortal energy you bestowed upon us, we even defeated 1,000 bandits. Dealing with a few mountain bandits shouldn't be a problem. Wei Shi was puzzled, and asked cautiously, the mountain bandits themselves are not a big problem. Chun-Li's eyes glinted. But if those bandit hideouts are classified as villages, it would be troublesome. That way, they might spawn iron golems. Even if our people are wearing diamond armor, and their MC weapons can break through defenses, they still can't beat an iron golem. One toss into the air, and a person goes flying. Falling down would cost half their life. In the end, in the Ming Dynasty, iron golems are too overpowered. Without a nerf, they're impossible to play against. Although the possibility is small, I still have to be prepared. He asked with a smile, do you think you can beat an iron golem? Fight a divine general? If it's a divine general, we really can't beat them. Wei Shi pondered for a moment, seriously stroking his chin in thought. If young Master Chen needs it, it's not impossible to give it a try. Chun-Li said, try? Try my foot. Go and map out the area quickly. Hurry up, and whatever you do, don't engage in direct conflict. Otherwise, I'll have you drink a potion of fire resistance and throw you into lava for a bath. You're courting death. Potion of fire resistance. What does it taste like? Does it taste like wine? Weishur hesitated for a moment and asked. Chun-Li smiled mischievously, dangling a potion of fire resistance in front of him. Yes, it tastes like wine. Want to try? Weishur fled in panic. No, no. Young Master Chun, I'm leaving. Going to map the area? Why does this guy feel like his personality has changed? Chun-Li muttered to himself. Oh well, it's a good thing in the end. He walked to the ice factory and took out all the ice collected over the past few months from the chest. 9 ice blocks make 1 packed ice, and 9 packed ice blocks make 1 blue ice. He put things like emeralds and beds from his inventory into the chest, leaving only wooden planks, a pickaxe, a compass, a boat, blue ice, and torches. Carrying these items, Chun-Li walked to the Nether portal. I didn't really think about it before. But now that there's the Nether portal at the Chongqing City God Temple, looking at it now, the Nether portal in Li City seems a bit too shabby. Only 10 obsidian blocks. It's small and broken. Not grand at all. The main city's Nether portal needs to be rebuilt. I'll build the Nether highway first. Entering the Nether portal, Chun-Li took out the prepared compass from his inventory. A compass is made of 4 iron ingots and 1 redstone dust. Of course, he didn't have redstone dust, but an expert-level librarian would sell 1 for 4 emeralds. A compass. The compass needle points to the world spawn point, which is where Chun-Li first appeared. But in the Nether, in the end, the compass needle spins uncontrollably and points in random directions. However, with a lodestone, the compass transforms into a lodestone compass. The red arrow points directly towards Chongqing. What Chun-Li needed to do now was to follow the direction of the compass and lay a path of blue ice all the way there. I'll pull an all-nighter today for a change. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can set out to find blazes. He was full of energy. He muttered, the sooner I get the cleric's profession block, the better. Then I can gradually start making potions. More importantly, redstone, a truly infinite energy source. As night fell, Weishur opened the door, rushed into Miao Jiming's room, and shouted, Jiming, you were right. I did what you said. And Immortal Lord Chun really didn't get angry. The Immortal Lord is not one for trivial matters. Just treat him normally on a daily basis. So how is Chongqing? Miao Jiming looked up and closed his book, rubbing his temples. He asked wearily. Weishur lifted his chin and proudly recounted everything that happened in Chongqing, in vivid detail. At the end, he took a ladle, scooped up some water, and wet his throat. It's a shame. You didn't see the scene of the green grass surging over. It was like a paradise. You say that, but haven't we seen enough of that this past year? Miao Jiming grinned. After this, Chongqing will probably no longer be under the Imperial Court's control. Even if the Son of Heaven himself came, it's hard to say if it would make a difference. Weishur grabbed the sweets on the table and stuffed them into his mouth. Weishur, you said the border army also owed money and wanted to run here to become bandits? Miao Jiming frowned, suddenly asking. Weishur swallowed his food and continued. King Qitian. I forgot his name, but he's quite lucky. The matter of the rice was minor. Not long after joining, he ran to our Great Wall. After a trip to the Nether, he was released. He's in charge of those bandits now. It seems it's coming soon. Miao Jiming couldn't help but say, if it were just the famine, there might still be a chance to suppress it. But even the border army has started to desert. That means it can't be hidden for much longer. We need to be prepared. If I'm not mistaken, the Imperial Court will know about the situation in Shaanxi by next year at the latest. By then, we'll be facing the Imperial Court's regular army. All right, I understand. Weishur said, just as he was about to grab another sweet. Miao Jiming knocked his hand away with a fan. You've eaten them all. What am I supposed to eat? If you want to eat, buy your own tomorrow. Miao Jiming said expressionlessly. Forget it. I'm not eating. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Weishur muttered and left the room. Miao Jiming picked up the last remaining sweet and ate it. Then, after a brief thought, he took out a book and a brush from a chest and began to continue his records. In the 5th month of the 1st year of Chongzhen's reign, merchants were cunning, moving people's hearts with wealth. Wu Zhen was framed and was beheaded. The commoners mourned him. However, the Immortal investigated and found he was remorseful, using immortal methods to communicate with the Netherworld. He entered the underworld and allowed him to return to the living. In the 6th month of the same year, the bandits of Huanglong Mountain intended to attack the county town. The magistrate of Chongqing, Meng Yongyan, went against all opposition and invited the true immortal into the temple. At that time, the heavens and earth changed color, and green grass surged forth. Divine generals descended from the heavens, saving Chungchung from peril. Phew, finally done. Laying down the last block of blue ice, Chun-Li let out a long sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the result of his all-nighter. In the Nether, a 5-meter-wide ice road made of blue ice, with fences along the edges, without any support, miraculously floated above the boiling lava sea, stretching out and disappearing into the red mist. No support needed, just floating. And it doesn't melt. It's still so ridiculous no matter how you look at it. Chun-Li muttered to himself. But now, getting from Chungchung to Lee City will be much faster. The Nether setting is that 1 meter here is equivalent to 8 meters in the overworld. Now, the range of his domain, according to calculations, has reached a side length of 19,683, which is about 20 kilometers. The distance from Lee City to Chungchung is less than 10 kilometers. Converted to the Nether, that's just over 1 kilometer. Time to go back. I wonder if it's morning yet. No phone. No watch either. I have to go back to Lee City just to check the time. What a hassle, he grumbled. Although you can craft a clock in MC's crafting table. Its recipe is 4 gold ingots and 1 redstone. The librarian can trade for it. But it's annoying that you can't use it in the Nether. All right, let's set sail. He took a wooden boat from his inventory, placed it on the blue ice, and sat down in it. He controlled it to slide on the blue ice. The boat slid slowly, then gradually began to speed up. However, Chun-Li had overlooked one thing. The reason blue ice is called the Nether Highway is because its top speed can reach about 70 meters per second. Sounds slow, right? That's 262 kilometers per hour. The speed of a normal car is only around 60 kilometers per hour. And on the highway, the speed limit is no more than 120 kilometers per hour. 262 kilometers per hour. That's the speed of a high-speed train. Whoa! As the speed soared, the wooden boat shot forward. Chun-Li's figure flashed across the ice road, leaving a continuous afterimage. The wind howled past his ears, and the surrounding environment changed rapidly. He even had a faint feeling that he could be thrown off at any moment. At this speed, it even brought him a trace of fear. If he lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. His heartbeat quickened with the increasing speed. Adrenaline surged. An indescribable sense of excitement welled up in his heart. 1 kilometer, at such a high speed, was covered in just a few seconds. And then Chun-Li was thrown out, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Damn it, I forgot to block the end of the road. He quickly observed the terrain and saw that it wasn't a lava sea below. Only then did he relax, letting himself fall. There are countless artifacts in MC. One of the concepts of a boat is that it can negate all fall damage for itself and its passenger, regardless of speed. He landed safely. Chun-Li got out of the boat, panting as he glanced at the blue ice road. Phew, that was even more thrilling than the high dive before. No wonder people like to race. It's so exciting. At this speed, sitting in front of a screen, you don't feel much. But in reality, it's a passionate frenzy. I bet it's as fast as a high-speed train. Chun-Li remarked. I should have used packed ice. It doesn't melt either. And the speed is half as fast. It's fine for me. But the key is the people of Lee City. They've never even been in a car. Would anyone dare to ride at this speed? Would they pass out from the excitement? I should go back and test it on a bandit first. Right, the boat problem also needs to be solved. Chun-Li suddenly remembered a hidden feature of boats he had seen before. A boat will break when falling from a specific height, and the passenger will also take corresponding damage. The fall heights include 12, 13, 49, 51, 111, 114, 198, 202, 310, and 315 blocks. If something really goes wrong, that would be bad. I'll just test the first 3. If the first 3 are fine, the rest should be no problem either. But 51 meters, that's still a bit dangerous. Maybe I should just let Shang Tianhu do it. It's not right to keep picking on one person. I'll just have that Yanglu do it. It's a good chance to test if non-specialized people can use it. Time to go back. Chun-Li put away the wooden boat, sealed the top, and lifted his foot slightly, placing it in front of the Nether portal. But he hesitated and looked back at the blue ice road. Might as well do it one more time. I'll go back and seal the end. He turned around briskly, placed the boat down. Woohoo! Ha ha! Chun-Li's laughter echoed through the Nether. After a few trips back and forth, he had had his fill of the thrill. The wooden boat slowly came to a stop. He stood up from the boat, a satisfied smile on his face. It's a shame it's still a bit short. I'll build a longer one after there are more cities. I feel like something is still missing. Right. I should invite Wei Shi, Jiming, and the others too, thinking of their terrified expressions. At such a speed, Chun-Li was eager to try. With that thought, Chun-Li walked into the Nether portal and returned to the overworld. The sun was high in the sky. It looked like there was still some time before sunset. There is no time difference between the Nether and the overworld. He had tested it before. In his peripheral vision, he saw a figure. Chun-Li glanced sideways. He saw a person waiting respectfully in front of the Nether portal. Waiting. It was rare for a villager to seek him out on their own initiative. Usually, except for the few regular people, the rest only dared to watch from a distance. They would even instinctively move aside if they saw him walking towards them. Chun-Li understood. He wasn't upset. The girl he once had a crush on was in a similar situation. There was an invisible wall around her. He couldn't get through. He figured the current situation was similar. What was that saying again? Lord Ye's love of dragons. Uncle, what can I do for you? Chun-Li smiled. Calm down, calm down. This is the only chance. Young Master Chun. Sure Gaoming swallowed hard and nervously held up the wrapped object in his hands. He held it with both hands and presented it to Chun-Li. This is the statue you asked me to make. I just finished it yesterday. Statue? What statue? Chun-Li tried hard to remember and finally recalled. On a whim before, he seemed to have asked Goshing to find someone to make a wooden statue of himself. But it's been too long, hasn't it? It's been months. He had almost forgotten about it. Chun-Li peeked at him. Sure Gaoming was slightly taken aback. Sure Gaoming's face was exhausted, his skin dull and lackluster, with dark circles under his eyes. His cheeks were sunken, his complexion replaced by fatigue. Chun-Li's enhanced hearing could even hear his rapid, shallow breathing. Looks like he put a lot of effort into it. Chun-Li took it. The object was rectangular, wrapped in silk. The texture was smooth and soft, the color bright and beautiful. You can tell it's high-quality stuff at a glance. He pushed aside the silk cloth, revealing a wooden box hidden within. The exquisite wood felt smooth to the touch, and it gave off a faint, woody fragrance. The surface of the box was meticulously polished, showing its natural grain, and adorned with masterful carvings. The patterns were intricate and winding, depicting the villagers of Liu family village farming. They held hoes and tilled the land, looking remarkably lifelike. 3 stages of wheat, from tender green to golden yellow, appeared in the same wheat field in the same season. Giant bees roamed the wheat fields, their wings beating gently. Their massive bodies seemed out of place amidst the surrounding wheat. In the distance, an iron golem stood guard. Its gaze, along with those of the many villagers, was focused on the opening of the wooden box. Isn't this the scene from the wheat fields of Liu family village? I finally understand what historical value means. No wonder it took so long to make. Just the wooden box alone. It would take a month or 2 of pure manual labor. Under Sure Gaoming's expectant gaze, Chun-Li opened the box. Even though he was prepared, he was still slightly stunned. How should I put this? The one Gosheng brought over. It bears a slight resemblance to this one. Did you teach Gosheng? Chun-Li looked up and asked. Yes, Gosheng. The young friend still comes to visit me when he has time. Sure Gaoming quickly replied. Chun-Li said matter-of-factly. I knew it. The craftsmanship of the statue before me is clearly more profound. The statue's face was serene. The corners of its mouth turned up slightly, exuding a tranquil, otherworldly aura. It was both majestic and approachable. The lines of its clothing were fluid and elegant, and the garments were covered in a golden silk dragon scale pattern, making it seem as if it were flowing with a golden luster. How should I put this? It looks almost exactly like me. But it's the aura. I feel like I'm looking at my twin brother. Chun-Li thought as he picked up the statue and held it in his hand. The fine texture and the faint golden sheen made him ask, what kind of wood is this? Golden silk Nanmu. Young Master Chun, it was something my ancestor came across by chance. He could never bear to use it, so it was passed down through the generations. I figured there was no point in just keeping it. And besides, in all the world, only this wood is barely worthy of you, young Master Chun, so I used it. Sure Gaoming said honestly. Golden silk Nanmu. Sounds like it should be quite precious. And this craftsmanship, I was originally thinking of paying for it with a torch. Looking at it now, that seems far too little. Although I doubt this man would refuse. Young Master Chun, they've appeared. They've appeared. A voice shouted. It grew closer, as a man came running at full speed. Iron-eating beasts. 2 iron-eating beasts have appeared in the bamboo forest. Great. They've finally spawned. The moment he heard the pandas had appeared, Chun-Li couldn't wait to see them. He said softly, you've done well. I'll give you your reward later. Wait. Just as he put the statue into his inventory, Chun-Li saw the name displayed above it, Totem of Undying. He instantly looked at Shi Gaoming. Studying him. With a look of delight, he asked, "What's your name?" Shi Gaoming was taken aback for a moment. He raised his head slightly to peek at Chun-Li. A thrill ran through him as he said, This humble one is named Shi Gaoming." This was the first time he had ever seen Immortal Chun react this way. Beside them, Wei Shi glanced at Shi Gaoming, then looked at the statue. "Young Master Chun, could this thing be useful to you?" Wei Shi asked. "Yes, and it's very useful." Chun-Li took it out again, examining it closely. Totem of Undying, when held, prevents fatal damage. Prevents the creature's death. A one-time use item. Normally, only an illusioner, upon death, will drop a Totem of Undying, and the drop rate is not affected by the looting. Enchantment. I never thought I'd get one under these circumstances. What an unexpected surprise. It's useful to Immortal Chun? Wei Shi was stunned when he heard this. He then looked at the statue. "Do you recognize this wood?" Chun-Li asked tentatively. "Young Master Chun, you don't need to give it to me. Just hold it a little closer so I can have a look." Wei Shi nodded and said hastily. He examined it carefully. Then he said solemnly, "That's right. Is golden silk nanmu with a dragon scale pattern very precious?" Chun-Li asked. Wei Shi nodded. "Yes," he said without hesitation. "Golden silk nanmu. Water cannot penetrate it, and termites cannot burrow into it. But it takes decades, even centuries, to mature, and it's extremely difficult to grow. Not to mention, this one has a dragon scale pattern." He turned to look at Shi Gaoming, his expression growing serious. "Finally, one of them has been of use to Immortal Chun. Something from the mortal world has caught the Immortal's eye. I have to mention this to Jiming when I get back. Golden silk nanmu. We have to collect it whenever we see it." The more Chun-Li looked at this thing, the more he liked it. Even for him, a Totem of Undying was a very useful item. With this, he finally wouldn't have to worry about failing a water bucket landing someday and having to respawn. After all, dying once is no fun at all. Wei Shi, when you go back and see Jiming, have him send people to collect golden silk nanmu. If there are any saplings, it would be best to bring those back too. Chun-Li said, his eyes gleaming. The Totem of Undying is useful to me, so I definitely need to have golden silk nanmu. I have a whole organization at my disposal. I'm not an idiot. Shi Gaoming, go back and rest for a few days. It would be best to take on more apprentices. From now on, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just focus on making these wooden statues." He then asked, "What's your salary?" "Reporting to young master, my monthly salary is 4 taels of silver. Gaoming, I'll double it. Also, is there anything you want? A chest? A torch? Or perhaps a firefly? A silver or diamond armor set? Or the spear of all beings?" Chun-Li asked sincerely. It's a shame he's not a villager I can assign a profession to. And there's no corresponding job block for a carpenter, so I can't use one. But I can reserve a spot for him. Talented people need to be rewarded. I need to let him know how much I value him. Shi Gaoming was overwhelmed by the favor. He was completely stunned, standing there rigidly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, then relaxed, then clenched again. He truly didn't know what to choose. This was far beyond his expectations. He was happy that his craftsmanship had earned Immortal Chun's approval. But what should he choose? His heart was filled with conflict. Young Master Chun. Shi Gaoming hesitated for a moment. He finally decided what he wanted. He composed himself and said cautiously, "Young Master Chun, can I exchange this reward for a request?" "HM, go on," Chun-Li said, his eyes glinting. Shi Gaoming hesitated, then said, "Could you please stay and enjoy the mortal world for a few more days? There are other places, like Jiangnan. There are many fun places to see, and many skilled craftsmen. Perhaps they could also be of help to you." He looked at him earnestly. Everything they had now was built upon the immortal before him. But immortals always have to go back eventually. When he was away from home for a long time, he would think of going back. And how could the mortal world compare to the heavens? Nothing, no matter how good, was more important than the immortal before him. "All right." Chun-Li was slightly taken aback, then broke into a grin. "I'll tell you all before I leave," he said. Getting the Totem of Undying was a pleasant surprise. Chun-Li was in an excellent mood, but he still had some doubts in his mind. The Illusioner was supposed to be the only source of the Totem of Undying, and they only spawn naturally in woodland mansions, or during raids. It was the same with the enchantment before. Logically speaking, looting can only be enchanted on a sword, but he had successfully enchanted it onto a bow. To do something like that, besides creative mode, there was another way, commands. This also corresponded with the weather in his domain, which would change with his mood. Commands could do that perfectly. Am I really in survival mode? On the way to the bamboo forest, Chun-Li couldn't help but wonder. He frowned, thinking, maybe I should try. There's no harm in it, anyway. With that thought, he muttered, /game mode creative. Command to enable creative mode. Just as the name suggests, once creative mode is enabled, one gains the ability to fly, access to all items in infinite quantities, the ability to spawn any creature, and the power to destroy and create the world. Chun-Li opened his inventory. The infinite items interface didn't appear. He double-jumped, but didn't feel any sensation of flying. /weather rain. Change weather to rain. He looked up at the sky. It was still as clear as ever. Did it fail? Change weather. Rain? Still not working. Is it that I can't use it? Or are the conditions not right? He sighed, stopped in his tracks, looked up, and asked tentatively in a loud voice. Let's make a deal. Make it rain for me. Just for a little while is fine. I'll spawn a witch. How about this? I'll run away from home right now. And I won't come back after I leave. There was no reaction. I don't know if it's playing deaf or if it's truly not sentient. Wei Shi followed obediently, not daring to breathe too loudly. When Immortal Chin spoke that strange language earlier, he didn't understand it, and that was fine. But he understood what came after. Immortal Chun was chanting a spell, asking the heavens for rain. Those first two phrases must be an immortal incantation. Wei Shi secretly memorized them, replaying them over and over in his head. Once he had them down, he planned to ask Miao Jiming about them when he got back. But Immortal Chin's last words made his heart skip a beat. Mustering his courage, his voice trembled as he said, young Master Chun. This old man heaven. You can curse him all you want. But could you please not leave and never come back? The speaker may be careless, but the listener takes it to heart. Still, just how worried are these guys about me leaving? They've brought it up several times now. This Steve's ears are about to grow calluses. They're all older than me, but every single one of them acts like a child. Chun-Li tapped the ancient thing in his hand, feeling helpless. He shook his head and started walking again. Fine. Let's just say, even if I leave, I'll come back. Is that better? Wei Shi smiled. Yes, young Master Chun. By the way, Wei Shi, I can go to the bamboo forest by myself. I have something for you to do. What is it, young Master Chun? Chun-Li said. Go to the prison and grab 2 of the most vicious bandits. Take one and get him a profession. Then bring them both to the Nether portal. I have a use for them. Let's skip Shantianhu. I won't be needing him this time. Yes, sir, Wei Shi replied. He then sprinted off in the opposite direction. The bamboo forest was located about 3 kilometers from Lu family village. After all, it was originally outside the domain. The concrete road from Li City to Chung City was being built from both ends simultaneously, and the ones responsible for building the road on Li City's side were mostly those bandits. At the current pace, the road should be completed in about a month. Chun-Li walked quickly, occasionally taking out a golden carrot from his inventory and eating 1 or 2. He didn't consume saturation when standing still, but as soon as he started moving, his saturation would occasionally drop from full, and this was with the high saturation provided by golden carrots. Finally here, gazing at the bamboo forest in the distance, Chun-Li ran and jumped his way over. Young Master Chun. The militiamen on guard duty saluted and greeted him. After returning the greeting, Chun-Li walked into the bamboo forest. He looked at the 2 adult pandas. Black and white fur. 2 panda eyes. Yep, they're pandas, no doubt. I finally got you. Time to start my panda farm. Let's get breeding. He first carefully observed the 2 pandas. One had its tongue sticking out, while the other's mouth was turned down. One playful and one normal. Chun-Li said softly. There are 7 variants of pandas. Brown, lazy, worried, playful, weak, aggressive, and normal. Each has a unique appearance and behavior. Chun-Li reached out his hand, just about to pet one of them, when the playful panda immediately did 2 somersaults, flipping over. So soft. This fur. I'm a panda owner now, Chun-Li remarked with emotion. I'll breed them first before taking them back. That way, the breeding cooldown will finish sooner. The extra condition for panda breeding is that within a 5-block radius around them, there must be at least 8 blocks of bamboo. Chun-Li casually broke off a long stalk of bamboo and fed it to the pandas. After that, they began to breed. The newborn baby panda had tears in its eyes and a runny nose. A weak variant panda. I actually got a rare one. Chun-Li was stunned. He whispered, looks like my luck can hit the jackpot on the first try. The weak panda suddenly sneezed. Too bad it didn't drop a slime ball. Baby pandas have a chance to drop a slime ball when they sneeze. Weak baby pandas are more likely to sneeze. Although the probability is very low, it's still better than nothing. Let's head back first. Earlier, he had already built a bamboo forest next to Lu family village. I'll grab one and take it back. It'll be perfect for raising it there. Just like the chickens, cows, and sheep. Bamboo can be used to attract and lead pandas. But pandas are extremely slow. It's better to just carry you. You there, come over here. Take this little one. Bring it to the bamboo forest next to Lu family village. Chun-Li pointed at one of the militiamen and gave the order. As for himself, he threw an ender pearl, and in the blink of an eye, he was carrying one panda on each shoulder, and then vanished from the spot. Li City's original prison. Ever since the Chongzhen era began, and Wuzhen started capturing more and more bandits, the prison has been expanded to several times its original size, and moved out of Li City to a location outside the high walls made of lava. The prison is now divided into 3 areas. The minor offenders area, for those who couldn't get enough to eat, and had no choice but to become bandits, and whose crimes were relatively minor. They are sent to the Nether as a form of punishment, after which they must participate in daily labor. Their daily food consists of all-you-can-eat noodles, with meat served once a week. The major offenders area, for the core members of the bandit groups or other serious criminals. After various experimental punishments, if they show exceptionally good behavior, they are transferred to this area. However, currently only a handful of people have been transferred here. They must participate in daily labor, and for longer hours. Their daily food consists of all-you-can-eat noodles. Only those with outstanding performance get meat. And the last area is for the most serious criminals. They are not required to participate in labor. Their daily food consists of all-you-can-eat noodles. On the day they are sent to the Nether, they will be given meat. The number of inmates is extremely small. They are all the most wicked among the bandits. Representative figures include Shangtian, Hu, and Chao Wensher. Inside the gloomy prison, Yang Lu sighed. He looked out at the sun through the iron bars, filled with regret. I was such an idiot. Why did I have to charge forward back then? And why did I have to go to the Great Wall? Sigh. Although I don't have to worry about food or drink here, and I don't even have to work. I've only been to the Nether once. But Yang Lu would rather be out there working. He doesn't want to be tortured in the Nether after he dies. And he feels uneasy. Even if food isn't a problem, why are they keeping them well-fed for nothing? Clang. The iron gate opened. Just then, Yang Lu suddenly saw the people in the cell shrink into a ball. What's going on? Take him. And him. Weisher looked around for a few moments, his eyes immediately locking onto Yang Lu. Take them away. Inside the Nether, next to the blue ice path, Chun-Li was deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yang Lu and another bandit, their faces pale, were eating cookies. Boats. Both villagers with and without professions can ride them. But the number is fixed at 2. They are controlled by thought. And only those with professions can use them. No fall damage. This is an inherent property of the boat itself. And there's no damage from certain heights either. This applies to both villagers with and without professions. But it only protects against fall damage. They will be affected by the airflow at high speeds. At maximum speed, it can cause tinnitus, and even severe pain. Chun-Li put the book and quill into his inventory. He stared at the high-speed rail made of blue ice, pondering. Book and quill crafting recipe. Feather, ink sac. It appears as a leather book and a quill. Effect can be used to write up to 100 pages of content. Once signed, the book is finalized and can no longer be edited. It has no durability and will not degrade over time. A finalized book can be used at a crafting table by placing it with a book and quill to make copies. The effect of the airflow must be dealt with. The speed of the boat can be controlled, but if the speed isn't high enough, the Nether high-speed rail won't be very useful. Block the effect of the airflow from the front. Tinnitus should count as damage, right? With a flash of insight, Chun-Li grasped an idea. He took a shield out of his inventory and walked up to Yang Lu. Hold this up in front of you. You try again. Go with him. Yang Lu swallowed his cookie and looked at the blue ice path with dread in his eyes. He was extremely reluctant. This path was definitely moved here from the Ice Mountain Hell. Vicious women who murdered their husbands, committed adultery, or had malicious abortions. People who were addicted to gambling and unfilial to their parents. And those who were unrighteous and unjust were sent there. The volcano hell was one thing, but I never expected there to be an ice mountain hell. The ice mountain hell isn't about being naked on an ice mountain. It's about enduring. A speed faster than being dropped from a great height. The kind of terror where you could be thrown off and die at any moment. But Yang Lu didn't dare to refuse. He finally understood why they were being given enough food to eat. After experiencing the Nether, after seeing the true 18 levels of hell, what did being well-fed matter? It only made him suffer more. This kind of punishment was more terrifying than death. It made one regret everything. Because he knew that while alive, he could at least struggle on, see the sunlight, and smell the flowers. But after death, what awaited him was hell. It was flowing fire, the smell of rotten eggs filling his nose, and endless torment. It was a regret more intense than he had ever known. Yang Lu wished he had never rebelled. He wished he had known nothing, and just starved to death. This is the power of an immortal. Resigned to his fate, Yang Lu took the shield, along with another bandit wearing a set of shimmering leather armor. He got into the boat. Chun-Li got into another boat, and followed closely behind. A dozen or so seconds later, they reached the other end. How was it? Reporting to young master, the intense pain is gone. Yang Lu said, it actually worked. The rules are truly powerful. Chun-Li took out his book and quill and wrote it down. Shields can block the effects of airflow. All right, that solves the problem. Chun-Li then said, Yang Lu, go on. Take the boat back. Thank you for your grace, young Master Chun. When Yang Lu heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. He bowed respectfully and eagerly got into the boat. The Nether, this terrifying place. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. By the time he came out, the sky had already darkened. After handing Yang Lu and the other man over to Wei Shi, Chun-Li returned to his small wooden house. He wandered through the few rooms and soon found Manhwa hiding under the table. He picked him up by the scruff of his neck and returned to the bedroom. With the sound of flowing water, he fell asleep in an instant. When he became conscious again, it was already dawn the next day. As soon as he woke up, Chun-Li heard the muffled sounds from outside. Today was the day the people of Chung City would come to receive their professions. After eating the breakfast Gosheng brought, Chun-Li headed towards the 13 profession halls he had built. The area around the main hall was already filled with people, all looking around curiously. A wide path had been cleared through the middle of the crowd, and it led directly to the small wooden house where Chun-Li was. Young Master Chun is here. Amidst the people's longing and fervent gazes, Chun-Li smiled and nodded in response. He walked to the back of the temple. Let the sorting begin, Chun-Li said. Wei Shi nodded, took a deep breath, and shouted, Young Master Chun says we can begin. The crowd began to move in an orderly fashion, eventually splitting into the 13 halls. Only the cleric hall, because it didn't have the corresponding job block placed, had no one enter. The other 12 halls all had people enter to varying degrees. Among them, the number of farmers was still the largest. The men of Shangxi, most of those who became starving refugees, were farmers whose land had been taken over. The second largest group was butchers. Besides actual butchers, the soldiers from the garrison made up the vast majority. Wu Jin often took them out to fight bandits, and they had been supplied with meat from very early on. Although they couldn't compare to the imperial court's regular army now, but they were still much stronger than the garrison soldiers from other places. Faith. After experiencing the immortal's descent and the plentiful food supply, and Wu Zhen's revival, Li City and Chung City had no shortage of faith. They just needed a bit of training to build their courage, and they would be ready for service. The smallest group was blacksmiths. Even fewer people went in than for librarians. Why are there so few? Chun-Li asked, puzzled. Miao Jiming waved the white fan in his hand and explained, Young Master Chun, Chung City is, after all, just a small city. The blacksmiths there, we had already brought a portion of them here before. And if you exclude the apprentices, it's natural that there are few now. It's a pity. There are few Fletchers and crossbow makers as well. Chun-Li said softly. Right now, besides clerics, the professions he lacked most were librarians, to obtain enchanted books, and weaponsmiths, to trade for enchanted swords, and also blacksmiths. He skipped the trade lists for farmers and butchers, since those were more or less complete. As usual, he noted down the trade lists of the newly assigned villagers. Soon, it was the librarian's turn. Quite a few people went in, but very few ultimately succeeded in changing their profession via the lectern. The job block is absolutely trustworthy. It's even more fair and just than the imperial examinations. There's no test, so there's no way to cheat. Those who are recognized by it, from what I've seen so far, are all capable of standing on their own. When Wang Er attacked the city before, some were forced to leave Qing City. That's how the school got its teachers. Only 6 people successfully put on the hat. Almost none of them were young. Meng Yongyan was one of them. Piercing 4, Power 2. Lure 3. Sweeping Edge Eye. Blast Protection 2. As each person passed, Chun-Li would recite the enchantment, and Miao Jiming would record it. Protection 2. Chun-Li looked up at Meng Yongyan. The enchantments this time are pretty good. The sorting ceremony is over. After recording the enchanted book corresponding to Meng Yongyan, the ceremony came to a close, but the crowd did not disperse. Immortal Chun is about to reward meritorious service. He's going to bestow immortal artifacts. With a light cough, Chun-Li took out the prepared list. Standing on the high platform, he read, Lu Wu, San Lu Tian. Lu Lai Tian Minda. For supplying grain to Li City, forging weapons, and ensuring the logistics, you have rendered great service. 1 torch for each of you, and 1 gold-trimmed leather chestplate. A leather chestplate could be left for one's family, and the torch, a silver-trimmed one no less, goes without saying. Infinite light, and gold, for common folk like them. In their entire lives, they might not even see gold once. These are all amazing things. Thank you, young Master Chun. The men's faces were filled with excitement. They kowtowed in gratitude. Chun-Li took out the rewards that had been prepared and placed in a chest, and handed them over one by one. He said with a smile, All right, you may go. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir, the men replied. Chun-Li continued to call out, Lu Pingping, Yuan Hongkai, Jiejuzi. When the bandits from Chung City attacked, you fought bravely against them. For your meritorious service, each of you will receive 2 torches and 1 silver-trimmed leather chestplate. As for Wei Shi and Wu Zhan, your contributions were even greater. 1 wooden chest for each of you. And for Wei Shi, an additional torch. Chun-Li took the chests out of a larger wooden chest and placed them on a wooden cart. Thank you, young Master Chun. The 2 men clasped their hands in thanks. Chun-Li, with a smile on his face, said, Wu Zhan, your sinful general is here. Wu Zhan's face was solemn. He said in a deep voice, Previously, as the patrol inspector of Chung City, you neglected your duties and abused your authority. But considering that afterwards, you cleared out bandits day and night and were willing to pay with your life, your sins have been absolved. Chun-Li said unhurriedly, From this day forward, you will be responsible for managing the cavalry battalion. You will be in charge of recruitment, training, and other duties. Yes, sir, Wu Zhan said firmly. And this, take your reward. I thought you might like it. Chun-Li took out a gold ingot and handed it to Wu Zhan. This is a gold ingot? Wu Zhan took it with both hands. It felt heavy. The corners of his mouth curved upwards. His voice filled with joy. Thank you, young Master Chun. All right, you 2 may go. Chun-Li said. The 2 men exchanged a glance, and carrying their wooden chests, they descended. Thinking about how Miao Jiming was always writing things down, Chun-Li gave him a book and quill, and an item frame. Song Yingxing got an item frame and a book and quill, and 2 torches, and a chest. They're all pretty easy to handle. A few sticks, wooden planks, and leather, and it's done. Wu Zhan was also satisfied with a gold ingot. Maybe I'll give him a gold block next time. Chun-Li thought to himself. After about 10 minutes, he had finally finished distributing all the rewards. The newly assigned farmers and butchers gathered around Wei Shi and Wu Zhan and were led to a vacant area for selection. Meng Yongyan, with a smile on his face, stared at Wu Zhan's departing figure. What are you thinking about? Chun-Li walked up beside him and asked unhurriedly. Meng Yongyan couldn't help but chuckle. Your subordinate was just thinking that Brother Wu, under you, young Master Chun, can better utilize his talents. I've never been able to figure it out. Given your personality, you shouldn't have gotten into a conflict with Wu Zhan. Chun-Li said, puzzled. It was just a misunderstanding. But it doesn't matter now. Young Master Chun, the Wu Zhan I've known from the very beginning is the one you see now. Meng Yongyan said. I see. By the way, Magistrate Mang, I have something I need you to do. Chun-Li said seriously. Meng Yongyan said, Young Master Chun, please just say the word. I need you to investigate all the officials in the imperial court, both civil and military, regardless of their rank. Write down their names and locations on paper and bring it to me. Chun-Li said, his eyes gleaming. He had read some history in his spare time, but to find the important figures of this time period, he needed an anchor point. That is, a name. Only then could he remember. After all, he was just an ordinary university student, not a history major. It was still the first year of Chongzhen's reign. There was still plenty of time. Before Chongzhen starts his purges, I need to see which people can be of use. I have to find a way to bring them back. There's always a shortage of good people. Your subordinate will do his best. Meng Yongyan nodded solemnly in agreement. I still have a few former classmates in the court. I will go back and write letters immediately to seek their help. By the way, Magistrate Mang, I recently came up with a way to get back to Qing City quickly. Chun-Li suddenly said with a smile. Do you want to try it? It's very fast. It only takes a dozen seconds to get there. A dozen seconds? Meng Yongyan was stunned. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Oh, that's just a few breaths' time. Chun-Li explained. You'll understand later. Could it be that immortal Chun is going to use the technique of shrinking the ground to send me back? He no longer doubted whether immortal Chun had this ability. After all, he could even bring the dead back to life. What was there that he couldn't do? Shrinking the ground to an inch. An immortal's technique. This was a rare opportunity to experience it. If you don't mind, young Master Chun, then your subordinate is naturally willing to give it a try. Meng Yongyan said leisurely, his eyes full of anticipation. All right, but let me be clear first. We have to go into the Nether first, and the process might be very exciting. Chun-Li said with a serious expression. The Nether? Meng Yongyan hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, your subordinate is willing to try. Even though people often say how terrifying the Nether is. He, Meng Yongyan, had lived a clean life. His actions were open and above board. His heart was just. His hands were not stained with ill-gotten gains. His heart was like a clear mirror. He had no regrets in his heart, and no fear in his actions. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been ostracized and sent to Shaanxi, and he wouldn't have encountered the greatest opportunity of his life. All right, follow me. After Chun-Li finished speaking, he walked ahead to lead the way. The two of them soon arrived in front of the Nether portal. Meng Yongyan took a deep breath. His gaze was firm. He took a step forward and entered the Nether. So this is the Nether. Why don't I feel any stinging pain? Meng Yongyan muttered to himself. He touched the hat on his head. Is it because of this? He walked to the door of the cobblestone hut and looked out. Everything before him was red. Only a long path of blue ice cut across the landscape. So this is what the Nether looks like. Which means, when Wu Zhen had his accident, he was brought from here to the world of the living. For every foot you walk in the Nether, in the main world, which is what you call the world of the living, it's equivalent to walking 8 feet. That ice path leads directly to Chung City. Chun-Li added from the side. Young Master Chun, you mean to say? From now on, we can travel directly between the two cities through the Nether? Meng Yongyan instantly understood Immortal Chen's idea. Immortal Chun actually planned to use the Nether directly for transporting goods and relaying information. Yes, that's right. This way, the speed will be much faster. Transporting goods will also be quicker. Chun-Li said matter-of-factly. A journey of nearly 10 li, which used to take 1 or 2 hours, now only takes a few breaths' time. With such speed, with such means, how could one fear rebellion or conspiracy going unnoticed? And why would one need to worry about being deceived by subordinates, ending up in a situation like the one in Shaanxi? Without a doubt, the lives of the common people will far surpass any golden age of the past. Something seemed to stir in Meng Yongyan's heart. He had never forgotten why he had embarked on the path of an official. A wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in. A worthy minister chooses the right lord to serve. So what if I've become a rebel? What are you spacing out for? Not going back? Chun-Li asked with a smile. Get on this wooden boat. I'll take you back to Qing City. Yes, young Master Chun. A great weight was lifted from Meng Yongyan's heart. He beamed with joy and sat down in the wooden boat. Hold on tight. I'm about to start the boat. Chun-Li said. It's just a boat ride. It should be fine, right? Meng Yongyan thought to himself. Yeah. Meng Yongyan's legs were wobbly as he got off the boat. His face was pale. He dry-heaved helplessly. He had never experienced such speed before. His vision was a blur. And in the blink of an eye, he had reached the destination. Magistrate Mang, next time you come, you can pilot the boat yourself. You can go a bit slower. You'll get used to it. Chun-Li also got off the boat and said, Your subordinate. Your subordinate understands. Meng Yongyan took a moment to recover. He clasped his hands and said, My apologies for my lack of composure. Then Chun-Li pointed to the Nether portal not far away and said, That is the Nether portal corresponding to Qing City. Once you go through, you'll be back in front of the Nether portal at the Qing City God Temple. He instructed, If any wandering traders pass through Qing City, notify me immediately. If they try to leave, you have to stop them. I still haven't collected all the good stuff from the wandering traders. Few traders come to Li City, after all. The only one was the one I lured over from Qing City. I can't let them get away. All right, your subordinate. As soon as a wandering trader enters Qing City, I will come and notify you immediately, young Master Chun. Your subordinate takes his leave. After Meng Yongyan finished speaking, he turned and stepped into the Nether portal. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the location of the Qing City God Temple. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares in the city and people praying in the temple were continuous. Just like that, I'm back. Heavens, he is truly an existence that defies the logic of this world. Just this small part that he has shown is already beyond anything this mortal realm can compare to. Meng Yongyan remarked with emotion. He turned and walked towards the temple. Since he was already at the city god temple, he might as well go in and burn a stick of incense. He took out a sign and placed it on the Nether portal, writing Chung City on it. Chun-Li was beside the ice path. He used a crafting table to make and place a dozen or so boats. He himself sat in one of them and returned to the Nether portal in Lee City. It's a pity that only the blocks I place can float. Otherwise, I could have the villagers build the transportation system in the Nether. He also placed about 10 boats on this end, a dozen or so on each side. That should be enough for now. Chun-Li stepped out of the Nether. His eyes gleamed as he said, I'll go back and trade for some more shields to bring over. And with that, the Lee City Nether line will be complete. Wu Jin should still be selecting people over there. The weaponsmiths. A few new ones have been assigned. I can go see what new enchanted items have refreshed. But before that, I'll make a trip to the workshops. Taking large strides, he walked to the workshop complex in Lee City. Chun-Li didn't walk particularly fast, and his whereabouts, as long as he was in Chung City, could be known by someone at any given second. Song Yingxing, having received the news, was already standing outside the workshop early on, waiting for young Master Chun. Are you here to check on the progress? Chun-Li nodded. Yes, please, follow me. Song Yingxing, without any delay, led Chun-Li into the workshop. Inside the bamboo paper manufacturing room, an infinite water source continuously washed over bamboo that had been split into fine threads. Craftsmen pounded away at stone mortars. After soaking for over 100 days, it is processed, hammered, and washed. The rough outer layer and green skin are washed away, a process called killing the green. This is also the most time-consuming step. Song Yingxing explained unhurriedly. The bamboo pulp resembles hemp fibers. It is treated with high-quality slaked lime. The pulp is then put into a large vat and boiled. It is usually boiled for 8 days and 8 nights. The bamboo is then transferred to a paper-making vat. The bamboo fibers and lime water are mixed to form a paste. The craftsmen put it into a bucket and place it over lava to begin the steaming process. The well-mixed bamboo pulp is evenly poured onto a screen and gently shaken to distribute the pulp evenly, forming a layer of wet paper. The screen, now filled with bamboo pulp, is moved to a ventilated area to let the water evaporate naturally. The paper gradually solidifies and takes shape. Throughout the entire process, the bamboo grows naturally, but at an extremely fast rate. The infinitely spreading water and the high temperature of the lava for washing and boiling the bamboo. The only things needed are limestone and manpower. Is this a brick kiln? Chun-Li asked curiously. It had a round, arched roof, a wide kiln door, and a tall chimney rising from the kiln body. Workers were moving in and out, carrying fired red bricks. Yes, I noticed that although there are mushroom houses in Lee City, their material is a bit soft. They are not suitable for long-term residence. Coincidentally, I was quite interested in this a few years ago, and I looked into it a bit. I have some knowledge of it. This is the first batch of fired red bricks. Song Yingxing walked forward, picked up a newly fired red brick, and handed it to Chun-Li. Fortunately, there were no major issues. The red bricks produced can be used. Chun-Li squeezed it very lightly, then gradually increased the force. After 3 or 4 tries, the red brick finally broke. The quality is indeed good, and it looks decent too. Not ugly. The dye house. The flowers needed for the dyes can be grown quickly with bone meal, tile making, sulfur, saltpeter, alcohol brewing, textiles. He then continued to follow Song Yingxing. Chun-Li remained silent the entire time. It was Song Yingxing who did all the explaining. I've asked Magistrate Mang. There are no iron mines nearby, so there's not much need for iron production. However, we can use old iron to forge other tools and weapons. Song Yingxing continued. It's the same with oil. We lack the crops to produce oil. Young Master Chun, the creatures in your domain are incredibly strange. They have no blood, no bones, and no oil. We can only use livestock from the mortal world. Song Yingxing said slowly. Chun-Li was lost in thought. If I remember correctly, he's managed to create all these things in less than a year. Terrifying. Also, young Master Chun, regarding the firearms, just give me a little more time. Just a few days, and the matchlocks will be ready. Song Yingxing said with a self-deprecating smile. A few days from now? That's fine. Very soon. The two of them soon arrived at the final workshop, the textile room. The rhythmic clatter of the huge looms filled the air. The craftsman's hands moved swiftly between the shuttles, and the fabric gradually took shape. This is the latest loom from Jiangnan, the flower tower. Draw loom. Although it's a bit large, it's much more efficient than the old ones. Song Yingxing said with a hint of regret. It's just that, while we don't lack wool, unfortunately, processing the wool takes too long. Without enough thread, the production of fabric is still a bit slow. Keyword extraction. How could I have forgotten about this thing? This can be made without redstone. Take a look at this. Can this string be used? Chun-Li's spirits were instantly lifted. He took out some string from his inventory and asked excitedly. Song Yingxing took it and looked it over for a few moments. He nodded slightly. It can be used. Then there's no problem. Wait here. I'll go get someone else. Find a larger space. I'll be right back. Chun-Li ran towards his small house. Let me think. I'll need a few more pieces of string. 2 tripwire hooks. 2 trapdoors, a water bucket, a lever, and shears. Chun-Li took the raw materials out of his chest and crafted the necessary components at the crafting table. Right. The gunpowder. If it explodes, it won't be a small matter. I should bring a grindstone over. I just happened to get blast protection. I'll remove the projectile protection enchantment and replace it. Besides repairing items, a grindstone can also remove enchantments. It's quite useful for replacing 1 or 2 enchantments on an armor set, but for a large-scale upgrade, I'll still have to rely on trading with villagers to get what I need. Otherwise, it's a bit of a hassle. Thinking about it, Chun-Li stuffed about 2 stacks of books into his inventory and a row of emeralds to use for trading to level up the villagers. That should be about everything. With everything packed, Chun-Li hurried towards the public workshop area. Under Song Yingxing's guidance, they arrived at a spacious location. Chongying, which way is north? Chun-Li turned his head and asked. Chongying was Song Yingxing's courtesy name. Song Yingxing took out a compass he had prepared earlier and pointed to Chun-Li's left. Young Master Chun, it's this way. The compass in his hand was one he had bought in Qing City. Of course, there are compasses in MC, but those only point to Chun-Li's spawn point. And sunflowers always point towards the sun, but there's no sign of that item yet. All right, Chun-Li said, taking out the prepared quartz blocks and starting to build. With his back to the north, he placed 3 quartz blocks diagonally upwards, then 3 diagonally downwards. Chun-Li jumped onto the quartz blocks and started to pillar up. He raised the overall height to 3 blocks. He placed a row of quartz blocks on the outer side as support blocks. He left 2 openings on the top layer. He placed 2 trapdoors on the support blocks and flipped them down, leaving the top layer open. He removed the support blocks on both sides. Where the support blocks used to be, he placed 2 tripwire hooks. He placed 2 pieces of string to connect the tripwire hooks. From his 2x2 infinite water source, he scooped up 2 buckets of water and poured them into the openings. The trapdoors blocked the water flow, preventing it from breaking the string on the tripwire hooks. He crouched and placed a wooden plank on the trapdoor, then attached a lever to it to control the trapdoors. All right, the most crucial step. He took out his shears. Chun-Li right-clicked the string on the tripwire hook. The string bounced a little, but it didn't break. He pulled the lever. The trapdoors closed. The water flowed over the tripwire hooks. But unexpectedly, the string on the tripwire hooks was washed away. But the expected gush of string didn't happen. What's going on? Is the version wrong? That can't be right. I don't think I did anything wrong. Chun-Li frowned, staring at the tripwire hook in a daze. He had never played Skyblock before. He had only seen tutorials for this thing. Never built it himself. Damn it, what went wrong? He muttered to himself. Song Yingxing stood below, observing this strange contraption. Although he didn't know what this strange device was for, Song Yingxing could guess that it would absolutely shatter his worldview. Anything made by young Master Chun is no ordinary thing. Perhaps it's a problem with the direction? Song Yingxing suggested. Direction, facing north. That seems to be correct. Could it be that something was placed wrong? Chun-Li said, puzzled. His gaze fell on the lever. Wait, could it be that this thing also has a specific requirement? Chun-Li said as he broke the wooden plank and placed it on the other trapdoor, with the lever facing west. Let's try again. If it still doesn't work, then I'll try a different orientation. He placed the string again and repeated the previous steps. It worked. He pulled the lever. Under the sunlight, the water flowed over the string on the tripwire hook, but it didn't break it. Fine threads were generated out of thin air, and as the water flowed down, they were washed onto the grass. 1 string, 10 strings, 100, 1,000. In just a few breaths' time, the fine threads had almost completely covered the surrounding grass. This Where did all this string come from? You're new here, aren't you? You don't understand young Master Chen's ways. What do we know? Hurry up and gather the string. A craftsman who had been waiting nearby patted his companion's arm and bent down to pick up the string that had fallen. As expected, no matter how many times I see it, it's still impossible to get used to. Song Yingxing bent down and picked up a piece of string from the ground. He rolled it between his fingers. The surface was smooth, with no obvious flaws. Its strength, flexibility, and sturdiness were all good. It could be used directly for weaving. The length, size, and even quality of every string were completely identical. The wheat, I can still understand. At least it needs to be planted. It just grows a little bit faster and doesn't need soil or fertilizer. But this string before my eyes, it's just being generated out of thin air. How is this possible? Filled with intense curiosity, Song Yingxing's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. He wished he could study it through and through, study it for 5 or 6 days. But he quickly suppressed the urge. Never mind. I still have many things to do. And Immortal Chin's immortal techniques are beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. I just have to get used to it. Chun-Li released the lever, then pulled it a few more times. He confirmed that he could freely control the on-off switch. He looked at Song Yingxing and saw the curiosity in his eyes. He asked with a smile, "Chongying, would you like to give it a try?" "It would be my honor." When Song Yingxing heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. "Of course," he said, with a frank and straightforward air. Chun-Li built a staircase for him to climb up. Song Yingxing didn't rush up. He gazed at it with reverence, then muttered, "Immortal device, please do not be offended. This junior is just going up to take a look. I won't take too long. Something that creates things out of thin air. It must be an immortal artifact. It might have gained sentience. It's better to say something just in case. Don't worry. It doesn't have sentience. It's just an ordinary object. You can go straight up." Chun-Li said. "All right." Song Yingxing replied. He climbed onto the machine and pulled the lever. He stared intently at the string in the middle, trying to figure something out. "You can turn it off now," Chun-Li said. He had confirmed that the villagers could operate it. That was enough. Is the amount of string enough now? He couldn't help but chuckle. More than enough. It's enough to supply fabric for several surrounding counties. It's more than enough. Song Yingxing nodded gravely. Of course, he said. He naturally understood why Immortal Chun was doing this. The weather these past few years had been strangely abnormal. The summers were as hot as a furnace, while the winters were as cold as an ice cellar. Countless people had starved or frozen to death. All right, for the next few days, have the craftsmen build looms at full speed. Before the new militia team is trained, make as many as you can. Chun-Li said, when I go back, I'll try to simplify the blueprints and remove the parts for processing wool and spinning thread. I'll just leave the weaving part. Song Yingxing instantly understood Chun-Li's idea. He said, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Now, within the domain, we have the string duplicator, oil and wheat. For shelter, we have mushroom houses. For transportation, we have the Nether highway. We can meet the most basic needs in a very short time. All set. Outside the domain, the first 2 can be transported. For transportation, we have the concrete road. For shelter, we can rely on the brick kiln. It's just a bit slower in terms of efficiency. The only thing we're missing now is an army. Chun-Li muttered to himself. If I want to transport grain out, I'll have to face bandits and the local gentry, the officials in the cities, and even the Imperial Court's regular army. Young Master Chun, Song Yingxing suddenly asked, the principle of this machine, is it to replicate the string on that hook? Yes, that's right. Chun-Li thought for a moment and replied. Song Yingxing lowered his voice and said, this. Can other types of string be placed on the machine? Wow. No wonder he's the one who dared to venture into the soul sand. His mind works differently. He's even better at finding bugs than I am. Bring over everything that has a string. Chun-Li grinned. The craftsmen immediately sprang into action. Some took out silk and cotton threads from the warehouse. All kinds of threads. Others forged various types of wires from metal. During this time, Chun-Li enclosed the string duplicator with quartz blocks. He dug down 2 blocks and placed a chest in a spot where the water could flow into it. He then used 5 iron ingots and a chest to craft a hopper and connected it to the chest. Collection device. Complete. The craftsmen were very fast. Chun-Li held the various types of string and hung them on the tripwire hook. However, not all of them could connect the tripwire hooks together. Copper, iron, gold, silver. Failure. Silk thread, wool yarn, spider silk. Success. It was a partial success. My idea was indeed a bit too much to ask for. Chun-Li sighed helplessly. Still, it's not bad. Even spider silk works. Chun-Li flicked the extremely thin strand of spider silk, hanging on the tripwire hook. It's still string, though? It can be crafted into wool. And it's also dropped by spiders. Spider silk, huh? A single strand is thin and easy to break, but a lot of it is good stuff. I think it can be used to make bulletproof vests and suture wounds. I seem to remember seeing a video about making clothes from spider silk. For bulletproofing, it's better to just use enchantments. For wounds, just use MC. Food, skip that. But its toughness and strength seem to be quite high. Chun-Li turned his head to look at Song Yingxing. Later, have the craftsman try using this spider silk. See what it can be used for. Yes, sir, Song Yingxing replied. He looked up and pointed behind Chun-Li. Young Master Chun, it looks like Miao Zhiming is coming over. Chun-Li turned his head. Miao Zhiming was approaching from a distance with someone by his side. Chun-Li recognized the man. He was the one who came to Li City to deliver a message before. He had been living in Li City ever since. Under Chun-Li's gaze, the two of them visibly quickened their pace and arrived in front of him. Zhiming, what's up? Chun-Li asked, puzzled. Miao Zhiming clasped his hands and replied. This man wants to go to Huanglong Mountain as an inside agent. Young Master Chun, I want to go back. I want to persuade my big brothers and the other brothers to come back too. Neo-Lin said through gritted teeth. Just me alone. Enjoying myself in this paradise. I can't eat well or sleep well. I always feel like I'm letting those brothers down. The surname Zhong. Could he be from one of the villages near Li City? Chun-Li said. Young Master Chun. When I first arrived, before Li City was even established, didn't we have to go find a blacksmith? It was Zhong Guangdao who escorted us all the way to Qing City. Miao Zhiming reminded him. Chun-Li asked, was it also Zhong Guangdao who had you come and deliver the message before? Yes, young Master Chun. Neo-Lin immediately replied. Chun-Li's eyes flickered. He asked, what is Zhong Guangdao's relationship with Wang Er from Baishui? They, along with Zheng Yanfu, grew up together since they were children. Wang Er from Baishui is the big brother. Neo-Lin sighed. Then he quickly added, but big brother Zhong has always kept an eye on big brother Wang Er. All this time, we've only robbed those rich merchants and local gentry. We even distributed grain to the people in the villages. So, Wang Er knows about this place? Chun-Li said thoughtfully, frowning. Yes. And no. Neo-Lin wanted to make a few excuses for Wang Er, but he didn't know how to begin. In the end, he swallowed his words. He said with a bitter smile, yes. In that case, you can go back. From the looks of you, you should have a profession now. Looking at Neo-Lin, Chun-Li saw the rope tied around his head. He thought for a moment. In a little while, I'll give you a set of diamond armor, as well as a few sets of leather armor, cookies, honey bottles, and a firework. Use it for calling for help. You should know their uses and limitations. When Neo-Lin heard this, his eyes lit up. With these things, as long as he could escape to this vicinity, bringing his brothers out would be more than possible. Thank you, young Master Chun. Is there anything you need this humble one to do, young Master Chun? Yes, I do have something I need you to do. Chun-Li nodded. He said in a deep voice, if you come across a post station on your way, go and see if there's a man named Li Zicheng. If you find him, find a way to bring back information about the specific post station, or just trick him into coming to Li City. If you can beat him, knocking him out and bringing him here works too. Yes, sir, Neo-Lin replied. Zhiming, the same goes for our people who go out. Whenever they pass a post station in Shaanxi, they are to look and ask for him. Do not let a single post station be missed. Don't let him get away. Try to capture him alive. If that's not possible, dead is also acceptable. Chun-Li's face was grave. He turned his head and stared into Miao Zhiming's eyes. Although if he let him go, the imperial court would be busy running around, and the pressure on them would be less. But there was no need for that. Li Zicheng must be brought back. There's no future in being a bandit. In this life, if he's a decent person, I'll just let him live peacefully as a farmer. Li Zicheng. Miao Zhiming's brow furrowed slightly. He muttered the name to himself. He asked, young Master Chun, we have enough manpower. Do you need to assign people specifically to search for him? If we have enough people, then send more out. We must find this person before next year. Chun-Li said without hesitation. Next year would be the second year of Chongzhen's reign. Once Chongzhen starts downsizing the post stations, who knows where Li Zicheng will end up? Miao Zhiming replied. With nearly half a year, it should be enough time to search all the post stations in Shaanxi. The Ming dynasty, for practical defense needs in the northwest, had merged Gansu into Shaanxi. Therefore, the jurisdiction of Shaanxi province was vast. But if it's just the post stations, and with a specific target, it should be much easier. He then said in a low voice, I will go and arrange for the manpower immediately. The two of them left. Chun-Li remained at the string duplicator. This string, besides wheat, the source of emeralds, now has another source, string. It can be traded with fishermen, allowing them to level up, and a master-level weaponsmith, after trading enough emeralds, might randomly offer a trade for a tipped arrow. Tipped arrows are good stuff. Within Miji County, Shaanxi, at the Yinchuan post station, Li Hongji returned from Scholar AI's place. He frowned, rubbing the remaining wages in his hand. He sighed all the way. The Yinchuan post station was in a remote area. There were few people in the wilderness. Li Hongji wiped the sorrow from his face and forced a smile as he opened his own door. Just as he was about to enter, Hongji, you're back from delivering letters? Li Hongji turned his head. His neighbor across the way, Li Guo's mother, Li Wangshi, was looking at him with a smile. I was just thinking of going home to see my wife, and then coming to see you, sister-in-law. Li Hongji smiled and turned to walk over. Li Wangshi sighed. She looked at Li Hongji with a complicated expression. You've suffered because of your family's affairs. Not at all. We're still getting by. Li Hongji said with a relaxed smile. The work at the post station isn't too tiring. The money I borrowed from the AI family, I can still make the monthly payments. Besides, I still have my wife. There's no suffering to speak of. There was a great drought in Shaanxi. The harvest failed completely. They had sold their land long ago. They were already tenant farmers. But the drought showed no signs of improving. To survive, his father had no choice but to borrow money from Scholar AI. After his father passed away, the debt fell on him. Your wife. Hearing Li Hongji's words, Li Wangshi's smile faded. She hesitated to speak. Her brow furrowed slightly. Don't always be wandering around outside. When you're not delivering letters, you should stay at home more. Is it the gossip in the neighborhood? Li Hongji quickly agreed. I know. My dear sister-in-law, I know I've been neglecting my wife. I'll be more mindful. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Exactly. How could his wife possibly be involved with Guy Hu? He's definitely not that kind of person. By the way, sister-in-law, if you have nothing going on recently, it's best not to go out. The number of rebels is growing day by day. Don't get caught up in their mess and lose your head. Li Hongji said solemnly. Huang Lan, you like making friends, but don't get involved with those people. Got it. That's a beheading offense. Li Wangshi said. I know better. I won't. On the Liqing Hell Highway. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Screams echoed one after another, rising and falling continuously. On the blue ice path, pairs of green recruits sat front and back in the boats, speeding at the velocity of a bullet train. While other traveling villagers could slow down their boats, the militia couldn't. The visual blur at such high speeds made even the ruthless veterans recruited back in Liujia village, who used to cut themselves daily, feel their hearts race, let alone these newly recruited militiamen. Moreover, the place they were currently in was hell. That made it even more thrilling. Wu Jin stood by the blue ice path, roaring, damn it. Hold it in, all of you. Screaming over this little bullshit? Back in Chungchung, I didn't even make a peep when my head was chopped off. You are my soldiers. Anyone who screams again gets 3 extra laps later. The screaming vanished instantly, but the militiamen's faces were still filled with terror. Ugh, just as they got off the boats, the militiamen looked pale as ghosts. Supported by the people around them, they shivered and dry-heaved uncontrollably, seeing that all the squads had lined up on the left. Today's training was over. You, take a boat over and call Gao Feiguang back. Wu Zhan glanced over the crowd below, picked someone who had mostly recovered, and gave the order. The time it took for each squad to pass through the highway was roughly the same. If they slowed down and were off by 3 or 4 seconds, it would be easy to tell. Gao Feiguang just had to stand at the opposite end of the straightaway and count silently. He could catch any slackers by the second. Fortunately, none of his soldiers had pulled such a stunt yet. Yes, sir. The militiaman's face paled. He instantly stood up from the ground, walked to the boat, and raised the shield on the boat. Whoosh, he flew across the ground. Gao Feiguang returned with the militiaman. Compared to the militiaman who was constantly dry-heaving and needed to be supported to walk, Gao Feiguang's condition was much better. After getting off the boat, his legs only trembled slightly, and he quickly regulated his breathing. I don't like eating fish. Gao Feiguang, everyone. Fall in. Wu Jin shouted sternly. In the blazing red hell, 100 men stood in formation, completely silent. No one made even the slightest sound. Only soldiers who had undergone rigorous training and a baptism of blood and iron could exude such a chilling aura of death. Wu Zhen nodded in satisfaction. Although there were only 100 of them, they were all class-change villagers, and most of them were butchers, an absolute elite force, coupled with the training over the past few days. Although they were still lacking when it came to the hell stage, some still screamed in terror at high speeds. Mortal things could no longer scare them in the slightest. After all, with the protection of a true immortal, training troops in hell was simply too overpowered. This was something Wu Zhen had never dared to imagine before. That's about enough. We can head to the horse ranch now. His gaze, sharp as a falcon's, swept over the neatly lined-up militiamen in front of him. He gave the order in a deep voice. Follow me. His voice carried unquestionable authority. The militiamen immediately responded, quickly forming up and following closely behind him. Wu Zhen led the troops through the Nether portal, but he didn't take them to their usual training grounds. Instead, they headed in the completely opposite direction. That direction led to the horse ranch. Even the solemn troops were faintly stirring with excitement at this moment, but they quickly suppressed it. After a trip through life and death, Wu Zhen's prestige in leeching was at its peak. Miao Zhiming, who handled the paperwork, was a notch below him, and he even faintly overshadowed Wei Shi. After a brief inquiry by the guards at the gate, the troops were let out of leeching. When the troops arrived at the horse ranch, Wu Zhen turned to face his subordinates, his eyes burning like torches. The soldiers couldn't hide the fiery excitement in their eyes. Their breathing grew heavier. They knew what they were going to do next. These past few days, you've all performed well. Yesterday, I requested permission from Lord Chun regarding the selection of horses. He has agreed. Wu Zhen opened the fence gate and pointed at the horse ranch. In the vast horse ranch, on the vibrant green grass, the Minecraft steeds lowered their heads to graze, sniffing around with their noses. See that chest? Grab a saddle. I want you to tame a divine steed within half an hour. Wu Zhen said unhurriedly. Remember, when you mount them, don't hold anything in your hands, or you won't be able to get on. Saddles could be obtained as treasure items while fishing. Another method was buying them from master-level leatherworker villagers for 8 to 10 emeralds each, or, like Chun-Lin, borrowing them from zombified piglins. Whoa! Excited cheers rang out. The militiamen managed to maintain order at first, but as soon as they walked a bit further, they broke loose and started running wildly. This one looks like a perfect match for me. Let me try. I want this one. This one is mine. The militiamen decisively leaped onto the horses' backs. However, before they could celebrate for long, they were bucked off. Look at you. Didn't you say you've ridden a horse before? Let me try. Taming required a temper stat. A horse's initial temper is 0. When mounted, a random number from 0 to 99 is chosen. If the horse's temper is higher than that number, the horse is tamed. Otherwise, the rider is bucked off, and the temper increases by 5. In other words, no matter how superb your equestrian skills are, you'll still get bucked off when it's time. These untamed horses were not willing to submit easily. They continuously bucked off the militiamen riding on their backs. For a moment, the horse ranch was filled with scenes of people getting thrown off. Some militiamen had barely touched the horse's back before they were launched into the air and hit the ground the next second. The horse ranch turned into a chaotic battlefield. The sound of galloping hooves, the shouts of the militiamen, and occasional bursts of laughter intertwined. Wu Zhen, similarly, found a dark maroon divine steed to his liking and kept falling off it. Haha, I did it. No matter how bad one's luck was, there was a pity system of 20 attempts for guaranteed success. The first person on the horse ranch succeeded, and soon after, others followed suit. In less than half an hour, they had finished assembling. The horses stomped the ground, letting out soft neighs, as expected of the divine steeds brought by Lord Chun. No matter how you ride them, they don't shake at all. It feels just like sitting on flat ground. Yeah, did you feel that? Even going uphill, there's no resistance. To be able to ride such a fine horse in this lifetime, I can die with no regrets. The cavalrymen's faces were brimming with uncontrollable excitement. They exchanged thrilled glances with one another. Wu Zhen stroked the fine horse beneath him, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes as well. The monthly salary of an ordinary commoner in the city was about 2 taels of silver, and 1 mu of top-grade paddy field. For a peasant family of 5, working hard for a whole year would yield an income of about 7 or 8 taels of silver. If they wanted to buy a horse, the price was around 20 taels of silver, and that was just for an ordinary horse, let alone a war horse. A top-tier one would cost several times that amount. Even a 7th-rank county magistrate's annual salary was only 60 taels of silver. The real major expense was the daily horse feed. At least 3 liters of beans a day, and a bundle of hay. This was why the horses in the guard posts could be counted on one hand. Even now, Liqing only had about 20 ordinary horses, with a 100-man cavalry unit. Wu Zhen was even confident that, with a single charge, he could lead them through an army of 10,000 bandits, charging in and out 7 times, and shattering their courage. These horses require no feeding. Even if you ride them until you die, they will never tire. Even a height of 1 meter is like flat ground to them. Wu Zhen roared, leading the charge. Remember, from this moment on, these divine steeds are your comrades in arms. They will share life and death with you. Yes, sir, the cavalrymen shouted in unison. A shout came from behind Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen turned around and saw Wei Shi calling out to him, suppressing his anger. But that anger was clearly not directed at him. What is it? Wu Zhen dismounted and asked in a deep voice. Wei Shi said word by word. Is your cavalry battalion ready for deployment? As long as they can scout the enemy, that's enough. Of course they are. Wu Zhen replied without hesitation. Good. Go to Lord Chen immediately. At the Liujia village camp. I'll go get the maps. Wei Shi said furiously. Someone robbed Lord Chen's belongings. What? Rob? Wu Zhen's first thought was that. This was utterly absurd. Everything related to Lord Chen was handled by dedicated personnel, and was always given the highest priority, even if they were short-handed and the new recruits were still in training. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have been robbed. All right, I'll head there right away. Wu Zhen nodded with a solemn expression, dismounting and preparing to run over. Go get my horse. Wei Shi ran off, shouting from afar to the person in charge of watching the horses. He glanced sideways at the dismounted Wu Zhen and hurriedly called out, Don't dismount. Ride your horse straight there. I've already notified them in advance. The guards at the city gate have opened it. Just ride straight in. Looks like something really did happen. Wu Zhen thought to himself. He got back on his horse but didn't rush to ride off. He watched Wei Shi preparing to mount his horse and said directly, There are a lot of maps, and some are duplicates. I'll go with you. I'm afraid one person won't be able to carry them all. There's no need to rush this exact moment. If you grab the wrong ones, it'll just delay us further. What do you think? Wei Shi paused, thinking that it did make some sense. He then nodded and said, Lead them back to camp. Also, bring your weapons. Wait for me at the drill ground. Wu Zhen turned his head and ordered. Gao Feiguang replied, Yes, sir. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the cavalry rushed to the drill ground. Wei Shi also mounted his horse, and the two of them hurried toward the barracks. The ride on horseback was very smooth. Wu Zhen rode closer and asked in a low voice, What exactly is the situation? Logically speaking, ordinary bandits shouldn't be able to do anything to us. How could we get robbed? Could it be the Imperial Court's forces? The Imperial Guards weren't exactly all good people. Wu Zhen knew this very well. After all, he himself was originally one of those who had been robbed by them. It wasn't us. Do you remember when you first came down from the sky, and we escorted you back to Changqing? Wei Shi asked in return. Of course, I wouldn't dare forget. Wu Zhen didn't know what he had just recalled, but he shuddered, pausing after every word. The two entered the barracks and hurried to the warehouse where the maps were stored, rummaging through the shelves. That time, Jiming, he brought back from Changqing, an illicit salt smuggler with malicious intentions, brought him right before Lord Chen. You can probably guess the result. Wei Shi straightened a map, glanced at it a few times, and tucked it into his arms. You also know the effects of the white powder, produced by that immortal boy, Jiming. He sent him out to find crop seeds and livestock. Mr. Song Yingxing was also found by them, and they spared some men to escort him back. Did you grab this one? Wu Zhen asked. Seeing Wei Shi shake his head, he picked it up and muttered in a low voice. If I remember correctly, back then in Liujia village, we didn't have any manpower at all. Exactly, Wei Shi replied, his hands not stopping their work. That's also why the situation is so urgent. If we're even a little late, and even one of the animals they brought is missing, they won't be able to breed. Or if the seeds the merchant caravan brought back are boiled and eaten by them, then it's all over. That's about all of them. Let's go. Wu Zhen grabbed a cloth sack and tossed them all inside. Carrying the sack, the two rode their horses back toward the camp. The militiamen who had received the news had already cleared the path. The journey was completely unobstructed. Opening the door, Chun-Li was sitting at the desk, his brow furrowed, staring intently. The person entering the room was Wei Shi. Only then did his brow relax. Young Master Chun, the two said, cupping their hands in greeting. Chun-Li glanced behind them, his eyes landing on the cloth sack. Spread the maps out on the table. In order. Previously, while the cavalry battalion was still in training, the task of exploring the map was temporarily handled by Wei Shi. Wu Zhen took the sack and pulled the maps out from inside. Wei Shi then compared the locations of the dots or arrows on the maps and placed them in their corresponding spots. The pointer indicated the holder's location on the map and would move along as they traversed the map's terrain. If the holder left the area displayed on a map, that player's pointer on the map would turn into a dot, and the further away they were from the displayed area, the smaller the dot would become. From this, a large-scale map could be easily pieced together. The entire map encompassed all the village layouts within a nearly 10-mile radius of Chun-Li, as well as Licheng, and the almost fully connected concrete roads between them. Young Master Chun, it's done. Wei Shi looked up and said softly. Chun-Li waved his hand, signaling for someone nearby to come over. Come take a look. Where exactly were you, Rob? Wei Shi glanced sideways. The person who approached looked anxious, haggard, and covered in dust. It was obvious he had traveled a long distance. His right arm was dripping with blood. The edges of his torn sleeve rolled up around the wound, stained red with blood, as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood. There were other marks on his clothes as well, looking like tears from a struggle. Of course, it only looked severe now. It had mostly healed. After all, as long as he returned to Licheng and ate some food, the wound would heal. This is where Licheng is located, which is where we are right now. Wei Shi pointed at the arrow on the map, the location enclosed by 4 high gray walls. His finger traced southeast across the map, tapping on a large gray octagonal area. This here is Changqing. The man slowly walked up to the map, his eyes falling on the paper. His brows were tightly furrowed, his lips pressed together, trying hard to recall. His expression gradually changed, his pupils shrinking. He finally locked onto the general location, his fingertips stopping on a specific area of the map. It should be right around here. His voice was low. That road down there, and the location of the village next to it. I remember them. That area was a blank spot. There were a few other maps around it. That also only had a small section, with detailed terrain outlines. Minecraft maps could be updated and freely copied. But after expanding a map, one had to physically explore the area to fill it in. Young Master Chen, that location is Mount Huanglong. The mountain is rugged and steep, and now it's heavily overgrown with tall grass. One misstep, and you could fall right through. That's why the progress on those sections has been rather slow. Wei Shi said, his eyes flickering. However, the neighboring villages. I've heard there's a group of bandits hiding in there. Those sick and imprisoned villages only completely trusted us recently. I only found out about this today myself. I was planning to come over and tell you, young Master Chun, but I didn't expect that before I even had the chance. This incident would happen. Seeing Chun-Li frown, Wei Shi thought to himself, oh crap. He hurriedly added, they're just a bunch of mere bandits. 1,000 men at most. Rest assured, young Master Chun. I'll lead my men to wipe them out right now. Wu Zhen patted his chest confidently, producing a dull thud. Diamond armor. Wasn't this just perfect? Although they hadn't started mounted combat training yet, his soldiers were all elites on foot. They certainly wouldn't be afraid of these mountain bandits. As for exceeding the jurisdiction of a Changqing patrol inspector, he was now the supreme commander of the 1st Cavalry, under Lord Chun of Licheng. He wasn't some measly Changqing patrol inspector anymore. Can you beat a divine general? Wei Shi asked in a muffled voice. A divine general? Wu Zhen laughed dumbly. Isn't that a stupid question? It's not like I haven't been beaten by one before. I couldn't beat them then, and I still can't now. He suddenly froze, glancing at Chun-Li. Seeing his solemn expression, he instantly understood. Right. How could he forget? Lord Chun was currently being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. He was only slowly recovering right now. These bandits weren't like the ones roaming around. They had a mountain stronghold. If they were fighting, and a divine general suddenly descended from the sky and slapped him, even with his immortal armor protecting him, he'd only be able to take a few more hits at best. Did any of them carry a banner on their back? Or was anyone completely gray? Or did they have a giant armored beast? Chun-Li turned his head and asked. No, none of that. The man looked bewildered, not understanding the significance of the question. He could only shake his head repeatedly, indicating he didn't know. A pillager outpost, or a village. Or maybe neither. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if it was classified as one of those, whether they could win or not would really be up in the air. Chun-Li thought to himself. Young Master Chun. A stranger's accent came from outside the door. Chun-Li turned to look and saw Wei Si cautiously, opening the door and stepping in. Young Master Chun. I might be able to find where my big brother is. The person who came was none other than the one who had brought Song Yingxing. Wei Si. Wei Si. The man greeted him in a low voice. Wei Si first nodded at the man, then looked at Chun-Li and said weakly, I used to help Big Brother Yang Heyu gather intelligence. We often got separated from the caravan. Big Brother and I have a special way of leaving marks. If that's the case, this will be much easier. Chun-Li said. Wu Zhen. Here, sir. Hearing his name, Wu Zhen dropped to one knee and said deeply, send your men to clear this area first. And you, take a squad of men, along with Wei Si, and search along the way. Chun-Li took out some paper and used 99 sheets to craft 11 empty maps. Then, using 2 pieces of paper and 4 wooden planks, he crafted a cartography table. He placed the corresponding map inside and used the empty maps to copy it, obtaining 10 maps with the same ID. Take this. Chun-Li handed one of them to Wei Shi. 2 marker dots appeared on the map. Sure enough, it could display them. When multiple holders have copies of the current map, they can all be displayed on this map together. Multiple people exploring can synchronize map information. This also meant that, as long as they prearranged specific movement patterns for different situations, like moving in a specific shape, using it like a beeswaggle dance, they could transmit messages remotely. Chun-Li stacked the remaining maps together, placed them on the desk, tapped the edges of the maps a few times, and handed them to Wu Zhen. These maps can synchronize your squad's information. Assign someone specifically to keep an eye on the map. Once you find them, have the corresponding squad walk in a triangle pattern on the map. Wu Zhen looked up and said excitedly, Young Master Chun, doesn't that mean if there are other situations, we can also use this method? Although he was only a 9th rank patrol inspector, he knew how crucial it was to detect information in advance. It was of utmost importance, whether it was enemy movements or the location of allied reinforcements. They wouldn't run into situations where reinforcements had arrived, but they were completely unaware of it. Exactly, whether it's a circle or a cross, you arrange the signals. But we'll talk about that later. Right now, what you need to do is find the location of those bandits. Chun-Li said, if they are within our borders, then once you find them, do not act rashly. Wait for me to get there, and we'll jump them together. His tone suddenly shifted, and he said coldly, but if they are outside our borders, Wu Zhen, I want you to completely tear that bandit camp apart. Yes, sir. Wu Zhen shouted loudly. He lowered his head slightly, raised both hands above his head, received the maps, stood up briskly, walked out the door, and rode off on his horse. Wei Shi, take half of those newly recruited militiamen. Bring them over. Take a map, find a nearby location, and stand by for now. Once they're found, rush over there immediately. Chun-Li continued. Understood. Wei Shi nodded, cupped his hands in response, and also rode off. You guys just wait here for now. I'll bring them back. Chun-Li said, word by word. This was a wandering trader, and the trader who had given him the pointed dripstone. Who knows? He might even spawn other items for trade. He even brought back Song Yingxing. Yes, young Master Chun. Wei Si said in a hushed voice. Chun-Li nodded, and went out to find Taishan and Tai, although he had confirmed that iron golems spawned by villagers would attack him if a villager attacked him, and the villager would be the one to suffer. It was still unclear what would happen with ones spawned by bandits. If they really did spawn, no matter what dared to make a move, he would just have Taishan and the others gang up on it. Inside the room, the man who had escaped looked extremely nervous. He couldn't help but ask, Wei Si, do you think Big Brother and the others will be okay? Relax. Who do you think you just met? You haven't stayed in Liqing. Otherwise you wouldn't be asking such a question. Lord Qin's immortal power has already recovered quite a bit now. It's not like when we first arrived. Wei Si muttered to himself. That is an immortal. An immortal who can traverse hell and return to the world of the living. In the Black Tiger's stronghold on Mount Huanglong, bursts of wild laughter and unbridled cheering rang out. It was the revelry of the bandits after a successful raid. At this moment, the stronghold was ablaze with light. Bonfires were lit, roasting the cows and pigs brought by the merchant caravan. This group of bandits, led by Black Tiger, sat around the fires, talking and laughing loudly. Wine, a small amount of meat, and wheat foods covered the tables. The foul-smelling men waved their wine jugs, drinking the strong liquor they had looted, their faces beaming with smug satisfaction. Haha, we really hit the jackpot this time. A burly man with a full beard laughed loudly. That's right. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, the grass suddenly grew like crazy. We were wondering what the hell was going on, and didn't even dare to go out and raid the villages. Who would have thought that the moment we stepped out, we'd run into such a fat sheep? These caravan folks are filthy rich. Look at this silk and porcelain. Way more valuable than the scrap metal we have up here on the mountain. Another scrawny bandit picked at his toes, then used that same hand to play with a delicate piece of porcelain, a greedy glint in his eyes. It's just a pity. I thought whatever was placed right in the middle would be something amazing, but it turned out to just be some seeds. And here I thought it was something valuable. Didn't we capture the caravan's leader? We can use him to extort a ransom. If they don't pay up, we can keep him for a little snack. Black Tiger sat across the fire, his sharp, chiseled face illuminated by the red glow of the flames, looking fierce and untamed in the firelight. Brothers, you did well this time. Black Tiger's voice was deep and powerful. I won't say much else. Today, drink to your heart's content, and eat your fill of meat. The bonfires blazed fiercely, and the bandits' laughter echoed through the valley. In a dimly lit wooden cabin, Yahello and the others were tied up, their clothes covered in dirt and bloodstains. Beside him, a middle-aged man wearing a simple green cloth gown had his hands tied, but his back remained perfectly straight. The middle-aged man was of average build, slightly plump, with a round face and small eyes. His squinting eyes held a sharp gaze, revealing shrewdness and vigilance. He looked calmly at Yahello and asked, Yahello, are you sure we'll really be okay? Was everything you told the master true? Rest assured, my lord. Although these bandits succeeded this time, they have no idea whose goods they just robbed. Yahello raised his head, his eyes resolute. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he still gave a faint smile and said, from the moment they stole those goods, they were already dead men. At the border of the leeching region, Yangjiwa village, along the winding official road, a procession of people slowly advanced. The column stretched out long. Laborers pulled carts of grain and fodder along the road, while soldiers marched alongside, guarding them in the center. Cavalrymen wearing dark armor, holding bows and arrows. The red fletching of the arrows and their quivers bobbing up and down protected the front and rear of the procession. The middle of the column consisted mostly of infantry, holding nearly 3-meter-long spears, trailing on the ground. Following closely, in the very center, a large banner was held high, bearing the character Lu, and in the middle, the Shanghua Military Defense Circuit Intendant. Lu Yingyun wore a military helmet. The top of the helmet had a socket for a plume. The front featured an iron brim, with a hanging forehead guard, and a neck guard draped down the back. Ear guards hung on both sides. He was clad in full armor. The entire force marched in armor. In the distance, scouts encircled the entire procession, carefully scouting the surroundings for enemy presence. Master, Mount Huanglong is just ahead. A retainer rode his horse over, pointing at the mountain in the distance. From here, we just need to head north, and we'll reach Yichuan in a few days. Lu Yingyun nodded in response. He wiped the sweat constantly seeping from under his helmet, took a sip of clear water from his canteen, and ordered, halt the march. Rest here for a moment. Have the scouts find a village. Go quickly. The messenger utilized the clear path, left by the carts and horses in the formation, riding his horse throughout the entire column. The long procession slowly came to a halt. The soldiers quickly relaxed from the tension of the march and began to rest in place. They took off their heavy equipment, found a flat spot, sat down to rest, and replenished their energy. During this brief rest period, the troops regained some life and began to chat in low voices. Just the few of us probably isn't enough, right? If it was just Baishui Wang Air, it'd be fine. But Mount Huanglong already has several bandit leaders. Gathered together, there must be tens of thousands of them. Even if there aren't, it's close. Aren't we just marching to our deaths? Why didn't we go earlier or later? Why not just wait for them to go back to farming? Chill. Do you have a death wish? Keep your voice down. That's considered shaking military morale. If someone else hears you, you'll lose your head. If we had gone to wipe out the bandits earlier, we wouldn't have all this trouble. After a very soft complaint, no one said anything more. Master, is delivering grain to Hong Chungcho reliable? Lu Yingyun's trusted aide asked worriedly. With the help of the laborers, Lu Yingyun took off his armor. He frowned slightly and pondered. I'm not sure. I've never met him face to face. But at the very least, we'll have more soldiers. And the provisions he's carrying. It should be enough to deal with Baishui Wang Air. We will definitely chop off Wang Er's head. The governor of Shangxi ultimately didn't wait for those starving commoners to go back to farming. Fearing he would be held responsible, he started dispatching men to gather provisions to suppress the momentum of the rebellion. For the rest of the journey, let's march without armor. This green grass is a bit strange, but it doesn't seem dangerous. Otherwise, once we enter Mount Huanglong, wearing armor for too long will drain our stamina, and that won't be good. Lu Yun ordered. But we have to wait until we find a village and ask clearly what's going on here to avoid any trouble on the road. After resting for a moment, a scout rode over and reported, "Master, if we go east for about a mile, we'll see a village. But that village seems a bit strange. I saw 10 unarmored cavalrymen holding bows and arrows ride out of that village. Unarmored, and with bows and arrows. Could they be horse bandits?" Lu Yun muttered. "Probably not. The villagers weren't afraid of them. But I don't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me." The scout hesitated for a moment and stammered. The horses those men were riding were bizarre. They just looked kind of square. Lu Yun looked completely bewildered. He really couldn't imagine what a square horse looked like. Aside from that, did that village have any other abnormalities? Well, they had grain and fodder. A lot of it, it seemed. The scout continued, emphasizing again, a very large amount. Where would they get so much grain in this remote area? And so much of it? A wealthy family? Or was it stolen? Could it be a bandit village? Lu Yun thought for a moment, sat up from the ground, and said, "Forget it. Have them put their armor back on. Let's go take a look at that village." Men, armor up. After donning their armor, the troops changed direction and headed toward Yangjiwa village. The village appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. Hearing the commotion, the villagers filed out, staring at him warily. They're actually not afraid. Lu Yun was somewhat surprised. He frowned, realizing something was wrong. They were too bold. Usually, the only ones who would dare come out were the elderly or prominent local wealthy families. Not like this, where there were even people holding children coming out to watch the spectacle. It didn't look like a bandit village, but it didn't look like an ordinary village either. Even if the local officials and soldiers here were extremely upright, they wouldn't react like this. It was probably related to this bizarre terrain. "Stay back, all of you. I'll go alone." Lu Yun raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. He then rode his horse over by himself. Seeing this, the villager's wariness faded slightly. When he was just a few steps away from the village entrance, Lu Yun dismounted, cupped his hands, and said earnestly, "Fellow villagers, I am the Shanglua Military Defense Circuit Intendant. Lu Yun, I have come to eliminate the bandits. I mean no harm. Eliminate the bandits?" The villagers looked at each other, whispering among themselves. The imperial court actually bothered to send someone? That's a rare sight. They'll probably just rob our grain anyway. So it's the master from Shanglua. The village chief of Yangjiwa village said with a smile. "Do you wish to rest in our village?" "No need." Lu Yun shook his head gently. He had only come to confirm if this was a bandit village. Of course, he also wanted grain. But the current situation made him feel it was unwise to stay long. The village chief, however, was extremely enthusiastic, bringing out wheat foods. Lu Yun had originally planned to refuse, but seeing the several loads of food, he kept his mouth shut. In the end, he ordered his men to take the grain. For some reason, Lu Yun couldn't shake the feeling that the old village chief wanted him to rob the grain. It must just be my imagination. Lu Yun led his soldiers out of the village, muttering in a low voice. He found a scout and ordered, "Go ask around. See if there are any bandits nearby." "Did you find out?" Lu Yun asked calmly. "Master, there's a group of bandits on Mount Huanglong. They recently raided several nearby villages, taking many women and provisions. Furthermore, I heard those bandits also robbed a merchant caravan recently," the scout said softly. "As for the changes in the terrain, they said it's because of an immortal. It just happened over the past few days. They don't know much more than that. They said to go ask their village chief. That cavalry unit and the grain seem to be related to this as well." "An immortal? Why is it that this year, not only are bandits popping up, but immortals too? Is it true or false?" Lu Yun was slightly stunned. He suddenly asked with a solemn expression, "Are you sure the horses you saw earlier were somewhat square?" The scout replied, "I didn't see it wrong." Lu Yun frowned and thought for a long time. "Find someone who knows the way and is willing to come with us. Tell them we won't take their grain for nothing. We'll go find those bandits and wipe them out on the way." This was just an excuse. Wei Shi held the map, leading the way in front. Chun-Li followed behind him. Behind the two of them were 200 new recruits from Changqing, along with Taishan and Taiyar. After the territory expanded, the original 400 armored militiamen were mostly pushing chests and running around leeching, transporting grain. Now, more than half of the villages already knew about leeching and Chun-Li's existence. Only a little over 100 men were left to garrison leeching, helping Wei Shi train the troops and maintain order in the city. Most of the class-changed villagers, acting as elites, had almost all joined Wu Zhen's cavalry battalion. Therefore, among these 200 men, only a very few were not wearing leather armor. Young Master Chun, that bandit stronghold should be just ahead. Wei Shi brushed aside the leaves blocking his view, turned half his body, narrowed his eyes, pointed at a corner ahead, and said in a low voice, "Young Master Chun, look over there." Chun-Li followed his gaze and immediately spotted a bandit standing guard. And there. Every time Wei Shi pointed in a direction, Chun-Li would focus his eyes and spot a hidden bandit sentry. What Chun-Li excelled at was dynamic vision. These guard dogs had clearly heard the commotion. Wei Shi smiled smugly. Too bad they're hiding too poorly. I spotted them at a glance. We weren't planning on hiding anyway, Chun-Li said. The group quickened their pace. Seeing the village stronghold getting closer and closer, Chun-Li suddenly stopped. He quickly took the bow and arrow off his back and shot an arrow into a nearby tree. Thud, a person fell down. At the same time, whoosh, cold arrows shot toward Chun-Li from all directions in the branches. But this time, Wei Shi reacted very quickly, directly using his own body to block in front of Chun-Li. Chun-Li didn't bother pulling out his shield. His hands didn't stop moving, firing arrows back in the directions the enemy arrows came from. A few sharp screams rang out, then abruptly stopped. Cowards! Last time, I let that bandit Shanianu find an opening and almost shoot you. Did you think I'd make the same mistake again? Wei Shi snorted coldly. His ears twitched slightly, and his expression suddenly turned grave. He first looked at Chun-Li. Seeing him nod, he waved his hand at the militiamen. The militiamen immediately formed up, holding their bamboo spears high, and slowly advanced in that direction. Taishan and Taiyar also stomped over. Everyone, we mean no harm. We are also here to eliminate the bandits. Before anyone could even be seen, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the woods. With a rustling sound, Lu Yingyun, clad in armor and empty-handed, walked out. He inadvertently glanced at Taishan and Taiyar, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. He hurriedly explained, I am under orders from the governor of Shaanxi to go to Yan'an to wipe out the bandits. We received grain from the village here and thought we'd wipe out these bandits on the way. This villager can testify for me, he said, stepping aside half a step, revealing the villager from Yangjiawa village behind him. After a long moment of silence, Lu Yingyun turned his head back, his heart skipping a beat. The villager, who had been perfectly fine just a moment ago, was suddenly acting like a madman for some unknown reason. His face was flushed red, his mouth opening and closing nonstop, babbling incoherently. His hands and feet were trembling. Oh, Chun. Oh, Chun. Chun. Immortal. Damn it, don't have an episode right now. Lu Yingyun hurriedly explained. He wasn't like this before. I really am here to wipe out the bandits. Yeah, I believe you. Chun-Li nodded. How about you send someone to take this old man back? Otherwise, it's going to be quite dangerous in a bit. Since you're here to wipe out the bandits, then come with us. Yes. Lu Yingyun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly had someone escort the villager back. His attitude was very humble and polite. Fortunately, there was no misunderstanding, and a fight didn't break out. No wonder they dared to come out with them. Turns out they were crazy. Almost got him killed. If it were just these ordinary people, it would be fine. Leather armor, and not an ounce of fat on them. Just looking at their clumsy grip on their swords, he knew they were weak. Let alone his retainers. Even his ordinary soldiers wearing dark armor could easily handle them. He had that much confidence in his soldiers. But the problem was, those two giant, square iron golems. The first time he laid eyes on those two things, he knew there was absolutely no way to deal with them. However, it also proved that he had bet correctly. There truly were extraordinary people and bizarre things in this world. Along the way, Lu Yingyun didn't say much, only observing secretly. They soon arrived at the bandit stronghold. The walls of the stronghold were already lined with bandits. Black Tiger, his face full of fierce flesh, gestured with his sword. Beside him, the middle-aged man in the green gown was being held up by two men. Listen up, you people down there. I know you're here for this guy. If you want him to live, then obediently hand over the ransom. Black Tiger threatened. If you dare make a move, what's coming down will be this guy's head. Sure enough, the hostage routine again. But the problem was, Chun-Li had no idea who this guy was. You guys keep them occupied here for now. I'll be right back. Try to stall for time. After Chun-Li said this, he stealthily slipped away, found a hidden corner, and started digging inward with his shovel. He casually crafted the smallest map, and the general layout of the stronghold appeared on it. The smallest map had no fog of war. He had to get the people out first. After all, the only ones who could truly resurrect were those bound to the sentient beings. Anchor. Let's see. This should be the woodshed. This is the kitchen. This looks like a holding cell. Let's check this place out. The people should all be here. Chun-Li muttered softly. His ears twitched slightly. Why did it sound like there was crying above him? And screams? He had a faint guess in his heart. He didn't hesitate much, immediately taking out his shovel and digging upwards. Huh? Why does it feel like the sky is getting dark? Lu Yun looked up in confusion. And sure enough, he saw the sky filled with dark clouds. It's going to rain? Before he could wonder for long, raindrops began to fall from the sky. It's raining. It's actually raining. He touched the water streaks on his face in disbelief, watching the rain grow heavier and heavier. Lu Yun didn't hide under a tree. Instead, he laughed heartily. This is wonderful. It's finally raining in Shangxi. His retainers and the laborers excitedly craned their necks upwards, opening their mouths to catch the water falling from the sky. It's raining. The crops are saved. Is the drought finally ending? Lu Yun turned his head slightly and suddenly froze. Even though it was finally raining in Shangxi, those men wearing leather armor had their brows tightly furrowed, looking incredibly tense, standing frozen in place. Wei Shi even cursed out loud. Damn it. Why is it raining? Inside the dimly lit kitchen, meat hung from the rafters, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. Drip drop. Blood slid down the pale, tender flesh into a puddle of blood, trailing along the previous marks all the way to the corner, staining the heels of two short figures tied to the pillar. One of them instinctively pulled his feet back. When the blood touched his body, the suppressed panic could no longer be contained, and his entire body trembled violently. Sister? Sister? I'm scared. I'm so scared. Ding Su was as pale as paper, sweat dripping down his forehead like rain, rolling down his cheeks. Sister, there's so much blood. Sister, when will the rope break? Be a good boy, little stone. Close your eyes. Don't look. Sister is right here. I'll protect you. Be good, okay? Ding Shilin's hand, which was sawing at the rope, paused. She leaned back slightly, her tied hands struggling upwards, her fingers gently clasping Ding Su's hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Okay. Stone will be good. I won't look. Ding Su nodded vigorously and closed his eyes. He wanted to tightly squeeze that large hand back, but extreme fear had rendered him powerless. Sister, I can't hold on. He tried to control himself from crying, but couldn't stop whimpering. His teeth chattered, making a clicking sound, and he started hiccuping. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Sister will hold on to you. Ding Shilin's voice was very soft. Her fingers stroked the back of Ding Su's hand, comforting him. We'll escape. Ding Su nodded. He steadied his emotions, and suddenly said, Sister, did you hear that? It sounds like there are a lot of voices outside. Ding Shilin listened closely, and nodded. Yes. It sounds like someone is attacking the stronghold. Could it be the Imperial Army coming to save us? Really? Does that mean we're saved? Ding Su asked eagerly. Ding Shilin said, Yes, our chance has come. Little Stone, pull the rope a bit tighter. Saying that, she took the sharp, blood-stained pebble in her hand and sawed at the rope faster. The rope, which was already mostly cut through, was soon hanging by a thread. Snap! The rope fell away. Ding Shilin stood up nimbly and tucked away the blood-stained stone. This thing had saved her life once again. She raised her hand and touched her face, grabbed the blood-stained knife from the table, tiptoed carefully to the door, peeked out through the crack, and quickly pulled back. There was only one person guarding outside right now. She had to kill him first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape. She turned back and hugged Ding Su, gently stroking her little brother's head, and said softly, In a moment, I'll hide behind the door. When I nod at you, you scream as loud as you can. Understand? Okay. Ding Su said worriedly. Sister, be careful. Don't worry. We will get out. She kept repeating this sentence, her gaze resolute. Little Stone, close your eyes first. Be good. When I call you, then you can open them. Understand? Ding Su obediently closed his eyes. This was a good opportunity. It was just that she had no strength left. She stared at her emaciated body. The bandits wouldn't be so kind as to give them food. It was only in recent days that they had given them some fodder and wild vegetables. Feeling the emptiness in her body, Ding Shilin cast her gaze toward the meat on the table. A trace of struggle, lifelessness, and despair flashed in her eyes. She glanced at Ding Su, who had his eyes obediently closed, and her eyes grew firm, fighting back the urge to vomit. Ding Shilin reached for the meat. Her hand had only reached halfway when the ground suddenly collapsed for some unknown reason. Her body fell into the void, plummeting downwards. Ding Shilin panicked, biting her lip to keep from crying out. With quick reflexes, she tried to grab the nearby table. However, prolonged starvation made her hands unable to keep up with her brain. The table ended up being hooked by her foot, making a loud noise. Sister. Hearing the sound, Ding Su opened his eyes and saw his sister falling. He panicked for a moment and cried out anxiously. Ding Shilin fell down, but was caught by someone. Realizing this, a fierce glint flashed in Ding Shilin's eyes, just as she was about to stab the person with her knife. No, I can't stab him. The bandits didn't have this kind of ability, nor did they look like this. She glanced at the pitch-black depths of the tunnel, then looked at the man who looked like a noble young master, the diamond pickaxe in his hand, and the strange, glowing, shiny armor covering his body. What the hell? Ding Shilin put away her knife, got down from him, and observed him warily. Motherfucker, always causing trouble for us. Damn it, is there no end to this? If I had known, I would have let Li Song butcher you two little lambs right away. A string of curses came from outside the door. The door swung open. Oh no, little stone. Ding Shilin looked anxiously at Ding Su, who was peeking down from above. Wait here. Don't run around. I'll handle it. Chun-Li jumped up, staring at the bandit outside the door. Where the hell did you come from? Daring to trespass in the Black Tiger's stronghold. You're asking for death, the bandit shouted, raising his broadsword and throwing it at Ding Su, then immediately turning around and running away. That armor looked heavy, yet the guy could jump so high. Holding onto the sword would only slow him down. Better to throw it and run. He was running for his life. The bandit didn't shout. He was the only one left in this part of the stronghold to watch these people. The rest had all gone to guard the walls. He heard a lot of people had come, but he didn't expect them to have directly infiltrated the stronghold. Chun-Li took out an arrow and shot the bandit. Then, he walked up to the bandit, took out his wooden shovel, dug a hole in the ground, and tossed him straight in. Shut up. He turned and went back to where he was. At this moment, Chun-Li noticed the meat hanging around. His face darkened, and he turned his head, dry heaving slightly. After composing himself, he took a few breaths outside, dug open the hole, and brought the little boy down into the tunnel. You're safe now. Walk straight along this path, and you'll see the exit. Seeing their wary expressions, Chun-Li took out a torch and placed it on the ground. Once you get there, you'll be safe. If you're scared, then wait for me here. Once I finish saving the rest of the people, I'll come back and take you out. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Ding Shilin's face. That face was covered in crisscrossing scratches. Centipede-like scars crawled all over her face, making one feel extremely uncomfortable just looking at it. Here, eat this, Chun-Li said, pulling some bread out of his inventory. Right now, besides golden carrots, all he had was various kinds of meat. If he gave them golden carrots, they might not eat them, since they looked unnatural, and he definitely couldn't give them meat. He placed down some lava, burning all that meat to a crisp. Go out the door and turn left. The first building you see is where the merchant caravan is locked up. You're probably going to look for them. Ding Shilin dropped to her knees, her head hitting the ground with a loud thud. Her forehead turned red. If possible, please save the other girls on your way. They're not far from that room. Just keep walking straight and you'll find them. I will. The crying and screaming in his ears hadn't completely faded yet. Chun-Li jumped out of the hole and sealed it up. Covering his nose, he left the room. He took one last look at the kitchen and rushed toward the source of the sounds in the rain. Even though he wanted nothing more than to smash those people's heads in right now, he suppressed his anger and held back. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control his strength and would end up killing them all. The room was incredibly dim. The only light struggled to seep through the cracks in the door onto the walls, which were mottled and corroded, covered in bloody scratch marks. The dust on the floor was trampled into messy, differently sized footprints. The old wooden door made a loud noise when pushed open, but only one or two faint sounds of shifting came from inside. Chun-Li remained silent. He lowered his head and entered, carving out a clean space underground. He placed down wooden planks, left leather on top, 2 flowing water sources, food, and dug out a ventilation shaft. He dug deep holes in all 4 walls inside, and placed torches in them, ensuring the dim light in the space would only illuminate the food. The space wouldn't be completely dark, but would be filled with a faint orange-red glow, so they wouldn't be able to see each other or themselves clearly. He placed down ladders, and walked straight to the door. "It's safe down there," he said softly. "Stay alive. Watch with your own eyes as those scumbags fall into hell." There was no response. In the darkness of the corner, the huddled figures only offered numb, despairing gazes. Chun-Li took out a crafting table, crafted some slabs, and placed them over the ventilation shaft outside. Then, he took cobblestone from his inventory, moved to the cracks to block them, and enclosed the room, ensuring it couldn't be opened from the outside. He walked a few dozen meters away, his fists clenched tightly, taking deep breaths, his chest heaving continuously. With a faint sound, the half-open wooden door to Chun-Li's left was smashed open. In the darkness, a bandit silently lunged at him. The bandit was clearly prepared, moving very fast, a vicious gleam in his eyes. He held a sharp dagger in his hand, aiming straight for the gap in the diamond armor. At the unprotected neck, Chun-Li made no defensive movements. He didn't even pay attention to it, not even turning his head. "Got him!" The bandit's eyes lit up with joy, watching the dagger slice across the neck. He suddenly froze. What he heard wasn't the sound of flesh being torn open, but a heavy metallic clank. Having failed his strike, the bandit pushed off with his foot, rolling to the side, but his arm was suddenly grabbed. A massive force transmitted through his arm, and the bandit's entire body was yanked back. "Honestly, I really want to punch your *****ing dog head into pieces, then build up into the sky, place a bucket of lava, and burn you all to a crisp," Chun-Li said calmly. He glanced at the struggling bandit and squeezed slightly. A crisp cracking sound rang out. "Ah!" The arm caved in. The bandit let out a blood-curdling scream. "But that would be letting you off too easy." Chun-Li was expressionless. He dug a hole right where he stood, dug 3 blocks down, and threw the bandit in. "Stay in there." He placed a cobblestone on top as a marker. Chun-Li headed toward the final room, the place where Yahello and the others were held. Rumble! Thunder suddenly crashed. Silver dragons of lightning rolled and coiled in the sky. Chun-Li pushed open the door. Hearing the noise, Yahello and the others looked up. Seeing it was Chun-Li, a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Why would Lord Chun come personally? "We're saved, young Master Chun." Even though Yahello was tied up, he still bowed in greeting. Chun-Li took out his diamond axe and sliced through the ropes binding Yahello. He then asked, "Are any of your men missing?" "No. A few are injured, though." Yahello pushed off the ropes, stood up, and rolled his wrists, answering truthfully. However, one of them lost a hand. Taking the wooden sword Chun-Li handed him, Yahello immediately went to help untie the others. Soon, Chun-Li saw the merchant with the severed hand. His empty sleeve flapped in the air. "Where's the hand?" Chun-Li turned his head to look at Yahello. He asked softly. Yahello said cautiously, "The bandits took it." "All right." Chun-Li nodded. He took out some cookies and distributed them. "Finish these, and we'll head back." For some reason, Yahello noticed that the immortal, who usually looked very kind and spoke with a gentle smile, when he wasn't smiling, even if he looked surprisingly calm, appeared exceptionally terrifying. He swallowed hard and nervously exchanged a glance with his subordinates. What was going on? They shouldn't have done anything to make Lord Chun this angry. Receiving the cookies, the caravan members frantically stuffed them into their mouths, not daring to delay for even a moment. "Follow me. Don't fall behind," Chun-Li said, leading the way out of the room. "Boss, the rain outside seems to be getting heavier." "I've never seen rain this heavy in all my years," one of Yahello's subordinates whispered. The outside world had been completely swallowed by the torrential downpour. The floodgates of the sky were fully open, rain falling like a waterfall, smashing violently against the earth with maddened fury. The raindrops smashed into the ground, splashing water everywhere, making a loud pattering sound. The howling wind tore through, dragging surrounding trees and debris, sending them flying through the air. Leaves, branches, and even roof tiles. Thunder rumbled. Lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. As bright as day, that blinding light vanished completely in an instant. Not a single drop of rain touched Lord Chen's sleeves. It all slid right off. "I know." Yahello took a deep breath. Looking ahead, he couldn't shake the feeling that this rain had something to do with the man in front of them. The rain was just too coincidental. Stop talking and just follow him. It's not like we caused this anyway. The group walked through the heavy rain to a wooden cabin. Chun-Li walked in first. Yang Heyu followed. The moment he entered, Yang Heyu immediately understood why things were like this. Blurg, sounds of vomiting continuously came from behind him. Yang Heyu also felt somewhat nauseous. He held his breath forcefully, not looking at the scene around him, and quietly closed the distance between himself and Chun-Li. Entering the tunnel, the smell dissipated a bit. The sound of the rain and thunder also quieted down significantly. Several times, Yang Heyu wanted to step forward and tell Chun-Li that the manager sent by his superior had been captured by the bandits. But for some reason, even though he was right there, he just couldn't take that step. At the end of the day, he had only met the immortal before him once, and that was when he was planning to do something bad and was sent out to find someone. Moreover, no matter how high his superior's status was, it couldn't compare to this person's. At the end of the tunnel, Ding Shilin shielded her little brother, holding the blood-stained dagger in her hand, warily leaning against the wall. She would occasionally look up at the sky, then peer into the tunnel. His eyes were filled with terror. "Oh my, why is the rain so heavy? Little girl, please say something. What happened? I'm begging you, all right? My dear lady, just one word is fine. I really don't mean any harm. I won't hurt you. Oh my god, this is driving me crazy. Jiming, you're not here either. What am I supposed to do? Young Master Chen, you're back." When Wei Shi saw the bright torches, the weight in his heart finally lifted a little. But Chun-Li's ashen face terrified him. He swallowed hard. This was the first time he had seen him look like this. No wonder the weather is like this. Wei Shi, send someone to have Wu Zhen find about 20 village women, older ones, and be quick about it, Chun-Li said coldly. Also about those bandits. I don't want a single one of them to escape. And not a single one can die. If one escapes or dies, you'll come back to be punished. The same goes for Wu Zhen. Even if you have to chase them, don't chase them to their deaths. I want every single one of them taken alive. Yes, given the current situation, how could Wei Shi dare to delay? He immediately grabbed Juzi, who was standing nearby, and had him take the map to find the location indicated by the pointer. The map of Wu Zhen showed the location of friendly forces, so there was no fear of not finding them. Young Master Chen, a rain cloak. He handed the rain cloak in his hand to Chun-Li. He himself was soaked to the bone. They had left in a hurry, not expecting it to rain. This rain cloak was borrowed from Lu Yingyu and his men. They did have an oil paper umbrella, and Wei Shi thought an umbrella would be more suitable for Immortal Chun. But it was obvious that Immortal Chun was in a bad mood today. The moment the umbrella was opened, it was blown sideways by the wind, making it completely useless. No need. Put it away. Chun-Li pushed the rain cloak aside, saying unhurriedly, "The rain can't touch me. You all stay inside for now, to avoid any accidental injuries, and to take shelter from the rain." Chun-Li turned his head and instructed. "Yes, young Master Chun." Yang Heyu nodded. He shrank back into the tunnel. Chun-Li glanced at Ding Shilin, who was leaning against the wall. She was holding Ding Su tightly. He then looked away and started walking. "You two stay here in the tunnel as well." They gave off a foul stench, as if they had rolled around in a dung heap. He hadn't noticed it in the kitchen earlier. Chun-Li wrinkled his nose slightly. "You couldn't save them?" Ding Shilin frowned. A hint of imperceptible disappointment was in her tone, as she muttered to herself. The voice was very soft, and with the howling wind and thunder, it was almost inaudible. "Their condition is too poor. I couldn't bring them back alone." Chun-Li stopped, turning his head slightly to reply. "I took them to a very safe place. Once my men breach the bandit fortress, they will be saved. When I make a promise, I have never broken my word." He heard me. Ding Shilin lowered her head and said no more. Chun-Li strode out of the tunnel, heading towards the fortress wall. "Sister," Ding Su said cautiously. "What is it? Are you cold?" Ding Shilin asked gently, wrapping her hands around Ding Su's. She rubbed them gently. Ding Su shook his head. He swallowed the food in his mouth and looked up at her. He pointed at Chun-Li. "That big brother. It seems like the rain can't touch him. And that food, it was so delicious. After eating it, my whole body feels warm. It feels so good and a little itchy." Ding Su pulled open his clothes, revealing his skin and bones frame underneath, and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Sister, look. My wounds are all healed." Ding Shilin was stunned. She reached out and touched them. The bloody welts from the whipping had already scabbed over. As she touched them, the scabs fell off, revealing new, tender pink flesh underneath. Her expression was conflicted. She looked up at Chun-Li's disappearing figure, then down at little Shirtu in her arms. "To go or not to go? Sister, it hurts." Ding Su cried out pitifully. Ding Shilin snapped back to reality. shocked to find her fingers gripping her brother tightly. Her knuckles were white from the force. Little Shurtu. Sister is going out for a bit. You have to protect yourself. A look of determination flashed across Ding Shilin's face. She took out the bloodstained sharp stone and handed it to Ding Su. If anyone comes near you and tries to hurt you, use this to stab them. Sister, are you leaving too? Ding Su pouted, tugging at her collar. Little Shurtu will be good, he pleaded. Don't go. All Little Shurtu has left is you. And all I have left is you, Little Shurtu. Ding Shilin lowered her head, her forehead touching Ding Su's. Be good, Shurtu, she said with a gentle smile. Wait for me to come back. When I get back, we'll go buy some candied haws. Pinky promise. Ding Shilin held out her pinky finger, wiggling it playfully in front of him. I won't lie to you, she said softly. I will come back. Okay. Ding Su also held out his pinky, sniffling as he linked it with hers. Cross my heart and hope to die. For 100 years, no lie. Wait for me to come back, they said in unison. Ding Shilin gently caressed his cheek, then stood up, holding the bloodstained stone, and ran out into the rain towards the fortress. Along the way, she took out the bread Chun-Li had given her, mixed with rainwater. She stuffed it into her mouth as she ran. This bread, she had originally planned to save it for the road. If she rationed it, it could last at least a month. She had only taken a tiny, fingernail-sized bite from one piece, holding it in her mouth for a few minutes. She couldn't bear to eat the rest. But now, she had to replenish her strength. With her stomach full, her depleted energy gradually returned. She found herself running more and more smoothly. The person who had disappeared from sight reappeared before her. From a distance, she saw the man known as Young Master Chun suddenly stop. It was as if he had heard her coming. He turned and looked at her. Seeing this, Ding Shilin quickened her pace. The rainy ground was very muddy, and she nearly slipped and fell. Running up to Young Master Chun, Ding Shilin stopped. Instead of taking shelter, why did you run over here? Young Master Chun asked. Ding Shilin glanced up at Young Master Chun, then quickly lowered her head. She reached up and touched her own face, which was covered in scars. She thought calmly. She had made these scars herself with that stone, enduring the pain to cut her own face. The smell on her body was also from a powder she used, fighting back the urge to vomit. As she applied it, avoiding her wounds, the scars had ruined her looks, and combined with her skeletal frame, she had barely managed to escape, being taken to that place. Never mind his appearance, but with that magical food, the ability to dig a tunnel, and the power to repel rain, this person might just be a legendary gray immortal. Someone like me, even as a maidservant, is probably not qualified. I can do any kind of work, no matter how dirty or tiring. I can even be a human shield for you. I can also kill for you. As long as you give me and my brother something to eat, whoever you want dead, I will kill them. Ding Shilin's voice was hoarse, but her expression was calm as she spoke. I'm easy to keep. Just rainwater and wild vegetable roots. I don't eat much. I can help you kill the bandits right now. If you're useful, I'll give you work, a place to live, and food to eat. Young Master Chin glanced at Ding Shilin's slightly trembling hand. Go back, he said. This is not something for you to do. I can block a sword for you. Ding Shilin said, word by word. Young Master Chin asked, do you hate those bandits? I hate them. I wish I could cut them into 1,000 pieces. Ding Shilin said without hesitation. But I can hold back. Even if I die, I won't let them die. You want them alive, so I will keep them alive. Ding Shilin lowered her head and said sincerely. Wei sure, give her a set of leather armor later. And a wooden sword. Young Master Chin said. Understood, Wei sure replied. Young Master Chin then asked. You've eaten the bread, haven't you? Yes. Ding Shilin breathed a sigh of relief. Come with me, he replied. After speaking, Young Master Chun turned and walked towards the fortress. Ding Shilin silently followed close behind. Young Master Chun, have you really decided? I mean, about these bandits. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yingyu hurried over to Chun-Li. He asked with a frown. Your men don't have to come. Chun-Li said softly, continuing to walk forward without looking back. These people in front of him had no siege ladders. The golem could definitely break into the fortress, but he didn't plan on using it. This bandit fortress had high walls, although not comparable to city walls. A direct assault would surely come at a great cost. To attack or not to attack? Lu Yingyu was conflicted. His fingers unconsciously touched the hilt of his sword. Sir, a trusted subordinate asked in a low voice. Should we follow? Preserving our forces is the priority, without killing anyone. Taking this fortress is too risky. Lu Yingyu made up his mind. Chen Sheng, he ordered. Have the rest of the men stand by. The rest of you with me. He couldn't gamble with his soldiers' lives. But this was a good opportunity to build a connection, and he didn't plan to let it pass. His trusted men were all armored and highly skilled in martial arts. Without taking lives, incapacitating the enemy was still possible. His men were taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. They responded in unison. One man went to relay the order, while the others silently followed. On top of the fortress wall, Black Tiger stood in the pouring rain, a sharp blade in his hand, pressed tightly against the man's neck. His face was ferocious as he scanned his surroundings. Below, not far from the high wall, the guards had their arrows nocked but hesitated to shoot, quietly awaiting Chun-Li's command. Who was that person up there? Chun-Li asked. Lu Yu was slightly taken aback. He said, the bandit said he's the person you came to rescue. Is he not? If you dare take another step closer, I'll have his blood splatter 5 paces. Black Tiger roared, his voice echoing across the wall. Those people from the caravan. If you dare to come in, I'll dare to kill. My men are all on guard. So he's with Yang Heyu's group. Chun-Li's eyes glinted. He took out his bow and arrow. He drew his bow, knocking an arrow with a pink arrowhead. He aimed the pink-tipped arrow at Black Tiger. He aimed at Black Tiger. What do you think you're doing? Black Tiger was stunned. He stared fiercely at Chun-Li. If you dare shoot that arrow, he yelled. He's a dead man. Chun-Li paid him no mind. He drew the bowstring halfway and released. Damn it. He really shot. Black Tiger gritted his teeth. He stabbed the hostage in the leg to prevent him from escaping, then did a sharp roll to the side. Arg! A scream came from where he had just been. Hearing it, Black Tiger looked up at the hostage and was suddenly stunned. A savage grin spread across his face. You idiot! He shouted. Who are you even shooting at? The hostage in green looked on in disbelief. His left hand clutched his leg, his right hand clutching his chest. An arrow was lodged right in the center of his chest, its fletching still quivering. The hostage crumpled to the ground. Did you all see that clearly? I wasn't the one who killed this guy. It was that young master's doing. Ha ha. A bunch of losers. Black Tiger stood on the wall, his face full of contempt. He laughed wildly, mocking them loudly. Yeah, don't blame us. Your own man killed him. They're a bunch of morons. Letting someone who can't even shoot do something like this. The lackeys beside him chimed in, some clapping and laughing, others waving their weapons and cheering. They did this, of course, to demoralize the men below. But everyone's face was grim, showing no reaction at all. Immortal Chun has his reasons. Just watch. Ding Shilin only half understood. But remembering the food that could heal wounds, she was puzzled. But she had a vague idea. Except for Lu Yu and his trusted men. A chill ran down Black Tiger's spine. They don't even care about the hostage? This means the other side is prepared for a fight to the death. Damn it. Why are they a bunch of lunatics? Shooting their own man is one thing, but to have no reaction at all. This man is sure to die from that arrow. No need to worry about him. Black Tiger watched the hostage wailing on the ground, writhing and twisting, until he twisted himself right off the high wall. He fell right off. Good. Send someone to retrieve the one who fell. The rest of you, attack the fortress. Chun-Li looked up at the bandits on the wall and said, remember, take them alive. Pink arrowhead. Arrow of healing. Acquired from a master-level Fletcher. 2 emeralds plus 5 arrows. Exchange for 5 corresponding potion arrows. Grants the target 11 seconds of regeneration. These early city soldiers. A guard shouted loudly. They then advanced on the bandit's high wall. Weren't we supposed to rescue him? Why did he just shoot him dead? He can't die at the hands of others. Lu Yu stood in place, a troubled look on his face. He glanced at the reactions of those around him, and at the clamoring bandits above. His face filled with confusion. Have your men protect these people. Wei Shi pointed at Lu Yu and his men, instructing in a low voice. He then moved closer to Lu Yu. He won't die. Don't just stand there, follow them. He said softly. Once we charge, have your men follow behind ours. Lu Yu shook his head. He said earnestly, I appreciate the kind thought, but my men are all wearing armor. As for you all, this leather armor, can it really protect you? And aren't you their commander? Why are you unarmored? Privately forging armor is a capital offense. He could understand why these men wore cloth armor. That was natural. But why was it that even though the soldiers had leather armor, these men who looked like commanders were unarmored? Even this Wei Shi had no armor. He understood Wei Shi's intention, but his own soldiers wore iron armor. Asking them to protect his men, wasn't that backward? It can, and it's even better than your iron armor. As for me, Wei Shi smiled slightly. I'm invulnerable to blades and spears. Watching Wei Shi's departing figure, Lu Yu's brow furrowed. But without siege ladders, how are we supposed to get up there? Keep an eye on these people. If you have a free hand, give them some support. Their armor probably won't block much. He said to his trusted men. Let's move. The crowd below the wall began to surge forward. In the pouring rain, Black Tiger drew his blade. Damn it, he roared in fury, rolling logs and stones. Get them ready. Guard the main gate. These people don't have ladders. They can only come through the gate. Men, bring all those captured merchants over here. If they don't retreat, we'll slaughter them right in front of them. No ladders. How are they going to get in? They don't even have a battering ram. Lu Yingyu charged to the base of the wall. His brow furrowed. Just wait. It'll be ready soon. Some things are much better than ladders. Weishur said, his eyes glinting. Militia formation, 10 men per squad. 10 squads per company. Each squad is equipped with 4 men holding MC shields, 3 men with long spears, and the remaining 3 with wooden swords. And each squad is assigned 1 farmer. At that moment, 1 shield bearer from each of the 20 squads stepped forward and raised their shields high, protecting the farmers of their squads beneath the shields. Rolling logs, stones, and arrows fell like rain, but as soon as they hit the shields, it was as if they lost all gravity, falling harmlessly to the sides. The farmers formed a line. They dug into the earth, then stood up straight, spreading their arms, ready the swords of strength. Target, farmers. Weishur commanded. Beside Weishur, there was a special unit, a 5-man team of archers, hunters who had been retrained as swordsmiths. They drew their bows and aimed at their targets. They fired their arrows, which landed precisely on the farmers. Arrow of strength. Yellow arrowhead. Grants a 1-minute strength buff. Hit by an arrow, the farmers gritted their teeth and ate cookies. They were new recruits, after all. Getting hit by an arrow still hurt a lot. The holes they dug varied in depth. With the strength buff, they moved the blocks of dirt. They took out red mushrooms, covered them with cloth to block all light, and buried themselves inside. After planting the mushrooms, they climbed out and used bone meal. Rows of red mushrooms shot up from the ground, from short to tall, forming a series of mushroom ladders that extended all the way to the top of the fortress wall. Mushroom siege ladders complete. Spare me, good sirs. My leg. My leg. The fortress was in chaos. The bandits, who had been so defiant moments ago, were utterly stunned by the appearance of the mushroom ladders. The government soldiers were the least of their worries. It was this group of leather-armored soldiers, whom they had dismissed as small fry, that turned out to be their worst nightmare. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the bandits began to rout. The ground was littered with wailing bandits. Those still on their feet were being chased by red-eyed militiamen. Ding Shulin held her dagger in a reverse grip, hiding in a corner, waiting patiently. She knew that even with this leather armor, a direct confrontation with these bandits was completely out of the question. But she could wait. Amid the thunder and rain, footsteps grew closer. The dagger in her reverse grip sliced through the air, stabbing straight into the man's thigh. A successful strike. She pulled out the dagger, and without looking back, she turned and ran. You little lamb. I should have killed you from the start. The bandit's hysterical shout came from behind her. 5. Ding Shulin counted silently. The scars on her face began to itch. She fought the urge to scratch, feeling a bit flustered. Watch out. Lu Yingyu shouted. He thrust his spear, knocking away a bandit who was trying to grab Ding Shulin. Are you all right, little girl? Thanks. Ding Shulin bowed, watching Lu Yingyu warily. She forced out 2 words, then turned and ran again, quickly disappearing from sight. That little girl is shy. His men formed a protective circle around Lu Yingyu. One of them swallowed hard. Sir, it seems we're the ones being protected. And these people all look like new recruits. I can see that. I'm afraid that man is using this bandit suppression as a training exercise. Lu Yingyu's expression was complicated. He wiped the rain from his face. We're not needed anymore. The bandits are almost all captured. Let's just wait here. Our presence is enough. No need to waste the effort. His men sighed in relief at his words. Their shoulders slumped. That Iron Man is huge. I went to take a look earlier. The ground shakes when it walks. It must be solid inside. If you ask me, it must be the inner armor. That armor is probably incredibly precious. These people don't have many sets. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many unarmored men. That's right. Isn't that what the books say? This kind of armor must require a huge amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And it must take a long time to make. So few? That must be it. But what did that Weishur mean by being invulnerable? Inner strength? Or some kind of hidden armor worn underneath? Lu Yingyu pondered silently. Confirmed that no iron golems will spawn. No pillagers either. Rescued the hostages in advance. The rest will be much easier. even with newly recruited soldiers. Dealing with these bandits is more than enough. It's just because they all have to be captured alive that it's taking a little longer. Every corner of every room in the fortress was searched. There were no bandits left standing. Where's their leader? Chun-Li asked softly. A group of bandits protected him as he fled the fortress. The direction he escaped in is where Wu Zhen is located. Wei Shi looked at the map. He said cautiously, he's already moving on the map. He's probably already met up with our men. Did anyone die? Chun-Li asked. They're all alive, Wei Shi said. An eerie silence fell. Normally, Wei Shi wouldn't have felt anything. But now, he kept glancing up at the sky. Raindrops trickled down his face. Jiming, oh Jiming, why aren't you here? I can't handle this. Wei Shi. Chun-Li turned his head, staring into his eyes. He said nonchalantly, do you think people outside are like this too? Like what? Wei Shi asked. People. Wei Shi stammered for a long time, and could only answer with his head down. Natural disasters, man-made calamities. Without food, they have no choice. But those merchants and wealthy households, they're not short on grain at all. In fact, they're living quite comfortably. Wei Shi, these people should be usable now. Have them escort the grain and water shipments. The price will still be based on the Chongqing price. Sell it at that price. Chun-Li looked away, instructing word by word. No matter how far the journey, don't change the price. If any of those wealthy households dare to hoard goods or cause trouble, write down their names. Anyone on the road who dares to try and steal the grain, he said coldly. Kill them. The provisions. No one is to touch them. Establish our authority in this region. Keep killing until they don't dare to make a move. Li City was in turmoil. The doors of every household were shut tight. Incense smoke filled the air. Everyone knelt before the statues of the gods, praying silently. Third sister, it's raining outside. Hey, why do mom and dad still look like that? A child at the door pulled down the corners of his own mouth, making a sad face. It's because it's raining. It means Immortal Chun is angry. Third sister's voice trembled as she spoke. Angry? The child was startled. He went to the door and looked outside. The rain is so heavy. Is Immortal Chun that angry? Did we do something wrong? He asked, his voice choked with tears. Will Immortal Chun leave? Will we still have meat to eat? I don't know. What about Big Brother? Isn't he in the militia? I'll go ask him. The child asked quickly, before he could run into the house. A militiaman in leather armor walked out with a sword, his face grim. Big Brother, what happened? The militiaman shook his head. Stay here, he said in a low, serious voice. I have to go out for something. I'll be back soon. With that, he glanced at his parents kneeling before the statue, then went over and kowtowed a few times himself. He rushed out of the house into the rain. Not far away, bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the sky, repeatedly hitting the same spot. It was an unroofed structure, a 5-meter-high stone building. Militiamen holding crossbows hurriedly arrived outside the building. This should be enough people. Then I can begin. Miao Jiming muttered to himself. Bring them up. The militiamen escorted 3 people from the prison, bringing them before Miao Jiming. Shang Tianhu, one of his lackeys, and Yang Lu, put on the fireproof leather armor and the diamond armor. What are you planning to do? Miao Jiming said. No, I don't want to be struck by lightning. I don't want my soul to be scattered. Mercy, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yang Lu screamed. Water streamed down his face. It was impossible to tell if it was tears or rain. As for Shang Tianhu, looking at the lightning before him, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. He could finally be free. To have his soul scattered was surely better than suffering in hell after death. Do I just go straight in? Shang Tianhu turned his head and asked. Miao Jiming nodded. Yes, thank you. A trace of gratitude appeared on Shang Tianhu's haggard face. Can I go in by myself? Miao Jiming gave a look, and the militiamen let go. Shang Tianhu walked to the door. He took a deep breath, then turned around one last time and laughed loudly. You cowards. I'm free. To hell with your underworld. To hell with this damn world. Ha ha. After his brisk speech, he entered the room. The militiamen closed the door. Send them in. No mercy, Miao Jiming said. I'll never attack the city again. Yang Lu struggled as he was forced into the stone room. The main door was closed. The divine general is not here. Guard the door well. If there's any unusual movement, fire at will. Wow. Although he had a vague idea of the situation inside, when Wei Shi saw it with his own eyes, his face also turned ashen. This was 1,000 times worse than he had imagined. Dig up the people we buried earlier. After dealing with this, Chun-Li left the fortress. The remaining matters in the fortress would be handled by Wei Shi. Young Master Chen, it seems you won't need us for the aftermath. Please allow us to take our leave. Lu Yingyu stepped forward and said softly. You're leaving now? Why don't you come to my place to shelter from the rain first? Chun-Li hesitated for a moment. Or wait in a nearby village until the rain stops. Thank you for your kind offer, young master. But we have been delayed for too long. I'm afraid Hong Ching-cho has already reached Yan'an. If we're late, Wang Er might have already disappeared. Lu Yingyu said, probingly. All right. Chun-Li nodded, then paused. He turned to look at Lu Yingyu. Who? Wang Er of Baishui. Lu Yingyu lowered his voice and explained everything. That Wang Er of Baishui, since his uprising and the capture of Chongqing, has moved his forces to the county seat. He then headed north to join forces with the one-word Heavenly King. They are now gathered at Huanglong Mountain, near the border of Yan'an and Qingyang. His influence is vast. The governor believes he cannot be allowed to continue wreaking havoc. So he sent the grain intendant, Hong Ching-cho, to prepare provisions and transport them to Yan'an. We are under orders to set out from Xi'an, passing through here on our way. We will go to Yichuan and finally to Yan'an, to join Hong Ching-cho in capturing Wang Er. The governor, Chun-Li, had some recollection. He couldn't help but say, is that the official who said, let them be for now, and after next spring, I will deal with you myself? Yes, Lu Yingyu said awkwardly. Now he knows to be afraid, and is trying to mend the fences. Unfortunately, it's too late. Those who were going to rise up have pretty much all risen. There's just one big one left to be dealt with. Chun-Li sighed. He then asked, what is your relationship with this Hong Ching-cho? I've never met him, Lu Yingyu said with a frown. But I've heard he's very skilled at dealing with bandits. Hong Ching-cho, huh? I didn't expect him to be in Shaanxi already. We'll see about him. We'll run into him sooner or later anyway. If you can, when you confront Wang Er, if you meet a man named Zhong Guangdao, go easy on him. He's my spy planted among the rebels. You can do whatever you want with Wang Er. Just don't let Hong Ching-cho see. Chun-Li said slowly. I can grant you one reasonable request. Young Master Chun, if I may be so bold, could you give me some of that food? Lu Yingyu asked, blushing. He clasped his hands together, embarrassed. I know that stuff is probably very precious, but this is my request. In the upcoming battles with the rebels, my soldiers will inevitably be injured. With this food, I can save them. I will definitely handle the matter of Zhong Guangdao properly. As long as he had those divine foods, he wouldn't have to worry about his men bleeding to death. It was like having an extra life for himself and his men. As for extremely precious items like the wooden swords and leather armor, he wouldn't dare to be so greedy as to ask for them. A request for food. Acceptable. It's just some worthless stuff anyway. Yes. However, if this food leaves the boundary, it should retain its effects for about 20 days. If you don't want it to turn into ordinary food, it's best to bring it back within the boundary before the time is up. That will extend the duration. Thank you, young Master Chen. Lu Yingyu struggled to contain his excitement and the smile on his face. This bandit hunting trip was a huge gain. Just by letting one person go, he had received such a great benefit. The legendary panacea? I actually found it just like that. As for within the boundary, he had a vague idea of what it meant. Leading his men, Wu Zhen held a rope, looking at the map with one hand, and rode towards the coordinates of the city. At the other end of the rope, Black Tiger was tied up. Wu Zhen, he roared. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Damn it, how could the news be false? I was wondering how you bandits managed to get this close to plunder. Wu Zhen, on his horse, tugged the rope. Once I died, he said in a low voice. All sorts of ants started crawling out of the woodwork. And look at the mess you bastards have made. He looked up at the sky. I never caused such a commotion back then, he said coldly. I heard it only happened once before. I never thought I'd run into it a second time. What? You don't seem convinced. Wu Zhen grinned. So what if I am? Black Tiger said hatefully. So what? Coincidentally, Wu Zhen mused. I'm not convinced either. And I'm not feeling very comfortable. Stop. He dismounted, took a cookie, and shoved it into Black Tiger's mouth. He poured cold water down his throat, forcing it down. Then he gagged Black Tiger with a cloth. Immediately after, he punched Black Tiger in the stomach, sending him curling up on the ground, unable to move. It seems you also think I'm a good official. Well, I'm no saint. I can't touch good people. But you're a villain. What right do you have to shout? Wu Zhen's voice was calm and unhurried. Shut your mouth, he continued. Otherwise, in a moment, I'll just drag you all the way back. Rumble, rumble. The sound of rolling wheels came from the road. There are still bandits who haven't been caught. Wu Zhen drew his sword, on alert. He looked up. Are you men under young Master Chen's command? Lu Yingyu's eyes glinted. I was just passing through, he said unhurriedly, clearing out some bandits along the way. The food in my hand can prove it. I couldn't have stolen young Master Chen's food, could I? That's true. Let them pass. After passing several cavalry units, Lu Yingyu held up the food, and his path was unobstructed. This gamble really paid off. My luck is good. Lu Yingyu changed into a rain cloak, his mood quite cheerful. It's just, Wu Zhan. Why does that name sound so familiar? Sir, why don't we stay in that place for a few more days? Why are we in such a hurry to leave? We still have plenty of time, don't we? A trusted subordinate asked. That young Master Chen's divine arts and magic are indeed wondrous. But I'm afraid he's not very experienced with the world. What it's like inside that bandit fortress. One can guess. Lu Yingyu shook his head. The host was already that angry. What's the point of staying? Making a good first impression is enough. We've left, and that's that. With Wang Er out there, we won't lack opportunities for interaction. Just as I suspected. This place is near Changqing. That young Master Chun must know Wang Er. That's why he mentioned it as I was leaving. And I ended up with a huge advantage. This spot should be good enough. Find a place to set up camp. Marching in the rain is too exhausting. What's all that commotion about? A clamor from up ahead interrupted Lu Yingyu's thoughts. What is it? He shouted. Sir, up ahead, up ahead. A messenger rode up on his horse, pointing ahead in terror. He had ridden around a bend, and when he saw what was ahead, he sat stunned on his horse, his expression changing rapidly. A boundary, even more distinct than before, appeared before his eyes. On one side, the sun hung in the sky, scorching like a sea of fire. The sunlight baked the yellow earth until it was scalding hot. You could feel the heat wave with every breath. On the other side, the scene was the complete opposite. Clouds were piled up like mountains, the sky pressing down on the horizon. Rain poured down, forming a water curtain that blotted out the sky. Fierce winds howled and swayed, and thunder boomed. But not a single drop of rain crossed that boundary line. Two completely opposite worlds had been forcibly joined together. An auspicious sign. This is an auspicious sign. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. At the boundary, the laborers and soldiers stopped advancing. They all knelt down. Sir, that young Master Chun, could he be an immortal? Should we report this to the governor? Qing Xing swallowed hard, asking in terror. No need. That Hu Yanyan won't be in the governor's position for much longer. The mess he's made will eventually reach His Majesty's ears. Lu Yingyu came back to his senses, the look of shock on his face not yet faded. He took a deep breath. When we get back, he continued, remember to have someone investigate this Hong Qingqiu's background. This man is definitely not simple. Also, pass the order down. No one is to speak of what happened today. The more people who know, the less useful he becomes. Should we kill those laborers? Qing Xing asked in a low voice. Lu Yingyu shook his head. No. When we get to our destination, find some people to secretly spread some false rumors, just to confuse the issue. That's right. Wu Zhan, Qing Xing suddenly shouted. I remember now. Isn't Wu Zhan the patrol inspector of Chongqing? Lu Yingyu understood instantly. It all clicked. No wonder I thought that name was so familiar. But wasn't the patrol inspector of Chongqing already executed? It seems that Wu Zhan faked his death to escape. He actually managed to deceive the court officials. Chun-Li's contingent escorted the bandits to the prison on the outskirts of Li City. By now, the sky was beginning to turn a faint yellow. If these people's wounds don't kill them, just leave them. Don't treat them. Chun-Li instructed. Let them keep their wounds for a night. Send them to hell. Let's see if the terrible environment of hell will make their wounds fester. As for their daily meals, just give them whatever can fill their stomachs. Limited to 2 meals. The first meal is the same. Why should we feed these people well? Let them starve. They're beyond saving, and I have no desire to save them. Feeding them is a pure waste of my flour. You see? Here with me. They won't receive any good treatment. And tomorrow, I will let you all vent your anger. Chun-Li turned his head, staring at the little shadow that had been following him. He said seriously. Ding Shilin held her brother's hand, following silently with her head down the whole way. If Chun-Li hadn't heard her speak before, he would have thought the girl was mute. Go with him. He will arrange lodging for you. Chun-Li pointed to Weisher beside him. Ding Shilin turned her head and glanced at him, nodding obediently. That armor had already made her understand that the person before her had no need for her to block a sword. Nor did he need a weak woman like her to kill for him. So what else could she do? What use was she? Ding Shilin touched the sharp stone in her robes. Only then did she feel a little at ease. This stone had saved her twice. Once, she used it to scar her own face, saving her from being violated. The second time, she used it to cut the ropes that bound her. She couldn't bear to throw it away. Sister, your face is healed. Ding Su's eyes crinkled into a smile. He touched her face. Healed? Ding Shilin touched her cheek. The smooth skin brushed against her fingertips. The scars were actually gone. I'm so tired. I just want to go to sleep. Chun-Li glanced at the sky. The rain had lightened, and the lightning had stopped. Right now, he just wanted to go back to his little wooden house and sleep. The things he saw today were too vile. I'll deal with the witch matter first. Taishan, come with me. With that, he walked towards the witch conversion hut. He had prepared. The setup was actually very simple. A lightning rod made of copper nails. And an unroofed room was all it took. Getting copper nails was easy. Just convert them from copper coins. Although it would consume a lot, he only needed a few for now. He couldn't make a telescope without amethyst. Besides, Jiming already had one. That thing. He didn't have a sieve, and he didn't need to fish. Archaeology was also unnecessary. The only thing to do was the lightning rod. From a distance, Chun-Li could see the stone house surrounded by militiamen. Their crossbows aimed at the main door. It was no wonder they were so on guard. Taishan had been taken away by Chun-Li, and with the heavy rain, they couldn't go to a neighboring village to get another iron golem. If a witch threw a splash potion of poison, it wouldn't take many hits to wipe out all these men. It's not like you won't die. As long as your health bar isn't empty, the door isn't open. They're either hiding inside, or they simply have no capacity for thought. Just like the monsters in hell. Perhaps the conversion isn't complete. Stopping some distance from the stone house, Chun-Li took out wooden planks and started building a pillar upwards under his feet until he was higher than the stone house. Chun-Li leaned over to peek inside. In some of the rooms, only a black pile remained. Others were wearing leather armor. But in one room, something was vaguely darting about. A black witch's hat. A glowing green emerald was embedded in the front of the hat. With the golem away, and given the special nature of witches, Chun-Li didn't dare to generate them in large batches. Without being present, currently, there were 3 witches in his line of sight. People inside, listen up. If you're still conscious, come to the very center of the room. Chun-Li stood on high, shouting down to the people below. There was no response. Put on the diamond armor. Get the milk ready. Chun-Li cautiously approached. The witch looked up. That familiar appearance. He still had some impression of one of them. I think his name was Yonglu. Chun-Li simply jumped straight into the cobblestone room, got right in Yonglu's face, touched him, and even lightly tapped his head with his hand. But even so, even though he was so close, he still wasn't attacked. Just like a normal witch, they wouldn't actively attack villagers. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be wandering around the room, but would be pressing right up against the door. Are you crazy? You've been struck dumb by the lightning. Looking at Yonglu, who had his hands in his pockets with a calm expression, Chun-Li grabbed him by the front collar and dragged him out of the cobblestone room, stopping Han Yen from coming over and trying to slap this witch. Iron Golem, Iron Golem. This guy isn't dangerous. Don't beat him to death. Stand back a little. He won't attack either. If the Iron Golem has no consciousness, then it can't be used. Normal villagers could change professions, and using bandits was fine too. Just happened to seal them up. And he didn't have to worry about getting potions thrown at him. After all, a witch was still considered a supernatural creature. Exploiting them would be quite handy. Bring a batch of those bandits over. Isn't this just perfect? Chun-Li's eyes flickered. Time to get to work. After giving the orders, while waiting for the people to arrive, Chun-Li used glass to build a potion collection device. Missing some soul sand. Short a few pieces of glass too. Gotta go back and get them. He ordered the surrounding militia. Disperse, it's getting late. You don't need to guard this place anymore. Young Master Chun, I will accompany you. Miao Jiming, holding an oil paper umbrella, slowly followed him. The sound of rain hitting the ground. The road was very muddy, but after a few steps, it turned into a paved cement road. Young Master Chun, is it because of the bandits? Miao Jiming suddenly asked. Chun-Li lowered his voice and said, No. It's just, you tell me. In the places I can't see. What is it really like? Miao Jiming was taken aback. He finally understood. Wai Wei sure looked like the sky had fallen. Wearing such a miserable expression, he hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Chun, do you know why the local gentry have so much land? And why there are so many refugees fleeing famine? Why are there so many? When it doesn't rain, crops can't be grown. They can only sell their land. The wealthy families collude to drive down land prices. But the taxes on this land aren't transferred. Once the land is sold, they still have to continue paying taxes. After losing their land, some people flee, and the taxes for that household are then added to the heads of the remaining people. Natural disasters are terrifying, indeed. But what's even more deadly are man-made disasters. You have already done enough. There are quite a few people under your protection, although the rain had lessened considerably by now. Staying out in it for just a few seconds would still soak a person to the bone. Even so, the high walls of leeching were still crowded with people. Some wore straw rain capes. Others held oil paper umbrellas, their faces full of worry. Meng Yongyun was also there, wearing his official uniform, standing with a pale face, dry heaving every now and then. Seasick? Looks like they're all waiting for me. The weather reflects my mood. Can't even hide it. You might as well just give me this authority directly. Chun-Lin muttered to himself, Jiming, I want to go out for a walk later. I think I'll be back in a month at the latest. As for where I'm going, I'll just let fate decide. Miao Jiming's heart skipped a beat. He asked cautiously, Young Master Chun, are you taking Gosheng with you? Gosheng? Chun-Li frowned slightly. No need. I'll go alone. When the time comes, you can just say, I've gone into seclusion. Being in seclusion for a month or two is perfectly normal. If Gosheng also disappears, that would be quite troublesome. Don't worry. Look at you. You look like you've eaten a bitter melon. It's not like I'm not coming back. Just keep it a secret, Chun-Li said. Don't let anyone else know. There won't be any major trouble. All right. Miao Jiming's heart was heavy. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Chun, have you decided when you will leave? After the grain transport team leaves, Chun-Li said, 2 weeks from now at the latest. So, within 14 days. I understand. After returning to the small wooden house to get enough soul sand and glass, he went back to the original spot. After completing the device, the bandits had just been brought over. Shoot him. Chun-Li took out a bow and handed it to a bandit. Huh, I'm not doing it. RMB%. Professional robbers are a different breed. Tough and talkative. Under the shade of a tree, Chun-Li took out a lighter and set him on fire. When the fire goes out, carry him back. Before sending him to hell. If he's not dead yet, give him a pink sword. Next, with the previous example, the next person was much more cooperative. The bandit stood above the device with a bow and arrow, and shot the first arrow at the witch. Come down and stand here. Don't move. The bandit stood opposite the witch, Chun-Li said. While they were drinking the potion, Chun-Li tried to snatch it directly, but ultimately failed. The witch threw a splash potion, which passed through the water stream. Then, due to the force of the soul sand, it rose into the air to be stored. When needed, it could be transported using the soul sand's water bubble. The transportation process was a bit troublesome, but at least it was free. The thrown splash potions were too fragile. They shattered on impact. Slowness, poison, weakness, and harm. They'd be useful for defending the city. But right now, they don't seem very necessary. Chun-Li glanced at the bandit lying on the ground, no longer breathing, and muttered to himself, and I'll have to be careful during transport. The next day, the sky was a bit clearer. By the time Chun-Li arrived, the area in front of the Hell Gate was already crowded with people. Besides the Ding siblings, there were also the others who had been rescued. They had all changed into new clothes, and their eyes seemed to have regained some of their spirit. Do you want to go take a look? Chun-Li asked. Almost everyone hesitated. Ding Shilin stepped forward. I'll go, she said softly, handing her a fireproof suit. Chun-Li walked over to the bandits. So you want to send me to this so-called hell? For a little trip? Black Tiger grinned. Chun-Li grinned back. They're going for a trip. You, on the other hand, might not be. Amid wails and pleas, the numerous bandits were forced into hell. The high temperature of hell punishes every ordinary person who enters. Beside the lava, the bandits wailed in agony. If anyone couldn't hold on, they would be force-fed cookies. It wouldn't be just once, or just for a few minutes. Huh, how come I'm fine? Black Tiger looked around in confusion, muttering to himself. I'm going to use something on you, Chun-Li said coldly. I'm going to use something on you. Of course you'll be fine. What? Black Tiger instinctively felt that this something was definitely not good. He tried to escape in the chaos, but he was caught directly by Chun-Li. Finding a spot, Chun-Li dug down 2 blocks, replaced the surrounding area with stone, and then placed the totem of undying. He had it bind to Black Tiger. Then he filled the hole back in. The totem of undying can only be placed in the Nether. Placing it in the main world will cause it to explode. He glanced at the silent Ding Shilin. Do you want to finish him off with your own hands? He asked slowly. No, right now, more than death. I want him to live. Ding Shilin's voice trembled slightly. Hell was terrifying, after all. She stared straight at Black Tiger. Oh, even though I killed your parents? Black Tiger revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Not much meat, but a lot of bones, he sneered. You've got quite the stomach for it. Looking at you now, you're actually quite pretty. I should have taken you back then. Do you want to die that badly? Chun-Li frowned. You're not going to let me go anyway. And the King of Hell won't let me go either. What's the difference between going down sooner or later? Black Tiger pretended to be nonchalant. Shrugging. If the king of hell just scatters my soul, then I might even suffer a little less. This was his only chance. As long as he died at this person's hands, he wouldn't be healed. Ding Shilin stared at him, her face expressionless. But the hatred in her eyes was palpable. Holding it in is not good for you. Here, take this and kill him. Yes, Chun-Li said. Ding Shilin took the wooden sword and stabbed straight at Black Tiger. Black Tiger sneered, closing his eyes, resignedly waiting for death. He had already inquired in prison. They hadn't even cut a single hair on his head. And given this immortal's personality, the days to come would definitely not be easy. Death would be a clean end to it all. The blade pierced his heart. Black Tiger opened his eyes in pain. Thanks, he said, word by word, for helping me escape from here. Soon, he stopped breathing. The life left his eyes. How is it? Feel better? Chun-Li asked. Ding Shilin nodded blankly. She stared at Black Tiger's fallen body. Yes, but I still want to watch him suffer in hell. Then just wait here for a bit. Chun-Li smiled mysteriously, his eyes fixed on the corpse. Before long, purple pixel-like particles appeared on the corpse, drifting towards the location of the totem of undying. They disappeared midway. The physical body dematerialized, leaving only the clothes behind. Black Tiger's body reappeared above the area where the totem of undying was. Looks like he won't get stuck in a block. So that's it. This is what resurrection is like. I died. Am I in hell now? Where in hell is this? Are you the black and white impermanence? Black Tiger opened his eyes, muttering to himself. He turned his head and saw Chun-Li beside him, and Ding Shilin. His body jolted violently. Yo, long time no see. Chun-Li greeted him with a smile. Surprised? Unexpected, right? Black Tiger's voice trembled. He huddled into a ball. I wasn't I dead? You were indeed. But I thought about it, and decided to resurrect you. From now on, you will never die. Every time you die, I will resurrect you. Happy? Chun-Li smiled, speaking terrifying words in a soft voice. Being tormented in hell all the time is so boring. With me, you can even get a few seconds of fresh air in the mortal world. We can even change things up a bit. Wouldn't that be much more comfortable? Don't you think? No, you're not an immortal. You're a monster. Black Tiger scrambled to his feet and ran terrified towards the lava. Chun-Li didn't stop him, letting him disappear into the lava with a scream. A few seconds later, Black Tiger regained consciousness, reappearing in hell. I'm alive again. No. The searing pain of the lava on his skin made Black Tiger afraid to jump in again. He climbed to a high place and fell off again. The third time, during the gap in his resurrection, Chun-Li dug up and refilled the totem of undying with silverstone. He buried it in the ground, because the front of the totem has a glowing diamond shape for resurrections. With each use, a part of it chips away. It's easy to see. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. He continued to refill it. When Black Tiger resurrected again, he was speechless. He stared at Chun-Li bitterly and begged. Does resurrecting someone not cost you anything? Why go to such lengths? I'm just a bandit, and the king of hell wouldn't have spared me anyway. Is it really necessary for you to do this? Of course there's a cost, but I can bear it, and I think it's worth it. This hell is a fake, Chun-Li said. Letting these evildoers just die is truly letting them off easy. Chun-Li looked up at the boundary of the area, which was close by. I'll just throw this Black Tiger out of it. Within the boundary, one isn't affected by the environment. Outside the boundary is a different story. Then I'll post guards to prevent him from re-entering the boundary. Today, the Nether Wastes. Tomorrow, the Soul Sand Valley. Find a basalt delta and a warped forest. I'll let Little Black play with him. A game of don't look at the eyes. If he dies more than 3 times, I'll be notified to recharge it. A makeshift 18 levels of hell. Impromptu and inhumane. So what? It makes me happy. As for worrying about the totem of undying being destroyed, that's not a concern. It's simple. Not everyone is Steve. Not everyone can break blocks with their bare hands. The totem of undying requires a pickaxe to be mined. However, there are still people in the world whose anger hasn't been vented. There are plenty of people who want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. He can't die anyway. There's no right or wrong in revenge. Take him away. Chun-Li waved his hand. The militiamen beside him nodded firmly and dragged Black Tiger away. Thank you, Ding Shilin said softly. You're welcome, Chun-Li said. Young Master Chun, can people really be reincarnated after they die? Ding Shilin asked in a low voice. No, Chun-Li thought. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at the militiamen behind him, and said slowly, of course. Do good deeds and accumulate virtue. and you will be reborn as a human in the next life. Commit evil deeds and sow evil karma, and you will be reborn as an animal in the next life. I see. Ding Shulin nodded, asking no more questions. Taking Black Tiger with him, Chun-Li returned to the main world. He threw him to those who had been persecuted by him, and had the militiamen keep an eye on him. He asked no more questions, ignoring the screams in his ears. After all, before doing such things, one must bear the corresponding consequences. As for the bandits who came out of hell, Chun-Li planned to assign them to the most exhausting jobs, like loading stones, sifting materials, and crushing rocks. Now that they had water power, it was much easier, but loading and sifting still required manual labor. The efficiency was low, and it was easy to get pneumoconiosis. For the previous workers, Chun-Li simply had them drink a bucket of milk every week to cure it instantly, but there was no need to go through such trouble for these bandits. If they got sick, so be it. Young Master Chun, this is the compiled inventory list. Miao Jiming held the paper, and read the words on it. One by one, having traveled to ancient times, Chun-Li was practically half illiterate. Even with context, there were some traditional characters he just couldn't recognize. Most of the livestock brought by the caravan has been eaten clean. Right now, there's only one pig, 2 pairs of donkeys, and 1 rabbit left. Do we not need to avoid suspicion? Chun-Li asked, puzzled. He was naturally referring to the pig. Miao Jiming shook his head and said, there's no need for that. Only having 1 rabbit left is a minor issue, and pigs can be spawned just the same. We don't have potatoes right now, so even if we did, we couldn't breed them. But donkeys are good stuff. Where are those donkeys? Where are they right now? Chun-Li asked. They're pinned up next to the regular horses. It makes them easier to take care of. Miao Jiming replied without hesitation. As for the seeds, according to the caravan people, there are 5 tomato plants, and 1 load each of peas, chili peppers, sweet potatoes, carrots, maize, and peanuts. As for tea leaves, there's luojian, huqiu from Suzhou, Jiangsu, songluo from Shixian, Anhui, and longjing from Hangzhou, Zhejiang, 1 caddy of each. Besides that, there are glazed cups, 10 bolts of fine silk brocade, 6 katana swords, 6 famous calligraphy and painting scrolls, and finally, 10 loads of coarse salt. Hearing that name, Japanese? Chun-Li turned his head and asked in confusion. Young Master Chun, they are from the Wa Kingdom. It's a tiny speck of land overseas. Although those Wa bandits are short in stature and act as pirates, submitting when weak, these swords of theirs are actually quite good. They can barely be considered top tier. Usually, they're just worn at the waist as ornaments. Although I don't know what the rest of those things are. Just the sweet potatoes and potatoes alone are already great finds. As for the tea, I haven't heard of the others, but I definitely know the famous longjing. Anything that can be mentioned in the same breath as it probably isn't too bad either. Buy all the seeds, animals, coarse salt, as well as the spices and silk. Buy them all. As for the longjing and other teas, just buying a little is fine. Forget about the katanas and stuff. Chun-Li shook his head and said decisively. Miao Jiming lowered his voice and said, these things, they plan to just give them to us for free. If I remember correctly, that Yang Hiyu originally planned to rob our dies. Where did he get the money to buy so many things? And he plans to give them away for free? Chun-Li looked completely puzzled. A moment later, it suddenly dawned on him. It's that hostage I shot with an arrow. Yang Hiyu's superior. No, that was just a manager. As for who the real superior is, Yang Hiyu doesn't know either. He's just a pawn. Miao Jiming spoke unhurriedly. That manager will talk sooner or later. I didn't bother asking them. With you here, Immortal Chen, there's no need to worry about whose backer is stronger. Miao Jiming asked. Young Master Chen, do you want to accept them? Do you guys like drinking tea? Chun-Li suddenly asked. As for me, I don't have that high of a demand for tea, but the people here seem to like it quite a bit. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment, then said, then we'll buy them at market price. We'll buy everything they brought and settle the payment in gold. Chun-Li pondered for a moment, then said, take me to see those seeds. The place where the seeds were stored was not far from the farm. Good stuff. Chun-Li took the carrots and potatoes out of the chest, his mood improving significantly. Finally, they had crops other than wheat. Planting different crops in alternating rows could speed up their growth rate. Coupled with the bees that had started adapting to the wheat fields, the natural growth rate of these 3 crops would increase quite a bit. We even have corn and tomatoes. He scooped out all the seeds and plants inside and lowered his voice. Could these 2 be the June persimmons and jade sorghum? Yes, Miao Jiming replied. These can all be planted. It's been so long since I had potatoes. I miss them. Pushing the seeds, he transported them to the wheat field and gathered the class-changed farmers who were working the land, asking them one by one if they knew how to plant them. After all, the class-changed villagers were the planting experts among the farmers. If they didn't know how, then the rest definitely wouldn't either. Everyone shook their heads. Only one person looked at the seeds thoughtfully. These potatoes and sweet potatoes. I think I've heard people talk about them before. The farmer scratched his head and stammered, those potatoes, for some reason, yield a huge harvest the first year, but get diseased the second year. Even if you change locations, it's the same. The harvests after that just get lower and lower. As for sweet potatoes, I do know how to plant them, but while their yield is high, they drain the soil's fertility heavily. After planting them a few times, that land becomes useless. As for the rest, I don't really know how to plant them. In other words, the potatoes' genetics were unstable. Figures, Chun-Li thought. But that wasn't a problem. Anyway, after using bone meal to accelerate their growth, what they'd harvest would be Minecraft potatoes. These two things are just like the wheat. You don't need to worry about that. Just plant them the same way you plant wheat. However, planting these 3 crops in alternating rows can increase their growth speed. Chun-Li pointed at the carrots and potatoes and said, understood. The farmers instantly caught on. That meant these potatoes and carrots weren't ordinary items either. They didn't need to apply common sense to them. They just had to focus on planting. As for soil fertility, there was no need to worry. Just sprinkle bone meal directly onto the fields. Later, they would clear a few acres of experimental fields near the city, specifically for planting these crops. This corn needs special attention. Seeing Chun-Li note that potatoes and sweet potatoes had flaws, but corn shouldn't have any issues. Although the land outside could still grow grass, its fertility was no different from before. But with water and bone meal, they could try planting ordinary crops too. Although bone meal could accelerate the growth of all trees. For crops, it only worked on the vanilla ones. Fortunately, though, it inherently acted as a fertilizer. Trying to promote a new crop was originally quite difficult. People wouldn't dare plant it, because if the harvest failed, their whole family wouldn't be able to survive. But right now, Chun-Li didn't have this problem. After nightfall, when most of the people had returned, he announced the plan to test new crops, and plenty of people were eager to try. Wheat farming could rely on the class-changed villagers. For those ordinary farmers, planting wheat was completely a thankless, time-consuming task. If they could plant more and plant well, they could change classes in the future. They might as well try cultivating other crops. The land deeds around Li City were all in Chun-Li's hands. After granting the villagers usage rights upon clearing the land, everyone was fired up. Early the next morning, people were already heading out with hoes to find a good spot to reclaim wasteland. As for Chun-Li, he went through Chun-Li County to Chungcheong and brought back a pig and a rabbit. Using the newly acquired potatoes, he bred piglets and used carrots to breed rabbits. Immediately after, holding golden carrots, he took the 4 donkeys to the regular horse ranch. Since ordinary creatures needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, and required dedicated people to feed them, they were basically all kept together. He had to admit his luck was pretty good. He didn't know if it was because of the biome, but he hadn't seen any donkeys around at all. To think they managed to bring some back right before the grain transport team set off. Just bring over any 4 horses, Chun-Li said when he arrived at the horse ranch. Just as Chun-Li finished breeding the hybrid mules, Yang Heyu and Wei Shi trotted over. Young Master Chun, you were looking for me? Yang Heyu gulped, asking nervously. Beads of sweat faintly seeped from his forehead. What counties are there in this part of Shaanxi? And how do we get to them? You guys should be familiar with that, right? Chun-Li asked. Yang Heyu nodded in understanding, quickly adjusted his emotions, and replied, yes. Young Master Chun, as for how to get there, and which routes are safe, we do know. Setting off from here, heading east will take us to Hanxing County, and heading west is Baishui County. Following the official road further south is Xi'an Prefecture. Cutting straight through Mount Huanglong to the north leads to the various villages near Yan'an Prefecture. We can find a few of those too. Chun-Li nodded slightly upon hearing this. When it came to merchants finding their way, having illegal salt smugglers was much better than fumbling around blindly on his own. Find a few people who know the way. Chun-Li continued. Wei Shi, have your men lead the way along the routes to the various counties. Going to Yan'an Prefecture requires passing through Mount Huanglong, and the roads there aren't very easy to travel. Take these 4 with you. He brought over the 4 newly bred mules and said, Young Master Chun, could these small bags be like those chests? Can they hold things? Yang Heyu curiously inspected the mules. They had saddles on their backs, and on both sides hung small, chest-like bags. With just one glance at those things, Wei Shi knew exactly what they were. Weren't these just like the chest he had at home? Wei Shi gently patted the mule's neck and said with full confidence, "These mules look square-headed and square-eared. I figure they should be similar to those horses, able to climb straight up 1-meter-high steep slopes. If so, that'll save us a lot of time." Yang Heyu stared at the small bags, taking a long time before withdrawing his gaze. "Young Master Chen, why not put these small bags on the horses? Don't we have so many horses? Or just hang them directly on ourselves?" Wei Shi asked in confusion. "No can do. That's just how this thing is designed. I'd love to run around with 2 chests hanging off me too. How convenient would that be?" Chun-Li smiled faintly and shook his head. This was also why Chun-Li used golden carrots to crossbreed horses and donkeys into mules. Both donkeys and mules could be equipped with chests, combined with their ability to step directly up 1-meter-high blocks. Transporting goods would be much more convenient. You have to realize, the world is different now. There aren't perfectly 1-meter-high blocks here. It's almost all steep slopes. But using carts and horses to transport chests on these current dirt roads would probably waste a lot of time. The downside of mules was that they couldn't reproduce. However, right now, these 4 donkeys, if they were bred in pairs, waiting for them to grow up and for the breeding cooldown to reset, wouldn't be as efficient as crossbreeding them with horses first. Outposts had already been established at the borders. They could use mules to transport goods to the border and rely on carts and horses for the rest of the journey. "Young Master Chen, are your people planning to go to Xi'an Prefecture?" Yang Heyu asked cautiously. "Naturally, we will." Chun-Li nodded. "Are you trying to mention the Prince of Qin?" Wei Shi chimed in from the side. "I've heard about him before. This Prince of Qin is definitely no good. He extorts heavy taxes within his fiefdom, oppresses the commoners, and preys on the villagers." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, his fists clenching tightly. He cursed, "Motherf. These so-called princes are all a bunch of scumbags. They're all the same." Yang Heyu furrowed his brows tightly, looking somewhat worried. "I heard the Prince of Qin is heavily colluding with local officials. His influence is not small. If he secretly trips us up, I'm afraid." "Afraid of what? If one comes, I'll kill one. What's a Prince of Qin anyway? If he keeps his head tucked in, fine. But if he dares poke it out, I'll chop it off." Wei Shi grumbled loudly. "Damn it. I'm sick and tired of these bastards. Then we'll sell grain in the villages first. As for inside the cities, look for any good officials first. There are always officials who stand with the people. We'll sell grain through them, just like in Chongqing. If there aren't any, then we'll sell it secretly for now. Just make sure not to take these mules past the borders." Chun-Li instructed. He turned to look at Yang Heyu and asked in confusion, "I promised you before, if you brought the people here, Li City would have a place for you, including your families. It's been so many days. I thought you guys want to pick up your families. Why did only you come back?" "Earlier, in order to bring Jiren Song here, I had to take him away first, then go back and beg for forgiveness. I confessed everything that happened here, and guaranteed with my life that Jiren Song was safe. Fortunately, Jiren Song eventually sent a letter back, which is the only reason my life was spared. However, my family is still being protected." Yang Heyu continued. "That manager was sent here because of this matter." Speaking of that manager, Wei Shi scratched his head. He continued, "When I was coming over just now, I saw him holding a letter, asking around along the way, heading towards Song Yingxing's place. Just as he spoke, someone from the workshop arrived, panting heavily as they said, 'Young Master Chun, Mr. Song says the firearms are ready. He wants you to go take a look.'" At the foot of Mount Huanglong, Wang Jiayin and his group were marching toward the valley of Mount Huanglong. At this moment, they looked quite wretched. Their clothes were torn with numerous slashes, and some of them were even still bleeding. "Hurry, hurry, move faster. Do you all want to die? Hurry up, faster." The low, urgent shouts echoed through the mountains. How could this happen? How did the imperial troops suddenly appear in Yan'an? Weren't they supposed to be near Xi'an? Zheng Yinfu panted, speaking in a low voice. "Boss, what do we do next?" "Follow Wang Jiayin to the valley. These imperial troops are all cavalry, and when it comes to the terrain, they aren't as familiar with it as we are. As long as we enter the valley, if they want to find us, it'll be impossible." Wang Er said. "Sai, Yang Lu and Qi Tianwang. Ever since they went to Chongqing, they haven't come back. Not even a single person managed to escape back. Could someone have tipped them off and exposed our location? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence?" Zheng Yinfu said angrily. Zhong Guangdao followed silently beside them. Wang Er turned his head and glanced at Zhong Guangdao. "Do you have anything you want to say?" "I." Hearing this, Zhong Guangdao looked up. He took a deep breath and said, "Boss, How about we don't go to the valley? If we go to Chungcheong, we won't have to worry about these government troops. Are you crazy? Hearing this, Zheng Yanfu had a look of sheer terror on his face. Even Yang Lu and the others met their end in Chungcheong. Wouldn't we just be marching to our deaths? Wait, don't tell me Yang Lu and the others were you? Brother Zhong, but why? Boss, Zhong Guangdao shook his head, just staring at Wang Er and calling out once more. Zhong Guangdao, you stay behind and cover our rear, Wang Er said. I'll tell the others that. Take your men and go wherever you want. Don't follow us anymore. If you dare follow us again, I'll kill you. Boss, Zhong Guangdao cried out anxiously. I told you to get lost. Bai Shui Wang Er glared coldly at Zhong Guangdao, drawing his blade and pointing the edge right at his nose. Wait, you guys. What does this mean? Why don't I understand? What exactly is going on? Zheng Yanfu was completely clueless. He felt like he was a total outsider, completely in the dark. These roving bandits actually split up. Hong Chengqiu subconsciously straightened his attire and spoke. Lu Yingyu rode his horse alongside him, looking in the direction corresponding to one set of tracks. It was exactly the direction of Changqing. He suggested, Lord Hong, let my men pursue this small detachment. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, he led his troops and chased in that direction. Wait. Hong Chengqiu's eyes flickered. I will go with you. He had noticed earlier that this man was clearly half-assing it when dealing with the bandits. If he let him pursue these bandits alone, they would probably be let go. He absolutely could not allow such behavior to happen. The bandits had to be wiped out completely. Not a single one could be spared. Wei Shi turned his head and asked softly, how much longer until we reach the gunpowder workshop? Gunpowder was something that, even with just a tiny spark, could trigger an explosion. Therefore, they had to be extra careful. The blacksmith looked up at Chun-Lin, leaned in, and said, even though the gunpowder is all stored in chests, having a massive pile of it in the workshop makes the craftsman uneasy while working. Not to mention, the chests themselves can still be destroyed by explosions. Once full, the risk of an explosion is extremely high. The craftsmen in Li City were mostly from Changcheng, and they had heard of the Wang Gongchang explosion during the Tianqi era. Therefore, the firearms workshop wasn't located within the main workshop area, but was separated into its own designated zone, in a remote valley outside Li City. Along the way, dense trees were planted haphazardly, but upon closer inspection, one could discover a small path leading from Li City to the firearms workshop. Chun-Li had intentionally planted the surrounding trees very densely. In order to conceal this area, it was just like a military base, giving off a very authentic vibe, while also making it hard to be discovered. Parting the leaves, a massive, large matchbox-shaped building made entirely of cobblestone appeared in their line of sight. Around and inside the matchbox building, what was placed were naturally not torches, but glowstone blocks spaced out in rows. Other than that, there were no other decorations. It was very crude. After all, it wasn't inside Li City, and couldn't be seen from within. So naturally, it was built as simply as possible. A cobblestone matchbox saved time and effort, and even looked somewhat endearing. But that didn't mean Chun-Li didn't take it seriously. On the contrary, this cobblestone matchbox had a massive footprint, almost the size of a university sports field. The outer perimeter was a large expanse of flat land. After all, although bows and enchanted items completely overpowered everything, they were ultimately still cold weapons. He knew better than anyone what the firearms of the future would look like. He absolutely couldn't just work behind closed doors. At the entrance of the gunpowder bureau, Song Yingxing stood frowning, holding a pen and paper, constantly writing and sketching. The pen in Song Yingxing's hand was the product of crafting a book and quill. The pen itself was a quill, which was much easier to carry than a brush. But currently, only Song Yingxing and Miao Jiming had completely gotten used to it. Seeing the firearms held by the two people behind Song Yingxing, Chun-Li couldn't help but quicken his pace. Guns. Who wouldn't be excited about these? Are these the newly crafted fire lances? Chun-Li curiously took one of the sticks, which had 3 barrels attached to it. He weighed the fire lance in his hand. This thing feels like it'd be great for bludgeoning people. You're absolutely right, young Master Chen. This 3-barreled fire lance has terrible accuracy, and its range is at most 6 or 7 zhong. Once the 3 shots are fired, it really is better used as a club. It's not used much nowadays, though the border troops in Liaodong are still using it. Song Yingxing chimed in from the side. The blacksmiths have never actually learned how to make firearms, so this thing was just for them to practice on. I figured you might be interested, young Master Chun, so I brought it for you to take a look. This matchlock musket is what can truly be considered a firearm. Young Master Chun, Why don't you see how powerful this thing is? Saying that, Song Yingxing handed the matchlock musket to Chun-Li, while the fire lance ended up in Wei Shi's hands. The group walked to the open space outside the firearms workshop, which was used for testing weapons. This is the gunpowder you provided, young Master Chun, Song Yingxing said, taking out a paper packet and opening it. Inside was a specific portion of silver gunpowder, of top-tier quality. As he spoke, without changing his expression, he took out a portion weighing 1 mace, poured it into his hand, and ignited it. With a sharp hiss, the gunpowder instantly flared up, forming a small mushroom cloud. If 1 mace burns and the palm doesn't feel hot, it's ready to be loaded into the gun. He took out another packet of gunpowder and looked at Wei Shi. Seeing him staring intently, he proceeded to the next step. He poured the gunpowder into the barrel, took out a ramrod to pack it down tightly, and then inserted a wooden plug the size of the barrel to seal it and prevent gas leakage. He dropped in a small lead bullet and was just about to light the match cord. This process to fire a single shot is such a hassle. No wonder they had to use line infantry and 3-rank volley fire. Chun-Li thought, seeing the gunpowder loaded. He reached out to stop him and said, "Wait, let me fire it." The smoke from the gun was one thing, but the main reason was that these craftsmen weren't specialized in producing firearms. Although this matchlock musket looked fine, it might just explode in the chamber. Song Yingxing hesitated a bit. Chun-Li directly equipped his diamond armor and asked, "No problem now, right?" Song Yingxing nodded and handed the matchlock musket over. Chun-Li eagerly took it, lit the match cord, opened the pan cover, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The lead bullet shot out, and on the empty ground next to a wooden board 100 paces away, blue smoke slowly rose. Not bad, but reloading is too much of a hassle. Chun-Li calmly handed the matchlock musket back and took out a crafted flint and steel. Right. See if you can make it like this flint and steel. Just by pulling the trigger, it strikes a spark to ignite the primer, and then shoots the lead bullet out. That's right. If the wind is too strong, the matchlock musket becomes unusable. If we do it that way, using a leaf spring, flint, and gunpowder is completely feasible. Song Yingxing paused for a moment, then hurriedly took out his pen and paper and started sketching. Eventually, he frowned and shook his head, saying, "Wait. The other parts are fine, but this flint is hard to find. The flint usually produced is of too low quality, and very few can actually be used. Take a look at the quality of this." Chun-Li pulled out a large chunk of flint from his inventory and handed it over. As expected, young Master Chun is like a magic pouch. You have everything. Song Yingxing blankly took it and tested it. Seeing the sparks it struck, he nodded and said, "It's feasible. Give me some time, and I might be able to build it. However, we still need blacksmiths specialized in firearms. Also, there's a slight issue with the gunpowder. This is gunpowder mixed with 1 tael of saltpeter, 1 mace and 4 candarines of sulfur, and 1 mace and 8 candarines of willow charcoal." Song Yingxing took out a paper packet and opened it. Inside was a dark mass of gunpowder. But I don't know if it's a problem with the materials or what. The quality of this crafted gunpowder is completely subpar. It looks fine to me. Can it be used? Wei Shi leaned in and asked in confusion. Song Yingxing shook his head, and repeating his earlier action, poured the gunpowder into his hand and ignited it. The smell of gunpowder mixed with a burnt odor wafted over. "Wait, Changgung, you're not wearing armor." Chun-Li stared in shock at the burn marks on Song Yingxing's hand. "Well, I had to test the gunpowder's quality for you, young Master Chun." The injuries on Song Yingxing's hand healed visibly. He continued, "Don't worry, young Master Chun. I ate some food beforehand. I value my own life too. I usually wear armor, and I wouldn't waste my life on something like this. Besides, I have confidence in the firearms I oversee the production of. The gunpowder workshops that specialize in making gunpowder, and the artisan households that make firearms are all strictly guarded by the imperial court. They're not easy to bring out. Moreover, in Shaanxi, probably only Xi'an Prefecture would have them. Young Master Chun, I want to make a trip back to my hometown in Jiangxi. I have martial arts friends there that I know, and with my family background, I can find a way to bring out 1 or 2 gunpowder artisans and firearm craftsmen. Of course, I also want to go back and bring my mother here. She's fallen seriously ill. My older brother's letter told me to hurry back." On the western slopes of Mount Huanglong, Niu Lin led Zhong Guangdao and the group, hurrying along their way. Their numbers were small, only about 20 or 30 people. Everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. Their faces were covered in dirt, and their eyes were exhausted. These were the only ones willing to follow Zhong Guangdao out. They had been walking continuously for 4 hours. and the path they took was completely opposite to the main force, running entirely towards the foot of the mountain. Anyo, once we get to that place, will we really be able to eat our fill? One of them, a dark-skinned, plain-looking middle-aged man, asked in confusion. And are you sure that person is willing to take us in? The people in their detachment, although they had joined the bandit groups of Mount Huanglong, were different from guys like Bujan and I, and Sanji Shou, who robbed absolutely anyone. They only robbed the wealthy who oppressed the people and abused women. But at the end of the day, they were still roving bandits. Hee, just you wait and see. That place is practically a paradise on Earth. Oh right, I even went back and checked on your mother. The old lady. Didn't she have a bad leg? It's completely cured now. She's doing great. If we hadn't decided to rebel and just stayed in the village, we might already be living the good life right now, Lin said with a smile, revealing a row of large yellow teeth on his dirt-streaked face. He licked his lips and smacked them. Smack. Back when I came back to find you guys, I had to muster up a huge amount of resolve. As for taking us in, don't worry, Brother Zhong arranged it all well in advance. We might not even have to go into the Nether. The Nether? What kind of place is that? The name sounds so weird. I don't know. As long as it fills my belly, I'm good. Even one meal every 2 days is fine. I just want a hot bowl of noodles. I knew it. Following Brother Zhong is definitely the right choice. Everyone's eyes gleamed with the light of hope. Gritting their teeth, they forced their somewhat exhausted legs to hold up and continued marching forward. Zhong Guangdao wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the brothers behind him, sighing. Out of the original 300 to 400 people, now only 100 were left, and he had only managed to bring back half of them. After all the twists and turns, they ultimately ended up right back where they started. Moreover, since he clearly already knew I was tipping them off, why didn't he stop me? Boss Wang Air, what exactly is his intention? But now wasn't the time to be thinking about this. Lin, how much further? Zhong Guangdao asked. Brother Zhong, we're almost there. Lin planted his stick on the ground and shouted, just a few more steps, and we'll reach the place where I buried the stuff. Go ahead and bring the stuff back. We'll follow right behind. The people chasing us from behind seemed to be doing it on purpose. They clearly could have caught us, but then suddenly went quiet. Lin nodded solemnly, took a deep breath, and sprinted ahead with his head down. The rest of the men, led by Zhong Guangdao, ran in the direction Lin had disappeared. Right at that moment, the sound of horse hooves approached from the distance. Zhong Guangdao's expression changed, and so did the others. They hastily drew the weapons from their waists. 2 squads of cavalrymen wearing cotton armor appeared. The styles and materials of their armor differed slightly. Of the 2 leaders, one was robust and muscular, while the other was nearing middle age, under 7 feet tall, with a long beard. He looked ordinary but exuded an air of shrewdness and competence. His brows were constantly furrowed into deep lines, and his gaze was sharp. He carried the aura of a civil official, refined and scholarly. His hair was tied up in a bun on top of his head. The people arriving were none other than the Shanghua Military Defense Circuit Intendant, Lu Yingyu, and the Grain Intendant, Hong Qingqiu. Hong Qingqiu reined in his horse and stopped. He patted the dust off his clothes and straightened his attire. After doing all this, he finally frowned and asked, why are there only this many people? Lord Hong, it's precisely because there are only this many people that I said, my men and I alone would be enough. Lu Yingyu narrowed his eyes, holding the reins in one hand and a long spear in the other. Staring at Zhong Guangdao, who was clearly the leader, he smiled. Zhong Guangdao looked at the obvious commotion, and the rest of the men looking around nervously. Lu Yingyu felt a jolt in his heart. My decision was correct once again. You are? Zhong Guangdao, I have heard of you. You attacked Chengcheng with Baishui Wang Air in Yijuan County, killing the magistrate and releasing the prisoners. Hong Qingqiu glared at Zhong Guangdao like a tiger eyeing its prey, and said slowly, in other words, you are one of the bandit leaders who has disturbed the peace of this region. The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly heavy. Hong Qingqiu's retainers subtly surrounded the men behind Zhong Guangdao, looking at the golden-armored guards around them. Those Hong family retainers were like beasts ready to pounce. Their presence was like a towering mountain, pressing down so hard it was hard to breathe. It was exactly this kind of unit, clearly far fewer in number than the other imperial troops. Yet in the previous encirclement and suppression campaigns, they were the most ferocious of all the imperial forces. They were simply unbeatable. Right at that moment, Hong Qingqiu suddenly retracted his imposing aura and said lightly, however, the governor knows that you are just commoners forced into a corner. not acting out of dissatisfaction with the imperial court, but truly because life is too hard, and the officials are unjust. If you come back with us, you will be dealt with leniently, and can even receive amnesty. Really? Then can we go back to farming? Someone asked cautiously. Hong Qingqiu nodded without changing his expression. Yes. What benefit would I get from lying to you? That's right, we were forced into this too. If we had food, we wouldn't have done this. That's great. Forget about amnesty. As long as we can farm, that's enough. A firework exploded in the sky, scattering sparks. With a loud bang, rustling sounds also came from the tall grass. Hearing the sound, Hong Qingqiu did not panic. He stared at the grass for a long time, then ordered, "There's an ambush. But it's only a few people. Just a bluff." He directed his retainers to probe into the grass. Soon, Niu-Lin was caught and brought before Hong Qingqiu. "We can't delay any longer. They have reinforcements." Hong Qingqiu ordered, "Attack. Kill them." From the very beginning, the fate of these bandits was already sealed. He was merely using the promise of amnesty as a delaying tactic. This Zhong Guangdao might have been able to lure out Bai Shui Wang Er. But looking at it now, they wouldn't be able to take him away. The bandits had to be completely exterminated. The retainers advanced towards Zhong Guangdao with weapons in hand. One of them had already swung his blade at Zhong Guangdao. Clang! That blade was blocked by a long spear. "Intendant Lu, what is the meaning of this?" Hong Qingqiu glared angrily at Lu Yingyu. His retainers instantly turned their spearheads, aiming them at the surrounding soldiers. "It was one thing when you repeatedly obstructed me before, laying false tracks and making me run around in circles. But now you actually dare to blatantly save them. Are you planning a rebellion?" "Grain Intendant Hong, don't be so quick to pin that label on me. I'm saving you." Lu Yingyu retracted his long spear and said calmly, "Although you might not believe me when I say this, it's the truth. I don't care about the others. But nothing can happen to this Zhong Guangdao." Hong Qingqiu questioned. "As an imperial official, how could you be involved with them? Moreover, your jurisdiction isn't even in Chengcheng. Is this Zhong Guangdao supported by the people behind you?" Wrong. Grain Intendant Hong, this has nothing to do with factions. You wouldn't be able to guess it. Even I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes." Lu Yingyu shook his head and continued, "Let Zhong Guangdao go. It's better for both of us." Hong Qingqiu said coldly, "Tell me the reason. If you don't tell me, how can you be sure I won't believe it?" "Then do you believe there are immortals in this world?" Lu Yingyu asked. "So that's how it is." Lu Yingyu sighed, staring blankly at Hong Qingqiu. "Let him go, and I'll take you to see something. You'll understand." Hong Qingqiu furrowed his brows tightly, trying to read something from Lu Yingyu's face. The two forces stood off against each other just like that. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, with neither side taking a step, until the sound of horse hooves echoed from all directions once again. "Damn it, how did they get here so fast?" Hong Qingqiu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" Bizarrely, the sound didn't come from the road ahead or behind, but from the steep slopes on both sides. Hong Qingqiu looked in the direction of the sound, then rubbed his eyes vigorously. Square horses." Hong Qingqiu cried out in shock and doubt. "What breed of horse is this? Why have I never seen it before? And how can these horses climb this kind of hillside? And with such speed?" He signaled his surrounding retainers to raise their shields and prepare for battle. Beside him, Lu Yingyu leisurely reminded, "I advise you not to do that. You can't beat them." "What, you want to fight?" Hong Qingqiu's eyes flickered as he spoke. "Not exactly. Even if you and I joined forces, the men we have right now wouldn't be enough." Lu Yingyu said. The two squads had a total of 300 men, excluding the laborers. There were still 100 elites, and they couldn't beat a squad that barely numbered more than the fingers on one hand? What a joke. The 11-man squad, led by a tall, burly man, charged straight at them from down the slope. Those square horses lifted their legs as if walking on flat ground, their speed no different than if they were on a plane. In the woods below, heads could be seen faintly bobbing around. Lu Ping rode his horse, wearing ordinary clothes, holding a wooden sword, and charged straight in. He had just been leading his 100-man squad and a small cavalry unit on a routine patrol nearby. The bandits who had entered their territory saw the signal in the sky and knew they needed backup. So he immediately rode his horse and rushed over with the cavalry squad. He still remembered that Zhong Guangdao. He had escorted them out of the city before. He was a good guy. Moreover, the coordinates shown on the map were right on that group of people. In other words, their enemies were the imperial troops, and these people were here to suppress bandits and had chased them all the way here. They were probably good officials. Tying them up and bringing them back might be useful. Lu Ping quickly finished his assessment. Why think so much? Enemies or friends, just beat them up and be done with it. Seeing the leading big guy with red eyes charging towards him, Lu Yingyu thought to himself, Wu Jin isn't among these people. I haven't seen them before either. This must be another squad. They probably don't recognize me. Well, since you didn't leave, now you can't leave even if you want to. Lu Yingyu glanced at Hong Qingqiu, smiled faintly, and shouted without hesitation, everyone, drop your weapons and strip your armor. I've met young Master Chun. His retainers immediately threw down their weapons and stripped off their armor without stopping. They were all people who had seen the world, so they naturally knew what to do right now. They really are in cahoots. Master, what do we do? Hong Qingqiu's retainers asked anxiously. In cahoots? Unlikely. If they really were in cahoots, why would they strip their armor upon seeing these people? Hong Qingqiu glanced at Lu Yingyu, who had already finished stripping his armor, and was smiling at him. He hesitated for a moment, then said, don't panic. It's just a bluff. It's only 10 men. Raise your spears. These horse bandits don't even have armor, yet they dare to charge at us. Take this chance to wipe them out. Hong Qingqiu ordered. Yes, understood. Lu Yingyu sighed, walked over to Hong Qingqiu's side, grinned, and said, I told you. You couldn't beat them, but you just wouldn't listen. Because they didn't resist, and even complied, helping Lu Ping tie people up. Lu Yingyu and his retainers weren't tied up. Instead, they just followed along back. Anyway, they weren't afraid of being sneak attacked. You should know the importance of armor. Rapid healing. Invulnerability to swords and spears. Just one person like that is enough of a headache, let alone 10 of them. And there might be even more. Lu Yingyu continued. Hong Qingqiu was tied up, covered in blade marks, yet bizarrely had no actual injuries. He glared angrily at Lu Yingyu. What exactly is going on? And who is this young Master Chin you called out to? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't mind that you're tied up. It might actually be a good thing for you. Lu Yingyu muttered. After all, if even your name is known, you must be quite special. Soon, he saw the arriving reinforcements. The person leading them was none other than Wu Zhen. It's you. Wu Zhen looked at Hong Qingqiu and immediately understood. Lu Yingyu's face was full of solemnity as he stared at Wu Zhen. You are the former Chengcheng police chief, Wu Zhen, right? Yes, I was indeed the police chief before. Wu Zhen replied. Although I've already inquired from other places and got a clear description of your appearance, I still wanted to ask you in person. Lu Yingyu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering as he asked, have you died before? Wu Zhen gave a hearty laugh, stared at Lu Yingyu, and said word by word, I have. It really is true. I understand now. Lu Yingyu smiled in relief. Do you guys need ordinary military horses? Wu Zhen nodded. He asked in a low voice, you can get military horses? Or has someone already reached their hands into the military? No. Although the imperial court doesn't lack horses, buying and selling them is a difficult matter. No one can say for sure. If someone is watching, Lu Yingyu shook his head and said, I don't have normal horses. It's just that during this bandit suppression campaign, quite a few military horses broke their legs. The number is around 100. Once a horse breaks its leg, not only is it hard to treat, but the horse's physical structure also doesn't support lying down for long periods. Plus, the horse has to endure immense pain. A horse with a broken leg, let alone healing and being ridden again, whether it can even be used at all is questionable. Therefore, once a horse breaks its leg, it can only be put down. Of course we want them. We'll take as many as you have. Hearing this, Wu Zhen was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, what's the price per horse? As long as you want them, that's good. Lu Yingyu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, you'll have to negotiate the price yourselves. Although I tried every means possible to get the regional commander to keep those broken-legged horses, he'll only have his men keep them for a day at most. You'll also have to transport the horses back yourselves. They're right on the edge of a town next to Luochuan County. I can lead the way. He knew the name of that town, but if he said it, wouldn't he lose his reason to stay? Hong Qingqiu was tied up and brought along the whole way, secretly calculating how to escape in his mind. Lord Hong, we're here. Lu Yingyu's retainer walked over and reminded him, the thing my master wanted you to see is right up ahead. Hearing this, Hong Qingqiu looked up. A long black strip appeared in the valley. As the distance closed, he finally got a clear look at it. It was an incredibly massive, towering wall. How have you considered it? Chun-Li asked Hong Qingqiu. Hong Qingqiu stood in the open space, facing Chun-Li, still somewhat in a daze. He had been captured yesterday, but even now, facing Chun-Li's invitation, he was still extremely hesitant. After being captured, he hadn't been locked in a cell. Instead, he was tacitly permitted to wander around the city. Just those crops that could mature rapidly, the infinite water source, the demonic winds, and all sorts of other extraordinary things. Not to mention that Nether portal. Now that the new emperor had taken the throne, not only had he eliminated the eunuch faction, but it was also said that the reinstated Yuan Chongwan had the ability to pacify Liaodong within 5 years. The imperial court was in a great state. As long as the cover-ups in Shangxi were exposed, and His Majesty learned of the situation in Shangxi, then the roving bandits would just be like grasshoppers in late autumn. They wouldn't be able to jump around for much longer. But now, this true immortal had appeared. The imperial court probably really had no way to deal with this. But to actually betray the imperial court. After pondering for a moment, Hong Qingqiu's eyes showed his struggle. His lips moved slightly. Young Master Chun, if I refuse, will you kill me? He was just a grain intendant. He didn't think he'd be treated to good food and drink, and invited 3 or 4 times. Chun-Li's eyes flickered. He slowly shook his head and said truthfully, "No, I won't." "Then there's nothing to worry about." Hong Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes that even he didn't notice. He stayed silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a firm resolve. "Young Master Chun, although I am but a mortal, the words loyalty and righteousness are heavier than Mount Tai to me. I have received great grace from the imperial court, and bear the responsibility of defending its lands. How could I abandon my original intentions for temporary gain?" A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Even your divine miracles cannot shake my loyalty to the imperial court. Being tempted is human nature, but not yielding is my duty. If you don't wanna, that's fine. That's good. But forget about the prison cell. That's not a place for someone like you to stay. Locking you up would just be wasting my food." Chun-Li curled his lips and said, "Then I have no reason to keep you here. Take your men and go." "Young Master Chun, you're willing to let me go?" Hong Qingqiu was somewhat surprised. He hurriedly asked, "Aren't you worried the imperial court will find out about the things here?" "Afraid of what? I never planned to hide it. The fact that the imperial court hasn't reacted until now is actually a bit surprising." Chun-Li said slowly, "Go." The gates of Li City were already crowded with people, bringing mules equipped with chests, empty wheelbarrows used as a cover, and normal mules and horses. These horses included normal military horses. Only the Minecraft ones could be considered true cavalry, to avoid just staring blankly if they chased enemies out of range. These 92 military horses were obtained yesterday by following Lu Yingyu and trading gold with that regional commander. After all, they were lame horses. Even if they were top-tier military horses, their price couldn't compare to ordinary horses. But it still took 15 taels of silver to exchange for one, added to the 20 horses already in the guard post. It was more than enough to distribute among the 100 men in the cavalry battalion. The horses' rumps were branded with a mark, leaving a burn scar on them that couldn't be removed for a lifetime. But with food that could heal wounds, it could naturally be removed. So there was no need to worry about being seen by the imperial court's people. Lu Yingyu's squad was naturally among them. They huddled at the edge, secretly observing. 900 infantrymen, all wearing leather armor, centurions and decurions, are invulnerable to swords and spears. Additionally, there are 100 cavalrymen, whose square horses treat obstacles as nothing. All of them are invulnerable to swords and spears. This should be all the military force these people have. It really gives you a headache just looking at it," Lu Yingyu said helplessly. "And this is only because they are still restricted by the heavenly Tao and find it hard to break free. Otherwise, their numbers would probably multiply several times over." He then muttered to himself, "Whatever. The ones who should have a headache are the imperial court anyway. Why am I worrying so much? It's not like I'm in charge." Looking towards the city gates, the crowd that had been squeezing together to watch parted to make a path. Hong Qingqiu led his retainers and walked out from inside. "Hong Qingqiu, you don't plan to stay?" Lu Yingyu leaned over and couldn't help but ask. "This is a great opportunity. If I were you, I wouldn't go back to the imperial court." Hong Qingqiu said, "I am fiercely loyal to the imperial court. How could I do something rebellious?" Stubborn fool, Lu Yingyu thought to himself. However, his harvest from this trip wasn't bad either. Just by leading the way, not only did he get a pile of immortal stones, he even got permission to drink the milk that could cure all diseases. Now, the internal injuries he had sustained from practicing martial arts felt like they had been completely healed. His whole body felt refreshed and invigorated. Not to mention, he also got a legendary immortal item, a torch that could burn forever. Hit the jackpot. Hit the jackpot. Lu Yingyu's face bloomed with joy. He muttered. When I get back, I'll figure out a way to trick a few traveling merchants into coming to Lee City. The various squads set off in batches along the cement road. On the other side of the high wall, Chun-Li arrived at Song Yingxing's location, which was where the rapid return device was located. Young Master Chun, not keeping Hong Cheng-cho. Is it because of the judgments of later generations? Song Yingxing's eyes flickered as he asked. He was able to understand clearly. Naturally, because he himself had also come over the same way. Maybe a little bit. But mainly, it's because he wasn't willing to come over. I can't just lock him up. Chun-Li said helplessly. Wait a moment. I'll be done right away. From his inventory, he took out the emeralds needed for trading. And paper, leveling him up to master. Changgung, this is really absurd. Do you hate bugs? Looking at the newly appeared enchanted books on the trading page, Chun-Li couldn't help but repeatedly look at Song Yingxing and ask, a little. After all, too many bugs disrupt my train of thought. Song Yingxing replied. Every librarian, in the process of leveling up from novice to master, had a chance to get an enchanted book as a trade option. The master level was fixed as a name tag, but Song Yingxing was completely maxed out. A full 4 enchanted book trade options. Looting 3, Bane of Arthropods 3, Sharpness 2, Bane of Arthropods 4. What a pity. The ones that spawned later are all useless enchanted books. Sharpness 2 is available from other librarians. All right, we can begin, Chun-Li said, handing the Ender Pearl in his hand to Song Yingxing and the accompanying Lu Ping. Changgung, your mother probably can't handle the bumps of the journey. Plus, after 3.5 months, the milk will probably lose its effect. You can only bring her over here, Chun-Li said, dropping them onto the bubble column formed by the soul sand. 3.5 months from now, at this exact time, which is January 11th, someone will summon you back, Chun-Li instructed, handing over a bag of broken silver and copper coins from Jiangxi to Shangxi at the speed of a horse. 3.5 months is enough. Lu Ping, I'm counting on you when the time comes. When the time comes, you just need to sit cross-legged and hold Changgung's mother to bring her back. Leave it to me. Absolutely no problem. Lu Ping patted his chest and guaranteed. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ping might be a bit simple-minded, but his martial prowess was only below Wu Zhen and Wei Shi. With Song Yingxing there, he wouldn't need to use his brain anyway. Within Shangxi, with diamond armor protecting them, they wouldn't have to fear roving bandits. Once they left the borders, the bandits would be fewer. They didn't have to worry about the armor's effect wearing off either. Farewell, young Master Chun. Young Master Chun, I'm off. Bye-bye. Be careful on the road. Chun-Li waved, watching the two ride away on their horses. Wang Er escaped the capture of the government troops and retreated into the valleys of Mount Huanglong. The news was spread far and wide with great fanfare. However, the number of people rebelling did not decrease. Instead, it increased. At the end of August, the rebels in Onsai shouted the slogan, rather than die of starvation, we might as well die as thieves. Leading the peasant uprising, when going into battle, he wore a white robe and a white turban, charging at the forefront. His nickname was the Dashing King. In September, the great Liang King of Hanan responded to the call. Bai Shui Wang Er's forces, numbering 400, rebelled. Hung Tian Yitzi. Wang gathered 10,000 bandits and rebelled at the Dragon of Yichuan, raising his subordinates Miao Mei, Flying Mountain Tiger, Big Red Wolf, and others. Outside, chaos and panic ran rampant. News of roving bandits rebelling spread from time to time. The commoners all over Shangxi were terrified and uneasy. At the same time, a mysterious force in villages everywhere, selling grain at extremely low prices, was also slowly spreading. However, the area around Chengcheng was peaceful. Meanwhile, Chun-Li was currently in the academy, planning to upgrade all the librarians to master level. The emeralds, books, paper, and ink sacks needed for librarian trades, trading these 4 directly for enchanted books, yielded very little experience. Even clearing out their stock might not be enough to level them up once. Books could be obtained by trading with librarians for bookshelves, which yielded 3 books when broken, so there was no need to bring them. Chun-Li's backpack was already full of the other 3 items. Ink sacks could be obtained from drops, and foxes sometimes spawned squids too. Killing them with looting 3 could yield 1 to 6 ink sacks. 5 ink sacks traded for 1 emerald. The experience from 5 trades was enough to level up once, so they weren't really lacking. Paper, similarly relying on production, wouldn't be short either. This time, the 11 librarians other than Song Yingxing all became experts. Leveling up proved it. Recording the corresponding people, Chun-Li opened the trading menu one by one and read out, Feather Falling 2, Power 3, Bane of Arthropods V. When it was one particular person's turn, Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he didn't read anything out and just skipped him directly. Other than the initial sharpness too, this guy hadn't spawned a single new enchanted book. Once the entire recording was complete, Chun-Li took the book from Miao Jiming's hands. The newly added enchantments included Flame, Frostwalker Eye, Protection 4, Multi-Shot, Channeling, Mending, Feather Falling 2, and Silk Touch. Frostwalker. Chun-Li had previously gotten a pair of leather boots with this drop, but since there were no lakes, he had never been able to use them. There were also upgrades: Fire Protection from 2 to 4, Power from I to 2, and Bane of Arthropods was upgraded to level V. Sharpness 2 to 4. Chun-Li used it as a reference and traded for the enchanted books he wanted. Alright, what I needed to do is done. I'm heading back. You guys go back to your own work too. Jiming, you too. Hearing this, Miao Jiming hesitated for a long time, but ultimately cupped his hands and slowly retreated. Chun-Li returned to the workshop in his room. What a pity. If only I had an enchanting table. I haven't found a single diamond, so I can't craft one. But there's no sign of lapis lazuli either. So even if I had one, I couldn't use it. Using a grindstone, he removed the fire protection from his diamond armor and enchanted it all with protection 4, adding mending as well. Protection could reduce the vast majority of damage types, including melee damage. As for fire, he could rely on the fire resistance potions, traded from the piglins using gold ingots, so he wouldn't have to worry about falling into lava. Immediately after, he enchanted his diamond boots with Feather Falling 2. Feather Falling, like Soul Speed and Frostwalker, could only be enchanted on boots. Chun-Li still remembered Sharpness, Smite, and Bane of Arthropods were mutually exclusive. After considering it for a long time, he still chose to enchant it with Sharpness. Smite's scope was too narrow. His target for this trip was Blazes, the diamond sword in his hand. Aside from the Unbreaking 2 it originally came with when traded, was then enchanted with Mending, Sweeping Edge Eye, Sharpness 4, and Looting 3. The bow in his hand was also enchanted with Mending, Flame, and upgraded to Power 3. When Minecraft mobs died, they would drop green experience orbs. Absorbing them would increase experience, and Mending was an incredibly useful enchantment, allowing the use of acquired experience orbs to restore durability. Using it on the villagers' tools and armor meant he wouldn't have to worry about durability issues. He just needed to regularly kill cows, chickens, and sheep. With this, the gear on Chun-Li's body was upgraded to a whole new level. His inventory was also stocked with 3 stacks of arrows. Everything was ready. The matters in the city that needed handling were all done. Time to go. Chun-Li left the academy as usual. These days, the city had already started paving its roads with cement. Chun-Li used glowstone and wooden fences to make streetlights. At the same time, the original Mushroom Town had been mostly dismantled. These were originally just transitional houses for the early stages. Now that the people living here had earned enough money, they naturally bought red bricks and started building new houses. Greeting people along the way, he hurried to the Nether portal. The people on the road gradually thinned out. By the time he reached the Nether portal, only Miao Jiming was left standing beside it. Young Master Chen, do you plan to leave today? Miao Jiming asked softly. Yeah, I've delayed it long enough. It's better to go early, so I can come back early, right? Chun-Li nodded and said, I understand. While you are away, I will manage Li City well. Nothing will go wrong. Rest assured, young Master Chun. And just go. Miao Jiming said with a faint smile. Remember to help me keep my departure a secret. Chun-Li lifted his foot and stepped onto the edge of the obsidian. He suddenly turned his head. All right. Find a few stonemasons to fix up this cobblestone. Make it look a bit nicer. Chun-Li had already torn down and rebuilt the portal, expanding its size to 5 times the original. He had placed cobblestone around it. I will keep that in mind. Miao Jiming cupped his hands and said. Chun-Li said, all right. I'm off then. The words reached the tip of Miao Jiming's tongue, but he swallowed them back down. He watched as Chun-Li's figure disappeared into the purple vortex. His body swayed slightly, tightly gripping the white fan in his hand, and leaned against the edge of the obsidian. His eyes were filled with confusion. He really left this time. And this matter, only I know about it. Curling up, Miao Jiming loosely clenched his hand, placed it by his mouth, and dry heaved a few times. He stood up straight and restored his usual calm. He couldn't show any abnormalities. If he panicked, over time, once the matter was exposed, even for just a day, this place would fall into chaos. Funxiang Xian, a small shop, was open deep in the alley. The door was half closed, yet the stream of people at the entrance never stopped. From time to time, someone would hold a cloth bag, its opening tightly sealed. At the corner of the alley, Zhu pushed past the crowd and rushed straight through the door. Ever since they left Li City and arrived in Xi'an, it had already been several days. Wei Si held a ruler in his hand, leveling the mound of flour in the measuring scoop. Money and goods exchanged. After the transaction was complete, he scooped a little more flour from the bag into the scoop. No merchant is without deceit. All right, here's your flour. Amidst 1,000 thanks, Wei Si saw off the old man in ragged clothes. They're all poor folks. Helping even a little bit counts. Zhu walked up to Wei Si and said in a low voice, "The saplings we need to buy. We found a place that sells them." "You found it? Then let's go take a look." Wei Si was overjoyed. He tossed aside the measuring scoop and shouted to the others, "Yongchang, I'm heading out for a bit. I'm leaving the shop to you." "Got it." As they exited the alleyway, a hunchbacked, middle-aged man with a long beard stood in the shade. Seeing the two come out, he went up to meet them, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You too, follow me." "Hey, Zhu, how did you find this guy? Is he reliable?" Wei Si whispered. "He's not going to lead us to some shady black market, is he?" "Don't worry, this guy's name is Meng Feigao. He's the one who helped find this shop. I've observed him. I guarantee you, there's absolutely no problem." Zhu patted his chest. "Promising. If someone else guaranteed it, I'd be relieved. But coming from you," Wei Si sighed. "I really don't dare to believe it." Zhu grabbed onto Wei Si, throwing an arm around his neck as they followed. "What are we afraid of? It's not like we aren't wearing armor. Or didn't bring honey. They won't be able to guess anyway. Ordinary poisons and sharp weapons are useless against us. Trust me, that was just an accident. Hurry up, that guy is getting far away." "Fine, let go of me and I'll walk," Wei Si said helplessly. The two followed Meng Feigao, hurrying outward. As they walked, Zhu suddenly stopped. Why is there another city inside Xi'an City? Could there be another leeching inside here? Zhu pointed into the distance, at the tall city wall, and asked in confusion. "That's the Prince of Qin's manor. The place where the Prince of Qin lives. It's not some inner city," Meng Feigao explained. Zhu opened his mouth wide, asking in astonishment, "What? You're saying this huge piece of land is all for one person?" "Yeah," Wei Si nodded. In response, placing his hand over his forehead to block the sunlight, Zhu squinted his eyes, carefully examining the outer wall. The outer screen wall was 9 li in circumference. The outer screen wall was 9 li in circumference and 2 zhang, 9 shi, and 5 cun high. 2 zhang, 9 shi, and 5 cun high. 6 zhang wide at the base. The parapet wall was 5 chi and 5 cun high. The moat was 5 zhang wide and 3 zhang deep. The walls were slightly trapezoidal. The city towers were covered with cyan glazed tiles. The main gates were painted red with gold-plated copper nails. At the city gates, dozens of men wore golden armor, holding long spears, their faces tense. They were clearly strictly trained elites. A horse carriage was parked right in front of the gate. An old man stepped down from it. His temples were full of white hair. Although he was advanced in years, his back was still straight. His skin was dark, his eyebrows thick like 2 sharp swords, and his eyes were like a falcon's, revealing authority. His hands were broad and strong, his fingers slender, with slightly enlarged joints. His clothing was simple and neat, a single cyan long gown. After a long while, Zhu finally lowered his hand. "Is that the Prince of Qin? He looks so old." "No, that should be a doctor," Meng Feigao said. "Damn corrupt officials. Just this wall alone is so much higher than Li Qing's wall." He gestured as he spoke, holding his 2 hands, one high and one low. He shook his head with emotion. And those guards. If Li Qing soldiers had been like this back then, how could Wang Er have ever broken in? Sighing, Zhu stared at the high wall and said, "The walls are this high. Is everything inside made of gold, even the beds? And there must be a huge, huge house. More than that, I heard my boss say, this Prince of Qin's manor is not much different from where the emperor lives in the capital. Not much different at all." Wei Si shook his head and sighed. "There are probably 5 or 6 big houses. That many." After hearing this, Zhu pinched his chin in thought. After a long while, he turned his head, looked at Meng Feigao, who was some distance away, leaned close to Wei Si, and whispered seriously, "Hey, since this Prince of Qin isn't a good guy, why don't we take down this Prince of Qin's manor later? For immortal Lord Chun." Wei Si also looked thoughtful and said, "I think it could work. You 2 lords, let's hurry up and leave. If we stay too long, and those guards outside the wall mistake us for bandits and arrest us, That wouldn't be good. Meng. Fei Gao hurriedly walked over, reminding them nervously. Wei Si and Zhuzi looked over. Sure enough, they saw those guards staring straight at them. They quickly retracted their gazes and continued walking forward. If you two are interested in this manner and want to go in and take a look, I actually have a way. Meng Fei Gao, leading the way in front, suddenly said, Do you two lords know any skilled, famous doctors? Yeah, I guess you could say we do. Why? Zhuzi thought of Ji Mingji back in the village and nodded as he spoke. I heard that the Prince of Qin's heir is currently suffering from a severe illness. That doctor you saw earlier probably came because of this. Meng Fei Gao continued. As long as you bring a famous doctor over, even if they don't cure him, even if they just alleviate the symptoms, you can get a reward. Zhuzi looked down at the honey bottle he carried with him, looked up and asked, And what if he isn't cured? If they were invited? Naturally, nothing will happen. But if they requested an audience? Meng Fei Gao paused and said, Then they won't be coming out. So it has to be a famous doctor. After leaving the city wall and stepping onto a street, the people around them increased. Carriage wheels rolled over the stone-paved road, rumbling loudly. Zhuzi asked in a low voice, Should we try curing that Prince of Qin's heir? Then we can sell flour later, and we won't have to be so sneaky about it. This honey was left by the immortal Lord for us to save our lives. It's better not to get involved. Wei Si shook his head decisively, saying expressionlessly, Besides, they are not like us. And they aren't like those officials either. After walking for who knows how long, Zhuzi frowned slightly and said in annoyance, Why aren't we there yet? Meng Fei Gao, where are we now? Almost there. We've reached Tangfang Street. Just a little further, and we'll be there. Meng Fei Gao said with a smile. Tangfang Street, huh? It really is far. This Xi'an is way too big. The village is better. Walking a lap is just a matter of a few steps. Zhuzi muttered. Asterisk dong. Dong. Asterisk a bell rang. Zhuzi looked up toward the source of the sound. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the distant, bizarre-looking building, and asked, Right, what is that place? Why does it look so weird? The front of the building was a towering bell tower, its roof covered with cyan tiles, and a cross decorated the top. Below the bell tower were exquisite arches and colorful rose windows. The outer walls were built of gray bricks. The walls were decorated with fine reliefs and lines. Inside the Chongyi Church in Xi'an, two men stood side by side next to a long table. Both were dressed as Confucian scholars. One of them was tall, with a lean face, and a high bridge of the nose. The long beard he kept covered his entire chin. The most special thing was that the color of his long hair was actually blonde. Beside the two of them sat a Galilean telescope. Using this telescope to observe the moon, we will see that its surface has raised and bright areas, as well as depressed and dim places. Johann Adam Schall von Bell touched the lens barrel and introduced it. This is just like being on a mountain, where the higher places are illuminated by the sunlight first. Used to observe the moon, one sees its true body. There are parts that are convex and bright, and parts that are concave and dark. It is like the high places of a mountain, which first receive the sunlight and become bright. Li Zubai walked up to the telescope, bending over to look curiously. Yes, that is exactly the principle. Schall von Bell nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. I would like to ask for your help in completing a book specifically dedicated to introducing the usage of this object. Li Zubai replied respectfully. Mr. Tang possesses profound knowledge. To be able to participate in this matter is naturally my honor. Then I leave it to you. Schall von Bell took out the manuscript papers he had prepared long ago, taking out a few annotated sheets and placing them on the opposite desk. These manuscripts were written by Galileo of the West, and that telescope was also modified by him. He is a very formidable fellow. He tidied up, while introducing the origins of these manuscripts. Those annotations. Take a look, the characters I wrote are still not quite right. For you to praise him so highly, sir. This gentleman's knowledge is perhaps no less than your own. Li Zubai took the manuscript papers, his eyes quickly sweeping over the pages. I am far inferior to him. It's just a pity. Schall von Bell sighed, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Li Zubai asked, Is that man dead? No, because he advocated heliocentrism, which means the sun is the center of the universe, and the Earth and other planets revolve around the sun, rather than this sphere beneath our feet being the center of the universe. And for some other reasons, he fell into controversy. But knowledge is never wrong. Pulling out the Dictionary of Common Questions and Answers from the bookcase, Schall von Bell placed it aside, comparing them one by one. preparing to start translating. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's begin. The Dictionary of Common Questions and Answers was co-authored by his guide, Matteo Ricci, as a Chinese Western dictionary. It included Portuguese words, Italian alphabet phonetics, Chinese comparative vocabulary, and simplified character methods. Through this book, he had learned Chinese and was able to write and communicate in Chinese. Li Zubai glanced at the bookcase. It was filled with all kinds of books. Between the two bookcases, one bookcase contained books written in 3 different languages, while the other bookcase held Chinese books, besides the commonly seen ones. In the most prominent position were displayed elements of geometry, rules of arithmetic, treatise on surveying, the true meaning of the Lord of Heaven, and on friendship. Li Zubai gently pulled out a chair, sat down opposite him, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Tang, have you thought of a name for this book?" I want to call this book Yuan Jingshuo Treatise on the Telescope. What do you think? Shalvan Bell leaned forward slightly. Li Zubai nodded slightly and said, "Naturally, that is fine." Right at this moment, they heard a noise coming from outside the door. Who is it? Shalvan Bell was a bit puzzled. He knew very well that at this time in the afternoon, logically speaking, no one should be coming to visit him. And it's not time for preaching yet either. He came here, following Matteo Ricci's missionary methods. The Lord is above all, using Western science to demonstrate theology, and preaching Catholicism. Therefore, even though he came at the invitation of the imperial decree to preach in Xi'an, Shaanxi, there were actually scholar officials willing to convert. However, the number of commoners was quite small, and if there were no goods being handed out normally, no one would likely show up at all. "I'll go out and take a look." Tang Ruowang stood up and said. He went out and took a look, only to see a strangely dressed laborer standing right in front of the door. Are you here to receive the relief goods?" Tang Ruowang smiled gently. "Sir, you're a bit early. The preaching doesn't start until the day after tomorrow." "No, I just wanted to ask you, my lord. Do you know what a pastor is?" Zhuzi asked, although a bit confused as to how the person in front of him knew about this. Tang Ruowang still answered patiently, viewing people as lost lambs. The guide who shepherds the ignorant flock is called a pastor. Seeing that he still looked confused, he reached out and made a guiding gesture. Just like a lost little sheep needs a shepherd to lead it, pastors teach everyone about faith, just like teaching people how to farm. Got it. So it's pretty much like those monks, right? Then are you a pastor? Zhuzi said. "Oh, I am a priest." Tang Ruowang paused for a moment, then added, "But I also perform the duties of a pastor." "Then that's it. Great. We finally have someone for the last courtyard." Zhuzi revealed an excited smile. Each of the 13 courtyards had its own use. The academy, which had the second fewest people, was already very useful since it was for scholars. Not to mention that by relying on these scholars, Chen Xianjun could use his immortal power to exchange for a glowing divine book, let alone the teacher's courtyard, located right in the center of the 13 courtyards. And up until now, there wasn't a single person in it, which was enough to show its importance. Zhuzi calculated in his mind. Tying him up and taking him back definitely wouldn't work. The journey was too far, and this was Xi'an, where the guards were extremely strict. He wouldn't be able to make it back with this person. "How about you come back with us? I can take you to a place. There's endless food there, and endless flowing water. Oh right, and endless milk that can cure illnesses. And honey. Countless amounts of honey." Zhuzi took out a glass bottle, shaking the honey inside as he spoke. He had asked this foreigner before. They gave out food while preaching. He could be considered a good person, and not to mention, he could also be considered a pastor. He could try to bring him back. Hearing Zhuzi's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang Ruowang's eyes, which was then replaced by a faint smile. "Have you read the Bible or the true meaning of the Lord of Heaven?" "The Bible? The true meaning of the Lord of Heaven? What's that? I haven't even read many books. So of course I haven't read those too. I'm telling the truth. That place really exists." Zhuzi said anxiously. "Sir, have you really never read them?" Tang Ruowang asked in a calm voice. Zhuzi replied, "No, I can't read." "I see. That makes sense." Hearing this, Tang Ruowang gently shook his head, with a hint of helplessness. He said in a gentle tone, "Sir, the place you described sounds exactly like what is described in the Bible. A place full of hope and abundance. The promised land flowing with milk and honey." "The promised land? What kind of place is that?" "But the place where immortal Lord Qin's immortal domain is. Isn't that exactly full of hope and abundance?" That's right. It's exactly that kind of place." And Zhuzi leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "There's even an immortal in that place." several of our villages, and a county town are all under his protection. Father Shal Bell listened quietly, looking at the enthusiastic Juzi in front of him. How could Shal Bell not understand? This person in front of him, just like himself, was preaching to the people of the world. It was just that this time, the object of this person's preaching was himself. This made him a little curious, a strange kind of resonance, even if the person in front of him was just an illiterate commoner. I would like to hear the honored name of your religion's deity and the true essence of your religion's teachings. Perhaps you could grant me a look at your scriptures, just as we Christians have the chapters of the Bible and Buddhists have the Diamond Sutra. Shal Bell maintained a respectful attitude, looking at Juzi with a thirst for knowledge. Our immortal, we all call him young Master Chun. Juzi scratched his ears and cheeks, his face turning red from holding it in, unable to say a single thing. Teachings? Scriptures? We don't have those. Sigh, another lost lamb who has been deceived. Sir, I understand your faith. As it says in the Bible, take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside, and serve other gods, and worship them. I have deeply received the grace of the Lord. My soul and faith are entrusted to Jesus Christ. He is the anchor of my soul, my refuge in the storm. Shal Bell gently stroked the cross hanging on his chest, saying devoutly, the Bible tells us, thou shalt have no other gods before me. I firmly believe this, and use it as the cornerstone of my life and preaching. I respect every faith, but my soul already belongs to the one who died for our sins, the Savior. That's because our immortal Lord Chun just came down to save the people of the world. People don't know about it yet. Otherwise, someone would definitely write a book for him. Juzi waved his hands, his face anxious. Have you really never read the Bible? A trace of surprise flashed in Shal Bell's eyes as he asked again, but the next second, he denied it himself, muttering in a low voice. No, he can't read. He most likely doesn't know. But this is too similar. Jesus Christ came into the world to save sinners. No teachings, no scriptures. It couldn't possibly be a new savior descending, right? How could I forget the main thing? There's also this. Juzi slapped his forehead in regret, took out a flatbread, and stuffed it wildly into his mouth, preparing to fill his stomach first. Right, gotta take off the armor too. Otherwise, I won't be able to stab through it. Or maybe I should just stab myself while wearing the armor? It's pretty much the same anyway. But I'm afraid he'll say I'm faking it. I can't exactly ask him to stab me. Watching Juzi's frantic movements, Shal Bell sighed softly. Wait a moment, don't panic. I'm taking out this knife, but I definitely don't want to cut you. I'm going to cut myself. If you're worried, you can step back a few paces. All right. After feeling full, Juzi said this. Sir, the church is a sacred place. If you want to hurt yourself, I'm afraid I cannot allow it. Hearing this, Tang Ruowang frowned slightly. Juzi pulled out a small knife and was about to slash his own arm. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the inner room, accompanied by the sound of a sword being drawn. What are you trying to do to Mr. Tang? Li Zubai angrily drew his sword and rushed out. He blocked in front of Tang Ruowang and asked carefully, Mr. Tang, are you hurt? I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Tang Ruowang replied. Why is there still someone else? Juzi put away his knife and stopped his movements. Although they could withstand slash wounds, they had too few people in Xi'an. Once they were tied up and poisoned, they would also be killed. Scholars always had too many schemes. This was what Miao Jiming had told them. So he had to be careful. What a pity, he couldn't bring this pastor back for now. But it didn't matter. He had already asked clearly. This foreigner in front of him had already stayed in Xi'an for almost a year. He was probably planning to preach here long term. There would be chances later. Thinking this, he gave a greeting and prepared to slip away. Sir. Wait, does your guide know how to read? Tang Ruowang sighed. He stopped Juzi and asked. Seeing Juzi nod, he continued, come with me. Although Juzi was confused, he still followed him in, wearing leather armor and having honey. Maybe there would be some turning point if he went in. He stepped inside. The first thing he saw was rows of neat benches. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, forming light and shadows. The arched dome was painted with exquisite murals. Religious paintings and icons hung on the inner walls. A golden cross was placed on the altar. In one corner of the church was a small confessional, and in the inner room, besides the bookcases, he immediately spotted that bizarre-looking tube. What's this thing? Juzi asked curiously. A telescope. You can use this to see the moon in the sky. Tang Ruowang said. Good stuff. A Western gadget. Chun Xianjun said. He would definitely be interested. Can you sell this thing? Zhuzi opened his mouth and asked. No, right now, I only have this one left. Tang Ruowang shook his head. The other one is in the capital. Tang Ruowang pulled a book out from the bookcase. Perhaps because it was wedged too tightly. A neighboring book was dragged out and fell to the floor, revealing the illustrations on its pages. Zhuzi glanced at it, and his eyes were instantly drawn to it. He couldn't understand the words on it, but he could still understand the pictures. They looked very similar to the things Mr. Song made out of wood in the workshop, but also vastly different. This was also a good item. Before he could even take a second look, the book was closed and picked up by Tang Ruowang. Give this book to your guide. Perhaps it will bring you enlightenment. You can also come here to pray. What Tang Ruowang held in his hand was exactly the book written by Matteo Ricci, combining Confucianism, titled The True Meaning of the Lord of Heaven. Faith is not divided by levels, but lies in its persistent pursuit of truth and beauty. Whether it is reverence for people, events, or objects, or devotion to the Lord and God, every kind of faith carries hope. However, if one places their faith in a false god, that false faith is like a ship that has lost its direction, steering them away from the harbor of truth and sailing into an unknown abyss. But all living beings bathe equally in the divine radiance. He also had the responsibility and duty to guide them onto the right path. Only the Lord of Heaven can save the world. I'm also very eager for knowledge. Can you sell this book to me? Zhuzi stared intently at the other book and asked. I'm afraid not. This thing, I cannot give to you. Shalvan Bell shook his head and said. He thought for a moment, pulled out another book. If you thirst for knowledge, I can give you this one. Diagrams and Explanations of the Wonderful Machines of the Far West was the name of the book Zhuzi wanted, while the one Shalvan Bell gave him was named Elements of Geometry. All right, at least I got an extra book. I'll take it back and let Immortal Lord Qin see if it's useful. Zhuzi took the book and left. Li Zubai, who had been on guard the whole time, finally sheathed his sword. Mr. Tang, I didn't see you come back for a long time, so I came out to take a look. He glanced at Zhuzi's retreating back and asked, What's the deal with this person? Shalvan Bell thought for a moment and briefly summarized what had just happened. A look of pity appeared on Li Zubai's face. Just some poor, deceived people. No wonder Mr. Tang gave him that book. Right, I just remembered. There seems to be a rumor that south of Mount Huanglong, an immortal has descended and opened up an immortal domain. Wheat ripens in 3 days. There's no shortage of food, and water flows endlessly. There are also rumors that this group of people is in various villages and county towns, selling grain at low prices. Li Zubai said, as it says in the Bible, Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, your eyes blurred, and you lose your way. Shalvan Bell's gaze pierced through the worldly fog, staring at the eternal, unchanging truth. Water evaporates. How could it flow endlessly? Crops have their own growth cycles, and the nutrients in the soil will be absorbed. This is science. It is also the truth. Truth is the tapestry of time, woven from the threads of wise men throughout the ages. It transcends the dust of years, forming an immortal chapter. The existence of truth does not change with the passage of eras, nor does it fade with the shifting of ideas. It is absolute, eternal, and the common faith of all who seek wisdom. It is the source of knowledge, the crystallization of wisdom. It is constantly discovered in the exploration of science, repeatedly interpreted in philosophical contemplation, and in artistic creation. It is deeply expressed. Shalvan Bell's eyes revealed conviction. He was declaring an unchallengeable fact. With every word he uttered, divine power filled his entire body. His expression grew increasingly exalted. He gripped the cross tightly with both hands. The muscles in his arms tensed with excitement. Truth is unquestionable. It is irrefutable. Truth is rooted in Jesus. He invites us to build a relationship with him. We are able to know the truth because we know Jesus. Jesus loves the world. The truth shall set you free. Shalvan Bell released the cross. His hands clenched tight, as if to grasp that invisible truth, and hold it firmly in his hands. His eyes sparkled with a dedication to the truth. He said, Those who are merely attracted by false hope need to be saved, need to be guided, and only the Lord can save the world. Zhuzi held the 2 books, walking happily back toward his little shop. Although he didn't manage to invite the pastor, at least he had found him. There was still a chance. These 2 books might just be useful. Wei Si and Meng Fei Gao had taken the saplings. and the other things they bought, and headed back first. Just halfway there, he was stopped by a panicked-looking Wei Si. "What's wrong?" Zhuzi asked, seeing his panic. "Our shop got robbed," Wei Si said through gritted teeth. "It was the Prince of Qin's men." "Motherfucker." Zhuzi cursed furiously. "Why do they want more and more bandits? If the people here are full, how are they supposed to seize their land? It's already a miracle we managed to sell in secret for this long." Wei Si sneered. Zhuzi fell silent. "Take the silver. Let's go ransom Yongchang back. He's probably already been arrested by now." Wei Si said. "On what grounds? Why should he be arrested? Is there any law left in this world?" Zhuzi completely lost his patience. His eyes red as he growled in a low voice. "Keep your voice down. There are people around." Wei Si said, "Here. The vassal king is the law. Right, did you see Meng Feigao? I keep feeling like there's something wrong with him." Wei Si mentioned that he had traded with Yang Hiu many times. Although they only took fixed routes in Xi'an, they had been here more than a few times. His general intuition wouldn't be wrong. "No," Zhuzi said. "Forget it. Let's take our things and hurry back to Liqing first. Let's get these saplings planted outside first. It'd be bad if they died." Wei Si said, "We just need to report the situation in Xi'an when we get back. We're not suited for using our brains." "All right, let's go." Not far away, Meng Feigao watched the two walk away. He also turned around and left in the other direction. By now, he had changed his appearance. His originally hunched body was straight. He had torn off the beard on his face, used charcoal powder to draw his eyebrows, and applied rouge to his cheeks, coupled with a change of clothes. He held a piece of paper in his hand. "At the hour of Z, under the moon, I await your arrival." An endless sea of lava. Sparse crimson forests lined the top of the netherrack. Faint sounds of cats meowing could be heard. In the center of the fiery red, Chun-Li rode a strider, holding a warped fungus on a stick in his hand. The surrounding lava occasionally burst with sparks, making popping sounds. Looking around, everything was dark red. Yawn. Chun-Li squinted his eyes, lazily letting out a yawn. "This is really slow. Why isn't there even a shadow of a fortress? I don't even know how long I've been searching here." This time, there were no kind souls to deliver a saddle to him. Fortunately, before setting out, he specifically bought a couple from the leather worker. The roads in this damn Nether are truly garbage. Walking along the path, who knows when it'll suddenly just drop off. Then I have to figure out a way to find a new path, or build a bridge over. Might as well take the water route. Now, even if he left the safe zone, the most he'd encounter were ghasts and magma cubes. It was much safer than on land. More importantly, he didn't have to move to see the lava. And the fog. He couldn't see anything else. "What a hellhole," Chun-Li said. The color of the fog around him was dark purple. Ash particles drifted everywhere in the air. At the edge of his endless line of sight, a scattered forest of basalt pillars appeared. They were covered with magma cubes, big and small. There were a lot of them. Just the ones visible to the naked eye numbered over a dozen. However, Chun-Li wasn't very worried. These magma cubes jumped very slowly. Even in the lava, they posed absolutely no threat to him. "I'll just go around them." The magma cream dropped by these magma cubes could be used for brewing potions, to make fire resistance potions. He didn't need them for the time being, so there was no need to waste time farming them. He turned the warped fungus on a stick, slightly deviating from the group of magma cubes. He hadn't gone far when the color of the fog began to change again. This time, it was the dark red symbolizing the nether wastes. As the strider approached, the fog ahead turned from dark purple to deep red. In the lava sea, a black rectangular structure gradually appeared. The massive fortress walls were made entirely of nether bricks. Countless huge pillars supported connecting bridges, which spanned across the fortress, forming a network of passages. "Oh my god, I finally found it." Chun-Li was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. He quickly used the warped fungus on a stick in his hand, consuming 1 point of durability to increase the strider's movement speed. The mount beneath him flailed its long legs, closing in on the nether fortress. "Blaze buddies. Here I come." Several high-pitched, piercing cries suddenly came from the side. Gasps. He was out of the safe zone now, so all monsters were in a hostile state. Chun-Li switched to his shield. The warped fungus on his stick disappeared from sight. The strider beneath him also stopped moving, standing blankly in place. Inventory space was limited. Not to mention, a single potion took up 1 slot, so he had only brought 3 fire resistance potions, saving them for fighting blazes. He couldn't be so weak that he'd need to chug a potion just to fight a few floating plastic bags. On top of the strider's head, he immediately turned around. and raised his shield in front of him, blocking the fireball. He switched to his enchanted bow, drew it back fully, and took it out with one shot. Although it was immune to fire damage, so flame had no effect. How could a 10 HP plastic bag withstand a fully drawn shot from a power 3 enchanted bow with a ghast's massive size? It was hard to miss. Besides, all that archery practice wasn't for nothing. The dropped items melted into the lava, dissolving instantly. After making sure all the surrounding ghasts were wiped out, Chun-Li put away his bow. When he guided the Strider closer to the fortress again, Chun-Li also saw a baby Strider standing on an adult's head. The Strider turned completely purple and shivered. He used cobblestone to build a platform and lured the Strider ashore. Its speed noticeably decreased, and the Strider cried out, its little hairs shivering. But it wouldn't lose health. So Chun-Li didn't bother putting it back in the lava. He fenced it in completely with cobblestone, trapping it so it wouldn't run off. He then looked down and started jumping his way up. The pillars supporting the Nether fortress were very high, about 20 meters tall, building all the way to the top. Chun-Li jumped straight onto the top of the fortress. The bricks at the end were broken off. Chun-Li arrived at one end of the fortress. What he needed to do next was go from one end to the other and explore the entire fortress. Even though there was lava outside, in the special environment of the Nether, the fog blocked out all the light. Taking out the torches he had prepared, Chun-Li placed them along the right side as he went, preparing to light up the entire inside, to prevent monsters from spawning. Going down the stairs, in the space beneath the stairs, he found a small patch growing on soul sand. Blood red, flat mushrooms. Netherwort could only be planted on soul sand, and was unaffected by bone meal or bees. Like blaze powder, it was an indispensable raw material for brewing potions. Blaze powder served as fuel, while netherwort, brewed with a water bottle, created awkward potions. It was the foundation for brewing all potions. Except for the potion of weakness, Chun-Li broke all of them and packed them away, following the corridor in the direction facing the stairs. Outside the nether brick fences was a sea of blood red, making one feel a chilling panic. There were occasional sounds of cats meowing. Soon, he found a chest at the corner of the corridor. Nether fortresses also contained loot. Inside the chest were 3 iron ingots, a golden horse armor, and 6 nether warts. Golden horse armor was actually a pretty good item. All horse armor had infinite durability, so it could be used indefinitely, and wouldn't break from taking damage. But only leather. Horse armor could be crafted using 7 pieces of leather, or traded from a leatherworker for 6 emeralds. To get any other horse armor, you could only rely on opening chests. He swept the chest clean, including the iron ingots. Right now, he was basically short on everything. He needed everything, so he wasn't picky at all. Just then, he heard the sound of burning. He carefully peeked out. In the pitch-black tunnel, 2 monsters whose bodies were made of blazing fire were patrolling, emitting thick smoke. They had no arms or legs, only 4 fiery rods, each at the top, middle, and bottom, rotating around their bodies. Among them, the top fiery rods spun the fastest. Blazes could spawn naturally in areas of the Nether fortress with low light levels, but their spawn rate couldn't compare to a monster spawner, and other monsters would also appear. So most of the time, he still had to rely on a monster spawner. Seeing that he had been spotted, and fireballs were constantly being shot at him, Chun-Li quickly blocked the path in front of him. I'll come back and clear out the monsters here later. First, I need to find the blaze spawner. Spawner direct cheat code. Fire. Torch sealing jutsu. Chun-Li held up his shield, first killing the blazes with his diamond sword. After getting close to the spawner, he quickly switched to torches. Immediately after, he placed them on all 4 sides and on top of the spawner. Blazes started spinning inside the spawner, but couldn't escape. Seal complete. Time to prepare for the next step. Pedicure. As a friendly outlander, how could he possibly fight them head-on? He used cobblestone to build a small room, enclosing the spawner. Blazes could fly after all. If he knocked them out, he'd have to jump down to pick up the drops. Centered on the spawner, he left a 3x3 space, blocked the top with cobblestone, and dug down 1 block. Right at this moment, a blaze suddenly appeared behind Chun-Li. Unable to dodge in time, Chun-Li took a heavy hit to the back. The fireball started burning rapidly. What's going on? The torches didn't work? His health started dropping. Chun-Li killed the spawn blaze as fast as he could, and drank a fire resistance potion. Good thing he prepared potions in advance. A mistake. The torches failed. Could it be that the light level isn't high enough? Thinking this, Chun-Li broke the torches, used the glowstone dust he collected on the way to craft glowstone, and replaced them all. Waiting on the side, The blazes stopped spawning. Sure enough, torches can't seal it. Time for the boat temptation trick. He took out a crafting table, crafted wooden boats, and covered the entire space except for where the spawner was. He broke the glowstone used for sealing, placed down a wooden boat, quickly ran out, and blocked the path. Now I can start the pedicure. Blazes appeared. Blazes fell, leaving behind only experience orbs shifting between green and yellow, and blaze rods. He kept going until he had a full stack of blaze rods in his inventory. Only then did Chun-Li stop. Are the diamonds enough? I finally got them. Looking at the fiery rods in his inventory, Chun-Li smiled, snapped his fingers, and even felt like humming a tune. Blaze rods were an extremely important item, especially right now when lapis lazuli and redstone were unobtainable. Their usefulness went up a whole notch. One blaze rod can be crafted into 2 blaze powders, used for brewing potions. But more importantly, 1 blaze rod and 3 cobblestone-type blocks can be crafted into a brewing stand. The brewing stand. It can be used to brew potions with various effects. And it's also the job site block for cleric villagers. If we're just talking about the MC world, a blocky cleric isn't worth mentioning. It's basically just a trash can. But right now, it's extremely crucial. Its trading table includes trading emeralds for redstone dust and ender pearls. 9 redstone dusts combined into 1 redstone block. A true source of infinite energy. The next thing I need to test when I get back is Taoist arts mastery, and whether a Taoist priest who knows alchemy can change his profession. If that doesn't work, I'll try a monk. And if that fails, I'll have to find a Western priest. It would be best if it works, Chun-Li muttered. Otherwise, finding a priest will be really difficult. Maybe they're common. After all, this is the Ming dynasty. There were only a few missionaries. The ones who made it here were no ordinary people. And so, of the 3 raw materials needed for this trip to the Nether fortress, I've already obtained 2. Now only the last one remains. Chun-Li exited the stone room he had walled himself in. The outside was already swarming with monsters. The aerial force in the sky, ghasts. On the ground, the ranged attackers, skeletons, and witches. Blazes, the tanky magma cubes, and the spectator zombie pigmen. Spirit rank magic swordsmen. Wither skeletons. They were pitch black. The skeletons holding stone swords saw Chun-Li and charged straight at him. Magma cubes hopped over. Ghast let out shrill cries and spat fireballs. Blazes also shot fireballs from midair. Skeletons drew their bows, and arrows flew straight at Chun-Li. Damn, good thing I'm fully geared now. I don't need to be afraid at all. But I absolutely cannot fight wither skeletons in close combat. The stone sword, in its hand, against Chun-Li's full set of protection enchanted. Diamond armor won't deal much damage. But a wither skeleton's melee attack will apply the wither effect, causing the creature to take magic damage. The boat shield technique. Chun-Li took out the wooden boat he was carrying and placed it in front of him. The moment the wither skeleton got close, it sat in the boat. This trick still works like a charm, he said, hiding inside the structure. I'll use my bow to take out the skeletons first, then the blazes, and finally, the ghasts. For some reason, this wooden bow in my hand has a peculiar looting 3 enchantment. So Chun-Li doesn't need to specially switch to his diamond sword for the finishing blow. Finally, the black skeletons. Outside the boat, the wither skeleton raised its stone sword. With an innocent look in its eyes, Chun-Li took out his bow and shot 2 arrows at the wither skeleton. Bones dropped. There were even 2 of them. After killing all the black skeletons, what Chun-Li wanted still hadn't appeared. I'll just grind it out here today. I refuse to believe that I can't get 3 of them after a whole day of fighting, Chun-Li said. Wither skeletons spawned sporadically. Occasionally, he would see blazes and skeletons. Chun-Li took them all out in 2 hits. He explored the Nether fortress, placing torches to prevent mobs from spawning. When he encountered a blaze spawner, he immediately sealed it with stone. He looted chests along the way. The drops in his inventory kept increasing, especially bones. He had almost 2 or 3 stacks of coal. Finally, as the last wither skeleton that spawned died, a black wither skeleton skull appeared on the ground, spinning to a stop. I've finally farmed enough. The drop rate for this thing is so low, and that's with a looting enchantment. I've gathered 3 wither skeleton skulls. I can summon the wither now. For blocks of soul sand or soul soil arranged in a T-shape, place a wither skeleton skull on each of the top blocks, and you can summon the wither. The creature hates all living things. Once it appears in the overworld, if left unchecked, it's powerful enough to destroy everything. After all, it can fly, but I'll have to summon it sooner or later. And in the overworld, at that, I need the wither to kill creatures. to generate wither roses from their deaths. And I need the nether star it drops upon death to craft a beacon. But that's all for later. First, let's take a look at the loot I got. 2 gold horse armors and 2 diamond horse armors. 1 iron horse armor. 6 gold ingots and 6 iron ingots. 1 gold sword, plus a broken one. 7 nether warts. The chests also had flint and steel and a saddle. But Chun-Li really doesn't need these 2 things. So he didn't take any. They each take up 1 inventory slot. Carrying them is a pure waste of space. The drops I farmed. 3 stacks and 11 blaze rods. 35 coal. 43 magma cream. 2 stacks and 50 bones. I'll make a chest and put all the loose items inside. I'll only keep the full stacks, the horse armor, and the 3 wither skeleton skulls. I'll take the diamond too. Good stuff is hard to find, even though there's only 1. But as long as I find 1 more, I can at least use it to make an enchanting table. I guess my exploration of the Nether fortress is complete, but I should leave a coordinate marker. After all, I'll definitely need to farm wither skeletons and blazes again in the future, Chun-Li said. Besides, he couldn't get back. Chun-Li stood on a bridge in the fortress, looking at the gray fog in the distance. The Nether is an extremely easy place to get lost. After all, there's fog everywhere. Even with the right-hand torch rule for navigation, you'd still get lost after a few turns. Not to mention how many turns I've already taken. The chances of returning the way I came are slim. Although the compass he carried was magnetized by a lodestone and could point in the direction of Chung-Chung, it was too far away, and it was a straight-line distance. I traveled by water all the way here. On the way back, I might get blocked by blocks. I can't just dig my way back. Besides, Song Yixing is gone. He won't be back for a while. Even if I get the redstone, I'll just be staring at it. I might as well wait for the time to be up and get sent back by the simple portal. Getting teleported back would be faster. I'll just make a portal. Let's see where I end up. He used obsidian to build a portal frame. Chun-Li took out his flint and steel and lit it. He stepped into the portal. Xi'an, the heart of Shanxi. The city walls were majestic. Streets crisscrossed the city. The markets were bustling. Merchants and travelers gathered. Shops lined the streets. A dazzling array of goods filled the shelves. Silks from Jiangnan, rare treasures from the western regions, and spices from the South Seas. The sound of reading aloud echoed from the academies. Tea houses and taverns were filled with laughter and chatter. People recited poetry and composed couplets. In a remote alley in Xi'an, many houses lined both sides. Upon closer inspection, they were extremely crude. Wooden houses with tiled roofs. No main halls. The height and width were limited. The houses of commoners could not exceed 3 rooms and 5 rafters, and they could have no dugong brackets or colorful decorations. These were the housing regulations set by Emperor Taizu of Ming. It included the width of the rooms, the tiles, and the ornaments. These regulations weren't just for commoners. Princes, dukes, officials, and marquises, from the 1st to the 9th rank, also had detailed regulations. Although by the mid-Ming dynasty, the prohibitions existed in name only. Commoners could also have reception halls. The height, width, and length of their houses often exceeded the official standards. If it was like this for commoners, there was no need to even mention the scholar officials. But that was only in wealthy places like Nanjing and Zhejiang. At the very end of the alley, in front of a particularly crude little hut, the dilapidated door creaked. A small head with hair tied in tufts peeked out. He looked towards the entrance of the alley. Well, how is it? Mengbai, did you see anyone? Is your brother back yet? A clear girl's voice asked from behind. Mengbai sighed. He pulled his head back in and closed the door. Nope, not even a shadow of a person. It's almost completely dark. I don't know where he ran off to this time. He turned around and looked at his 2 companions. He spread his hands helplessly. I told him. He must be busy. Anyway, our work is done. How about we play for a bit? Mengbai dusted off his hands, a mischievous smile on his face. He suggested. As he spoke, he took out a white handkerchief from somewhere and put it in his pocket, leaving only a corner exposed. Brother Guan, didn't Brother Meng tell us not to do this? Why can Brother Guan do it? I'm old enough now. Why can't I? But if we get caught? So what if we get caught? It'll be one less mouth to feed. Mengbai said nonchalantly. Then he muttered in a very low voice. It's better than starving to death. Lu Zi and Lu Ning exchanged a look. An unreadable expression flickered in their eyes. They lowered their heads slightly and said no more. Then let's play something else. He bent down and took off his worn-out shoes, standing barefoot on the ground. Let's just forget it. It's going to be dark soon. Lu Ning unconsciously fidgeted with her fingers, looking at the door. She said softly, We don't know when Brother Mang will be back. Mengbai smiled and waved his hand. What's there to be afraid of? My brother is so capable. Nothing will happen to him. Starting 4 days ago, Brother Mang started coming back later and later, and he didn't bring any flour back. Lu Zi continued where Lu Ning left off, his tone uneasy. That. I know. Lu Ning raised her small hand. She secretly glanced at Zhang Huiyun, who was sitting by the door, completely focused on her embroidery, and at Guan Peng, who was standing guard and watching them. She answered quickly in a low voice. I secretly heard Sister Huiyun say it. Apparently, the family that sells flour refused to pay the stall tax, so they were arrested. That's horrible. If only it were like what Annie and the others say, and the Mithria Buddha would descend to the mortal world. Then we'd have endless good food to eat. Lu Zi said with emotion. And he could also bless Brother Meng and ensure his safe return. Mengbai squatted down, staring blankly at the pebbles on the ground. We can't just wait around like this. Mengbai's eyes darted around. He mysteriously beckoned to the other two. Hey, I have an idea. Come here and listen. When the two of them leaned in, Mengbai whispered, a few nights ago, didn't I sneak out and follow my brother? Lu Ning suddenly understood. Oh, I remember. So you snuck out during the curfew. No wonder you got beaten so badly those few days. You were just lying in bed groaning. So that's what happened. Well, my brother always thinks it's dangerous, so he won't let me go. But that's not important. Mengbai huffed. His eyes twinkled as he said, even though I was discovered that day, I still managed to follow along. I saw all the steps of the prayer. Hey, why don't we give it a try? Maybe we can pray for my brother's well-being. What do you guys think? Will it work? Lu Ning asked. Trying won't make us lose any weight. If it works, great. If not, then forget it. Mengbai said casually. It's not like we're doing anything bad. Seeing the two were still hesitant, and looking behind them, Mengbai ran directly to Zhang Huiyun. He asked earnestly, Sister Huiyun, we want to pray to the Mithria Buddha. Is that okay? Zhang Huiyun put down her embroidery and turned towards the source of the voice. Her raised eyes were like deep, still water, without a single ripple. She smiled gently. Of course, that's no problem. But if you're going to do it, you have to be serious. Oh, then can we use the cloth from the house for a bit? You can, but be careful with it. Don't let it touch the ground. Okay. The shadow before her eyes gradually faded. She brought the embroidery close to her eyes again, so close that it was almost touching her face. Her hands moved nimbly back and forth, but she felt a slight discomfort. She put down the embroidery and started to get up slightly. At just this simple movement, Guan Peng, who had been standing guard beside her, quickly moved closer. It's fine. Zhang Huiyun straightened her jacket and skirt and sat down again. Guan Peng, you've been with me for a long time today. She added softly. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with everything here. Who would fall down in their own home? Those 3 little ones, compared to me, need more watching. They haven't gone far. I can get over there from here if needed. Guan Peng said. He looked at the kids who had run off. Mengbai said, Sister Huiyun agreed. So what should we do? Lu Zi sighed. Lu Ning, he said helplessly. You go get the cloth from the room. Zi, you go find some offerings for me. Mengbai said, running into the room. Before long, Mengbai had a cloth on his head. In front of him were some freshly pulled dry grass, a bowl with only a little water at the bottom, and 2 wilted little flowers. There was also some guanyin clay, tree bark with a few short wooden sticks stuck in it, to serve as incense, and leaves as scriptures. White. We're still missing something white. Mengbai muttered. He absolutely wouldn't dare touch the flower. Even if he touched a single grain, he'd be beaten to death. Oh right. My name is Mengbai. All right, now we have everything. Mengbai grinned. You guys sit in a circle around me, he said, standing in the middle of the two. Guan Peng, standing at the main door and watching the 3 of them, couldn't help but frown. He asked, Sister Huiyun, are you really not going to do anything about them? Guan Peng, don't be so nervous. Although I can't see clearly, I can hear that they're just playing. Aren't they having fun? Zhang Huiyun lifted the needle slightly. She chuckled. You, on the other hand, why don't you go play with them? Guan Peng shook his head. I'm fine just watching, he said. Namo Amitba. Namo Mithria Buddha. Mengbai had a serious expression on his face. His voice was low. Shaking his head, he said, Please bless my big brother, Meng Gaofei, and let him return safely. What was the next line again? Oh right. We await your descent to bring us light. The two waited expectantly. After a long while, nothing happened. But Mengbai satisfactorily gathered up the items and drank the water from the bowl. All right. Lu Ning asked doubtfully. Nothing happened. I just copied what I saw, and the offerings were all random. Did you really believe it? Mengbai stuck out his tongue, a wide grin on his face. Mengbai? Lu Ning was stunned. Then her eyes widened. She puffed up her cheeks and said, Hey. Zhang Huiyun listened to the sounds of them playing around her, smiling as she worked on her embroidery. She continued until the sky grew dark, and she could no longer see the needle and thread in her hands. Tomorrow, in about an hour, I should be able to finish this piece of embroidery. I can sell it for some money. All right, everyone go back inside. Zhang Huiyun couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she was about to get up, she heard Guanpeng's low cry. What is this? Guanpeng, what happened? She turned her head, asking anxiously. However, she received no reply. Guanpeng stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do. A deep, dark, rectangular frame flashed into existence before them. The air began to ripple. A strange purple mist appeared in the center of the black gate, slowly swirling and gradually taking shape. The mist grew thicker and thicker, forming a stable purple curtain of light that flickered with a mysterious glow, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Mengbai, Lu Ning, Lu Ziyi, get over here, quick. Guanpeng clenched his fists, shouting with a trembling voice. He then rushed over to Zhang Huiyun, helped her up, and hurried her towards the house. The three children were confused, but the purple light behind them made them turn their heads instinctively. The next second, Lu Ning screamed in terror. Her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground. Mengbai and Lu Ziyi stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Guanpeng gritted his teeth and dashed out. He helped the three of them back one by one. Sister Huiyun, what is that? Why did it appear here? It's so scary. Lu Ning cried in fear, hugging Zhang Huiyun tightly. Although she couldn't see, the tense atmosphere and rapid breathing made Zhang Huiyun realize that something bad had happened. Don't be afraid. It's going to be okay. I'm right here. She held the three children tightly, trying to calm them down. She asked in a calm voice. Mengbai, tell me what happened. I don't know. Did it work? Mengbai muttered to himself. It worked? That's right. What Mengbai just did was a prayer, wasn't it? But with those offerings and that half-hearted ritual, how could it possibly have worked? Guanpeng was confused. His mind was a mess. Wait, someone's coming out. Guanpeng's hands were clenched tightly. He stared intently at the purple vortex. Where the hell did this thing send me? Chun-Li walked out of the portal, looking around. Then his gaze fell on what was in front of him. In the small, dilapidated courtyard, in front of the Nether portal, two children were huddled together, their heads buried, clinging to a woman who looked to be about 17 or 18. A slightly older boy stood with his arms outstretched, protectively in front of them all. A head peeked out from under his arm, looking at him curiously. I've barged right into someone's house. This is a pain. If it were in the wild, it'd be fine. The obsidian would be safe. But in this courtyard, I have to break it all down. It's in their way. And besides, it looks like I'm being mistaken for a monster again. It's been a while. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm just passing through by chance. Once I'm done breaking these blocks, I'll leave. Chun-Li unequipped his diamond armor, revealing his true appearance. He stepped down. The ground beneath his feet felt soft. He looked down and saw that he was standing on loose soil and a few branches. He took out his diamond pickaxe and broke all the obsidian blocks, packing them away. This is a divine power. Guanpeng came to his senses, quickly got up, and knelt on the ground. He put his hands together piously. Namo Amitba. Namo Methriya Buddha. This disciple is fortunate enough to witness your magnificent presence today. This is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. His lips trembled slightly. He said with joyful surprise, You have finally descended to the mortal world. You've come to save all living beings. Methriya Buddha? If I remember correctly, he's the one with the exposed chest and belly, and a big, friendly smile, right? But, do I look like him? Chun-Li was completely confused. He put away his diamond pickaxe and pointed to his own face. He then grabbed a handful of his long hair. And look, I have hair. How could I possibly be a Buddha? Buddha is formless. This disciple naturally will not be attached to external appearances, Guanpeng said without hesitation. Mengbai's eyebrows shot up. So it really is the Methriya Buddha, he said with delight. Yay, the ritual was correct. I really succeeded in summoning a god. I'm even better than the adults. Glancing back at the branches and leaves on the ground, Chun-Li thought for a moment. And guess what had happened? What a coincidence. So they were praying to Methriya Buddha? It seems this kid is a Buddhist believer. You should get up first. My name is Chun-Li. I'm not the Buddha you believe in. Chun-Li shook his head and asked, By the way, where's this place? Namo, the future Methriya Buddha. You are in Xi'an, Shangxi. The reign title changed to Chongjin this year. Guanpeng slowly stood up, but he kept his hands pressed together. Call me Chun-Li. Or young Master Chun is fine too. I'm more used to that. Chun-Li shook his head. He sighed. I'm not a Buddhist. And I'm certainly not a disciple of Maitreya Buddha. Understood, young Master Chun. Guanpeng trembled and fearfully glanced up at Chun-Li. His ears twitched. He heard footsteps behind him. He turned around. After a moment, a man with dark circles under his eyes and a pale, expressionless face appeared at the door. Just as Zhang Huiyin was about to speak, she felt a strange sensation in her palm. After seeing Chun-Li in the small courtyard, the man froze. His fists clenched slightly. He first looked at Zhang Huiyin. Seeing that her expression was normal, and that she hadn't been humiliated, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked Chun-Li up and down. He then broke into a smile, and respectfully came forward. This humble one, Meng Gaofei, greets you, young master. Young Master Chun, this is my husband. The previously silent Zhang Huiyin introduced. It's already late. The curfew will start soon. The taverns have probably closed their doors by now. That's not a problem. I can just live by digging a hole in the ground. Young Master Chun, if you don't mind, we can spare a room for you. Guanpeng offered. We can also prepare a vegetarian meal for you. What do you think? Stay here for a night? Chun-Li looked at Meng Gaofei. Ah, young master. It's so late. There's nowhere to stay if you go out. Just rest here. I'll go prepare a bed for you. Meng Gaofei laughed heartily, and without hesitation, he walked towards the largest room. All right then, Chun-Li said. Zhang Huiyin and the others only ate one meal a day, the one at noon. Originally, Zhang Huiyin had planned to make a separate dinner for Chun-Li, but Chun-Li directly refused. While it was still light out, Meng Gaofei moved the bed out of the room. During their casual chat, Chun-Li also learned the names of the three children and their relationships. Meng Gaofei and Meng Bai were biological brothers. He and Zhang Huiyin were husband and wife. As for the other three, it was simple, and it seemed there was something wrong with Zhang Huiyun's eyes. Of course, this was a small problem. It could serve as payment. Young Master Chun, if you need anything, just call for me. I'll be right over. Meng Gaofei rubbed his hands together and closed the door. The night was dark and quiet. No one was willing to use oil for lamps. Once the main door was closed, Chun-Li looked around the room. He walked to the head of the bed and lifted the bedding. He watched as several fleas jumped up from the bed and scattered in all directions. The ones crawling slowly were lice. These were pretty much gone in Li City. After all, Chun-Li had emphasized personal hygiene from the very beginning, and Li City didn't lack water. Looks like I'll have to sleep underground after all. He sighed and took out his diamond pickaxe. He started digging downwards. He created a 9 square meter space, walled it off with cobblestone to prevent bugs from getting in. He took out a torch and hung it up. Then he placed his bed on top. He sealed it up. A great sense of security. Come to think of it, I haven't lived underground in a long time. I kind of miss it. After all, once you fall asleep in this bed, no sound can wake you up, unless you take damage. When you're away from home, it's better to be careful. Meanwhile, in another room, what are you guys daydreaming about at this hour? Meng Gaofei lowered his voice and rapped Meng Bai on the head. He pointed a finger in Chun-Li's direction. That guy is Maitreya Buddha? And you summoned him with a ritual? Brother, if you don't believe me, shouldn't you at least believe Brother Guan? Meng Bai raised his head proudly and said with a look of pride. Meng Gaofei turned his head to look at Guanpeng. What Meng Bai said is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Guanpeng said seriously. Meng Gaofei gave a helpless smile. He said casually as he lay down on the bed. I know. All right, I'm going to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. What I said is true. Meng Bai said indignantly. Meng Gaofei said earnestly. All right, it's all true. He rolled over, closed his eyes, and fell fast asleep, starting to snore. Seeing Meng Gaofei asleep, Meng Bai didn't want to mess around anymore. Time passed minute by minute. Outside on the street, apart from the night watchman's gong, it was very quiet. An unknown amount of time passed. When the gong sounded for the third time, Meng Gaofei's snoring stopped. He opened his eyes, carefully got out of bed, took out a set of black clothes, and left the room. When he arrived at Chun-Li's door, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he placed his hand on the door. Even the cult leader couldn't do it. How could this possibly be true? But he still had to observe more before making a final conclusion. Meng Gaofei still didn't dare to barge straight in. Instead, he left the alley, skillfully dodging the night patrol guards along the way, and arrived outside a remote forest. As he went deeper inside, firelight gradually appeared in the originally pitch-black forest. A group of people had already gathered there, burning incense and chanting scriptures. Cultists dressed in white had their hands clasped together. eyes tightly closed. Sitting in the lotus position, they sat in a circle, radiating outward, with solemn expressions. Meng Gaofei stepped lightly, found a spot on the outermost edge, and sat down. There were guards outside the forest, and the night watchman responsible for this area had also been bribed. Even if an outsider came in, they wouldn't be able to do so without making a sound. His arrival did not raise any alarms. Occasionally, someone would open their eyes, but they would only smile and nod at him in greeting. In the center of the circle formed by the believers, the cult leader, Zhang Jingye, stood there. 2 protectors sat beside him. He looked around at every devout face, holding the Methriya Descending Sutra in his hands, and slowly said, "At that time, there is a great city named Chitu Moshi. It is brought about by the blessings and virtues of the people. Its appearance is renowned everywhere. The pearl pillars and steps are 10 miles high. Its light shines brilliantly, with no difference between day and night. It is peaceful and joyful, with only 3 ailments. First, the need to relieve oneself. Second, the need for food and drink. And third, old age. The flowing water is beautiful, never drying up and eliminating disasters. The crops grow lushly, without any weeds. Plant once, harvest 7 times, requiring very little effort, yet yielding a bountiful harvest. The food is fragrant and delicious, filling one with strength and vitality." The believers below all revealed looks of yearning. After finishing the chapter on the sacred world of Methriya's Pure Land, the leader paused for a moment and continued, "The unborn venerable mother is watching over us, looking at the suffering in the human world. As long as we pray devoutly, one day, Methriya Buddha will descend among us and bring salvation. As believers of the unborn venerable mother, we will witness this miracle happen. And after we die, we will enter the true emptiness homeland and attain eternal bliss." The believers showed expressions of joy, as if they had already seen that kind of world appear right before their eyes. They muttered devoutly, praying for the early descent of Methriya Buddha. Methriya descends to the world to save all sentient beings. Zhang Jingye nodded in satisfaction. After having everyone sit quietly and meditate, he shot a glance at Meng Gaofei and walked into the forest. The 2 protectors followed closely behind. Meng Gaofei immediately understood and got up to follow them. Another cultist also stood up with him. "How are things, Lin Zhong?" Zhang Jingye had his hands behind his back, walking at the very front, and asked without turning his head. 5 days ago, this disciple purposely lured him to the church built by that foreigner. The people I saw in the church do not exclude outsiders. Meng Gaofei took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said seriously, "Moreover, on that same day, those followers of the foreign religion were arrested by Cheng Fengzhang, the head of the prince of Qin's estate. Their shop is gone too. This disciple believes we can make contact with them." Zhang Jingye nodded slightly. He turned slightly to look at the other person. "And you?" That person frowned and said, "That day, when they clashed with Zhang Qing, this disciple did not see them fight. Whether that leather armor is as Protector Wang described is currently unclear." Protector Ping turned and glanced at Wang Shi. "I'm not lying to you. It's absolutely true." Wang Shi's expression was agitated. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "I saw it with my own eyes that day. There really was a hell gate, and a white divine general, and that immortal Lord Chun. He sent my husband to hell. Whether male or female, there is no difference. All rely on the unborn mother's innate nature. In the White Lotus, there is no distinction between men and women, high and low. Although Wang Shi was a woman, she could also be a Dharma protector. If that's the case, according to you, wasn't that the Methriya Buddha descending to the world? Why didn't you go forward to greet him? Why did you flee to Xi'an instead?" Protector Ping's eyes flickered as he spoke. Wang Shi was speechless. She couldn't very well say that she failed to control her subordinates, who smashed the divine statue and got caught. Hey, for some reason, Meng Gaofei thought of the young Master Chun, who had suddenly appeared at his home. Zhang Jingye tapped the back of his hand with his fingertips. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "They have already been exposed, and have attracted the attention of the Prince of Qin's estate. We don't know when they will appear next. Let's put this matter aside for now. For the next few dozen days, our sect will cease night gatherings." He smiled. "I have a few important tasks for you to handle. Please give your orders, sect leader." The other person's voice brought Meng Gaofei back to his senses. He quickly chimed in as well. "The Governor-General of the 3 borders stationed in Guyuan, Wu Zhuang, at the invitation of the Prince of Qin's estate, arrived in Xi'an 6 days ago. He has probably entered the Prince of Qin's estate by now," Zhang Jingye said. Protector Ping took out several stacks of notices and 2 gourds. as well as 2 bags of copper coins, and handed them to the 2 men. What you need to do is simple. Post these notices in conspicuous places in the market, making sure they can be seen. Second, as soon as Wu Zhiwang leaves the prince's estate, report it immediately. Remember, don't get caught. The gourds contain a secret medicine. Drink it at a critical moment, and you will be invulnerable to blades and spears. It will save your life. Zhang Jingye said slowly. This medicine is very precious. Remember not to use it lightly. Yes. Zhang Jingye smiled. Namo Methriya Buddha. You may go. You too. After Protector Wang and the other 2 left, Zhang Jingye looked at Protector Ping. His previous composure was gone. He bowed and scraped, saying, My lord, do you think these arrangements are sound? Yes, Protector Ping said unhurriedly. Zhang Jingye hesitated for a moment. My lord, what is the background of this Wu Zhiwang? Why is he so important? In the 2nd year of the Tianqi era, this man was the Vice Surveillance Commissioner of Shandong. 2 years in Shandong. Isn't that the Zhongxing Fudi? The time of Su Hongru's uprising? The Ming army mobilized a large number of government troops from Shandong, Beizili, and other places to fight Su Hongru's army. He was captured in Tung County in September. Could it be that this person was involved? Zhang Jingye suddenly understood. I see, he said in a low voice. Then, do we need to send someone to gather information? Protector Ping shook his head and frowned. Bandits are rampant outside the city. A round trip would take several dozen days. Besides, I have a feeling that Wang Shi is hiding something. But she is your subordinate. How you use her is up to you. He thought to himself. Wu Zhiwang is a great scholar among officials. He is best at gynecology. The people of the Prince of Qin's estate couldn't possibly not know this. The border troops in Guyuan have been without pay for months. It's only because of Wu Zhiwang's suppression that they haven't mutinied. But it's only a matter of time. He has no choice but to take a risk and come to the Prince of Qin's estate in Xi'an to borrow provisions and pay. I just need to add some fuel to the fire. It was the latter half of the night when Meng Gaofei returned. He took a short nap, got up, and had breakfast. Take this money. Buy a pinch of fine salt and some vegetable leaves. Zhang Huiyan lowered her voice. She hesitated for a moment, then continued, and buy some pork. Is he not awake yet? Meng Gaofei asked. Zhang Huiyan, with dark circles under her eyes, smiled. Yes, I took the vegetarian meal over. But there was no movement in the room, and no response. Meng Gaofei took the bag of money. When he passed by the door again, a conflicted look appeared on his face. He quietly moved to the side of the window and peeked inside through a crack. Suddenly, he froze. The bed was empty. Brother Meng, what are you doing? Guan Peng ran over, a look of terror on his face. Don't worry, he's long gone. Meng Gaofei said reassuringly as he opened the door. Inside, it was indeed empty. Not a single person was there. He's gone. A look of relief appeared on Guan Peng's face. He slumped to the ground, panting. He muttered, It's good that he's gone. It's good that he's gone. Seeing Guan Peng's reaction, Meng Gaofei immediately realized. You were pretending. You knew all along that he wasn't the Methriya Buddha. So what was that all about? Zhang Huiyan leaned against the wall, feeling her way to the main entrance. I don't know, she asked. An immortal, a ghost, a monster, it could be anything. In any case, he's definitely not human. Guan Peng said, recalling the scene. This person's origins are unknown. It's a good thing he's gone. I can finally relax. Meng Gaofei said in a low voice. I might have to go out for the next few days. I'm leaving the house to you. Guan Peng, when will you be back? Guan Peng said slowly, I don't know. Maybe 3 or 4 days. Maybe a month. In any case, protect them until I get back. Aren't you going to tell them? Better not. Okay. Be careful on the road. Meng Bai, get over here. Ouch. Sister Huiyan. Why are you hitting me? The Methriya Buddha is gone. Maybe he went back to heaven. I'll just summon him again. And maybe he'll come back down. You didn't say anything yesterday. Why are you hitting me now that it actually worked? Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. You and your summoning. And you, Lu Ning. Lu Zi, put that down. Stand still. Don't, Sister Huiyan. Don't run, you might fall. I'll stop, okay? Oh, she's murdering a child. Methriya Buddha, save me. Is it always this lively first thing in the morning? Chun-Li broke open the top block and jumped out. As for this hole, he didn't plan on filling it in for now. He could sleep in it for a few more days. Squeak. The wooden door opened. The commotion in the courtyard stopped. Meng Bai was wearing a headscarf. His pants were pulled halfway down, revealing a few red marks on his white bottom. Leaves and branches were scattered all over the ground. Zhang Huiyan held a feather duster high. Hearing the sound of the door, she looked towards the entrance in astonishment. Meng Bai's eyes lit up. He saw his savior. He flailed and shouted, Methreya Buddha! You didn't leave. That's great. Save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. A naughty kid who dares to offer himself as a sacrifice deserves to be spanked. You've got the wrong person. My surname isn't me. Sister. You can just continue as if I'm not here. Don't mind me. Chun-Li laughed awkwardly and turned his head. He smiled. Do you have a kettle for boiling water? I'd like to wash my face. I'll go get it right now. Lu Ning ran into the house. A moment later, she came back with a kettle and handed it to Chun-Li. Mengbai cried out, Don't go. Young Master Chun. Brother Chun. Master Chun, my butt is about to be split in 4. Young Master Chun, I brought you a vegetarian meal this morning. But there was no response. That's why I thought you had already left. I hope you can forgive me, young master. Guan Peng's voice trembled. Could he have overheard our earlier conversation? When I'm outside, I'm more used to living underground. And I sleep very soundly. Chun-Li took out a water bucket, filled it, scooped a full kettle, and placed it on a campfire. My mistake, I forgot to tell you. You don't need to prepare breakfast for me. Good. It seems he didn't hear what happened this morning. Guan Peng breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze lingered on the square block of water for a moment. Then he stiffly looked away. He smiled. Young Master Chun, you must be hungry. I'll go heat up the food. Chun-Li nodded. Thank you for the trouble. Master Chun, how did you pull all this stuff out? Your sleeves aren't that big. Mengbai came closer. He asked curiously, seeing the 3 little heads gathering around. Chun-Li patted his stomach. A 4-dimensional pocket, he said with a straight face. This is a great thing. I borrowed it from a blue fatty. Let me tell you, it's full of treasures. But only smart people can see my pocket. I don't think you can see it. Mengbai said loudly. Who says? Of course I can see it. I'm very smart. Indeed, Chun-Li said unhurriedly. Lu Zi lowered his head slightly. He raised a hand. I can see it too. Ninger can't see it. Lu Ning muttered, wringing the corner of her clothes. Guan Peng leaned against the wall silently, watching Chun-Li's every move. He frequently glanced at the water source that didn't flow away. Chun-Li stopped teasing them. He smiled and asked, Do you guys know what a church is? A church? I know. My big brother took me there. The golden-bearded man inside gives us rice. Mengbai thought for a moment and said, But I don't know the way. I know the way. Brother Galfei often takes me out. I've been to most of the places in Xi'an. I can lead the way for you, young master. Guan Peng said suddenly. There's really a church in Xi'an? That's great. Chun-Li beamed. Now I have a guaranteed priest. Of course, this is just a backup plan. For the chief priest, he still wants a local Taoist priest. Although he hasn't met one either time. But I have to be prepared just in case. Otherwise, if the profession change fails, this trip out of the Nether would have been a waste of time. The redstone is a must-have. He boiled the water and washed his face. Breakfast was also served. Let me. Mengbai went over, took the bowl of porridge with both hands, and held it up to Chun-Li. He grinned foolishly. Master Chun, have a taste. Why are you calling me Master Chun? Chun-Li asked curiously. Master Chun, you look like a learned person. You must be old, right? Mengbai grinned. And it sounds more familiar than young Master Chun, he said. If you don't like it, I'll call you something else. That's fine. Chun-Li said, taking the bowl of porridge. Chun-Li looked at the yellowed, old rice filling the bowl, along with a few lumps of dough. Gulp. He heard the sound of someone swallowing saliva. Chun-Li turned his head. He saw Mengbai, staring intently at the bowl of rice in his hand, licking his lips, perhaps sensing his gaze. He quickly lowered his head and kicked at the pebbles on the ground. Chun-Li chuckled. He held out the bowl. What, you want some? Then you can have it. No. You eat. I'll just watch. Otherwise, my butt will be split into 8 pieces. Mengbai grimaced and rubbed his bottom. Mengbai, go get 4 bowls. Chun-Li said with a smile. Yes, Master Chun. Mengbai replied, and quickly brought out the bowls. Hold them steady. Chun-Li, from his inventory, pulled out 4 large pieces of cooked chicken and placed them in the bowls. Take them and eat slowly. Consider it payment for being my guide. It's meat. Mengbai drooled all over the ground, but he didn't immediately grab for it. Instead, he turned to look at Guan Peng. Guan Peng leaned in and relayed what was happening to Zhang Huiyan. This meat should be chicken, right? And it doesn't look like something summoned by evil means. Zhang Huiyan hesitated, biting her lip. In the end, she nodded. Mengbai shouted, Master Chun is mighty. Master Chun is the strongest. Master Chun is the greatest in all of heaven and earth. He picked up 2 bowls of chicken and gave them to his friends. He then took the other 2 bowls, handed one to Zhang Huiyan, and smiled, raising his eyebrows. The little ones' mouths were covered in grease. They stared fiercely at the chicken in their hands. Zhang Huiyin tore off a small piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The familiar taste filled her mouth. She hadn't tasted meat in 3 years. She had almost forgotten what it tasted like. She chewed until the flavor was gone, before reluctantly swallowing. I'll save the rest of the meat for when Meng Gaofei comes back. You don't move much, so you don't need to eat. Meat is good for your eyes. You don't need to save it. He persuaded Zhang Huiyin to eat until she was full, but her eyes showed no change. It was obvious her vision hadn't been restored. This is completely different from the previous experiments. It seems it wasn't caused by external damage. It looks like self-healing through food won't work. But he still had an ace. Up his sleeve, the all-powerful milk. You see, for other problems, Chun-Li might be worried. But blindness? That's a debuff from the original world. Permanent blindness is still a blindness effect. Chun-Li smiled and shook his head. He picked up a piece of dough. This flour, he said thoughtfully. Where did you buy it from? A merchant came a few days ago. We bought it from him for the low price of 10 won per jean. The only thing is, we could only buy 10 jean per day. But since there were many people buying, it was already much better than before. It's just a pity. A pity about what? Chun-Li's hand paused. He turned his head and asked. Guanpeng clenched his fists. He said cautiously, a few days ago, the men from the Prince of Qin's estate arrested them. Their shop was closed down too. Arrested? Chun-Li's brow furrowed. His eyes turned cold. He turned and looked directly at Guanpeng. What happened? Were the people who were arrested rescued? Guanpeng couldn't help but shudder. He scratched his palm, answering nervously. I heard it was because they were selling grain at a low price, which affected the interests of the Prince of Qin's estate. So, were they rescued or not? That I don't know. Guanpeng, take me to the yamen. Outside the yamen wall, Guanpeng pointed to the high wall not far away. He turned his head and said, This is the yamen. If you climb over the wall, you should be in the prison. A large crowd was gathered by the wall. Chun-Li looked as far as he could see. He saw a yellowed piece of paper posted on the wall. Why are there so many people? Did something big happen? Let's go take a look. It might be related. Chun-Li's curiosity was piqued. He squeezed his way into the crowd. The clothes he was wearing now were the set that Miao Zhiming had given him before the new year. Compared to his original skin, it was a bit more plain. Excuse me. The moment the surrounding people saw Chun-Li, they instinctively lowered their heads and bowed, clearing a path for him. Without much effort, Chun-Li saw the yellow paper. The content on it, perhaps to accommodate the less literate citizens. The words were extremely simple. Next to him, someone was specifically reading the contents aloud. Of course, although it was chaotic around them, the voice was very quiet, but it couldn't escape Chun-Li's ears. It says here that Governor General Wu not only isn't giving the Gyuan garrison their pay and provisions, but he also made a special trip here to treat the Prince of Qin's consort. Isn't the Prince of Qin's heir seriously ill? If this drags on, and there's no one to keep the border troops in Gyuan in check, they're going to mutiny. Isn't that the truth? It's chaotic out there with all the wars. There are rebels everywhere. If the border troops also, there have already been rebellions. Not to mention that Yabushu Kosho. Just from the name, you know he's a scout from the border troops. And others like Lao Huihui and Xiezi Kuai. You think the border troops aren't short on pay and provisions? They've probably been owed for months. Huang Lianggong couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be fake? Fake? How could it be fake? It's all true. Someone sighed, shaking their head repeatedly. They lowered their voice and said, I'm more concerned about the part below. I knew it. That shop was doing just fine. How did it suddenly disappear overnight? So it was the people from the Prince of Qin's estate. Is this true? How come I didn't know? Of course, this kind of thing wouldn't be spread around. Otherwise, how could that shop have lasted until now? Sigh. Those conscientious merchants are still locked up inside. In this world, the wicked are in power. Good people don't live long. Sigh, what a pity. Chun-Li stared at the yellow paper. He muttered to himself. I heard someone went to the yamen to bail out those merchants. I wonder if they were rescued. He spoke loudly, just enough for Huang Lianggong to hear. Chun-Li's gaze drifted to his surroundings. Under the questioning gazes of the others, he saw him slowly shake his head. His heart sank. Their associates did bring a lot of silver to the yamen, but unfortunately, they fell into the hands of the Prince of Qin's estate. Do you know of that Zhang Qingtian, the attendant of the Prince of Qin? In the late Tianqi era, the governor of the 10,000 Qing pasture land, Lu Zhaoxiong, sent an official named Zhao Shouqing to investigate. He was captured by Zhang's cronies, who set up a private court, and tortured to death. The governor couldn't do anything about it. He reported it to the emperor, but the emperor didn't care either. He let the Prince of Qin handle it himself. There's been no resolution to this day, Huang Lianggong said in a low voice. I think that silver can only protect them for a while. It will be very, very difficult to get them out. While they were still talking, the crowd outside suddenly became chaotic. They began to flee in all directions. Hurry, hurry. That man Zhang is here. In an instant, the whole scene was like a flock of startled birds. People snatched up their children, supported the elderly, and fled in a panic. It was as if a demon was chasing them from behind. Chun-Li took a blank map from his inventory. After using it, the internal layout of the yamen appeared on the map. Although Guanpeng was a little scared, looking at the scattering crowd, he stood up straight and stayed by Chun-Li's side, not saying a word. Chun-Li was silent for a long time. After a while, he slowly said, blood-sucking leeches. He stood there quietly. The sound of footsteps grew clearer. A group of ruffians, led by a man with a fierce expression, strode over. Ruffians, scoundrels, bandits who made a living by extortion. The leader's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Tear down all those notices for me, Zhang Qing ordered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Damn it, they've all got the guts of a bear. They even dare to post things about the Prince of Qin's estate. If I find them, I'll tear them apart alive. So this is Zhang Qing. Let's go. Chun-Li glanced at the leader a few times, memorizing his appearance, and turned to leave. I'll rescue the people first. Causing a commotion will only be more trouble. After I leave, I'll take some people back to the Nether with me. Which family's young master is that? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Zhang Qing suddenly shivered. His eyes were fixed on that departing back. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. My lord, what's wrong? One of the ruffians came closer and asked cautiously. It's nothing. It must be my imagination, Zhang Qing said, shaking his head. The ruffian suddenly said, that man has an extraordinary air about him. But the attendant with him doesn't look like he's from a great family. That attendant doesn't look like a page boy, nor a guard. He's quite handsome, though. Zhang Qing was stunned for a moment. He smirked. Are you saying he's a refugee? My lord, I think he looks like one. Should I go and investigate for you? The ruffian said, his eyes glinting. The prince's heir is gravely ill. I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. If Wu Zhuang can't cure him either. A glint appeared in Zhang Qing's eyes. Go, he ordered in a low voice. But be careful. Don't get caught. The prince might like him. The world bustles. All for profit. The world bustles. All for gain. If all these wandering traders came to Li City, why would I need to worry about not having enough blue ice? I would have even had pumpkins long ago. Chun-Li complained. After I get back, my concrete road. The road from Li City to Chengcheng should be almost finished. And Chengcheng is also within range. I'll just wait for the wandering traders to come. There are still so many things waiting for me to trade. First, take me to the church, Chun-Li said softly. He had 6 gold ingots on him. He had originally planned to just ransom the people out. But now it seemed that wouldn't work. And it would also cause trouble. A jailbreak would be more convenient. Of course, a jailbreak would have to wait until night. Inside the Chongyi Hall was a familiar Western architectural style. But on the pews below, sat commoners dressed in ancient clothing. And the priest at the front, with his golden beard and curly hair, was wearing a Confucian robe. It was a very strange sight. And on the cross, the figure of Jesus was missing. I never thought they would preach like this. Chun-Li sat at the very edge of the church, craning his neck, watching the incessantly talking Johann Adam Schall von Bell with great interest. What he was talking about wasn't from the Bible. Instead, it was basic mathematics and astronomy, and even the basics of physics and mechanics. This simple mechanical advantage allows us to lift heavy objects with less force. In this book, the principle of the lever is explained in a simple and easy-to-understand way. This is the knowledge that God has bestowed upon us. Johann Adam Schall von Bell concluded. Rather than a missionary, Chun-Li felt he was more like a teacher, just one who mixed in a bit too much of his own agenda. There's my physics teacher. He seems like a decent person. The personal agenda is a small matter. Anyway, it's not as much as the villagers back home. He waited until Johann Adam Schall von Bell had finished speaking and was surrounded by the believers below. Only then did Chun-Li get up and leave the church. I can try to make contact with him first. Johann Adam Schall von Bell had been watching Chun-Li out of the corner of his eye. He watched until he disappeared from the church entrance. Then he looked away. After leaving, he glanced at the reddening sky. It's about time, Chun-Li thought. He frowned, looking at the roads on both sides. He thought for a long time, then sighed. Guanpeng, he said with resignation. Take me back to the yamen. When they arrived, the two of them went into a small alley. When no one was around, Guanpeng stood watch, while Chun-Li took out his diamond shovel and dug a hole in the ground. A shovel is used for digging dirt. The speed is incredibly fast. Now that he was out of range, others couldn't change their profession. Besides, only farmers could use shovels. So he had to dig it himself. All right, done. Guanpeng, come here. Chun-Li called for the lookout, Guanpeng, to jump into the hole. He put the cover on. They waited until it was dark. The city of Xi'an was a complex maze. To get people out, he naturally needed someone familiar with the roads to help. As for the candidate, anyone who had seen the Hell Gate, as long as they weren't a fool, would not betray him easily. He was the perfect choice. You wait here. I'll be back in a bit. He placed a torch and some food. Chun-Li took out the map. He changed into his original skin and put on a mask. The original skin was to make it easier to be recognized. The mask was to hide his identity. Pointing to his current location, he located the prison building on the map. Chun-Li held his diamond pickaxe and started digging towards it. The prison was located right next to the city wall. It wasn't far. He placed torches on the right-hand side to provide light. It didn't take long to dig. He kept going until the dirt blocks in front of him turned to stone. He had arrived. Chun-Li switched to his diamond pickaxe. As soon as he broke the top layer of stone, a weak cry of alarm came from the darkness. A stumbling sound. What is this? The wall. How did it crack open? After stepping into the dungeon, the cold, damp air was filled with the smell of mold and rot. Water dripped from the stone ceiling above. A monotonous ticking sound echoed. The lighting was dim, making it almost impossible to see through the lightless iron bars. The environment here couldn't even compare to Chongqing. In a corner of the dungeon lay a pile of straw, with a person lying on it. Under the illumination of the torch in his hand, Chun-Li could clearly see that the person was already dead. Rats and cockroaches scurried away to hide. In the light, a person squinted, shielding their eyes from the torch with a hand. Huddled in a corner under the light, the person's clothes were in tatters, their original color long obscured by dirt and bloodstains. The nails on the raised hand were cracked, the fingers pale from prolonged exposure to dampness and cold, and covered in wounds. After Hong Xinyan finally adapted to the bright light, she saw the opening in the wall and muttered, instinctively crawling toward the light. But then she saw Chun-Li block the opening. Watching the light gradually disappear, the hope Hong Xinyan thought she had crumbled in an instant, turning to dust. Wait, is it Lord Grey Immortal? He actually exists. In the gloomy dungeon, the light of the torch was particularly conspicuous. After a few very low gasps, the dungeon returned to silence. However, Chun-Li could feel dozens of pairs of eyes, staring intently at his every move. Not here. Otherwise, they would have recognized him immediately. Chun-Li walked up to the iron bars, knocked off 2 blocks, squeezed through, and then put them back in place. Lord Grey Immortal, if you are looking for someone, you'd better hurry. The Yamen guards will be here soon to patrol the cells. Hong Xinyan's soft reminder came from behind. Chun-Li's footsteps paused slightly, and then he continued deeper inside. Young Master Chun. After passing an unknown number of cells, an exclamation finally rang out from the side. Found him. Chun-Li's heart tightened. He brought the torch closer to illuminate the area. A person was locked in the cell. Compared to the people in the other cells, his spirit and energy were much better, and he didn't seem to have any signs of being tortured. It seemed the silver given earlier had worked after all. Although he didn't recognize the person in front of him, it didn't matter. As long as the other party recognized him, there would be no problem. One of our own. Not bad. Not missing any arms or legs. Chun-Li looked him up and down, took out a wooden button, and placed it next to the cell's iron door. With a light press, the door clicked open. Wan Yongchong, however, stood there dumbfounded, looking back and forth in disbelief between the wooden button and the iron door. What are you spacing out for? If you don't come out, the door will close. He waved at Wan Yongchong. After he came out, he handed him a baked potato. All right, we should go. At this moment, several prisoners in the cells grabbed the iron bars, all showing pleading expressions. They reached out and waved their hands. Young master, I want to get out too. Please, save me too. Young master, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child at home. I beg you, let me out. Chun-Li remained silent until he returned to the place where he came from. After reopening the wall passage, he motioned for Wan Yongchong to go in. As for the one who led the way, he didn't plan to take her with him. He didn't know if she was a good person or a bad person, so why bring her back? Plus, dealing with the aftermath would be troublesome. Lord Grey Immortal, I used to be a boatman. I know how to build pleasure boats, and I know some carpentry. If I get out, I will definitely carve a divine statue for you. Place it in my home. and worship it every day, seeing that her only hope was about to vanish. She didn't care about offending him or not, or what she should or shouldn't say. As long as she could survive, anything was fine. Hong Xinyan's snot and tears flowed together as she kowtowed heavily, making loud thuds. I am useful. I'm useful. I beg you, Lord, save my life. Boats, huh? To be honest, he really wanted to start a grand maritime age. But if he took this one and opened the floodgates, Chun-Li was deep in thought. Right value. The people in the surrounding cells instantly came to their senses and hurriedly shouted, Lord Grey Immortal. I know how to do things too. I also know how to repair boats. I am a doctor. I've studied medicine since childhood. And I know how to heal people. I also know a little about medicine. I know a bit too. I know how to keep bees. Why are there so many doctors? Wait, the yellow paper from earlier today? It said the Prince of Qin's Manor had locked up the doctors they invited to treat the illness. But these are doctors. Isn't the Prince of Qin's Manor afraid of losing the people's support? Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are very recognizable, with just a glance. And given the sheer number of them, he could tell that at least half of them looked like doctors. Chun-Li snapped back to reality, frowned slightly, and walked to the outside of the nearest cell. How did you get locked up? Chun-Li squatted down and asked. I am originally from Liang. Unfortunately, in October, Liang was breached by the king of Daliang. After tossing and turning along the way, I arrived in Xi'an a few days ago to make a living. But no one dared to hire me. So I thought of trying my luck at the Prince of Qin's Manor. Sadly, my knowledge was too shallow, and I couldn't identify the strange illness. Nor could I save the patient. That's why I've been locked up until now. The man explained. Chun-Li stood up and went to a few other cells a short distance away, asking the same question. The places of origin were different, but the reasons were roughly the same. I can save you all and get you out. Chun-Li stood up and pressed his hands down. After the surroundings quieted down, he continued, but it's only limited to getting you out. Then, he looked around at the crowd and pointed at Wan Yongchang. Everything comes with a price. I only came here to save him. So after you get out, you have to work for me for 3 years. The specific work will be decided later. There will be no wages for the first 3 months as payment for my trip here. But room and board are included, and the conditions will definitely be better than here. Do you want to leave or not? It's up to you. Please, Immortal, save me. Sparks danced from the torch, casting flickering shadows on everyone's faces. Everyone in the prison had eyes full of conflict and hesitation. If they stayed here, they could die at any moment, or they could follow him. But who could be sure that wasn't just jumping into the tiger's den? This was a legendary demon, after all. Hong Xinyan's gaze darted back and forth. Unconsciously, her eyes met those of Wan Yongchang, who was standing behind Chun-Li. Wan Yongchang slowly nodded. It was like guessing heads or tails when flipping a coin. She already knew the answer. She just needed a reason to convince herself. Hong Xinyan immediately shouted, Please, Immortal, save me. With someone taking the lead, the wavering crowd also made up their minds. Please, Immortal, save me. Wait. Chun-Li gave a hum of acknowledgement and stepped in front of one of them. You can keep bees? I can. I definitely can. Rest assured, Immortal. I've been keeping bees since I was a child. Naturally, I'm not afraid, let alone honeybees. I've poked dozens of hornet nests. The man patted his chest and vowed confidently, I guarantee I'll feed those bees until they're plump and healthy. Then are you afraid of bees? The really big ones. About the size of half an arm. Chun-Li gestured the length of half an arm. The man stared blankly down at his arm, swallowed hard, and shivered. Mother of God. Half an arm. Could that be a normal bee? That's probably a demon about to take human form. It's fine, it's fine. There are probably only 1 or 2 demons like that. At most, maybe a dozen. It's not like they're everywhere. He guessed inwardly, but didn't dare to ask. I can keep them. I can't. He nodded repeatedly. It really takes a professional beekeeper. Finally found someone who isn't afraid of the bees. He had been trying all sorts of ways to get the bees and the villagers to interact, but within a radius of hundreds of meters around the hive, still no one dared to approach. But I need to screen them carefully. If I remember correctly, there should be an official specifically in charge of recording these cases. I'll find him and ask. Thinking of this, Chun-Li turned his head and asked, Guanpeng, do you know who the official in charge of recording confessions is? On the ground shrouded in inky moonlight, a faint light suddenly lit up. It was an official residence. The flame of an oil lamp flickered. Thump, thump. Inside the dim study, after Registrar Meng Lianggu woke up with a start, wearing white undergarments. He lit the oil lamp on his bedside table, and then blew out the fire starter. Under the lamplight, the bed was placed in a corner of the residence, made of hardwood, and covered with a straw mat and a cotton quilt. The room's furnishings were extremely simple, with a desk for official work, on which lay the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Beside the desk was a wooden chair. For some reason, he kept feeling like there was some movement around him. Meng Lianggu gripped the handle of the oil lamp and slowly paced to the door. He squinted and peeked outside, muttering to himself, "Could it be my imagination?" After waking up startled, seeing that he had no sleepiness left at all, Meng Lianggu simply returned to the desk, pulled out some documents, and traced his fingertips over the ink characters, occasionally looking up out the window. Doing this made him feel a bit more at ease. But for some reason, perhaps because of the chirping insects outside, his chest felt tight and stifled. He couldn't read it all. He sighed helplessly, pinched the bridge of his nose, and put the documents back on the shelf. His gaze swept across the room, and finally, he pulled out an old, dusty wooden box from the corner. After opening it, what met his eyes were rows of neatly arranged silver. His pupils couldn't help but dilate, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Meng Lianggu gently placed his hand on the broken silver, stroking it back and forth. From time to time, he grabbed a handful, letting the pieces slip through his fingers. After a moment, he put them back in the box, but couldn't resist reaching out to touch them again. Over and over again. Thump, 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 thump. That's right, that's the sound. Where is it coming from? The strange noise came again. Meng Lianggu frowned. He hurriedly put the box back in its original place and looked toward the source of the sound. The floorboards cracked. The tiny cracks were constantly expanding. In just a few seconds, a hole suddenly caved in. Just as he was about to curiously peek his head over to look, he noticed light shining from the collapsed area. Before Meng Lianggu could recover his wits, a masked man jumped out of the hole and stared dead at him. This guy dug a tunnel all the way here. Impossible. Although this isn't the center of the yamen, it's still 60 feet away from the high walls, and there are no civilian houses nearby. How did he do this? With the thought of running away, just as he was about to scream and turn to run, his neck was pressed against by a gleaming diamond sword. Meng Lianggu didn't dare to shout anymore. I advise you to keep quiet. Otherwise, if my stealth fails, I'll have no choice but to go full Muzu. Chun-Li frowned and said, "What are you doing up so late instead of sleeping?" Feeling the coldness on his neck, Meng Lianggu swallowed hard, staring at Chun-Li in terror. "My lord, are you looking for money, or? It's a good thing you're awake. I'm taking you to the prison for a look. Which ones are innocent? You definitely know clearly." Chun-Li pointed at the hole. "See that? Jump right down." Meng Lianggu hesitated for a moment. Seeing that it wasn't very deep, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Yes. Chun-Li followed closely behind and sealed the roof. He glanced at Meng Lianggu's somewhat graying beard, thought for a moment, and took out an enchanted fire protection leather cap from his inventory. "Take this and put it on. Before we go to the prison, I need to take you somewhere first. After all, I still don't trust you." Meng Lianggu secretly pondered its purpose in his heart, but obediently nodded. "I will follow your arrangements, my lord." He was led through the tunnel. He forced himself to stay calm, his eyes darting around, looking for a chance to escape. However, there was absolutely no chance. This tunnel had hardly any twists or turns. It was too straight, too clean, and the height and width didn't change at all. It didn't look like something a human could dig. "I can't escape." As they walked, Meng Lianggu's voice carried a hint of trembling. "My lord, I know my sins are grave, but if I could know where we are going, perhaps I could prepare myself." "The Nether," Chun-Li replied coldly. Hearing this, Meng Lianggu's heart went cold. It might really be hell. The meaning of those words. Didn't it mean he was going to be severely tortured? "My lord, I will absolutely tell you everything I know. My frail body can't withstand a beating." Meng Lianggu pleaded miserably. Relax. Relax, I won't touch a single hair on your head. Just keep your hat on." Chun-Li said unhurriedly. "All right, we're here." Before them was a fork in the road. A purple vortex shimmered within a black frame. Meng Lianggu muttered softly. What is this?" "A nether portal, obviously. What else could it be?" "Didn't I say we were going to the nether?" Chun-Li said lightly. He naturally couldn't distinguish between truth and lies, but he just needed to make them too afraid to lie. Flashback plus, are these few White Lotus cultists? Chun-Li turned his head and asked. A group of ordinary people huddled in a dark corner. These people were in rags, their faces haggard, clearly having suffered a lot of torment. Meng Lianggu's body trembled as he hurriedly answered, they are suspected of being White Lotus cultists. Better to kill by mistake than to let them go. But that one is real. Chun-Li looked in the direction he pointed. A woman was pressed tightly against the stone wall, her arms wrapped around herself, her lips trembling as she muttered softly. Very similar to the ones in Liujia village. Forget it, since I've already opened the way. A few more won't hurt. Let's go. Chun-Li pulled open the iron bars. How about a deal? Become my villagers. Work for me, and I'll get you out of here. Take care, immortal. Take care. Meng Lianggu bowed respectfully. The light ahead dissipated, but he didn't dare to move, until his calves itched unbearably, and he slightly bent down to scratch. The fleas in the dungeon were unusually numerous. What should I do? Why did this have to happen to me? He muttered to himself. Fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. There was a jailbreak in the dungeon, and he was dragged into it. The most crucial part was, if it were just an ordinary jailbreak, he could explain it away by saying he was threatened by outlaws. But what he had seen, even if he told anyone, who would believe him? Especially that hell. Aren't the immortals in heaven supposed to wander the world? How could they come here to break people out of prison? He didn't dare to say these words out loud, and didn't even dare to think too much about it, quickly stopping his train of thought. My lord, Meng Lianggu looked up. Two professional jailers who had heard the commotion, but didn't dare to move after rushing over, hurriedly asked, My lord, what do we do now? What do we do? Meng Lianggu muttered. Without saying much more, he sat cross-legged on the ground. At worst, it's just some physical pain. Compared to that place, it's nothing. The already quiet dungeon was now partially empty, and the remaining people didn't dare to make a sound. That low murmur sounded incredibly clear. That place. The two jailers exchanged a knowing look. Both shook their heads, and also sat cross-legged on the ground. That place was definitely not a good place. Inside the tunnel, Wan Yongchang walked at the very front holding a torch. The dozen or so people behind him followed with nervous faces. The bolder ones stealthily reached out to touch the wall, then immediately pulled their hands back, sighing inwardly. This tunnel is dug so well. Perfectly square and smooth. It's just a bit narrow. Feels a bit stuffy. But to be able to dig such a long tunnel in such a short time, truly worthy of an immortal. Just amazing. They were all people who had volunteered to follow him out. Although it was still unclear for now why this gray immortal, called Immortal Lord Chun, was willing to save them. It was still better than dying unjustly in prison. At least there was a glimmer of hope, right? Having settled everyone, they quickly looked straight ahead, staring at the immortal dusting off his hands. Of course, this was just a habitual action. Not even water could stick to him, let alone dust. Feeling the gazes from behind, Chun-Li turned his head, staring at this patch of spirit stones, and the crowd in the slightly crowded tunnel he had dug out. There are more people than I imagined. He thought there would only be a few who were tortured into confessing. I didn't expect I'd still underestimate it. It seems the original plan won't work. He had originally planned to use the Ender Pearl's teleportation function, grab a person, and do a super long-distance throw, tossing them over the city wall, and then stick a superhero landing, successfully escaping. But now, glancing at the lower part of his vision, there were very few left. Less than double digits of Ender Pearls. Chun-Li had to give up on that idea. Mobs don't spawn in the real world, and there are too few wild Endermen in the Nether. The warped forest that spawns Endermen was nowhere to be seen, at least wandering around blindly looking for a fortress. I haven't seen one these past few days. That means the only source of Ender Pearls right now is by trading with Piglins. This further strengthened his idea of kidnapping that foreigner from the church. After all, the old Taoist priest who hasn't been seen in Li City for a long time. Whether he actually meets the requirements for a cleric, there's no way to confirm yet. It's unclear if he's an R or an SSR. Kidnapping this one back will at least give a guaranteed pull, right? Either way, there's no harm in it. Clerics might have been useless before, but it's different now. They've received a massive buff. I'm getting sidetracked again. What I should be thinking about right now is how to safely bring this group of people back to Li City. Chun-Li blinked and snapped back to reality. He asked, What's your name? Wang Yongchang. Wang Yongchang hurriedly replied. All right, from now on, you're their leader. Saying that, Chun-Li took out some bread from his inventory and shoved it into his arms. You're in charge of distributing this bread. Hand it out to everyone. Eat something to fill your stomachs first. He didn't know these people from Li City, but did they know him? Regardless, it was better to be reliable. While they were replenishing their energy, Chun-Li frowned and thought, Hey, Guanpeng, which direction is the fastest way to the city wall from here? Heading north. If we walk at a normal pace, it'll take about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. So that's about 10 minutes. He couldn't just dig his way through using ender pearls. That was obviously unrealistic. But they couldn't just walk straight up to the surface either. This was the government office, after all. There were plenty of people on night patrol. The suppressed sounds of swallowing around him gradually faded. Chun-Li also made his decision. Dig. Once they were a safe distance from the government office, they would dig up to the surface and escape under the cover of night. The faint rustling of clothes came from around him. Chun-Li snapped back to attention. The group of people had their brows furrowed, looking at him nervously. What's wrong? He asked. Immortal, it's so itchy. Me too, my whole body is itchy. Give me your hand. Let me take a look. Chun-Li paused for a moment, then grabbed Hong Xinyan's arm. He rolled up her sleeve. Her arm was covered in dense, overlapping scars. If you don't mind, could I see under your clothes? He asked gently. Unsurprisingly, the scars under her clothes were even more horrifying. Old and new wounds overlapped. Bright red and dark brown welts, like thick worms, crawled all over her skin and bones frame. Beating up bad guys was fine. He even enjoyed doing it himself. Honestly, he wasn't even as ruthless as them. But asking himself honestly, even though he had healing abilities, and there wouldn't be the slightest damage to skin, bones, or organs. In short, not a single hair lost, nor any lingering effects. Wu Zhen could testify to that. Absolutely no cap. Beating innocent people or torturing them into confessions was just plain evil. Maybe he should toss those two jailers into the Nether for a spin. Just relax and let it heal. It's just growing new flesh. These wounds will heal soon, and you'll suffer less. Chun-Li said. He then looked at Wang Yongchang. What about you? Wang Yongchang stammered. Brother Wei Si left some silver when he departed. That's good. That's good. It was a good thing Wei Si, a former merchant, was among them. Otherwise, these villagers might not have even thought of bribing with money. All right, let's get to work and send you all back early. Clang, clang, clang. Gotta love the diamond shovel. The feel, the speed. It was crazy fast. If it were enchanted, the efficiency would be even better. This should be about right. He dug a tunnel leading upwards, until he saw the soil layer getting a bit damp. Chun-Li turned his head and stared at Meng Lianghong. After a long while, he tentatively said, Wang Yongchang. Young Master Chun. Right, I'll remember it this time. Anyway, give me the torch. We're about to go out. If someone sees the firelight, it'll be trouble. He'd have to proceed Assassin's Creed style. By the way, can you guys see the road clearly? Chun-Li asked slowly. Night blindness was an unavoidable issue from start to finish. I can only see a little bit. More or less. Don't worry, young master. I grew up here since I was little. I won't cause any trouble. Besides, there's occasional firelight in the city. Seeing that most of the people were shaking their heads, he sighed helplessly. Sure enough, they all had night blindness. If only he could brew potions. A potion of night vision would solve everything, even though it had a time limit. But honestly, city folks were at least better off than these villagers. They really couldn't see a thing. Guanpeng, later when we go out, if you recognize the way, just nod. I can see. Chun-Li said. Okay, Guanpeng replied. Everyone, we're about to go out. Close your eyes first. After Wang Yongchang handed over the torch, he turned his head and said in a low voice, going from light to dark, closing your eyes in advance to adjust, can help prevent being completely blinded by the sudden darkness. The last block of dirt fell, revealing the starry sky. Great, he didn't dig into someone's house this time. Putting away the torch used for lighting, Chun-Li leaped out and looked around. The light vanished, instantly plunging them into darkness. It didn't affect him in the slightest. The moonlight was enough for him to see his surroundings clearly. It was an alleyway about 4 people wide, with no other movement. All right, come on out, Chun-Li said. Hearing this, the others climbed out one by one. Seeing the night sky, they all subconsciously froze. Hundreds of days of torment, unspeakable suffering, had finally come to an end. After Guanpeng nodded at Chun-Li, he walked to the front of the group on his own. Who knows what this kid did for a living? But it seemed like he had every corner of Xi'an Prefecture completely figured out. Chun-Li thought to himself as he followed along. His enhanced hearing and vision were enough to let the group avoid the night patrols. Plus, they were taking the alleyways. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was less likely for them to be discovered. They made it all the way to the base of the city wall. Most of the city's guards were gathered near the 4 main gates. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers would walk along the top of the wall. If you wanted to sneak in or out of the city, You either had to wait for the city gates to open wide and find a way to slip out, or have the guards on the wall lower a basket and be pulled up or down in it. After all, that multi-meter-high city wall wasn't just for show. But the group wasn't worried. Instead, they turned their gazes to Chun-Li right in front of them. After all, the one who brought them out wasn't an ordinary person, but a gray immortal. Why does it feel like I never used the front door? Chun-Li muttered softly. His hands didn't stop moving. In just a few seconds, he knocked out a large hole. After everyone had come out, Chun-Li sealed the hole back up and escorted the group to a nearby wasteland. Carrying a stack or two of wood on him was a habit of every Steve. Logs were the soul of a Steve. With wood, you could start over. You could leave everything else behind. But you absolutely had to have wood. He crafted wooden swords according to the number of people. He armed everyone and prepared water for them. He took out 2 stacks of bread from his inventory and handed them to Meng Lianghong. As for leather armor, aside from an enchanted leather cap with fire protection, he hadn't brought any. After all, he originally thought he wouldn't need them. All right, Wang Yongchong. I got it right this time, yeah? Chun-Li said seriously. Next, you lead them and hurry away from the city. I still have some things to do in the city. These wooden swords are enough to keep you safe. If you get hurt, eat the bread. Young Master Chun, leave the city? Where to? Wang Yongchong asked cautiously. Huh? Chun-Li froze, then immediately realized. He hurriedly asked in return. You're from Xi'an? Wang Yongchong nodded gently. Chun-Li was speechless. He clenched his fist and lightly tapped his forehead. Crap, this guy wasn't from Li City. He was a local. Do any of you know how to get to Li City? Chun-Li scanned the crowd. They all shook their heads. Not a single one. But it made sense. Transportation wasn't developed in this era. Most ordinary people never left their own village their entire lives. Or their city. The problem was, he didn't know how to get back to Li City either. Winding around in the Nether, he had long lost track of where he was. Ending up in Xi'an City was just a coincidence. Going back now, he had been planning to wait for the pre-prepared return device to activate. As for these people, he thought he could have a merchant caravan take them back. Chun-Li shook his head slightly. Unrealistic. Even if they made it to the city, Li City itself was just a small town. There weren't many merchant caravans passing through to begin with. Not to mention the recent bandit troubles. Unrealistic. Plus, in this day and age, those caravans might be merchants inside the city. But who knows what they are outside the city walls? Bringing a map was even more impossible. Waiting for people from Li City to come? The worst-case scenario was that he'd just have to go back himself. If they didn't show up before the deadline, then I'll just escort them back myself. It's just a matter of walking a few extra steps. Food, beds, torches, and a hidden space. He could provide all of that. Besides, I'll be right nearby. If anything happens, I can back them up immediately. Compared to letting them travel alone, the risk is definitely much lower. Okay, it's decided. How about you guys stay here for a while? Chun-Li suggested. If I'm not mistaken, Wei Si and the others should be coming back. After all, you're considered one of us. They wouldn't just leave you here and ignore you. If they don't show up, I'll escort you back myself. Wang Yongchong nodded. Chun-Li then looked at the others he had brought out. I have no problem with that. It's better than rotting in a cell. We'll listen to the immortal. No one objected. They had already come this far. They couldn't exactly go back. After settling everyone down, what Chun-Li had to do was very simple. Dig a hole, line the surroundings with wooden planks, and build 3 cobblestone pillars for support, to prevent the cave from collapsing and burying them once the time limit was up. Finally, he placed a trapdoor on top, scooped up some dirt from the side, buried it tightly, and left a small hole for ventilation. Chun-Li took a few steps back and nodded in satisfaction. The surroundings were just yellow sand and cracked earth. At most, there was some withered yellow grass. There was no cover for the line of sight, so no one would look too closely. Unlike outside Li City, people here wouldn't think that such soil could be dug into a large pit without collapsing. The height of Xi'an city walls, and even the number of guards, were far beyond what a small town like Li City could compare to. If he guessed correctly, the Taoist priest's main search area would be inside the city. They wouldn't chase too far outside the city either. Plus, this place was quite a distance from the official road. No one would pass by here. Hiding here couldn't be more perfect. I'll come back tomorrow. Get some good sleep these next few days. This is a trade. I don't save people for free. Once we get to our destination, you'll have to work for me. If you're all sluggish and weak, you won't be able to do anything. The voice from above the ground faded away. The footsteps slowly distanced themselves. The group, faces full of exhaustion, leaned against the walls. Tears shimmered in their eyes. But no one spoke. Staring at the flickering campfire, They slowly closed their eyes. They could finally get a good night's sleep. It was almost winter now. Torches didn't provide heat. So Chun-Li had specifically placed a campfire. What do you think Li's city is like? Hong Xinyan asked. You can eat meat until you're full. And there are sweaters to wear. Wang Yongchong stared at the campfire, muttering in a daze. That's what Brother Wei Si and Brother Zhu Zi said. That sounds so nice, Hong Xinyan murmured. But she couldn't help feeling a bit worried. Her best skill was building flower boats. But in this day and age, would her survival skills even be useful anymore? After leaving Chun-Li, the items had a time limit on how long they could remain. Once the time was up, and they lost their effect, these pits could potentially collapse, unless he appeared within range again. To refresh them, the pit just now, as well as the basement in Guanpeng's house, temporarily used cobblestone as support pillars. That was also why he would return. Tomorrow. Done. Time to go back and sleep. He had just gotten a good night's sleep yesterday, and now he had to stay up late again today. He didn't even feel sleepy anymore. This wouldn't do. Chun-Li sighed and said, These past few days, I've been wandering around the Nether every day, looking for bastion remnants and fortresses. I couldn't sleep at all. As everyone knows, you can see Steve sleeping in the sky, in trees, in mine shafts, and even in rivers or lava. The only place you won't see him sleep is in the Nether. Sleeping in a bed in the Nether will cause it to explode. Oh right, I just remembered. Did I tell you my name was Chun-Li earlier? He asked with a smile. Yeah. Guanpeng nodded. The Imperial Court might know about this, young Master Chun. If I keep using this surname, it'll be too obvious. Being a cautious youth is never wrong. Chun-Li put away his shovel, suddenly falling into a dilemma. So, I need to change my name. Changing names is such a hassle. Li Xiaoyao? Li Feiyu. He thought for a long time, then had a flash of inspiration. He clapped his hands together. All right, from now on, just call me Steve. Isn't that a bit weird? It doesn't sound like a real name. Guanpeng pointed out. What's weird about it? There's even someone named Shurkafa. It's close enough. And in a way, Steve is also my name. Chun-Li added with a smile. Then from now on, I'll call you young Master Shur. Guanpeng said. It really was a bit weird. But whatever. He was too lazy to change it again. Right, one more thing. Chun-Li said. I just mentioned that someone would come to meet us. But I'm not sure exactly which day. I want to find someone to keep an eye on the merchant caravans entering and leaving the city gates. Where can I find someone? If young Master Shur trusts me. I actually know some people my age. They're absolutely reliable. Having them keep watch near the city gates won't raise any suspicion. Guanpeng said. Awesome. Reliable. MHM. Guanpeng rubbed his nose, giving a soft hum, although he didn't understand the first word. Judging from the second one, it was meant as a compliment. He seemed trustworthy. Then, Guanpeng subconsciously reached out his hand. Instantly, 2 heavy cloth bags appeared in his palm. That texture and weight. Without a doubt, they were filled with silver and some copper coins. Chun-Li said, The small one is for you. The big one is mine. I'm giving it to you for safekeeping. Just take the money to hire people from there. These bags of money were prepared by Miao Jiming. When Chun-Li left, Young Master Chun, I don't need. Don't give it back to me. I'm too lazy to hold it. My hands are full right now. Chun-Li put his hands behind his back. What? You think I'm some black-hearted boss? Trying to get free labor? I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Do a good job. And we can cure your sister's eyes too. Guanpeng visibly straightened his back, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. MHM. If food couldn't cure it, then the method was wrong. Steve once said, There's nothing a bucket of milk can't cure. If one bucket doesn't work, then drink another. Wu Jin saw it and swore by it. Young Master Shur, is there anything else? Chun-Li said. He thought to himself. No matter how he looked at it, this kid was way too mature for his age. Oh right, Guanpeng. I have something to ask you. Are you a White Lotus believer? Guanpeng's heart tightened. He abruptly looked up at Chun-Li, who still had a smile on his face. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Mang is. In a month, I will be too. To survive, it's the only way. He paused, stealing a glance at Chun-Li's reaction. Go on, I'm listening. Chun-Li gestured. Most of the people in the sect fled here as refugees. Even if they managed to get into the city, they still had to find work to feed themselves. Guanpeng said honestly. No matter how big Xi'an City is, more and more refugees arrive every day. How many can it hold? None of the trades are short on hands. Not to mention, no one is willing to hire people like us who can't even explain our backgrounds clearly. Even if they wanted to hire us, they'd need 2 or 3 established households to act as guarantors. How could outsiders like us find guarantors? Joining the sect at least guarantees a bowl of rice. Before the imperial court catches us, we can at least eat a few more grains of rice. So we won't be starving ghosts after we die. Did he really want to join the White Lotus? Since ancient times, the term White Lotus has always been tied to the word rebellion, especially after the recent uprising in Shandong. The imperial court became even more intolerant of the White Lotus sect's existence. Anyone who dared to have even the slightest connection to the White Lotus, no matter how they explained it, couldn't clear their name, whether they were involved or not. Proving one's innocence is always the hardest thing to do. Ordinary commoners only hoped for a warm bed at home and a peaceful life, so they kept a respectful distance from White Lotus believers. I see, Chun-Li murmured, looking at Guan Peng's anxious little eyes. He then said, don't worry. I was just asking out of curiosity. Even if you really believe in the White Lotus, it's not a problem. After all, having faith isn't a bad thing. I've even seen people who believe in the flying spaghetti monster. Maybe this White Lotus sect's leader is a good guy. Rebellion? Very normal. As long as they don't treat themselves like witches and try to turn into Heat Blast like Ben 10, it's fine. Chun-Li thought to himself. Now that it was just the two of them, the journey back was much smoother. They returned the way they came to where he had dug the tunnel and filled it back up with dirt blocks. After all, once the time limit was up and they were away from Chun-Li, such a long tunnel would definitely collapse. Filling a hole was much faster than digging one. It didn't take long. Once the dirt blocks in his inventory were returned, the two of them returned to the dilapidated little courtyard where they were staying. Done. I don't care anymore. I'm going to sleep first. I'm exhausted. Just as he pushed the door open, Chun-Li hesitated for a moment. His ears twitched slightly. He glanced at the slightly ajar wooden door of the side room, smacked his lips, and sighed. Must be nice. What? Guan Peng asked softly. Nothing. You go back to sleep first. Tomorrow we still have to go check out that foreigner. Right now, I have some things to take care of. As for tomorrow's meals, Chun-Li called out, glancing at his inventory. Damn, the landlord's out of surplus grain. I spent too much time wandering the Nether earlier. Even though I came prepared, to prevent getting sick of the same food, I brought a wide variety of food in large quantities. But now it's mostly depleted. I only have some golden carrots and beef left. Having too few inventory slots is such a pain. My mistake. If I had known, even though I don't like them, I should have brought some eggs. Actually, that probably wouldn't have helped. Throwing them just makes a splat. They wouldn't grow up anyway. Anyway, do you eat golden carrots? Chun-Li asked helplessly. Carrots made of gold? Hearing this, Guan Peng shook his head repeatedly. Then he asked cautiously. I couldn't bear to eat that. Plus, my teeth probably couldn't handle it. Forget it then. I'll save them for now. Use the money in the big bag to give me some breakfast tomorrow. Something light. Porridge is fine, Chun-Li said with a yawn. That's it. Good night. He gently opened the door and gently closed it. Then he immediately grabbed his shovel, dug through the dirt layer, filled it back up, and the white vampire returned to his tomb. Then he fell onto the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep instantly. Snore. Guan Peng let out a breath, slowly pushed the door open, and like a thief, tiptoed cautiously to the side of the bed. He rubbed half his body against the edge of the bed and slowly scooted in. You're not hurt, are you? A gentle voice came from the adjacent bed. Guan Peng stiffened for a moment, then gave a soft MHM. That's good, Zhang Huiyun said softly. Sister Huiyun, I found Lord Chun. Such a big piece of meat. I'm so amazing. Engine starting. Vroom vroom. It's getting late, go to sleep. MHM. Master. Shulker opened his eyes, took a deep breath, rolled over, and asked in annoyance. What is it that cannot wait until tomorrow morning to discuss? Step down and do not disturb me. After all, anyone who is sleeping soundly and suddenly woken up would be holding back some anger. Master, someone from the county office is here. They say there's been a prison break. What? You're saying the prison was broken into? Quickly, call that person in. Hearing the news, Shulker was greatly shocked. He sat up abruptly, ignoring everything else. Shulker grabbed his hanging official uniform and black gauze hat and threw them on. As soon as the person arrived, he hurriedly asked, when did this happen? High hour. He then asked, and what time is it now? Are replying to your excellency. Cho hour. Have they caught the culprits? He had finally passed the imperial examination and been appointed as the judge of Xi'an Prefecture. He had only just taken office, and he was already dealing with something like this. Shulker felt the blood rush to his head. Suppressing his anger, he asked expressionlessly, since you haven't caught anyone, and 2 hours have passed, why are you only reporting this now? The prison is heavily guarded inside and out, surrounded by stone walls on all four sides. Without a key, it's impossible to escape even if they had wings. Yet in 2 hours, no one noticed a thing. They dug a tunnel and crawled out. Enough. Are there any leads or clues? Shulker sighed and asked helplessly. The remaining prisoners said. The person who broke them out was called Young Master Chun. And among the people who were rescued, many seemed to be White Lotus believers. He even rescued White Lotus members? That means it might have been done by the White Lotus sect. Rescuing the others was just a smokescreen. Shulker guessed. He noticed his subordinate looking hesitant to speak, and snapped, "What else? Spit it all out." The remaining prisoners in the jail said. Those people really did escape by digging a hole. The man said cautiously. Absurd. The prison walls are made of solid stone, buried several feet deep into the ground, 2 zhang high and 1.5 zhang thick. Furthermore, jailers search the cells every month. Even just digging through the dirt on the ground would take years. They are clearly mocking the imperial court. Drag those who said they dug a hole out and give them 30 strokes of the cane. Shulker was furious, laughing out of anger. There must be an inside man. Arrest all the guards on duty at the time. I will interrogate them one by one myself. Tomorrow, inspect everyone leaving the city. They must still be inside the city right now. Once dawn breaks, we'll catch them like turtles in a jar. At the break of dawn, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. Tang Ruowang was writing a letter, reporting the recent situation to the Society of Jesus. The new emperor has been on the throne for almost a year, and rebellions have already sprung up. However, those rebellions are scattered and disorganized, pillaging everywhere. There is another matter that I find deeply absurd, which I must confide to you all. A group of cultists actually dared to stand before me and preach their evil, twisted doctrines. They spoke eloquently, but their words were nothing but deceptive, delusional lies. A bunch of lost fanatics, vainly attempting to forge the legendary Promised Land. However, I believe they won't be able to hide for long before being wiped out. The only reason they've survived until now is because the imperial court has been fooled by a bunch of local officials. Footsteps came from outside the window. Tang Ruowang stood up and looked out. Father, are you open today? Tang Ruowang looked toward the voice. 2 people stood at the door. He had quite an impression of one of them. It was the young nobleman who had come to listen to his sermon yesterday. Perhaps he could find another devout follower for the Lord. Tang Ruowang felt a surge of joy. He opened the door and said in Chinese with a slight foreign accent, I don't believe I know how to address you too. I'm Steve, and this is Guanpong. Chun-Li turned slightly and raised his hand, pointing to himself and the person beside him respectively. Tang Ruowang followed his finger and saw that Guanpong was trembling slightly. Is this young gentleman cold? I'll go get some firewood. Tang Ruowang asked as he walked outside. No, he's just scared. Chun-Li muttered in his heart. Unsurprisingly, the 2 of them had run into quite a few soldiers on their way here. They had practically brushed right past them. The prison had been broken into. The imperial court would definitely take action. He knew this clearly in his heart. But did that stop Chun-Li from jungling? Not at all. It was like having a 0 to 5 KDA, not placing any wards, and trying to gank a fully geared jungler in the jungle. You can't catch him, and even if you do, you can't beat him. However, Chun-Li could still stand off to the side and watch quietly. After all, he was Steve now. What did this have to do with young Master Sure? But Guanpong beside him was just a half-grown kid after all. Although he was reliable, he had never seen such a huge scene before. It was a miracle he could even walk. Young Master Sure, and this young gentleman. Are you interested in what I preached yesterday? Tang Ruowang asked as he picked out some dry firewood and placed it in the fireplace. Yes, I am indeed interested. Chun-Li looked up slightly at the telescope, then continued. Father Tang Ruowang, I'm very interested in astronomy. I wonder what your views on the universe are, Father. Tang Ruowang's eyes lit up. His interest peaked. The universe is the great creation of the Lord. The stars and celestial bodies all operate according to the rules set by the Lord. Its vastness is boundless, beyond the imagination of mortals. Perhaps feeling he hadn't explained it clearly enough, he hesitated for a moment, then said, Young Master Sure, please wait here for a moment. With that, he turned and entered the small room on the far right. He pulled out a rolled-up map from inside, carefully placed it on a long bench, and unrolled it. He stepped aside slightly and waved. Chun-Li leaned in to look at the map. The entire map was divided into 3 main parts. The center was the main map, an oval-shaped world. The map was centered on China, with densely packed country names marked everywhere. The four corners featured astronomical and geographical diagrams, with explanatory text annotated throughout. Mountain ranges were outlined in pale green, and rivers were drawn with double curves. In the top right corner of the map, there was a bold title, Kunyu Wangwa Kwantu, a map of the myriad countries of the world. Damn it. When I get back, I have to change all this traditional Chinese to simplified. Everyone's going to learn simplified Chinese. Although Chun-Li didn't recognize most of the place names, when he compared it to the modern map in his memory, he found that it was almost 70 or 80% similar. Chun-Li stared at the map, deep in thought. He wanted it. This thing was definitely an antique, and one with immense historical value at that. Right, when I get back, I'll build a museum and put all the collected artifacts inside. I'll make the biggest museum ever. Otherwise, it would be such a pity if they were lost. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression solemn. Young master, look. Tang Ruowang pointed to the diagram of the 9 heavens in the top right corner of the map. Young master, look at this diagram of the 9 heavens. The earth inside here is right beneath our feet. Surrounding the earth is the atmosphere, which is where we breathe and where the weather changes. And this is the moon. Then, father, do you think the sun revolves around this sphere beneath our feet? Or does the sphere beneath our feet revolve around the sun? Chun-Li asked bluntly. Tang Ruowang's expression changed. His previously relaxed brows furrowed slightly. He asked seriously, what does the young master think? Naturally, our sphere revolves around the sun. Chun-Li raised his chin slightly, speaking with a firm tone. Why is the young master so certain? Tang Ruowang asked. I only know the conclusion. If you ask me how I know, I have no way of telling you. Chun-Li spread his hands helplessly and gave a light shrug. He said, after all, unless you see it with your own eyes, whatever you say will be disputed. Indeed, but how could one possibly see it with their own eyes? We cannot even set foot in the sky, let alone witness the universe created by the Lord with our own eyes. Tang Ruowang shook his head gently, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Hee, isn't this perfect timing? I didn't even have to cast the bait. He bit the hook himself. If it's just the sky, that's actually quite simple. Chun-Li's lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. As he spoke faintly, hearing Chun-Li's words, Tang Ruowang's face first showed surprise. Then his expression instantly changed. At this moment, Chun-Li felt that he was no longer facing a religious fanatic, but a scholar. Tang Ruowang immediately took a half-step back, looking Chun-Li up and down carefully. Father, you've been here for so long. Do you know about Kongming lanterns? Chun-Li struck while the iron was hot. If you enlarge a Kongming lantern dozens of times, could it carry a person into the sky? Have you tried it? Tang Ruowang questioned. No, I forgot about it before. If I hadn't seen your telescope, I might not have remembered it. Chun-Li said, but I know the conclusion, and that is, it's feasible. Tang Ruowang frowned deeply, pondering inwardly. If a Kongming lantern can fly, then if it's enlarged countless times, and there's enough fuel, even if a person is hanging underneath, it could still fly. Yes, exactly. Logically speaking, it should work. Humanity can fly into the sky. Experiment. I need to experiment. Tang Ruowang trembled slightly. If he could truly touch the sky, he could see the world meticulously constructed by the Lord. How could he not be excited? But why? Why can a Kongming lantern fly into the sky? If you're wondering why, I might know a little bit about that. I can also tell you some trivial little facts. Just like this Kongming lantern. Chun-Li tempted. I think you'd be interested. Using knowledge as bait. For a scholar agent, kidnap him back first, then talk. Tang Ruowang completely realized what was happening. The Kongming lantern was bait. The person in front of him wasn't interested in the Lord he worshipped either. It was obvious that this person's target was him. But so what? As long as he could glimpse the mysteries of the Lord's world, even just a little bit. To him, the most devout believer, it would be the greatest glory. The Bible says, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me, Tang Ruowang muttered in a low voice. He then looked up and said resolutely, what do you want? Very simple. You have to go somewhere first. I'll tell you when we get there. Chun-Li said, the corners of his mouth curling up. Tang Ruowang froze for a moment. He asked tentatively, do you know immortal Lord Chen? Someone came looking for you. Chun-Li asked in confusion. Tang Ruowang slowly lowered his hands. His brows furrowed tightly. I have sworn an oath under the glory of the Lord to follow the guidance of his teachings. A place that shakes my faith. I'm afraid I cannot go. If the young master wishes to preach to me, please leave. Looking at this, the people who came before, probably tried to preach to this priest. This is troublesome. In his impression, most people in the country were the type who would believe in whatever worked. Even in ancient times, the essence hadn't changed much, but foreigners were much more troublesome. Not to mention, the one in front of him was definitely a zealot. From what he knew, in this time period, even those with the ability to go out to sea were either rich or noble. Setting aside the unfamiliar climate, just the various shipwrecks alone could take half a person's life. Those willing to risk their lives to come here and preach, abandoning their families and even their lives, were definitely completely brainwashed. The most fanatical of fanatics. Absolutely stubborn too. The extreme. Showing off abilities to this kind of person right from the start was clearly not a wise choice. But now, it was the only way. By the way, do you know Newton? The type with a wealth of knowledge. Chun-Li asked with a sincere face. This is very important to me. I believe a loyal follower of the Lord. Like you, father wouldn't lie, right? Tang Ruowang hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know him. Good. Sir Newton hasn't been born yet. Then I know what to do. What if I do this? Chun-Li said as he raised his hand. A golden carrot appeared in his palm. Young master, in my home country, someone once performed this kind of magic trick for me. It is indeed a very exquisite sleight of hand. But please stop here. I understand your good intentions, but I have already been redeemed by my Lord. I only wish to spread the Lord's teachings in this city, and I do not wish to serve other gods. Tang Ruolong bowed slightly. Speaking earnestly, Guanpeng, go guard the door outside. If anyone comes, come in and tell me. Guanpeng nodded and ran out of the church. Chun-Li's hand movements didn't stop. Golden carrots appeared in his palm one after another, and he placed them on the table next to him. Soon, they piled up into a small mountain. The size of that small mountain, even a child could tell, no matter what, could not possibly be hidden in a person's clothes. Tang Ruowang confirmed this fact. Moreover, the space inside the church wasn't small. Even though it was full of pews, the line of sight was extremely wide. There was absolutely nowhere to hide such a massive volume of golden carrots, 5 loaves and 2 fishes. For some reason, the story from the Bible popped into Tang Ruowang's mind. But could this thing be eaten? Perhaps this was a blessing. The person in front of him was someone who had received a blessing. Ignoring what Tang Ruowang was thinking, Chun-Li waited until the golden carrots in his inventory were down to single digits. Before he finally stopped, he didn't say much. He took out a water bucket and placed a block of water inside the church. The water quickly spread out, but after covering an area of 7 or 8 meters, it eerily stopped and didn't flow any further. This is a part of my power. Standing on the periphery, Tang Ruowang stared intently at the center, at the living water that continuously gushed outward. He muttered, The Bible says, whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give them will become in them a spring of water, welling up to eternal life. This is the legendary living water that flows endlessly and can never be exhausted. If I drink this water, gulp, Tang Ruowang swallowed hard. His expression was fervent, and he subconsciously walked toward the living water. However, after being in a daze for only a moment, he immediately snapped back to reality. He quickly took a few steps back, distancing himself from Chun-Li. The vigilance in his eyes grew even stronger. He placed his hands in front of his chest, gripping and touching the cross hanging around his neck, holding it out in front of him. Bizarre abilities. Power that did not belong to the mortal realm. Was the person in front of him an angel granting him salvation and a new life, or a demon here to tempt him into abandoning his faith, abandoning his service to his Lord, and wanting him to fall into hell forever? Or perhaps a monster of the Great Ming? Regardless, he was definitely not immortal. A fierce struggle surged in Tang Ruowang's heart. His gaze darted back and forth between Chun-Li and the cross. The cross had no effect. So this was not a demon. It was a monster of the Great Ming. As for a god, that was impossible to even think about. Why wouldn't a god go to the emperor, but instead seek out a Westerner like him? Who are you, sir? Tang Ruowang's voice trembled slightly, but it revealed a trace of firmness. If you are trying to test my faith in the Lord, then you will not succeed. Even if I die. Oh, my Lord. I have actually seen a real monster. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This was fear, but also excitement. How to prove the existence of the Lord. If monsters exist, then the Lord must exist. So difficult. I knew it would be like this. Chun-Li sighed, dealing with zealots. He really had absolutely no experience. He could only give it a try. What would the person in front of him desire? I won't interfere with your faith. I won't interfere with any of your actions. You can even preach your religion in that place. You can believe in whoever you want. If you get a few people to believe in your religion, I won't bother stopping you." He shook his head, then threw out a series of questions. "Since you believe the universe and the world were created by the Lord, then I assume you must be quite curious about its rules, right? Why do objects fall down instead of up? How was the universe created? What is light? How do we capture and utilize light and electricity? How do we travel to the universe and survive in it?" Chun-Li said unhurriedly, "I don't know the formulas, but I know the answers and the methods to get the formulas. Are you interested?" Chun-Li asked with a smile. Tang Ruowang stood in front of Chun-Li, his heart churning. The temptation in the other party's words was like a demon whispering in his ear. Or perhaps the person in front of him was a demon. He wavered, but he knew he couldn't be easily deceived. Demons lie. The price would inevitably be something he couldn't bear. "I am not interested in your so-called answers," Tang Ruowang said firmly, despite the wavering in his heart. "Never mind then, as long as you don't regret it." Chun-Li shrugged, waved his sleeve, and collected the water on the ground, as well as the mountain of carrots next to him. "I'm not one to force things. Since you're not interested, I'll be leaving. I'll still be in Xi'an for a few days. Looking forward to our next meeting. But next time, you'll have to come find me." Chun-Li picked up the bowl, tilted his head back, and downed the remaining mutton soup in one gulp. Relaxing, he let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, that hits the spot. Waiter, another bowl of flatbread soaked in mutton soup." However, this time it was the shop owner who came over. Young master, this is already your 5th bowl." The owner looked at Chun-Li awkwardly and said worriedly, "It's not that I don't want to serve you. It's just that when this stuff hits your stomach, I'm afraid your body won't be able to handle it, young master." "What are you afraid of? Look at my stomach. Does it look like I'm full? I know my limits." Chun-Li patted his stomach and said casually, "Just bring it out. I won't short you on the silver, and I have no reason to scam you." "Well, all right." The owner frowned and nodded slightly. He turned his head to look at the waiter, who immediately turned around and shouted toward the kitchen, "1 portion of flatbread soaked in mutton soup." In a short while, the waiter brought the mutton soup and flatbread and placed it on the table, taking away the stack of 4 empty bowls while he was at it. The amber, translucent broth exuded a fresh, savory aroma that made one's mouth water continuously. I naturally ordered them separate. Chun-Li rubbed his hands together, slowly tore the flatbread into tiny pieces, placed them in the soup, and stirred gently. A rich aroma wafted up. It was the fragrant fusion of the savory mutton and spices, mixed with the weedy scent of the flatbread. He couldn't help but twitch his nose and take a deep breath. The flavor hit his taste buds directly. Even though he had already eaten 4 bowls, Chun-Li still couldn't stop licking his lips. Before the flatbread was even fully soaked, he took a sip of the broth. Truly a Xi'an specialty. The taste is just exactly what I was craving. I've been thinking about this for years. It's just that the taste is still a bit lacking compared to my memory." Chun-Li exhaled a breath of hot air and recalled comfortably, "Back when I was still a young pioneer wearing a red scarf, on winter mornings before the sun even came up, I'd be taken on a 10-minute bike ride just to eat this soup and flatbread. It's a pity that when I got older and wanted to try that shop again, I couldn't find it. The other shops just felt like they were missing something. I searched online and found out it was a Shaanxi specialty. I even thought about coming here for a few days once I had money. I didn't expect to come here so early. And in this way." Chun-Li sighed with emotion, then noticed Guan Peng staring blankly out the window, lost in thought for a long time. He followed his gaze and saw several Yamen runners, and even soldiers wearing armor and carrying long swords, who looked like the garrison troops of Xi'an City. They were making their way down the alley, pasting wanted posters on the walls. All the restaurants and temples along the way, and even abandoned, dilapidated courtyards, had been thoroughly searched. As for the city gates, they had specifically gone to take a look. It was heavily guarded. According to Guan Peng, the number of guards had clearly doubled. Entering was fine, but for those leaving, the guards at the city gates conducted strict inspections on all passers-by. Travel permits, merchant caravans carriages, and even the baskets on both ends of a porter's carrying pole had to be opened and thoroughly checked. Lenient entry, strict exit. No wonder prison breaks usually happened outside the city gates. Even if you broke someone out inside the city, there was nowhere to hide, and it was absolutely impossible to escape. "They won't find us. Just look at the drawing on that wanted poster. It's so ugly. Who could even recognize it? The skill is too poor. Not professional at all. Plus, from what I heard, they only know the person who broke the prison is called Young Master Chan. They're completely clueless about everything else. They're still trying to block people inside the city, and haven't sent anyone outside at all. A waste of effort. Chun-Li shrugged, and poked his chopsticks into the flatbread, to test the texture. It was so just about right. He swallowed his saliva. Let's eat, let's eat. If this gets cold, the taste will change. I wasn't worried about that. Guanpeng shook his head, his expression complex. This is my first time seeing that this place is actually so beautiful. Chun-Li paused for a moment, slurped up a piece of flatbread, and looked out again. This was the most bustling district in Xi'an. The restaurant they were in, located in the best area, and because of Chun-Li's attire, the seats they were sitting in were the best window seats on the second floor. They could see everything on the entire street clearly. The bustling city life. Shops lined both sides of the street, their signboards hanging high and swaying. A dazzling array of goods was on display, from silks and brocades to ceramics and utensils, and even spices and medicinal herbs. They had everything one could expect to find. People came and went on the street, bustling and lively. Peddlers carrying loads on shoulder poles, with various trinkets hanging from one end. Clay animal figurines in all sorts of shapes. Small ceramic ornaments painted with exquisite floral patterns, brightly colored. Small accessories woven from colorful silk threads. Bracelets and necklaces, delicate and fine. A few peddlers skillfully molded sugar figures into various shapes. The sugar figures were crystal clear, exuding a sweet fragrance, where there were various kinds of fruits and vegetables that Chun-Li couldn't name. In addition, there were some small wooden toys, spinning tops and wooden puppets. Although these were simple, children gathered around the peddlers' loads, pulling on the adults and refusing to leave. Craftsmen set up stalls, repairing boots and woodwork. Cries of street vendors rose and fell. Incredibly lively. It was far beyond what a small town, likely city, which barely had any large streets, could compare to. This Xi'an city sure is bustling. Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. Guanpeng nodded, a trace of complex emotion revealing itself in his eyes. Snapping back to reality, he drank the bowl of mutton soup in front of him. It's delicious. My stomach feels so warm, so comfortable. After eating, Guanpeng paid the bill, and the two went downstairs, walking on their way back. Next, let's head back first. Chun-Li grinned and said, the good news is, tell your friends. They don't need to keep an eye on the 4 city gates. They just need to watch the street where that priest is. They aren't restricting people coming in. Based on my understanding of them, once they get in, the first thing they'll do is run straight to this priest. Let me think. When they meet them, just tell them Walmaria, and they'll obediently follow. They soon left the bustling district and arrived at a corner of the city. Narrow alleyways intertwined like a maze. Low, dilapidated houses were crammed together. The walls were mottled and peeling. A foul stench permeated the alleys. Sewage flowed freely, and garbage was everywhere. However, unlike when they came out in the morning, the alleys were now crowded with people. Most of them were thin and short, with sunken cheeks. Their eyes revealed a hint of hunger and exhaustion, and their skin was dull and lifeless. Many children stood in the mud, their hair messy and disheveled. Their clothes were tattered, patches piled upon patches, some even too big for them. Seeing Chun-Li, their eyes lit up, but upon seeing Guanpeng beside him, they hesitated for a moment and looked a bit disappointed. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood there watching. The guards on duty are all out on the streets catching people today. They have nowhere to go, so they can only stay here. Guanpeng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, let's walk faster. Ordinary children who had no strength and couldn't work. Where would they get clothes to wear? They either froze to death, or they had no clothes, and hid in their houses, too weak to come out. These were undoubtedly all fellow thieves. Fellow thieves, no different from him. Guanpeng's brows furrowed tightly, tying into a dead knot. The worry between his brows was hard to conceal, and his face turned slightly red. That wasn't just because of anger or excitement. It was more of a deep sense of shame, and also fear. He knew these people's behavior all too well, because he himself was one of them. If they stopped for even a moment, even for just a tiny temptation of food or money, these people would be like sharks smelling blood, gathering more and more. When that time came, let alone protecting their belongings, who knows when, the things on their bodies would vanish into thin air. In this place, there were simply too many helpless, displaced children. Like this. However, no matter what, he didn't want this incredibly capable nobleman to see their despicable and shameful side. At the very least, he hoped to protect his own small family and help them find salvation. For this, He absolutely would not allow anyone to destroy this hard-won peace and hope. Guanpeng stared coldly at the people on both sides, making them afraid to step forward. They were all just half-grown kids. They also knew Guanpeng's reputation, so naturally, they were intimidated. Chun-Li didn't do anything either. He just took a deep look at those people, then turned his head away. It wasn't until they safely left that area that Guanpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally hoped the person behind him would take out food to give as charity, but he also knew that wouldn't work. It couldn't be done. But that feeling of a sliver of fantasy shattering wasn't comfortable. Perhaps he just hoped a miracle would appear to change things. I really like cats. When I was in college, there were stray cats on campus too, Chun-Li said softly. But I wouldn't feed them. I would only watch them from afar, so they wouldn't know I existed. I thought, once I got a job, had my own place to live, and had the ability, on some night, or maybe during the day, I would stumble upon a stray cat. If it was sick, I'd take it to the vet, even if it cost my entire salary. Within my means, I'd make sure it ate well and lived comfortably, until the day it died. Right now, I'm just one person. Even if I spent all the time I could stay outside, I wouldn't be able to do much. I might even end up doing more harm than good with my good intentions, disrupting my own plans, and causing a lot of trouble. Direct help often only solves a temporary need. The root problem remains unsolved. Charity isn't my thing. I don't want to do something stupid just to satisfy a momentary sense of fake pity and watch them fight over the money or food I give them. I also don't want to just stand there waiting until everything is handed out and they all leave, before pretending to nod in satisfaction and walking away. I prefer transactions. I will help them, but not now. Not through temporary charity, but through long-term policies. I can't do that myself, but there are people who can. Chun-Li's face was calm as he continued, when they grow up, maybe a few of them will turn out to be absolute geniuses. Then they can willingly and happily work their asses off for me, developing technology, so I can lie in bed playing on my phone sooner and fly a spaceship into the universe. That's what I'm thinking. The reason I'm saying this out loud is because I'm a man. Once I say it, I mean it. If I didn't say it, I could just keep it in my head. But since I've said it, I'm not joking. A man's word is his bond. I am Steve. I can't embarrass myself by going back on my word. Chun-Li's eyes flickered. Besides, I don't think they're shameful. After all, it's for survival. You can only say that the biggest fault doesn't lie with them. If this happened in modern times, who knows how many people would lose their jobs over it. Hearing Chun-Li's words, a warm current surged in Guanpeng's heart. It felt like suddenly being bathed in warm sunlight. On a freezing winter day, before Guanpeng could finish being moved, Chun-Li suddenly leaned his head in with a cheeky grin. So how about it? Are you super touched? Like when you have a bad stomachache, riding a bus that keeps stopping and starting, and you finally make it home, sit on the toilet, and experience that smooth, explosive release, so touched. You want to cry on the spot? No problem, young master, sure. My sturdy, incredibly strong shoulders are yours for cheap. Lean on them and cry all you want. Guanpeng's mood right now was more like having diarrhea, realizing he was dreaming, and waking up to find the bedsheets soaked beneath him. A mix of complex emotions. Oh wait. Lord Sure, you're finally back. Hey, brother Guanpeng. Why are your eyes so wide? Hearing the commotion, Mengbai hurried out to greet them. Seeing Guanpeng's slightly red eyes, he was about to ask, but sensed a murderous aura, and quickly changed his tune. I'm back. All right, proceed according to the original plan. Go tell them to wait at the church. Chun-Li said, I'm going to leave for a bit. Remember, absolutely do not enter my room, no matter what happens. Understand? I'm talking to you specifically. Mengbai. No problem. Lord Sure. Oh, and get dinner ready for me. I want flatbread soaked in mutton soup again. Let me see. Get 1 portion for everyone. And 3 portions for me. From the same place. Oh, if they don't do takeout, then forget it. Just go to a different place and buy something else. All right. Lord Chun is wise. Of course. Chun-Li closed the door to his room and went underground. He dug out a larger area again, mainly to increase the height. Then, he took out obsidian. He was going to the Nether next. It had been a while, but he was going to find some kind-hearted zombified piglins and have a friendly negotiation with them to see if he could borrow some gold ingots. Then he'd poke around the area, find some piglins, and trade for some crying obsidian. Finally, he'd grab some glowstone and put it in his inventory. That's right, he was going to craft a respawn anchor. He had finally found a cleric. How could he just let him go? He definitely had to find a way to kidnap him back. Even if he had to do it by force, he had to do it. Earlier, he was playing hard to get. Kidnapping a believer was actually just like finding a girlfriend or boyfriend. You can't expose your neediness. You have to make the believer feel safe, then pique their curiosity, making them toss and turn at night, wondering if they're wanted or not. Then he'd just stroll over to a temple or Taoist shrine, take a walk around, and boom, done. Chun-Li could only say he was an absolute theoretical genius. It's just a pity that back then, before he even had the chance to put this theory into practice, he transmigrated. Now he was just applying it to a new situation. If this still didn't work, and there was no reaction, then he'd just have to tie him up directly. Although it would be a pity to lose a scholar, gaining a tradable cleric would still be very nice. But based on Chun-Li's slight understanding of his own villagers, this kidnapping process would definitely be like trying to catch a startled cat. Someone would definitely die. Well, cats have 9 lives. Use one, and there's another. Once you get used to dying, you won't want to die anymore. Anyway, he had the enchanted little hat. It might hurt a bit, but at least no one would actually die. Thinking this, Chun-Li set a fire, put his diamond armor back on, and ignited the Nether portal. Speaking of which, we've been out for so long now. I wonder how things are going on Miao Jiming's end. I hope it's not too chaotic. Xianen, the manager of the Gu Chao Tang branch in Li City, slightly turned his head, frowning with a face full of worry. The hand resting on Miao Jiming's pulse was actually trembling slightly. Mr. G, how is it? You've been checking for almost 3 or 4 minutes. Your hand is even shaking. What exactly is wrong with Jiming? Why isn't the fresh milk working? Wei Shi squatted to the side, rubbing his hands anxiously, his face full of concern. 2 weeks ago, he noticed Miao Jiming clutching his stomach from time to time, fine sweat seeping from his forehead, his face as pale as paper. At first, he thought he was just seeing things. Later, Jiming claimed he had just eaten something bad, telling him not to worry about it, and that he'd be fine by tomorrow. But eventually, he would just turn his back, clutch his stomach, and lean against the wall. If he hadn't kept an eye out, and sneaked around following him like a thief, his young master probably would have died of pain without uttering a single sound. But no matter how much he asked, his stubborn young master insisted to the death that he was fine. The dark circles under his eyes grew heavier by the day. The day before yesterday, he dragged him straight to the clinic to drink the immortal medicine. He couldn't even hold him down, and had to block the door. Yet, the immortal medicine that was supposed to cure all illnesses had absolutely no effect so far. Could it be that once the immortal medicine leaves immortal Lord Chun, it slowly loses its efficacy? Is immortal Lord Chun really like what the village rumors say? Thinking of this, Wei Shi shuddered. He didn't dare think any further. Xianen, who was taking the pulse, had a mind full of mush. Over the past half year, the thing he did most was stroll around, find people who looked a bit sickly, or seemed to have caught an illness, and cure them just by feeding them the immortal medicine. Every medicine has its side effects, but that didn't apply to this immortal medicine. Moreover, thanks to the divine bucket bestowed by the immortal Lord, obtaining it was quite simple. So the herbs in his clinic were just there for show. He basically couldn't use the medical skills his father relied on to make a living. The little money he made was just enough to get by, having grown up around it. He never thought of getting rich from it anyway. His days were leisurely, and he enjoyed the comfort. But why wasn't the immortal medicine working? If even the immortal medicine couldn't work, how could he possibly cure this illness? Or is the immortal Lord really gone? With his mind full of these thoughts, even if he forced himself to calm down, to take the pulse and diagnose, he just couldn't do it. If immortal arts lose their effect, how can a mortal doctor turn the tide? Miao Jiming sat quietly, his free hand tightly gripping a white folding fan. A trace of worry flashed across his calm face. Xianen, get up. Let me take a look. Jiming's voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Xianen stood up from his chair and smiled bitterly. Dad, you're back. Ever since Chun Xinjuan's territory expanded to Cheng City, Xianen had stayed for a few days before rushing to Cheng City, saying he was worried about the folks over there. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. Treating the patient comes first. Open your mouth. Jimingji sat down, then checked his pulse. Have you been experiencing insomnia, vivid dreams, or a loss of appetite recently? Yes. Miao Jiming nodded slightly. Xianen, go fetch the herbs. Take 40 grams of astragalus, 10 jujubes, 15 grams of white peony root, 20 grams of cotinopsis, 15 grams of atractylotes, 20 grams of poria, 15 grams of kudzu root, 10 grams of prepared licorice, and 10 grams of cassia twig. Wrap them up, Jimingji said without even turning his head. Hurry up, don't tell me. You've completely forgotten how to dispense medicine. Yes. He took the herbs from the cabinet, packed them up, and tied them tightly with a string. He placed them on the table. Little brother Wei, take this back and boil it for 2 hours. Take it once in the morning and once in the evening. Take it continuously for 7 days. While taking the medicine, avoid spicy and greasy food. Although it won't cure the root cause, it will provide some relief. Take it, Xian said. Only relief. It can't be cured. Wei Shi was so anxious that his forehead broke a sweat. His body, which was a size larger than an average person's, hunched together, holding the herbs in his hands. He pleaded, Senior Ji, I beg you, please think of a way to save my young master. I'll get you whatever you need. Little brother Wei, back then, it was thanks to you that our family managed to come here. This old man naturally wouldn't hold back. Ji Mingji sighed, looked at Miao Jiming, and said helplessly, but this is an illness of the heart. Unless young Master Miao figures it out himself, there's nothing this old man can do. An illness of the heart. Wei Shi muttered. He suddenly looked at Miao Jiming, his heart pounding. Jiming, could it be that you're afraid? Thank you, Senior Ji. Here is the payment for the medicine. I also asked that Senior Ji not spread word of this. Miao Jiming stood up, opened his fan, and interrupted what Wei Shi was about to say. He bowed slightly and said, Naturally, I won't. This old man knows what to keep quiet about. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I must take my leave first. Excuse me. Jiming. Hey, why are you leaving so fast? Hey, Miao Jiming. Young master, wait for me. Watching the two of them walk away, Ji Mingji breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Dad, you're finally back. I missed you to death. Do you want to go take a look? He should be out of class by now. Don't talk to me. You're an absolute disgrace. Ji Xian pulled a long face, looking so foul it was as if ink would drip from it. Pale complexion, thick yellow tongue coating, fullness in the chest and abdomen, weak and thready pulse. This is a symptom of qi and blood deficiency, and you couldn't even diagnose that. Our Ji family has practiced medicine for generations, and our ancestors were even imperial physicians. Yet now, you've forgotten even this basic skill. A healer must first heal their own heart, before healing others. The common people entrust their health to us. Every patient is the entire hope of a family. But look at you. It's only been a few days, and you've completely thrown away the 4 methods of diagnosis. All of it gone. The more Ji Xian spoke, the angrier he got. He couldn't catch his breath, and started coughing heavily. Dad, Ji Mingji hurriedly poured a cup of water, and brought it over, standing carefully to the side, head lowered, looking ready to accept any scolding or beating. Sayu, you, Ji Xian muttered. How can I leave in peace like this? Dad, I know I was wrong. Please don't say things like that. I still want to be scolded by you for a few more years. Scolding you just dirties my mouth. Forget it. Tell me, what were you trying to say earlier? The immortal medicine didn't work. It didn't work? So that's how it is. No wonder you lost your composure. Ji Xian looked at his son, disappointed that iron couldn't become steel. This is an illness of the heart. It's entirely possible that the immortal medicine can't cure it. It makes sense. After all, ever since immortal Lord Chun descended, I really haven't seen many people with illnesses of the heart. It's normal not to notice. Immortal Lord Chun has been in seclusion for almost a month. Dad, do you think the immortal Lord has already? Ji Mingji pointed at the sky. His heart pounded as he said, Someone saw the food left at immortal Lord Chen's door. It hasn't been touched at all. It was all taken back. Isn't Go Sheng still around? What are you panicking for? It's exactly because Go Sheng is still around. If Go Sheng hadn't come back, it would mean he's with immortal Lord Chun. And who knows? He might even bring the immortal Lord back. No one knows where the immortal Lord is. The more Ji Mingji spoke, the more anxious he became. With a miserable face, he said, The whole village is talking about it now. They say immortal Lord Chun might have left a long time ago. When they asked Miao Jiming, he couldn't say anything either. He only said the immortal Lord is in seclusion. Sigh. Chung City also got the news. And things are getting a bit chaotic. That's why I wanted to come take a look and ask about the situation. But looking at it now, there's no need to ask. For once, Ji Xian didn't scold him. Ji Mingji's body slumped, and he sighed. That's why illnesses of the heart are so hard to cure. It's precisely because Miao Jiming doesn't know where immortal Lord Chun is either, that he developed this heart illness. Ji Mingji suddenly realized, and said eagerly, I understand now. Shut up. Watch your mouth. Gxian said in a deep voice. Remember, this matter is no small thing. If word gets out, I'll skin you alive. Yes, Dad. On the concrete road of Lee City, Lee City's merchant caravan was parked. Wei Shi stood at the front of the group, wearing a brown travel cloak, carrying a stone sword on his back. The rest of the Lee City members were busy checking the goods and equipment, making sure everything was ready. Zhuzi was blowing a whistle, shivering slightly, waiting for the caravan to finish taking inventory before setting off. He actually wanted to help, but he didn't need to do these things, because he couldn't count. They think I'm just getting in the way. I'm more than happy not to work. Just as Zhuzi was whistling a little tune, he heard someone calling out. Most of them were Lee City's militia, while a few were members of the merchant caravan. Previously, in order to sell grain to various towns in Shaanxi, the combat-capable personnel had basically been spread thin. Lee City only kept a few people for defense. To gather enough combat personnel, they had to wait until the departed caravans returned to resupply. Now, they had just about enough people, and it was time to make another trip to Xi'an. The purpose, aside from transporting grain to Xi'an, was to pick up the golden thread Phoebe saplings that were out of stock last time. After all, wood is easy to buy, but these saplings are hard to come by, even in Xi'an. The caravan had to transport them from elsewhere, and they had to ensure the saplings survived the trip. More importantly, it was for that priest. Hey, Zhuzi. Zhuzi turned his head to look. For this trip, guys from their own village, a few idle guys from other villages, and even some free porters from the caravan had gathered together, waving at him. What do you want? He walked over, annoyed. Looking at you guys, I know you're up to no good. If you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, let it out. Nothing much, we just want to make a bet with you. That's right, that's right. Just a bet. Don't you love betting the most? Isn't that great? What do you mean? Who told you that? Zhuzi instantly got anxious and cried out in shock. It's not like I lose every bet. Why are you bullying me like this? Everyone wants to bet with me. Where would I get that much money? No way, no way. I just have bad luck. Bad luck, understand? The leader smiled broadly. He pointed at the few people next to him. This guy has 2 grown-up sisters. This one, and that one too. We can introduce them all to you. Oh ho, putting down such a big stake. Zhuzi's eyes flickered as he said. Interesting. Speak. What are we betting on? Very simple. We bet on when immortal Lord Chun will come out of seclusion. The man said solemnly. We bet that the immortal Lord will come out of seclusion before we get back. Hearing this, Zhuzi didn't say a word. This bet. It was obvious he had the advantage. A huge advantage. After all, no matter how busy this trip got, they'd be back in 5 or 6 days. He noticed that. The whole group was looking at him, even pleadingly. Not far away, there were also workers eavesdropping. I already told you. I, Lord Zhu, don't lose every bet. Sigh. He sighed in his heart. Fine, it's a bet. I'm telling you. You guys are definitely going to lose. Zhuzi raised his chin and yelled out. Damn it. Just watch. You bastards. I'm definitely meeting your sisters. Let's get this straight. Whoever backs out is a coward. My future wife better not cry about it. You guys just wait. I'll sneak back and slip a letter in, asking immortal Lord Chun to come out a bit later, just to make you idiots die of anxiety. Ha ha, then it's a bet. Don't chicken out when the time comes. We'll be waiting. Whoever chickens out will never get a wife. Wei Shi. If the method I taught you doesn't work, then tie him up and bring him back. Even if you have to die, that priest must be brought back. This is very important. Miao Jiming stared intently at Wei Shi and said seriously, this person is extremely important. Wei Shi could respawn. So if he died, Miao Jiming didn't need to worry too much, as long as the person was brought back. Understood. Wei Shi nodded slightly, then asked worriedly, but Jiming, are you really okay with your illness? Don't worry about me. If you bring the person back, my illness might just cure itself. Miao Jiming smiled easily. The sound of a bell rang out from within Lee City. Ever since Chun Xianjun invented the new time system, every time it hit the top of the hour, the bell would be struck once. Except at night. Stop dawdling. I don't remember you being this wishy-washy. Miao Jiming said softly. Jiming, remember to take your medicine on time. Don't forget. Just you wait. When I come back, I'll definitely have that priest with me. Wei Shi clenched his fist, patted his chest, grabbed the reins, and mounted his horse. He trotted to the front of the caravan. The entire caravan began to move slowly. The sound of hooves and wheels intertwined, fading further and further away. It wasn't until the caravan completely disappeared that Miao Jiming, his face as calm as usual, arrived near where Chun-Li lived. Normally, no one would approach Chun-Li's residence, especially when he was in seclusion. The people of Li City would subconsciously take a detour. Aside from Chun-Li's small cabin, there was also a wooden structure. It was the fast travel device Chun-Li had made. Using ender pearls, Miao Jiming looked left and right. When he saw no one was around, his tense body relaxed. He slowly crouched down, gritting his teeth and clutching his stomach. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Every second was filled with torment. After a long while, he struggled to stand up. His lips were a bit pale, trembling slightly. He opened the door and stared at the ender pearl floating up and down. He muttered to himself, 1 month. I never thought that a month could be so long. In the entire village, he was the only one who knew Chun-Li had left. He knew Immortal Lord Chun had gone into the Nether, but he couldn't say for sure where the Immortal Lord was right now. In the sky? Or somewhere else? If I pull this, the Immortal Lord will come back. Miao Jiming touched the lever next to it, feeling uneasy. But will he really come back? He might not. Immortal Lord Chun wouldn't lie to me. This world hasn't become what he told me it would be. How could Immortal Lord Chun leave? Lord Miao. Miao Jiming was startled. He quickly hid his worried expression, regained his composure, and closed the door in front of him. The person who arrived was Meng Yongnian, the magistrate of Chung City. He hesitated for a moment, then said, those squires in Chung City. They all ran away last night. Hardly any are left. I suspect someone was bribed. I've already sent people to interrogate the soldiers guarding the city last night. There should be results in a few days. As for those squires, I've also sent people to apprehend them. The newly appointed Chung City inspector is already on the way. He should arrive in Chung City by the end of the year. Miao Jiming nodded. The escape of the squires was within Miao Jiming's expectations. The plan Immortal Lord Chun had given him. He knew from the very first glance that it was meant to cut off the livelihood of those noble families. Naturally, these squires would think of fleeing back to their main families to deliver the news, and then continue to enjoy their wealth and glory. Additionally, I have arranged everything in Chung City properly. Once the end of the year arrives, we can start setting things up. Are there enough varieties? Miao Jiming asked tentatively. Enough. I specifically had people invite dragon dancers from the neighboring county and hired chefs from all the major restaurants. There will definitely be enough types of food. I also had plenty of red lanterns and stilts made. It will absolutely be lively when the time comes. Miao Jiming's eyes flickered. Last year's New Year wasn't prepared well at all. After all, this place had just started to recover. To put it bluntly, it was only the size of a village. But this year, everything had to be prepared perfectly. Respected President of the Society of Jesus, perhaps this upcoming letter will make you feel that a believer in a foreign land is having delusions born from missing his homeland. But please believe me, everything stated below is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. The pagan mentioned in my previous letter sought me out again 2 days ago to preach. Contrary to what I thought, the one they revere, an existence we should respectfully call a god, has truly manifested. He, or perhaps a familiar serving him, demonstrated the blessings he received right in front of me. Rules that differ from the real world. The living water from the Bible, infinite food, and even the resurrection of the dead that I inquired about. Endless flowing milk. A panacea. The more I inquire, the more I explore, the more lost I become. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. Writing is a great invention of humanity. It is rich, but it is also lacking. I thought about it all night, and still couldn't find the words to describe my feelings. He promised that as long as I find him again, he will show me the world of the Lord. Johann Adam Schall von Bell kept writing, and his heart slowly grew calm. Just as he had said, these past few days he indeed hadn't seen him again. He thought things would go back to normal, unaffected, continuing his daily preaching routine. But he was wrong. Everything that happened that day constantly echoed in his mind, impossible to erase. For the past 2 days, Johann had been asking around about the matters in Chung City. Those rumors he would usually laugh off now gripped his heart, deeply fascinating him. This was naturally his honor. An extraordinary being had extended an invitation to him. As long as he reached out his hand, he could see the Lord's world. But this wouldn't do. He was a servant of the Lord, a loyal lamb of the Lord. No matter what, he would not change his faith. Johann took a deep breath and calmly continued writing. However, I naturally will not forget the mission the Lord has entrusted to me. I remain loyal to the Lord, a saved lost lamb. In my view, the situation in the Great Ming has exceeded our expectations. Perhaps the plan to have the great Ming submit to our Lord will face tremendous obstacles. I believe it won't take many years. After signing off, he carefully considered it several times, then cautiously folded it and placed it in a box. Although he wrote letters every week to report the situation, and this letter seemed extremely important to him, he could only set it aside for now. Sea voyages were difficult. These letters could probably only be sent back when someone else was returning to their home country. Not to mention, he was currently inland, thousands of miles away from the sea. Johann took off his glasses and changed into his preaching robes. It was now time for his daily preaching. When he opened the door and looked, he was suddenly startled, subconsciously taking a step back. Besides the regular believers, that handsome young man was actually mixed in among them. But he stood out completely. Your Excellency, didn't you say I should come find you next? When Chun-Li passed by, he asked in a low voice. You said it yourself. If I didn't come here, Xi'an is so big. It'd be a miracle if you could find me. Chun-Li said unhurriedly. You go ahead and preach. My purpose for coming is those things. Saying that, Chun-Li pointed at the books displayed over there. There were still a few days before he had to go back. He had pretty much seen and played everything there was in Xi'an. He had also exchanged for some good stuff in the Nether, obsidian, and all sorts of materials. Once the crafting was successful, he just had to wait to manage people. For now, he'd get a feel for the general structure inside. And conveniently, he had noticed earlier that this guy had quite a collection of books. There had to be some useful ones. Physics books. I won't disturb you. Just pretend I don't exist. Can I browse these books freely? Chun-Li asked politely. Johann said uneasily. Please, feel free, Your Excellency. Thanks. Chun-Li nodded, pulled out a book, glanced at the cover, and slowly began to flip through it. An extraordinary being probably wouldn't deceive him. But Johann was still a bit uneasy. He vaguely worried that if he stayed in this place any longer, his faith might collapse. He wanted to leave this place sooner. He was affected after all. Johann's gaze would occasionally dart over there. Fortunately, there weren't many believers today, so no mistakes were made. Until all the believers had left, Chun-Li was still reading. This one works too. Not bad, since I'm already here. Elementary physics is sorted. It's a pity there's no. Chemistry is fundamental, but there's absolutely none. As he flipped through the pages, he categorized and recorded the book titles on a piece of paper. They were ready-made. He wasn't going to waste an inventory slot on these things. Excuse me, is Father Johann here? The man looked exhausted, covered in dust from his travels, his eyes revealing a sense of loss. And you are? Johann asked in confusion. I am Wang Zhi's brother, Wang Huizhi. Greetings, Father Johann. Wang Huizhi introduced himself. My eldest brother was baptized in the 2nd year of Tianqi. He is a devout follower of the Lord. Do you remember him, Father? Father Johann frowned slightly. A moment later, his eyes gradually brightened. Wang Zhi? Oh, I remember now. I met him many years ago. He was already a devout believer back then. I didn't expect to meet his brother today. I'm glad you remember, Father. Wang Huizhi forced a faint smile, took out a letter he was carrying, and handed it to Johann. He murmured, ever since my brother was baptized, he has always lived according to the teachings. This time, my father came here seeking medical treatment. So he asked me to bring this letter to you on the way. Johann glanced at the envelope. It was perfectly preserved, without the slightest fold or wear. He slowly opened it. The beginning of the letter contained a long string of longing, as well as his daily prayer routine. The final paragraph was the main point. The calendar used by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau for calculations has lost its accuracy. The Emperor is already dissatisfied. This is a godsend opportunity. If things go smoothly, revising the calendar will likely be a certainty. Revising the calendar was exactly related to astronomy, which was his strong suit. This letter was asking if he had the intention to enter the capital and meet the Emperor, so they would know where they stood, and could recommend him when the time came. Johann stared intently at the letter. He thought he might be extremely excited. Entering the capital to meet the Emperor. Preaching in the capital. This was the goal he had crossed the ocean for with such difficulty, along with his deceased colleagues. To come to this unfamiliar land. Now, 8 years had passed, and the dawn had finally arrived. I'm much calmer than I thought I'd be, if I hadn't met him. Thinking this, Johann stole a glance at Chun-Li, who was quietly reading. The letter has been delivered, so I will take my leave now. Wait. Johann stopped Wang Huizhi, lowering his voice. I see your complexion is very poor. Have you encountered some difficulty? There have been some changes at home. Wang Huizhi sighed. My father has fallen seriously ill. Chun-Li straightened his back slightly and pricked up his ears. On this trip, I heard that Lord Wu Zhuang's medical skills are extraordinary, and he happens to be in Xian City. So I thought of coming to seek his medical advice. But it turns out my father's illness is extremely stubborn. Even Lord Wu is helpless. Sigh. And according to Lord Wu, I'm afraid his days are numbered. Wang Huiji's tone was heavy. I thought finding Lord Wu would give us a glimmer of hope. I didn't expect even him to be powerless. Father Johann, if I believe in the Lord, can it cure my father's illness? Sigh. The Bible does not promise that faith alone can cure illness. It is not just for solving problems, but more to give us guidance. Johann shook his head. As the Bible says, cast all your anxiety on him, because he cares for you. All I can do is pray for your father to the best of my ability. Even in the most difficult times, the Lord will, in his own way, help us through the hardships. So in the end, your Lord cannot solve my problem. Wang Huiji said expressionlessly. Thank you, Father Johann. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Saying that, he turned to leave. I can cure your father's illness. Hey, don't doubt me. What I use isn't traditional Chinese medicine. You can't draw conclusions just by looking at my age. Besides, I don't want to play out the trope where you doubt me and I slap your face. Chun-Li struck preemptively, enunciating every word. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a diamond sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, then rapidly vanished. If you still don't believe me, ask this priest. He knows. If you're not willing to try, then pretend I didn't say anything. If this gentleman is willing to treat him, then your father's illness naturally won't be a problem. Johann Adam Schall von Bell said, without hesitation. As soon as Wang Huiji saw this, he understood that this person was absolutely no ordinary mortal. Overjoyed, he hastily said, That's wonderful. Immortal Master, could it be that you are also a believer of Catholicism? Then I am willing to join the church. As long as you can save my father. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in this God stuff. Naturally, I'm not a believer here either. Chun-Li said helplessly. I'm just a passing commoner who happens to have a way to cure illnesses, that's all. As he said this, Schall von Bell stole a few glances with a weird expression. Chun-Li doesn't believe in the religion, yet he comes to the church to preach to the believers? But Wang Huiji didn't care about any of that. He just felt that this trip hadn't been in vain. Please, Immortal Master, save my father. In the future, I will definitely cast a golden statue for you and worship you day and night. Wang Huiji knelt down and said in a deep voice. Chun-Li didn't speak. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Schall von Bell with a half-smile. Little guy, I've got you trapped now. Schall von Bell's heart skipped a beat, and his bad premonition grew stronger. Uncle Shun, what do you think? Hearing this, Wang Huiji glanced forward, and with just one look, he roughly guessed the situation. Without hesitation, he quickly lowered his head, pretending not to notice. Playing dumb in his heart, he took a deep breath, and said with a miserable face, If the Immortal Master is willing to save my father, I am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse, and give all my family's wealth to the Immortal Master. After a long time with no response, Wang Huiji was certain in his heart, although he didn't know what this Immortal Master wanted. The key to this trip lay with Schall von Bell. He couldn't open his mouth to plead for mercy. After all, this was his family matter. If he spoke up, it might cause annoyance, and the loss would outweigh the gain. But to let him just leave like this, he was unwilling. I want these books. I don't need the originals. Even hand-copied ones are fine. Chun-Li held up the paper in his hand and said softly, And there's a small additional condition. Father Schall von Bell, I want you to personally deliver them to Chengcheng. Or is Father Schall von Bell planning to leave someone to die? Just delivering a few books can save a life. Could it be that believers of the Lord are all people who would leave someone to die, heartless and unrighteous? Fine. Schall von Bell closed his eyes and sighed. He secretly put his left hand behind his back, crossed his middle and index fingers, with the middle finger on top. I will go. This gesture was seeking the Lord's forgiveness, forgiving himself for telling a lie. O Lord, you will forgive my lie. After all, he was facing someone who deceived others, and his intention was also to save another's life. Why does it feel like I'm the villain? But whatever. I was planning to rob them anyway, so it's not much different. This method is much gentler, isn't it? Brother, look up. Is this book written by your older brother? Chun-Li asked, holding a new book in his hand. The diagrams and explanations of the wonderful machines is divided into 4 volumes. The first volume introduces mechanics, the center of gravity of various geometric figures, the specific gravity of various objects, and Archimedes' principle of buoyancy. The second volume covers pneumatics, balances, levers, pulleys, wheels, screws, and inclined planes. The third volume is on the application of mechanical principles, containing 54 illustrations, including lifting, pulling, turning weights, drawing water, and turning mills. The final volume is illustrated explanations of ingenious devices, featuring 9 devices, including siphons, self-moving mills, bicycles, plows, and repeating crossbows. This was one of the reference books Chun-Li had designated for his physics textbook. The author of this extraordinary book was Wang Ji, and it also included a foreigner's name. So Chun-Li guessed that this person was definitely connected to the missionaries. It perfectly matched the conversation between the two. Besides, it wasn't like he wanted to eavesdrop. The church was too quiet, and these two were clearly talking right next to his ear. It was hard not to hear. If it really was this person, then by saving his father, wouldn't he easily recruit another physics talent? He'd be one step closer to flying into the sky. All right, without further ado, your father's illness can't be delayed. Let's go right now. Chun-Li glanced at his inventory. A bucket of water and a bucket of milk. He had used it back in the Nether to cure the wither effect. I'll go find a cow first. See? I told you. Don't let the size of the bucket fool you. Drinking it won't kill anyone. Chun-Li said unhurriedly. How should he put it? Maybe the bucket was a bit too big, making someone drink all the milk inside in one go. The impact was a bit strong. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because the old man was getting on in years, and a bit delirious, making quite a fuss, and keeping his mouth tightly shut. But fortunately, although the process was a bit convoluted, once the milk went down, the illness was instantly cured. Thank you, immortal master. Chun-Li put away the bucket. Seeing his father clearly recover, Wang Huiji finally ran out and said gratefully, I will never forget the immortal master's kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, just give the order. I will definitely do my utmost to help. All right. Chun-Li waved his hand. I don't take things for free. Just bring the books when the time comes. Also, keep the fact that I saved your father a secret. Don't let anyone else know. Understand? Rest assured. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. I won't reveal a single word. The two talked as they reached the main gate and stopped. Let's go. Send me back. I don't know the way. Young master, sure. This way, please. In the distance, 2 people hid behind a wall and peeked out, sneaking glances in their direction. What do we do, boss? This kid seems to know the Wang family. Are we still going to tie him up and bring him back to the prince? It doesn't look like it to me. The sleazy man stroked his goatee, his eyes narrowing slightly. I just feel like there's something fishy going on. I just saw this Wang family guy this morning, rushing to our prince's estate to find that Governor Wu for treatment. Look at his expression. He doesn't look like a guy whose old man is sick. Wait, no. The sleazy man suddenly grabbed the head of the person next to him, forcefully twisting it straight, with a red glint in his eyes. He said urgently, Quick, look and see if that guy is the Wang family's. Old man, the person next to him, was startled by the sudden movement, then followed the sleazy man's gaze. He saw a person standing in the distance, with a rosy complexion and glowing with health. He looked like a completely different person from his previous sickly state. He answered in surprise, It looks like him. Huh? Why does he look so different? Wasn't he looking like he had 1 foot in the grave before? Did he eat ginseng or something to recover like this? Hearing this, the sleazy man nodded repeatedly. So that's how it is. Looks like we really caught a big fish this time. He rubbed his hands excitedly as he spoke, a sleazy smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. A greedy light flashed in his eyes. There's hope for the heir's illness. Inside his own courtyard, Zhang Qing sat on a chair, an unhappy expression on his face. Looking gloomy, the sleazy man was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. What? Are you saying this person cured the illness of the Wang family's old man? Zhang Qing stared dead at the sleazy man and said menacingly, Are you sure you didn't see wrong? That old man is fine now. If you're lying, not only you, but even I will suffer along with you. The sleazy man fawned. My lord, your eyes are so sharp. I couldn't hide it from you even if I tried. There's no benefit for me to lie to you. I'm still relying on you, my lord, for my meals. Gigi, good. Zhang Qing rubbed his hands together, his mouth splitting into a wide grin. These days, the Prince of Qin, because of the heir's illness, let alone the concubines in the palace, even the male favorites weren't getting much attention. He just wanted to find a down-on-his-luck handsome young man, but he didn't expect to reel in such a big fish. The heir's illness. Even that Wu Zhuang was helpless against it. Up until now, there hadn't been a single clue. If this person, as the supreme commander of the three frontiers, with the Prince of Qin's temper, he would have been thrown into prison long ago, over the past year, for the heir's illness, let alone spending an unknown amount of gold. The Prince of Qin had even traveled thousands of miles to invite imperial physicians from the palace, yet there was no effect. If he brought this person back, wouldn't that be a massive achievement? Zhang Qing asked in a deep voice. What is that person's identity? No need for you to ask, my lord. The sleazy man hunched his back and flattered. I've already investigated it clearly. These past few days, that kid only got in touch with the Wang family. And it was, I think, probably through his medical skills. The rest of the time, he lives in an old alley in the south of the city. Only lowly commoners live there. He hired a little pickpocket as his underling. And my lord, this guy is quite interesting. The alley he lives in smells like crap. Yet he has the money to go to the best restaurant in the city every day and eat delicacies. Isn't that perfect? Zhang Qing played dumb. Beaming with joy, he said, if he likes to eat, then he needs money. Does this person have any job? No, he just runs to the church from time to time. Good. Zhang Qing slapped his thigh and stood up abruptly. As a result, his footing was unsteady, and he almost fell. My lord, your medicine. The sleazy man hurriedly reached out to support him, took a porcelain bottle from his chest, shook out a pill, and stuffed it into Zhang Qing's mouth. Where is everyone? Where did they all die off to? As he spoke, a few maids stepped into the room with small steps, bowed slightly, and walked to Zhang Qing's side. Seeing the scene on the bed, their bodies trembled, their faces turned pale, and they bit their lower lips tightly, forcing themselves to stay calm. One stood behind him, gently massaging his temples. Of the other two, one squatted down to massage his legs, while the other picked up a small fruit from the plate on the table and fed it to Zhang Qing's mouth. After a few breaths, Zhang Qing relaxed his brows. After a long while, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. He waved his hand. Go call someone to clean up the room. The maids felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. One of them walked a bit too fast and bumped into the doorframe, making a noise. Her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly knelt down. The other two maids also stopped in their tracks, trembling as they lowered their heads. Can't even do a simple task right. Zhang Qing slightly opened his eyes and looked at the sleazy man beside him. He immediately understood and quickly called people over, according to the usual rules. And this one, drag her away too. Zhang Qing gestured with his chin toward the maid who had bumped the doorframe. A person's fate was changed just like that, because of him. These two still need some work. Take them down and keep them. As for this one, do whatever you want with her. But remember, make it clean. This is a reward from the Lord. Don't make the Lord wipe your asses in the end. The leader carefully pulled the people out from the bed and checked their breathing. No, my lord, please. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Zhang Qing didn't even turn his head, listening to the pleas for mercy behind him. He felt a sense of pleasure, even humming along to the sound. He really loved this. This feeling of controlling the fate of others. This was the taste of power. Just like that pill. It was intoxicating. Impossible to give up. So far, he had only heard from others that this person could cure illnesses. And what if he couldn't cure the heir's illness? Then he wouldn't be offering help in a time of need. He'd be adding fuel to the fire. So he could only rest assured after seeing it with his own eyes. Man, wrap up those 5 gold bars in the storehouse and bring them over. I'm going to see for myself if this person really has the skills. These gold bars, in the 20-odd years since he started serving the Prince of Qin, scraping them together from various officials and others, he had only managed to get 8 of them. Now, 5 were going away just like that. Naturally, it pained him immensely. It even made him start to regret his decision. But he also knew very well that his power came from the Prince of Qin. To maintain all of this, he would do whatever it took. Zhang Qing's face twitched with pain. After some struggle, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, No, I'll bring all the gold bars. And bring that luminous pearl too. If this gold is spent, it's spent. As long as he could invite that person back, what he'd get in return would only be more. Bring the pills too. Are you sure it's this place? In the bustling market, Chun-Li stood in a corner, pointing at the passing porters, and asked in a low voice, There are so many of them. If we look for them one by one, how long will it take? Brother Ming always brought me here before. He said if anything happened, just look for a porter, with a black string tied around his ankle. Guan Peng's gaze darted back and forth through the crowd. I think that should be someone from the sect. By the way, where exactly did your brother go? He hasn't come back to see me for so many days. We only met that one time. He's not really planning to do something big, is he? Chun-Li sighed. His idea was very simple. Find the head of this sect. If it was someone like Yang Xiuqing of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, or Zhang Jiao of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, then they might be of some use. It's just that this person was too hard to find. But that was normal. After all, this was a matter of losing one's head. Naturally, it would be very hidden. Chun-Li, bored out of his mind, walked up to a stall and crouched down to stare at the goods. He casually picked one up to play with. Young master has a good eye. This item has been passed down from my ancestors. The bearded uncle at the stall's eyes lit up as he leaned in and said mysteriously, according to my grandfather, this is from the Tang dynasty. It's super valuable. How much, young master? How much do you think this is worth? This is from the Tang dynasty. Look at this signature. And this read, 10 copper coins. Sigh, seeing as young master has such an affinity for it, I'll part with it and sell it to you for 10 taels of silver. Right at that moment, the crowd suddenly started to panic. Everyone began rushing in one direction, packing up their goods. The shops along the street even brought out wooden boards, their doors half closed. Are the city guards coming? In the distance, a sedan chair was being carried by 4 bearers, its curtains swaying gently in the wind. This sedan chair was exquisitely decorated, wrapped in fine silk on the outside, and adorned with delicate patterns all around. At the very front of the sedan chair, a person dressed in luxurious clothes led the way, slowly walking toward Chun-Li. Seeing this scene, the bearded uncle's face instantly turned pale, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, why? Are they coming my way? He cursed in a low voice, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look up again. Chun-Li tactfully stepped aside to make way, but the sedan chair stopped right in front of Chun-Li. The person who arrived respectfully lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. It was empty inside. It was clearly prepared specifically for Chun-Li. Young master, my lord invites you. The person invited. Your lord is? Chun-Li frowned. Qin Fan, Chen Feng, Zhang Qing. He had seen them at the city gate. They were no good, but there was clearly no interaction between them. Why would they come looking for him? Chun-Li couldn't quite figure it out. The only place I've exposed my abilities is the church. If Johann leaked the secret, then the people coming should be the Prince of Qin's men to break me out of jail. But that's unlikely. The spectacle is too small. Then it can only be from the Wang family. It just so happens that the Prince of Qin's heir has a stubborn illness. They've been seeking doctors everywhere. That's why so many doctors are locked up in the dungeon. The abilities I showed back then, besides medical skills, was only the diamond sword. So it was the Wang family who snitched. After all, being able to connect with the Prince of Qin, this possibility wasn't non-existent. Should I go see him? Chun-Li glanced at Guan Peng beside him and made up his mind. This person finding me is highly likely for the heir's illness. A small probability is for some other bizarre reason. The other party is in the dark, while I am in the light. Evil people have no bottom line, so I can't let them have any leverage over me. To avoid trouble later, first, make sure no one from my side has been caught. After stabilizing the other party, hide the people from my side. After Chun-Li got in, Guan Peng didn't sneak away, but followed him in as well. This is fine too. Being by my side is the safest. Lift the sedan. The sedan chair was slowly lifted and departed smoothly. Sigh, another one got caught. I'm afraid we'll never see this young master again. I haven't even sold this kiln yet, and the person is gone. The bearded uncle looked sympathetically as the sedan chair left, sighing while feeling relieved. He muttered to himself, when will these days come to an end? Chun-Li sat quietly. Guan Peng didn't speak. His hands clenched tightly into fists, trembling uncontrollably. He felt that his experiences over the past few days had already surpassed everything in his previous dozen years. The sedan chair was very smooth, and soon came to a stop. When the curtain was lifted again, Chun-Li stepped out of the sedan. In front of him was a restaurant. Young master, please follow me. The group went up the wooden stairs, all the way to a closed room. Please. Chun-Li opened the door. Zhang Qing sat inside the room, a sly smile on his face. Young master, sure. You're finally here. Zhang Qing stood up, a half smile on his face, and clapped his hands. As for Guan Peng, he glanced at him, a dark look flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Following his gesture, several servants quickly walked in from outside, carrying dishes of food. Soon, a lavish feast was laid out in front of Chun-Li. The dishes kept coming, quickly filling the entire table. Young master, sure, whatever matters we have, we can discuss later. Let's eat first. These dishes were carefully prepared by the best chefs here. And this wine is no ordinary vintage. Please have a taste, Zhang Qing said, his eyes flickering. After speaking, he sat down first, picked up some food with his chopsticks, and started eating. The dishes were excellent in color, aroma, and taste, the fragrance wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Chun-Li had no appetite. He glanced at it and didn't linger. What do you want with me? Actually, my family's heir is severely ill. We've sought medical help everywhere to no avail. Hearing that young Master Shi's medical skills are brilliant, I specifically came to invite you. Zhang Qing smiled and said slowly, just as I thought. Immediately after, he called out to the outside. Two people carefully carried a carrying pole in. They pulled back the white cloth on top, revealing the 8 gold bars inside. As long as you are willing to treat the heir, these gold bars are all yours. And after he is cured, the Prince of Qin will have additional rewards. Zhang Qing grinned and said, turning his head slightly in pain. This was only temporary. He would receive far more rewards than this. It was just 8 gold bars. Chun-Li stared at the gold bars speechlessly. What yellow stones? You're testing a cadre with this? I don't even want to take them. They just take up inventory space. However, seeing Zhang Qing's pained look, Chun-Li pondered for a moment and revealed a smile. Naturally, it's no problem. But I need to see the specific symptoms for myself. Otherwise, I won't be sure. Then, young Master Shi, we must leave right now. Treating the Prince of Qin is a major matter. I need to go back first and make some preparations in advance. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and said matter-of-factly, at the very least, I need to let them know I'm safe, right? Bottom lines should be flexible. He wasn't stupid. Why talk about righteousness and morality when dealing with bad guys? If you can gang up on them, gang up on them. If you can hit them with a truck, don't fight one-on-one. A hint of smugness flashed in Zhang Qing's eyes, as he said, since that's the case, then I will await your good news. Men, escort young Master Shi back. This gold, Chun-Li said slowly. It's yours, young master. Feel free to take it. Zhang Qing said slowly. The heir's illness brooks no delay. I hope the young master will forgive me. How about we meet back here at 4 p.m.? Sure. After Chun-Li finished speaking, he turned and left. A servant nearby asked, should we send someone to keep an eye on him? Keep an eye on him. But this is Xian. Where could he possibly run to? Zhang Qing said. The next day, Zhang Qing arrived outside the alley where Chun-Li lived with a dark expression. Go inside and see what's going on. Call him out for me. It was already noon. Almost 2 hours had passed. It was obvious he had been stood up. Time passed minute by minute. He paced back and forth, occasionally looking up into the alley. The unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Bad news. He's gone. The man's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror, his voice trembling. When the surrounding servants heard this, they tightly gripped their collars, their fingertips trembling. The few responsible for guarding the door even had their vision go dark, almost fainting on the spot. They were doomed. Zhang Qing's face was even more unsightly. He abruptly turned around and growled angrily. What did you say? Say it again. The man shuddered under Zhang Qing's glare. After a long while, he stammered, My lord. He's really gone. We searched everywhere, but we just can't find him. Hearing this, Zhang Qing didn't care if it smelled or not, dirty or not. He shouted angrily, Lead the way. They quickly arrived at the dilapidated courtyard where Chun-Li lived. The servants in the courtyard were so frightened they fell to their knees, trembling and not daring to look up. Zhang Qing stood quietly in the courtyard with a cold face. The sleazy man was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, searching for any trace of Chun-Li. But he found absolutely nothing. Where is he? I'm asking you, where is he? The sleazy man, with red eyes, grabbed the collar of the person next to him and asked with a trembling voice. He really ran away, and he escaped right under his nose. Zhang Qing suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was incredibly chilling, making the sleazy man who had followed him all the way get goosebumps. It had really been a long time since anyone dared to play him like this. Did he not know that the person standing behind him was the Prince of Qin and Xian, who shared the same surname as the current emperor? It had been a long time, ever since a few years ago, when that reckless Zhao Shouqing tried to meddle with the military conscripts he had worked so hard to get, and ended up being beaten to death by him. There was actually still someone in Xian who dared to refuse the Prince of Qin's estate. Even the governor of Shaanxi, Lu Zhaoxiong, and the supervising secretary of the Ministry of Justice, Xie Shuilong, had submitted memorials several times. Yet they couldn't do anything to me. Even court officials didn't dare. How did he dare? A down-and-out young master of unknown origin. Even if he had a background, so what? Could there possibly be anyone in the world greater than royal authority? If this person really had the ability, that would be fine. The heir. The sleazy man waited quietly until the laughter stopped, then bowed and fawned. My lord, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. When we find him, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. No need. This is fine. Why teach him a lesson? He's a doctor. If something happens to him, how will he treat the illness? Zhang Qing smiled sinisterly. He was just a small fry after all. Being rejected was a very normal thing. This actually proved that this person really had ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless. If he had immediately agreed to be invited to the prince, then he probably wouldn't have felt at ease. Everything he had, all his power, came from the Prince of Qin's estate. From the Prince of Qin. As long as he could cure the heir's illness. Even if he made me crawl between his legs. So what? But the next time we meet, you won't be allowed to refuse. Zhang Qing said viciously. If possible, I'd rather you were just playing me. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll do it myself. I'll torture you slowly. There won't be a second time. The Prince of Qin's estate is the sky here. He, Zhang Qing, was the law here. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. But find this person. I want to see him alive. Or see his corpse if he's dead. Zhang Qing said with a smile. Go back and tell the servants to prepare 2 more people tonight. And send them to my room. If they wanted to find this person, and do it quickly, it would inevitably cause a huge commotion. This matter could only be reported to the prince first. Inside the Prince of Qin's palace, numerous women shuttled back and forth, dressed in magnificent palace attire, wearing dangling hairpins, their hair styled in high buns. Their faces were delicate and pretty, their eyes full of emotion. Some walked briskly but lightly. Some whispered softly. Their figures were graceful, and when they turned and looked back, it was captivating. Even as they walked hurriedly, it was hard to hide their natural beauty, exuding a sense of charm. Yet, their pretty faces all carried a look of worry. The heir's illness weighed like a giant boulder on everyone's heart, making it hard to breathe. One of them sighed softly, complex emotions flashing in her eyes. I heard the heir's condition has worsened again. What should we do? If something happens to the heir, I'm afraid life won't be easy for us servants either. Another woman shook her head gently. Yes, this time the illness is severe. Everyone in the estate is in a state of panic. The heir isn't a good person anyway. A slightly younger woman muttered softly, looking relieved. If you ask me, the heavens have opened their eyes. He deserves it. But if something really happens to the heir, who knows what kind of chaos this Prince of Qin's estate will fall into. Although we are just maids, what if they take their anger out on us? Watch your words. Stop talking. The older woman looked terrified and hurriedly stopped her. Someone's coming. Seeing that the people approaching were Zhang Qing and his group, they quickly lowered their heads, made way, and bowed, constantly praying in their hearts that this person hadn't noticed them. Greetings, Lord Zhang Chengfeng. Is the prince still in the inner courtyard? Zhang Qing asked. The older woman responded quickly, reporting to Lord Chengfeng. Lord Wu is currently in the inner courtyard treating the heir. The prince just arrived. Zhang Qing nodded and pondered for a moment. A heavy atmosphere permeated the air, an oppressive feeling. Everyone held their breath, afraid that one careless move would anger this immensely powerful figure. Have you seen the 3rd commandery prince? Zhang Qing slowly opened his mouth and asked. The prince had no legitimate sons, so he cherished his illegitimate sons immensely, repeatedly submitting memorials to request titles for them. In February of the 2nd year of Tianqi, that month, the prince's 4 illegitimate sons were granted the title of commandery prince. The 3rd commandery prince was the prince's 3rd illegitimate son. The few maids exchanged glances. One of them braced herself and walked over. She bowed her head in greeting, trying her best to stay calm. This servant saw the 3rd commandery prince in incense sticks time ago. He is currently in his bedchamber. Zhang Qing nodded slightly, turned around, and walked toward the inner chambers of the estate, leaving behind a group of relieved maids. Inside the inner chambers of the Prince of Qin's estate, the walls were built of top-grade white jade, crystal clear, like ice and snow. Just one piece could provide a family with enough food and clothing for a lifetime. Persian carpets covered the floor. A faint fragrance permeated the entire estate. It was the sandalwood incense wafting from the censers. Carved wooden doors, high walls with murals. The interior decoration was as luxurious as possible. The furniture and ornaments, genuine jade and precious porcelain, were all made of top-grade materials, crafted by skilled artisans over several years. Furthermore, the top-grade ones among them, are all rare treasures in this world. In the inner chamber, Wu Zhuang was taking the pulse and diagnosing the Prince of Qin's heir. The Prince of Qin stood to the side, wearing a 5-clawed dragon robe. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression revealed an imposing aura of natural authority. Lord Wu, has my son's condition improved at all? Seeing Wu Zhuang stand up, the Prince of Qin immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously. Wu Zhuang bowed slightly, his tone carrying a trace of heaviness. Your Highness, please forgive this humble official's incompetence. The heir's illness is beyond what any physician can cure. What? It's still like this? Hearing this, the Prince of Qin asked with a trembling voice. Then how much time does he have left? Wu Zhuang sighed and said in a low voice. If we use ginseng for his drinks, administer deer antler velvet on schedule, and apply acupuncture, supplemented by meticulous care, he might be able to hold on for a few more days. But the heir is currently suffering from a severe deficiency of both qi and blood. His vital essence is exhausted. His pulse is weak, and its beating can barely be felt. His consciousness is also gradually fading. I'm afraid that even with the most meticulous care, he won't survive past the beginning of spring next year. He had already invited countless famous doctors and divine physicians, and exhausted all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. But the results were all in vain. The Prince of Qin's eyes showed a hint of exhaustion. He waved his hand. Then I'll leave today's treatment to you, Lord Wu. I wouldn't dare. Wu Zhuang slowly opened his acupuncture bag, took out a slender silver needle, and skillfully inserted it into the heir's acupoint. The heir's complexion seemed to improve slightly, and his breathing became a bit steadier. However, Wu Zhuang knew that this was only a temporary phenomenon. Your Highness, the attendant Zhang Qing requests an audience. The Prince of Qin looked displeased. He least wanted to be disturbed at this moment, but he knew that as an attendant, Zhang Qing must have something important to report. The Prince of Qin suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said indifferently, let him in. Zhang Qing walked into the inner chamber. He first glanced out of the corner of his eye, but didn't see the third prince. The Prince of Qin had no legitimate sons, and his second son had died young. So once the heir passed away, the third prince would become the new heir. He absolutely wouldn't dare to bring this up, while the third prince was still present. But seeing the Prince of Qin's somewhat gloomy and cold expression, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Your Highness, this humble official has an important matter to report. The Prince of Qin nodded, signaling Zhang Qing to continue. Zhang Qing took a deep breath, and then said slowly, Your Highness, this humble official just received news that there is a renowned doctor with extraordinary medical skills in Xian City. Why has this broken city suddenly become so hard to get into? Zhuzi scratched his head, puzzled. It wasn't like this the last time we came. Brother Zhuzi, where is the Prince of Qin's estate? Hurry up and take us to see it. When the time comes, we'll take it over and use it as Immortal Lord Qin's sleeping quarters. That'll definitely make Immortal Lord Qin happy. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? Just keep those kinds of thoughts in your head. Don't say them out loud while we're outside. Oh right. Lu Qi, how about we go check out the Prince of Qin's palace first? It looks incredibly grand from the outside. Just the outer walls alone are bigger than Qingqing's. Lu Qi, what are you looking at? You're so focused. Zhuzi called out, looking at the words written on the paper. He said awkwardly, Lu Qi, you've read a lot of books. What does all this say? Read it out loud for everyone to hear. Hey, why are your eyes red? Why are you sniffling? How long has it been since we left the village? Are you homesick already? We found the Immortal Lord. Lu Qi's face was full of excitement. What? Found what? Zhuzi's eyes widened into perfect circles. He grabbed Lu Qi's shoulders and shook him vigorously. What did you say? The others also gathered around, asking anxiously, where is the Immortal Lord? Hurry up and tell us. Are you trying to worry us to death? One of the burly men couldn't suppress his impatience any longer and practically roared the question. This paper says that not long ago, the prison in Xi'an was broken into. The leader's surname is Chun, and he's extremely good at digging holes. Good at digging holes, surname Chun. And he even rescued their people. Who else could it be? That's definitely our Immortal Lord Chun. The Immortal Lord came to clean up their mess. It's great that the Immortal Lord didn't leave us. We found him. We finally found him. Immortal Lord Chun didn't go back. He didn't go back. But didn't they say Immortal Lord Chun was in secluded cultivation? How did he end up here in Xi'an? Zhuzi's eyes reddened, and his nose twitched. Immortal Lord Chun isn't immortal. Maybe his body is in secluded cultivation, and right now his spirit has wandered to Xi'an. Why do we care so much? Exactly. Hee hee. We get to see the immortal lord. This is great. We definitely didn't come to the wrong place. What do we do now? First, we find immortal Lord Chun. The church, Lu Chi said, his eyes flashing. Let's go find that priest. The immortal lord definitely came to Xian to find that priest. That priest absolutely knows the immortal lord's whereabouts. Wei Si, find someone to go back. And bring the news of immortal Lord Chun being in Xian Prefecture back. Tell Brother Jiming. But remember, before that, you can't tell anyone else. At the thought of being able to see immortal Lord Chun again soon, Lu Chi was filled with motivation. He felt like his whole body was brimming with energy. Understood. Inside the tea house, a storyteller sat at a desk, narrating a tale. Below the stage, numerous folding screens stood as partitions, dividing the massive room. The audience sipped tea and gossiped about the usual rumors while listening to the story. When a person is unlucky, even drinking water gets stuck in their teeth. Chun-Li sat in a corner of the tea house, staring at the tea in his cup, and sighed helplessly. As soon as he went back yesterday, he hid everyone underground, and then dropped by the Wang family's estate on the way. The people of the Wang family kept thanking him profusely. He didn't notice anything unusual. He had to wait for the people from Licheng to find him. Naturally, he couldn't go back to that original alley. The church was out of the question too. After all, anyone could guess that there would definitely be people guarding it. The tea house was a pretty good place to go. There were many people and mixed crowds, and it had both front and back doors. If things went south, he could retreat immediately. Not to mention, he could listen to storytelling to relieve his boredom. People from the Prince of Qin's estate had just visited this tea house, so there was still some time before their next round. This Xian prefecture doesn't get a moment of peace. With everything in such chaos, are they going to let us live our lives or not? Exactly. A few days ago, I was wondering why they suddenly stopped letting people out of the city. I didn't expect it was because the prison was broken into. It's bad enough that it's chaotic outside, but it's chaotic inside the prefecture too. And there's that Zhang Qing. I can't even sleep soundly. That idiot beat 4 people to death. The lords above have all heard about it. He also snatched a handsome scholar. And just now he took a bunch of people. To the Wang family. Don't even talk about it. Drink your tea, drink your tea. Chun-Li took sips of his tea absent-mindedly, listening to the people around him chat about trivial matters. Suddenly, the tea house fell quiet. Everyone looked toward the main entrance. Chun-Li looked up alertly and saw the newcomer clearly. Red silk bound their hair. Their lips were painted with cinnabar, and their face was adorned with powder. Dressed in gorgeous clothes and heavy makeup. Wearing a 9-flower golden headband. Styled in a circular bun adorned with jade ornaments. With jade rings hanging to the side. They wore a red women's robe, with an embroidered handkerchief at the collar. This wasn't the main point. The key was the prominent Adam's apple and broad shoulders, all of which indicated that the person in front of him was a man. This young master of the Wu family is indeed just like the rumors say. He's a man, but he dresses like a woman. I heard this Wu Liangpeng was sent to Yangzhou to study, and came back looking like this. He half angered his father to death. It's a pity. Lord Wu is the esteemed supreme commander of the 3 frontiers. Yet his grandson is so abnormal. The waiter glanced around. It was just past noon, the time when the tea house was packed with people. Almost all the seats were taken. Sir, would you mind sharing a table? The waiter walked up to Chun-Li and asked apologetically. Chun-Li thought for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, brother. Wu Liangpeng didn't stand on ceremony either. He pulled the stool back and sat down. Sure to, bring 2 pots of my usual tea. Right away. The waiter nodded in response. Wu Liangpeng's arrival was just a minor interlude. The tea house quickly returned to its noisy state. When do you think the emperor will send troops to Shaanxi? All year round. There are so many tigers and wolves outside. There's nothing we can do. The governor is suppressing the news. It's been suppressed for a year now. Looks like unless something major happens, it won't catch the imperial court's attention. Yeah, at this rate. Who knows how long we'll have to wait. Soon, Wu Liangpeng muttered. What's soon? Chun-Li asked curiously. Wu Liangpeng looked up, looking at Chun-Li in disbelief. Are you talking to me? Naturally. There's no one else here besides you and me. Chun-Li said matter-of-factly. Wu Liangpeng waved his hand, his eyes flickering. No, I mean, don't you think the way I dress is weird? It's not a big deal. Just one thing. Do you consider yourself a man or a woman? Or neither? Chun-Li asked slowly. A man, of course. I'm not a eunuch. Wu Liangpeng said, puzzled. Why do you ask? Then there's no problem. As for clothes, as long as you're happy wearing them, that's fine. Chun-Li said with sincere expression. Having experienced the baptism of a modern city, he genuinely felt that. Aside from there only being 2 genders, male and female. Everything else about this was acceptable. Besides, he was just dressed a bit flamboyantly. After a few exchanges, Wu Liangpeng became even more enthusiastic. He could see that Chun-Li's eyes were very sincere. A long-lost smile appeared on Wu Liangpeng's face. Finally, someone understands me. This is clearly the most popular fashion trend right now. Everyone in Yangzhou dresses like this. The students there all wear this. Xian is just too far away. After all this time, you are the only one who understands me, brother. Chun-Li listened quietly, chiming in occasionally. How could my family understand this? They complain all day that I'm improper. That dressing as a woman makes me look unmanly. But I'm clearly a man. When did I ever say I was a woman? What you wear and what you do, as long as it doesn't hurt others. There's no right or wrong. There's no need to care about how others look at you. Why live so exhaustingly? Hearing this, Wu Liangpeng looked at Chun-Li with shining eyes. He raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. He said indignantly, "You're absolutely right, brother. Why care about what others think? The people here don't understand a thing about proper attire. I wish we had met sooner. How should I address you, brother? I am Wu Liangpeng. Courtesy, name Huliang. If you don't mind, young master, you can just call me by my courtesy name." Wu Liangpeng asked with a smile. God knows, in a place like Xi'an, how hard it is to find a like-minded person. I am Steve, Chun-Li said unhurriedly. Hearing this name, Wu Liangpeng asked tentatively, "Oh, brother Shi, do you know Shulker Fa?" "No, I don't." Chun-Li shook his head. He then added, "You just said soon. What did you mean by that?" "Naturally, I meant it literally. The Prince of Qin's heir is arrogant and domineering. He's fallen seriously ill. If he dies, he dies." Wu Liangpeng hesitated for a moment, then said, "My great-grandfather originally didn't plan to come back. He wanted to guard Guyuan. But in the end, he still came. Why do you think that is?" Chun-Li said in a deep voice. "Here's your tea, young master." Wu Liangpeng pushed a pot over to Chun-Li's side of the table. "This pot of tea is for you. As a token of my gratitude for just now, I usually just drink one pot. Try it," Wu Liangpeng said as he poured himself a cup, dumped out the first brew, and took a sip. Not only that, the imperial court hasn't just been in arrears for a month or two. The main issue is that there's no more grain. If my great-grandfather hadn't been keeping things under control in Guyuan, they would have rebelled long ago. Even so, occasionally, foot soldiers still flee under the cover of night. Sometimes, even centurions disappear without a trace. Xi'an is still okay, with a garrison guarding it, and the surrounding cities can support each other. But those small border towns aren't so lucky. These days, the number of cities being breached increases every month. Are there few border guards leading the rebel forces now? The imperial court won't provide grain, and the vassal kings don't want to care. Anyway, the fire hasn't reached them yet, so none of them want to give up their grain. The little bit of grain and forage my great-grandfather managed to squeeze out of the Prince of Qin these past few days is only enough to last about 10 days. The border army will explode sooner or later. It can't be hidden. The most important point." Wu Liangpeng's eyes flickered as he said. "The Jianzhou Jurchens retreated too quickly. They didn't manage to pillage anything, and there hasn't been a single peep from them this entire year. Maybe my worries are unfounded, but I always feel like the Jurchens are definitely planning a major move. When that time comes, if the rebellion hasn't been resolved, the imperial court will fall into the predicament of fighting a two-front war. If the Jurchens really march south in full force, I'm afraid the Liaodong defense line won't be able to hold them off." Chun-Li said word by word. "Exactly. It truly is a regret that we didn't meet sooner. The one who understands me is Steve." Wu Liangpeng patted the table lightly, unable to hold back his words. "I never expected that brother Shi not only has a good eye, but even thinks the same way I do." He picked up his teacup and said earnestly, "I'll substitute tea for wine. A toast to you." Chun-Li smiled and also raised his teacup. Waves of applause rang out. The storyteller packed up his folding fan and his wooden block, stepping off the stage. "It's getting late. I should be heading back." Wu Liangpeng looked at the extraordinary-looking and highly compatible peer in front of him, full of reluctance to part. He leaned in slightly and said sincerely, "Brother Shi, I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. It truly is one of life's great joys. It's getting late now. Why don't you come to my humble abode for a gathering? We can have another good, long chat. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Wu. However, I've offended that Zhang Qing. If I go out with you right now, it might bring you some trouble." Chun-Li shook his head and declined. "You offended Zhang Qing?" Wu Liangpeng was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. "Brother Shi, how did you end up crossing him?" Chun-Li shrugged and said helplessly, That Zhongqing thinks I can cure the Prince of Qin's heir. Ah, I see. Then it's no wonder. Wu Liangping nodded in understanding. It wasn't that he looked down on Brother Shi. After all, his great-grandfather had studied medicine for decades, yet could only barely keep the heir alive. Since that's the case, you should definitely come back with me. Brother Shi, this Zhongqing is arresting people everywhere. His men are all over Xi'an Prefecture. Do you even have a place to stay? Wu Liangpeng smiled. Chun-Li remained silent. He could live underground. He was used to it anyway, so it didn't really make a difference. Brother Shi, don't worry. Zhongqing has arrested so many physicians in the prefecture and thrown them in jail. I've found him an eyesore for a long time. Wu Liangpeng waved his hand casually and said, rest assured, Brother Shi. Even though I might look like a nobody dressed like this, my great-grandfather is the supreme commander of the three frontiers. He dotes on me. The old man's favorite pastime is reading medical books, and he absolutely despises Zhongqing. Since you know medicine, he won't just sit by and do nothing. We've known each other for less than half a day. Chun-Li said seriously. Why are you willing to help me like this? Wu Liangpeng looked straight into Chun-Li's eyes, a smile forming on his lips. Brother Shi, living in this world, isn't it all about living freely? Cry when you're sad. Laugh when you're happy. I like wearing these clothes. So no matter what others think, I'm going to wear them. I'm helping you because I want to. Because I feel like we click. I'm just willful like that. Chun-Li was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Brother Wu. Actually, I lied to you earlier. My real name isn't Steve. My name is Chun-Li. No matter. I know the person, even if I didn't know the name. Wu Liangpeng stood up, flicked his sleeves, and grinned. After all, I, Wu Liangpeng, am nothing more than a monster in the mouths of others anyway. Is that so? Chun-Li smiled. Since Brother Wu puts it that way, then I'll respectfully accept your offer. Seeing this, Wu Liangpeng patted his chest with even more heroic spirit. Don't worry, Brother Shi. With my great-grandfather around, what is there to fear from Zhongqing? Just come back with me. The two took a sedan chair to the front of the Wu family's courtyard. The gatekeeper, seeing that it was their own young master, hurried forward to greet him. Let's go, Brother Shi. Follow me. I'll show you around first. Wu Liangpeng frowned and asked, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you opening the main gate? This is an honored guest. The servant hesitated for a moment, then whispered, young master. The old master has returned. What? Hearing this, Wu Liangpeng's face instantly turned pale. His eyes widened. As he said in shock, great-grandfather? Didn't he go to the Prince of Qin's estate to administer acupuncture to the heir? Why did he come back early today? He gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, I'm doomed. Hurry, follow me. We can't go through the main gate anymore. He walked in front, leading Chun-Li to a side door, and they entered together. Here's a reward for you. Wu Liangpeng tossed some broken silver to the servant, and then led Chun-Li on a mad dash, muttering nonstop, I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. Brother Wu, why are you in such a panic? Seeing Wu Liangpeng in this state, Chun-Li couldn't help but ask in confusion, how can I not panic? Today, my great-grandfather went to the Prince of Qin's estate, so I timed it and sneaked out. If my great-grandfather sees me dressed like this, he'll literally beat me to death. Saying this, he pointed to the flamboyant clothes he was wearing, his face full of regret. I just thought that since he's been back for so long, I was feeling stifled and figured I'd wear this just once. Why am I so unlucky? I have to hurry back and change my clothes. It's fine. We're almost there. We're almost there. He led Chun-Li through several corridors. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, an authoritative voice rang out. Huliang, where are you running off to? It was an old general with a face full of wrinkles. White hair covered his temples, but his body stood as straight as a pine tree, and his steps were steady. This was the current supreme commander of the three frontiers in Shaanxi, Wu Zhuang. He's even older than I imagined. Chun-Li thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his arm. He snapped back to reality and saw Wu Liangpeng give an awkward smile, taking small steps to hide behind him, concealing himself. Great-grandfather, Wu Liangpeng said cautiously. What a coincidence. You're back, great-grandfather. Your grandson was just planning to go see you in a bit. Spare me your visits. Wu Zhuang's voice, though slightly hoarse, was very authoritative. Chun-Li straightened his clothes and stood respectfully. He stepped forward and bowed. This junior, Chun-Li, pays his respects to Lord Wu. Before they arrived, Wu Liangpeng had informed him that since it was inconvenient, he didn't need to use his real name when meeting his great-grandfather. But Chun-Li's principle had always been, however others treat me, that is how I shall treat them. After seeing Chun-Li's etiquette, Wu Zhuang's expectant mood instantly dissipated. This person might have a good appearance, but he lacked proper manners. He had probably only studied for a few years, and likely hadn't even read the 4 books. Who knows how he even met Liang? For someone Liang brought back, being like this was already not bad. Wu Zhiwang cast a sidelong glance at his grandson's attire, and felt his blood pressure rise. If there wasn't an outsider present right now, he really would have beaten this little bastard to death. If this were one of his soldiers, he would have dragged him out and beheaded him long ago, to prevent him from shaking military morale. He was perfectly fine when he was little. I shouldn't have listened to that unfilial son, and let him go to Yangzhou. Now look how he turned out. Back then, when seeking medical help proved fruitless, I shouldn't have taught myself medicine. I should have just let him fend for himself, and die of illness. It's just that this Chun happens to have the same surname as the one who broke into the prison. No need for formalities. Wu Zhiwang narrowed his eyes, but didn't think too deeply about it. He waved his hand dismissively, then turned to his grandson. Hurry back, and change out of those clothes. Show young friend Chen around. I won't hold it against you this time, but if you dare do this again. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Wu Liangpeng hurriedly said in a low voice, Great-grandfather, I have something I want to discuss with you. What trouble have you caused now? Wu Zhiwang glanced at Chun-Li, and instantly understood in his heart. Sighing in disappointment at his failure to meet expectations, he said, change your clothes and come to the study. Great. Wu Liangpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Good luck. Good thing you were here today. Otherwise I wouldn't have escaped a beating. Let's go. I'll change my clothes first. Can't let my great-grandfather wait too long. If we go too late, we might lose our chance. The two arrived at the study and sat down. Wu Zhiwang raised his right hand, gesturing for the guest to sit on his right, which was the east side. I've lived in the military all year round, and I don't like beating around the bush. I'll just speak plainly. If I'm not mistaken, Liangpeng, the matter you want to discuss with me, is related to this young friend Chen. You're right, great-grandfather. Wu Liangpeng said cautiously. Wu Zhiwang picked up his tea and said in a deep voice, speak. What is it? Zhang Qing wants to capture brother Chun and take him to the Prince of Qing's estate to treat the heir. Great-grandfather, you know, that those who go there to treat him never meet a good end. Oh. Wu Zhiwang put down his tea and re-evaluated Chun-Li. So that's how it is. The one Zhang Qing mentioned yesterday, who cured that old fellow from the Wang family, is you, young man. He suddenly became interested, revealing an approving expression. That old fellow's illness. I had absolutely no way to treat it. I didn't expect you to actually have a method. Very impressive. To have such medical skills at such a young age is truly rare. Tell me, how did you completely cure that old fellow from the Wang family, young friend Chen? Wu Zhiwang had always been quite interested in medicine, and asked with a smile. This junior knows absolutely nothing about medicine, Chun-Li said truthfully. However, I have a medicine that can cure all illnesses. Wu Zhiwang frowned slightly, clearly not believing Chun-Li's words, thinking he was trying to fool him. Oh, is there really such a miraculous medicine? How is this medicine made? Milk. Milk? Is there anything special about this milk? It's just ordinary milk, but it has to be in a special container to work. Chun-Li said calmly. What kind of container? An iron bucket I made. Brother Chun. Wu Liangpeng shook his head, signaling Chun-Li not to say any more. Physicians emphasize prescribing the right medicine for the illness. The claim of a medicine curing all illnesses was too bizarre. If there was a prescription, he could barely believe it. But the ingredient was milk? Wasn't this clearly trying to fool him? Wu Zhiwang said, so according to your meaning, since your medicine can cure all illnesses, it can also cure the Prince of Qing's heir. That's right, Chun-Li replied. Then this is easy to handle. Tomorrow, come with me to the Prince of Qing's estate. You just need to cure the heir's illness. Not only will you get 1,000 taels of gold, but the heir will also owe you a favor. With the Prince of Qing's estate backing you in Xi'an, let alone that Zhang Qing. Given the Prince of Qing's doting on the heir, although having him killed is impossible, having Zhang Qing take a dozen or so beatings with a board wouldn't be a problem. Wu Zhiwang leaned forward slightly and said, you must know, this Zhang Qing is a favored official of the Prince of Qing. Even the officials in Xi'an can't do anything to him. So why do you want to run? Wu Zhiwang looked straight into Chun-Li's eyes and asked. Great. Just as Wu Liangpeng was about to say something, he was cut off by a glare from Wu Zhiwang. The Prince of Qing's heir is not a good person. I don't want to waste my medicine. Chun-Li shook his head and said, he's a menace. If he dies, he dies. Wu Zhiwang was silent for a moment, then laughed heartily. Good. You're right. That heir of Qin truly deserves to die, regardless of whether that medicine really exists. Since you dare to say such words, you do have some guts. Then there's another way. I've been away from Guyuan for some time now, and it's time for me to leave. For the next few days, young friend, you can stay in the estate. When the time comes, you can leave with me. Wu Zhiwang said, however, if before that, the people from the Prince of Qin's estate come looking for you. He stroked his whitening beard. Then I won't protect you, young friend. Great-grandfather. Wu Liangpeng said, puzzled. Wu Zhiwang said expressionlessly, there must be a limit to willfulness. Huliang, the roots of our Wu family, are ultimately still here in Xian City. Thank you, Lord Wu. This is already enough. Chun-Li said sincerely. This help, Chun-Li, will keep in my heart. At least he has some sense of propriety. Wu Zhiwang nodded slightly. Chun-Li continued to bow, then added, after I return, I would like to sell some grain to your esteemed estate at a cheap price. Brother Chun, could it be that you're a merchant? Wu Liangpeng looked at Chun-Li in surprise. Chun-Li smiled slightly. You could say that. I want to take this opportunity to repay the Wu family's help. Although it's not much, I hope it can relieve Lord Wu's urgent needs for a while. Wu Zhiwang pondered for a moment, then reminded him, all right, we accept your kind intentions. However, you don't need to go to too much expense. Although our Wu family isn't extremely wealthy, we aren't lacking this little bit of grain. Chun-Li shook his head and said seriously, Lord Wu, I naturally know that the Wu family doesn't lack grain. But Guyuan is lacking quite a lot of grain, isn't it? What did you say? Hearing this, Wu Zhiwang's eyes flashed with shock. How did he know about the situation in Guyuan? Was it the news spread by the White Lotus Society? He suddenly stood up, his face turning grave. Staring sharply at Chun-Li, he said, do you understand what you were saying? This junior naturally understands. Chun-Li nodded. Prying into important military affairs of the border army was already a major crime. In the past, he would have been arrested and beheaded long ago. Even now, talking about it privately was one thing, but saying it to the face of a border general was like lighting a lantern in an outhouse, looking for death. Huliang, get out. Close the study door. And don't let any servants in. Wu Zhiwang's tone became much sterner. Wu Liangpeng nodded, gave Chun-Li a complicated look, and left the study. Chun-Li, do you know your crime? Wu Zhiwang's face was full of murderous intent, his voice as cold as ice. Based on what you just said, even if I killed you on the spot right now, no one could say I was wrong. Lord Wu, this junior has no intention of prying into border military affairs. It's just that this news is already known throughout the city. Even if Lord Wu kills me now, it won't solve Guyuan's grain problem. Chun-Li's expression and demeanor were neither humble nor arrogant. Wu Zhiwang's eyes were as sharp as knives, trying to see panic in Chun-Li's reaction. Soon, he came to a conclusion. The person in front of him was not afraid. He fell silent for a moment, pondering Chun-Li's words. You're an interesting kid. Wu Zhiwang finally spoke, sitting back down. But do you know that military matters are not child's play? Especially the supply of grain and forage, which is of utmost importance. He paused, then continued. What you said about supplying grain to the army sounds simple, but in reality, it's fraught with difficulties. Let's assume you don't have to worry about the personnel and horses for transport, and I let my men escort it. But have you calculated the amount of grain clearly? One person consumes about 4 caddies a day. Just the rice, flour, beans, and other staple foods for men and horses alone require a daily consumption of 50,000 caddies. And that's just the amount for one day. Chun-Li, at what price do you plan to sell it to the army? I can only provide white flour. However, it will only cost 5 won per caddy. Chun-Li said in a deep voice. Ever since Chengcheng was also included in the territory, the number of farmers planting fields had multiplied several times over. Now, the price of white flour in the city had dropped from 10 won to 3 won. Haha. Wu Zhiwang couldn't help but laugh. His voice was still cold and hard, but it lacked its previous murderous intent. Young friend Chun, even if your family is incredibly wealthy, your old man wouldn't agree to do this loss-making business. In his eyes, Chun-Li had completely turned into the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. If it were in other provinces, this price of 5 won per caddy would just be the normal market rate. But this is Shaanxi. Right now, if you want to transport supplies from other provinces to Xi'an, just the loss of grain along the way is no small amount. Even in Xi'an City, the cost of rice and flour has tripled or quadrupled. Now it's rising every single month. I really am getting old and senile. To think it was some merchant who had let business go to his head and wanted to get his hands on military power. I didn't expect that this kid was really just saying whatever popped into his head, just spouting nonsense. Chun-Li waved his sleeve, piling up a small mountain of golden carrots. This time, the height was much lower than before. It couldn't be helped, he had to eat. Not to mention that real-world food had low satiety. Its saturation was also low. It was only good for a taste. He could only munch on carrots when he had nothing else to do. Actually, he wanted to pull some grass in the courtyard, to get wheat seeds and force them to ripen. That would be much more effective. Unfortunately, his inventory slots were limited, and he hadn't brought any bone meal. He could only use golden carrots to hold the fort. Grain, to me, is just a number. Just like this, Chun-Li said casually. Wu Zhuang looked at the small mountain of golden carrots that had appeared out of thin air, with a flash of disbelief in his eyes. As a general of an army, he was well-informed and experienced, but he had never seen such a scene. How did you do this? Wu Zhuang asked, his voice trembling. He tried to remain calm, but he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Chun-Li smiled slightly and said, "This is my ability. I just want Lord Wu to rest assured that the matter of grain is not a problem for me. But can this be eaten?" Wu Zhuang stared at the glittering golden carrots on the ground, calmed his emotions, and then asked, "May I ask, young Master Chun, are these carrots made of gold?" Chun-Li nodded. "Young Master Chun, you have truly opened my eyes." Wu Zhuang sighed with emotion. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe that such a miraculous thing exists in this world. However, I have one more question." At this point, Wu Zhuang seemed a bit hesitant, pacing back and forth, but ultimately asked the question in his heart. He asked expectantly, "The medicine that young Master Chen mentioned can cure all illnesses. Does it truly exist?" "That's right. As long as you fill this bucket with milk and drink it all, no matter what illness it is, it can be cured instantly." Chun-Li took out an empty bucket and placed it in front of him. That's how the old master of the Wang family was cured. The same method can also cure the heir of Qin. At least for now. I haven't encountered an illness that this method cannot cure. This is a blessing for the common people of the world. Wu Zhuang muttered to himself, his eyes turning slightly red. The pain and torment that illness brought to people was unimaginable to healthy individuals. In order to cure illnesses, how many families had been torn apart, suffering separation and hardship? He had seen far too much of it over the years. The more he studied medicine, the more he lamented the fragility and impermanence of life. The person in front of him possessed extraordinary abilities. If such a talent could be used by the imperial court, he would definitely become a massive asset. I have to find a way to let the emperor know. As long as we have this person's abilities, why should we worry about our great Ming not returning to its former glory? Unlike now, what do a few mere Jurchen slaves amount to? Wu Zhuang couldn't suppress his excitement. He looked at young Master Chen in front of him, as if he saw the hope of the great Ming dynasty rising once again. However, the next moment, Wu Zhuang regained his clarity. He looked at Chun-Li with a complex expression, his eyes flickering as he said, "You were the one who broke into the prison." He guessed it as expected. Or rather, it would be strange if he couldn't guess it. Chun-Li wasn't surprised that Wu Zhuang could guess this. He didn't feel surprised at all. He was using his real name now, after all. Moreover, those prisoners who had seen him dig a hole and escape would definitely talk about it. Therefore, Chun-Li didn't deny it. He nodded in response. "Exactly. The Prince of Qin's estate arrested my people and locked them in prison. I saw that there were quite a few innocent people locked up inside, so I conveniently rescued them as well." Wu Zhuang's heart sank. This person already had an organization. To be able to do something like breaking into a prison, and his tone showed no regard for the imperial court. He refused to treat the Prince of Qin's heir. This person wants to rebel. He can cure all illnesses, and he can conjure grain out of thin air. Any single one of these abilities would be enough to make the common people willingly follow him. If left unchecked, it will definitely lead to a massive disaster. No matter what, I have to let the emperor know about this. This matter is no small thing. As for how to keep him here now, call people to capture him? Wu Zhuang thought about it, and secretly shook his head. Even if he wielded a spear, not even 5 people could get close to him. But he was already past 70 years old. Barehanded, he probably couldn't keep him here. After all, if the rumors were true, this person could dig holes. I understand. So what do you want to get from me? Wu Zhuang said, his eyes flickering. With your abilities, if you wanted to leave Xi'an Prefecture, you wouldn't need to go through me. You deliberately approached me through my grandson. It was no wonder he thought this way, given what his grandson was like. How could he possibly become good friends with Chun-Li? That's not it. My meeting with Brother Wu was purely accidental. Chun-Li shook his head. But I do have a purpose. Lord Wu, I need you. Although Wu Liangpeng was very afraid of his great-grandfather, there was more admiration in it. He had dragged him along and talked the whole way. After his great-grandfather resigned and returned to his hometown, he devoted himself to studying medicine. to care for the younger generation, and to travel and practice. He practiced medicine to help the people, treating the masses, and repeatedly curing severe illnesses. For years ago, he was reinstated as censor-in-chief to take over. In the same year, Yuan Kelly, the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, assisted in commanding. Training the navy in Laizhou was exactly what he needed. The various raw materials needed for the future industrial revolution, especially rubber, had to be obtained from overseas. Naval combat power was absolutely essential. The sooner, the better. So having a general who understood naval warfare was extremely important. That's impossible, Wu Zhiwang said without hesitation. Lord Wu, you should know that the situation in Shaanxi cannot be suppressed forever. When the time comes and the imperial court holds people accountable, I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Chun-Li reminded him. He didn't know much about Wu Zhiwang's past, but the future supreme commander of the three frontiers in Shaanxi would be Yang He. This also meant that Wu Zhiwang would definitely be implicated. At best, he would be demoted. If it was just that, it would be fine. But he was afraid Chongjin would execute him. This was something Chun-Li didn't want to see. I've studied since I was a child, and only barely passed the imperial examination at the age of 30. Although my talents are sparse and my knowledge shallow, the Emperor's grace is vast. I have now been an official for 30 years, and I deeply understand the principles of loyalty to the sovereign and patriotism. To forget great righteousness for personal gain. What face would I have to stand between heaven and earth in this life? Wu Zhiwang cupped his hands together and placed them to the side of his shoulder. Although eunuchs held power before, and I had no choice but to retire in seclusion, now the Emperor is wise and martial. He has purged the treacherous officials, and the court politics have taken on an entirely new look. That is why I was able to become an official again. But alas, the new Emperor has only been on the throne for a year. He has been busy purging the treacherous officials within the court, and has only just finished cleaning up the officials in the court and local regions. That's why he has been kept in the dark for so long. I believe it won't be long before the Emperor learns of the situation in Shaanxi. The roaming bandits will soon be wiped out, and the common people will be able to return to their normal lives. Furthermore, the crime of treason not only guarantees your own destruction, but will also implicate your family. Young Master Chun, the new Emperor, is a benevolent ruler. He works day and night for our great Ming. He will definitely allow the people to live a life of ample food and clothing again. Why must you rebel? Even if you possess abilities beyond ordinary men, how can you fight against an entire nation? Wu Zhiwang pleaded bitterly. If you come with me to see His Majesty, consider it doing it for the sake of the common people. Do you really think the current emperor is a wise ruler? Chun-Li sighed, purging treacherous officials, appointing the virtuous, working day and night on state affairs. How could he not be? You will be disappointed. Then what if the imperial court wants you dead? Chun-Li asked. Lord Wu, even if it means death, are you still unwilling? Wu Zhiwang said with relief. This old man has lived for over 70 years. I've lived long enough. I understand. In other words, no matter what, in this life, Lord Wu will remain loyal to the imperial court. Right? Chun-Li's eyes flickered as he spoke. That's right. Wu Zhiwang was confused, not knowing why Chun-Li would ask this, but he still nodded in response. Chun-Li continued to press, a hint of slyness flashing in his eyes. Then what if it's the next life? Wu Zhiwang was completely stunned by this question. He frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, Young Master Chun, what do you mean by this? It's very simple. Since Lord Wu is bound by the Emperor's grace in this life, then I'll change the condition. A smile tugged at the corners of Chun-Li's mouth. As long as Lord Wu promises that in our next life, when we meet again, you will be willing to help me, then I am equally willing to sell the grain to you at the price of 5 won per caddy. Furthermore, the grain delivered to Guyuan for the first month will be free of charge. Consider it a meeting gift from this junior to you, Lord Wu. This, the next life? Wu Zhiwang was even more bewildered. His eyes were filled with confusion. He had never encountered such a bizarre request. Waves of emotion couldn't help but ripple through his heart. Matters of the next life. Who could say for sure? But in Chun-Li's words, there was an inexplicable confidence and firmness that forced him to take it seriously. This seemingly absurd proposal. What do you think, Lord Wu? Chun-Li said with a smile, his eyes full of expectation. Young Master Chun, are you speaking the truth? Wu Zhiwang finally asked. He knew the young man in front of him was extraordinary, but such a request was still beyond his comprehension. Chun-Li smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, it has nothing to do with this life. Such a request. Can Lord Wu accept it? Wu Zhiwang was silent for a moment. The doubts in his heart hadn't diminished. But if this could solve Gu Yuan's grain and forage problem, and his promise wouldn't cause any other losses. Yes. I didn't expect there to truly be someone with such heaven-defying abilities in this world. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. He took a deep breath and slowly said, all right, young Master Chun, I promise you, if there really is a next life, I am willing to help you. Chun-Li nodded. He was very satisfied with Wu Zhiwang's answer. He clapped his hands lightly and stood up. Good. Then it's settled. Before that, we still need to go somewhere first. Let me prepare some things. He had just made a spawn egg. He originally planned to give it to Johann Adam Schall von Bell. To use the spawn egg, the first condition was that they must change professions. Although the villagers were currently outside the domain, as long as they entered the Nether, they could still change professions. This was also a result obtained through previous experiments. After all, when it came down to it, although the Nether was huge, it was still a product built upon the Minecraft overworld. The lectern, the job site block for a librarian, and the smoker, the job site block for a butcher, were both applicable right now. Maybe he could even test whether one person could take on two professions at the same time. He'd think about that later. Right now, he needed to get the person settled first. Let's change him to a butcher. For a smoker, he first needed to craft a furnace using 8 cobblestone, then place it in the center, and finally place logs in a cross pattern on the 4 adjacent sides. The materials were easy to get. Who didn't have a few pieces of wood and cobblestone on them? As for the lectern, it required 4 wooden slabs and a bookshelf to craft. A bookshelf needed leather and paper to be made. Ordinary books might not have the properties of Minecraft books and couldn't be used in crafting. He needed to prepare some wooden bowls, fill them with water, and bring them in. After Chun-Li finished his preparations, he built the portal. A person who hadn't changed professions entering the unprotected Nether would suffer burning damage. Put this on. A fire protection cap. Everyone who has used it says it works great. Use a silk scarf or something to blindfold yourself first. Chun-Li continued. It might get a bit hot in a moment, but don't worry. It's completely normal. You'll be fine soon. He hadn't forgotten that this old man was already over 70 years old. The scenes in the Nether would be a bit too stimulating for an ancient person. At a time like this, it was better not to let him see it. By the way, Lord Wu, when you have nothing to do, how do you usually pass the time? Bring me some medical books. All right. Wu Zhiwang watched quietly as a door was built in his study. Then, he put on the leather cap and blindfolded his eyes. All right, follow me. In the darkness, Wu Zhiwang was helped up a step. He knew he had now stepped through that door. The light before his eyes twisted, and a strange smell assaulted his nose. The light in the darkness turned deep red. So hot. Why is it so hot? I'm no longer in Xi'an Prefecture. Where could I be? Questions swirled in Wu Zhiwang's mind. He wanted to remove the obstruction from his eyes, to see where he was right now. In front of him was the sound of something being excavated. He was led slowly forward in the darkness. After walking for a while, they stopped. The sound of digging came from all around. The sound was sometimes far, sometimes near. Wu Zhiwang could feel that the space around him was gradually expanding. He didn't know when, but he no longer felt the scorching heat. Now, hold out your hand. Yes, just like that. Silently chant in your heart. Use. Good. We can go back now. Wu Zhiwang followed Chun-Li's instructions step by step, and then walked back. By the time he took off the cloth covering his eyes, he was already back in the study. Chun-Li was slowly mining the obsidian in front of him. Where exactly were we just now? Wu Zhiwang was very curious. It's better if you don't know that. My lord, when the time comes, I'll leave enough food for you in the chest, as well as water. It will just take some time, and I'll come pick you up. Young friend Chun, where was I just now? Chun-Li played dumb. When the time comes, you will naturally know, my lord. Just don't forget our agreement. The next life? Wu Zhiwang stared blankly, muttering to himself. After coming out of the study, Wu Liangpeng was called away by Wu Zhiwang. Chun-Li was led by a servant to a guest room. Not long after, Chun-Li heard footsteps outside the door, but for some reason, they stopped right at the entrance. There was no further movement for a long time. Chun-Li walked over and swung the door open. He saw Wu Liangpeng with his hands still raised in a knocking motion. Startled by the suddenly opened door, he took half a step back. When he recovered his wits, he forced a smile. "Be Brother Chun. Come in. Why are you acting like you're in my house?" Chun-Li greeted him helplessly. "You hesitated for ages just to knock on a door." Wu Liangpeng snapped back to reality, staring at Chun-Li with a complex gaze. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother Chun, thank you for the matter with my great-grandfather. Did your great-grandfather tell you everything?" Chun-Li hesitated. No, he didn't. He just told me to host you well. But ever since my great-grandfather came back from Gyuan, his brows haven't unfurrowed once. And usually, when I go to his study alone, I have to hold a horse stance for at least the time it takes an incense stick to burn. But today was different. Wu Liangpeng said with a sincere face. The stone in his heart had finally dropped. And there was relief in his eyes when he looked at me. His eyes hid confusion, as if he had something very important he wanted to ask, but found it hard to speak. Chun-Lin noticed Wu Liangpeng's unusual behavior and asked tentatively, Brother Wu, is something on your mind? Wu Liangpeng hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke up. Brother Chun, did you plan from the very beginning to use me to meet my great-grandfather? It's not that I don't trust you, Brother Chun, but, he paused, then continued, ever since I returned to Xi'an, everyone has called me a monster. No one wants to associate with me. But you're different, Brother Chun. I understand what you mean. Chun-Li said slowly. But up until now, you're still the first person willing to be my friend. How is that possible? Wu Liangpeng's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He looked Chun-Li up and down. With these eyes, this nose. And he didn't like wearing flashy clothes like he did. Furthermore, he could pull out grain for Gyuan without even blinking. How could no one try to curry favor with him? Why is that? Really? Wu Liangpeng asked softly. Chun-Li nodded. Really? Oh, right. I haven't asked where you're from, Brother Chun. You could say I'm from Chongqing. Chongqing. Wu Liangpeng knew it. It was a small city, seemingly located to the northeast of Xi'an City. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Wu Liangpeng muttered to himself, gradually sorting out his thoughts. Chongqing was a small city, and precisely because of that, outsiders often found it hard to fit in, especially someone like Brother Chun, who would inevitably arouse people's fear and rejection. Yes, that must be it. Wu Liangpeng's thoughts cleared up. Brother Chun, Wu Liangpeng's eyes revealed worry, as he asked seriously, the grain Gyuan needs is no small amount. Are you really okay doing this? He understood that this was fundamentally a money-losing business for Brother Chin. As a friend, he didn't want to see Brother Chin fall into a predicament, just to help him. But even more so, he didn't want his great-grandfather to be held accountable by the imperial court because of Gyuan's issues. Naturally, I won't. Don't worry. Just like how you intended to help me. This is just a trivial matter for me. Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh. That's good then. Wu Liangpeng thought for a moment, then said sincerely, no? Brother Chun, you should leave Chongqing as soon as possible. Why is that? Chun-Li frowned and asked. Wang Zhuogua of Yichuan is leading the charge. Tens of thousands of bandits have rebelled. The great Liang King of Hanan, the Fugu King in the first month, the heavenly King Wang Jiayin, non-stick mud of Luochuan in the 6th month, and the dashing King Gaoing Xiang of Ansai in the 7th month. Wu Liangpeng smiled bitterly. These are all bandit leaders who have gained a foothold. They can't be wiped out in a short time. Over the past year, every city that could be pillaged has been pillaged. It hasn't rained in Shanxi for years, and there's been no harvest. If they want to feed all these men and horses, there will definitely be bandit leaders crossing east into the borders. And if they want to cross the Yellow River eastward, they'll need boats. One way is through Hanqing. Chongqing is right next to Hanqing, not far at all. If those roaming bandits decide to pillage it on their way. Chun-Li nodded. I see. Right. At this moment, a servant hurried over and said, Young master. Someone is here looking for this young master. The two exchanged a glance, and Wu Liangpeng's eyes turned grave. Damn it, could it be that Zhangqing? Wu Liangpeng asked nervously. Who is it? The servant quickly replied. 3 men wearing leather. One looks a bit sleazy. Another is very burly. And one is very skinny. But they said they came from Chongqing. They're finally here. Brother Wu, there's no need to panic. They are my people. Chun-Li smiled reassuringly. Wu Liangpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked where are they now. To answer the young master, they have already been taken to the main hall. Take Brother Chin over. As soon as he arrived at the main hall, Chun-Li saw those familiar figures. Similarly, the few people who had been staring eagerly out the door also spotted Chun-Li immediately. It really is young Master Chun. A whole month. We finally get to see him again. I knew it. I didn't expect my jinxed mouth to actually be somewhat useful, they muttered in low voices. Then smack, they stood up straight. Very quickly. Oh. Chun-Li looked at these 3 standing ramrod straight, with wide, staring eyes, and grinning foolishly. He sighed. A bit exaggerated. Hasn't it only been a month since we last saw each other? Why is everyone so excited? It's not like I've been gone for half a year, but it really had been a long time. Wei Shi, Zhuzi, and Lu Qi. As soon as I heard the servant's description, I guessed it was you guys. He walked forward quickly, and grinned. It's really been a long time. Why, young Master Chun? Weisher said excitedly. I've finally managed to see you. It's been almost a whole month. Without seeing you, young master, those boys have been soft in their training. They aren't as sharp at stabbing themselves as before. Yeah. Everyone in Lu family village has missed you to death, young Master Chun. They keep muttering in the village every day. When will the young master come out of seclusion? Juzi said, his eyes sparkling. Lu Chi didn't speak. Just watched quietly, the smile on his face never fading. They had finally seen the sky again. Chun-Li then asked, Gosheng, Jiming, are they doing well? Gosheng is doing all right. It's just that the changes might be a bit drastic. You'll see when you get back, young master. Weisher hesitated before saying. But Jiming isn't doing so well. He's been having stomachaches all day long these past few days. Even drinking fresh milk doesn't help. When I left, Senior G did prescribe a medicine, but I don't know if it'll work. A stomachache that severe? Even milk can't fix it? He had been gone for less than a month. And an SSR he had gone through so much trouble to find was about to kick the bucket? How did this happen? Chun-Li frowned. I'll have to go check on him when I get back. When do you plan on heading back, young Master Chin? Weisher asked cautiously. Soon. If my calculations are correct. It should be in 3 days. Chun-Li calculated and said. It's over. Juzi let out a wail. Chun-Li asked strangely, what's wrong? Nothing. It's great that you can go back, young Master Chun. It's great that you can go back. Juzi quickly snapped back to reality and waved his hands. It's just a wife, right? I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Trading a wife for the immortal lord is a huge profit, a huge profit. Sigh, when will I ever get a wife? Juzi was very sorrowful. It was normal for villagers to have their own worries. If they didn't want to say, so be it. Chun-Li didn't ask further. Since you guys are here, then things will be easy from now on. He stroked his chin and said, this Zhang Qing is so enthusiastic. If I just leave like this, I'd feel bad. I have to give him a grand gift. In the Prince of Qing's estate, the third prince, Zhu Kunji, was exceptionally anxious. The heir was gravely ill and on the verge of death. And since he was the third son, this meant that once the heir died, he would take over and become the new heir. In a few years, he would be the new Prince of Qing. This thought had once made him endlessly excited, but he couldn't show it. He could only keep suppressing it. He had to cry and act sorrowful. Wait until the heir died. He would shed a tear, and then everything would be over. Every time he went to visit and looked at that dark, murky, medicinal soup, he thought about adding some poison to it. So that day would come sooner. But he only thought about it. He didn't do anything unnecessary. If he was discovered, that would be bad. A year. He had been looking forward to it for a whole year. That day, when Supreme Commander Wu arrived, his heart leaped into his throat. Fortunately, Supreme Commander Wu was also helpless. Seeing that the day was about to arrive, his half-brother was awake for less and less time each day, until he fell completely unconscious. He didn't expect an accident to happen at this critical juncture. Zhang Qing found a divine physician from who knows where, claiming he could cure the heir's illness. Although the man ran away, he started suffering from insomnia. He lay in bed tossing and turning all night. Scenes of the heir recovering constantly flashing through his mind. He began secretly sending people to find this person's whereabouts. At the very least, he had to be one step ahead of Zhang Qing. In finding him, why aren't they back yet? Zhu Kunji muttered in a low voice. Finally, there was movement outside the courtyard. A trusted subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground. Greetings, third prince. Did you catch him this time? Zhu Kunji suddenly stood up from his chair and asked. No, that person is extremely agile. By the time we got there, he had already cured the patient and vanished without a trace. The subordinate lowered his head and answered cautiously. Zhu Kunji's fists were clenched tight, his knuckles turning white. Cured again? His confidant nodded, not daring to look Zhu Kunji in the eye. Ever since this physician appeared, the third prince had become increasingly irritable. His trusted aides had long noticed the anomaly, but they didn't dare ask too much, afraid of angering their master. Zhu Kunji paced back and forth in the room, then suddenly stopped and violently swung his arm. The tea set on the table was swept to the floor. Crash! The tea set instantly shattered into pieces. Damn it, he roared, his eyes flashing with fury. A shard from the tea set bounced right in front of the confidant. The shard had 3 hanging beads, engraved with seal script reading Dianshi. The confidant hurriedly buried his head against the floor, not even daring to breathe loudly. This is already the 5th person he's cured. That guy absolutely has the ability to cure the heir apparent's illness. If only he had just disappeared for good. Why? Must he go around treating the commoners in Xi'an Prefecture? Go find him. You must find him before Zhang Qing does. Zhu Kunji's eyes were bloodshot. As he growled, the confidant quickly responded, "Yes, Your Highness." He quickly got up, not daring to hesitate for a second, and fled the room as if running for his life. Zhu Kunji stood in the room, glancing at the shattered debris on the floor, the anger in his heart not diminishing in the slightest. He walked over to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind helped him calm down a bit. Just then, another confidant appeared before him. "Your Highness, your subordinate has found someone. He claims to know the whereabouts of that physician." Zhu Kunji froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. Overjoyed, he asked with a trembling voice, "Where is this person now?" "To answer, Your Highness. I have already sent men to bring him to the Ehone brothel," the confidant reported. "Excellent." A smile appeared on Zhu Kunji's face. The Prince of Qin's estate was heavily guarded, and there were spies everywhere. As a prince of the second rank, going to a place of entertainment was naturally not an issue. "Take me to see him immediately." Inside the Ehone brothel, Zhu Kunji stared at the burly man in front of him, suppressing the pleasant surprise in his heart, and asked calmly, "You know that man's whereabouts?" "Naturally. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Your Highness," Weisher said respectfully. Good. Very good." Zhu Kunji couldn't hide his excitement. He urged, "Tell me, where is he now? If it's true, I will reward you handsomely." "Where is he right now?" "I haven't found him yet, but I do know that he will appear at the East Timber Market tomorrow at noon. Are you playing with me?" Zhu Kunji narrowed his eyes, glaring viciously at Weisher. "Your Highness, I am currently in your hands. Whether to kill me or torture me is entirely up to you. I have nothing to gain by lying to you." Weisher looked anxious and said fearfully, "Why doesn't Your Highness send someone to take a look?" "Fine, I'll trust you this once," Zhu Kunji said after a moment of hesitation. "If I don't see him tomorrow, if he doesn't show up by then, I will be at Your Highness's disposal," Weisher said, his eyes flickering. Zhu Kunji nodded in satisfaction and left the room. "Third Prince, could this be a trap?" his confidant warned worriedly. "So what if it is?" Zhu Kunji grinned and said, "This man is already in our hands. If he dares to lie, we'll just kill him. Besides, we must find that physician before Zhang Qing does. If my older brother is cured, then I will never become the heir apparent. That is unacceptable. The heir apparent should be me." "Have all his belongings been confiscated?" Zhu Kunji then asked. "Yes, except for a black bead." "A black bead?" "Yeah. The man said it was passed down from his ancestors to keep him safe, and that he'd kill himself if we took it. Then let him keep it. One bead is useless anyway." Inside the room, Weisher rubbed his stiff face and muttered to himself, "Acting is so hard. But luckily, I didn't do too bad. Still, Immortal Chun is really cautious. Giving me this treasure before leaving, what a waste. It's quite a pity. I can't even die anyway. So why would I need this thing?" Zhang Qing lay prostrate, his head pressed against the floor. Even though it was winter, his back was drenched in sweat. "A few days ago, didn't you say you only needed 3 days to bring him here?" The Prince of Qin's voice was completely flat. "Where is he?" Zhang Qing's body trembled slightly. He could feel the Prince of Qin's suppressed fury. After all, he was the one who let the man slip away. If he had just let a physician who might cure the heir apparent escape, the prince wouldn't be this angry, given how much he favored him. But this damn bastard, after running away, went around healing and treating people everywhere, and he only treated severe illnesses. Wasn't this blatantly telling him that he could cure the illness, but just didn't want to treat the heir apparent? This matter still reached the prince's ears, which was why he ended up in this predicament. He, Zhang Qing, was ultimately just a dog raised by the Prince of Qin's estate. If he couldn't get things done, and even let the physician who could cure the heir apparent escape, the consequences would be unbearable. "To answer, Your Highness, that man's hiding place is extremely secretive," Zhang Qing said cautiously. "However, I have already discovered his hideout. If you just give me a little more time, I will definitely capture him." The Prince of Qin furrowed his brows. After a moment, he said coldly, "I'll give you 2 more days. If you still haven't brought him here by then." He paused, looking at the unconscious heir apparent lying on the bed, and said tiredly, "Zhang Qing, Suanshu is the heir apparent, and more importantly, my eldest son." Zhang Qing's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had no way out. He had to find that man no matter what. He kowtowed again, his voice filled with determination. "I will not fail Your Highness's trust. If there is even the slightest mistake, I am willing to accept the severest punishment. Remember your words." The Prince of Qin's eyes softened slightly. "Bring him back. Don't worry about anything else." If those officials start making a fuss, I will handle it. Go. Yes, sir. Zhang Qing slowly stood up, grimacing. He had been kneeling for too long, and his legs were numb. But he didn't dare slack off in the slightest. He turned and forced himself to walk away quickly. Only when he stepped out of the inner chambers did he breathe a sigh of relief. With trembling hands, he took out a jade porcelain bottle from his chest, took out a small pill, and popped it into his mouth. This is really troublesome, since he's not in the famous gardens or restaurants, and we can't find him anywhere. And that guy surnamed sure knows how to heal. He must be hiding in some official's house, and an official of high rank at that. If it were a low-ranking one, I wouldn't even need the prince's permission. He would have searched it long ago. Now that he had the prince's word, he could be bold and search the homes of those officials. Zhang Qing led his subordinates out of the Prince of Qin's estate. Once on the streets, he continued to wander around. But this time, he spotted that familiar figure. Zhang Qing grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Found him. Quick, stop that man. Don't let him get away. I'll reward you handsomely once this is done. But no one make a move. Do not hurt him. You guys, go back and call everyone over. And bring the sedan chair. Hurry. Seeing his subordinates completely surround the man, Zhang Qing's face flushed red with excitement. He swallowed another pill and walked toward Chun-Li. A dozen people. Let's see how you escape this time. Oh, isn't this Lord Zhang Chengfeng? Long time no see. Chun-Li said with a smile. Zhang Qing took a deep breath, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. He swiftly dropped to his knees right in the middle of the crowded street and slammed his head hard against the stone pavement. The nearby street vendors, seeing this, were so frightened they quickly lowered their heads and looked away, not daring to stare. Yet, a surge of satisfaction welled up in their hearts. This Zhang Qing, did he offend some young master from the capital? Zhang Qing's expression remained unchanged. He knew that after today, his actions would definitely become the talk of the town in Xian Prefecture. But so what? This display wasn't for these lowly commoners to see, but for them to spread the word so it would reach the prince's ears. This man was here to cure the heir apparent's illness, so he could only use soft tactics. If he accidentally killed the heir apparent during treatment, Zhang Qing would gain nothing either. What did face and dignity matter? Even Han Xian could endure the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs. So why couldn't he? This lowly one, Zhang Qing, greets young master sure. Zhang Qing raised his head. The pebble stuck to his forehead fell to the ground, leaving a bloody red mark. Last time, I was ignorant of etiquette and offended you, young master. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive this lowly one. Please, be generous this time, and come to the Prince of Qin's estate to treat the heir apparent. I have already ordered a sedan chair to be prepared. Please wait a moment, young master sure. Once it is done, the prince promises to reward you with 1,000 taels of gold, 50 bolts of silk, 100 pearls, 20 agates, and several pieces of jade and emerald. You may choose whatever you like. If you are willing, we can even secure a leisurely official post for you in Xian Prefecture. He completely omitted any mention of the gold he had previously given Chun-Li, acting as if it had never happened. The prince also said, if you take a liking to anything in the estate, as long as you ask, everything is negotiable. No wonder Zhang Qing was so arrogant and domineering. He really knew how to win the Prince of Qin's favor. Go to the Prince of Qin's estate. That's not a problem. But before that, I need to go buy some handy silver needles. If there's nothing else, you can all disperse. Once I buy the needles, I'll head to the estate myself. Chun-Li waved his hand and walked straight toward a gap in the crowd. The few men directly in front of him saw him approaching and looked up at Zhang Qing. Seeing him shake his head, they immediately huddled together, blocking the path. Naturally, this couldn't stop Chun-Li. If he wanted to, he could just stick 2 fingers into their nostrils, lift them up, and toss them aside. But Chun-Li didn't do that. He stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Zhang Qing, and frowned. Lord Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Young master sure, please wait a moment. Once we arrive at the estate, someone will naturally deliver the silver needles. You can pick whichever you like then. Zhang Qing forced a smile, trying to curry favor. He had finally caught the man. How could he let him escape again? Oh, is that so? Chun-Li spread his hands and said helplessly, then there's nothing I can do, unless I pick the silver needles myself, if they aren't handy to use later. Lord Zhang, you wouldn't want the heir apparent's illness to go uncured, right? Zhang Qing felt like his head was going to explode from anger. He quickly lowered his head to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. However, his heaving chest couldn't be hidden no matter what. He had served the prince for decades. When had he ever suffered such grievance? Moreover, the longer this dragged on, the more likely some accident would happen. He couldn't bear that responsibility. He could naturally follow along. But what if there was an ambush? If soft tactics didn't work, he'd have to use force. Tie him up and take him back. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Qing's eyes. He looked at his subordinates. Everyone instantly understood. After exchanging glances, they tacitly formed a tight circle, completely surrounding Chun-Li. Chun-Li chuckled softly and slipped his hand into his sleeve. When it reappeared, he was holding a small knife. Zhang Qing's subordinates looked at each other and also smiled. A small knife? He thought he could escape from dozens of them with that? Only Zhang Qing had a faint, ominous premonition. He hurriedly shouted, "Young master, since you insist on going no matter what, I naturally won't stop you." Zhang Qing raised his head, a pleading look on his face, and settled for the next best option. It's just that Xi'an Prefecture hasn't been very peaceful lately. Someone broke out of prison just a few days ago. For your safety, please allow me to bring my men along to escort you. Zhang Qing knew that the small knife obviously wasn't for hacking people, but it would be quite handy for slitting his own throat. He didn't dare to gamble. What sin had he committed? To run into someone like this? Fine. Chun-Li feigned hesitation, considered it for a moment, and reluctantly agreed. Zhang Qing said with a sincere face, "Without further ado, please set off as soon as possible, young master." "Oh, right. Here is the prescription. The medicinal ingredients listed will be needed later." Chun-Li casually pulled out a prescription and instructed, "Not a single one can be missing." He had gotten this prescription from Wu Zhuang. Wu had written it himself, so ordinary people definitely wouldn't spot any issues. Zhang Qing took a look, feeling a surge of joy. "You too, head back to the estate. Arrange for more men, and go fetch the medicine according to this prescription." He also left one person behind to wait, so the reinforcements would know where to find him later. The remaining few had no choice but to follow Chun-Li on the road. They were already quite close, so they didn't have to walk far. Before arriving at the East Timber Market, this place was a bustling market. Chun-Li casually walked into a shop and started picking out silver needles. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing led his men to clear the area, driving everyone else out. They even stood guard at the door, not allowing anyone to approach. The Prince of Qin's estate is handling business. Idlers, retreat immediately. Anyone who dares to come within 5 meters will be killed without mercy. Zhang Qing shouted. Time ticked by minute. Zhang Qing asked tentatively, "Are you not done yet, young master? It seems the third prince doesn't want to be the heir apparent that badly, huh? And to think I spent so much time listening in the tea house just to get this information. Whatever, it's time to head back." Chun-Li casually picked a few silver needles. "These will do, young master, since the silver needles have been chosen." Zhang Qing asked cautiously, "Let's go to the Prince of Qin's estate." "Yes." Zhang Qing was overjoyed and quickly replied, "The great tribulation is upon us. Heaven and earth are dark. The sun and moon have lost their light. The true void, the silent homeland. The venerable mother of the white lotus descends. The myriad people shall rise. Quick, protect the young master." Zhang Qing shouted loudly, swiftly drawing the sword at his waist. A group of people charged forward aggressively, all with disheveled hair covering their faces, wielding various weapons, and muttering incantations. "Damn it, this is Xi'an Prefecture. There's a garrison stationed right nearby, and we're inside the city. How dare these people? Breaking out of prison a few days ago was one thing, but now these White Lotus cult members dare to offend the Prince of Qin's estate. Do they have a death wish? Brothers, charge with me. Kill Zhang Qing. Avenge our brothers and sisters who died unjustly in prison." The leader shouted at the top of his lungs. He brandished his long saber and led the charge. "That young master over there. Don't worry, you saved our White Lotus cult members, so we naturally won't harm you. We'll get you out of here. You dog Zhang Qing, give me your life." The others echoed the battle cry and slashed their way over. Chun-Li glanced left and right. It was a narrow alley running east to west. There were no less than 10 people standing on each side, blocking the alley entrances completely. Not far away, more people were emerging from dark alleys, rushing in this direction. However, this group probably didn't want to cause extra trouble, as they let the commoners flee in panic. Zhang Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage, no longer hiding his true feelings. He glared viciously at Chun-Li. "To kill me. That was your goal in bringing me here. You even used yourself as bait. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? But that was just a thought." He was the prince's dog, and a dog couldn't bear its fangs at a guest. He could only swallow his anger. Right now, all he could think about was how to bring this man back to the estate. Their target is me, Chun-Li kindly reminded him. Lord Zhang, give me a long saber. I don't want to die here. Chun-Li's words made Zhang Qing freeze. He instantly realized something. Right, the White Lotus cult members. How would they dare cause trouble in the city in broad daylight? They simply didn't have the guts. And if this man died, the heir apparent would be completely doomed. Who would benefit from that? The third prince. Without a second word, Zhang Qing snatched a long saber from his subordinate and shoved it into Chun-Li's hands. They only had 10 people on their side. Even if they only had to face 20 enemies, that was still a 2-to-1 disadvantage. Trying to escort someone out of here was a near impossible task. They could only risk it all. Go east. It connects to the bustling market. As long as we make it there, we can shake these people off. Head east. Fight our way out with me. As long as we bring him back, the prince won't mistreat us. Even if we die, our wives and children will be well taken care of by the prince. Zhang Qing said, giving a meaningful look. His confidant gritted his teeth and led the charge forward. Seeing this, the others steeled their hearts and tightened their grip on their weapons, charging forward as well. Zhang Qing and Chun-Li stayed at the very back of the group. In the narrow alley, swords and sabers clashed instantly, the sound of metal colliding ringing endlessly. But in just the first exchange, nearly half of the men in front of Zhang Qing fell. Meanwhile, the enemy suffered almost no casualties. Aren't you afraid of the prince's wrath? The only answer he got was the flash of several sword blades. Zhang Qing shouted sternly, "This is Xian Prefecture, making such a huge commotion. You definitely won't escape. Even if you do, the third prince will absolutely silence you. To eliminate any future trouble, are you really willing to throw your lives away for the third prince? Zhang Qing, you killed our White Lotus cult members and oppressed the common people. Even if we die, we're dragging you to hell with us," the leader declared. For Zhang Qing to be able to act so tyrannically, he naturally had real martial arts skills. With a blur of motion, the long sword in his hand moved like a swimming dragon, parrying several lethal slashes aimed at his vitals. However, there were simply too many enemies. Even if he found an opening and tried to go for a fatal strike, another blade would come slashing at him the very next second. Zhang Qing had no choice but to raise his sword to defend. But his goal wasn't to get tangled up in a fight with these people anyway. It was to break through the encirclement and escape. Just then, an enemy broke through the defense line and lunged straight at Chun-Li. Zhang Qing's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to intercept the sword, he saw Chun-Li raise his saber and give a light flick. The man's sword instantly flew out of his hand, and his throat was slit right after. Seeing this, Zhang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew that in this brief moment of distraction, someone would seize the opportunity? He snapped back to reality, bent backward, and dodged several sword strikes. But he couldn't dodge one of them. A bloody gash was sliced open on his arm. He was right. Although this group claimed they wanted to kill him, in reality, every single strike was aimed at the man beside him. To think this man not only had incredible medical skills, but also possessed such great strength. But it was still useless. There were too many of them. He only had one subordinate left standing now, and they still hadn't broken out. Meanwhile, the people behind them had already caught up, only a few steps away. This way, Chun-Li said, taking the lead and darting into an alleyway on the side. That's a dead end. There's no way out. The sole remaining wretched-looking subordinate screamed in terror. Zhang Qing didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. Staying here means death anyway. The wretched man gritted his teeth, fell to his knees, and begged desperately for mercy. Good heroes of the White Lotus cult, I was just following orders. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to donate all my belongings to your noble cult. Who told you we were from the White Lotus cult? The leader narrowed his eyes, smiling without any warmth. Before the man could react, a single slash came down, and the wretched man stopped breathing. The third prince ordered, "Leave no survivors. If there's anyone inside, kill them without mercy. Remember to take the physician's body with you. Clean it up nicely. No one can see it." As long as the prince hadn't seen the physician's corpse, then this man could be considered rescued by the White Lotus cult and hidden among them. After all, Zhang Qing had arrested quite a few people under the guise of the White Lotus cult, and the prison break had just happened not long ago. Pinning this on the White Lotus cult couldn't be more perfect. The leader sent 10 men to chase down the alley, while he himself ran into the alley as well. "The rest of you leave quickly. Young Master Sure, Why do you keep grabbing my shoulder? Zhang Qing asked, panting heavily. Don't sweat the details. Just keep running. After a few turns, they quickly reached the end of the path. However, just as the man had said, a high wall blocked their way. Young Master Sure, where's the path? Zhang Qing stared at the high wall in front of him, completely losing his composure. He roared in fury. I never said there was a path here. Chun-Li said with a faint smile. The dense sound of footsteps approaching from the corner of the alley grew closer. Zhang Qing's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with rage. Why did you have to buy those damn needles? You got us into this mess. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Zhang Qing bellowed. His emotions had spiraled out of control, completely erupting in this moment. He raised his hand, trying to pry off Chun-Li's hand resting on his shoulder, only to discover in horror that no matter how hard he tried, the hand wouldn't budge an inch. He even tried bending the pinky finger, but the result was the same. Seeing this, he raised the sword in his hand and thrust it straight forward, but it was instantly caught and snapped in half. Don't be in such a rush. Although I might have miscounted, it's only off by a few minutes. The time is almost up, Chun-Li said casually. My lord, how did I offend you? I was just following orders. I just wanted you to treat the prince's illness. Why are you targeting me like this? Zhang Qing cried. You just smashed my rice shop recently and threw my men into prison. I let that go, but you even ruined my perfectly good vacation. How did I not offend you? Which shop? He had smashed way too many shops. He couldn't recall off the top of his head. Zhang Qing froze for a second and asked, You were the one who broke out of prison? As they spoke, Zhang Qing suddenly felt his vision flash. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a cramped, enclosed room. His feet were soaked in a puddle of water, but he didn't fall through. Instead, a force kept pushing him up to the surface. But the next second, he was released, stumbling and tumbling out of the room. Ah, finally back. Jiming, long time no see. I got quite a haul this trip. I heard you've been having stomachaches lately. Feeling any better? Chun-Li's voice came from the side. Jiming looked at Zhang Qing in confusion. I feel fine now. Young Master Chun, who is this? Don't mind him. Just some free labor to be thrown into the Nether for reform later. Chun-Li said breezily. Zhang Qing looked around, finding himself on a grassy lawn. In the distance, there were a few tall trees. The sky was azure blue. The sun was shining brightly. Birds were singing, and flowers were blooming. It was just that the trees looked bizarre, perfectly square. The birds were entirely made up of blocks, and the flowers gave him a very weird feeling too. He looked at Chun-Li, his eyes filled with terror. Where is this? Lord Zhang. Welcome to my world. It really feels like it's been a while. These blocky trees, this green grass, the things he had been building and patching up over the past 2 years. The house, the backyard, the breeding farm, the wise gazes of the big three, the golden sea of wheat swaying in the wind in the distance, and the faintly visible Wall Maria. He had only been gone for a month, but it felt like a lifetime ago. But then again, the Nether was just too boring. In the game, it was fine. If you couldn't find anything, you could just turn off the game and look again tomorrow. But perhaps because this was reality, it took him almost a whole month to barely find a Nether fortress. If it wasn't for the blaze rods, he would have thrown in the towel long ago. But I'm finally back. So comfortable. Chun-Li spread his arms and took a deep breath. Jiming, I'll leave this guy to you. Find a few people to take him to the prison. Later, we'll send him to the Nether for some re-education. Chun-Li waved his hand and turned to walk toward his cabin. He needed to go back to his storage room to refill his empty inventory. If there's anything else, wait until I grab my fishing rod. Come find me at the lake later, and we can talk slowly. That hellhole of a Nether is full of lava. You can't fish there at all. A whole month. No fishing. God knows how I survived. I need to fish for a day or two first. Young Master Chun, Miao Jiming called out hurriedly. When Chun-Li turned around, he then suggested, Before you go fishing, could you take a walk around the city? Why? Did the sky fall before I got back? Chun-Li asked, frowning. That wasn't right. He had calculated the time perfectly, even arriving an hour or two early. This shouldn't be happening. How could it cause a panic? The sky hasn't fallen. It's just that during the time you were in seclusion, the people of Li City haven't seen you. Rumors have spread in both cities, saying that you have already left. Miao Jiming explained. Left? How is that possible? The sky hasn't fallen. I even specifically left Goshing behind as a cover. Why would they think I've left? Chun-Li smiled somewhat helplessly, then sighed in relief. But it made sense. The laws of Minecraft existed because of him. The infinite food. and the various miracles that could be realized were entirely due to his existence. If he were to disappear, then everything here would be like a fleeting illusion, vanishing completely. He was Chun-Li now, but he was also young Master Chun, their immortal. Perhaps this was what faith was. I understand. I'll take a walk around the village entrance later. Chun-Li nodded and said. Just as they were talking, Zhang Qing suddenly leaped up and bolted in one direction. He had finally figured it out. He was incredibly unlucky to have provoked an existence that was definitely not human. He had to run. If he stayed, he would absolutely suffer a miserable fate. Running was his only chance of survival. Chun-Li watched Zhang Qing's pathetic attempt to flee, feeling a bit puzzled. Did he not see the massive wall in the distance? Oh, he almost forgot. His own visual range was far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. But coincidentally, the direction he was running in was exactly where the Nether portal was located. Then I won't lock him in the prison for now. No need for a buffer either. I'll just send him straight in. He could somewhat understand bandits, as long as they didn't go too far. But a favored official of a vassal prince? Forget it. Isn't this perfect? Jiming, take some men and wait for me directly at the Nether portal. Chun-Li twisted his ankles, getting into a starting stance. It just so happened he hadn't stretched his legs in a long time, and his bones were getting rusty. His calves pushed off, kicking up dust that swirled in the air. In just a breath's time, Chun-Li was already steadily tailing right behind Zhang Qing. He wasn't in a hurry to catch him. The direction was right, anyway. Lord Zhang, where are you running to? Chun-Li's voice drifted leisurely from behind Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing felt his scalp go numb, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He could tell that the voice was less than 5 meters away from him. Zhang Qing knew very well this was a game of cat and mouse, because he loved playing this game too. It was just that in the past, he was the cat, and this time, he was the mouse. But all he could do was run, just like the mice he used to chase. To survive, human potential is bound to be limitless. Driven by fear, Zhang Qing ran even faster. What is that? He saw a yellowish thing in the distance, floating in midair. As the distance closed, his breathing grew heavier. It was a half-meter-long monstrous bee. A monster. It's a monster, having already gone through a fierce battle, without resting for long, and now running for his life. Being suddenly startled like this left Zhang Qing completely out of breath. Gasping for air, he quickly reached into his chest to pull out his small porcelain bottle, but his hand trembled, and the bottle fell to the ground. This scene was caught by Chun-Li. He stopped, picked up the bottle, and examined it closely. It was exquisitely crafted. The body was painted with blue and white intertwining lotus patterns. The lines smooth, the colors elegant. At a glance, one could tell it was no ordinary item. The Prince of Qin's estate sure is rich. Even a bottle used to hold medicine for a sycophant. Looks like top-tier goods. Chun-Li didn't open it. Instead, he pocketed it. He'd keep the medicine inside for now. It didn't feel like anything good. He'd show it to Senior G later. Then, he resumed the chase. Between his cabin and the Nether portal lay a village. The commotion of their chase naturally caught the villagers' attention. At first, the villagers who noticed didn't pay much mind, just taking a quick glance, before burying their heads back in their work, until one of them suddenly realized that the person chasing in the back looked very familiar. That's Immortal Chun. The villager quickly looked up, rubbing his eyes vigorously. In his excitement, he slapped his companion next to him. Look, it's Immortal Chun. Before the slapped man could get angry, his anger instantly vanished. Immortal Chun. It really is. Immortal Chun. More people in the village noticed the commotion, dropping their tools and cheering excitedly. What the? Immortal Chun. It's young Master Chun. This is great. Young Master Chun has finally come out of seclusion. I told you so. How could young Master Chun possibly leave? Who started that rumor? They really need a beating. By the way, that guy young Master Chun is chasing. Do we need to help catch him? No need for that. If young Master Chun really wanted to catch him, he would have done it ages ago. Young Master Chun must have been in seclusion for so long. He's just stretching his legs. Exactly. Let's hurry and tell everyone in the village. Young Master Chun is back. Right. The originally quiet village completely erupted in this moment. The bolder ones had already gone to the Nether, taking the direct boat to Chongqing. The people of Li City ran around, knocking on every door, excitedly repeating the same words over and over. More and more people joined the crowd, laughing and cheering. Villagers left the city, sprinting as fast as they could, running nonstop back to their own villages. A single piece of news spread at lightning speed. Across this green land, Immortal Chun has come out of seclusion. The joys and sorrows of people are destined to be unshared. The further he ran, the more despair Zhangqing felt. Everything he saw along the way was too bizarre, making it impossible for him to comprehend. He had to hurry back and tell the prince. Staying in Xi'an Prefecture would lead to a massive disaster sooner or later. But the next scene he saw made him completely give up the thought of escaping. Zhangqing stared into the distance, at the stepped-high wall that pierced the clouds. Unable to snap out of his shock for a long time, he could only clearly see one side of it, a side that extended infinitely into the distance. Zhangqing realized something. Every county town had a wall, so this place was no exception. Why? Just why? How could the Great Ming have such a place unknown to the world? Or is this not the Great Ming at all? Then where could he possibly escape to? But the next second, Zhangqing's eyes lit up, squeezing out the last ounce of his strength. He sprinted desperately. He saw hope. In that square, blocky forest, there were actually a few children playing and chasing each other. Ha! Zhangqing grinned wildly. He stumbled as he pulled a small knife from his chest and charged straight toward them. He was the prince's dirty glove. He had done this kind of thing so many times. He was used to it, due to the trees blocking his view, and Chun-Li's attention being entirely focused on Zhangqing. He didn't notice anything unusual at first, until he saw Zhangqing abruptly pull out a small knife. He looked up and instantly understood Zhangqing's intention. Damn it! At this time of day, shouldn't they be in class at the school I built? Why are they here? But obviously, that question wasn't important right now. What infuriated Chun-Li was Zhangqing's actions. Trying to pull this right in front of me. How dare you? His eyes turned cold, and he pulled out an ender pearl, hurling it at Zhangqing. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhangqing instantly knew he wouldn't make it in time. But this distance was enough. He used his last bit of strength, just about to throw the knife. Obviously, Chun-Li's throw was faster. The ender pearl shot like a cannonball, slamming into Zhangqing's back. He only heard a sharp crack from his back, followed by a bone-piercing agony. Before he could even throw the knife, it dropped to the ground. Before he could react, Chun-Li appeared right behind him, grabbed Zhangqing by the shoulder, materialized another ender pearl, and threw it into the distance. Before the children in the woods even noticed, the two of them vanished from the spot. When their figures reappeared, Zhangqing collapsed limply onto the ground. The excruciating pain made him wail uncontrollably. Chun-Li took out a golden carrot, munching on it, while staring expressionlessly at Zhangqing writhing on the ground. Ender pearls allowed the user to instantly teleport to where they landed. However, the user would take 5 points of fall damage. Chun-Li was currently in his default skin, without a single point of armor. Using the ender pearl twice caused 5 red hearts at the bottom of his vision to dim. Eating food filled his saturation, and he began to regenerate health. Chun-Li watched Zhangqing, who was clawing at the dirt, his lower half completely paralyzed. He thought to himself, throwing an ender pearl at a mob doesn't deal damage. It only causes knockback. This effect is considered an attack, so once it hits, neutral mobs will react, like iron golems turning hostile toward the player. But clearly, there's a slight difference here. Looks like his spine got shattered. I'll have to be more careful in the future. As expected, there are still so many things I need to test. I wonder how it affects villagers who have taken up professions. Which effect would take priority? Perfect timing. I don't know if a shattered spine can be healed. Chun-Li crouched down, pulled out a golden carrot, and shoved it toward Zhangqing's mouth. Zhangqing clenched his jaw tight, refusing to open it. Eat this, and your injuries will heal. Chun-Li said, I'd rather die than fall into your hands. Zhangqing wailed, speaking in broken gasps. He couldn't bring himself to end his own life, so he could only seek death by another's hand. He knew exactly what would happen if he fell into his hands. He understood it all too well. Once your life was entirely at the mercy of another. In that kind of situation, living was worse than dying. Chun-Li forcefully shoved the food in, but the very next moment, Zhangqing vomited it back out. No matter how much the pain drilled into his brain, as long as he thought of the tortures he had personally inflicted, Zhangqing was dead set on dying. He knew that as long as he endured this for a bit, he would be free. To think this man, this monster, not only knew how to cure illnesses, but could also heal fatal wounds. Zhangqing revealed a smile of relief. Fortunately, as long as he didn't eat the food, he'd be fine. Chun-Li stood up, setting aside what just happened, just for the third prince's plan. He had to keep this guy alive. If it were before, he might really have had no way to deal with this. But now, he looked at the militiamen watching from a distance, and waved them over. Young Master Chun, is there anything we can do? The militiamen ran over, bowing respectfully as they asked, "Guard him here. Don't let this guy die. I'll be right back." "Yes, sir." Chun-Li took out the last 2 ender pearls from his inventory and teleported all the way back home. Resupply complete. When he reappeared, he was holding an enchanted bow. Zhang Qing saw the pink liquid smeared on the arrowhead. That kind of thing was usually poison. "Yes, that's it. Kill me." Zhang Qing was ecstatic inside, though his face remained expressionless. His wails grew a bit louder. Watching Chun-Li slowly draw the bow, Zhang Qing took one last reluctant look at the world and closed his eyes. He had enjoyed wealth and glory his whole life, played with so many women, and had countless people at his beck and call. He hadn't suffered much, and now he could die with his eyes closed. It was worth it. Twang. Hearing the sound of the arrow being released, Zhang Qing relaxed, peacefully waiting for the poison to take effect, so he could finally pass away quietly. "Thank you, young master. You really are a good person," he said sincerely. "Don't mention it." Chun-Li's voice came from beside his ear. "Search him. See if he has anything to verify his identity. Then take him to the Nether portal." "Huh? What does that mean?" Zhang Qing was confused. He opened his eyes, only to see that the arrow had hit him in the shoulder. The pain was minimal, compared to the agonizing pain throughout his body. It wasn't even worth mentioning. The intense pain had drained him of any strength to resist. So he let them strip and search him completely, before being carried away. Soon, Zhang Qing understood what that sentence meant. He could clearly feel a warm current surging within his body, flowing through his internal organs. His body temperature began to rise. He was returning to normal. Wasn't the arrow supposed to be poisoned? What kind of good person would smear healing medicine on an arrow? Having to take an arrow before getting healed. Only a complete lunatic would do something like this. In Nether portal, Zhang Qing suddenly snapped back to reality. He looked blankly at the militiamen holding him up and asked desperately, "I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Did you just say Nether portal?" The militiamen didn't answer, but Zhang Qing was clearly already scared out of his wits. He had never believed in ghosts or gods. If they truly existed in this world, he would have been dragged to hell long ago by the countless vengeful spirits he had wronged. But now all this absurdity. How could he not be bewildered? But what did he do wrong? Everything he had was earned through his own hard work. It was his rightful reward. He simply couldn't understand why he had appeared in this place in the blink of an eye, or why there was a towering stone pillar reaching into the clouds. He began to struggle desperately, but although his injuries had healed, he didn't have an ounce of strength left. He could only be dragged to the glowing purple portal. "No, I don't want to go in. Let me go. My prince is a vassal of the emperor. You can't do this to me. I'm still alive. Why should I go to hell?" That was hell right in front of him. This place that clearly shouldn't exist. Why was it right in front of him? Zhang Qing couldn't imagine that once he went in, how many vengeful spirits of those who died unjustly by his hands he would have to face. What kind of purgatorial torture would he suffer? Send someone to deliver this token to Xi'an Prefecture and hand it to Wei Shi. Give this small porcelain bottle to Senior Ji. Chun-Li instructed. I'll make one last trip to the Nether. I'm running a bit low on crying obsidian. Once I finish this last thing, I can finally take a break. At least until that cleric arrives. I can fish in peace. Finding zombified piglins is really a hassle. But thankfully, it's finally done. Chun-Li walked out of the Nether portal, taking off his full set of enchanted diamond armor. As for Zhang Qing, he had already taken up a profession and stayed inside. To think a city official could actually change his profession to a butcher. If there's nothing fishy about this, I wouldn't believe it. But this works out too. The smite enchantment will come in handy to get the crying obsidian needed for crafting. The most convenient method right now is trading with piglins, and trading requires gold. Compared to mining, using a weapon with looting is obviously much faster. Plus, these piglins are a bunch of scammers. They trade so slowly and give a ton of useless junk just to give enough crying obsidian for about 2 sets. But soon, I'll be able to escape the miserable days of manual mob grinding. I have the job site block, and I have the candidate. Automation is finally within reach. Miao Jiming held a record book, waiting outside the door. The two walked to the lake. Around this artificial lake created by Chun-Li, a few scattered fishermen were squatting by the shore, expending their stamina fishing in the void. It was just that their numbers were nearly half of what they used to be. Young Master Chun, the fishing rods you left behind have been mostly used up over this past month. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I had half of them stop fishing. Seeing Chun-Li's confusion, Miao Jiming quickly explained. Greetings, young Master Chun. Young Master Chun, please sit here. These fishermen had already heard from others that Chun-Li was out of seclusion, but due to their work, they could only regretfully stay by the lake. Seeing Chun-Li arrive, they quickly made room for him, while sneaking glances at him from the corner of their eyes. During his recent resupply, Chun-Li naturally hadn't forgotten to bring his fishing rod. He placed 2 wooden planks by the lake, cast his line, and sat down on one of the planks. Miao Jiming naturally sat on the other plank, and began telling Chun-Li about the changes in the city over the past month. Within the prison's territory, there are a total of 23 villages and 2 small towns. The concrete roads are nearly half finished. Baidong Village, Daizhuang Village, and Lizhuang Village. These villages under Chengqing's jurisdiction, though still outside the prison's boundaries, have all started building concrete roads now. The amount of limestone needed for this is not small, but fortunately, there's plenty of limestone near Hanqing. The limestone currently used for road construction is almost entirely purchased from Hanqing, the magistrate of the nearest county, Heong County. We've also confirmed his character. He's not like Zhang Yaokai. He can be of use. However, this man, and even the people of Heong County, are extremely wary of us. Miao Jiming continued with a solemn expression. Young Master Chun, during the time you were away, many local gentry and wealthy merchants secretly fled to other counties. Now, in those counties, rumors are spreading that Chongqing County is planning a rebellion. Merchant caravans traveling to Chongqing were already scarce, and now they've completely disappeared. Moreover, those highly reputable gentry even coerced a group of scholars into leaving with them, seeking refuge with their main families. Among them were even a few who had entered the academy. Even those who entered the academy ran away. Chun-Li was a bit surprised, but it was within his expectations. This wasn't the modern era, after all. Families that could afford to send their children to school were already not ordinary families. The so-called poor scholars were just fallen wealthy families. Long ago, when he handed that stack of papers to Meng Yongyan, he had mentally prepared himself. His actions completely stood in opposition to these noble families. Even if they didn't run now, they would definitely try to trip him up sooner or later. He'd have to send people to keep an eye on them anyway. It was better that they left, but he was still short on manpower. Sigh, if only I could split Jiming and Yingxing in half to use them. What about the people? Did you catch them? Chun-Li asked. Miao Jiming shook his head and continued. Although I sent people to keep an eye on them early on, they were clearly prepared. And some of the people inside, I originally thought they wouldn't leave. I suspect they might have been the ones pulling the strings. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves plotting. But this incident has taught me a lesson. Miao Jiming opened the record book, skillfully flipping to a specific page. These are the gentry and wealthy merchants we encountered along the way, who oppressed the common people and incited public outrage. Chun-Li took a look. It detailed the population of those wealthy households, the amount and location of the land they owned, whether their ancestors were locals, whether they had a main family, and even the estimated locations of where they hid their gold and silver. These gentry and wealthy merchants don't treat their servants very well. I summarized a set of interrogation methods and managed to get a rough idea. Using this information, once the time is right, we can take them down, ultimately winning over the people's hearts and overthrowing the oppressors. This set of tactics had been extremely practical since ancient times. With this, they wouldn't have to worry about accidentally hurting the innocent, and they could instantly distinguish friend from foe, allowing them to be prepared in the future and avoid leaving hidden dangers. Miao Jiming continued to report on the current situation of the nearby villages. Very good. Chun-Li listened carefully, nodding from time to time. He could understand the first half, but for the latter half, he was just listening. When the distant bell rang, Chun-Li stood up and took inventory of his backpack's haul. His first catch since coming back. 1 wooden bowl, 1 piece of rotten flesh, 2 puffer fish, for salmon, and 12 cod. He pursed his lips, feeling very helpless. Was he really destined to have such terrible luck? Let's go to the school and check on Goshing. And Taishan too. Haven't seen them in a month. I really miss them. Chun-Li smiled. At this time, it was naturally time for class to end. The academy wasn't built very far from the lake. Students were trickling out of the school gates. Young Master Chun, you've finally come out of seclusion. Goshing hasn't left yet. He's sitting in the classroom right now. Jia Tun greeted him with a smile and quickly said. Behind him followed a little girl, who caught Chun-Li's attention. The girl had a pink flower in her hair. Chun-Li naturally remembered that he was the one who gave her that flower. The little girl walked up to him. It was on that very day that he became an immortal. But wow, what a huge change. Although his memory was a bit fuzzy, he could still remember that dirty, emaciated girl who was nothing but skin and bones, with hair like dry straw and empty, hollow eyes, compared to this adorable girl in front of him, wearing a warm coat. With big, bright eyes, they looked like two completely different people. As expected, kids are only cute when they're well fed. Chun-Li sighed in his heart. But what was her name again? Young Master Chun, do you still remember? Meng Zhuyu. Jia Tun stepped aside, revealing the girl behind him. Seeing Chun-Li's confused look, he quickly introduced her. Oh right, I remember you. So your name is Meng Zhuyu. Chun-Li said softly. Meng Zhuyu stared blankly at Chun-Li. Hearing her name mentioned, she finally snapped out of it, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly nodded and replied, why yes. Greetings, young Master Chun. Her voice was very soft, carrying a hint of imperceptible nervousness. She seemed a bit shy around strangers. Chun-Li grinned, flipped his hand, and pulled out a golden carrot. Here, have this carrot. I came out in a hurry this time, so I didn't grab any apples. He crouched down and said with a smile, how about it? I didn't lie to you back then, did I? I said I would protect you all. Besides, I remember you didn't call me that back then. Oh, hearing this, Meng Zhuyu looked at Chun-Li's smiling face. She smiled, revealing two small dimples, and took the carrot. Thank you. Fairy brother. Right, that's more like it. You look so much better when you smile. Chun-Li reached out to pat her head, but stopped halfway. He remembered. That girl's in ancient times married very early. He still needed to maintain some boundaries. I have things to do, so I'll be going now. If you ever run into any difficulties in the future, just come find me. Looking at the hand that was pulled back, a flash of disappointment crossed Meng Zhuyu's eyes. She watched Chun-Li's retreating back, unable to look away for a long time. Rumor has it that when immortals go into seclusion, it lasts for decades. This was only a month, so it's not bad at all. And Goshing is the young master's immortal attendant. Jia Tun shook his head, hands behind his back, and said, when you come of age, with your talent and learning, you will definitely be able to enter the academy. By then, as long as you become the first woman with an immortal destiny, young Master Chun will naturally look at you in a new light, and the world's perspective will change as well. After all, letting women study had been considered absurd from ancient times until now. But this was young Master Chen's decision, and no one dared to object. He used to think the same way. The traditions left behind by their ancestors, being changed like this all of a sudden, naturally made him very uncomfortable. But now, Jia Tun looked affectionately at Meng Zhuyu following behind him. It's good to let the world know that the young master's decision was not wrong. Jia Tun stroked his beard and said cheerfully, by then, he would be the mentor of both a divine general and an immortal attendant, as well as the mentor of the first woman in history to enter an academy, with students all over the world. Wouldn't that be a joy? Meng Zhuyu nodded heavily, calculating in her heart how much time was left until she came of age. She was really looking forward to that day. When that time came, she would be able to help immortal Chun. This is the place. Chun-Li arrived at the back door of the classroom and peeked inside. The modernized walls were entirely built from quartz blocks. The mason's trade limits were restricted, and there weren't many of them, so it took him a long time to gather enough. Inside and outside were levers. At first, Chun-Li habitually prepared to use pressure plates, but then realized this was for people to use. Taishan was sitting on his designated seat, his arms spread out like a cross. A few young children were laughing and climbing on his arms, pulling at his big nose. Although Taishan was expressionless, judging by how cooperative he was probably quite happy. After all, he was an iron golem. He was absolutely obedient to the villagers. Chun-Li spotted Goshing at a glance. After all, the classroom was only so big. With a crowd around Taishan, Goshing sitting alone naturally stood out. Soon, the group of kids noticed Chun-Li poking his head in. He shook his head, stopping them from shouting out. Then, a mischievous grin appeared on Chun-Li's face. He tiptoed slowly behind Goshing. What you doing? He used a little bit of force and lightly patted Goshing's back. Goshing jumped in fright, but reacted the very next second. He couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Brother Chun, you're out of seclusion, Goshing said excitedly, standing up from his chair. Hiss, Chun-Li gasped, staring at Goshing, who now almost reached his chin. You kid, you shot up pretty fast. He looked him up and down. It was winter now, so he was dressed very thickly. But even so, he could faintly see Goshing's bulging muscles and the faint peach fuzz on his chin. He punched Goshing's chest and said with satisfaction, "You've been training well. This meat is solid. Perfect for being my meat shield. No wonder Wei Shi said you changed a lot. It's only been a month. I'm afraid it won't be long before your height catches up to mine." Chun-Li sighed. "Hee hee, brother Chun. During the month you were gone, I trained a lot and ate a lot. So naturally I grew fast." Hearing the praise, Goshing laughed. "Brother, I missed you a lot." "Oh, come on. We're grown men. What's all this miss you talk? You're making me want to find you a wife ASAP." Chun-Li feigned disgust and shrank back. "Reviewing your studies?" He glanced at the paper and pen on the desk. "Hurry up and pack it away. Let's go for a walk." "Okay, brother Chun." Goshing nodded obediently, placed it in the bamboo basket, and carried it on his back. Taishan saw Chun-Li and realized there was nothing for him to do. So he spread his hands and stared blankly at the paper on the table. In his eyes, the month Chun-Li had been away felt like just a fleeting moment. "Jiming, you lead the way. Didn't you bring back some saplings from Xi'an? Take us to see them," Chun-Li said, exiting the high walls and passing through the golden wheat fields. What appeared before Chun-Li was a very small patch of fruit trees. All the various fruit trees combined were no bigger than a football field. "This is way too little, isn't it?" Chun-Li frowned and said he had originally thought that upon returning, he would at least see a large orchard. Shanxi has suffered continuous droughts in recent years, and there are hardly any counties that aren't short on food. These saplings, only officials and vassal kings would buy them. Miao Jiming continued. Even ordinary saplings are expensive. Moreover, oranges grown south of the Huai River are sweet, but those grown north are bitter. Within Shanxi, there aren't many merchants willing to do this business. As expected, without proper transportation, even transporting saplings is a hassle. The trees in the wild are either dead or stripped of their bark, and saplings can't even be bought. Chun-Li sighed and looked at this small grove. Some of these trees were already bare, leaving only branches, while others bore fruit. At least there are jujubes and winter pears. Chun-Li walked under a tree and called out, "Jiming, can you climb trees?" "No, I'll just watch from here," Miao Jiming replied. "All right, Goshing, let's go up." Saying that, Chun-Li agilely climbed up a pear tree, picked a winter pear from above, and tossed it to Miao Jiming. Then he thought about the last time he climbed a tree, or the time before that. Chun-Li sighed with emotion as he sat in the tree, staring at the distant mushroom village and the golden wheat fields. "No matter how many times I look at this scene, I never get tired of it. But this mushroom garden should be torn down. Jiming, tear down all these mushroom houses. Living in mushrooms all the time isn't a long-term solution. Let's change them to brick houses." Chun-Li shouted down. "Understood." Miao Jiming nodded, then added, "However, young Master Chun, I was thinking, why not keep a small portion as a market? I guess that works too. Having some unique features is naturally a good thing. That way, my mushroom garden won't completely disappear." "Then do as you suggested." Chun-Li took a bite of the winter pear. A long-lost sense of leisure. It doesn't taste like much. Just a little sweet. Not as good as the ones I used to eat." He turned his head and asked, "Goshing, taste this pear, how is it?" Goshing, lost in thought, snapped back to reality, hurriedly took a bite, nodded, and said, "It's very sweet. I've never had a pear this sweet." "Well, except for the fruits you gave me, Brother Chun." "Is that so?" Chun-Li said. "Brother Chun, I want to follow Patrol Inspector Wu outside to hunt bandits." Goshing hesitated for a long time, before finally mustering the courage to say this. Goshing understood that, if he wanted to protect and help Immortal Lord Chun, he needed to grow. But if he stayed by Immortal Lord Chen's side all the time, he wouldn't be able to grow. The current him couldn't help, nor could he protect Immortal Lord Chun. Chun-Li was taken aback, turning his head to look at Goshing. "As for studying, I know a lot of characters now. I can bring books with me and read them during my free time. It definitely won't delay my progress." Goshing continued earnestly. "I see." Chun-Li looked at Goshing in front of him, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He understood. Goshing was no longer that precocious little kid who, for the sake of his mother's illness, dared to deliver food to an existence like him, not knowing if he was human or demon. He was no longer the ignorant child who accompanied him in the hospital. He had started to have his own thoughts. This kind of growth and change made Chun-Li feel happy. However, there was also a sense of reluctance. Ever since he transmigrated, the first person he met was Goshing. For nearly a whole month, or perhaps even longer, After all, during the time he was mining, he couldn't distinguish between day and night. When he was an earthbound spirit, Goshing was the only living person he could see. Compared to a subordinate, he felt Goshing was more like his own little brother. He's grown up. Chun-Li sighed deeply and said, since you've already decided, then go do it. If anything comes up, you can always come discuss it with me. Brother Chun, you agree? Yeah. Chun-Li nodded, leaning his back against a tree, staring blankly at the mushroom garden not far away that was about to be dismantled. He spaced out. All right. How much longer until Chang'an comes back? Chun-Li naturally hadn't forgotten that Song Yixing had taken Lu Ping back to his hometown, leaving behind an ender pearl, waiting to bring his old mother over for medical treatment. 5 days and 1 hour from now, Miao Jiming answered without hesitation. Then he should make it in time. Inside the Chongyi Church in Xi'an Prefecture, Tang Ruowang sighed at the empty church. Mr. Tang, this isn't your fault. It's this White Lotus cult. Not only did they break into the prison, they're also snatching people. Li Zubai comforted him, feeling resentful. He continued, but this Prince Qin's mansion is also ridiculous. Just to save this one person. They've killed so many people, and it's still not enough. Lord Wu has left, and now they're disturbing Xi'an Prefecture so much that there's no peace. It's bad enough that they're intensifying their arrests, but they even run into temples, and even inside this church, making it so the believers don't even dare to come pray. Originally, he thought that although Shangxi was chaotic, there was still a moment of peace within Xi'an Prefecture. Now, this Xi'an Prefecture had been stirred into a complete mess. Who knows how much longer these days will last? Li Zubai sighed emotionally. Tang Ruowang didn't speak, just pondering in his heart. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to bring new believers to the Lord. You shall destroy those who speak lies. The bloodthirsty and deceitful men the Lord abhors. Maybe you should go take a look. After all, he had promised to deliver the books over. There was the wisdom created by the Lord there. Relying on his faith in the Lord, he would definitely be able to resist the temptation, even if it was a demon. As long as he didn't make a deal with it, there wouldn't be any problems. Thinking this, he walked over to the bookcase, picked up the sorted books inside, and placed them into a bamboo basket. Mr. Tang, what are you doing? Li Zubai asked in confusion. Tang Ruowang said, Zubai, I'll be leaving Xi'an Prefecture for a few days to deliver these books. I'll leave the church in your care. Leave Xi'an Prefecture? Li Zubai hurriedly walked up and said worriedly, there are roving bandits everywhere outside Xi'an Prefecture. For you to go out at a time like this, I'm afraid it's far too dangerous. Don't worry, someone will pick me up and take me where I need to go. Tang Ruowang said. Are those people reliable? Tang Ruowang thought for a moment. That guy wearing leather clothes who came twice, the slightly sleazy Zhuzi. He pondered for a long time. Then I have to go with you. I can't rest easy letting you go alone, Mr. Tang. With an extra person, we can look out for each other on the road. Li Zubai shook his head and said, I can't do the things a priest does. Besides, with the current situation, if we want people to come and pray, who knows how long that will take? All right. Shal Von Bell nodded. As soon as they stepped out of the church, Zhuzi, who had been waiting outside, greeted them with a face full of smiles. It's you. Li Zubai looked vigilant. This person was exactly the pitiful man who, a few days ago, ran to the church to preach about the immortal they believed in. Zhuzi naturally hadn't forgotten either. It was this guy in front of him who ruined his good deed. If it weren't for this guy and his fear of causing trouble, he would have already grabbed a honey bottle and maybe brought this priest back. Father, are you ready? Then let's get going. Zhuzi completely ignored him and asked, Yes. Can I bring someone with me? Hey, father. As long as you're willing to go, let alone one person. Even 10 people is a small issue. Zhuzi said. Li Zubai stood to the side, his brows tightly furrowed, his heart full of doubts. But he also understood that Shal Von Bell, as an experienced missionary, must have his own considerations. Despite the lingering doubts in his heart, he still chose to trust Shal Von Bell's judgment and quietly followed behind. Then let's set off now. Zhuzi smiled smugly. The group was delayed for a bit at the city gate, left Xi'an Prefecture, and arrived at the place where Chun-Li hid the people rescued from the prison. Father, you came out at just the right time. If you were any later, they would have had to send the people back first, and then you'd have to wait a while longer. You guys broke these people out of prison? Are you the White Lotus cult? Li Zubai frowned and asked. Zhuzi said disdainfully, White Lotus cult? Heh, who believes in that crap? It's obviously fake at first glance. We believe in immortal Lord Chun. But you're only bringing this little bit of stuff? You don't plan on letting us go back? Shalvan Bell asked. That's not it. Immortal Lord Chin said. You can leave whenever you want. It's just that if you don't want to leave yourself, then you'll have to come back to get the rest of your things. Which is troublesome. Can we go now? Yeah, everyone get ready. The crowd instantly boiled over, joy blooming on their faces. They excitedly hugged the people next to them, eagerly getting ready. This moment, for them, was like rain after a long drought. Are you really not planning to go back with us? Zhuzi stared at Guanpeng and asked. My older brother is still out there and hasn't returned. If I'm gone too, he'll be worried when he can't find us. Guanpeng shook his head and said, besides, I know my way around Xi'an Prefecture. I can help you guys out. Sister Huiyun's eyes were already cured with milk before Chun-Li set off. Although I haven't seen that place, wherever my sister-in-law is, she'll definitely live well. The group began to move, disappearing from sight. Guanpeng turned around and was just about to leave when he saw a figure appear on the yellow dirt. Mingbai, why did you run back? Guanpeng's face was full of anxiety. With no time to scold him, he hurriedly grabbed Mingbai, wanting to catch up with the group. Sister Huiyun knows. And I told Brother Zhuzi too. Mingbai said, Brother Guanpeng, if we all leave, you'll be the only one left in Xi'an Prefecture. Mengbai's eyes were firm, as he said earnestly, besides, that's my biological brother. I can't just leave you guys behind. He changed his tone, tilted his head up, and said proudly, Haha, Brother Guanpeng, don't forget, I'm the one who summoned Master Chun. Keeping me around will definitely be of great use. If there's danger, I'll just summon him again. Guanpeng looked at Mingbai, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He nodded. Why aren't they here yet? It's been 3 days. Nowadays, even those who believe in Jesus are scammers. Chun-Li was starting to doubt life. I knew I should have just kidnapped him from the start. He continued to mutter to himself. Young Master Chun, that missionary is here. The guard at the high wall hurried over and reported, he's here. Hearing the news, Chun-Li's eyes instantly lit up, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Great. He came at just the right time. Go to Chengcheng and find that old Taoist priest. No, get all the Taoist priests in Chengcheng, and include the Buddhists too. Tell them to come here in 3 days. If they're late, I won't wait. I've looked for this old Taoist twice, and haven't seen a trace of him. This time, I don't believe. I still won't see him. Chun-Li's eyes narrowed into slits, the corners of his mouth curling up, unable to resist the urge to cheer. Finally, he was finally going to get his hands on Redstone. Inside the Song family courtyard in Jiangxi, dawn was just breaking. Songshi was still in his dreams when he vaguely heard bursts of noise. Is this what you meant by an urgent matter? He buried his head in the warm quilt, but the noise didn't disappear. Instead, as he woke up, it became clearer and clearer. Brother, help me get dressed. Songshi poked his head out. His eyes closed as he mumbled. After a long time with no response, he opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. No one was there. His brother was already up, and the commotion outside was so loud. Songshi's sleepiness suddenly faded. Hesitating for a moment, he wrapped his body in the quilt, scooted to the edge of the bed, grabbed his clothes, warmed them in the quilt for a bit, and hurriedly put them on. Leaving his small room, he scurried toward the source of the sound, the main hall. The main hall was full of people. His mother, his brother, his great-grandfather, and a few uncles. First granduncle, second granduncle, and cousins he usually only saw during the new year. They were all there, but even he could tell the atmosphere was tense. Everyone stood like statues, the air seemingly frozen by the tense atmosphere. Great-grandfather stood slightly ahead of the crowd, leaning on his cane, though his figure was hunched. His cloudy eyes were wide open, full of indignation. The grandfathers behind great-grandfather had varying expressions, conversing in low voices. The cousins huddled together, standing to the side, craning their necks to look. Some secretly tugged at the corners of their brother's clothes. His brother was among them. Song Shihui hurriedly waved for him to come over, then shielded him behind his back. Song Shi grabbed his waistband, poking out half his head, and timidly looked at great-grandfather. Great-grandfather's face was so red, and he looked scary. He didn't dare to go near him at all. It was his first time seeing great-grandfather like this. Mother's eyes were also very red. Could it be that father is leaving again? Father was like this last time too, leaving without a word for a year. He had only been back for a few months, and now he was leaving again. Brother, is dad leaving again? He hurriedly tugged at his brother's sleeve and asked, Don't speak. Just listen. Song Shui shook his head and replied, Ingxing, previously. You wrote a letter? saying you were going to stay in that place. And you were gone for a whole year. You didn't even attend this year's metropolitan examination. After all, you are already a jiren. So getting an official position wouldn't be a problem. The wrinkles on Song Guolin's forehead deepened like ravines due to his extreme anger. He continued, now you finally came back to see your mother. And a few days ago you had your brothers rush back, saying there was an urgent matter to discuss. And it turns out your urgent matter is having that man you brought back wrap your mother in a quilt and carry her away? Exactly. Song Yingxing stood opposite him, his face showing not the slightest wavering, answering without hesitation. Good. I've also said, as long as you explain clearly why you are doing this, I naturally won't stop you. You have to give me a reason. Chongying, just tell Guolin, won't that do? Yeah, you have to tell us the reason. Right. Chongying doing this naturally has his reasons, but it wasn't easy for us old bones to make this trip. Even if you have a reason, Wei sure can't withstand the cold wind. If this commotion makes her illness worse, what then? Song Yingxing slightly raised his head, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd, who were either anxious or confused. He couldn't explain the reason. Just like his past self, they wouldn't believe him. He needed something to prove it. But too much time had passed, and the things immortal Lord Chun gave him had lost their magical properties, turning into ordinary items. So he could only remain silent. After a moment of silence, he said earnestly, Dad, uncles, brothers, I know everyone is full of doubts, and I also understand your concerns. But right now, I cannot explain the reasons in detail. The hidden circumstances are extremely complex and cannot be explained clearly in a few words. He took a small step forward, his eyes revealing absolute sincerity. But I guarantee with my life, I will absolutely not do anything to harm Mother. Everything I am doing is out of pure filial piety, intended to find a chance of survival for Mother. I have my own considerations. Although I cannot speak plainly, please believe me, I will definitely keep Mother safe. If anything goes wrong, I am willing to accept any punishment. Song Yingxing, standing to the side, subtly shielded him, and hurriedly said, Yingxing and I grew up together. I know his character well. He is definitely not someone who acts recklessly or disregards his family. Although he hasn't stated the reason this time, I firmly believe he must have full confidence and deep intentions to act this way. He paused, then said with a firm expression, if there is even the slightest mistake, I am willing to accept any punishment. Stop arguing. Wei Shi's voice came from outside the door. Wei Shi was wearing a faded, washed-out old cotton-padded jacket. Her hands were bony, her finger joints swollen and deformed from illness. Lu Ping was beside her, carefully bowing his waist to support her. Yingxing's brothers, who were closest to the door, hurriedly went to greet her. Mother, why did you get out of bed? You guys are making such a racket here. I was worried, so I came to take a look. Wei Shi's voice was hoarse. I was startled. This child has been meticulous since he was young. Since he is so insistent, it must be for my own good. My old bones have nothing to fear. Just let him try. The grandfathers looked at each other. Having made a decision, they all walked towards great-grandfather. First, granduncle gently pulled great-grandfather's sleeve, a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, Guolin, calm down first. Yingxing has been smart and sensible since he was a child. He must have a reason for doing this. Yes, Yingxing has always been filial. How could he joke about his mother's safety? Second granduncle also nodded in agreement from the side, stroking his beard and saying, if Yingxing dares to guarantee it, he must have some confidence. The old men chimed in one after another, and Song Guolin's complexion also eased slightly. He sighed softly, the anger in his eyes gradually dissipating. Fine, fine. Since you all say so, then I will trust him this once. His own son wouldn't deceive his own brothers for no reason. As for himself, he had to have an explanation. Birth, aging, illness, and death are normal occurrences. He had vented his anger for them, so things wouldn't get too stiff in the future. Song Guolin's words lost their previous sharpness. But Yingxing, you must know, if anything goes wrong, I will definitely not spare you. Dad, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Song Yingxing bowed deeply. He nodded towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping quickly ran into the room, grabbed a thick quilt, and walked briskly to Wei Shi's side. He squatted down and gently draped the unfolded quilt over her body. One side of the quilt was pulled over Wei Shi's shoulder and tucked under the other side of her body. Her feet were wrapped in the quilt. After wrapping her up completely, Lu Ping took a deep breath, reached his hands under her body, one hand supporting her back, the other hand passing under her knees. His arm muscles tensed. trembling slightly. After picking her up, he adjusted his posture. He and Song Yingxing had practiced this movement for a long time to ensure maximum comfort. Then he stood in place, waiting for the moment to arrive. He definitely couldn't do anything else. That would only make him more tired. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Who is it? I don't remember anyone coming over today. Song Guilin frowned. His son, stimulated by who knows what, was doing something absurd. How could he let others see this? Family scandals shouldn't be spread outside. He then asked, which of you called them? Song Yingxing's expression was calm. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and slowly said, Dad, I called them. This matter is extraordinary, so I didn't have time to discuss it with you, and took the liberty of inviting them. I hope Dad will forgive me. Dad had already agreed, so adding a few more people would likely result in his agreement in the end. If he had said from the beginning that people were coming, he probably wouldn't have even been able to take the first step. The broken window effect. Bastard. The veins on Song Guilin's forehead bulged. His cane, following his agitated emotions, landed heavily on the ground, making a loud thudding sound. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to anger me to death? You want outsiders to see your absurd actions. As he spoke, he coughed violently. Seeing this, Song Yingxing, who was beside him, hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Song Guilin's arm, anxiously persuading, Dad, please calm down. If you get so angry, what if you hurt your body? The other uncles also gathered around. Yingxing, your dad is old. He can't handle such shocks. Yingxing, your dad is doing this for the good of the family. Your actions are indeed inappropriate. You usually act recklessly and do whatever you want, but now is not the time to point fingers. What exactly is going on? You'd better quickly explain everything clearly to everyone. Everyone's gaze focused on Song Yingxing again. The atmosphere in the main hall became increasingly heavy. Song Shi's little head was a mess. He didn't understand why great-grandfather, who was usually so amiable, had become like this today. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but he was too afraid to make a sound. He could only stand there like a frightened fawn, quietly at a loss for what to do. Has third uncle gone mad? Probably. He's been acting a bit crazy since he came back. It just feels very strange. The younger generation whispered among themselves. The voices they thought were quiet were actually deafening. Song Shi was already scared out of his wits. After hearing the discussions, his tender face instantly scrunched up. His mouth opened slightly, wanting to defend his father, but it felt like something was stuck in his throat. He could only let out a few faint whimpers. In his small world, Dad had always been the giant who could shelter him from the wind and rain. Omnipotent and capable of anything. He remembered Dad taking him running and playing in the fields, teaching him about various flowers, plants, and insects, telling him stories at night, and accompanying him to sleep. He didn't understand why everyone was suddenly saying Dad was crazy. To him, this was such a terrifying and unacceptable thing. No, it's not true. My dad isn't crazy. How could my dad be crazy? The tears in his eyes gathered more and more. And finally, large teardrops rolled down like broken beads, sliding across his small face, leaving tear tracks on his cheeks. Wah! His crying broke the clamor. The cry was filled with fear, grievance, and helplessness. Everyone's gaze turned to this terrified child. Song Shi, with tear tracks on his face, took unsteady little steps and ran straight towards Song Yingxing. He plunged headlong into his embrace, grabbing the hem of his clothes with both hands. With this cry, the originally tense atmosphere deflated like a popped balloon. The stubbornness in everyone's hearts instantly dissipated by more than half. The grandfathers looked at each other in dismay. The sharpness in Song Guilin's eyes gradually faded, leaving only helplessness and exhaustion. He sighed, waved his hand, and said with a hint of weariness in his voice, Fine, fine. Let the people outside come in first. There has to be an explanation for this. We can't just stay deadlocked like this. Hearing this, the others also nodded in agreement. Second uncle turned and walked towards the door. He opened the door, his steps slightly heavy, and called out as he walked, Come in, everyone. Don't just stand outside. At this point, he didn't care about etiquette or anything like that anymore. Anyway, this whole large family was destined to lose all its face today. The door was slowly pushed open. The first to step into the main hall were Song Yingxing's friends. Behind them, a gray-haired old craftsman led a few older craftsmen. The guests' gazes quickly swept over the faces of everyone in the room. Feeling the solemn atmosphere, they were taken aback. After performing the formalities, they carefully walked inside. Standing in the corner, afraid of disturbing the people in the room, Song Guolin had seen that old craftsman a few times before. He was from the gunpowder workshop in Jiangxi. He still didn't understand what exactly his son was trying to do. Just wait. What else can we do? Song Guolin sat down on a chair. The other grandfathers also sat down. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the window, slowly moving across the floor. The people in the room remained in a stalemate. Song Guolin sat in his chair, his eyes shifting among his brothers, secretly observing their attitudes. That faint impatience made Song Guolin's frown deepen. He didn't have many years left to live. What Yingxing was doing was too much. If he left, who would take care of these kids? Song Yingxing stood to the side, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes revealing anxiety. From time to time, he would steal a glance at his father. Song Guolin quickly looked away again, looking at the kneeling Song Yingxing. Sigh, little brother. You've been smarter than me since we were young. I hope you really can give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Song Yingxing knelt on the ground, holding his second son, his expression still calm. Song Shi looked up, tears still welling in his eyes, and asked with a crying tone, Dad, are you crazy? Why did they say that about you? Dad is definitely not crazy. Song Yingxing gently wiped the tears from Song Shi's cheeks. He leaned down slightly, bringing his eyes level with his son's, and said softly, Dad is just doing something very important. Everyone doesn't understand right now, but soon, Dad will let everyone know that all of this is meaningful. Dad is going to perform a magic trick next. Just like the immortals in the stories who can turn invisible. In the blink of an eye, Dad might suddenly disappear. But this is just Dad's little trick. Not really disappearing. So, if Dad suddenly vanishes, you absolutely must not be afraid. Dad will appear in front of you again. Got it. He gently patted Song Shi's back and said tenderly, don't cry anymore. Go find your mother first, okay? Really? Song Yingxing gently put Song Shi down, watching him take small steps, his small back looking exceptionally frail. A flash of heartache and guilt crossed his eyes, but he quickly gathered his thoughts again. In order to give the people immortal Lord Chun needed enough time to arrive without missing a single one. He had specially reserved a relatively generous amount of time here. All of this was worth it. The uncles constantly shifted their sitting positions, twisting and turning in their chairs. The younger generation was even more restless, some whispering in the corners. Song Guolin's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Song Yingxing's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one, his heart suddenly tightening. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He couldn't compare to his younger brother, who was so calm and composed, standing in opposition to everyone. Countless times he wanted to walk away, but he held it back deeply. He was the older brother, after all, worried that his younger brother couldn't bear this immense pressure. Mom, will Dad be bullied by them? Song Shi raised his small face, tears sparkling in his eyes, and asked softly with a crying tone. The woman gently stroked Song Shi's head and said tenderly, Dad is very strong. How could he be bullied? Song Shi tightly gripped his mother's hand, staring unblinkingly in the direction where his dad was, his chest rising and falling with his breaths. Suddenly, Song Yingxing and Lu Ping, like a puff of blue smoke, instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Along with them, Wei Shi, whom Lu Ping was holding, also disappeared. For a moment, it was as if the mute button had been pressed in the main hall. The originally pervasive atmosphere of anxiety and unease instantly froze. Dad, when Song Yingxing, just as he had said, instantly disappeared before his eyes. Song Shi was first taken aback, his eyes wide open, his small mouth slightly agape, his face full of disbelief. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes burst with radiant light, and he started jumping up and down excitedly. Wow, Dad is so amazing. Is this magic? Song Shi shouted excitedly, his small hands waving joyfully in the air. The gloom on his face had long been swept away, replaced by pure joy. His flushed little face was like a ripe apple, brimming with endless happiness. He broke free from his mother's hand. Or rather, that hand wasn't holding him tightly to begin with. His laughter was as crisp and melodious as silver bells, echoing in the room. Dad, where are you? Come out quickly and let me see. Song Shi ran to the spot where Song Yingxing had disappeared, trying to find traces of his dad. The main hall was terrifyingly quiet. The surrounding uncles were all stunned. First granduncle's eyes were wide open, his mouth half open, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't get the words out. Second granduncle suddenly stood up from his chair. The jade pendant he was playing with in his hand slipped due to this sudden turn of events, falling to the ground with a clatter. The crisp sound was exceptionally abrupt in the silence. But at this moment, no one had the time to care. The younger generation looked at each other in dismay, dumbfounded, subconsciously taking a few steps back. What is going on? Someone broke the silence first, their voice carrying a hint of trembling, echoing in this terrifyingly quiet main hall, causing everyone to snap back to reality. Immediately after, panic and clamor surged up again like a tide. The entire main hall fell into chaos and panic. Song Guilin stood frozen on the spot, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, staring dead at the place where Song Yingxing had disappeared, his mind completely blank. In that instant, he only felt his heart pounding like thunder, as if the whole world had, in this sudden upheaval, derailed from its tracks. However, he was, after all, someone who had weathered storms and seen the world. After a brief moment of shock, he forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath, trying hard to soothe his inner emotions. Gripping his cane tightly with both hands, he struck it forcefully against the ground a few times. The thudding sound exploded in the main hall like thunder, successfully drawing everyone's attention. Panic is useless right now, Song Guilin slowly spoke, his voice trembling slightly at first, but quickly regaining its usual authority. Since Yingxing stated in advance that he had an urgent matter, and seemed to have anticipated the current situation, then he definitely wouldn't let us run around like headless flies. He must have made preparations, and surely left something behind. As he spoke, his gaze patrolled the crowd. Song Yingxing seemed to be suddenly awakened, a flash of inspiration hitting his mind. He immediately turned and ran towards Song Yingxing's study. His steps were hurried and nervous. Before long, he hurried back, tightly clutching a letter in his hand. The few friends Song Yingxing had brought also pulled out letters from their respective pockets. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the letters. Song Yingxing took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly, as he tore open the envelope and pulled out a few sheets of letter paper. After the letter papers were distributed, everyone couldn't wait to look down and read. At first, the main hall was dead silent, with only the sound of light breathing intertwining. But a moment later, gasps of exclamation rose one after another. This? How is this possible? How is it not possible? You and I saw it with our own eyes. Third uncle disappeared right in front of us. So, third uncle took Wei Shi to the immortal for treatment? Third uncle has already returned to Shangxi? This has to be a joke, right? It's true. Some people's letters explain it clearly. If it wasn't an immortal, how could a mortal have such divine power? The old craftsman took the letter paper, instantly understanding. The expressions on everyone's faces were also wonderfully diverse. Some were bewildered, some were terrified, and some tried to find a hint on another's face, a comforting sign that this was all just a joke. But all they saw was the same shock mirrored back at them. Their emotions were like a raging sea, wave after wave crashing against the shores of their sanity. Song Guilin's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. His cane clattered to the floor. So this was the urgent matter he was talking about. This letter was written specifically for him by Song Yingxing. It was covered in dense text, filled with all of Song Yingxing's plans for the future. After a long moment, he shot to his feet. He strode over to Song Yingxing in a few large steps. He looked directly into Song Yingxing's eyes, his lips trembling slightly. Yingxing, you will depart for Shangxi immediately. I will prepare your travel expenses. Song Yingxing was momentarily stunned. Then, it dawned on him. He nodded forcefully. Yes, father. What an interesting experience. In the span of a single breath, I went from Jiangxi all the way back to Shangxi. The only price was getting a little wet, and some intense pain. Incredible. I have no idea how he did it. Whatever. I can't figure it out. Lu Ping, put it down. I need to eat this to heal up. Song Yixing shook the water from his feet and walked out of the teleportation room. You're finally back. My chief scientist. Eat this first. Chun-Li handed him a golden carrot. He lifted the milk bucket in his other hand. With a smile, he gestured. I've been ready for a while. I can help your mother get better right away. I was waiting for you to get back. I have something amazing to show you. On the far eastern side of Li City stood a very unique complex of buildings, the Class Change Temple. It was divided into 13 halls. Each hall, according to the specialty of its class, had its own distinct features. You could tell them apart at a glance. Among the 13 halls, some still had very few members, but at least they had some. Only one hall was very special. To this day, it remained empty. Because of its importance, Chun-Li had thought long and hard, and finally decided to place this hall in the very center of all the others. The priest's class change temple. The priest hall was built in a Gothic style. Its spire pierced the sky, The front featured a circular rose window, shaped like an eye, gazing upon the world. The window frame was inlaid with exquisite stained glass, colors of red, blue, purple, and yellow intertwined, shining with a holy light under the sun's reflection. Stained glass. You just need to place the corresponding die in the center, and surround it with a circle of glass to make it. The reason no one had joined yet was twofold. First, it was missing the class change block. Chun-Li had only built the exterior. He hadn't placed a brewing stand inside. Second, although there were candidates from the beginning, there was still no guarantee that they could successfully change class. But after a trip to Xi'an, both problems had been solved. Chun-Li stood inside the priest hall, on the symmetrical crafting tables placed at the entrance. He crafted the priest's class change block, the brewing stand. These crafting tables were placed near the entrance of almost all 13 halls, for Chun-Li's convenience. Some were even left behind, in the corners of certain halls. The crafting recipe for a brewing stand is very simple. 3 cobblestones on the bottom row, and in the very center of the grid, place a blaze rod. Finally got it. A smile spread across Chun-Li's face. He eagerly entered the hall, in the spot he had planned from the beginning. He placed the brewing stand under the high, vaulted ceiling. The brewing stand, like an ancient and mysterious magical device, stood silently. It had finally infused the priest hall with a soul. He quickly walked out of the temple and into the outer courtyard. Miao Jiming, Song Yingxing, and even from Li City, all the craftsmen from both cities were waiting outside. All right, have them come over. Remember to line them up according to the depth of their cultivation. The shallowest at the very front, and have Johann Adam Schall von Bell at the very back. Chun-Li said, Johann Adam Schall von Bell is my failsafe. If even he fails, then logically speaking, even if I fought my way to the west, I probably wouldn't find many people who could change to this class. The Taoists and monks, dressed in their respective robes, entered in a single file line. The young Taoist at the front, and the monk beside him, stepped forward. Their eyes were filled with nervousness. Their hands trembled slightly without them realizing it. They kept their heads down, but couldn't suppress their curiosity. Stealing glances ahead, Chun-Li didn't really know these people, but there was one young Taoist standing among them that he recognized. He had looked for that old Taoist twice, and had seen this young one both times. That Taoist master must have come this time, right? Although I don't know him, Chun-Li thought he must be. At the very end of the line, he shifted his gaze to the back. Among the group of Taoists and monks, a Taoist in a precept robe was particularly eye-catching. He wore a yellow, wide-collared robe that reached his ankles. The sleeves were long and flowed with his body. Around the collar and cuffs, a pattern of clouds was embroidered with fine silver thread. He wore a lotus crown on his head, and cloud-patterned Taoist boots on his feet. It was the Yinqing Taoist, the one he couldn't find after searching the city twice. The Yinqing Taoist stood with solemn dignity. When he learned of this matter a few days ago, he began to fast, bathe, chant scriptures, and meditate. He had missed 2 immortal opportunities. Once, he was out performing a ritual. Another time, he was in seclusion, poring over ancient texts, trying to find a record of this immortal in the books. In the end, he didn't find the immortal in the books, and missed the opportunity for nothing. He never would have thought that his own disciple would harbor selfish thoughts. He had given clear instructions beforehand, but at the critical moment, the disciple didn't come to get him. But then again, this was an immortal opportunity, after all. The Yinqing Taoist could understand. It was the will of heaven. His own time had not yet come, but he couldn't accept it. The path of cultivation is about seeking peace of mind and a smooth flow of qi. Therefore, he punished Bai Zhengsheng by making him copy ancient texts for several months and recite Taoist scriptures daily. It was both a punishment and a way to cultivate his heart for this immortal opportunity. The other Taoists in the temple had suggested leaving Bai Zhengsheng behind, but Immortal Chun wanted all the Taoists. He couldn't make arrangements based on his own selfish desires. Besides, the Immortal Lord might already have an impression of him. If he asked about it then, it would be all over. The monks at the front entered the priest hall one by one, and came out unchanged. Soon, only 3 people were left. 1 monk, 1 Taoist, and 1 priest. So far, not a single person had obtained the immortal opportunity, even though the Yinqing Taoist had cultivated his heart for many years. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable nervousness. The monks and Taoists who had already tried, though they had left the priest hall, had not departed. The monks held their palms together. The Taoists formed hand seals. All of them had solemn expressions. The monk in front of him wore a kasaya robe, his appearance dignified and majestic. With his palms together, he slowly stepped into the priest hall. However, as the seconds and minutes ticked by, the crowd waited anxiously. After a long while, the monk walked out, still unchanged. Although he tried his best to maintain a calm expression, his hands were trembling slightly. Umatba. The monk let out a low sigh. Even Master Uncle couldn't do it. Sigh? Jin Sheng. Be quiet. Chun-Li crossed his arms, frowning as he watched him. I didn't expect it to be this difficult to get a priest. Could it be that you really have to be a priest to become one? His gaze fell upon the Yinching Taoist. Come on, old Taoist, pull through. Don't make my 2 trips to find you a waste. If there's only one, that's not nearly enough. The Yinching Taoist took a deep breath. He stepped over the threshold and entered the priest hall. Immediately, he saw the peculiar apparatus placed inside. From its shape, he guessed at once that this was for alchemy. The class change. News of everything in the temple had already spread throughout the city. The divine objects inside could only be used by those who were recognized. The farming halls could ripen immortal wheat. The fishing halls could pull large fish out of thin air. If I gain recognition, does that mean I can refine immortal pills? His heart pounded in his chest. He closed his eyes and murmured softly. Immortal Lord Chun, 3 pure ones, all celestial saints and sages, your disciple, Yinching, is here today, with a heart full of reverence. I pray for the grace of this immortal opportunity. With that, he opened his eyes and resolutely approached it. A green, cross-shaped light appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he vaguely noticed that the bottom of his vision was obscured by something. I did it. The Yinching Taoist looked down, his face beaming with joy. He was now wearing a translucent purple robe. Success. The world around him blurred in that instant. His own transformation was crystal clear. The Yinching Taoist even felt his body begin to float upwards. His gaze was fixed on the translucent purple robe he wore. He examined it over and over. Every pattern, every shimmer of light, left him utterly mesmerized. This was the symbol of the immortal opportunity. It was the recognition he had dreamed of for so many years of cultivation. To learn the way in the morning, one can die content in the evening. Infinite Heavenly Lord, may immortal Lord Chun protect me. With a tremor in his voice, the Yinching Taoist made a deep bow. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he stumbled out of the priest hall. I have to get out of here quickly. I can't keep immortal Lord Chun waiting too long. The moment the Yinching Taoist stepped out of the priest hall, the other Taoists were stunned for a moment, then erupted in suppressed cheers. They glanced at the monks nearby, a smile on their faces. They stood up a little straighter. The monks, on the other hand, had complex expressions on their faces. Several monks put their palms together and began to chant Buddhist sutras in low voices. A few individual monks had a flash of unwillingness in their eyes, but they didn't say much, just stood there silently. No one was happier than Chun-Li. Yinching has seen Lord Chun. The Yinching Taoist stepped forward and bowed. Taoist Yin, I came looking for you twice, but you were busy both times. I'm glad I finally got to meet you. Chun-Li said, this is truly my fault. I have troubled you, Lord Chun. The Yinching Taoist lowered his head slightly, a look of shame on his face. I was busy with temple affairs recently, and due to a fortunate coincidence, I entered seclusion to meditate. I did not expect to miss you repeatedly, my lord. It is truly my failing. Chun-Li waved his hand. It's no matter, he said with a smile. Now that you've successfully changed your class, Taoist Master, it makes all the trouble worthwhile. As for Johann Adam Schall von Bell, it was no surprise. He also successfully changed his class. He came out and stood to the side. Excellent, excellent. Although it's only one more person. In terms of multiplication, that's a full 100% increase. Then let's begin. Chun-Li opened the trading panel. His inventory had already been cleared out. It was filled with emeralds. A novice-level priest only has 2 trade routes. One is for rotten flesh. The emerald ratio is 32-1. In the game, it's used to recycle rotten flesh. After all, this stuff, aside from when a novice can't find any other food and needs something to stave off hunger, doesn't have much use. It's basically recycling waste. But more importantly, the second route is the reason why Chun-Li placed the priest hall in the center of all the others. The reason is the emerald to redstone exchange ratio of 1-2. Chun-Li first made 10 trades, obtaining 20 pieces of redstone. Then he exited the trading interface, waited a moment for the purple circles to appear around him, and traded again after the successful level up, to avoid wasting the trade experience. He then traded for redstone twice more until it was out of stock. The trades were over. He would have to wait until tomorrow. A total of 24 redstone. The newly appeared trading panel showed 1 emerald for 1 lapis lazuli. 2 gold ingots for 1 emerald. The original ratio was 3-to-1, but villagers give a discount after leveling up. These 2 trade routes, by comparison, weren't very useful. He wasn't short on emeralds. As for lapis lazuli, it can be used to make blue dye or for armor trims. Combine a smithing template with any piece of armor in a smithing table, and you can add a lapis lazuli trim to the armor. But it doesn't improve the armor's stats. It's mainly used for enchanting items on an enchanting table. But right now, he was still 1 diamond short for an enchanting table, so it was useless. However, it could be used for leveling up. After 12 trades, the experience was just enough to unlock the next level's trade list. 2 rabbit's feet for 1 emerald. For emeralds for 1 glowstone. Among the final trade routes, there was also one for 5 emeralds for 1 ender pearl. The usefulness of ender pearls goes without saying. The previous method of obtaining them was only through random trades with piglins. Now he finally had a fixed exchange method. He could start using them freely or give them to his subordinates. The last one was a strength gem, exchanged for a bottle o enchanting. After using a bottle o enchanting, you can get 3 to 11 experience points. Chun-Li then opened Johann Adam Schall von Bell's trading interface and repeated the process. Aren't you writing that thing? A record of events? Chun-Li turned his head. He raised his hand high so that everyone could clearly see the object in it. Add this to it. A scattered pile of red powder. Miao Jiming nodded. He lowered his head and began to write. Lord Chun, what exactly does this object do? Song Yixing's expression was focused. He stared intently at the unremarkable red powder. He didn't know how powerful this thing was, but Song Yixing knew that of all the miraculous items Lord Chun had created in Li City these past days, he had never seen him as excited as he was now. This thing was definitely no ordinary item. The potential within it perhaps far surpassed all the other miracles. This thing, even as I look at it now, is a miracle. This thing can change the world. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with awe. He then shook his head. No, he corrected. Perhaps the entire universe. Chongying, do you know? Even I only know a fraction of what it can do. The reason I had you come here in the first place was so you could learn how to use this item. Words can't describe how incredible this thing is. If I had to put it into words, from this moment on, he paused and drew a dividing line in the air with his hand. The things in this world, in my eyes, are divided into only 2 categories. One is limited by magic. The other is eternally inexhaustible. Yes, this is redstone, a substance that can change the laws of physics. It might seem ordinary in a game, but this is reality. Hearing this, Song Yixing instantly understood the value of this thing. Anything and everything has a limit. Everything has a point where it runs out, never running out. To apply that phrase to any object is utterly incredible. But he was even more interested in another thing Chun-Li said. Lord Chun, are you saying that I, or that other people can learn this? This thing is a field of study. Song Yixing's eyes burned with a fiery passion. That's right. Anyone can learn. However, the most basic uses. I will teach you. This is also why I waited for you to return before starting. Chun-Li nodded. Song Yixing's face instantly lit up. His eyes shone with pride. He smiled confidently. Lord Chun, if that is the case, Chongying will certainly give it his all. I will not fail to meet your expectations, my lord. Although he had long been on the path of the imperial examinations and had suffered repeated setbacks, his true talents did not lie there. As long as it was something he could learn, and it had nothing to do with the imperial exams, then he, Song Yixing, would not be inferior to anyone. He had that much confidence. Good. But before that, I'll make the simplest redstone application. Chun-Li walked to the crafting table by the door. He used 9 redstone dust to craft a redstone block. Infinite energy, activate. Using cobblestone, wood planks, and an iron ingot. And redstone, he crafted a piston. Thanks to the dear frail panda for the gift of a slime ball. He crafted a sticky piston. He placed the redstone block on top of the sticky piston. Then, he sprinkled redstone dust between the two. The next moment, driven by the piston, the redstone block began to push and pull repeatedly. It's moving. Song Yixing stepped forward curiously, examining it over and over. Since this thing can be learned, then logically, I should be able to deduce its principles through observation. But that's not something that can be done in a moment. Besides, he could just ask Lord Chun directly. Lord Chun, when will this thing stop? He asked. Chun-Li shook his head, his eyes twinkling. It will never stop. In that moment, Chun-Li's excitement was something they couldn't possibly understand. In his hands, a brand new perpetual motion machine had been born. This was the ultimate goal of Ming-era science. a perpetual motion machine. Even if the universe exploded, even after 1 billion years had passed, as long as this circuit isn't broken, then this simple device will forever, never stop. This is redstone. It will never stop. Johann Adam Schall von Bell stared intently at the redstone device, muttering the word never under his breath. Johann seemed to be bewitched. Everything around him faded to gray, disappearing from his sight. In his world, only that constantly pushing and pulling device remained. He slowly shuffled forward, each step so careful, as if he were approaching not a device, but a holy relic. He unconsciously made the sign of the cross on his chest. God, he murmured to himself, this is a miracle you have bestowed upon mankind. Archimedes devoted his life to studying mechanics. Galileo pioneered astronomy and physics. Copernicus defied the church for his heliocentric theory. For thousands of years, countless geniuses suffered persecution, enduring hardships to explore the mysteries of this world. And yet, until now, they had only unveiled the tip of the iceberg for future generations. But this divine creation before him was like a key, one that could directly unlock all the secret doors of the world, a master key. In comparison, all the great discoveries and explorations of the past seemed so small, so powerless. If he believed, this thing could absolutely move forever, just like that impossibly high wall outside that should have collapsed. The moment he stepped inside this place, he understood that he wasn't facing a demon before, but an Eastern god, a true mystery. His entire scientific framework had suffered a massive blow. It doesn't exist anymore. Or is this a trap set by the devil? Tears welled up in Johann Adam Schall von Bell's eyes. But even if this was the devil's trap, Johann wanted to turn and run. But he also understood that the moment he saw this thing, he was destined to fall. He could never leave this place. Oh, Lord, this is the closest I have ever been to you. Even if it's a deal with the devil, even if it costs my soul, I am willing. He wanted to know what this Eastern god wanted from him. Ignoring the mesmerized Johann, Chun-Li looked at the constantly moving redstone, also with a look of fascination. The steam engine. Chun-Li knew the principle. The essence of human civilization is boiling water and throwing rocks. The Industrial Revolution began from there, but he knew it would be very difficult for him to replicate it. Even if he knew the principle, he lacked the necessary materials. Even if he could make something that worked, it would surely require a great deal of time for improvement. Even if he pushed it, at best he could shorten the process to within 100 years. But I, Chun-Li, am Steve. So why should I retrace that path? Why did I preserve this space? It was for this very moment. If the first industrial revolution of my past life began with the steam engine, then in this life, the first industrial revolution will begin with redstone. The perpetual motion of technology. First year of the Chongjin era. The month of winter. A divine gift was bestowed, a certain substance. Its color was like cinnabar. Its miraculous power caused objects to move without cease. Blocks moved of their own accord. Wheels turned without end. Matter became infinite, its essence gradually evolving, its quantity without limit. This is the unknown redstone. On a patch of grass, Chun-Li, with his only 2 scientists, Miao Jiming, and a large group of observing craftsmen and scholars, began the study of basic redstone knowledge. Although this was only the first day, and the amount of redstone wasn't very large, it was still enough. He could craft the basic redstone components. The needed stone could be smelted from cobblestone. As for nether quartz, he had obtained a good amount from trading with the piglins. All right, starting now, I will teach you all the knowledge I possess. Redstone can actually be seen as another form of electricity. It can be broadly divided into 3 categories. Chun-Li separated the redstone components one by one, placing them in 3 different spots. This group here, I call them power sources. Things that provide power. This category here are transmission components. They are responsible for directly transmitting and processing signals. And these are the mechanical components. They receive signals and react. Chun-Li saw the confused looks on everyone's faces. He could understand. After all, he had begun to understand redstone by thinking of it as circuitry. But at this point in time, forget generators. They didn't even have a hint of a steam engine. Seeing this, he simply picked up the components and began to demonstrate, slowly starting to explain. Lord Chun, according to what you mean, is this power source like water falling from a great height? And these so-called transmission components are the channels dug to allow the river to flow to a water wheel. And the final mechanical components are equivalent to the water wheel itself. After a series of demonstrations, Song Ingxing mused thoughtfully, listing examples. That's more or less the idea. Chun-Li nodded. He then went on to demonstrate the functions of the comparator and the repeater. After demonstrating multiple times, the surrounding blacksmiths were all bewildered. They fidgeted as if they had needles in their seats. They were squirming as if they were sitting on pins and needles. The scholars were also scratching their heads, their brows furrowed as if listening to a heavenly scripture. Even Miao Jiming had a troubled expression. He stroked his chin, trying to understand, but he just couldn't grasp it. Only Johann Adam Schall von Bell and Song Yingxing looked thoughtful. Due to his status, Johann simply listened in silence, but his eyes remained glued to those magical devices. Song Yingxing, on the other hand, would interject from time to time, asking a few questions, but it was all right. When it came to redstone, and even science and technology, they were all just at the starting line. What Chun-Li had learned was more than enough to answer their questions. As he demonstrated over and over, time flew by. Soon, the sun was halfway down the mountain. So Chun-Li stopped. Lord Chun, is that all? Song Yixing's thirst for knowledge had just been piqued. This sudden stop. He was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously. Chun-Li nodded helplessly. Yes. It's getting late. That's about it for today. Although he had only learned the basics himself, the current era was just too far behind. Many prerequisite concepts hadn't been unlocked. He had talked so much his throat was raw, and he had only covered a tiny bit of redstone basics. However, he could clearly feel that towards the end, for the same amount of information, the time it took for Song Yingxing to understand became shorter. As for Johann Adam Schall von Bell next to him, although he remained silent, Chun-Li could see that he understood even faster. After all, science was considered clever tricks and wicked skills in the Ming dynasty. Chongqing was ultimately starting at a significant disadvantage. Chun-Li paused for a moment, looking at the blacksmiths who were struggling immensely to learn, as well as the scholars. It seems I was too optimistic. Just because Song Yixing and the others can learn and understand, doesn't mean everyone else can. I should teach these two first, and then have them teach the others. That might be easier. The study of redstone is profound and obscure. It's not something an ordinary person can master. It's perfectly normal not to understand it right away. He said in a gentle tone, I have seen all of your efforts. Go back and rest well. Yes, Lord Chun. The group exchanged glances, nodded in disappointment, and left the area. At the current pace, in another 10 days or so, Chun-Li would have nothing left to teach. He felt quite helpless. As a casual player, something as brain-burning as redstone was naturally not something he touched much. Being able to explain the basic uses of all these things was only because he had watched so many short videos and applied his understanding of circuitry to it. Thinking back to the memories of those god-tier redstone contraptions he had seen, Chun-Li sighed. If only I had been more diligent back then. Studied for half a year, read a couple of books, 5 years of redstone, 3 years of simulation, or redstone from beginner to grave. Then I wouldn't be in this situation, using an electromagnetic cannon to shoot a mosquito. Who could have imagined that I, just living my life, would suddenly be transmigrated? But this is also good. The faster they learn, the faster the study of redstone can flourish. Chun-Li muttered to himself. Once I've taught these basics, I'll start building redstone devices. This matter cannot be delayed. It must be done as soon as possible. Those basic redstone devices. He had seen quite a few of them. As long as he replicated them 1:1 from memory, then there shouldn't be a big problem. It's been a while, so my memory might be a bit fuzzy. But he had plenty of time. By exploring bit by bit, he would eventually be able to build them. There was just one thing that Chun-Li was very concerned about. What were Johann Adam Schall von Bell's plans? This Johann was, after all, a fanatical Catholic. Although they now had a substitute for priests, there were too few people who could understand redstone. He really wanted to keep him here. So, are you interested in this redstone? Chun-Li asked, like an addict seeing his fix, like a demon seeing a woman. Johann stared at the redstone devices, his eyes filled with longing. He clenched his fists and swallowed hard. What is the price? As long as I don't have to betray my faith, then no matter what it is. In the face of these things,